Inheriting a teetering tech company on the brink of bankruptcy, I took on an order for a model from a beautiful teacher to pay off the debts. She wanted a 5-meter-tall rocket model, but I turned around and built a 60-meter-tall real one using the system. On the day of delivery, the school playground was completely occupied by this enormous structure, leaving both the principal and experts utterly stunned. You call this a model? This is a damn real rocket. Faced with doubt, I calmly pulled out my phone and pressed the launch button. The next second, flames erupted, the earth trembled, and the rocket engraved with Yanhuang No. 1 soared into space before everyone's astonished eyes. Chapter 1, a small company, and you want me to build a rocket? Thud, pay last month's rent by the end of this month, or face eviction. Late night, a 5-grade office building in Pengcheng. Jiāng Chén flicked the rent arrears notice with his finger and let out a heavy sigh. His parents had been in a car accident a year ago, arriving at the hospital on the brink of death. Before his father passed away, he told him he must keep running this tech company well. Jiāng Yotsai's greatest dream is to one day help humanity achieve lunar migration, allowing humans to travel happily between Earth and the Moon. But just as the couple celebrated landing a big deal, while traveling, he was involved in a car accident and unfortunately passed away despite rescue efforts. On his deathbed, with deep reluctance on his face, he asked his son if the company could continue to operate. Run the company well, leveraging technology to the greatest extent possible to revitalize the nation and benefit our dragon country. Dad, I promise I'll make it happen. Jiāng Chén clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination, and agreed without hesitation. Before graduating from university, he was a genuine top student, with an obsession for scientific research that bordered on madness. If not for his father's insistence, he would have likely started working at the Dragon Science Institute right after graduation. Running a small company isn't difficult at all. I aim to make it bigger, stronger, and achieve even greater glory. However, during actual operations later on, he realized that even the finest wine needs promotion. If he couldn't sell off those rocket models in the warehouse soon, he might have to pack up and leave the office building by month's end. Ding dong, his phone screen suddenly lit up as a WeChat message popped up. I opened it and saw a friend request. Got a potential customer. I clicked to check, and the profile picture showed a cute young woman leaning against a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. As soon as I accepted the friend request, several voice messages came through on WeChat. Mr. Jiang, I found your contact information on Xianyu. I know you specialize in making various aerospace models and that you graduated from Tsinghua Beijing Aerospace Major. I'd like you to help build a large rocket, about 5 meters tall. It's quite urgent, the education department needs it tomorrow. As long as you can deliver, price isn't an issue. A 5-meter tall rocket model? Needed by tomorrow? Seeing such an unreasonable demand, Jiāng Chén's mood instantly peaked. This is an urgent order. Need to charge extra. The cost is about 200,000. Normally we charge around 300,000. So, 1 million, not a penny less. 2 million for you, deliver it to the school tomorrow. The pretty girl not only didn't bargain, but instead happily doubled the price. This completely caught me off guard. A real tycoon. The tycoon's demands are my demands. Jiāng Chén immediately humbly asked, do you have any specific detail requirements? The appearance should look as close to reality as possible. It must be able to fly, and the higher it can fly, the better. 3 images were also sent, each showing rockets launched by various countries in the past 2 years. Long March 6th launch vehicle from Dragon Country, the Falcon Heavy from Eagle Land, and the Zenith rocket from Bear Nation. Jiāng Chén's heart skipped a beat. These massive machines, he had only seen them on TV before. Although his company was indeed a tech company, it had only ever taken on relatively small research and development projects. A 5-meter tall rocket. There are some in the warehouse, but to customize a high-quality replica that can successfully take off is another matter. Even with all available resources mobilized, it would take half a month. Damn it, the cooked duck is about to fly away. At this very moment, a voice rang out in his mind. Detecting the host's urgent desire to create high-tech products, the Yanhuang Technology System is binding. Binding successful. Newcomer's Grand Gift Pack, Enhanced Tech Inventor LV1 awarded. Get 1,000 tech points for free. Jiāng Chén's mind was instantly filled with knowledge about the system's usage and the full scope of Enhanced Tech Inventor. Enhanced Tech Inventor, enhance technology, earn shock value through technological achievements, and convert it into tech points. These tech points can then be used to purchase items or participate in prize draws through the system. A perfect virtuous cycle. Jiāng Chén's heart surged with wild joy, his breathing quickening instantly. With this system, who can doubt that we can grow bigger, stronger, and achieve even greater glory? As for interstellar migration, it may no longer be a castle in the air for him. With confidence restored, his voice grew louder as he directly sent a voice message. First, pay a deposit of 1 million, settle the final payment after receiving the goods. There was no reply on WeChat, and Jiāng Chén's heart skipped a beat. He regretted speaking so boldly. 30 seconds later, ding dong, 1 million yuan received in payment. Seeing the notification message, Jiāng Chén felt ecstatic instantly. After replying received, he immediately drove to the company warehouse. There lay piles of high-tech products. At a teaching laboratory in Pengcheng University of Technology, Liú Shīyǎ was lecturing to students while holding teaching materials in her hand. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt, and a black knee-length pencil skirt. Tapping the blackboard, she looked at the students in the classroom with great interest. Did everyone understand today's lesson on rocket structures and launch principles? We got it, the students shouted cheerfully while already packing up their school bags and stationery. Rather than asking questions to make the teacher overtime, it's obviously more important to hurry home for dinner. Seeing everyone eager to leave, Liú Shīyǎ reminded them. Tomorrow is the hands-on class for the rocket knowledge system. School officials will be observing, so don't let me down. This practical session is said to have not only leadership inspections but also foreign guests visiting. For this inspection, Liú Shīyǎ really went all out. The rocket used for teaching experiments was entirely funded out of her own pocket. Because as long as they can seize this opportunity and win the favor of the higher-ups, getting promoted by the end of the year would be a sure thing. A mere promotion definitely wouldn't be worth her spending $2 million. What's more important is the bet with my father. If she fails to get promoted within a year, she would have no choice but to obediently return home and inherit the trillion-dollar family fortune. Having always been referred to as so-and-so's daughter since childhood, she had long been filled with resentment. No matter what, she was determined to prove herself through her own efforts and make people see her in a new light. Ding ding ding, class dismissed. The bell rang, and Liú Shīyǎ packed up her teaching materials. Amidst the chorus of "Goodbye, teacher," she walked out of the classroom. To be honest, she felt a vague unease about tomorrow's practical class. Was the tech company she found temporarily on Xianyu actually reliable? After only a few steps, still unsettled, she paused again and picked up her phone to send a message to Jiāng Chén. Boss Jiāng, you must make sure it's delivered on time tomorrow. Arrived at the warehouse, Jiāng Chén's thoughts stirred. Dozens of spherical robots instantly hovered in midair. Each spherical robot turned its blue eyes towards Jiāng Chén. Boost rockets. Jiāng Chén pointed to one of the small rockets in the corner of the warehouse and said solemnly, "Ding, enhanced tech inventor activated. Target scan complete. Advanced rocketry technology loaded. Technology read successful. Information data omnidirectional enhancement. Liquid methane equivalent calculation complete. Vector propulsion device data verification completed. Reusable rocket parameters verification completed. All data corrections completed. Materials scanning completed. 998 technology points consumed, estimated time required, half an hour." The hovering mechanical spheres began moving orderly through the warehouse. The rocket, previously covered in dust, began to emit a faint blue glow on its surface under the mechanical sphere's transformation. Throughout the enhancement process, aside from the faint electromagnetic buzzing, it was almost eerily quiet. Jiāng Chén stared at the scene before him, utterly astonished. Black technology. Absolutely revolutionary black technology. The originally 5-meter-tall small rockets gradually transformed into towering behemoths approximately 60 meters high, standing before my eyes. Even with prior mental preparation, the sight of these colossal structures was still awe-inspiring. Half an hour later, with a prompt from the system sound. Ding, liquid methane rocket enhancement complete. Hearing the prompt, Jiāng Chén's body trembled fiercely as he stared dumbfounded at the colossal entity before him, muttering to himself. A 60-meter-long rocket shouldn't be too excessive for giving a lecture, right? Chapter 2, the rocket is big, just bear with it. Sleepless night, finally completed. Using his spherical robot to secure the rocket onto the heavy-duty truck. To protect client privacy, Jiāng Chén wrapped the rocket in a layer of silver-gray oilcloth. Then he closed the warehouse door, started the heavy-duty truck, and disappeared into the night. Pengcheng Aerospace University. Following the navigation directions sent to his phone beforehand, Jiāng Chén drove the car to the pre-arranged location Liú Shīyǎ had designated. After parking and getting out, he positioned the rocket vertically at the very center of the launch site. He double-checked that the rocket remained perfectly encapsulated, nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. Haven't slept for a whole day and night, feeling extremely sleepy. Going home. Before shutting down and going to bed, sending Liú Shīyǎ one last message. This rocket project turned out bigger than expected, so I won't charge you extra. Pengcheng Aerospace University. The aerospace teaching launch site. The broadcast of athletes' march could be heard everywhere. As class time approached, students arrived at the school one after another. Liú Shīyǎ's students knew about today's practical class and went straight to gather at the school's launch experiment site. Although called a launch site, it actually resembled more of a football field. At its center lay a large oval stretch of green grass, surrounded by circular roofed stands. Pengcheng Aerospace's spaceflight program has consistently served as a talent pipeline for Dragon Country and even the entire world. This time, it's not just the school authorities coming to observe. Representatives from some well-known tech giants will also be attending. Principal Zhang is here too. People from the Academy of Sciences are here as well. Professor Wang is a regular guest on Science Walk-in. The early arriving students entered the venue. They found their seats, holding soy milk and fried dough sticks, eating heartily. Meanwhile, they chattered excitedly about who might come for today's practical class. Just then, a beautiful teacher appeared before the students, holding lesson plans and dressed in a sharp business suit. "Good morning, teacher," the students greeted in unison. Liú Shīyǎ nodded with a smile. Today was her day to shine. As long as it was a practical class, she could teach rocket theory normally. She's definitely winning the bet with her father. But where's the rocket? She looked around. Aside from a massive silver-gray tarp-covered object in the middle of the field, she couldn't find the custom-made rocket she ordered. Class is about to start, and the prop still isn't ready. This guy better not be a scammer. I checked my phone and saw an unread message from Jiāng Chén. The rocket ended up a bit big? 6 meters, 7 meters? Being a little larger is fine when you're in a hurry. It's normal to not get the exact size right. Liú Shīyǎ instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is still under control. Maybe there's traffic on the road. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind. "Oh, sure yeah, don't drop the ball in today's practice session. Otherwise, there'll be no one competing with me for the year-end outstanding employee selection." Liú Shīyǎ was slightly taken aback, turned around. It was actually Wang Suitsui, accompanied by school leaders and some researchers from the space agency. Her face stiffened as she said in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" Wang Suitsui wasn't angry either, but instead said with a smile, "I'm also a teacher at this school, why shouldn't I be here? I specifically swapped shifts today to attend your lecture because I wanted to see how well you could really perform. But in my opinion, you should just give up on this year's Outstanding Teacher Award. There's only one spot, and it will definitely be mine." Liú Shīyǎ frowned, looking somewhat displeased. "You'd better not disturb my class." Wang Suitsui laughed heartily and waved her hand. "No need for me to intervene. I've checked that shady company you found on Xianyu, their results are pitiful. You'd better pray for your own luck." You investigated me?" Liú Shīyǎ was instantly furious. It seemed Wang Suitsui, in order to compete with her, had somehow snooped on her private matters. "Reporting on you, what can you do about it? Hit me?" Wang Suitsui scoffed. At that moment, a group of gray-haired old men approached. Leading the group was the school principal, Zhang Tianfeng. He stepped forward, his face glowing with enthusiasm, and said, "This is our school's distinguished teacher, Liú Shīyǎ. She has extensive experience in aerospace education." "Liú Shīyǎ, these are our nation's top aerospace technology experts, Professor Wang and Professor Chen." The students were utterly amazed. They even brought in frontline experts. "These are all distinguished contributors to Dragon Country's aerospace industry. We usually only see them on TV. It seems the school's emphasis on this course far exceeds everyone's expectations." Zhang Tianfeng glanced at the venue. Standing alone was a towering behemoth several dozen meters high. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Muttering to myself, "It might be construction materials from the launch site. I'll have to properly discuss this with the Academic Affairs Office later. That's not important. What matters now is the practical class right in front of me." "Shīyǎ, almost ready? Are your teaching aids prepared?" Just as the principal finished speaking, all eyes were fixed on Liú Shīyǎ. Today, this launch site was Liú Shīyǎ's domain. But where is the rocket? She was equally dumbfounded. She had just sent several messages to Jiāng Chén, but there was no reply yet. Facing everyone's scrutiny, she directly blushed in embarrassment. "I wish I could find a hole to crawl into right now." Wang Suitsui seemed to sense something and said with a smile, "Liú Shīyǎ, are you even capable? If you're not ready, say so quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. With so many leaders and scientists present, all waiting for you alone, how can you not feel ashamed?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but glance sideways. The principal frowned slightly and tentatively asked, "Shīyǎ, if there's any difficulty, speak up promptly. The school will do its best to help resolve it." Could she really say that the teaching props hadn't been prepared? That was hardly something to admit. Upon hearing this, Liú Shīyǎ's mood sank to the bottom, and she clenched her fists tightly. "Damn it, that cursed Jiāng Chén actually lied to me. He's going to be the death of me. I'll call the police later and make sure he gets what's coming to him." At that moment, another message arrived on WeChat. I opened it and looked. "Boss, how come I'm a fraud? That thing wrapped in silver gray oilcloth in the middle of the field is the rocket. Definitely visible from over 60 meters high. Don't even think about refusing to pay. Not a single penny less for the final payment." Liú Shīyǎ suddenly looked up, gazing at the colossal object. Gasping in shock. This silver gray oilcloth wrapped object turned out to be a rocket. Over 60 meters? And this is called just a bit larger? Even the active rockets in Dragon Country are only about this size. Unbelievable. But what's right before our eyes is about to be part of a practical lesson. There was no room for hesitation. Suppressing her inner excitement, she pointed at the colossal structure at the center of the venue and declared resolutely, "Look, there it is. That big guy in the center of the field is today's teaching model." The crowd was slightly taken aback. He looked bewilderedly in the direction pointed by the finger. The silver-gray cylindrical object stood like the fabled Rui Jingdubang at the center of the field. The next second, the crowd exploded in an instant. Is this a teaching rocket? It's outrageous how powerful this rocket is. That knife just blew my mind. A teaching model dozens of meters tall, this is seriously impressive. Chapter 3, Ignition. Lift off. Rapid evacuation. The expressions of the university leaders and Lanka Academy researchers instantly lit up with excitement. Professors Wang and Chen's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. Streamlined design, nut-free connections, perfect proportions. Every detail screamed that this was no ordinary creation. Especially Jiāng Chén. His smile stretched from ear to ear. Liú Shīyǎ's success would bring honor to the school. Wang Suizue frowned deeply. As far as he knew, the company liaising with Liú Shīyǎ was nothing but trash. What could such a trashy company possibly produce? Yet the rocket model before him was surprisingly large. Could the intel be wrong? But then again, technology isn't defined by size alone. Beneath that canvas cover, it might just be a pile of shoddy scrap metal. With that thought, her confidence returned, and she smiled calmly. Shiyu, since this is your teaching prop, why not open it up and let us all take a look? She couldn't wait to see it. She couldn't wait to see how embarrassing her colleague, the one competing with her for the year-end award, would look when she made a fool of herself. Xiaolu, come on. Take us to see the masterpiece you're about to showcase. Principal Zhang Tianfang's eyes lit up as he led the way toward the center of the venue. The others followed suit. Liú Shīyǎ's heart raced with anxiety, but she steeled herself and followed along. What could possibly be created in just one day? She could already picture it, the moment the tarp fell. A shoddy piece of scrap metal would be revealed before everyone's eyes. How utterly disappointed everyone present would be. Before long, the group arrived at the rocket. What are you standing around for? Open it up and let us see. Wang Suizue urged, giving Liú Shīyǎ a half-smile. Let us see it already. The teachers and students were all eager, impatient to see today's prop. Shīyǎ, it's about time. Don't feel pressured, open it up, Zhang Tianfang said reassuringly, sensing her nervousness. Her heart pounding, Liú Shīyǎ clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Enough. She yanked the rope with all her might. Rustle. The silver-gray tarpaulin slid down with a rustle. A rocket, gleaming with a metallic sheen, shone brilliantly under the sunlight. The massive shadow cast by the rocket's body delivered an unparalleled visual impact to everyone present. Suspense. It felt as though the air itself froze in that instant. People held their breath. Though colossal in size, the entire structure appeared seamless and unified. Not a single weld seam was visible. This colossal beast before them rivaled even the Dragon Nation's current operational rockets. Blood rushed to their heads. It seemed poised to soar skyward at any moment, as if it could shatter the heavens themselves. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Suizue's pupils dilated wildly as she stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Her soul was shattered, her spirit stolen. More and more people gathered around. They looked up at the colossal creature. Their pupils contracted slightly, eyes filled with utter shock. Their tongues felt bitter, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Holy, this is way too realistic. Holy, today's practical class is gonna be something else. Over the top. Totally over the top. So thrilling. I'll definitely attend Teacher Shīyǎ's practical classes regularly from now on. The entire launch site was immersed in the awe-inspiring spectacle of the rocket. Old Wang and Old Chen exchanged glances, both seeing solemnity in each other's expressions. Amateurs watch for the spectacle, professionals watch for the technique. While most people were still marveling at the rocket's lifelike appearance, the two aerospace luminaries had already sensed something was amiss. This marvel of human technology before them was most likely the real deal. Stepping out of the crowd, Professor Wang and Professor Chen cleared their throats and tentatively inquired, Professor Liu, who designed this rocket? At the question from these two aviation luminaries, the crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone wanted to know what kind of genius could create such a lifelike rocket. The craftsmanship and materials were clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Some in the know even began speculating whether Liú Shīyǎ had leveraged family connections. I found a company on Xianyu. I forgot the name, but their boss is called Jiāng Chén. Liú Shīyǎ fluttered her big, bright eyes at everyone. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Old Wang assumed it was confidential and couldn't be discussed, so he made up an excuse and nodded with a smile. Then let me rephrase the question, can this rocket actually fly? Old Wang paused before continuing. It can. I guess? Liú Shīyǎ replied uncertainly. Her requirement to Jiāng Chén was simply that it could fly. But for a rocket this massive to take off, how powerful would the thrusters need to be? Could a small company found on a random website pull that off? She wasn't entirely sure. Yet, upon hearing Liú Shīyǎ's affirmative response, the crowd's excitement ignited instantly. Fly one. Let it fly. Even Principal Zhang nodded at Liú Shīyǎ, affirming, if it can fly, then let it take flight. Wang Suizue had just managed to scramble to her feet, brushing the dust off her clothes. Upon hearing that this rocket could actually take off, she immediately lost her composure. Impossible. This guy was definitely just putting on a brave face. If it fails to launch, it'll be a laughingstock for sure. Shīyǎ, hurry up and fly. Everyone's waiting for the show. Wang Suitsui said with a fake smile. She couldn't wait to see how this person would handle the fallout. Liú Shīyǎ felt a bit flustered. Fly? How could she fly? I can't do it. Just as Liú Shīyǎ was overwhelmed by the crowd's enthusiasm and momentarily at a loss, her phone buzzed again with a WeChat message. An app installation package. Install this app, then connect to the rocket signal, and you'll be able to control the launch. Liú Shīyǎ's heart surged with joy. Grasping at it like a lifeline, she immediately downloaded the installation package and installed it on her phone. Within seconds, the installation was complete. She opened the app. The interface displayed identical miniature rockets. Corresponding status data appeared around the frame. At this moment, a button suddenly appeared on the interface. Rocket detected. Link? Connect. The next second. Whoosh, hiss. A surge of white vapor erupted from the rocket's hull as mechanical grippers descended from its body, clamping down firmly on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Sealing caps flew off the thruster nozzles one after another. Immediately after, a mechanical electronic tone sounded from the rocket's body. Signal link established. Permissions verified. Rocket integrity check complete. Liquid methane status check complete. Hyperdrive engine activation complete. Yanhuang glory number 1 self-check complete. Awaiting launch. The rocket body instantly glowed with a faint azure blue fluorescence. Those standing close felt their hair involuntarily stand on end. In the air, everyone distinctly sensed an electromagnetic energy being activated. Liú Shīyǎ's scalp tingled, her hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly dropping her phone as her entire body tensed instantly. Is it connected? Not only connected, but activated. More people gathered at the sound, looking up at the colossal structure before them. Holy, Xiaodao got lucky. It's phone controlled. Advanced, way too advanced. Holy crap. It even has its own speakers. Launch. Take off. Fire it now. At that moment, hundreds of people erupted into a frenzy, screaming at the top of their lungs. The atmosphere in the venue ignited in an instant. Originally, Liú Shīyǎ had been hesitant. But now that the atmosphere had reached this fever pitch, the arrow was on the string, it had to be released. Launch. The next second, the rocket's voice sounded again. All data indicators normal. Warning. 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 Evacuate personnel immediately. Rocket tail ignition. A heart-stopping tremor rippled through the earth. Wang Lao senses something amiss and immediately shouts, everyone retreat to the edge of the launch pad immediately. Stay clear of the rocket. Hair stood on end. The crowd scattered like startled birds, frantically running away. They wished they could sprout an extra pair of legs to escape the danger faster. Only Wang Suitsui stood frozen in place, bewildered and uncertain. It was clearly a fake, and she'd been complaining about it just moments ago. Would running away now be embarrassing? The rocket began its countdown. Countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 4, Liquid Oxygen and Methane. Supersonic Ascent. On the field, people were sprinting with all their might. The fastest runners had already reached the edge of the field. Seeing this, Wang Suitsui felt a chill run down her spine. Finally, she made up her mind. She would run too. Her life was at stake. But in her panic, stumbling in high heels, she twisted her ankle midway. The rocket's final countdown. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A deafening roar. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. A massive blast of air surged from the rocket's tail, igniting a blue flame. Wang Suitsui was instantly coated in soot. Then the blast wave hurled her over 10 meters away. She passed out. Those who hadn't reached the edge of the field stumbled and fell flat on their faces, landing with a thud. Those who had reached the edge leaned against the wall, eyes stung shut by the relentless blast of air. Then, the dust settled. Vision gradually cleared. Propelled by its tail flames, the rocket slowly lifted off the ground. People froze in place, holding their breath, clenching their fists, and gritting their teeth. All eyes fixed on the center of the field. Holy! It's flying! It's really flying! A rocket this big actually took off. Whose genius is this? To build such a powerful propulsion system. Mom, during lab class, I got to see a real rocket up close. The students erupted in wild cheers. Every young heart harbors a dream of space exploration. Nothing stirred their hearts more than witnessing a rocket launch with their own eyes. The teachers beamed with pride, honored to have such colleagues. Principal Jiāng Tianfeng's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed excellent 3 times in a row. Old Wang and Old Chen exclaimed impressive. Others may not grasp the immense difficulty of building a rocket. They knew it best. And now, they grew increasingly curious about the inventor of this rocket. When did Manhwa produce such a master from the civilian ranks? The two elders scanned the area with their eyes, finally locking onto a figure not far away. Liú Shīyǎ gripped her phone, elbows braced on her knees, face flushed crimson as she gasped for breath. Thrilling! Who would have thought such a massive rocket could actually fly? It was worth it. A mere 2 million money well spent. Just then, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen approached, forcing amiable expressions. Ms. Liu, are you certain this rocket is just a teaching model? It looks real to me. Yes. I bought the model aircraft. Liú Shīyǎ replied earnestly. Buzz. As if to mock the notion of it being a model. A louder hum erupted from the rocket's vector thrusters at the center of the site. Then the tail flames shifted from blue to deep purple. The slow, gradual ascent ceased. The rocket abruptly accelerated. It shot upward in an instant. A gaping hole tore through the pristine white clouds. Then, inside the launch complex, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Countless people pulled out their phones, snapping photos frantically and posting them to their social feeds. People were utterly stunned, their scalps tingling. Their mouths gaped wide, tongues nearly hanging out. Old Wang pointed excitedly toward the rocket in the sky, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Damn it! You call this a mock-up?" "It really is just a model," Liú Shīyǎ replied, torn between laughter and tears. With her professional expertise, she knew exactly how much a real rocket was worth. 2 million yuan wouldn't even cover it. Yet right now, the model's performance seemed indistinguishable from an actual operational rocket, even showing signs of surpassing it. This left her feeling rather helpless. Oh no! If it's just a mock-up, this massive thing won't stay airborne for long. If it loses power mid-flight and crashes, it could cause a major disaster. Seeing Liú Shīyǎ's certainty, old Wang seemed to grasp something. His expression shifted rapidly as he spoke urgently. At that moment, dusty and disheveled, Wang Suitsue had regained consciousness at some point. Limping over, she sneered coldly, "If this practical lesson turns into an accident because of you, our school will be famous for all the wrong reasons. Not only will we lose our chance at the year-end honors, but we might get expelled outright. Why not just admit defeat? You had to compete with me. Oomph. You're overestimating yourself." The crowd nearby glanced over slightly. Yet the thought of the rocket potentially causing an accident filled them with worry. Principal Zhang Tianfang also inquired, "Can we stop midway?" No. Liú Shīyǎ was at a loss for words. Even a real rocket doesn't have the ability to stop mid-flight. The principal's question was a bit naive. She glanced down at the screen of her phone app. On the screen, the previously static data began to shift. Especially the energy section. It displayed fuel, liquid oxygen, methane. Remaining, 99.99%. Speed, Mach 2. Status, continuous acceleration. Liquid oxygen and methane? She was momentarily stunned. As a teacher, she knew full well the power of liquid oxygen and methane. Compared to other fuels, it was fiercer and more enduring. What? You mean liquid oxygen and methane? Old Wang's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, his tongue stumbling over his words, his face etched with utter disbelief. This material was still in the experimental phase even at the Dragon Academy. Yes, look, here's the company app with real-time status updates. Liú Shīyǎ handed over her phone screen. The screen displayed a vivid image of a rocket in flight. Real-time data for the rocket appeared along the edges of the screen. Fuel, liquid oxygen, methane. It really is liquid oxygen and methane. Old Wang stumbled, nearly dropping the phone. Recalling the color of the rocket's exhaust plume moments ago, combined with the parameters displayed on the app, cold sweat instantly broke out on his brow. This meant the RD company's capabilities had even surpassed those of the Long Academy. Old Chen whistled in admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. He leaned in to stare at the phone screen. He was startled to see the rocket's speed constantly fluctuating. 2.1 Mach. 2.2 Mach. 2.3 Mach. 2.4 Mach. This indicates that not only did it utilize the most advanced fuel, but it also possessed highly efficient propulsion systems. He was completely numb. Grasping Old Wang's hand, he exclaimed excitedly, "We absolutely must find the inventor of this rocket." Old Wang nodded in deep agreement. The top priority now is to monitor the rocket in orbit to prevent any accidents. Let's go back to the Dragon Academy immediately. It's best if Liú Shīyǎ comes with us too. No matter how abundant the rocket's fuel supply, it will eventually burn out. We'll use the most advanced astronomical equipment at the Institute for monitoring, so we can be prepared. Hearing this, Liú Shīyǎ hesitated. This field exercise was crucial for her, directly impacting her future career. Leaving now might force her into the awkward position of having to return home to inherit the family business. Her eyes sought help from Zhang Tianfang. To her surprise, she received an affirmative response. Zhang Tianfang smiled and nodded. Go ahead. This time, it's all thanks to the impact your rocket has made on the school. You've got a great chance at being recognized as an outstanding student at year's end. Hearing this, Liú Shīyǎ was overjoyed. Without further hesitation, she followed Old Wang and Old Chen into the black sedan parked outside the school gates, disappearing into the flow of traffic. Chapter 5, Alert Level 1 Combat Readiness. Requesting Air Force reinforcements. A violent sonic boom erupted above the campus. It instantly tore through the clouds, visible to the naked eye. Everyone on campus, including passers-by nearby, was drawn to the rocket streaking across the sky. At the school entrance, vehicles on the busy roadway began pulling over to the curb. Drivers stepped out to join the crowd of onlookers. Holy crap! What's going on? They're launching a huge rocket from the school. Holy crap, that's insane! Unbelievable! Unbelievable times 10. Absolutely mind-blowing. The rocket soared rapidly upward, growing smaller and smaller. Finally, it vanished from everyone's sight. The incident kept gaining traction. More and more people posted videos and photos of the rocket launch on social media. Word spread like wildfire. In no time, thousands of people witnessed the incident. The internet amplified the incident, causing it to boil over in the crowd. News outlets quickly followed suit. WeChat moments, folks. Can you believe it? I was passing by Pyeongchang Aerospace University and saw a rocket blast off into the sky. Weibo, August 31, 2023, a rocket launched from Pyeongchang Aerospace University. I was fortunate enough to witness it. X-wave, shocking. An unidentified flying object appeared over Pyeongchang Aerospace University's suspected rocket launch. S-Fox, missile or rocket? Extinction of humanity or moral decay? Watch the 5-second launch video now. Netizens flooded the comments with scathing remarks. Are you sure it's Pyeongchang Aerospace University and not the Dragon Academy? No way. When did universities get so advanced they can launch rockets directly? Over the top. Way too over the top. I suspect this must be a fake video, but I have no proof. Mom, I saw someone launch a rocket. Some netizens even quipped, this video is obviously fake. Technology may be advanced, but universities haven't reached the stage of developing rocket capabilities yet. Immediately, another netizen countered, I was there in person. I saw it with my own eyes. More netizens chimed in, yeah, I was nearby too. Saw the rocket launch from Pyeongchang Aerospace University. Skeptical netizens countered, their university has a launch site for teaching and experiments. Are you sure it was a rocket and not a model? This single remark left some doubting their own certainty. Even the most steadfast eyewitnesses began questioning whether what they saw was truly real. Then, a netizen named Liú Shīyǎ, clearly more knowledgeable about aerospace than others. He immediately stepped forward to explain the differences between model rockets and real rocket launches. The rocket in the video, however, was incomparable to a typical model rocket in terms of size, acceleration, and exhaust plume color. Particularly when it broke through the clouds, it suddenly accelerated explosively, shooting straight into the sky. Only then did everyone realize the truth, agreeing that Liú Shīyǎ's explanation was the real deal. The netizen who had insisted it was a model, upon hearing this, seemed to lose face, immediately flew into a rage and shouted, if that's a real rocket, he can eat standing on his head. If it's fake. Netizens were instantly stunned by this bold declaration. Perhaps this guy was onto something. Otherwise, he'd never dare make such a brutal bet against himself. Yet to everyone's surprise, Liú Shīyǎ showed no sign of backing down. He sent a cold laugh emoji, if it's fake, I'll eat upside down. This instantly ignited the netizens' enthusiasm. They instantly split into two camps, showering both sides with likes and follows, declaring they wanted to witness the outcome. After all, regardless of the outcome, they'd get to see a real person eat upside down. Meanwhile, some small-time bloggers who got their hands on the raw footage quickly edited together the video and characters, and immediately released the rocket launch video. They vividly recounted their excitement at the moment. How magnificent is our Dragon Nation! How magnificent is our Pyeongchang Aerospace University! One rocket successfully launched. I, the awesome blogger, will quietly tell the world I witnessed this magnificent feat with my own eyes. The account's traffic exploded, and the video instantly went viral. Pyeongchang Military District Camp. The Information Security Department erupted in chaos. Alarms suddenly blared, and everyone scrambled like ants on a hot pan. Just moments ago, air defense troops reported detecting an unidentified flying object resembling a missile over Pyeongchang. Reporting, Commander. The missile continues to climb in altitude. The officer's voice trembled slightly as he turned to report. A middle-aged man with a chest full of medals frowned deeply, hands clasped behind his back as he paced back and forth. He glanced intermittently at the flickering dots on the surveillance screen. This was his jurisdiction. No incidents could be tolerated. But the sudden detection of a missile sent a sharp pang through everyone's hearts. Have you identified which unit launched it? Zhao Weiguo halted in his tracks, his voice buzzing. Reporting, sir. No relevant information is recorded in the national database. The officer hesitated for a moment before relaying the query results to Zhao Weiguo. In Manhwa, any planned launch is typically entered into the database in advance. Even missile target practice was no exception. Zhao Weiguo frowned deeply, his mind filled with questions. No record? Could this be a civilian operation? Can we narrow down the launch area? The officer nodded. I'll try. His fingers then flew across the keyboard. Dragon Nation's air surveillance system could record historical trajectories in real time from the moment it was triggered. By analyzing the trajectory, the launch origin could be roughly calculated. The earlier the trigger, the more precise the calculation. Click. Parameters entered, hit the Enter key. A red marked area appears on the map display. Reporting to the commander. The launch area appears to be near Pengcheng Aerospace University. Zhao Weiguo's expression turned cold, then tinged with irritation. Who would launch a rocket from a university? The surrounding area is densely populated with residential buildings. We should check with the Pengcheng Long Academy of Sciences. Perhaps they know something, but the filing procedures haven't been completed yet. He dialed the number. Hello, is this Dean Wu? Our sensors detected an unidentified flying object launched from Pengcheng. We now suspect it's a missile. Do you have any information on your end? Nothing yet? Alright, stay in touch. Report any developments immediately. Who the hell is pulling this sudden, massive stunt? Zhao Weiguo's mind was filled with doubts. Imperial spies? If their reach extends to Pengcheng, this could be a major problem. Chapter 6: Satellite enters orbit. The rocket was now climbing rapidly. It had already pierced the stratosphere, beyond the limits of human radar detection. With its back to the blue planet, it hurtled toward the vastness of space. Click. A mechanical click echoed. The rocket suddenly split in two. The rear section near the thrusters abruptly shut down, slowly descending before accelerating downward. At the same time, the very tip of the rocket's front section ignited abruptly, re-injecting kinetic energy before the flight inertia could dissipate. Accelerating toward the depths of space. Eagle Space Station. Click. With a soft click, the hatch opened from the inside. Prado, clad in a spacesuit, poked half his head out from inside. The transparent helmet reflected the vastness of deep space, a sky filled with stars. The blue planet before his eyes appeared so minuscule it shook the soul. Suddenly, a furious shout crackled through his earpiece. Prado, I told you to conduct the external inspection, yet you're daydreaming again. Get to work immediately. Or else we'll be spending Christmas up here. Prado snapped back to reality, tightening the safety harness around his waist once more. Gripping the edge of the hatch with one hand, he pulled himself outside and began moving slowly along the station's hull, following the work manual. Periodically, they took turns venturing outside to inspect for anomalies on the station's exterior, ensuring everything was functioning normally. This time was no exception. It was Prado's turn to carry out the mission. It was less about taking a shift and more about getting some fresh air. After all, being cooped up in the cramped confines of the cabin all day could make anyone feel stifled. Before long, Prado had already climbed along the outer hull, reaching the central section of the entire space station. Suddenly, a massive object reflected in his transparent helmet, moving at breakneck speed and growing larger with each passing moment. Prado whipped his head around, his pupils instantly constricting. OMG! Marshall! Guess what I just saw? A rocket! A rocket flying by at high speed. A lazy voice came through the headset, reproachfully. Don't be so easily amazed. Like we haven't seen rockets before? Don't yell for no reason. You're interrupting my meditation. Prado stared at the colossal object growing larger before his eyes, his jaw dropping and veins throbbing wildly. He tossed aside the wrench in his hand and scurried along the space station's surface. Marshall, I strongly advise you to come take a look. This rocket really does seem different. Marshall frowned, opening his eyes from meditation. His gaze fell upon the shared view display screen beside him, and his breath caught. The footage clearly showed a rocket escaping Earth's gravity, hurtling rapidly toward their position. Instantly, red lights flashed throughout the space station, accompanied by the wail of system alarms. Alert, alert. Unidentified object detected approaching rapidly. Prepare emergency measures. Marshall snapped out of his daze and swam swiftly toward the wardrobe. To protect himself, to seek rescue. The first step was to don his spacesuit. But judging by the speed he'd estimated from the main screen, it was highly likely he wouldn't make it in time. Prado! Are you okay? Prado? Marshall called out repeatedly as he hurriedly donned his spacesuit. The electromagnetic signal suddenly fell silent, triggering an uncontrollable wave of panic. After a long pause, the voice came through again. Oh my God! The rocket flew past. Prado grabbed the hatch and cried out. The rocket streaked past. Then, a cross-shaped satellite emerged from it, successfully entering orbit. The satellite broadcasted melodious Dragon Nation songs. Pengcheng Dragon Academy. Security guards hurriedly patrolled the entrance, heavily armed and on high alert. Several black sedans approached from a distance. Guards confirmed the familiar license plates from a distance and immediately opened the gate. Salute! The cars entered without pause, one after another. Trees stood tall and lush, surrounding rows of buildings. After winding through several turns, they came to a halt in front of a laboratory building. Thud thud. Doors opened in unison. Several elderly individuals with gray hair, accompanied by a young woman, entered the laboratory building. Fingerprint scan, iris scan. They entered the aerospace laboratory. Here lies the most advanced equipment and the most cutting-edge experimental talent. We should be able to track the rocket's movements soon. A young woman in a white lab coat approached with a look of urgency on her face, striding forward on her long legs in high heels. Wang Shui is the institute's software genius and a top talent in aerospace. She handled nearly all the software for the Lonka Institute on a daily basis. After a brief exchange, upon learning that the military headquarters had sent a telegram inquiring about the unknown launch situation, the two elders exchanged glances, each seeing the other's expression of helpless amusement. This was hardly a missile. It was clearly just a rocket model launched during a school practical exercise. They never imagined it would attract the military's attention. The two elders quickly contacted Zhao Weigui to explain the situation, finally clearing up the misunderstanding. But if the rocket were to fall, once out of control, its destructive power would rival that of a missile. Ultimately, the laboratory and military authorities reached an agreement. Before the rocket's descent, they would conduct joint reconnaissance to ensure absolute safety. What was truly terrifying, however, occurred just 5 minutes ago. The rocket had completely lost contact. Neither the military nor the laboratory could establish contact with it. Some even suspected the rocket had shut down and was now plummeting rapidly. At that moment, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Disaster seemed inevitable. Even Liú Shīyǎ, the person responsible for the incident, was terrified. If this rocket fell, if it only hit some plants, that would be one thing. But if it were to hit a building or someone, she would live with guilt for the rest of her life. At that moment, everyone's mood was heavy. Until Liú Shīyǎ pulled out her phone and timidly reminded herself that the app still displayed the live feed. Cast it. Cast it immediately. Wang Lao exclaimed, as if clutching at a lifeline, directing Wang Shui. Wang Shui took the phone. She connected the data cable to the computer. Then, after a flurry of nimble taps on the keyboard, a sudden image appeared on the observation screen in the laboratory. It instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The image no longer showed a rocket, but a satellite suspended in midair. There it was, utterly alone, suspended in the pitch-black night sky. Everyone wore expressions of terror and disbelief. Old Wang seemed to have something stuck in his throat, coughing for a long time before catching his breath. If I'm not mistaken, he said, this should be a satellite. Old Chen affirmed with unwavering certainty, it's definitely a satellite. With my decades of aerospace experience, I wouldn't be mistaken. Wang Shui pointed at the screen and gasped. She glanced at Old Wang, then at Old Chen, before fixing her gaze on Liú Shīyǎ. Could it be the rocket carried a satellite inside? And it successfully launched into low Earth orbit? The scientists were stunned. It must be. Liú Shīyǎ's entire body went numb, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Staring at the large screen before her, her breathing quickened, her mouth gaping wide, her tongue nearly hanging out. Her heart pounded wildly, as if it might burst through her chest. You call this a model? Whose model can fly into space? Whose model comes with its own satellite? Just then, a prompt suddenly popped up on the large screen. Satellite successfully entered orbit. Connect to satellite signal? Chapter 7, the commander talks business, any conditions met. Whoosh! The entire lab gasped in unison. Staff members even put down their work and began gathering around. Staring at the prompt on the screen, their pupils contracted slightly. Is this really just a school lab session? I'm not well read, so don't try to fool me. When did Pengcheng Aerospace's research capabilities surpass ours at Lonka Academy? Holy! I'm seriously considering transferring to Pengcheng Aerospace. There's even a connection alert. Holy, this is too intense. Not only were the staff present in disbelief, even the Pengcheng military unit sharing the screen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Liú Shīyǎ stood nearby, clutching her phone in a daze. Connect? Old Wang? Old Chen? Wang Shui? The scientists were speechless. What the heck? How did the satellite suddenly enter orbit successfully? What happened to the model rocket? Launching a big rocket in lab class, and it actually worked. And after the launch, it even carried a satellite. And then it even prompts for satellite signal connection. What the hell do you mean connection? Connected? Of course it's connected. Old Wang was beyond thrilled. Even after decades in the aerospace industry, he could barely get the words out. What storms hadn't he weathered? But this scene before him? Truly unprecedented. Liú Shīyǎ nodded and lightly tapped a button on the phone screen. The prompt on the large screen began to change. Connecting. Connection successful. When everyone looked back at the screen, they noticed a sudden shift in the interface's visual style. Gone were the images of rockets or satellites. Blue Star. Dragon Nation. The scientists couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The screen now displayed a full view of the entire blue star. A sapphire blue planet dotted with irregular continental plates. As Liú Shīyǎ tapped to zoom in on her phone, the image of Blue Star on the screen zoomed in and out in sync. In moments, the view shifted from the entire blue star to a panoramic view of the Dragon Nation, then to Pengcheng, finally settling on the Dragon Academy. From the view, all buildings and pedestrians outside the structures were clearly visible. Through continuous zooming, one could discern ants moving on the ground from the crystal-clear images. Even the pores and wrinkles on human faces were visible. Such clarity. Even when compared to the satellite technology of the entire blue star, it holds up remarkably well. What if it were used for military purposes? The implications are terrifying. Ring ring. The phone rang. Wang Shui walked over to the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from the Pengcheng garrison. Everyone was so stunned by the scene before them that they nearly forgot the military garrison in Pengcheng had maintained a shared connection all along. She glanced up at old Wang. He held the highest rank here. It was only fitting that he handle the communication. Old Wang exhaled deeply, pulling his gaze away from the shocking images on the large screen. He walked over to Wang Shui and picked up the phone. This is the aerospace laboratory of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Who is this? Hello, is this old Wang? This is Zhao Weiguo. On the other end, Zhao Weiguo struggled to calm his surging emotions. He never imagined that while narrowly avoiding disaster, he might also turn misfortune into fortune. Next month marked the military exercises. Their Pengcheng garrison and the Wucheng Group army would engage in a major competition. The victorious side would receive medals of merit and greater allocation of military resources. After all, when weaponry and equipment are relatively comparable, knowing your enemy and anticipating their moves will be the decisive factor in victory. And control over this satellite will be the decisive factor in securing victory. Zhao Weiguo? What's up? Old Wang's temper flared instantly. Hadn't everything been explained clearly over the phone just now? It was confirmed to be a rocket, not a missile. And the satellite had carried successfully entered orbit. Calling at this moment was truly ill-timed, interrupting their scientific inquiry. Seeming to detect the emotion in old Wang's tone, Zhao Weiguo chuckled heartily, shedding the urgent official demeanor from his earlier call. He adopted a conciliatory tone, saying, "Old Wang, there's something I need your help with." Hearing this, old Wang paused in surprise. Wasn't the matter of monitoring the rocket already settled? Could there be something else? He replied, "It's all for work, nothing to beg about. As long as it's within our capabilities, we'll certainly cooperate fully." Zhao Weiguo gave an awkward smile. "It's both official business and personal. I hope you'll grant me this favor, Mr. Wang." Hearing Zhao Weiguo's words, old Wang frowned, his expression darkening instantly. He spoke with righteous indignation. "Weiguo, let me remind you. We're all public servants. Using your position for personal gain. I advise you to be cautious." Zhao Weiguo paused briefly before bursting into laughter and appealing to sentiment. "Mr. Wang, you underestimate me. I promise not to harm the nation's interests, and I'll bring honor to our collective." Old Wang exhaled deeply, his interest piqued. He smiled and said, "Well, that doesn't count as a private matter. Go ahead, tell me what it is. If I can help, I will." Seeing old Wang relent, Zhao Weiguo wore a look of triumph, as if resolved to something. He declared with unwavering certainty. "The satellite, the one you just developed. In 1 month, I want operational control of it." Old Wang froze. He never imagined Zhao Weiguo would suddenly make such a demand. But the satellite didn't belong to the state or the Lonka Academy. He had even less authority to intervene. "No way. I'm afraid I can't help you with this." Zhao Weiguo instantly grew desperate. His tone bordered on pleading. The soldiers around him were completely bewildered. When had the commander, always decisive and resolute, ever begged someone like this? "Old Wang, why not? Name your terms. Even if I owe you a favor, is that not enough?" Old Wang glanced at Liú Shīyǎ and sighed. "It's not that I won't help you. The ownership of this satellite belongs to a space teacher." Zhao Weiguo's expression darkened instantly, his anger flaring. "A teacher has the capability to launch a satellite into space? I may not understand the technology, but I'm not stupid. Mr. Wang, if you don't want to help me, just say so. Why resort to such a cheap lie to humiliate me?" Old Wang explained with a bitter smile, "I found it hard to believe myself at first. But I have no reason to deceive you. Teacher Liu is right here. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself." Zhao Weiguo fell silent. From old Wang's words, it didn't sound like he was fabricating anything. But that didn't matter. What mattered was securing the satellite's operational rights in a month's time. "Then ask Teacher Liu what conditions she's setting. Our Pengcheng garrison will do everything in our power to meet them." Old Wang hung up and relayed the message exactly as received. The scientists in the aerospace lab were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Envious glances shot toward Liú Shīyǎ. This was the highest-ranking commander of the Pengcheng garrison. If they could secure a favor from him, it would be an enormous opportunity. Even if it meant giving something away for free, what harm could there be? When Liú Shīyǎ learned of this request, she felt completely numb. A military commander wanting to discuss business with her? Unbelievable. Nothing this absurd had ever happened in her entire life. Chapter 8, Searching for Jiāng Chén. At this very moment, Liú Shīyǎ's sense of unreality lingered. Just moments ago, she was attending a practical training class at school, still pondering how to excel in this practical course to secure the year-end Outstanding Student Award, thus winning her bet with her father and avoiding the family business inheritance. Now, she found herself dragged into a lab, surrounded by scientists. The military commander of Pengcheng even personally called in to request cooperation. This ing. It felt like a dream. Seeing Liú Shīyǎ's eyes glaze over, showing no sign of responding, old Wang felt his face flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat lightly, he asked, "Is that acceptable, Teacher Liu?" Liú Shīyǎ snapped out of her daze, flustered. "Yes, of course. But..." Hearing his request might be granted, Zhao Weiguo's heart leapt with joy. He immediately interjected, "You can state your conditions." "What is it?" Liú Shīyǎ answered truthfully. "But I bought this rocket from someone named Jiāng Chén on Xinyu. I'm worried there might be issues when it comes to actual use, and I might not be able to handle it." In her understanding, high-tech items like this inevitably had some flaws. If these problems ended up affecting Commander Zhao's operation, she couldn't bear the responsibility. But upon hearing Liú Shīyǎ's words, before Zhao Weiguo could respond, old Wan lost his composure. He had initially assumed Liú Shīyǎ's remarks were merely to protect the confidentiality of some big shot. But now, hearing her repeat it, he believed it. A small company on the sidelines developing a rocket with its own satellite? Unbelievable. But no matter how absurd it seemed, it couldn't compare to witnessing Professor Liu launch the rocket and successfully place the satellite into orbit with his own eyes. He composed himself and asked excitedly, "If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to ask how much did Mr. Jiang charge you for the rocket?" $2 million. US dollars? Chinese yuan. Upon hearing this, old Wang staggered and collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he nearly stopped breathing, nearly passing out. Wang Shui, standing nearby, rushed forward to help him up, patting his back repeatedly. She frowned and turned to glare accusingly at Liú Shīyǎ. "Do you have any idea how much it costs for our Dragon Academy to build a single rocket? $500 million. And that doesn't even include the satellite. 200 million? Are you sure you're not joking?" The others followed suit, their faces twisting into expressions of constipation. I've seen people who are arrogant because of their talents. But to joke about such a serious matter was truly crossing the line for these scientists. Then, Zhao Weiguo, who was on the call, suddenly burst into a fit of violent laughter and coughing over the audio. Clang. Immediately followed by the panicked voices of soldiers. "Sir, are you all right?" A flurry of rustling sounds followed. Zhao Weiguo finally caught his breath and chuckled. It's okay. Teacher Liu's joke was just too funny. If it really only takes 2 million, then we'll take whatever amount they offer." As if echoing the commander's humor, a roar of laughter erupted from the other soldiers across the room. Seeing everyone's reaction, Liú Shīyǎ was utterly speechless. These days, sincerity was supposed to be a surefire way to win people over. I'm just telling it like it is, yet no one believes me. No choice forcing me to unleash my ultimate move. She opened the chat window with Jiāng Chén on her WeChat. The chat history was projected directly onto the lab's large screen. And there it was, the bank transfer screenshot. Longhua Bank, transfer of 1 million. With transaction ID and transaction details. The memo read, "Purchase of educational rocket." After completing all this, Liú Shīyǎ quietly observed everyone, thinking to herself, they should believe me now. Clang. A clang sounded again from the other end of the voice microphone. People stared at the conference room screen, plunged into an eerie silence. Old Wang, who had just been helped to his feet, collapsed again. Unable to catch his breath, he fainted. Chen Lao rushed over in 2 strides, kneeling beside him and pinching his philtrum. "Old Wang! Wake up! Don't scare me! So many projects at the institute are waiting for you. You can't give up now." Seeing no response, he began pressing his palms together and frantically compressing the chest. Wang Shui screamed, "Call for help! Dial 120. Immediately, the scientists sprang into action. Stretcher, oxygen tank, sugar water. Liú Shīyǎ was on the verge of tears. She had only intended to prove she wasn't lying. But she never imagined her actions would cause such harm to old Wang. He had actually fainted on the spot. A wave of guilt washed over her. Just as everyone was scrambling in a fluster, old Chen, who had been performing CPR nearby, suddenly paused and hesitated. Then, as if making a resolute decision, he took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and pressed them firmly against old Wang's mouth. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. It remains an indispensable part of emergency care. Passive oxygen supplementation could rapidly improve a patient's chances of survival. But just as old Chen was about to press his lips against Wang Lao's, he froze. Old Wang's eyes suddenly widened as he exhaled a deep, murky breath. He and Chén, who was leaning in, stared at each other in utter awkwardness. Before Chén could recover from the awkwardness, old Wang shakily rose from the ground and, under everyone's gaze, approached Liú Shīyǎ. His voice trembled as he asked, "Comrade Liú Shīyǎ, I believe everything you've said is true. Could you please give me Jiāng Chén's contact information?" Hearing this, Liú Shīyǎ nodded and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course." She saw no reason to keep it secret. Whether to give it or not. It's all over the internet anyway. Doing someone a favor keeps the goodwill flowing. She added old Wang's WeChat. Then, he directly retrieved Jiāng Chén's phone number from his contacts, copied it, and sent it to old Wang. The old gentleman didn't hesitate. After receiving the number, he immediately began dialing. He wasn't blinded by the spectacle before him. Rocket and satellite technology was absolutely not something just anyone could master. And someone like Jiāng Chén? Were truly rare talents, impossible to find. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to science. Beep. The phone dialed. 1 minute later, a voice prompt announced the call couldn't be connected. Multiple attempts still failed to connect. Check. I suggest using his phone to track his location. A talent like this must not be let slip away. Wang Lao made a sweeping gesture with his hand, sealing the decision on the spot. This lab was no shortage of networking geniuses. Wang Shui stood out as the most exceptional among them. The task naturally fell to her. "I'll do it." Wang Shui volunteered without hesitation, her voice firm. Seeing old Master Wang nod in agreement, she sat down at a computer, opened the command prompt window, typed in the phone number, and her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. 5 minutes later, Wang Shui's breath caught in her throat. Her fingers froze abruptly. She stared blankly at the results on the screen. Old Wang asked, "Did you find anything?" "Not sure," Wang Shui replied, her confidence now gone. "What do you mean not sure? Did you find anything or not?" Old Wang frowned, clearly confused. "The results show, on Mars." Wang Shui replied, looking utterly dejected. Clang. The sound of someone falling backward, chair and all, echoed through the video call. One by one, the colleagues in the lab stood up, then stumbled and collapsed to the floor. Chapter 9, the rocket still crashed. The scientists in the lab were all stunned. Wang Shui's ability to track and locate devices through software was unmatched within the entire Lunka Institute. Yet now, she couldn't even locate a single phone. A momentary silence fell. Seeing everyone silent, Liú Shīyǎ instinctively reminded them, Jiāng Chén definitely doesn't live on Mars. "I can confirm that much." Hearing this, Wang Shui's face darkened. "How the hell can you be sure? It makes me sound like a complete idiot." Old Wang offered reassurance, "Why don't we try again?" Wang Shui gave a wry smile. "No need. His phone must have anti-tracking measures. Otherwise, even if it malfunctioned, it wouldn't have been able to pinpoint Mars. Then let's put it aside for now. We should continue studying this satellite's functions." Old Wang waved his hand and turned his attention back to the satellite feed. "Alright," Wang Shui nodded. Everyone's focus returned to the satellite. They aimed to uncover its true capabilities through practical application, to find its limits. They knew it was powerful, but just how powerful? Every scientist was deeply curious. The military, which planned to borrow the satellite's usage rights in a month's time, was no exception. Just as they were testing the satellite's limits, amidst the research team, someone suddenly pointed at the monitoring equipment in alarm, exclaiming, "Look! The detection instruments are picking up signals again." Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the display. A red dot on the detection equipment was rapidly plummeting toward the ground. "It's free falling. The speed will keep accelerating. It's most likely a booster separation. It'll crash upon impact. Without a pre-planned landing site, this could be catastrophic." Wang Shui's voice grew urgent, her expression instantly turning grave. The lab atmosphere instantly turned suffocating. In that moment, you could hear a pin drop. The accident seemed inevitable. Liú Shīyǎ nearly cried out in panic. As an aerospace instructor, she understood Wang Shui's meaning perfectly. But she never could have imagined. That bastard Jiāng Chén. He took 2 million from me and sold me a real rocket. This is killing me. The red dot was plummeting toward the ground at free fall acceleration. This meant that as time passed, its speed would only increase. Once it hits the ground, it will be a catastrophe. Quick, Zhao Weigua. Notify the troops to take immediate military action. The Dragon Research Institute will provide the fall trajectory at any time. Intercept it before impact at all costs. Old Wang's brows knotted tightly as he shouted into the voice chat. "Leave it to me." The lab fell silent for a second before Zhao Weigua's deep voice echoed through the communication channel. This moment marked the beginning of his battle. Zhao Weigua acted decisively, issuing orders, "Missile units, lock onto target trajectory immediately and shoot it down. Air-to-air fighters, scramble now. Obedience is mandatory." "Yes, sir." The officers and soldiers shouted in unison, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. The operation commenced. A chill of impending annihilation swept through the air. It seemed to freeze the entire laboratory to its core. The soldiers of Dragon Nation always instilled a sense of steadfast reliability in moments of crisis. In that moment, everyone felt certain that no more calamities would fall from the heavens. Hey! Look, everyone! There's a new alert on the main screen. Seeing this, Liú Shīyǎ patted her ample chest, breathing a sigh of relief. At last, they wouldn't have to worry about the rocket crashing and causing an accident. Once this issue is resolved, pay compensation where compensation is due, apologize where apologies are needed. As for the school's model student selection, it meant nothing in the face of disaster. Forget it. As for the bet with her father, she'd figure something out later. At worst, we'll make it best of 3. If that doesn't work, best of 5. Ha? No. Wang Shui pointed at the conference room screen and screamed, "Look! There's a new hint." Everyone's gaze shifted back to the shared display. The screen was now split in two. One half displayed the satellite's perspective. The other half showed the booster rapidly descending. A notification popped up on the interface, "Rocket recovery in progress." Everyone looked at each other in utter amazement. This is absolutely insane. Quick, tell Zhao Weigui to abort the interception. Old Wang urgently shouted repeatedly. At the Pengcheng military camp, before the order could be issued, Zhao Weigui and his men rushed back in. Eagle Nation's Asia-Pacific Space Force base. Woo-woo. Alarms blared throughout the facility. On-duty pilots scrambled out, racing frantically toward their fighter jets. Tower. Air-to-air missiles armed. Shooing self-check complete, requesting takeoff. A fully geared-up Eagle pilot looked toward the tower and raised his left hand in a military salute. This marked Smith's 106th mission takeoff. 8 other aircraft took to the skies alongside him. Tower copy, clearance granted. Without hesitation, Smith pushed the throttle lever all the way forward. Whoosh! A Raptor fighter roared furiously as it raced down the runway. Soaring upward with the air currents, it pierced the clouds, trailing a long plume of exhaust. 8 more fighters followed in its wake. 18 brilliant rainbows sliced through the sky. 5 minutes earlier, orders had been received from higher command. Starlink transmitted the footage. A rocket was successfully launched over the skies of Dragon Nation. The satellite had entered orbit. They observed that the rocket's boosters could actually be recovered. The Eagle's top brass were collectively stunned. They immediately decided to shoot it down before it returned to Dragon Nation's airspace. This move aimed to thwart China's first successful recovery of a reusable rocket. Maintain Earth's near-orbit dominance. Meanwhile, Japan was ordered to respond swiftly. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the Sakura anti-missile defense camp. On-duty soldiers immediately rushed out of their barracks and sprinted to their combat stations. The mission was to intercept a moving target. "I heard this mission is simple. The target's a free-falling object," the soldier quipped. Compared to daily training, hitting targets with constantly changing, irregular trajectories, a free-falling target was a piece of cake. "Have we received the target trajectory data?" An officer didn't respond to the joke, instead furrowing his brow as he turned to the soldier with an anxious look. "Sorry, sir, not yet." Koyama Kotaro continued his response. This was the third time Captain Kamayama Kojiro had asked. If the information wasn't relayed in time, it could prevent their missile unit from launching an intercept in the nick of time. And the mission would fail. He couldn't take the blame for such a massive screw-up. Even though he knew fighter jets would be deployed as backup after him. Time ticked away, second by second. The officers and soldiers were as anxious as ants on hot coals. Ding dong! A message flashed on the satellite phone. Tian Shataro shouted with joy, "We've got the trajectory. Request launch." Executing. Kuroda Kojiro struck a downward slashing pose with his right hand. The soldier's fingers danced across the launch pad as parameters were rapidly entered into the console. Locked on. He flashed a confident smile, then slammed his middle and ring fingers down. Confirmed. Boom. A tactical anti-ballistic missile was triggered. A cloud of white vapor erupted from its tail as it broke free from the launch tube. Then the tail flames erupted, propelling it skyward. At that moment, in the sky, a massive cylindrical object accelerated downward. In the blink of an eye, it had already crossed the stratosphere. Due to friction with the air, its outer surface began to glow faintly red. Fortunately, whatever special material it was made of, it never ignited into flames. The descent continued. It should land in another 10 minutes or so. Such a massive metal lump crashing into the city would inevitably cause unimaginable human catastrophe. Just then, the propulsion system, which had lost all power, suddenly flickered with an electric glow, immediately followed by a mechanical electronic tone. Warning! 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 Locked onto ballistic missile. Initiating evasive maneuvers. 9 air-to-air fighters detected. Activating anti-radar countermeasures. The flames at the thruster tail ignited abruptly. Sudden deceleration, initiating course correction. Chapter 10, Mission Failure? Rocket Recoverable. Sakura Anti-Missile Launch Base. Koyama Kotaro was already buttering up his superior. Will there be a medal after this mission succeeds? Damn it, you want a medal for intercepting a free-falling target? Have some shame. The commander scolded with a bitter laugh. For such an irregular trajectory, if you lack the ability to hit it dead on the first shot, one wouldn't qualify as a missile operator. And free-falling targets were just basic training for rookies. Upon hearing this, Kotaro just gave a silly chuckle. I was just asking what if. You've gotta have dreams, right? Beep. 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 Suddenly, the control panel on the anti-missile rocket vehicle began flashing red frantically. Intian Shotaro stared wide-eyed at the display screen, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "S Sergeant. Target lock failed." The officers and soldiers nearby quickly gathered around. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on his back. Damn it! Kuroda Kojiro flew into a rage, instantly slapping Kuroda Kojiro across the face. Failing such a simple mission was nothing short of an insult to his samurai spirit. Blue skies and white clouds. 9 Eagle Wing air-to-air fighters formed a swallow formation, circling the target airspace. Before departure, they received intelligence. Before they could launch their attack, missile units would intercept them first. The pilots couldn't help but grumble. This was utterly pointless, making them run an empty errand. Hey, Smith, do you think we'll actually get to carry out this mission? Take a guess. My guess is no. MHM. Then why send us out for a pointless drive? What's with those officers, got nothing better to do? Friendly reminder, the tower can hear us. Ha! Ha ha ha, just kidding. Getting some practice in is good too. Smith gave a faint smile and shook his head helplessly. These pilots were on training missions day in and day out, desperate to earn some credit. But in peacetime, earning that glory wasn't so easy. A sudden burst of static crackled through his headset. Smith knew a new channel had likely been added. Chickens, chickens, this is the control tower calling chickens. Just as he expected. Smith let out a knowing smile. Eaglet copy. Go ahead. Anti-missile defense failed. Prepare for interception. Repeating, execute mission immediately. You are the last line of defense. Chick Eagle copy. Rest assured, tower. Over. Communication terminated. The previous exchange had been broadcast over the intercom, audible to all fighter jets simultaneously. The pilots' blood instantly boiled, their bodies tensing to the limit. Anti-missile defense failed? The last line of defense? To these eager young men, it sounded like the bugle call to charge. Beep beep beep. The blinking dots on the aircraft radar began to dance wildly. Lock on. Prepare for combat. Smith barked the order. 9 fighter jets climbed straight into the sky. Following the pre-arranged tactics, they reached their respective intercept positions. The 9 aircraft formed a staggered formation, providing 9 layers of insurance. Should any single aircraft successfully engage the target, the mission would be accomplished. Smith took the highest position without hesitation. His teammates raised no objections. After all, he was the squadron's most accomplished pilot. But the pilots positioned behind him, especially the one at the rear, were far from satisfied with this arrangement. In their view, this was a clear case of unfair treatment. If not for the captain's firm intervention, they nearly came to blows over it. Seeing this, Smith nearly laughed out loud. Placing him first rendered the rest of the rankings utterly meaningless. But the next second, his expression froze. The target locked on the radar suddenly vanished. Immediately after, a panicked voice crackled over the aircraft's radio. Report. Target vanished, lock failed. Report. No radar display. Also lost target. Falcon calling Eagle, over and out. Smith panicked. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, leaving him feeling as though he'd been plunged into an ice cellar. As the last line of defense in this mission, was he about to be breached? He shook his head violently, forcing down his mounting anxiety. Everyone, spread out immediately. Use your own judgment. Whoever successfully intercepts him, I'll personally recommend them for commendation when we return. The words had barely left his mouth. 9 aircraft scattered like beans, bursting out with murderous intent. The aircraft's public radio fell silent. No one had the heart to think about commendations now. With radar disabled, they had to search for targets with their own eyes. The vastness of the sky they had to scan meant their chances of failure were equally vast. The target was falling every second. A single second of hesitation could spell mission failure. Smith pushed the aircraft's control stick to its limit. Spin. Jump. In an instant, he pushed his lifetime of training to its absolute limit. God didn't seem to abandon him just yet. Below and to the side of the plane, he spotted a burning lump of metal, slowly descending. Found it. Smith was overjoyed. He was just about to dive and launch an air-to-air missile. The next second, The iron lump gradually faded, blending into the sky and vanishing from sight. Damn it! Smith's heart skipped a beat before rage surged through him. He slammed the throttle to the floor, ramming headlong into the iron lump's inevitable path. Since missiles couldn't lock on, then he'd take it out directly. Someone had to complete the mission. And that someone had to be him. Yet the fighter roared through the clouds. Instead of the expected collision, it left only a hole. After a long silence, Smith slumped. Tower, over and out. This is Eagle Cub. Tower copy, go ahead. Mission aborted. Requesting return to base. As he uttered those 4 words, Smith's face turned ashen. He hung his head in defeat, staring blankly at the instrument panel. The pilots of the other 8 fighters also fell silent, awaiting the tower's tirade. The final line of defense had been breached. Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute. Aerospace Laboratory. Just 5 minutes ago. A notification popped up on Liú Shīyǎ's phone app. Recoverable booster approaching. Default return to launch site. Modify? This information simultaneously displayed on the lab's main screen. Everyone could see it immediately. Professors Wang and Chen staggered and collapsed to the floor simultaneously. Wang Shui's breathing grew increasingly labored. She braced herself against the table to steady herself. The scientists held their breath, limbs numb, staring blankly at the screen, speechless for a long time. The military personnel in Pengcheng, connected via shared audio, let out another loud clang. Jiāng crashed to the floor, chair and all. Liú Shīyǎ asked weakly, should we modify the default return position? Chapter 11, modify the rocket landing site? Real or fake? Change it. Change it to our Lanka Academy. I'll write down the coordinates for the launch site. It's big enough, land wherever you want. Old Wang immediately scrambled to his feet, walked to the edge of the table, grabbed pen and paper, and began scribbling. Then, he swiftly handed the A4 sheet with the coordinates to Liú Shīyǎ. Here. Just park within this area. Old Wang had his own reasons. If they stopped at the school, they'd inevitably have to go round and round again, to avoid complications arising from delays. Once the rocket landed at the Dragon Science Institute, they could immediately begin research. But the scientists in the lab were instantly stunned. This was rocket recovery technology. Not only could it connect to an app during recovery, but it could even modify its default landing site? Even the hawkish nation that constantly boasts about building its own Starlink network probably couldn't achieve that. If truly achievable, it could elevate Dragon Nation's current aerospace technology to an entirely new level. It would mark a quantum leap forward. But could such a monumental technological leap truly become reality? It feels almost too unreal to be true. Wang Shui frowned. Professor Liu, if I may ask, how confident are you in this rocket recovery technology? We don't want it crashing down and delivering a precision strike on our Dragon Academy. Old Chen pondered for a moment, then turned his inquiring gaze toward Liú Shīyǎ. As long as the error doesn't exceed the coordinates provided by Old Wang, I believe it should be manageable. But can we truly adjust the landing point to within the required precision and time? The other scientists began to voice their concerns as well. Good heavens! This isn't the first time they've attempted rocket recovery, is it? Have they tested it before? Has recovery been successful before? Could changing the landing site now increase the risk of failure? Professor Liu, science demands rigor. Don't risk the entire Dragon Academy on this. Professor Liu, it's not that I don't trust you. But better safe than sorry. Why not just set the coordinates in the Gobi Desert? Transporting it back wouldn't be that difficult. Jiāng, joining via video call, also voiced concerns. I don't understand the technical aspects of research and I trust your capabilities. But please minimize risks at all costs. Otherwise, our Pengcheng garrison won't escape blame either. His words implied he had little hope for the rocket's successful recovery. After all, scientific research inevitably involves risks. Especially with complex systems like rocket launches. But if something did go wrong, it had to stay within manageable limits. Otherwise, as the primary security officer for Pengcheng, Jiāng would be unable to contain the fallout. Liú Shīyǎ was dumbfounded. The rocket had already successfully launched the satellite into orbit. There was no way it could be fake. But no matter how flawless a technological product may be, who could guarantee there wouldn't be a single oversight? If something went wrong, such a massive object crashing down could kill people. At that moment, she held the phone with the coordinates given by Old Wang, hesitating and feeling at a loss, unable to bring herself to enter them. Old Wang, however, made the decision immediately. Enter it. Based on my years of experience, it should be fine. The courtyard is pretty empty today. I'll send out an emergency notice shortly to evacuate everyone. Over decades of overseeing research projects, Old Wang had rarely made a misstep. He was a towering figure in Longgua's aerospace research community. He was also the rock of stability in everyone's hearts. Upon hearing Old Wang speak, the others felt reassured, immediately settling down. The worry on their faces gave way to smiles. Old Chen affirmed, since Old Wang has spoken, Teacher Liu, please hurry. We don't want to miss the revision window and be unable to make changes. Wang Shui chimed in with a nudge. Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen has given his approval. Mr. Liu, please proceed promptly. Should the heavens fall, these two elders will hold them up. All right. I'll give it a try. Under everyone's repeated urging, Liú Shīyǎ hesitated no longer and entered the coordinates provided by Professor Wang. The launch site at the Dragon Academy was significantly larger than the one at the university. As long as the precision wasn't wildly off, it should land within the designated range. As Liú Shīyǎ's settings finalized, the interface displayed new changes. Simultaneously, a voice prompt sounded. Coordinate modification settings successful. Calculating optimal trajectory. Trajectory positioning complete. Initiating return course. The rocket thruster's exhaust plume began to shift, flickering rhythmically before it readjusted its direction. Then the exhaust flares ignited violently, propelling it diagonally upward. Simultaneously, a purple parabolic curve appeared on the screen. The rocket's flight path perfectly aligned with the parabola's trajectory. The path already traversed instantly turned gray. Immediately, someone exclaimed, "Holy crap! This looks just like a video game." Others chimed in, "Hey, you're not kidding." Someone who didn't know any better would really think this was a game. Wang Shui's eyes lit up. Software was her specialty. But to so masterfully integrate software, hardware, and signal transmission, then present it all in the form of a game, left her utterly captivated. Hey, don't you all think this entire system is astonishing? The rocket's trajectory can be modified, preset, and even provide such vivid, real-time visual feedback. Regardless of how difficult it is to implement this technology, the concept itself is incredibly forward-thinking. For scientists, nothing is more compelling than conquering one technical challenge after another. If anything surpasses that, it's designing with humanity in mind, transcending all technology. The other scientists present nodded in agreement, discussing how they might implement these technologies if tasked with the challenge. After a round of discussion, they reached a unanimous conclusion. Even if everyone worked together in perfect harmony, simply copying existing methods, it would still take at least a decade. Yet this marvel of technology had been developed by a private enterprise. It was unclear whether to feel joy or sorrow. Old Wang was so moved he kept slapping his thigh. For this leading authority in the field, who developed it no longer mattered. Compared to personal glory or disgrace, what truly mattered was whether it could propel Longwa's technological advancement to new heights. Genius. This is nothing short of a masterpiece of genius. This design is nothing short of revolutionary. The technological sophistication it embodies is far more profound than meets the eye. Old Chen couldn't stop marveling. It's hard to believe this technological product was created by a private enterprise. Could it be a joint venture? Otherwise, I can't fathom how anyone could master such complex technological processes without any prior technical foundation. Wang Shui voiced her doubts. Old Wang frowned slightly and nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. If it truly is a joint venture, acquiring the relevant technology will become significantly more difficult for us. Foreign technological embargoes against the Dragon Nation have never ceased. Many technologies could only be developed from scratch through the painstaking efforts of scientists. If it truly is a joint venture, acquiring the technology in the end will likely prove exceptionally difficult. Just then, a notification popped up on the large screen. Rocket landing imminent. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Chapter 12, Salute. Overwhelming battle will. Let's go to our Dragon Science Institute launch site. Old Wang waved his hand and led the way out of the lab. The others followed suit. They boarded the Institute's short-range shuttle and sped toward the launch site. The launch site wasn't far from the aviation lab. 5 minutes later, the Dragon Academy launch site came into view. This launch site was significantly larger than the university's experimental grounds. It featured professional launch pads, with observation rooms built along the perimeter. Judging by the scorched, blackened marks on the ground, it was evident that numerous launch experiments had been conducted here before. Launch site observation room. Liú Shīyǎ's phone screen was shared back to the large display. The military also requested to remain connected for observation. After everything was set up, everyone's attention returned to the images on the large screen. At this moment, most of the rocket's pre-programmed purple trajectory had turned gray. The rocket began its descent. Time remaining, 1 minute. Countdown begins 59. 58. 57. Seeing the prompt on the big screen, everyone was filled with anticipation. Hearts felt as though gripped by a giant hand, clenching tightly. Fists clenched, breaths grew ragged. The intense pressure made the air in the entire lab feel frozen. The silence was almost terrifying. A minute passed quickly. As time ticked away, suddenly, someone pointed toward the sky outside the observation room and cried out in alarm, "Look!" Everyone looked up in the direction of the pointing finger. In the sky, a tiny speck, rapidly growing larger. From the size of a grain of rice, it grew to the size of a fist, then to a millstone, plummeting downward at incredible speed. It's a rocket! It's a recovered rocket! Wang Shui screamed in shock. The scene before them was utterly breathtaking. The scientists present let out gasps of astonishment. It really flew back. Holy cow! Too fast. Way too fast. If it hits at this speed, it could kill someone. Everyone was terrified by the rocket's descent speed. Their tongues went numb, hair stood on end, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Hearts pounded violently, as if they might burst from their chests. As the rocket descended, the crackling roar of its exhaust trail echoed from the sky. Each blast felt like a heavy hammer striking their chests. Everyone held their breath. The speed's dropping. Someone shouted in delight. The rocket, which had been plummeting at an extreme rate, suddenly began to slow down as its tail flames intensified. As it neared the ground, its speed slowed further and further, until it seemed to hover almost motionless. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and massive clouds of dust were blown in all directions. The countdown on the large screen. 10, 9, 8, 7. All scientists read the numbers aloud in unison. The military's live feed also transmitted a voice. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa! We did it! Hurrah! Long live the Dragon Nation! At that moment, everyone went wild with excitement. Before the dust outside had even settled, Wang Shui charged out the door first. The scientists raced outside like madmen, as if whoever reached the rocket first, the glory of success would belong to them. Liú Shīyǎ stood frozen in excitement. But seeing everyone rushing toward the rocket, if she stood there alone, it seemed a bit out of place. Hesitating for a second, she joined the crowd in running. Old Wang and Old Chen watched the scene unfold before them, their eyes brimming with tears and lips trembling. Overwhelmed with emotion, they were speechless. A new era. A new era. This is undoubtedly a monumental technological breakthrough. A leap. A technological leap forward. Another loud clang echoed from the other end of the voice link, followed by the officers' startled cries. Commander! Commander Zhao! What happened to you? You're bleeding from the head. Quick, call the medic. Commander Zhao is injured. But the next second, Zhao Weiguo burst into loud laughter. I'm fine. It's nothing. Zhao Weiguo felt a bit dizzy. He touched the back of his head and found a small pool of blood on his palm. He casually flicked it behind him, wiped his waist, then barked out. I'm not injured. No one is to spread word about this. Before the officers could react, his expression suddenly grew stern as he stood up. Attention! All units! Face the direction of the Dragon Academy. Salute! Long Nation's revival. Long Nation forever. At that moment, outside the Pengcheng Garrison Command Headquarters, troops were arrayed in formation for combat training. 1, 2, 1, 2. The officer bellowed the commands. Soldiers formed a square formation, practicing close-quarters combat techniques. Suddenly, shouts erupted from within the command headquarters. Every movement froze momentarily, even the officer's commands faltered. The drill instructor paused briefly, then let out a cold laugh. Attention, all. Pair up for practice. Anyone caught slacking off will run 30 laps around the field later. The soldiers snapped out of their daze and shouted in unison, Yes, sir. They quickly dispersed, pairing off to begin combat drills. A sun-darkened soldier grinned at his partner. Old Wu, don't hold back. Or else, don't blame me for going all out. His partner's lips curled slightly as he beckoned with a finger. Come on, I promise not to kill you. The next second. Boom! Boom! The wind from their fists tore through the air with sonic booms. The two soldiers instantly unleashed an unmatched killing intent. The same scene spread throughout the ranks. Kill! A torrent of battle intent erupted across the field. A barely perceptible smile flitted across the instructor's face before he turned toward the command post. Attention! Salute! Dragon Academy. Launch site. A crowd gathered around the rocket that had just landed. The massive rocket stood tall in the center of the launch pad, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Those paying close attention might notice. The rocket's landing spot was precisely at the exact center of the site, like an arrow hitting the bullseye. At that moment, someone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Did you all see that? Not only did this rocket land successfully, it also landed perfectly in the exact center of our launch site. That precision! Wow! Impressive! Could you pull that off? I sure as hell couldn't. Little Knife really hit the jackpot this time. The contrast was stark, revealing the clear disparity in capability. Speculation began to swirl about the background of whoever developed this rocket. Old Wang scanned the crowd, spotting Liú Shīyǎ's equally stunned expression, and walked over. Teacher Liu, this private entrepreneur named Jiāng Chén is truly remarkable. If he replies, make sure to let me know immediately. Earlier attempts to track his location failed, and direct calls went unanswered. Mr. Wang decided to temporarily abandon technological means. After all, true talent inevitably comes with a touch of pride. It was still necessary to show him the proper respect. Liú Shīyǎ nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. The final payment. I haven't given him the final payment yet." Chapter 13, Can't afford rent? Auntie's gonna support you. Clear skies stretched overhead. Pengcheng 5, a great office building. Inside the office, a phone, already turned off, lay on the desk. So many spam calls lately. I'm sure I didn't post my number on any platforms. How strange. We still need to post more job listings. Otherwise, who knows when we'll ever grow this company. Xianyu, 58, Taobao, JD, and Baidu Zhido. Yeah, that should cover it. Jiāng Chén, dark circles under his eyes, muttered to himself while his fingers flew across the keyboard. Ever since his father passed away, the company's operations had gone straight downhill. The already small staff had all left. Now he was the lone commander, struggling to keep things afloat. The monthly rent alone was over 100,000 yuan. The few small jobs he managed to snag barely scratched the surface, not even enough to cover the lease. If it weren't for that 2 million yuan deal from the wealthy beauty a few days ago, he'd probably have to move out of the office next month. Why not find a cheaper place to work? He had considered it. The main concern was that the company's reputation was already quite low. If we moved to a remote location, it would make securing new contracts even harder. Speaking of which, that beautiful teacher should have finished her class ages ago. Why hasn't she paid the final installment yet? Could there be a problem with the delivery? Jiāng Chén suddenly felt a pang of worry. After all, how effective would the technology products optimized by the system ultimately be? He himself wasn't entirely confident. Maybe he'd have to refund the money later. Duong duong duong. A rude knocking echoed through the office. Before Jiāng Chén could speak, a meticulously dressed middle-aged woman clutching a green handbag burst through the door. Her voice preceded her appearance. "Mr. Jiang, did you get the rent reminder notice? Today is your final deadline for payment. If you can't pay up, we'll have to evict you by force." She tossed her bag onto the coffee table, plopped down on the sofa, and leisurely studied Jiāng Chén. Xian Xiuling's family came from a fishing village by the sea. The village's main income came from fishing and net weaving. Educated people were rare, and wealthy individuals were non-existent. They should have lived off fishing for generations. Lucky them. But then came the reform and opening up. The nation needed to vigorously develop special economic zones. As the small fishing village transformed into a city, more and more young people came to work and start businesses here. Savvy villagers took out loans to build numerous farmers' houses. Each household earned hundreds of thousands of yuan in monthly rent alone. Later, the government announced plans. The area where these farmers' houses stood was slated for a commercial center. The villagers experienced another surge of prosperity, with every household receiving substantial financial compensation. 7 or 8 floors of this office building belonged to Xian Xiuling's family. The monthly income was undisclosed, but the rental revenue was enough to make one's hands ache. "Sister Qian, could you give me 2 more days? I just closed a big deal. Once the client confirms receipt, we'll pay the rent." Jiāng Chén stood up with a sheepish smile. Seeing Xian Xiuling take out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her bag, he hurriedly pulled out his lighter and walked over to light it for her. "Mr. Jiang, please, have mercy. We need to eat too. How about this? My friend has an empty office in the urban village. Why don't you move there? Mention my name and you'll get 20% off." Xian Xiuling took a deep drag on the cigarette as she lit it from Jiāng Chén's lighter. Jiāng Chén feigned anger. "Sis Qian, you don't trust me? If you don't believe me, just look at my payment records." He pulled out his phone, opened the Longba Bank app, scrolled to the transfer history, and made a show of handing it to Xian Xiuling for verification. The screen clearly displayed a 1 million yuan transfer record. "No need to show me. Just tell me if you can pay today or not." Xian Xiuling held her cigarette between her right fingers, pushing the phone away with her elbow. She frowned impatiently. Such a small sum wasn't worth her time scrutinizing. But the rent had to be collected on time, no exceptions. Otherwise, if all the tenants in this building started acting like this, her life would become unbearable. Jiāng Chén froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Before Liú Shīyǎ's confirmation of receipt, he couldn't touch that million yuan. He might even have to return it. Seeing Jiāng Chén silent, Xian Xiuling's eyes twinkled mischievously. Her eyes instantly crinkled into crescent moons. She stood up, swaying her hips as she walked around Jiāng Chén, then spoke in a soft, gentle voice. "Mr. Jiang, I know business has been tough lately. Why don't you consider Auntie? If you're ready to give up, just nod your head. Auntie cares for you." With that, she rested her chin on Jiāng Chén's shoulder and blew a thin smoke ring with her lips. The smoke stung Jiāng Chén's eyes until tears nearly welled up. But he dared not move. He owed rent. He was in the wrong. Moving out would disappoint his father. Was he really going to lose his virtue to this woman? These days, without money, you truly can't take a single step. Just as he was wrestling with his dilemma, his phone suddenly rang. Ding dong, Dragon Nation Bank deposit, 1 million. Jiāng Chén's heart instantly soared with joy, his posture straightening noticeably. It seemed Liú Shīyǎ's side had already completed the rocket launch. The goods were secure, and this money could be spent. Qian Qiuling's face froze, her expression flushing with panic. She stamped her foot, gritted her teeth, and seemed to make a decision. Jiāng Chén, I like you. If you agree to me, I'll transfer you 1 million right now. How about it? She'd been drooling over Jiāng Chén's good looks for ages. Ever since she accidentally caught a glimpse of his 8-pack abs last time, she hadn't slept well in ages. If she didn't seize this chance while he was short on cash, she might never get another opportunity. 1 million? What's that? Auntie will wire it to you. Jiāng Chén took a step back, creating some distance between himself and Qian Qiuling. He forced a professional smile and said, Aunt Qian, if I pay a year's rent now, can I get a discount? Qian Qiuling froze, thinking she must have misheard. No, didn't you just say to wait before paying? I thought you had other uses for your money. What? Did you chicken out the moment you heard me speak? Young man, you need to know how to seize opportunities and monetize wisely. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén felt completely numb. Monetize my ass. Look at how old you are. Just because you've got a couple of kids, you think you can buy anything. But considering he still needed to rent an office, he couldn't afford to lose his temper right then. If he kept his cool, maybe he could even get a discount. Jiāng Chén cleared his throat, adding a bit of a bubble-like tone to his voice. Aunt Qian, didn't the client just confirm the goods were fine and send me the final payment? Besides, Aunt Qian, you look so well preserved and have so much money, I bet tons of young guys are throwing themselves at you. Qian Qiuling's expression shifted slightly. Seasoned as she was, she could easily tell Jiāng Chén was offering her a way out. Regaining her composure, she offered a faint smile. Alright, you're smooth. Pay for a full year up front and I'll give you a 5% discount at most. Our office building rents like hotcakes, never heard of anyone offering discounts. I'm making an exception for you. Seeing an opening, Jiāng Chén quickly stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and shook it playfully. Auntie Qian, you're so kind, give me a little more discount. A long-term tenant as handsome as me is a rare find. Fine. 15% off. One more word and you're out of here. Qian Qiuling paused, then smiled helplessly. She pulled out 2 copies of the contract and an invoice from her bag, laying them on the table. Sign. Initial. Pay up. No one had ever gotten a bargain from her before. This kid. Jiāng Chén's eyes crinkled with amusement, wearing a look of triumphant cunning. Fearing Qian Qiuling might change her mind, he swiftly grabbed a pen, signed the contract, and transferred the money. At least he wouldn't have to worry about rent for the next year. Ding! 1.53 million transferred, balance 470,000. Chapter 14, Back to School. After seeing off the landlord, Jiāng Chén leaned back on the office sofa and exhaled deeply. The rocket order was settled. The rent was prepaid for a year. The weight on his heart finally lifted. From now on, the money he earned would be mostly his own. If he could land another major deal like this before year-end, it would be a job well done. It would also be a way to make things right with my father. But opening the Dragon Country Bank app and glancing at the account balance plunged him back into melancholy. Only 470,000 yuan remained. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Spending money never felt like much. The 2 million hadn't even had time to warm his hands before most of it slipped away again. If a major custom order came along now, this amount wouldn't even cover the materials. These days, running a company solo means juggling both marketing and technology. It's not something just anyone can handle. But who am I, Jiāng Chén? Once a research genius at Shenzhen Aerospace. If I could excel at research, I could certainly excel at marketing. He pumped himself up with bold declarations. Jiāng Chén opened all his sales platform accounts once more. He went live on Douyin, Kuaishou, and Momo. He went on a posting frenzy across Baidu, Weibo, and Weibo. You won't regret it. We take on all kinds of tech model projects, guaranteeing top-notch quality with no tricks. See attached images. Dusty, long-forgotten items from the warehouse began appearing online. Within moments of posting on 2 platforms, netizens responded. What kind of junk is this? Try selling it as art, it's ugly. Try selling it as tech, it's outdated. Go wash up and hit the hey, blogger. Hey, no one's paying up? Ha, this blogger's got it rough. Since the blogger's so handsome, why not list a small toy? I'll place 2 orders for you. Netizens flooded the comments. Most were joking around, with almost no actual orders placed. The tech gadgets on the little yellow bike start at a minimum of 100,000 yuan. Most people simply couldn't afford them. Those who can afford them usually have their own channels and wouldn't shop here. For deals like those on Xianyu, luck is probably the only factor. But he takes it in stride. If business is slow for a year, one big deal can sustain you for the whole year. He glanced at the time. It was dinner time, and he didn't want to fight the elevator crowd. He headed downstairs for a quick bite. That's the perk of being your own boss, you can leave early whenever you want. Jiāng Chén swiftly shut down his computer, grabbed his phone and bag, pushed open the office door, and stepped into the elevator. Ding! System credited 1,000 tech points. Yay! He couldn't help but cheer aloud. This thing was the key to making money. Luckily, the elevator was empty, no one saw him take off his clothes. Otherwise, he'd definitely be taken for a lunatic. Pengcheng Aerospace University. A black sedan pulled up at the school entrance. Thud. Liú Shīyǎ stepped out of the car, smiling as she waved to Wang Shui. Just dropping me off at the gate is fine, thank you both. Wang Shui nodded and reminded her, don't forget what Professor Wang and Professor Chen asked you to do. Don't worry, I won't forget. See you. Bye. Watching Wang Shui drive away, Liú Shīyǎ finally hurried toward the school. Being pulled out of class mid-lesson today had inevitably caused some disruption. After all, so many important officials were present. If she could just make it back without getting dissed, that would be a miracle. As for year-end honors? Best to put those thoughts on hold for now. It was noon now, and the flow of people entering and exiting the school gates was quite heavy. Liú Shīyǎ took only a few steps before being swallowed up by the crowd. She had just reached the security booth. A guard on duty suddenly stepped forward to block her path. He scrutinized her face carefully. Teacher Liú Shīyǎ? Liú Shīyǎ paused, halting her steps as she looked at the guard in confusion. Since he recognized her name, he must know she was a teacher at this school. So there was no need to pull out her ID badge to prove her identity. That's me. What's the matter? Principal Zhang just called the guard booth. He said if you return to campus, Ms. Liu, go straight to his office. No need to go back to your classroom. The security guard relayed the message. Hearing this, Liú Shīyǎ's heart skipped a beat. This was probably about the practical training session earlier. Wasn't it agreed that there was a chance to be selected as an advanced worker at the end of the year? Why was she being called into the office for a talk so soon? Principal Zhang was always the busiest person around. He was constantly attending meetings, big and small, and rarely stayed in his office. Being summoned to his office meant the matter was likely serious. Liú Shīyǎ's heart couldn't help but flutter with anxiety. Still, she forced a smile and replied to the security guard, okay, thank you. With that, she walked into the school. Barely a few steps later, her phone rang. It was her dad calling. Liú Shīyǎ rolled her eyes inwardly. Talk about kicking someone when they're down. Why call now of all times? He must be rooting for me to fail. Not answering, hanging up. If they call again, hang up again. But the caller persisted relentlessly, dialing over a dozen times in a row. Liú Shīyǎ was furious. She was determined to see what kind of cold-cutting remarks this old geezer would come up with. Click to answer. Her voice was like a volcano ready to erupt. Hello? What is it? Speak. A cheerful, high-pitched voice chimed in. Well, looks like you're in a right mood today. Get to the point or I'm hanging up. Liú Shīyǎ forced herself to stay calm. Sure enough, this call couldn't be anything good. One more word and she'd explode. Practical class over? Yes. How did it go? Not great. Old fart, I advise you not to come looking for trouble. Liú Shīyǎ erupted in fury, shouting at the top of her lungs. She quickly glanced around, noticing passers-by staring at them. She then pressed her lips together and asked sternly, what exactly do you want? There's no way I'm going back to work for you. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a bitter laugh came through. I'm the CEO of a major corporation and yet I can't even handle my own daughter. Fine. We'll discuss this matter later. First tell me about the rocket. Liú Shīyǎ froze. What does the rocket have to do with anything? Are you genuinely unaware or just pretending? The rocket you launched in class today has gone viral online. The old man said. Liú Shīyǎ immediately opened her social feed. She found it flooded with posts from students and teachers about the rocket's flight. She froze in place. She hadn't expected the impact to be this huge. After composing herself, she replied, so, what do you want to know? Give me the seller's information. Information fee, 2 million. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Liú Shīyǎ chuckled to herself. Finally, she'd gotten the old man to back down. Just as she was typing the message to send. The next second. Her phone buzzed with a notification. Ding! 5 million yuan deposited into Longhua Bank. The extra 3 million is your spending money. Hurry up and send me the seller's details. A voice filled with schadenfreude came through the phone. As long as money's involved. As long as money's involved, everything's negotiable. Liú Shīyǎ rolled her eyes. Mr. Liu, check your text messages I sent it ages ago. Oh my god, I just lost 5 million. A frustrated groan immediately echoed from the other end of the line. It drew a series of giggles from Liú Shīyǎ's. Chapter 15, Father-Daughter Bond, Teacher-Student Bond. But we have an agreement, separate matters are separate matters. If you don't get the school's top honors by the end of the year, you'd better keep your promise and come back to take over the family business. The old man, fearing Liú Shīyǎ's might confuse the information provision with the wager, deliberately reminded her. He had paid specifically for this information. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Liú Shīyǎ glanced at the phone, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. The final interpretation of the bet lay with Liú Shīyǎ. All right. Time to get down to business. Liú Shīyǎ dialed the number his daughter had given him. The number you dialed has insufficient funds. He paused for a moment, then topped up the phone with 100 yuan. He waited about 5 minutes. Then he tried again. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Liú Shīyǎ's competitive spirit was ignited. He dialed over a dozen times in succession, only to hear the same automated message each time. Can't get through? Liú Shīyǎ stared at his phone, lost in thought. Never mind. There's no time to waste. He'd just go to their company directly. He called out to the attractive woman organizing documents outside the door. Secretary Sun? Come here for a moment. Tap tap tap. Coming, Mr. Liu. Her voice preceded her arrival. Sun Lin was tall with an oval face. Her exquisitely made-up features were framed by gold-rimmed glasses. She wore a white blouse and black suit jacket over a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels as she hurried over. A Harvard graduate, she had returned to China after completing her studies. Having passed through a rigorous selection process involving thousands of applicants, she had finally earned the privilege of standing before Liú Shīyǎ. Mr. Liu, what can I do for you? Sun Lin adjusted her glasses, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Arrange a car for us. We need to go out on business, Liú Shīyǎ said, glancing at his wristwatch. Sun Lin immediately checked the company's vehicle dispatch information via an app on her phone. Certainly, Mr. Liu. We currently have a Phaeton and a Bentley available in our garage. Which would you prefer? The Phaeton. It's more discreet. Liú Shīyǎ paused briefly before making his choice. In his experience, highly skilled professionals tended to be rather aloof. They often held an inexplicable disdain for worldly wealth. The Phaeton, appearing similar to an ordinary streetcar priced around 200,000 yuan, would likely not provoke any resentment. Sure thing, boss. I'll get right on it. Sun Lin nodded and immediately began coordinating with the company's administrative department. She couldn't fathom why the boss had chosen the understated Phaeton. But as a professional personal assistant, quickly grasping and responding to the boss's needs was a fundamental professional skill she had to master. Boss. Everything's arranged. We can leave now. Sun Lin turned sideways, her right hand gesturing toward the door, signaling Liú Shīyǎ it was time to go. Liú Shīyǎ nodded, pressed the briefcase firmly into Sun Lin's hands, and strode briskly out of the office. Jiāng Chén. Such a prodigious talent must be secured swiftly. Delay could spell trouble. One old, one young. The elder strode with the vigor of a dragon and tiger, while the younger followed closely, matching his every step. They crossed the corridor, took the elevator, and headed for the garage. Everywhere they passed, busy employees paused to bow and greet them. Good day, Mr. Liu. Good day, Mr. Liu. Good day, Secretary Sun. Principal's office. Several people stood gathered around Zhang Tianfang's desk, their expressions tense and confrontational. Young Zhan. Feeling too big for your britches now. Think you're better than this old man. One of the elders pointed at Zhang Tianfang, his voice dripping with resentment. Oh my, Mr. Yan, you're making it sound far too serious. You're the pillar of our nation's education system. How could I ever look down on you? Zhang Tianfang shuddered involuntarily at the old man's finger pointing at him. He quickly stood up, forcing a smile while pulling out some premium tea leaves from the drawer, brewing them, and handing the cup to the elderly gentleman. Not only was Elder Yan the director of Pengcheng's education bureau, but he was also Zhang Tianfang's former teacher. Having spent years navigating the education system, it was precisely through this connection that Zhang Tianfang had gained fair and equitable opportunities to advance. It was also what had led him to his current position as principal. Once a teacher, always a father figure. Master Yan's words nearly reduced Zhang Tianfang to his knees, weeping and begging forgiveness. The others who accompanied old Yan were all Zhang Tianfang's former fellow students, now heads of various departments within the education system. No sooner had Zhang Tianfang finished speaking, they immediately chimed in to console him. Master Yan, don't take him seriously. Even though Zhang Tianfang is now a principal, he was never diligent when he was your student. Old habits die hard, but his character isn't bad when it comes to respecting teachers and honoring tradition. Exactly, Brother Zhao is right. Master Yan, if you're truly upset, just like back in the day, make Zhang Tianfang write a self-criticism. Make him write 100 copies and reflect deeply on his mistakes. If that doesn't work, have him read the self-criticism in front of the entire school next Monday morning. Let him deeply recognize his mistakes. Hey, that's going too far. Brother Zhang is now a university president. Reading a self-criticism in front of the entire school, how could he possibly continue working here afterward? Watching his fellow disciples take turns speaking, their words blending criticism with subtle praise to ease his predicament. Jiāng Chén eyes welled up with tears, his heart swelling with emotion. Sometimes, the bond between fellow disciples runs deeper than that between blood brothers. One senior disciple winked at Jiāng Chén, feigning anger. "Look how you've upset our master Yan. Hurry up and apologize." Jiāng Chén immediately seized the opportunity, presenting the freshly brewed Longjing tea with both hands to Master Yan. Bowing his head respectfully, he said, "Master Yan, I was wrong. Please forgive me." "Humph. Always trying to wriggle out of it. Now tell me, what exactly did you do wrong?" Jiāng Chén was a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that the number of students applying for graduate school this year was lower than usual and someone had tattled to old Yin? Or had he found out about students staying out all night? That couldn't be it. Every school has these issues. Why single me out for criticism? Old Jiāng, you really don't know? Or are you just pretending? Rocket. Your school's rocket launch made the news today. Someone called the Education Bureau asking about it, and even old Yin was kept in the dark. How embarrassing and awkward this makes us teachers look. An impatient junior teacher couldn't hold back and blurted out. "Yeah, Jiāng Chén, something as big as launching a rocket. You must have been planning it for ages. Why didn't you at least give old Yin a heads up beforehand?" The others also voiced their confusion. Seeing his fellow disciples' earnest expressions of reproach, Jiāng Chén felt both amused and exasperated, replying with a pout. "If I told you I only found out today, would you believe me?" The senior brother who had just defended Jiāng Chén instantly flew into a rage. "I believe you? Like hell I do. With Elder Yin here, you still won't tell the truth? Looks like you've really gotten too big for your britches, Jiāng Chén." The others, too, began to grind their teeth and clench their fists, no longer willing to shield him. It seemed that unless he clarified things today, this teacher-student bond would likely be irreparably damaged. Jiāng Chén could only urge everyone to calm down first. Then he recounted in meticulous detail the entire process of Liú Shīyǎ's rocket launch during today's practical class. The more he spoke, the more the others gasped in astonishment. Finally, Professor Yan looked intently at Jiāng Chén's face and confirmed. "Is this true?" Jiāng Chén could only offer a wry smile. "You are my mentor. How could I dare lie to you? Every word is true. I guarantee not a single word is false." Only then did old Yen relax, his face softening into an expression of envy. "Your Pengcheng Aerospace University has truly hit the jackpot this time." Upon receiving the news, the Provincial Education Bureau dispatched a special task force to study and investigate. "This might even mean I have to give up my position for you." Taking a sip of Longjing tea, old Yen remarked half-jokingly. Jiāng Chén's legs buckled in fright, nearly causing him to kneel. He pleaded desperately, "Master, you mustn't speak such words lightly. Wouldn't that be like accusing me of betraying my teacher and dishonoring my ancestors? If you wish to punish me, I, Jiāng Chén, will accept it without complaint." Duong. Just as master and disciple were about to continue their pleasantries, the office door was knocked. "Hello, may I come in?" Liú Shīyǎ stood at the doorway, her voice trembling with anxiety. Chapter 16, Recognition from Master Yan. Jiāng Chén froze for a moment. Only then did he recall that he had called the security booth at the school gate earlier. He had instructed Liú Shīyǎ to come straight to his office upon returning to campus. It must be her outside the door. "Come in." Liú Shīyǎ tiptoed over, pushed open a crack in the door, peeked inside, and stuck out her tongue playfully. The sight before her made her pupils instantly contract. Her expression froze, her breathing grew tense, and her heart nearly stopped. 1, 2, 3. The fairly spacious office was packed with people, suddenly feeling cramped and crowded. "What are you standing there for? Come in." Principal Jiāng watched Liú Shīyǎ's timid figure standing at the doorway, both exasperated and amused. The other teachers and students also turned their attention to her, scrutinizing the young woman before them. Okay. Liú Shīyǎ squeezed through the doorway. After a moment of flustered awkwardness, she pressed herself against the wall, finally crossing her arms over her stomach in an effort to maintain composure. What on earth is going on here? It seemed the rocket launch during today's practical class had caused quite a stir. Otherwise, why would so many people be heading to the principal's office? Oh my goodness. Forget about being named an outstanding teacher, just keeping my job is a question mark. Was it really her destiny to return home and take over the family business? At this thought, Liú Shīyǎ's face grew increasingly grim. Resolving to throw caution to the wind, she decided to go all in. Jiāng Chén, just say what you want to say. Give me a clean break. The moment those words left her mouth, the senior figures present all turned to look at them. A hint of amused laughter flickered in each other's eyes. Old Yen, who had initially looked ready to confront her, softened his expression upon seeing Liú Shīyǎ. The most awkward one was Jiāng Chén. He'd just been confronted by his fellow disciples, only to be confronted again by his own school's teacher. In front of so many fellow disciples, his old face was thoroughly lost. He said sternly, Liú Shīyǎ, watch your attitude. These are all officials from the Education Bureau. Liú Shīyǎ thought, anyway, I can't stand this job anymore. Who cares where you're from? So what if I skip the practical class? I didn't want the rocket model to turn into a real one either. How is that my fault? Besides, didn't the Lanka Academy folks seem thrilled about it? I paid for the props out of my own pocket and now I'm stuck in the middle. Do you think this is easy for me? Her words poured out like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, her mouth running wild as she emptied every ounce of grievance from her heart. As she spoke, her eyes began to well up with tears. Some were about to say something. But this moment left the group of grown men utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, old Yen spoke up, trying his best to look kind and approachable. Young lady, don't cry, don't cry. There must be some misunderstanding about this matter. Your practical classes have been excellent. The organization was even planning to send people down to learn from you. Liú Shīyǎ's emotions became disjointed. She looked at old Yen in surprise. Learn? Yes. Not only has the school benefited from your efforts, but our Pengcheng Education Bureau has also received commendation from higher authorities. Teacher Liú Shīyǎ, you've truly made a tremendous contribution this time. Remarkable. Old Yen gave her a thumbs up. Jiāng Chén, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. Mr. Yen was usually stern and rarely praised anyone. He had only witnessed such praise twice before. The first was when his senior successfully spearheaded a reform of the entire education system. The other was when his junior school maintained an exceptionally high graduate school acceptance rate for a decade. Now, he was unexpectedly offering such unprecedented praise for a teacher at his own school. Jiāng Chén felt as if he were being praised himself. The resentment from being cornered earlier vanished instantly, and he even found himself smiling warmly without realizing it. Upon hearing old Yan's words, now it was Liú Shīyǎ's turn to be dumbfounded. So all this time, he wasn't here to reprimand me? I don't have to resign? And I've actually done something commendable? She was completely flustered. Wait, I bought the rocket, I didn't build it. Whether you bought it or not doesn't matter. Teacher Liú, you've made a huge and positive impact on our education system this time. Liú Shīyǎ understood. Even if it wasn't her deliberate intention, it had sparked widespread social attention and created a positive impact. Everyone benefited. And naturally, she benefited too. Given that, Liú Shīyǎ decided to get straight to the point, looking Jiāng Chén directly in the eye. Can I have the year-end Outstanding Teacher Award now? Old Yen froze, as did Jiāng Chén and the others. Then, the group burst into laughter. Jiāng Chén sighed with exasperation. Liú, look at you, such a small-minded person. With old Yen here, how could we possibly overlook rewarding you? I'll make the call, promote you to special grade teacher with a triple jump in salary. Liú Shīyǎ panicked upon hearing this. She had bet her father, Liú Shīyǎ, that winning the top prize would mean she'd win. Now the reward seemed more generous, but what if her father reneged? That would be a loss rather than a gain. No, I want the top honors right now. Liú Shīyǎ insisted, unwavering. Old Yen and the others, including Jiāng Chén and his group, were all dumbfounded. How could she be so unreasonable? Everyone else was haggling to get the highest price. But this girl? She's stubbornly clinging to the lowest offer. Could it be that joy had clouded her judgment? Old Yen paused, carefully choosing his words before offering a gentle reminder. Young lady, what principal Jiāng offered you isn't low at all. If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them directly. The implication was clear. Was that he feared Liú Shīyǎ's response might be the opposite. That she might feel Principal Zhang's reward wasn't sufficient. After all, Liú Shīyǎ was an aerospace professor. With things stated so plainly, she naturally understood the implication. To make him understand, she couldn't mention the bet. Since old Yen had spoken so plainly, she might as well take advantage of the situation. After careful consideration, she said, how about this? I'll accept Principal Zhang's reward, and I'll also take the Excellence Award. What do you think? Hearing this, her fellow students exchanged peculiar glances. Master Yen studied Liú Shīyǎ's eyes intently, trying to gauge her sincerity. Even after decades in education and countless encounters with extraordinary individuals, he couldn't fathom the logic behind it. It seemed insufficient, yet demanding little. He couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. He just needed to fulfill the request of Liú Shīyǎ, this meritorious contributor. All right, we'll do as you say. Zhang, add an Advanced Achievement Award for her as you mentioned earlier. Jiāng Chén replied obediently, we'll follow the teacher's instructions. Liú Shīyǎ, I don't know why you insist on the Advanced Award. But if you need it urgently, you can pick up the certificate at the Academic Affairs Office this afternoon. I'll have them prepare a separate medal for you. Others couldn't understand why. But Liú Shīyǎ, upon hearing this, was already overjoyed inside. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. I have class this afternoon and want to pick up the medal right away. Everyone fell silent once more. Others who met old Yen would seize any chance to chat longer, hoping to make a good impression for future favors within the education system. But here she was, practically bolting out the door. Old Yen smiled and nodded, showing no concern. Go ahead. But don't forget. When the provincial authorities send people here to study, you'd better make sure they're well taken care of. Before he could finish, Liú Shīyǎ's figure vanished. A reply came from outside the door, got it. The fellow apprentices watched Jiāng Tianfang, who couldn't stop chuckling with amusement. Jiāng Tianfang's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Old Yen glared at them. What's so funny? If you were half as easygoing as little Zhang, I'd be burning incense in gratitude. Everyone's faces instantly fell, except Jiāng Tianfang, whose lips curled upward involuntarily. It was just like back in school, when a student got singled out for praise by the teacher. Old Yen seemed in a good mood. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, let's go eat. Everyone responded in unison, yes, Mr. Yen. Jiāng Tianfang's treating us today. I'm gonna fleece him big time. That jerk. He dared to hold back his best shot, he's definitely buying. Chapter 17, Get Lost? Pay up. Noon, the sun blazing overhead. Pengcheng High-Tech Park. Office workers poured out of the buildings like mad after work. The streets instantly came alive. Nearly every shop along the street was packed to the rafters with diners waiting for their meals. Inside a pork knuckle restaurant. Slurp, slurp. Jiāng Chén glanced at the queue still snaking out the door, chuckled to himself, and dug in with renewed gusto. This was one of the perks of being an entrepreneur and boss. Always getting a head start, slipping downstairs early to grab a bite. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up outside the restaurant. Bang bang. The doors slammed shut. An older man and a younger man stepped out. Mr. Liu, you can't park here. The driver will take it to a nearby garage and bring it back when we need it later. Sun Lin followed closely, briefcase in hand. Liú Shīyǎ nodded, glancing at his wristwatch. Lunchtime. The company is probably taking a break now. Let's grab a bite first. Understood, Mr. Liu. I'll immediately search for nearby 5-star restaurants. Sun Lin slung her bag over her shoulder and began searching for nearby restaurants on her phone. Liú Shīyǎ waved her off, pointing to a roast meat shop ahead. No need. Let's just make do with this one. It's rare we get to grab a simple meal out. Sun Lin followed Mr. Liu's gaze. This shop was larger than your average roast meat restaurant, spanning about 300 square meters. It was already bustling with people, packed to capacity. Many customers who had already ordered their meals stood holding trays, waiting for empty seats. Outside, a sea of migrant workers snaked around like a giant line of hungry snakes, waiting for their meals. Sun Lin frowned, unusually hesitating to follow Liú Shīyǎ's suggestion immediately. Instead, she cautiously inquired, Mr. Liu, this place is crowded and noisy, and the hygiene conditions are questionable. Be careful not to get sick later. Though she was a high-level migrant worker. But she had been raised in luxury, with meals prepared by a housekeeper at home. Eating at a place like this felt like a workplace hazard to her. Liú Shīyǎ chuckled and explained, when I first started the company, money was tight. Getting to eat meat at a place like this was like hitting the jackpot. I suggest you try it too, it's actually pretty good. With that, he strode toward the restaurant without waiting for her. Sun Lin stuck out her tongue. And hurried to catch up, pleading once more, but it's so crowded in there. By the time we finish eating, we'll probably be late for our meeting. As a workplace elite, she knew exactly how to use logic to hit her superior's weak spot. All she needed to do was highlight the conflict between dining and business. She could reach people's hearts. Sure enough, Liú Shīyǎ actually stopped and turned back. Sun Lin felt an immediate sense of satisfaction at her cunning plan succeeding. So what if he's the big boss of the conglomerate? One sentence was all it took to handle him. But just as she was basking in her triumph, Liú Shīyǎ turned and smiled at Sun Lin. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Sun Lin pushed her glasses up, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she nodded. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Liu. But, you train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for one moment. We need to eat, and business can't wait. You figure out a way. Liú Shīyǎ shifted gears and continued. As a seasoned veteran who had clawed his way up from the bottom, he instantly saw through the youngster's little scheme. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he decided to play alone. Hearing this, Sun Lin froze, her mind spinning in an instant. This was nothing short of shooting herself in the foot. But she was, after all, just a worker. The boss's words were gospel. After a moment's thought, Sun Lin devised a plan. She asked Liú Shīyǎ what he wanted to eat. She bypassed Liú Shīyǎ and headed straight for the restaurant. A flicker of surprise crossed Liú Shīyǎ's eyes. He had thought Sun Lin would beg for mercy. But she just went for it. Seems I underestimated this girl. Cutting in line? That shouldn't be possible. He was determined to see exactly how Sun Lin planned to save time. Following Sun Lin, she weaved through the crowd. They approached the window where meals were being served. Hostile stares immediately flashed around him. Though Liú Shīyǎ was a battle-hardened boss, he still had some personal integrity. His face flushed red. If Sun Lin tried to cut in line, he'd rather go without lunch. But the very next moment, Sun Lin approached the young man at the front of the line and pleaded in a pitifully sweet voice, "Sir, my father and I have an urgent matter. Could you please help us get our meals?" The young man across from her was about to place his order when he heard the request to serve them. His brows furrowed into a deep frown. But when he turned around, a stunning beauty. His face flushed instantly and he stammered. The guys behind him even started grumbling, "What's wrong with you? It's just getting food for a beauty. If you can't handle it, step aside and let me do it." The young man finally snapped out of it and hurriedly said, Okay. What would you like?" "2 servings of braised pork knuckle with roast duck," Sun Lin declared. Beep beep, card payment processed, 68 yuan. The young man pulled out his membership card without hesitation and swiped it. After receiving the food, Sun Lin thanked him and casually handed him a 100 yuan bill. Before the young man could react, she turned and walked away. Liú Shīyǎ followed closely behind Sun Lin, raising his thumb in admiration. "Impressive, Sun Lin." Sun Lin turned back with a smug smile. "Of course. How else could I become Mr. Liu's secretary?" Liú Shīyǎ scanned the entire cafeteria. It was practically packed to capacity. Countless people stood holding trays, waiting for seats. Moving around wasn't a wise idea. Just as he was about to call out to Sun Lin to stop and wait, he saw Sun Lin suddenly stop in front of a table. This table was the best spot in the entire cafeteria. He couldn't help but wonder, was she going to pull the same trick again? But the person hadn't even finished eating yet. Sun Lin pouted sweetly at the waiter, "Sir, could you please give me your seat after you finish? I'm here with my father." She pointed at Liú Shīyǎ. The young man was wolfing down his food. Hearing someone interrupt him, he instantly grew irritable. But when he looked up, he saw the stunning beauty before him, a deep V-neck, black stockings, and long legs. Clatter. The spoon slipped right out of his hand and hit the floor. All right. I'm done eating. You can have my seat." With that, he swiftly stood up to offer his seat, then strode out of the cafeteria like a hero, not looking back once. Next, Sun Lin turned to the second seat right next to it. Just as she was about to repeat the same trick, Jiāng Chén suddenly swallowed a mouthful of food, belched loudly, and interrupted, "No way." Then, without a glance, he buried his head back in his meal. Sun Lin was instantly flustered and glanced at General Manager Liu. Seeing Sun Lin's humiliation, Liú Shīyǎ beside her wore a look of schadenfreude. Finally, someone had dared to challenge the pride of this pampered princess. I'll give you 100 yuan, give me your seat." Sun Lin snapped, fuming. Jiāng Chén rolled his eyes and kept eating. $100? Who does she think she's kidding? 300. Get lost. Jiāng Chén erupted in anger. This little brat was really spoiling his appetite. Why is she picking on me? He was a big-time company boss whose deals started in the hundreds of thousands. And she wants him to leave over $300? No way. I worked my ass off to get this spot by skipping work. I'm not leaving without a price. 500. Deal. Sun Lin, caught up in the heat of the moment, immediately pulled out the cash. Jiāng Chén took the 5 red bills and walked away without hesitation. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Liú Shīyǎ shook his head with a look of disappointment. Young people these days, all they care about is money. No principles whatsoever. Sun Lin couldn't help but grumble, that kid got off easy. Chapter 18, waking up to find myself the hottest commodity at a tech company. After eating, he returned to the company feeling thoroughly satisfied. Jiāng Chén was in a great mood today. Lately, his luck had been incredible. Not only had he just closed a major deal, even when eating out, he managed to find a sucker. 500 yuan for free. That's a week's worth of meals. Every penny counts. Having just emerged from the hardship of not being able to pay rent, naturally, I'm desperate to make money. I opened up all the social media platforms again, only to find a few troll comments, no real business leads. These days, self-media is tough to make a living from. For someone like him selling big-ticket items, having no name recognition, it's even tougher. Sleep. Skip your afternoon nap, and you'll crash in the afternoon. Seeing no business coming in, Jiāng Chén simply put on an eye mask, pulled out a recliner, lay down, and entered his midday rest. Keep your mindset positive, sleep soundly. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun blazed fiercely. Nearly everyone had returned to their office buildings and resumed work. The streets were eerily quiet except for the chirping of cicadas and the occasional passing car. A man and a woman emerged from the restaurant and followed the navigation prompts into a nearby office building. This must be the place. Standing before the company nameplate on the first floor, Liú Shīyǎ checked the floor number on his phone. 23rd floor, suite 502. Pengcheng Fengshui Technology Company, Limited. 7 or 8 other companies shared the same floor. Though the floor appeared to span over 1,000 square meters, the space felt much smaller once divided into separate offices. Compared to Jiāng Group, their scale was like a firefly next to the moon. Sun Lin couldn't help but frown. She muttered, "This place kinda looks like a shell company, doesn't it?" Liú Shīyǎ pressed the elevator button and explained calmly. "Not really. Any company that can afford to rent a 5A office building in this prime location must have exceptional capabilities." Ding! Elevator ascending. The elevator doors slowly opened. The moment Liú Shīyǎ stepped inside, his entire body froze. Sun Lin behind him couldn't stop in time and collided with him, her body pressed against his. "What's wrong, Mr. Liu?" Following Liú Shīyǎ's gaze, Sun Lin was startled to find 5 or 6 people already inside the elevator. The people across from them also froze momentarily, their eyes filled with shock. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. Long time no see." Liú Shīyǎ's pupils contracted slightly, his mind filled with unease and suspicion, yet he was the first to break the awkward silence. "Let's not beat around the bush. Mr. Liu, you're here to see Yanhuang Technology too, right?" Mr. Zhang cut straight to the point, smiling broadly. Hearing this, Liú Shīyǎ's smile froze, his heart racing with alarm. Oh no! These 3 parties were his business rivals in Shenzhen. Jiāng Group had diversified into numerous industries with massive business volumes. These 3 companies, however, focused primarily on the technology sector. In terms of scale, they were smaller than Jiāng Group. But in terms of technological competitiveness, they hold a greater advantage over Jiāng. Technology is now the primary driver of productivity. If swift changes aren't made, market advantages will be lost quickly. Yet at present, he cannot abandon the group's other businesses to devote all his energy to this endeavor. Therefore, acquisitions and outsourcing must take priority. Meanwhile, those 3 arch-rivals who knows where they got their intel had somehow closed in so swiftly. He had thought he could seize the initiative. That advantage is gone. Then it's all-out war. Liú Shīyǎ forced down his unease, composed himself, and gave a cold snort. "Looks like we've got some talking to do today." Mr. Zhang remained unruffled, speaking with deliberate calm. "Mr. Liu, with your vast resources, any one of us would naturally be no match for you." With those words spoken, Liú Shīyǎ couldn't help but curve his lips upward. That was the truth. Capital trumps everything. When Jiāng Group set its sights on something, it rarely failed to secure it. Sun Lin also unconsciously straightened her posture, her entire demeanor radiating a heightened sense of confidence. The boss is invincible, and she too felt a sense of loneliness that comes with invincibility. But the very next moment, Mr. Zhang shifted gears, chuckling as he said, "But what if our 3 companies joined forces? What would you do then, Mr. Liu? The tech industry is treacherous. I advise you not to be too aggressive." As if to prove Mr. Zhang's point, Mr. Wang and Mr. Li quietly edged closer to Mr. Zhang. The atmosphere in the elevator suddenly became tense and charged. Ding! 5th floor. Then let's see what you're made of. Liú Shīyǎ had no intention of wasting words with them and stepped out of the elevator first. "Alliance? You must be joking. If you dare suggest a partnership, he, Liu, has 1,000 ways to dismantle it." And the rivalry among peers was far fiercer than anything he'd face from an outsider like him. Basic trust alone was nearly impossible to establish. This might scare some kids, but to Liú Shīyǎ, who knows business inside out, it's nothing but a joke. Sun Lin followed closely behind, constantly scanning her surroundings. The 3 groups Zhang, Wang, and Li all stepped out of the elevator. They didn't even bother to look up at the company's door number, mindlessly trailing behind. If Liú Shīyǎ found the company, they would too. It wasn't a big deal. It made Sun Lin roll her eyes in exasperation, though she could do nothing about it. And so, a dozen or so people walked along, looking every bit like a gang boss making an entrance. This drew several employees peeking out from their offices, curious to see what was happening. Many were clueless and whispered among themselves. "These guys look like they mean business. Could they be here to collect debts? Or maybe they're here to deliver money. Good heavens, this floor is full of small companies. Who could possibly handle such a high-profile deal? Then they must be here to collect debts. Holy! This is gonna end in bloodshed? Better call the cops." The companies on the 5th floor are mostly small operations. Business volume isn't usually that high. Suddenly, things got lively. Faces pressed against the transparent glass doors of each company. For a moment, it felt like a scene from Ghost. "I'll just use the restroom first." Liú Shīyǎ gave Sun Lin a quick nod behind him, chuckled, and ducked into the restroom, leaving the dozen or so people behind him awkwardly standing in the hallway. "Oomph, your boss sure is a mischievous old man." Mr. Wang, who had remained silent until now, complained in front of Sun Lin. Sun Lin could only shake her head and offer a helpless smile. "Let's go, Mr. Zhang. We'll find it ourselves," Mr. Li said, turning to leave. After taking just a few steps, he realized no one was following. Mr. Zhang suddenly ducked into the restroom himself, shouting without turning back, "Everyone come in to use the restroom. Save yourselves the trouble later." The entire crowd followed him in. This thoroughly disgusted Liú Shīyǎ, who had originally intended to pull a prank. The farce ended. Now everyone was united in their search for the company at door number 502. After a series of twists and turns, Liú Shīyǎ stopped in front of a company entrance, pulling out his phone to double-check the information. Yanhuang Technology Company, Limited, room 502. This must be it. The door was unlocked, and through the glass entrance, he could see the interior was pitch black. Liú Shīyǎ decided to maintain basic courtesy. He raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Anyone there? No response. He repeated the call several times. Just as he was about to push the door open, a lazy voice suddenly drifted out from inside. What is it? Come in and talk. A teenager stood up, stretched lazily, and walked over. The office instantly lit up. On the wall directly opposite the entrance, Pengcheng Fingshui technology illuminated in soft white light. Chapter 19 Eagle Sauce. Could it be a reusable rocket? Impossible. Pengcheng Dragon Academy. After communicating with Liú Shīyǎ, the aerospace laboratory obtained permission to disassemble and analyze the rocket. Scientists were eager to understand its core technologies. How's the analysis going? Seamless welding, liquid oxygen methane propulsion, vector thrusters, rocket reusability. Nearly every technological achievement represents a critical milestone we currently lack. If we were to develop these independently, it would likely take at least another 30 years. What about reverse engineering? Can't we reverse engineer it? Even reverse engineering would take over a decade to fully decipher these technologies. In the conference room, scientists were engaged in a brainstorming session. After conducting a preliminary analysis of the rocket at the launch site, they reached a unanimous conclusion. The technological complexity is too dense. Mastering it completely was impossible in the short term. No, we can't wait that long. The Eagle Starlink project is already underway. Before long, the entire blue planet will become their backyard, leaving no secrets untouched. The principle that falling behind invites punishment needs no further explanation. I trust everyone understands. Old Wang paused briefly before declaring. The principle holds true. But scientific research requires time. You can't just whip up enthusiasm and expect results. We can't exactly demand they spoon-feed us the technology, can we? Old Chen sighed and shook his head. The scientists nodded in agreement, acknowledging Old Chen's perspective. In reality, there's often a vast chasm between thinking and doing. After another moment of silence, as if resolving something, Old Wang declared, "It's not impossible." Professor Wang, are you serious? How could we possibly expect someone to hand over the technology? One scientist asked bluntly. The person who provided this rocket, Jiāng Chén, might be able to help us. Old Wang suggested. The scientist's eyes lit up. Perhaps this was a viable solution. Some had considered this direction before, but as researchers, they naturally hesitated to suggest it. Since Old Wang was open to it, all that was needed was to submit a funding request. After all, Jiāng Chén was a citizen of the Dragon Nation. With the terms negotiated, the issue should pose no major problem. I looked up their company online. Less than 5 employees, renting a small office in Pengcheng High-Tech Park. Plus, Jiāng Chén's been plastering ads everywhere lately, promoting nothing but shoddy tech products. It's hard to believe a company like this could build a rocket. Wang Shui frowned and projected the information she'd gathered onto the conference room's large screen. The room erupted in murmurs. Some speculated, could this just be a shell company? Others chimed in, a company like this building rockets? That's ridiculous. Could the information from Professor Liu be wrong? Another voice chimed in, if they truly possess that level of technical capability, they wouldn't need to advertise everywhere. Old Chen pondered, could it be that this company is just a shell? That there's a real parent company behind it? The information Wang Shui provided instantly sent the room into an uproar. It was hard to believe, no matter how you looked at it. You'd think it was some hidden powerhouse backed by a state-owned military contractor. For a tiny company with fewer than 5 employees to develop a technological system that even the Dragon Academy struggles to master at great cost? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Wang smiled faintly. Science, after all, invites bold speculation. But our practice must remain rigorous. Whether it's a shell company or a front company. Regardless, the rocket presented to our Dragon Academy is genuine, supplied by Jiāng Chén's company. To acquire this technology for our own use, he remains our sole lead at present. The moment these words left his mouth, the conference room fell instantly silent. Then, Old Chen nodded. I agree with Old Wang's assessment. Seconded. Seconded. I second that. The scientists unanimously approved. In that case, there's no time to waste. Since we can't reach Jiāng Chén by phone, let's send a few colleagues over. We'll go with sincerity to talk with him. Old Wang rose, signaling the end of the meeting. With consensus reached, the next step was to execute the meeting's resolution. There was no time to waste. This needed to be resolved swiftly. Unexpectedly, everyone eagerly volunteered. Mr. Wang, I'm free this afternoon and can accompany you. Mr. Wang, I can request compensatory time off and accompany you this afternoon without pay. Our project team has been researching liquid oxygen methane fuel recently, and there are a few points we don't quite understand. I'd like to request to join you. Our team has been stuck at a bottleneck for a year on rocket reusability technology. We desperately need expert guidance. Please take me with you, old Wang. Mr. Wang never imagined everyone's initiative would be this strong. He was suddenly faced with a dilemma. Denying any one of them would dampen their enthusiasm. This would inevitably hinder future progress. Professor Chen suggested, it's best not to take too many people. To be fair, how about this, I'll give you 5 minutes. Pair up and play rock paper scissors. The winner from each pair can come with us. The suggestion met with unanimous approval. They immediately began the showdown based on proximity. Rock, paper, scissors, I win. Scissors, rock, paper, quick, next round. In less than 5 minutes, the results were in. Wang Shui dashed to Master Wang's side, triumphant like a victorious general, I won. Not bad, Wang Shui. Of course. I've never lost at rock, paper, scissors. After all, Wang Shui was just in her early 20s, still with the heart of a little girl, and she was overjoyed. The candidate was confirmed. The two elders and Wang Shui exited the conference room. They returned to their respective offices to make preparations. They hopped into the official car and vanished in a flash from the entrance of the Lonka Institute. Eagle Agency Strategic Intelligence Division. Upbeat music filled the room. The coffee on the table carried a strong aroma of cocaine. An officer sat with his legs crossed, leisurely reading a newspaper. Ring ring. The shrill ring of the telephone pierced the air. Smith frowned, skimming the last few lines of the newspaper at a glance. Only then did he reluctantly set the paper aside, pick up the receiver, and slip into a professional fake smile. Hello, this is Strategic Intelligence. How may I assist you? Sir, I have an anomaly to report. Please proceed. This is Eagle Astronaut Prado. During my mission, I detected a Dragon Nation satellite. Oh, esteemed astronaut. We deeply appreciate your contributions to Eagle and thank you for this report. But isn't it perfectly normal for Dragon Nation to launch satellites? They successfully launched their national satellite many years ago. I know, but I suspect they've developed a reusable mechanism. A reusable mechanism? Mr. Prado, perhaps your suspicion is misplaced. Considering your status as an astronaut, I'll make an exception and share a secret with you. According to our classified intelligence, Dragon Nation requires at least another 30 years to develop rocket reusability. It's absolutely impossible for them to achieve it now. Moreover, we maintain strict technological embargoes. They can't even steal our most peripheral technologies. But? No buts about it, sir. Have a pleasant day. Click. The call ended. Smith picked up the coffee on the table and took a large sip, returning to his previous posture. He flipped to another page of the newspaper and resumed reading. On the other end of the line, Prado stared blankly at the satellite phone in his hand. He was utterly convinced of his judgment. That's why he contacted the Eagle Agency first. But they said it wasn't their jurisdiction. They suggested contacting the Information Department for analysis and handling. But that's exactly what happened when he did. Damn it! This bloody bureaucratic capitalism. Prado slammed the phone down on the floor, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. After all, it was just a hunch. He had no concrete evidence. Chapter 20, Happiness Comes Too Suddenly. Kaohsiung Technology Park. 5A Office Building, Room 502. Pengcheng Fengshui Technology Company, Limited. A crowd of men and women in suits and ties crowded into the modest office, some seated, others standing. The moment Sun Lin laid eyes on Jiāng Chén, she was utterly stunned. First, he spent $500 at a restaurant just to get kicked out. Now he's running over here begging for a partnership. The clown turned out to be herself. Sun Lin gasped, so it was you. Jiāng Chén was stunned too. So what if it's me? Just waking from drowsiness, he looked up to see a sea of people. He almost thought it was Heiser coming to demand the 500 yuan for the high-strength bag. Later, upon asking, he realized it had all been a false alarm. These people are all here to discuss business. Word is that the satellite they sold to Liú Shīyǎ performed exceptionally well. They saw market potential and wanted to discuss collaboration. Jiāng Chén couldn't help but vent his surprise. You guys can talk all you want, but did you really need to bring so many people at once? Upon further inquiry, he discovered they weren't even from the same company. They'd just coincidentally gathered together. One was Qihang Group, a prominent conglomerate in Pengcheng. The other three were also tech companies that had secured funding from Dwelluan. The fact that all attendees were company CEOs spoke volumes about their sincerity. Within a minute, Sun Lin had toured the entire company, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Is this company just you? Are you running a shell company? Before Jiāng Chén could respond, the other company executives immediately chimed in with mocking remarks. Secretary Sun, that's terribly rude of you. You've got us all beat, Mr. Liu. You've got us all beat. Forget any talk of cooperation, just go home, wash up, and go to bed. Small-chested and brainless. Long hair, short on sense. A tech company that can build rockets? There's no way it only has one person. Managers are masters at shifting allegiances with the wind. If they couldn't seize an opportunity like this to kick someone when they're down, they might as well hand in their resignation letters to the boss. 3 tech company CEOs immediately stepped forward, feigning sternness to stop the taunts. Hey, you can't talk like that. Jiāng Group is a major corporation. It's only natural they wouldn't look favorably upon a technical genius like Jiāng Chén. Secretary Sun didn't mean any harm either, he was just promoting his company's corporate culture. Look at yourselves, this is completely unacceptable. Even if Secretary Sun looks down on us techies, that doesn't justify escalating it to gender discrimination. Quick, apologize to Secretary Sunday, otherwise, you'll lose a month's salary when you get back. The supervisors stifled their laughter, chiming in to offer apologies to Sun Lin. Deducting pay? That was impossible. But getting a raise afterward? That was highly likely. Sun Lin, we're just lowly techies. Please be magnanimous and don't hold this against us. Feng Shui Tech is innocent. If your Jiāng Group has any grievances, take it out on us. It's all our fault. I apologize for my earlier words. If there was any disrespect, please take it up with us directly. But please, don't secretly undermine Jiāng Chén. Sun Lin was cornered by these shrewd operators, their barrage leaving her on the verge of tears. Realizing that speaking further would only lead to more mistakes, she was at a loss for what to do next. Liú Shīyǎ's expression darkened as these people stirred up trouble. He had thought it was merely a matter of discussing the details of profit distribution on the surface. But who knew they'd be caught by the other side, their weak spot exposed, and beaten like a fallen dog. This incident had undoubtedly cemented a negative impression of him in Jiāng Chén's mind. If Jiāng Group wanted to obtain technology from Jiāng Chén, they would likely have to pay a much higher price. Enough! Liú Shīyǎ instantly lost his temper. Apologize to Jiāng Chén. Now! Immediately! The office fell silent. The representatives from the 3 tech companies fell silent, standing with their hands behind their backs, watching the spectacle unfold. Sun Lin bit her lip lightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, Jiāng Chén smiled at everyone and said calmly, "No need to apologize. Sun Lin is right. Right now, I'm the only one left in the company. But it's not a shell company." The moment these words left his lips, everyone present froze in shock. The supervisor stumbled and fell flat on the floor. The 4 bosses' jaws dropped to the floor, their tongues nearly hanging out. Sun Lin's emotions became disjointed, doubting she'd heard correctly. She looked up at Jiāng Chén. "Wait, your company really only has you?" One of the managers, thinking Jiāng Chén was joking again, asked for confirmation. "Absolutely true. Just me," Jiāng Chén nodded. "You build rockets by yourself?" "Yes." "Are you sure it's not just a shell company?" "No." Some even pulled up online photos of rocket launches to verify. After receiving Jiāng Chén's affirmative response once more, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at each other in disbelief. In their eyes, he saw utter disbelief. The company name, individual's name, and address all matched. There was no way they could have gone to the wrong place. He even admitted to building rockets. The only thing that didn't add up was everyone's understanding. Rockets are typically developed by a full research team over at least a year. Especially one designed to carry satellites and reportedly be reusable. Among the executives, some had even begun urging the CEO to abandon the partnership. The 3 tech company CEOs were pulled aside by their executives for a hushed conversation. Xiao pulled CEO Zhang aside and said earnestly, "It's highly likely a shell company. Even if he provided the rocket, it definitely wasn't built by Jiāng Chén. So what do you suggest? We should go back and deliberate carefully. Find the real owner before discussing any cooperation." Mr. Zhang wavered. Money doesn't grow on trees. Even if they partnered, it had to be with a genuinely reliable tech company. After a brief exchange, the enthusiasm for collaboration among the 3 tech company owners cooled significantly. They all offered to exchange contact details, suggesting they could grab tea together next time. As for the partnership, not a word was mentioned. Jiāng Chén, however, was quite pleased. Business deals, after all, require careful negotiation over time. The odds of a one-shot success weren't high. He pulled out his phone, opened his WeChat QR code, and had each of them scan it to add him. After they were all added, the representatives from the 3 companies excused themselves, lingering as they walked out of the office, emphasizing the need to stay in regular contact via WeChat. Sun Lin also discreetly signaled Liú Shīyǎ to follow them out. But Liú Shīyǎ stood rooted to the spot, as if he hadn't seen a thing. "WeChat? Aren't you guys adding me?" Jiāng Chén asked with a smile. Liú Shīyǎ didn't respond. Instead, he walked mysteriously to the company entrance, glanced at the departing figures of the other employees, and immediately shut the door. Then he plopped down on the sofa beside him. "I want to partner with you. Name your price." His expression was resolute, his tone earnest. Sun Lin's pupils contracted slightly, her face filled with astonishment. But as his secretary, she stood beside her boss, maintaining the standard posture of professional courtesy. The old man and the young man stood there motionless, awaiting Jiāng Chén's response. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén's heart surged with joy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, someone handed him a pillow. Happiness came too suddenly. Chapter 21, Forced Liquidation? Office. After a brief exchange. Acquisition? Jiāng Chén exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed they were merely seeking to purchase some tech products from him or seeking his assistance in expanding their sales channels. But the first thing they asked for was to acquire the company. No way. Absolutely not. Jiāng Chén was stunned. This company was the only thing his father had left him. And now they wanted to buy it outright? Mr. Jiang, given your company's current scale, it's an honor for you that the boss of our Jiāng Group has personally come to discuss an acquisition. Countless companies would beg for such an opportunity. Please name your price. Sun Lin saw Jiāng Chén's expression, which looked like he'd swallowed something foul, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. As Jiāng Group's secretary, she'd seen countless scenarios like this unfold. Most would hesitate and delay, trying to drive up the price. But once they reached their psychological threshold, signing the contract was a breeze. The only fear was the buyer backing out. Jiāng Chén, cut the nonsense. Let's talk price. As long as it's not outrageous, I should be able to afford it. The moment money came up, Liú Shīyǎ felt right at home. He leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed, whatever-you-say posture. He'd built his conglomerate from nothing. Liú Shīyǎ owed it all to his visionary foresight. Yanhuang Technology was now at its most vulnerable. In his estimation, once it captured the market, it would become a pillar enterprise not just for Pengcheng, but for the entire Dragon Nation. Absolutely not. This isn't about money. Jiāng Chén frowned and explained, I promised my father I'd build this company into a powerhouse. Even if it kills me, I won't sell it. Sun Lin burst into a silver bell-like laugh. Mr. Jiang, are you implying that you have sentimental ties to this company? That anyone wanting to acquire it would have to pay extra? We've seen plenty of small companies like yours. Don't beat around the bush. Our CEO Liu is generous, just name your price. Jiāng Chén rolled his eyes. So what if you're rich? Well, money really does make a difference. But some things can't be measured by money. Preserving the company his father left him was both a promise and a matter of pride he had to fight for his entire life. How about I register another company for you guys? Jiāng Chén tentatively suggested. Hearing this, Sun Lin could clearly sense that Mr. Liu's patience was nearly exhausted. His temper flared up instantly. Mr. Jiang, are you messing with me? Do you believe that Jiāng Group could blacklist you starting right now? Registering a company is simple. But making it valuable? That's another story. The reason Liú Shīyǎ proposed the acquisition was precisely because Yanhuang Technology represented Jiāng Chén's obsession. By taking control of this company, then all future technology patents applied for under this company's name by Jiāng Chén would all fall under his control. Of course, the premise of this proposal was that he hoped Jiāng Chén remained unaware of these implications. Moreover, Jiāng Chén wouldn't easily abandon the company. Otherwise, his scheme would inevitably fail. After Sun Lin played the stern role, Liú Shīyǎ stepped in to play the good cop. He waved his hand, signaling Sun Lin not to escalate the tension. Mr. Jiang, I don't need to know what this company means to you. What matters more to me is your personal research capabilities. Let's put it this way. Since you're unwilling, let's approach this differently. We'll establish a new joint venture. We provide the capital and resources, while you only need to contribute the technology. We'll hold 51% equity, you hold 49%. To demonstrate our sincerity, we'll advance 100 million yuan upfront. What do you say? Hearing the boss go this far, Sun Lin smiled without responding, even catching herself licking her lips imperceptibly as she looked at Jiāng Chén, attempting to charm him with her beauty. Old hands are still the sharpest. Using the gentlest tone to scheme with ruthless ambition. This share ratio seemed perfectly reasonable. Profit split 50-50, fair enough. But a 51% controlling stake, just 2 percentage points more. For the company, it equates to absolute control. With this foundation, it becomes easy to manipulate the company's profits. For instance, if Rocket sells goods worth $2 million, Liú Shīyǎ could leverage his controlling stake to purchase raw materials at inflated prices from his own company. It's essentially a shell game. Ultimately, whether this company turns a profit or not, that would entirely depend on Liú Shīyǎ's whim. Want to leave? You'll be saddled with billions in debt. Pay up before you leave. The business world is like a battlefield. This scenario is most common when individuals unfamiliar with business rules partner with capital for the first time. Liu and Sun fell silent, waiting quietly for Jiāng Chén's response. An invisible maw of blood slowly opened toward Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén's pupils contracted slightly as his heart raced. Who wouldn't be confused in this situation? Mr. Liu, your proposal is indeed very tempting. But I'm currently juggling both technical development and sales responsibilities. I simply don't have the bandwidth to launch a new joint venture. The unexpected refusal. Liu and Sun both lost their composure. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. While others start companies to make money, you're doing it purely for the sake of passion, huh? This is 100 million yuan, after all. Sun Lin instantly put on a scowling face, ready to resort to threats and inducements once more. You. Liu Qihan's expression shifted repeatedly as he forced down his impatience. He spoke again. How about this? How much inventory does your company currently have? I want it all. Jiāng Chén froze. There was inventory, all right. But it was all old, dusty stock sitting in the warehouse. Long since devoid of market value. At best, they could be used for teaching, display, or collection purposes. Like the rockets before, but they cost a ton of merit points to exchange. Currently, he only had 1,000 merit points, barely enough for a single rocket. I can only sell one, Jiāng Chén replied honestly. I wish I could sell more too. But you have to be willing to buy it. Kid, playing scarcity tactics with me? Liu Qihan burst into laughter so hard he couldn't catch his breath, coughing violently. When I was pulling this kind of stunt, you were probably still in diapers. Jiāng Chén, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Mr. Liu is asking you a question. Sun Lin, seeing Jiāng Chén repeatedly evading the question, instantly flared up with anger. Her ladylike demeanor vanished completely. Fine. Everything's in the warehouse anyway. If you want it, it won't come cheap. Jiāng Chén sighed. What a wonderful day this turned out to be. Who would have thought someone would force their way into the company to buy goods? Goodness, the stuff that didn't sell online? People can't even be stopped from grabbing it. That's more like it. Why bother back then if this is how it'd turn out? Sun Lin finished speaking, exchanging an imperceptible glance with Liu Qihan, her eyes brimming with self-congratulation. You set the price. Liu Qihan's face broke into a broad smile. If a rocket worth hundreds of millions could sell for 2 million, I'm not afraid to negotiate the price with you. Secretary Sun, you'll handle the handover arrangements later. Yes, Mr. Liu. Mission accomplished. Sun Lin returned to her ladylike demeanor, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Ding dong. Jiāng Chén paused slightly. A notification sound rang out from his phone. Someone had placed an order for the item hanging on the shared bike. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to check what was happening, he was startled to discover his phone screen was flooded with notifications. Dozens, even hundreds of order notifications flooded his phone. Chapter 22, 10 times the price, 100 million arrives. Everything sold out? Not even the oldest model of the aerospace drone was spared. Over 10 million yuan in total. Jiāng Chén was utterly flabbergasted, staring at his phone and muttering to himself. He gave Liu Qihan and Sun Lin a thumbs up. You guys are lightning fast. Did you clear out the warehouse inventory with your orders? Hearing this, Sun Lin froze, sensing something was off. No, what's going on? Who cleared out your warehouse? Explain yourself. Liu Qihan had been sitting calmly on the sofa. Upon hearing Jiāng Chén's words, he could no longer stay seated. He abruptly stood up and yanked at his hair. Jiāng Chén, are you messing with me? I'm not. I didn't. If you don't trust me, at least trust my taste in money. If there's money to be made, I certainly won't turn it down. Jiāng Chén was at a loss for words, scrambling to explain. Was today his lucky day? Usually, even with all the marketing effort, I can't sell a thing. Today, people are practically begging me to clear out my inventory. But now people were actually buying online? Just as Jiāng Chén was at a loss for how to explain things clearly to Liu and Sun, the company door swung open from the outside. 2 elderly men and a young woman burst in. All 3 wore Dragon Academy ID badges pinned to their chests. Wang Shui merely scanned the room and instantly recognized the young, handsome man as Jiāng Chén. Mr. Jiang, we are researchers from the Dragon Science Institute. These 2 gentlemen are Professor Wang and Professor Chen, leading authorities in aerospace research in our nation. We at the Pengcheng Lonka Institute have purchased every single one of the technological products you've released online. We're particularly interested in the rocket you previously sold to Liú Shīyǎ. Thud. Liu Qihan and Sun Lin stumbled and fell to the ground. Their mouths gaped wide, jaws dropping to the floor. Lonka Academy? The Dragon Nation Space Science Authority? What kind of rocket could possibly warrant the Dragon Academy's top brass coming here in person? Unfathomable. But if even the Dragon Academy sees potential in this project, then it's all the more imperative for Qihan Group to reclaim it. This time, he didn't wait for Sun Lin to play the bad cop. Liu Qihan scrambled to his feet, snorting coldly as he demanded, does that mean the Dragon Science Academy can just ignore the rules? We clearly reached an agreement just now. All the goods in Boss John's possession are to be sold to us. What gives you the right to barge in like this? Faced with the middle-aged man's fury, the 2 elders looked utterly bewildered. Wang Shui took a cautious step back, her gaze fixed on Jiāng Chén with a hint of amusement. Mr. Jiāng, could you explain what's going on? Before Jiāng Chén could respond, Sun Lin interjected, we've already reached an agreement. All technological products of Pengcheng Fengxue Technology Company, Limited belong to our Qihang Group. Don't think you can bully people just because you're the national team. The expressions of Elder Wang and Elder Chen darkened, their hearts churning with turmoil. As veteran scientists of the nation, they had endured immense hardship for their country. They had no desire to tarnish the nation's reputation. Wang Shui wasn't about to indulge them. She burst out laughing in anger. Bullying people? Placing an order through normal online channels is perfectly reasonable. Besides, did you sign a contract? Do you have payment records? The triple barrage of questions left Sun Lin speechless. No, we didn't. No means no. What, does Lanka Academy have to give you free stuff just to prove we're not bullying you? Wang Shui chuckled softly. Old Wang and Old Chen exchanged knowing smiles. They were relieved they'd chosen to bring someone along by rock paper scissors. It had been the right decision. Without Wang Shui's advance order and her persistent argument, the two elders might not have been able to save face. Mr. Jiāng, will pay triple the price. Seeing he couldn't win the argument, Liú Shīyǎ decided to resort to his financial clout. Seeing this, the Lanka Academy representatives fell silent. They had come seeking guidance on rocket technology. They had reviewed the goods listed online and knew they were obsolete models. The order was merely a gesture to curry favor with Jiāng Chén, ensuring smooth access to technical support. Now someone was willing to pay a premium. Of course, one shouldn't cut off someone's livelihood. Mr. Liu, you underestimate me, Jiāng Chén. The Dragon Academy is the sacred sanctuary of science and technology in our Dragon Nation. If they want it, I, Jiāng Chén, have no reason not to support them. Jiāng Chén adopted the demeanor of a patriotic champion, speaking with righteous conviction. Liú Shīyǎ refused to concede. The price you listed online, wouldn't 5 times that suffice? No. Jiāng Chén flatly refused. Wang Shui was baffled. Those junk items, it's already lucky someone wants them. Yet someone was offering 5 times the asking price. This Mr. Liu must be a genuine antique collector. By placing this order, she was indirectly helping Jiāng Chén drive up the price. Her eyes flashed with cunning as she suggested, Mr. Jiāng, why not refuse shipment and sell them to him instead? The Lanka Institute will step back and wait for the next batch. Now we're talking. Sun Lin, triumphant as if returning victorious from battle, immediately pulled out the contract and placed it on the table. Mr. Jiāng, since the Lanka Institute doesn't want to stand in your way, let's sign this quickly. A product even the Dragon Science Institute deemed promising deserved a swift deal to secure it. Once Jiāng Chén realized its market value, the price would skyrocket. Liú Shīyǎ's eyes lit up, silently praising Sun Lin's sharpness. He promptly retrieved the seal and red stamp from his briefcase, placing them one by one beside the contract. All that remained was for Jiāng Chén to sign, seal, and affix his fingerprint. Once the contract was signed, the defaulting party would face hefty liquidated damages. Even if Jiāng Chén later realized he'd been cheated, Liú Shīyǎ wasn't afraid to take the contract to court. Jiāng Chén's heart surged with wild joy. But he restrained his excitement and remained still, replying calmly. This is something even the Dragon Science Institute holds in high regard. No way. We need to raise the price. 10 times. 10 times the price, no haggling. Liú Shīyǎ gritted his teeth, making no hesitation. Having navigated the business world for decades, he understood the importance of seizing opportunities. 10 times the price could secure a technological product so valuable that even the bigwigs at the Dragon Science Academy would come knocking for a partnership. This was an absolute goldmine. Sun Lin gave an imperceptibly subtle nod. She shot her boss an admiring glance. Old Wang and Old Chen were utterly dumbfounded. They looked at Wang Shui in confusion, wanting to confirm if the information was incorrect. Businesspeople are a group that doesn't rise early without profit. Wang Shui shook her head, signaling it wasn't a big deal. She then turned to Jiāng Chén. Mr. Jiāng, I've initiated the return. You can sign with them. The next second, dozens of refund notifications flooded his phone. Jiāng Chén nodded and took all the products off the shelves. He retrieved the company seal from his desk. He swiftly stamped and signed the contract. 2 copies. After receiving the contract, he locked it in the safe in front of everyone. Dragon Nation Bank deposit, 100 million yuan. His phone buzzed. Jiāng Chén felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He'd never earned this much money in his life. He quickly grabbed his phone and scanned his face to open the app. Seeing the 9-digit balance, he felt as if his feet were floating on clouds, light as a feather. Humph, Jiāng Chén, the contract is legally binding. No use backing out now. With that, Liú Shīyǎ wore a sly, shrewd expression as he gathered the contract documents and strode out of the company alongside Sun Lin. He was afraid. He feared that the people from the Lanka Institute would reveal the true value of these technological products. Jiāng Chén suddenly went berserk, snatching the contract. Chapter 23, Surrendering the Formula Without Compensation. Elder Wang wept. At first, Old Wang and Old Chen had been beating around the bush. They wanted to know which technical team had developed the rocket Jiāng Chén had provided. They had already braced themselves for the painful sacrifice. If money could solve the problem, then it wasn't a problem. After all, they represented the entire Dragon Nation. As long as Jiāng Chén was willing to provide clues, they would certainly not shortchange him. Mr. Jiang, you're remarkably accomplished at such a young age. To achieve such mastery in aerospace technology, is your team as exceptional as you are? Team? Jiāng Chén saw no need to hide anything. Our company consists of just me. Old Wang, Old Chen, and Wang Shui froze simultaneously, their eyes betraying utter bewilderment. This is rocketry. The knowledge system it encompassed was vast and complex. How could a young man in his 20s possibly master it all? As a space scientist with 40 years of experience, do you really think I'd fall for your trick? Science is straightforward, you either know it or you don't. Let's see how long you can hide your fox tail. Old Wang's lips curved into a faint smile as he said, Young Jiang, since you can independently develop rockets, you must have a thorough grasp of all the relevant knowledge, right? Yes, I know it inside out. Good. Then I'd like you to explain the application principles of liquid methane. Old Wang chose the most critical question to ask. Old Chen, standing nearby, nodded approvingly and gave Old Wang a thumbs up. Awesome. Seemingly basic, yet it cut straight to the heart of the matter. Wang Shui turned to look at Jiāng Chén. If his answer was completely off the mark, then it could be concluded. Jiāng Chén must have someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. Liquid methane? Jiāng Chén had expected the old gentleman from the Dragon Research Institute to ask something profound. He answered with a shrug. Liquid methane is a form of natural gas produced under low temperature, low pressure conditions. It's the simplest hydrocarbon, composed of one carbon atom and 4 hydrogen atoms. It possesses characteristics such as high efficiency, low cost, environmental friendliness, and renewability. High efficiency refers to its high theoretical specific impulse, the amount of impulse produced per unit mass of propellant, meaning it can deliver greater thrust and velocity. Low cost means liquid methane is relatively inexpensive and easy to produce. It can be extracted from widely distributed natural gas fields on Earth or synthesized from hydrates, biomass, or other methods. Environmentally friendly means liquid methane produces lower carbon emissions during combustion and does not generate carbon deposits or other residues that degrade engine performance and lifespan. Renewable means liquid methane can be manufactured on other celestial bodies like Mars or Titan, Saturn's moon, both rich in methane resources. This enables future space exploration missions to utilize local resources for replenishing or manufacturing rocket fuel, eliminating the need for Earth-based transportation. Old Wang and Old Chen were stunned. Their eyes widened in shock. They stood frozen in place. Their breath caught. Their entire bodies trembled slightly. They had assumed Jiāng Chén was merely using liquid oxygen and methane. Little did he expect that Jiāng Chén had mastered it so thoroughly. Old Wang recalled the rocket's powerful ascent capability and sustained endurance earlier. Even after returning from space and landing, a staggering 80% of its fuel remained. A flash of insight lit up his mind. He understood. Old Wang's eyes gradually cleared. Xiao Jiang, your explanation of liquid oxygen and methane fuel was profound. Could you elaborate on rocket recovery technology? Though Old Wang maintained a gentle, benevolent facade, his mind was already churning with turmoil. Rocket reusability technology has long been a unique capability of the Eagle Nation. It was also the cornerstone of the Eagle Nation's Starlink project. You know your stuff on liquid oxygen and methane, but you couldn't possibly understand rocket recovery technology too. Old Chen and Wang Shui stared intently at Jiāng Chén. They couldn't believe Jiāng Chén would possess knowledge of such cutting-edge technology. Jiāng Chén lowered his head in thought, retrieving the data previously transmitted to him by the system. Then, a faint smile touched his lips as he looked up at everyone. Compared to Eagle's first, second, and third stage separation, my rocket recovery design only has a single stage, with the key feature being a higher separation point. At a significantly higher separation point, the rocket boosters detach. The engines rely on gravity to return. Upon approaching the target orbit, they ignite to execute the planned recovery trajectory. Before reaching a critical altitude, the landing point can be adjusted via remote control. Trust me, Professor Wang, you understand all this perfectly. He finished speaking and looked at Old Wang and Old Chen. Old Wang stammered, his aged face flushing. With a hint of embarrassment, he said, "Why don't you explain it again?" Well. Jiāng Chén paused, glancing at Old Chen and Wang Shui. They too looked utterly bewildered. Wang Shui even asked Old Chen, "Do you understand?" "Not really." "Me neither." Jiāng Chén pressed his forehead, thinking this would take a long time to explain. These folks probably weren't here to do business. Well, the customer is always right. Since there's no business to be done anyway, might as well explain. The breakdown is primarily into major segments. Specifically, energy, engines, and control systems. For energy, I'm using methane as I mentioned earlier. Building on that foundation, through the engine's complete combustion. He spoke for nearly an hour straight. He covered all the necessary details in one breath. He even took the time to brew himself a cup of Longjing tea. Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen, and Wang Shui all took diligent notes in their small notebooks. Their expressions shifted from puzzled frowns to moments of sudden understanding. Jiāng Chén licked his parched lips, picked up the Longjing tea that had just finished steeping from his desk, and took a small sip. Any other questions? Silence. The office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes looked utterly bewildered. Taken individually, Jiāng Chén's explanations made perfect sense. But when put together, they couldn't make sense of it. It wasn't that they didn't understand. It was that such a massive amount of information required an enormous amount of time to verify and calculate, ultimately weaving the logic together. Profound. To the three of them, Jiāng Chén now seemed like a vast, unfathomable galaxy. At that moment, old Wang hesitated before speaking. Young Jiang, I have one more question. Do you know how to write the synthesis formula for liquid oxygen and methane? The moment he asked this question, old Wang immediately regretted it. He knew this was essentially stealing Jiāng Chén's research achievements. Once such core secrets were leaked, it would mean handing over his own research achievements to others. The synthesis formula? I remember it all. Old Wang, hand me your pen and notebook, Jiāng Chén said to the elderly scientist. All right. Professor Wang paused for a moment before handing over the half-used notebook in his hand to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén placed it on his desk, pulled out a chair, and began writing and sketching intently. Over an hour later, half the notebook, including the cover, was filled with characters. He returned the notebook to old Wang. Phew! The detailed production steps for liquid methane and the synthesis formula are all written in the notebook. You're just giving this to us? Old Wang was stunned. Yeah, just a few formulas. No big deal. Jiāng Chén offered a kind smile. The moment old Wang's hand touched the notebook, his heart trembled violently. Veins bulged on his forehead, nearly popping out at his temples. Opening the notebook and flipping through a few pages, he immediately confirmed the contents were genuine. After decades in the aerospace field, if he lacked even this basic competence, it would truly have been all for naught. Much less deserve the honor of being called a pioneer of Dragon Nation's aerospace industry. These formula notes are invaluable. So precious that world powers would fight over it. Yet Jiāng Chén casually handed this priceless treasure to him. And without any strings attached. Given away for free. A young man like this is a rare find indeed. Old Wang held the notebook in his hands, flipping through its pages, tears welling up uncontrollably. Chapter 24, Old Wang hesitates. Old Chén's eyes also glistened slightly. The two elders looked at each other speechless, their lips trembling. More precious than the technique itself was Jiāng Chén's heartfelt gesture. Both were old men. Jiāng Chén was young, with boundless potential. Truly, they had found a pillar of the nation for the Dragon Kingdom. Old Wang and Old Chén promptly found a corner to sit down, flipping through the notebook incessantly. As they leafed through the pages, they murmured in admiration. They were completely immersed in a state of flow, oblivious to their surroundings. Wang Shui watched as the two elders became utterly absorbed in the knowledge before them, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Before arriving, she had been certain Jiāng Chén must have a team behind him, perhaps even a joint venture company. Now, however, they were utterly captivated. Fortunately, the two elders had wisely brought her along on this trip. Little did they expect that in the end, it would fall to her to uncover the truth. Wang Shui approached Jiāng Chén with confidence. Hello, Jiang. My name is Wang Shui. I specialize in software development and electronic communications spanning both hardware and software. Hello. I'd like to ask your advice on how rocket trajectories are monitored, modified, and planned through software. A confident gleam flashed in Wang Shui's eyes as she finished speaking. Learning comes in stages, and expertise lies in specialization. I refuse to believe you know everything. You're a physics whiz, I'll give you that. But software and communications? That's my domain. If you give me even a hint of ambiguity, there's definitely someone else pulling the strings behind you. How to implement it? The software side mainly handles data collection, display, and analysis. It can't fully realize all the functions. Huh? What? It can't be done? Wang Shui froze. She didn't quite follow. Jiāng Chén paused, then patiently explained. The software primarily handles data processing. But sending and collecting data requires sensors, data loggers, and the repeaters that connect the sensors and data collectors. Building on that foundation, the software then performs data analysis and 3D modeling to ultimately achieve human-centered design. Does that make sense? Wang Shuiren was baffled. Understand? Clear my ass. She'd been a regular at international software innovation competitions since childhood, yet Jiāng Chén's explanation left her completely baffled. This won't do. She'd lose all face if this continued. Her competitive spirit flared instantly. Wang Shui pondered briefly before a plan formed in her mind. I don't understand hardware. Could you lend me your phone to take a look? Earlier, she had used his phone signal to track Jiāng Chén. It had actually tracked him to the moon. This had been gnawing at Wang Shui ever since. Now, she could use this opportunity to uncover the fact that Jiāng Chén had a team behind him. Sure. Jiāng Chén didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed casually. He pulled his phone from his pocket and handed it over. When Wang Shui took the phone, she was stunned. While smartphones are typically slim and lightweight, they were still solid devices. What Jiāng Chén handed her was nothing more than a thin crystal plate. It was about as thick as a screensaver. She looked at Jiāng Chén awkwardly. How do I use this? Could you help unlock it? Jiāng Chén gave her a puzzled look before reaching out to trigger the fingerprint unlock on the screen. As Jiāng Chén's finger touched the unlock area of the crystal phone, the next second, a 3D interface instantly burst forth, floating in the virtual space above the phone. Wang Shui was instantly baffled. What kind of cutting-edge tech is this? Even the Dragon Science Academy hasn't heard of this, okay? How do you operate this? Just aim your fist at the target and spread your fingers to open one of the apps. Make a fist to close it. Jiāng Chén patiently explained the instructions. Back when he used his last few merit points to have the system optimize things, he never imagined it would turn out like this. Still, the enhancements made it far more functional than before. After Jiāng Chén's careful guidance, Wang Shui wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, finally grasping how to operate this phone. Driven by a sense of exploration, Wang Shui opened the phone's settings. She tapped on About Device. The sudden display of specifications left her feeling utterly stunned. System, Pango 1.0. Device name, Beef-Loving Iron Kid. Memory, 1000 metric tons. Battery, infinite capacity. CPU, Kirin 1.0. CPU processing speed. Signal range, Milky Way. Camera, trillion pixel. Drop resistance, 1000 tons. Dust resistance. Water resistance. This has to be fake, right? Wang Shui stared at. Scrolled down the phone's spec sheet. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Her pupils contracted slightly, her eyes widening. Her brows gradually furrowed into a deep frown. She accidentally yanked a handful of hair from the top of her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 1000 megabytes of RAM is one thing. Infinite processing speed? Signal range across the entire galaxy? Even novelists wouldn't dare hype it up this much. If this were real, Newton would be rolling in his grave. From now on, the Chinese Academy of Sciences should just outsource all their computing projects to your phone. Wang Shui grew more and more excited as he thought about it, feeling a vast energy surge straight to the top of his head. Her heart pounded like a war drum, beating wildly as if it might burst from her chest at any moment. She forced herself to calm down, taking several deep breaths before finally asking. She finally asked, Jiāng Chén, did you invent this phone yourself? Jiāng Chén watched Wang Shui fiddle with the device for a while before suddenly blurting out that question, instantly putting him on guard. Could this girl be after his phone? He'd spent a whole merit point upgrading it. He couldn't let her freeload. Yes, but the manufacturing process is complex and the production costs are extremely high. It certainly looks that way. Wang Shui nodded, feeling a little better about it. If such an advanced, cutting-edge smartphone were simple to manufacture, she might as well find a block of tofu and smash her head against it. At this point, she decided to ask one final, last-ditch question. If Jiāng Chén could answer this one too, then she'd truly be at a loss. She asked again. Can you explain how the Pango 1.0 system operates? Sure. Jiāng Chén thought to himself, this girl sure asks a lot of questions. He casually replied. This system is far simpler than a rocket's control system. The key lies in strictly controlling code redundancy while fully leveraging the hardware. He rattled off all sorts of technical details like they were second nature. Wang Shui was completely baffled. Ah, right, that's exactly it, haha. An awkward laugh escaped her as she handed the phone back to Jiāng Chén. She felt a profound sense of helplessness. In her own field of expertise, she had been ruthlessly outclassed by the boy before her. Her past honors now seemed like a joke. She could barely even understand what he was saying. She had thought the final question would stump Jiāng Chén. Instead, it turned out to be like showing off in front of the master. Impressed. I'm thoroughly convinced. But as the ancients said, every trade has its master. This guy excels at everything. It's downright inhuman. In aerospace, he made old Wang and old Chen feel like students seeking knowledge. In software, he completely outclasses her. It's downright insane. At that moment, the two elders had finally surfaced from the ocean of knowledge. Seeing that Wang Shui and Jiāng Chén had nearly finished their conversation, old Wang approached. Jiāng Chén, if you really built that rocket, how long did it take you to make one? 2 days? Jiāng Chén wasn't entirely sure. Answering half an hour per rocket might make the elders think it was unscientific. Right, 2 days. It can't be too short. There's a lot of technology involved. It's a complex process. Old Wang's expression stiffened slightly. He stumbled and fell to the ground. What the hell kind of complex process is this? It takes our Dragon Academy over a year to build a rocket with teamwork. Your rocket is more advanced than ours, yet you only need 2 days? Had he not witnessed Jiāng Chén's technological prowess firsthand? He would have scoffed at the idea. But now, old Wang hesitated. Chapter 25, Refusing old Wang's request. Old Wang's brow furrowed as he paced back and forth 3 or 4 times with his hands behind his back. Then, as if making up his mind, he beckoned to Elder Chen and Wang Shui. Come on, let's step outside to talk. He turned back once more. Xiao Jiang, we're stepping out to discuss something. We'll be back soon. Go ahead. I'll be here until closing time. Jiāng Chén took a leisurely sip of Longjing tea, nodded, and responded with a smile. After talking for so long, it was all him doing the talking, and he was already parched. Though puzzled, old Chen and Wang Shui followed old Wang out the company gates. The 3 walked forward in silence. Only when they reached a stairwell emergency exit did old Wang halt his steps. He turned back, arms crossed over his chest. You all saw what just happened. Share your thoughts. Wang Shui replied, he's incredibly professional. When it comes to software, I can't hold a candle to him. Old Chen gave him a thumbs up. A true jack of all trades. His knowledge is as vast as the ocean. A smile gradually spread across old Wang's lips. His aged face lit up with delight as he burst into laughter. A versatile talent. That's exactly what we need. Seeing old Wang so delighted, old Chen understood the implication but still asked uncertainly, Old Wang, what exactly do you mean? Time waits for no one. Even if we acquire all the rocket reusable launch technology from Jiāng Chén, manufacturing it will consume vast amounts of time. Not to mention the immense human, material, and financial resources required. Therefore, I propose having him directly oversee the rocket's production and R&D or even purchasing the finished product directly from him. Mr. Wang didn't mince words, laying out his thoughts plainly. He then asked, what do you all think? Wang Shui replied, Jiang is talented, but the technological competition in the Starlink project is no small matter. I'm not sure. Old Wang nodded and turned to Old Chen, who had remained silent, and you? Share your thoughts. Old Chen furrowed his brow, pondering briefly. Old Wang, this concerns the nation's future development. We can't afford any carelessness. Should anything go wrong, someone will be held accountable. I suggest reporting this up the chain of command and letting the organization make the decision. Old Wang smiled. If we really went through the whole chain of command, it would be too late. This matter touched on every aspect, with each link carrying immense weight. Reporting each step up the chain would paralyze progress. The strength of technology lies not in its power but in its lead. One step ahead means staying ahead every step of the way. Professor Wang's success stems not only from his exceptional research capabilities. It stems equally from his sense of responsibility and ownership. He waved his hand dismissively. No need. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Seeing Wang Lao speak thus, Chen Lao could only nod with a wry smile. He knew that once this little old man made up his mind, not even 8 horses could pull him back. I have no objections. Old Chen raised his hand to vote. Old Wang and Old Chen turned to look at Wang Shui. Wang Shui, flustered, raised her right hand too. I agree as well. Alright, then our entire ad hoc resolution group has passed the decision. Fair, just, and democratic. I didn't force either of you, did I? With their support secured, Mr. Wang's spirits soared. His hearty laughter echoed down the hallway. Mr. Chen and Wang Shui smiled knowingly in response. Old Wang waved his hand. Come on, let's go talk to him again. Office. The melody drifting from the speakers filled the entire company. Today is a good day, everything you wish for will come true. Today is a good day, open the door and welcome the spring breeze. Jiāng Chén hummed along. Today, he felt quite cheerful. Inventory was nearly cleared out and 100 million had been deposited. The long string of numbers in his Longhua bank app balance felt like ballast, anchoring his heart with immense stability. He had just batch deleted all the virtual goods listed online. Next step, arrange delivery to the warehouse address specified in the contract. Arrange logistics to deliver the goods there. This large shipment was bound to cost a pretty penny. The thought made Jiāng Chén wince inwardly. Starting a business is no easy feat, every penny saved counts. He'd need to contact several courier companies and compare prices. At that moment, Old Wang pushed open the door and entered. Following closely behind were Old Chen and Wang Shui. Mr. Wang walked over to Jiāng Chén with a smile. Young Jiang, could you turn off the sound? I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Go ahead. Jiāng Chén muted the computer speaker icon with his mouse, then looked up at Old Wang with a cheerful smile. The entire office fell silent instantly. Mr. Wang spoke with solemn seriousness. I'd like to invite you to serve as the chief technical designer for rocket manufacturing at our Lunka Academy. The moment these words left his mouth. Even though Old Chen and Wang Shui had been prepared for this, their pupils still contracted slightly. To become the chief technical engineer of the Lunka Academy at such a young age. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the rising star of the younger generation. Young people of Jiāng Chén's age were typically just graduating and preparing to look for jobs. Securing an internship at the Dragon Academy was already an extraordinary achievement, a testament to ancestral blessings. But Jiāng Chén? He shot straight to the top. How enviable. Yet the very next moment, Jiāng Chén's response left everyone's jaws dropping to the floor. No. Jiāng Chén refused without a moment's hesitation. Old Wang's smile froze, his breath catching in his throat as his eyes filled with bewilderment. Old Chén, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He pleaded earnestly. Young man, this is an opportunity many would kill for. Master Wang is putting his life on the line to vouch for you. Won't you reconsider? Wang Shui chimed in, yes, Jiāng Chén. Master Wang truly values talent. Don't let his kind intentions go to waste. Jiāng Chén paused for half a second, then remained firm. No need to reconsider. Old Wang grew impatient. On the surface, he was offering Jiāng Chén an opportunity. But in truth, he needed Jiāng Chén even more. Unwilling to give up, he pressed, could you at least tell me the reason? He refused to believe it. As a Dragon Nation scientist, he wouldn't refuse the chance to serve his country at the Dragon Academy. Seeing Old Wang's persistence, Jiāng Chén sighed deeply before patiently explaining. This company was entrusted to me by my father on his deathbed. I promised him I would run it well. I appreciate your high regard for me, Old Wang. But my father's command is difficult to fulfill. I deeply apologize. Jiāng Chén's words stunned the three present. No wonder. So it was all about carrying on his father's legacy. It seems Jiāng Chén is not only highly skilled in technology but also a deeply devoted son. Such a man of both virtue and talent, how could one not be moved? To realize his father's dream, he was even willing to give up a promising future. Old Chén and Wang Shui both felt there was no need to persuade him further. Persisting would have been downright rude. But Old Wang's eyes lit up. You want to build a larger, stronger company, don't you? Then I'll make it happen for you. Xiao Jiang, if you don't want to join the Lunka Institute, I understand. But what if you were to join us merely as a technical advisor? In return, we'll secure funding, outsource key technologies to you, and prioritize your company as our Lunka Institute's primary technology supplier. Does that sound acceptable? Chapter 26, Defending the Nation. Jiāng Chén, Dragon Nation's eminent scholar. Funding? Supplier to the Dragon Academy? Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up. He knew exactly what this meant. Money. A lot of money. A steady stream of money. With this, he could boldly expand and strengthen his company. He could even leverage the prestigious endorsement of having worked on projects for the Lunka Academy. And become a renowned company in Pengcheng and even nationwide. What? You disagree? Old Wang thought, thank goodness I came prepared. He paused briefly before continuing, in that case, I'll make another concession. No need to compromise further. I agree. Jiāng Chén replied immediately. Agree? Old Wang was taken aback, not expecting Jiāng Chén to agree so readily. Yes, I agree. But let me make one thing clear, I guarantee the quality of my work, but I won't discount it. Jiāng Chén stated earnestly. Of course. If the job is done well, you won't be shortchanged. Old Wang couldn't help but wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. This was the first time he'd encountered a tech expert so obsessed with money. Typically, professionals at this level had long since grown indifferent to money. But upon reflection, it made sense. Jiāng Chén had founded his company with the sole purpose of making money. Besides, having such a tech guru help the Dragon Academy rapidly break through technological barriers was money well spent. About that rocket you sold to Liú Shīyǎ last time, can you still build it? Old Wang paused, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Old Chén and Wang Shui immediately grew serious, staring intently at Jiāng Chén as if facing a formidable adversary. This was the primary reason they had sought out Jiāng Chén. Of course. 2 million per unit, honest deal, no tricks. So? How many do you want? Jiāng Chén perked up at the prospect of another sale. He became even more eager to pitch his product. Thud. Old Wang and Old Chén both stumbled backward, collapsing onto the floor. Wang Shui's legs buckled, but she managed to steady herself against the nearby table, preventing herself from falling. How much do you want? You think this is cabbage on sale? This is a rocket. Space technology embodying the pinnacle of human ingenuity. And what's with offering 2 million when others are paying 500 million? You expect better results for less? Is Jiāng Chén stupid? No, impossible. Anyone capable of mastering such technological prowess couldn't possibly be a little cutie. Old Wang immediately recalled his own youth. For the sake of reviving Dragon Nation's technology, he'd gnawed on cornbread and pickles daily while contributing to the development of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. Yes, Jiāng Chén must also be eager to support Dragon Nation's technological endeavors. But out of pride, he had to sell the rocket at such a low price, 2 million. What a talent! A truly patriotic talent. Such talent must never be discouraged. Old Wang couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. He kept murmuring, what a fine comrade. Such a fine comrade. Old Chen approached, patted old Wang on the shoulder, and sighed deeply, "The dragon nation shall rise. Heaven has eyes to bestow such patriotic talents upon us." The two elders' lips began to tremble as tears and snot streamed down their faces. Seeing the two elders in such a state, Wang Shui, though still unclear about the situation, felt her own eyes grow red. "Wait, the price isn't set in stone. Buy more, and I'll give you wholesale." Jiāng Chén instantly felt awkward. The two elders and the young girl had actually started crying. Had he quoted too high a price just now? Too high? "You're haggling? I said no discount, and that's final, okay?" Before Jiāng Chén could offer further explanation, old Wang wiped away his tears and looked at Jiāng Chén. "Sorry, we need to step outside and discuss this." "Hurry up, I'm about to clock out," Jiāng Chén reminded him. After arranging the delivery pickup, he had to rush to the warehouse to ship the goods, then hurry off to meet a girl introduced by a friend for a blind date. Work and life must be balanced. Crying won't change a thing. Old Wang nodded in agreement before leading the elderly man and the youngster out of the company once more. They walked through the familiar corridor to the fire escape entrance. He turned to face the two of them. "What do you think? Are you referring to the price, the rocket, or Jiāng Chén himself?" asked Old Chen in rapid succession. Old Wang replied solemnly, "We can discuss all of it." Chen Lao pondered for a moment before replying. "If all rockets are like the one parked in the courtyard earlier, this price might as well be free. But why would Jiāng Chén give them away for free?" Old Chen voiced his confusion. Wang Shui answered abruptly, "Isn't it obvious? He wants to give them away. He just needs an excuse to make us accept them. Even the price he offered Liú Shīyǎ earlier was merely part of his plan to lure us out. This young man, Jiāng Chén, possesses not only technical prowess but also a profound patriotic spirit. What's even more frightening is that if all this was part of his plan, his depth of calculation is truly staggering." Old Wang nodded in agreement and concluded, "Thankfully, he stands on the side of our dragon nation." Hearing this, Chen Tiger's body tensed. His expression grew grave as he said, "What can we do for him? We can't just stand by and watch him sacrifice himself for Dragon Nation without lifting a finger, can we?" Old Wang pondered for a moment. "We'll purchase each rocket at 20 million yuan. 100 rockets total. What do you think?" "Old Wang, since you're asking, I'll speak plainly." Wang Shui hesitated, then continued. "Go ahead." Old Wang nodded. Wang Shui voiced her suspicion. If Jiāng Chén really is selling the 500 million yuan worth of Dragon Academy materials at 20 million each, the raw material costs alone probably wouldn't cover it. Could it be that the more we buy, the deeper his losses? Even if he's wealthy enough to rival a nation and borrows everywhere, he likely won't be able to sustain it in the end. Old Chen nodded solemnly. Wang Shui's theory is highly plausible. Wang Shui finished speaking. Old Wang's face flushed crimson. If this were true, not only had he failed to help Jiāng Chén, but he had also driven such a patriotic talent to ruin. What else could this be but a terrible sin? A wave of guilt surged through him, overwhelming his aged frame. As someone who had been through it all, old Mrs. Wang knew how fiercely patriotic individuals would fight to help their nation prosper and grow strong. If he hadn't known, he couldn't have helped it. Now that he knew, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Old Wang sniffed sharply and exhaled deeply. I'll make it official. Establish a position for him within the Academy as a Dragon Nation Technology Special Advisor. For any project under our Dragon Academy, he shall have unrestricted access to all research materials and resources within the Academy. What do you all think? Old Chen seconded. Wang Shui chimed in, seconded. The three-member panel unanimously approved. In the office, Jiāng Chén let out a loud sneeze. He couldn't help but wonder if the three scientists had been scared off by his quote. Should he offer the second one at half price? TSK. This is money we're talking about. Chapter 27, Never let a national treasure feel disheartened. When the three stood before Jiāng Chén again, grinning at him, Jiāng Chén's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! They were probably going to haggle fiercely. I made it clear from the start. This is a small operation. I can't afford to haggle. At absolute most I'll knock off 1,000 yuan. Jiāng Chén gritted his teeth, forcing a twisted expression of pain onto his face. Hearing Jiāng Chén's words, the three exchanged knowing glances, each reading a mix of emotions on the others' faces. To solve the nation's problems, they really put on quite the performance. Old Wang cleared his throat and explained, Young Jiang, rest assured we have no intention of haggling. No haggling? Jiāng Chén's eyes brimmed with confusion. Just moments ago, they'd been whining and complaining outside, but now they'd come inside looking cheerful. If you're not going to haggle, what exactly are you so happy about? That's right. Not only will we not haggle, but we'll purchase them from you at the listed price of 20 million each. Wang Lao stated earnestly. Jiāng Chén's eyes widened as if he were staring at an alien, fixated on the elderly man before him. Well, I'll be damned. He'd seen people haggle over prices before, but this was the first time he'd encountered someone actively demanding a higher price. But as the one collecting the money, there was no reason not to agree. Jiāng Chén rose from his stool. Fine, I have no objections. How much do you want? Let's start with an order of 100 to test the waters. Old Wang said. Jiāng Chén spit out a mouthful of tea. 100 coins, 20 million each. That comes to 20 billion? I thought the 100 million Liú Shīyǎ sent over was already a lot. Now, before the money had even had time to warm his hands, he was about to receive another 2 billion? Seeing Jiāng Chén hesitating to respond, Old Wang asked. What? Is there a problem with 100 pieces? Rest assured, all materials go through our Lanka Institute. You won't lose out. No problem at all. When do you need it? Jiāng Chén jolted awake, snapping back to reality. Old Wang froze, momentarily stumped by Jiāng Chén's question. If they followed the Dragon Science Institute's timeline, it would take at least 100 years. But by Jiāng Chén's timeline, producing one every 2 days meant 100 pieces would take just over half a year at most. Yet to actually say half a year felt, based on experience, like taking advantage of him. After hesitating for a long while, he could only offer a vague answer, the sooner the better. You arrange the timing. Understood. Thank you for your trust, sir. Shall we sign the contract now? What payment method would you prefer? Jiāng Chén asked swiftly. Happiness had come too suddenly, he feared it might slip away quietly. Hearing Jiāng Chén inquire about the contract and payment method, Wang Lao replied calmly, 20 billion isn't a huge sum, but it's no small amount either. I need to return to the institute to submit an application first. We should be able to sign the contract in the next day or two. For contracts worth 10 million, the finance department will typically pay half as an initial installment. Would that be acceptable to you? Normally, a project application through the Dragon Academy would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. But Old Wang feared delays might lead to complications, so he planned to use a special approval channel. Jiāng Chén was already grinning from ear to ear as he replied readily, that's fine. Absolutely fine. With the system's support, the cost per unit would be no more than 20 million yuan at most. All told, it was a mere 20 million yuan affair. At this thought, his breathing quickened. Who would have thought that just days ago, he'd been fretting over the company's rent? Just then, an alarm rang out in the office. Time to clock out. I gotta get out of here. I still need to figure out how to ship the goods Mr. Liu ordered today. The moment the bell rang, Jiāng Chén sprang to life as if injected with adrenaline. Whether the shipment went out or not didn't matter, what mattered was clocking out. Seeing Jiāng Chén's hint to leave, Old Wang and the others could only nod and agree. Everything that needed discussing today had been made crystal clear. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention. The Pengcheng military region has a military exercise next month and wants to borrow that satellite from Liú Shīyǎ's hands. Old Wang paused mid-step, suddenly recalling something he hadn't yet mentioned to Jiāng Chén. The satellite belongs to Liú Shīyǎ. Just go straight to her, Jiāng Chén said indifferently. Liú Shīyǎ herself isn't confident about the satellite. She said it'd be best if you personally gave the go-ahead. That way, if any malfunctions occur, they can be handled promptly. Jiāng Chén paused, then smiled. That's only fair. All electronics come with a 1-year warranty. If any issues arise, feel free to call me anytime. With that, Jiāng Chén and the two elders exited the company. The door closed and locked. Watching Jiāng Chén's retreating figure, Old Wang found himself momentarily reluctant to leave. What a fine young man. He had spared no effort to dedicate this vital national asset to the country. He felt compelled to do something more for this noble soul who risked his life for the nation. He pondered long and hard, yet no clear solution came to mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He grabbed Jiāng Chén's arm and asked, "Aren't you supposed to make a delivery tonight?" "That's right. If you need it, I can arrange for our Lanka Institute's escort team to assist you with the delivery." Hearing this, Jiāng Chén froze. An escort team? That meant he wouldn't have to pay for transportation. Why pass up a free ride? Need? Of course I need it. Seeing Jiāng Chén's straightforward attitude, Old Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He liked this kind of character. Not a hint of pretense. Should any misunderstandings or disagreements arise in future dealings, they would be much easier to resolve through open communication. Old Chén and Wang Shui, standing nearby, were also infected by the laughter and joined in. Old Wang pulled out his phone to make a call, saying as he did so, "All right, I'll have our security chief contact you immediately. You can tell him exactly where to pick up and drop off." Night. Warehouse guard booth. An old man adjusted his reading glasses, shook out the newspaper, and continued reading by the dim light. Komata country discharging nuclear wastewater? Oomph, damn things, never learn. Eagle Chan Starlink project put on the agenda, guaranteed for non-military use? Doubtful. Pengcheng Aerospace University suddenly launches a rocket? Universities are getting so advanced these days. Liang Taizhu muttered to himself as he turned to a new page. At that moment, a van pulled up in front of the guard booth. A young man stepped out of the driver's seat and approached. "Old Liang, have you eaten yet?" The old man looked up and recognized the familiar face. "Oh, Jiāng Chén. I've eaten. What brings you here so late?" "Nothing major. Someone will be coming to pick up goods from the warehouse shortly, so I thought I'd give you a heads up. Jiāng Chén placed the warehouse key on the table in front of the old man. He then pulled a packet of tea leaves from his pocket and handed it over. Top grade Longjing. Try it. It'll perk you up if you get sleepy tonight. Oh dear, you've gone to all this trouble for me. Alright, just have them give your name when they come to pick up the goods. I'm on duty tonight, so everything will be taken care of. A broad smile spread across Liang Tieju's deeply wrinkled face. Alright, old Liang, I'll be on my way. Jiāng Chén waved cheerfully and climbed back into his van. He turned the ignition, started the engine, and vanished into the night. This van had been his father's workhorse, used to haul goods when he was building his business. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a major contributor to the Jiāng family's success. That was precisely why it had never been replaced. Not long after Jiāng Chén drove off, a convoy of over a dozen military trucks approached the warehouse gates from the opposite direction. At the front and rear of the convoy, 2 armored personnel carriers escorted the trucks. The deep, rumbling hum carried clearly from a great distance. Liang Taiju quickly put down his newspaper and stepped out of the guard booth. The sight before him nearly made him collapse onto the ground. The lead vehicle rolled through the gate without stopping. The doors swung open, and fully armed soldiers leaped out one after another. Their feet barely touched the ground before they sprinted toward the warehouse entrance. One soldier approached Liang Taiju, slung his weapon behind his back, and snapped a crisp salute. He then picked up his credentials from the ground. 39th Army, Ministry of National Defense, stationed at Lunka Academy. Company Commander Su Guohua. Here on orders to assist Jiāng Chén, Director of Aerospace Technology at Lunka Academy, in escorting cargo. Liang Taiju froze in place. Usually, it was just small trucks and vans shuffling about. He'd never witnessed such a spectacle. His mind felt as if it had been completely drained. Seeing no response from the old man, Su Guohua repeated himself. Liang Taiju finally snapped out of it, pointing with his finger and handing over the key Jiāng Chén had left behind. Alright. Jiāng Chén, right? Warehouse 9527. It's over there in the southeast corner. Chapter 28, Escort Mission, Blind Date. After obtaining permission from the gatekeeper, Liang Taiju, Su Guohua nodded and signaled to his comrades behind him. 4 comrades immediately split into 2 columns, taking up guard positions at the entrance. The remaining soldiers swiftly passed Su Guohua and charged toward Warehouse 9527. Under the cover of night, Su Guohua's earpiece crackled intermittently. Point A secure. Black Panther in position. Point B secure, Warwolf in position. Warehouse 9527 located. Full alert, prepare to breach. Click. The sound of a lot being picked echoed through the headset. Squeak. Immediately followed by a shrill screech as the warehouse doors swung open. 2 minutes later. Warehouse reconnaissance complete. We've got it under control. Over. Copy that. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Guohua's eyes. This escort mission had been personally assigned by Old Wang from headquarters, emphasizing the highest security level. Thus, he had made thorough preparations before departing. He had brought along most of the compound's elite forces, ready to handle any unexpected situation. Yet it had gone so smoothly? Well, it was only the beginning. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Load the truck. Load the cargo. The order rang out. Soldiers immediately sprinted to the center of the main gate, raised flags, waved them, then dashed aside. The next second, the military truck, which had never been turned off, started moving, gliding smoothly into the warehouse complex. Just then, Captain Su, come take a look. Something's not right. The voice crackled through his earpiece. Su Guohua's heart tightened. He barked, copy that. He immediately broke into a sprint toward the warehouse. Soldiers along the route saw him and felt their adrenaline surge. Click-clack. A series of weapon cocking sounds followed. The last time the captain had run like this was when they were ambushed by foreign mercenaries. More than half of his comrades had been killed or wounded. Fortunately, the captain's vigilance had preserved the nation's vital secrets despite being vastly outnumbered. No words were needed. The soldiers instantly shifted into combat mode, closing ranks and charging toward the warehouse. A distance of several hundred meters was covered in just over 10 seconds. As the warehouse drew nearer, Su Guohua's footsteps grew slower and slower. No gunfire. No signs of struggle. The light flickered at the warehouse entrance. The sentry stood calmly at attention, rifle steady in hand. Inside the warehouse, lights blazed brightly, with soldiers guarding every 10 paces. Shita! What's going on? You'd better explain this clearly. Su Guohua frowned, fixing his gaze on a soldier near the entrance. The soldiers who had accompanied him looked utterly bewildered, yet they scattered like beans, surrounding the warehouse. Seeing the scene unfold, Shita realized the captain had likely misunderstood. He quickly explained. The goods inside the warehouse you'll understand once you see them for yourself. Su Guohua wasted no words, striding purposefully into the warehouse. Soldiers along the way saluted him. He returned their salutes as he advanced deeper inside. But the deeper he went, the stranger Su Guo's expression grew. He halted abruptly, turning to look at Cheetah. Retrieve the escort manifest for verification. The mission was urgent and high level. Before leaving, he'd only had time for a cursory glance, not a thorough review. Understood, Team Leader Su. Cheetah pulled out his tactical tablet and tapped it rapidly. Moments later, a long electronic form appeared on the screen, which he handed to Su Guo. Rockets, miniature. Drone, model. Spacecraft, model? Su Guo took the tablet, swiping upward with his fingers as his tone grew increasingly astonished. They were dispatched for the highest level security mission. And the cargo they're escorting is just a bunch of models? That's it? At best, they're just toys or teaching aids. Hard to imagine anyone would try to snatch toys from their clutches. Su Guo handed the tablet back. Have the documents been verified? Captain Su, it's correct. We've double-checked it. Then move it. Execute. Yes, Captain Su. Cheetah retrieved the tablet, saluted, and turned to leave. Amidst flickering lights, soldiers worked in pairs, using carts, carrying items on their shoulders or by hand, to load the listed equipment onto the military truck. As soon as one truck was loaded, 2 soldiers jumped aboard, locked the doors, and drove off. The next one followed immediately. 1 hour later. Squad Leader Su, everything's loaded. Let's go. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Guo nodded and waved his large hand forward. The long convoy of vehicles slowly vanished into the night. Luohu Grand Hotel. Good evening, sir. Thank you for dining with us. Welcome back, ma'am. Handsome men and beautiful women dressed in elegant uniforms greeted customers entering and exiting the restaurant with bows. This restaurant has been operating in Shenzhen for over a decade, offering distinctive dishes at reasonable prices. It was now peak dining hours. Groups of office workers streamed in, arriving in clusters of 3 or 5. At this moment, inside a private dining room, the aroma of dishes fills the air. A table laden with delicacies had been set. Jiāng Chén's stomach growled loudly, yet he didn't touch his chopsticks. Across from him sat a woman of average looks, devouring her meal with frenzied speed. Like a whirlwind. The plates on the table emptied at a visible pace. Take your time eating, don't choke. If it's not enough, we can order more, Jiāng Chén gently reminded her, placing a box of tissues within her reach. The woman blew her nose, flicking the tissue aside. She grabbed another lettuce leaf, shoved it into her gaping mouth with her fingers, and held it there without swallowing. Then she suddenly grabbed the last few pieces of grilled tenderloin from the plate and shoved them into her mouth along with the lettuce. Gulp! She belched loudly, head thrown back. Ah, that's the ticket. Are you full? Not bad, about 70% full. Want to order some more dishes? No thanks. I'm dieting lately. Eating until 70% full at dinner is healthier. Jiāng Chén was stunned. This table full of food could easily last him several days. And this beauty was only 70% full. She wiped her mouth with lingering satisfaction, then turned to look at Jiāng Chén with curiosity. My mom practically forced me to come on this blind date today. Your mom forced you? Yep, my mom forced me. What about you? Oh, no, I was introduced by a friend. Jiāng Chén explained. The beauty nodded, flicking the tissue paper aside. It slid across the tabletop, fell to the floor, and rolled toward the corner. Even though you're pretty handsome, we can't skip the required steps. Since you're here anyway, I'll ask you a few questions. Does your family own property in Pengcheng? Jiāng Chén scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I lost some money in business earlier and had to sell the house. So you don't have one. Do you own a car? We have a minivan, a Wuling Hongguang. That's practically nothing. Seriously, what kind of grown man shows up to a matchmaking event with no house and no car? You're just wasting everyone's time. After speaking, the beauty belched again, then quickly patted her chest to settle her stomach. Jiāng Chén smiled faintly. This was the 9th time this month he'd been grilled about property and vehicles. Seems like in this day and age, you can't even go on a blind date without material possessions. Marrying gold diggers like this would only bring trouble into the home. Just as the awkward silence hung heavy in the air. Duong duong duong. The door to the private room was knocked on. Before Jiāng Chén could respond, a beautiful woman walked in with grace and poise, looking at Jiāng Chén uncertainly and asking, Jiāng Chén? Jiāng Chén's hair stood on end. Suddenly, he felt that long-forgotten sensation of being stared at by his homeroom teacher. Chapter 29, Liú Shīyǎ's Shield. The visitor was none other than Liú Shīyǎ, a professor from Pengcheng Aerospace University. Rushing over after work, she was dressed in a business suit, her ID badge still hanging from her neck. She pushed open the door and peered inside through the crack. It forced Jiāng Chén to recall the feeling of being singled out by his homeroom teacher back in the day. His hair stood on end. Especially when she opened the door and called out his name. It left him utterly dumbfounded. Watching such a dignified and poised woman take the initiative to greet Jiāng Chén, Wan Huanqi, who had been scowling at him just seconds ago for lacking a car or a house, instantly flew into a rage. She slammed her chopsticks down on the table and shouted in indignation. How dare you, Jiāng Chén? You're on a blind date with me, yet you've arranged to meet another girl. You're utterly despicable. Poor and ugly, yet you play around more than anyone else. I actually had a tiny bit of hope for you, but now I see you're just a scumbag. Wang Huanqi's outburst caught Liú Shīyǎ's attention. Liú Shīyǎ's eyes lit up. It seemed she hadn't misjudged him. She immediately felt a pang of guilt over her rashness. She apologized frankly. Sorry about that. I was just passing by the door. I just happened to hear you talking and came in to take a look. Never imagined it would actually be Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén momentarily couldn't place who the person before him was. He rose with a puzzled expression, forcing a stiff smile as he asked. Who are you? Wang Huanqi crossed her arms and sneered coldly, humph. Still pretending. Stop it. I'd never fall for you anyway. Liú Shīyǎ paused slightly, studying the girl carefully. Quite ordinary. Jiāng Chén really had it rough. Still, she replied with a polite smile, I'm the one who bought teaching props from Yuan Xianyu. Your voice sounded so much like the one in your WeChat messages, I just had to come see. Never expected it really was you. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén slapped his forehead in realization. The beautiful woman standing at the door was none other than Liú Shīyǎ from WeChat. Oh, right. Liú Shīyǎ. Wang Huanqi immediately flew into a rage, jumping to her feet and cursing, so you actually know her? Scumbag. Player. Liar. Jiāng Chén turned back, his eyes brimming with utter disgust. After enduring her tirade for so long and feeling famished, his patience had long since vanished. He frowned, shooting her a disgusted glance. Shut up. With that, he grabbed his phone and bag, ready to leave. Wang Huanqi panicked, grabbing Jiāng Chén's arm and refusing to let go. Hey, wait a minute. We haven't settled the bill yet. You cheapskate, you're not seriously suggesting we split it, are you? Liú Shīyǎ, standing nearby, chuckled silently. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, her expression pure entertainment. Who was this wild woman? She sure was feisty. She wondered how a man as refined and scholarly as Jiāng Chén would handle this situation. The next second, Jiāng Chén yanked Wang Huanqi's hand away, striding toward the door as he barked. Split the bill, my ass. I didn't touch a single chopstick. You pay for your own meal. With that, he bolted out of the private room as if fleeing, leaving Wang Huanqi alone behind, cursing furiously. Liú Shīyǎ shared a knowing smile, minding none of it. As soon as Jiāng Chén stepped outside, she followed closely behind. Claiming she needed to speak with him, she led him into an empty private room. Her expression turned serious as she declared, Mr. Jiāng, I must thank you today. Thank me? Jiāng Chén looked puzzled. If he remembered correctly, his only interaction with Liú Shīyǎ had been selling her fireworks. Cash for goods, the transaction was settled long ago. What was there to thank him for? Jiāng Chén was baffled. Liú Shīyǎ's lips curved into a faint smile as she explained earnestly. That rocket you sold me was a huge help. So? Jiāng Chén countered. Oh, you. No wonder you're on a blind date. You always manage to shut people down in conversation. Can you just let me finish? Liú Shīyǎ said reproachfully, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Fine, go ahead, Jiāng Chén sighed. Your rocket is huge, and the effect is astonishing. Liú Shīyǎ was about to elaborate, but was abruptly cut off. I know, get to the point. Jiāng Chén's patience was wearing thin. Today's blind date had really gotten on his nerves. It caught the attention of the Education Bureau. The principal gave me a 3-tier salary bump and named me an outstanding individual. Because of this, I won my bet with my father, Liú Shīyǎ said excitedly. She pulled the award certificate from her bag and waved it in front of Jiāng Chén, looking utterly smug. A bet? Jiāng Chén's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he perked up. Liú Shīyǎ didn't speak. Instead, she mysteriously pushed open the private room door and peered outside. Seeing no one, she closed the door and walked back to Jiāng Chén. I'm telling you this, but don't go blabbing about it everywhere, okay? Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up, a faint smile curling his lips. His earlier irritation vanished instantly, his ears twitching involuntarily. Okay, I promise not to say a word. Hurry up and tell me. Seeing Jiāng Chén's firm assurance, Liú Shīyǎ's eyes narrowed slightly as she tilted her head back, a flicker of apprehension crossing her mind. She remembered the last time her little secret had spread like wildfire. Her best friend had worn exactly the same cheerful expression. But what could she do? Jiāng Chén had just done her a huge favor. She couldn't hold back now. Actually, I'm a rich kid. That's it? My dad is the boss of Jiāng Group. Wait, Jiāng Group? Jiāng Chén was stunned. No wonder the other 3 tech companies left earlier today. Liú Shīyǎ was practically begging to sign a contract with him and clear out the warehouse inventory. Liú Shīyǎ said triumphantly, yes, it's a very famous conglomerate in Pengcheng. You know it too. That's irrelevant. What else? Jiāng Chén pressed on. I'm an only child. My father wants me to return home and inherit his legacy. But I want to keep teaching, so I made a bet. Does this wager have anything to do with rockets? It's kind of a happy accident. If I win the advanced award for this practical course, I'll win the bet. No wonder. Congratulations. Congratulations. Jiāng Chén nodded in sudden understanding. He hadn't expected such a wager to be behind it all. Thanks to your rocket. Liú Shīyǎ's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. You're welcome. I think you wouldn't have lost even without my rocket. Liú Shīyǎ's eyes widened in confusion. What do you mean? Jiāng Chén chuckled. Since your father went so far as to settle things with a bet, it shows he'd ultimately respect your wishes anyway. As for the bet's validity, the final say rests with you. If you don't want it, losing doesn't matter. Oomph. You underestimate my integrity. Do I seem like that kind of person? Liú Shīyǎ couldn't help but pout like a little girl, her voice tinged with playful reproach. They looked at each other, speechless. For a moment, an ambiguous atmosphere filled the private room. Liú Shīyǎ's face flushed crimson. But being a university professor, she quickly regained her composure and changed the subject. I invited a few teacher friends from the university over to celebrate today. Could I ask you for a favor? Jiāng Chén paused. What kind of favor? There's a male teacher here who's been pursuing me for a long time. Want me to turn him down for you? Yes. You're so smart. Liú Shīyǎ looked at Jiāng Chén expectantly, waiting for his answer. Jiāng Chén hesitated for a moment before deciding to agree. After all, Liú Shīyǎ had just cleared out all the scrap from his warehouse for 100 million today. Alright. Chapter 30, The Banquet. The private room Liú Shīyǎ had reserved was at the end of the corridor, right past the room Jiāng Chén had just been in. The two emerged one after the other from the partitioned area. Jiāng Chén carried a woman's handbag, while Liú Shīyǎ linked her arm through his. To passers-by, they looked every bit like a couple deeply in love. Feeling the softness against his arm, Jiāng Chén felt a flutter in his heart, his steps growing stiff. To cover up his awkwardness, Jiāng Chén deliberately struck up a conversation. So, how did I do? Not too bad, right? Liú Shīyǎ glanced at Jiāng Chén and smiled. A bit stiff. It would be better if you could relax a little more. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén's face flushed crimson. He exhaled a long breath and asked, how about now? Much better than before. Come on, let's go inside. Liú Shīyǎ pushed open the private room door and walked in, arm linked through Jiāng Chén's. Inside the private room were 7 or 8 people. One male teacher, the rest all female teachers. The male teacher was a natural at setting the mood, constantly cracking jokes that had everyone in stitches. To an outsider, it might have seemed like today was all about this male teacher. When Liú Shīyǎ returned, bringing with her a strikingly handsome man, the previously boisterous private room instantly fell silent. All eyes turned toward them. Before Liú Shīyǎ could introduce him, someone immediately teased, Ms. Liu, where did you snag such a hottie while you were in the bathroom? Another added, Ms. Liu, this can't be your boyfriend, right? A female teacher teased, Shīyǎ, that's not fair. You're having your cake and eating it too. What about Luo Meng? Luo Meng, standing nearby, didn't seem upset. Instead, he rose with a gentle expression, walked up to Liú Shīyǎ's side, and teased, you didn't even tell me you had a friend visiting. He then turned to Jiāng Chén, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Luo Meng, Liú Shīyǎ's suitor. Luo Meng wore a smile, but his eyes were brimming with challenge. But after waiting for a long while, Jiāng Chén didn't extend his hand. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The other teachers present watched the scene unfold with no fear of getting caught up in the drama, curiously sizing up Jiāng Chén. Little did they know. Jiāng Chén was in a playful mood. He gestured toward his own hand, explaining that he couldn't shake hands because he was holding his bag and being escorted by Liú Shīyǎ's arm. Then, with a straight face, he declared, no need to chase after me. Liú Shīyǎ is my girlfriend. Seeing this, Liú Shīyǎ instantly slipped into full drama queen mode. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned alarm, turning to Jiāng Chén, Brother Chén, don't listen to his nonsense. I only love you. Jiāng Chén stiffened slightly, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. This is way too over the top. Only a fool would believe that. Before entering, he'd assumed it would be a simple charade. But now it seemed things weren't so simple after all. But this man named Luo Meng was clearly enraged by Liú Shīyǎ's words. He narrowed his eyes slightly, withdrew his hand to adjust his collar, and sneered coldly, I wonder what Shīyǎ sees in you. We're both professors at Pengcheng Aerospace University. Don't let some shady young punks take advantage of the situation. No sooner had Luo Meng finished speaking. The professors behind him, who had been serving themselves food, began to intercede. Professor Luo Meng is right. Professor Liu, you have no idea how chaotic society is these days. You can't just pick a man based on looks. I saw a news report recently about a college student lured by her boyfriend to some remote mountain village and sold for 8,000 yuan. She wasn't rescued until over a decade later, driven mad by the old man's abuse. And things aren't peaceful in northern Myanmar lately either. I heard many internet celebrities and college students were tricked into going there to be exploited for scams. If they happen to be good looking too, well, that's just tragic. So, Teacher Liu, you just don't understand how treacherous society can be. Don't get lost in superficial male beauty. Liú Shīyǎ's face flushed crimson. Even with thick skin, she couldn't bear to hear such words. As if she'd risk her life just to indulge in Jiāng Chén's male charms. She retorted indignantly, Jiāng Chén isn't some street thug. The rocket I launched in my practical class? He built it. He deserves the most credit for our feast tonight. The moment those words left her mouth, everyone present froze in stunned silence. Forget about Dragon Country, even Eagle Nation hasn't heard of anyone who can crush a rocket with their bare hands. He must have a formidable research team backing him. Even so, a company capable of manufacturing rockets like this remains a rare gem across the entire Blue Star. The group of female teachers who had initially supported Luo Meng immediately did an about-face. The female teachers put down their chopsticks one after another, introducing themselves and seeking to make his acquaintance. Hello, Jiāng Chén. I'm Jiāng Chén, a colleague of Liú Shīyǎ's. My name is Li Fangting, a mathematics teacher at Pengcheng Aerospace University. My name is Miao Tsui. I teach astrophysics. Meanwhile, Luo Meng's face darkened, lost in his own thoughts. In an instant, Jiāng Chén found himself completely surrounded by the swarm of female teachers. Some asked about rocket design, others about company development, and there were even those inquiring about his relationship with Liú Shīyǎ. He was on the verge of breaking down. If the questions kept coming, the truth would inevitably slip out. Liú Shīyǎ quickly tugged at Jiāng Chén's sleeve. Let's eat. Let's eat first, then talk. The teachers sheepishly parted to make way. Someone then suggested, we're short a chair. Why not have Jiāng Chén sit next to me? No need. Jiāng Chén will sit with me, take Luo Meng's spot. Liú Shīyǎ waved her hands hurriedly. Then turned to Luo Meng. You can go home after you finish eating. No need to wait for me. Hearing this, Luo Meng's face flushed crimson, nearly dripping with blood. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Gone was his previous gentlemanly demeanor. His face twisted into a hideous grimace as he roared at Jiāng Chén. You pretty boy Jiang, you're just some businessman running a company, aren't you? Dare you compare your expertise with mine? The teachers stared at Luo Meng as if he were a cute little animal. You're a professional teacher, yet you're begging to compete with a company owner on expertise. You must be out of your mind. But Luo Meng had already lost his mind. He couldn't care less about any of that now. I might not make as much money as you running your company, but my expertise should crush yours. Can I redeem myself through you? Jiāng Chén, seated at Luo Meng's spot preparing to eat, paused his chopsticks upon hearing this. He glanced at Luo Meng standing in the doorway and asked with a hint of amusement, oh? How exactly do you propose we compare? Let's race to build rockets. In 2 weeks, the Education Bureau is coming to observe Liú Shīyǎ's practical class. We'll have them judge whose rocket is more advanced. Luo Meng declared fiercely. Liú Shīyǎ sighed. Teacher Luo, don't bother competing. You can't win. His rocket can successfully launch satellites into orbit and even be recovered for reuse. She had intended to spare Luo Meng some pride. Besides, breakthroughs in rocket technology were considered state secrets. But considering he was a professor at Pengcheng Aerospace University, it wouldn't hurt for him to know. Hearing this, Luo Meng plopped down onto the ground. His spirit was crushed, his soul shattered. Then, as if deaf to everything, his eyes glazed over. He stumbled to his feet and staggered out of the private room. Witnessing this scene, Jiāng Chén felt a headache coming on, silently cursing his luck. Liú Shīyǎ had truly done him in. Growl. His stomach growled loudly. No time to think about it now. Time to eat. Devour it like crazy. Chapter 31, False Alarm. Liú Shīyǎ's dinner party ended late into the night. Jiāng Chén took the opportunity while using the restroom to settle the bill. Using a certain group buying platform's discount coupon, the bill came to just over 2,000 yuan, about 200 per person. For Jiang, now rolling in money, this amount was mere pocket change. After feasting and drinking their fill, Jiāng Chén emerged from Luohu Hotel surrounded by a bevy of beautiful female teachers, treated like royalty. Unexpectedly, though the blind date failed, he ended up adding a group of beautiful female teachers on WeChat. They surrounded him with admiring glances. They all requested to discuss academic matters with him when he had time. This made Jiāng Chén's face flush red, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Compared to that 6 out of 10 beauty who only knew how to eat, these women were far more refined. Each teacher possessed a 7 or 8 out of 10 in looks, and their poise was impeccable. He couldn't help but wonder which one might become a potential romantic interest. Liú Shīyǎ publicly asked Jiāng Chén to walk her home, flashing him rapid winks as subtle hints. With no other choice, he reluctantly agreed. But when Liú Shīyǎ passed by his Mercedes-Benz G-Class and climbed into the passenger seat of the Wuling Hongguan, she was brimming with curiosity. She bombarded him with questions the entire ride. Is this car the legendary Autumn Name Mountain God vehicle? It must be able to haul a lot of cargo, right? This vehicle looks quite high-end. Jiāng Chén was a bit speechless. He replied indifferently, Teacher Liu, you really don't need to make small talk. I saw your Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the garage earlier. You'll need to come back tomorrow to pick it up. Liú Shīyǎ's speechlessness lingered. In an industrial park on the outskirts of Pengcheng, the air was filled with the chorus of frogs and the hum of insects, while dappled sunlight filtered through the trees onto the concrete paths. Security patrols of 3 or 4 men crisscrossed the area in formation. Each security officer wore a uniform, equipped with an electric baton, flashlight, and riot shield. At the park center stood a towering lighthouse equipped with searchlights. Slowly shifting angles, it swept downward. This is one of the warehouses under the Jiāng Group. Security protocols were extremely stringent. Not even the patrolling security personnel know what exactly is stored inside the warehouse. A corner of the complex. Jiāng, after tonight's shift, wanna grab a drink at our usual spot? During work hours? Cut the jokes. Company policy strictly prohibits it. Don't get me fined half a month's salary too. Alright. Liu Taidan stuck out his tongue. The two were comrades in arms who had retired from the military together. They'd agreed to look out for each other and join Jiāng Group as colleagues. Jiāng Group was a massive enterprise. With so many employees, management became challenging. Therefore, they implemented a policy of clear rewards and punishments. Violators faced severe penalties. Those who excel are generously rewarded. Fortunately, the basic benefits package was already quite generous, and nearly all recruits were veterans. They didn't mind the company's strict requirements. Buzz. Suddenly, the deep rumble of heavy trucks approached from outside the industrial park. Jiāng frowned. Sounds like military vehicles. But why would military trucks be coming this way? Could it be? Liu Taidan confirmed, it definitely sounds like a military truck. Private business owners, to some extent, might have some shady dealings. As for what those shady dealings entailed, they didn't know. But they knew that when you take someone's money, you had to do your job properly. All hands, run forward. Jiāng Tudan waved his hand and led his men toward the park entrance. If things truly unfolded as he suspected, if trouble arose, they couldn't stop it. But delaying them? That much they could manage. Just as they neared the compound gates, a flood of lights poured into the compound like snowflakes. People poured out from all directions within the compound, brandishing riot shields as they guarded the entrance. Jiāng looked closely in the light and was utterly shocked. Holy cow! Armored personnel carriers, military trucks, and fully armed soldiers leaping out of the vehicles. If a real conflict broke out, no matter how skilled the people in the park were, they couldn't withstand a hail of gunfire from the other side. Should I step forward to block them like the security guard did earlier, or should I hide somewhere else? That was the question. At that moment, an officer stepped over the fully armed soldiers, presented his military ID to the guard booth, and bellowed, 39th Army of the Ministry of National Defense, stationed at Lunka Academy. Company Commander Su Guowo reporting for duty. Delivering supplies to Jiāng Group. Goods have arrived. Authorized personnel, please arrange for acceptance. He didn't seem intent on forcing his way in for a raid. Jiāng Tu finally exhaled in relief, quickening his pace to lead his team into the human wall. After all, they were on the payroll, they had to put on a show. But the guard inside the booth clearly wasn't so easily fooled. After inspecting the ID, they didn't immediately grant passage. Instead, they insisted on following company procedures to inspect the goods. The soldier nodded in understanding, then stepped aside to let a group from the compound go to the back of the military truck to count the goods. Soldier to soldier, business was handled professionally, and everyone remained courteous. Some even struck up casual conversation. Ha! This shipment's not right. Jiāng San, leading the inspection, exclaimed in surprise. The security personnel immediately tensed up. Jiāng San then retreated to the guard booth, saluted Su Guowo, and said, Sorry, sir, there's a problem with your cargo. It can't come in. The moment the words left his mouth, security personnel throughout the facility instantly tensed. They raised their riot shields to chest level, gripped their batons tightly, and took a firm step forward. Behind them lay their boss's secrets, they couldn't retreat. Seeing this, the soldiers near the armored vehicle immediately assumed an offensive stance, the sound of rifle bolts being cycled sending a chill down the spine. As if triggered by a chain reaction, soldiers leapt from the military trucks behind them, taking positions at the rear with weapons drawn. For this unit, the cargo inside the vehicle was irrelevant. Their mission was to ensure the cargo reached its destination safely. To accomplish their mission, how many times had top-level security missions required sacrificing comrades? Su Guowo's authority commanded respect without anger. His eyes narrowed slightly. Soldiers familiar with him knew this was the prelude to an impending outburst. Searchlights now swept directly across the scene. The entrance to the compound was illuminated as bright as day. A dangerous aura spread through the darkness. Conflict seemed poised to erupt at any moment. At that moment, Cheetah stepped forward and whispered something to Su Guowo. Su Guowo's expression finally eased. Hadn't he shared the same doubts when loading the goods from the warehouse earlier? Taking the tablet from Cheetah, he handed it to Jiāng Chén. Please verify the documents this escort manifest. All right. Facing the crisis that had nearly erupted, Jiāng Chén's palms were sweaty and his lips had already begun trembling uncontrollably. He took the documents from the tablet and examined them carefully, growing more puzzled the longer he looked. He picked up the paper copy again and only then noticed a missing attribute field. It happened to note the model number of this shipment model. It seemed he had misread it. Release it! Jiāng Chén bellowed. Everyone present breathed a long sigh of relief. A gentle breeze blew by. Only then did people realize their backs were soaked through with sweat. Chapter 32, Inventor Level Up. Pre-contract negotiations. 2 days later, when the warehouse complex called Liú Shīyǎ to inform him that the goods had been received, Liú Shīyǎ set aside his work and cheekily invited the 3 tech company CEOs to accompany him to the warehouse to admire his gold mining haul. After repeated refusals, CEOs Zhang, Liu, and Li finally had no choice but to agree. The 3 drove their private cars, grumbling all the way as if they'd swallowed a bitter pill, arriving at the complex. But when the warehouse manager opened the doors and they saw a pile of toys, the CEO's gloomy moods instantly lifted. Ha, Mr. Liu, is this the high-tech stuff you told us about? This looks just like my grandpa's broken arrow. How pathetic is this? Mr. Liu, did you get the wrong warehouse? Liú Shīyǎ's expression darkened by the second. He immediately summoned the night shift staff from the previous evening and retrieved the security footage. After repeated verification, he finally confirmed that the shipment he'd contracted with Jiāng Chén was indeed the one before him. But he was equally astonished that the shipment was actually being escorted by military personnel. It seemed this young man's background was no simple matter. This realization instantly tempered half his initial fury. Still, this failed attempt at showing off had backfired spectacularly, leaving him, the group's CEO, thoroughly embarrassed. He promptly handed the 3 tech company CEOs over to his secretary to arrange a simple meal, then hurriedly excused himself, citing pressing business matters. He needed to ask Liú Shīyǎ. Just who exactly was this Jiāng Chén? Was there some kind of secret code involved in purchasing rockets like hers? At that moment, Jiāng Chén was deep in thought. Old Wang from the Dragon Academy had called early that morning. He said the application process for the 100 rockets had gone through special approval and the funding had been approved. He hoped the contract could be signed immediately today. Signing the contract was easy, getting the money was a breeze. However, constructing an identical rocket requires merit points. One rocket costs 998 tech points. Currently, only 1,000 points are available. After building one, you'll have none left. To earn tech points, you need sufficient exposure and shock value. Just as he was wrestling with this dilemma, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Shock points from WeChat Moments shares, 15,000. Vblog provides shock points, 35,000. Xwave provides shock points, 40,000. Shock points from SFox, 30,000. Inventor has met upgrade criteria. Upgrade cost, 20,000 tech points. Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. His heart pounded like a war drum, threatening to burst from his chest at any moment. 120,000 tech points. This stuff was worth more than dragon coins. With this, the system daddy could create endless high-tech wonders for him. Has the inventor reached the upgrade threshold? Upgrade. Jiāng Chén didn't hesitate for a second. Anyone who plays games knows this. Even a level 1 purple tier item couldn't match the power of a level 2 green tier 1. Ding. Consuming 20,000 tech points. Scientist upgrade commencing. Instantly, faint blue light shone from Jiāng Chén's eyes. A barely perceptible electric glow enveloped him. A powerful magnetic field erupted suddenly. Jiāng Chén's eyes snapped shut, every strand of his hair standing on end. Everything around him began to float and spin. Ding! Inventor level up successful. After a long while, a system notification sounded. Jiāng Chén opened his eyes, surveying the surrounding chaos with an inexplicable sense of excitement. According to his perception, after upgrading to Inventor, his tech optimization level had significantly increased. Additionally, he gained a new ability, the option to imbue technological products with offensive capabilities. For instance, equipping satellites with ground attack capabilities. In essence, transforming satellites into the legendary space-based weapons. Or perhaps it could be called a global low-Earth orbit cannon? Compared to space-based weapons, tanks, planes, and aircraft carriers are utterly useless. You can't hit it. But it can lock onto you 24/7 with no blind spots. Just wondering, are you scared? Jiāng Chén isn't afraid. Because this terrifying weapon is about to belong to the Dragon Nation. Good fortune comes, wishing you good fortune brings joy and love, good fortune comes, we welcome good fortune, embracing prosperity and thriving across the 4 seas. Just then, a cheerful ringtone suddenly sounded. The moment he answered, old Wang's voice came through. Still taking a dump? I'm already at your company. If it's really inconvenient, we can come to your place instead. Jiāng Chén glanced at the messy little cubicle and immediately refused. No need. I'll be right over to the office. After making arrangements, he quickly tidied up, grabbed his keys and phone, and bolted out the door. He sprinted downstairs, fired up his trusty Wuling Hongguang, and sped off. Half an hour later, Jiāng Chén arrived at the company. He found 5 or 6 people gathered at the company entrance, some crouching, some standing. Among them were none other than Elder Wang, Elder Chen, and Wang Shui. These were all heavyweights from the Lonka Institute. To wait for him, they were squatting at the entrance like vagrants. Even Jiāng Chén, with his thick skin, couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He hurried over and opened the door for them. My apologies for keeping you waiting. You mentioned your stomach was bothering you earlier. I brought some intestinal calm tablets. Just take 3 a day with warm water. Wang Shui pulled out a bag of bottles and jars from her pocket. She'd picked them up on her way to the office just now. Old Wang specifically instructed her to buy them at the pharmacy. He insisted that giving someone a gift was the best way to maximize emotional value. But if you're going all out, why did it have to be her buying it for Jiāng Chén? For Wang Shui, a straight woman, this question was an age-old mystery she couldn't fathom. Oh, thanks. I feel much better now. Jiāng Chén took the medicine and slipped it into his desk drawer as he walked into the office. He felt increasingly guilty and uneasy. The scientists followed Jiāng Chén into the company, looking around curiously. How could such a modest company undertake the design, development, and manufacturing of over 100 rockets? He wondered what kind of power lay behind it all. Old Wang hadn't mentioned it because Old Wang didn't know either. He pulled the pre-prepared contract from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table, addressing Jiāng Chén. Jiāng, these are the standard contracts from the institute. Our administrative team printed them this morning and we brought them over. Just give them a quick look and sign. The total amount is 2 billion yuan. A representative will transfer the 1 billion yuan deposit to your bank account shortly. The scientists fell silent instantly, their eyes riveted on the contract. 2 billion. And that's just the deposit. Wait, weren't we talking about 100 rockets? The kind that carry satellites? How could it be only 2 billion? Lonka Academy charges 500 million per rocket. With such a huge cost gap, how could you possibly pull this off? Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen are here. The 2 elders remain silent. No one else dares to ask. They simply waited to see if Jiāng Chén would agree to sign the contract. After all, once the contract was signed and the money received, he would be legally bound. Jiāng Chén took the contract and glanced over it. He didn't sign immediately but looked up at Old Wang instead. Ah? The contract? Before signing, I should tell you that the satellite's functions might require some adjustments. Hearing this, Old Wang and Old Chen exchanged glances, surprise evident in each other's eyes. The other scientists wore expressions that said, we knew it. This contract might not be so easy to sign. Chapter 33, Space-Based Weapons More Power, No Extra Cost. Jiāng Chén, what's going on? Explain yourself clearly. Wang Shui was getting impatient. To get this project approved, Dr. Wang used his annual special approval channel. With so many urgent projects at the institute, people begged at his doorstep daily, yet he never budged. Yet the moment Jiāng Chén appeared, Old Wang eagerly granted the privilege. He even boasted about his own brilliance, comparing himself to Zhuge Liang of Shuhan. But if this project turned out to be a blunder and failed to secure approval, not only could Professor Wang's privilege be revoked, but the entire Pengcheng Dragon Academy of Sciences would be implicated. The other scientists were also unsettled by this sudden change. This wasn't just a slap in the face for Old Wang. It was a slap in the face to the entire Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute. Old Chen's face darkened. He frowned and looked away without a word. Professor Wang's lips trembled as he asked, his eyes filled with disbelief, Xiao Jiang, just tell me straight, can we still sign this contract? After speaking, his aged face seemed to contort into a mask of agony, his entire being drained of all strength, leaving him utterly dejected. Perhaps the next second, he might hear Jiāng Chén's denial. He might collapse instantly. Was his entire reputation about to be destroyed in an instant, all because of his failure to see through Jiāng Chén? Jiāng Chén clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from everyone. He straightened his expression and said, signing me is fine, but I just want to ask, with this satellite and its attack capabilities, are you guys interested? He quickly added, it's free. More features, no extra cost. Attack capabilities? Old Wang froze. This left him utterly baffled. Old Chen was equally baffled. What kind of attack capability? Are there any precedents? Have feasibility tests been conducted? Jiāng Chén shook his head. None of the above. Then it's best not to add it. For safety's sake, don't introduce extra risk to the project. Old Chen offered his advice. The other scientists nodded in agreement. Scope control is the primary factor in any project. Pursuing product innovation by blindly altering project scope often leads to projects veering off course or even failing altogether. This was a hard-learned lesson for scientists with extensive R&D experience. Professor Wang, however, did not reject the idea outright. Instead, he looked intently at Jiāng Chén and said, "Explain the attack mechanism to us. At the very least, it must hold up theoretically." After a pause, he turned to the others. "Science is about bold hypotheses and careful verification. Jiāng Chén has an idea, let him prove it." The discussion shifted from whether the contract could be signed to whether new features needed to be added. Professor Wang's mood instantly lifted. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. They were eager to see what adding offensive capabilities to a satellite would entail. Wang Shui said, "Jiāng, tell us your thoughts. A satellite with offensive capabilities? That's a first for me." Seeing the expectant expressions on everyone's faces, Jiāng Chén gathered his thoughts, deciding not to hold back. He patiently explained. The satellites currently in service on Blue Star fall into 5 major categories: communication, meteorological, resource, reconnaissance, and navigation. The offensive capability I'm referring to could be considered a 6th function. It builds upon reconnaissance and targeting capabilities by harnessing light energy and neutron energy, then utilizing compression techniques to launch attacks against designated targets. It's not limited to targeting Blue Star. Jiāng Chén paused here, then added half-jokingly, "One day, when we face an alien attack, we could even use it to strike unintended targets on Blue Star. Next, I'll explain its structural design." This lecture lasted over 2 hours. The scientists listened with rapt attention. Those without seats simply stood, and when they couldn't stand anymore, they sat cross-legged on the floor. Everyone, including the 2 elders, each held a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other, scribbling and sketching incessantly. They'd occasionally bite their pen tips in deep thought, marking unclear points elsewhere. Noticing their occasional frowns, Jiāng Chén would pause to illustrate concepts with analogies, making the ideas more vividly understandable. By the end, the 3 new scientists' eyes grew increasingly bewildered. Their pens stopped taking notes, replaced by relaxed nods. I get it. That's it. So simple. Anyone with hands can do it." Wang Shui deflated like a punctured balloon. She pouted, glaring at Jiāng Chén with resentment, then flung her pen onto the floor, refusing to take any more notes. It wasn't that she didn't want to. She had simply exhausted herself trying to keep up with Jiāng Chén's mental processing speed. At first, it was manageable, but as he went on, it felt like listening to gibberish. Old Wang and Old Chen still held their pens, taking notes. At times they frowned and chewed on their pen tips, at others, they nodded and scribbled furiously. This time, the 2 elders seemed to have learned their lesson, deliberately bringing fresh notebooks. But now, everyone noticed their notebooks were already densely filled, more than half covered. Their index fingers bore deep, bloody marks from pinching. "Alright, that's about it. Is there anything I didn't explain clearly?" Jiāng Chén exhaled deeply. His lips had grown parched from speaking non-stop. Thankfully, he was on his home turf. As he asked, he pulled a cup from the drawer, deftly added a few Longjing tea leaves, walked to the water dispenser, pressed the button, let the water run with a gurgle, and brewed a cup of hot tea. Before it had fully steeped, he blew gently on it. Slurp. The entire office fell into an unusual silence, broken only by the sound of Jiāng Chén sipping his tea. His face flushed as he looked up at the others. He discovered nearly everyone had a vacant expression, their eyes unfocused, as if their souls had been sucked out. Old Wang and Old Chen had already sat down to pore over their notes from earlier. A heated debate erupted among them. "Do you believe it or not? Jiāng Chén didn't mean it that way." You're the one who misunderstood. Stop making excuses." The 2 little old men stubbornly refused to concede, each holding a different interpretation of what Jiāng Chén had just explained. The argument raged on, completely oblivious to the younger generation watching nearby. Old Wang, unable to contain his frustration, grabbed his notebook in one hand and Old Chen by the arm with the other, marching straight up to Jiāng Chén. "Young Jiang, help us out here. Tell us the truth, no need to hold back." Jiāng Chén nodded. After listening to Old Wang's question, he provided a detailed explanation. Finally, Old Wang beamed like a child who'd earned a little red flower. "I knew it. Old Chen, while what you said isn't wrong, it still differs from Jiāng Chén's perspective." Old Chen bowed respectfully. "How could you say that, Old Wang? You're a pillar of the Dragon Nation. For your dedication to learning alone, I'll take your word for it." "Not at all, you're quite impressive yourself." Watching the 2 old pranksters continue their mutual praise, the others couldn't help but smile. Jiāng Chén finished his last sip of water, spat the tea leaves into the trash can, and said indifferently, "Have you decided? Should we add the attack effect? It's up to you. No pressure." As if jolted awake by a foreign object, Old Wang snapped out of his argument. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed with sudden fervor, "Add it. Absolutely add it." Chapter 34, 100 rockets, built this quickly? Seeing Old Wang so emphatically certain, no one dared say anything more. At the same time, they felt immense anticipation for the groundbreaking technology Dragon Nation was about to unleash. Even the rocket supplier Jiāng Chén was utterly thrilled. There wasn't a single Dragon Nation citizen who wouldn't be interested in their homeland's military strength. Jiāng Chén picked up the contract and quickly scanned it. It was filled with standard clauses. In other words, this contract template could be used for any project. All that was needed was to fill in the project name, amount, and specific terms. After reviewing it, he placed the contract back on the table and looked up at old Wang. No issues. Let's sign the contract then. Great. Sign it right away. Mr. Wang, visibly excited, pulled out a seal, a box of red ink, and a black pen specifically for signing from his briefcase, laying them out one by one on the table. The moment Jiāng Chén finished signing, the official seal was stamped on the document. The entire process flowed smoothly, as if he feared Jiāng Chén might change his mind. The contract was signed in duplicate. Mr. Wang would take his copy for filing, and the Lanka Institute would then pay the deposit. He specifically reminded Jiāng Chén that all materials could be picked up directly through the Academy's procurement department. Jiāng Chén didn't hesitate. After clarifying the process, he documented it for easy implementation. The entire process was seamlessly integrated without a single hitch. Both parties felt they had secured a significant advantage and feared the other might renege. Pengcheng Qihang Group. The atmosphere suddenly grew oppressively tense. Just moments ago, Liú Shīyǎ, a director of the group, had received 3 consecutive phone calls that sent him into a furious rage. He hurled the coffee Sun Lin had prepared for him that morning across the room. Ah! That insolent scoundrel! This is too much. Though the president's office had excellent soundproofing, but those outside with keen ears still caught the outburst. In an instant, tension gripped the entire company. President Liu was furious. Managers and staff across all departments fell silent, frozen in fear. Rumors circulated that President Liu had spent 100 million on a pile of scrap metal. It wasn't that the group couldn't afford it, but it was a profound insult to their intelligence. For a board member who always got his way, this was an utter disgrace. After cleaning out the shattered teacup, Sun Lin stood at the door for a long while before finally mustering the courage to step inside and try to calm the raging lion. Mr. Liu, why don't we call the police? Call the police? The contract clearly states the terms. What's there to report? Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? It's all those Lanka Academy people's fault. Why did they place that order out of the blue? It threw us into chaos, leaving us no time to scrutinize the details. As my secretary, why didn't you scrutinize it and alert me? Yes, Mr. Liu. It was my negligence and dereliction of duty. I apologize. Sun Lin offered a faint apology, but inwardly she couldn't help but grumble. Weren't you the one pushing to sign the contract? And it was a crappy deal snatched away from Lanka Academy after they already placed their order. But of course, she couldn't show it. As a competent secretary, she knew the priority now was to help the director sort through the situation and make the right decision. Liú Shīyǎ sighed. Well, it's not entirely your fault. Just be more careful in the future. Seeing Liú Shīyǎ's expression soften slightly, Sun Lin paused before continuing. But why would the Lanka Institute want that scrap metal? Could it have some other value? Liú Shīyǎ's eyes lit up. The Dragon Science Institute is more specialized than us in this field. They wouldn't collect scrap. Could there be other value? The reason Liú Shīyǎ had risen to his current position over the years was his keen business acumen. This time, even though he had personally confirmed that the items purchased from Jiāng Chén for 100 million were nothing but scrap iron, he suddenly sensed there was more to it than met the eye. What could it be? Perhaps only time would reveal the answer. Half a month later. Pengcheng Lanka Institute. Aerospace Research Laboratory. As usual, scientists were conducting their routine research experiments. Professor Wang, Professor Chen, and Wang Shui were each immersed in their respective experimental projects. Since returning from their encounter with Jiāng Chén, they had applied the system's technology knowledge recorded in their notebooks to experimental production. Experiments that had previously hit bottlenecks suddenly achieved significant breakthroughs. Professor Wang, you truly are the leading authority in Dragon Nation's scientific research. In just half a month, you've led us through multiple technical breakthroughs. We can't help but be impressed. Experience truly matters. A seasoned frontline scientist gave Professor Wang a thumbs up, offering sincere praise. Professor Wang waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, not at all. This is all thanks to the guidance of true masters. Mentor? I think you should stop being so modest, Professor Wang. In Dragon Nation's aerospace technology field, who could possibly call themselves your mentor? Yu Hua looked utterly unconvinced. He was also an aerospace expert with over a decade of experience. He had traveled from the capital to participate in this scientific research experiment for 2 reasons: to learn from old Wang and to assess whether the experimental processes at Pengcheng Aerospace Academy needed optimization, so he could provide feedback back in the capital. Little did he expect that in less than half a month, under old Wang's guidance, the technical bottlenecks that had once seemed insurmountable were being resolved one after another. It must be said, old Master Wang truly lived up to his reputation as a leading authority in Langhua. You wouldn't understand that. Our Pengcheng is teeming with talent. Professor Wang chuckled with pride. He showed no concern about being surpassed. In fact, he happily extolled Pengcheng's fertile ground for talent, regardless of personal reputation. Oh? Well then, I must meet this prodigy you speak of. Could it be some hidden genius from a prestigious university? He must be about your age this year, right? Yu Hua's eyes flashed with sudden interest. Wrong. Completely wrong. Amidst Yu Hua's astonished expression, old Wang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. After a pause, he continued. A young man in his early 20s, owner of a small company with fewer than 5 employees. I sought him out twice, and the technological insights gained saved us a decade of our D-time. Hearing this, Yu Hua's eyes widened in shock. Could such a prodigy truly exist in this world? How could someone so young achieve such mastery in technology? He suspected old Wang might be exaggerating. Yet the sudden breakthroughs in technical bottlenecks over the past fortnight couldn't be faked. And old Wang himself was a man of exceptional rigor. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. It seemed this trip to Pengcheng had yielded unexpected rewards. He wondered if the young man would be willing to follow him to the capital for development. Just then, Mr. Wan's satellite phone suddenly lit up. The caller ID read, Jiāng Chén. Hello, old Wang? I'd like to reapply for security escort duties at the Dragon Science Institute. Certainly, absolutely. What do you need transported? Moving? 100 rockets. I've got everything sorted here. Same place as before, come pick them up. The voice on the other end sounded utterly casual. As if they were discussing whether to have pork knuckle rice or char siu rice for dinner. But to old Wang, it felt like he'd been struck by lightning. 100 rockets? Already built? Chapter 35, Rocket Barrage, charging toward the glory of Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation Strategic Headquarters. 2 little old men sipped Longjing tea with goji berries, chattering incessantly. Have you heard? The Eagles International Journal has published another Dragon Nation conspiracy theory. Oh? How interesting. Tell me more. Well, it's this newspaper right here. Let me see. They suspect Dragon Nation already has reusable rockets? That it might threaten Eagle Nation's Starling project? Ha! If that were true, our Dragon Academy would have been in an uproar by now. How come I haven't heard about it? But a few days ago, Dragon Nation Media did report a rocket launch at Pengcheng Aerospace University. Old Wang from the Dragon Academy in Pengcheng also submitted a report on the matter. Then, cover it up. Cover it up immediately. Both men saw the crisis reflected in each other's deep, piercing eyes. An urgent crisis. If Dragon Nation truly possessed the capability to launch reusable rockets into space, now was absolutely not the time for exposure. Otherwise, the fledgling Longhua high-tech would face immense pressure from abroad. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Years of collaboration had forged an unspoken understanding. A single glance between them sufficed. They abruptly rose and split up to carry out their respective tasks. Zhang Zhonghua handled internal affairs, suppressing and purging all information related to Longhua's reusable rocket launch. Zhao Tianming focused externally, directing diplomats to condemn foreign media for fabricating threat narratives while simultaneously releasing partially accurate information in aerospace circles to project a posture of vulnerability. Within just half an hour, across the entire Dragon Nation, media and diplomatic spheres underwent simultaneous, silent upheaval. Images and videos of the Pengcheng rocket launch were swiftly removed from major platforms. Online influencers who had gained fame by sharing content about Pengcheng Aerospace University's rocket were permanently banned without appeal. Platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Weibo began circulating fake videos of elementary school students using rocket models to simulate reusable launches. At a routine press conference, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs warned the Eagle Nation against fabricating baseless claims about Dragon Nation threats, spreading falsehoods about reusable rocket launches, and grossly overestimating Dragon Nation's aerospace technological capabilities. After handling all this, the 2 old foxes returned to their office, picked up their thermoses, took a sip of goji berry Longjing tea, and carried on as if nothing had happened. Hiding their achievements in fame. Eagle's Strategic Information Department. Oh, my dear Mr. Prado, I must congratulate you. Thanks to your persistent efforts, the media has begun to show initial interest in the possibility of Dragon Nation launching a reusable rocket. If this proves true, you will be awarded the government's Flying Eagle Medal. Smith's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree shift. When astronaut Prado had called him earlier to report the information, he hadn't paid it much mind. But Prado hadn't given up. He kept gathering intelligence. Leveraging his connections within the military, he managed to uncover traces of fighter jets intercepting Dragon Nation rockets during their return flights. He then reached out to contacts at the international press, who published an article on the matter. Finally, he managed to recapture the attention of the Strategic Intelligence Department. That's how Smith ended up calling Prado proactively. Oh, no big deal. As an Eagle citizen, safeguarding national security is my duty. If you must thank someone, thank my parents and those military friends who helped me. The Flying Eagle Medal. Thank you for the kind words, but it's what I deserve. Prado's smile stretched almost to his ears. The Flying Eagle Medal was typically awarded personally by the Eagle President. It was a pure gold honorary medal. It not only signified the Eagle Nation's recognition of outstanding contributions to the military. In practice, it also grants special privileges and preferential treatment in all aspects of life thereafter. Even descendants would enjoy endless benefits. Such medals are awarded only a handful of times every few years. Mr. Prado, you've done splendidly. Should any similar information arise in the future, please call us immediately. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Smith flattered obsequiously. At that moment, suddenly, an officer entered the office and switched the television to the Dragon Nation's diplomatic channel. He gestured for Smith, who was still on the phone, to watch. Simultaneously, he displayed videos circulating across Dragon Nation's domestic platforms, children using rocket models to create special effects mimicking rocket recovery. Smith was dumbfounded on the spot. Buddy, this is all Longwa's deception. Eagle Nation may be wealthy, but recklessly squandering resources isn't exactly a wise move. The officer patted Smith on the shoulder, shook his head, and walked out of the office. They're actually having the strategic department draft countermeasures? This is utter nonsense. Smith fell silent for a moment, then his anger flared instantly. He'd suspected it was unreliable from the start. Now it was truly absurd. Prado actually fabricated false information to win the Eagle Award? The call was still active. Smith said sternly, "Sir, I feel compelled to remind you. As an Eagle Sauce citizen, deceiving the government is a prison offense. I hope this won't happen again. Otherwise, we'll see you in military court." With that, he slammed the phone down. He promptly blocked Prado's number through the system. This bastard must be desperate for that medal. He actually came up with the idiotic idea of deceiving the government. Upon learning of the successful development of the 100 rockets, he didn't make a big fuss. Instead, he walked straight out of the lab and made a mysterious phone call. "Hello, is this Wang Jin of the National Security Bureau? This is Wang Guohua. This is Wang Jin, Director of the National Security Bureau. Please proceed, Old Wang. Remember that opera I mentioned last time? The Siege of Gaixia. I hear the popular actress is coming to our village to perform a major play. Oh? Is the leading lady surnamed Jiang? How many scenes does she have?" "Yes, surnamed Jiang. She has 100 drumbeats." "That's great. Our brothers at the State Security Bureau will take tomorrow off and definitely come support the show. Thanks for your hard work. See you then." The next day, early morning, air raid sirens wailed across Pengcheng. Roadblocks were set up on all streets, prohibiting passage. Heavy trucks approached from multiple directions, heading toward Jiāng Chén's old warehouse. Liang Taizhu, the elderly warehouse guard, received an unprecedented call from his boss granting him a week of paid leave. Nearby residents witnessed the scene. Several armed helicopters of the Dragon Nation, the JF-17 Thunder, appeared above the warehouse. The rumble of heavy trucks and the whir of helicopter rotors echoed throughout the entire day. Throughout the day, heavy trucks covered in black tarps continuously transported massive objects toward the horizon. It wasn't until late at night that the area around the warehouse finally fell silent. 5 days later, in the Gobi Desert of Longwa, 100 steel behemoths stood towering. In the distance, Old Wang, Old Chen, and many unfamiliar faces appeared in the vicinity. Some wore military medals, others were scientists in plain clothes. And among them, a young man in his early 20s stood at the center of the group. "Little Jiang, don't feel pressured. We researchers know the failure rate. We'll take it one step at a time." Professor Wang was visibly moved, yet he repeatedly reassured Jiāng Chén. Back when he was that age, he was still studying hard just to get into the Dragon Academy. My resolve was nowhere near as strong as it is now. Yet even so, the sight of so many steel giants stirred an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. The Dragon Nation's high command had pinned great hopes on this launch. He didn't want Jiāng Chén's emotions to cloud his judgment and cause operational errors. "Rest assured, Old Wang. I've got this under control." Jiāng Chén pulled his phone from his pocket and opened the app he'd installed earlier. Silently, he tapped select all on the screen. Launch. Chapter 36, Liars. All liars. Buzz. The roar echoed relentlessly. The entire earth trembled. As if at any moment, a monster would tear through the earth and burst forth. The rocket launch scene replayed itself. The only difference this time was that all 100 rockets roared into action simultaneously. People nearby began evacuating further away. Even shouting, they couldn't hear each other speak, relying only on simple gestures to communicate. Jiāng Chén hadn't anticipated such a commotion, feeling like a child who'd lit firecrackers. Before the guarding soldiers could come to protect him, he retreated backward like a frightened rabbit, moving swiftly. The rocket's perfect synchronization amplified every movement into a deafening resonance. It felt like a primordial beast awakening from its slumber. Launch countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8, run. Soldiers brought up the rear, shielding everyone as they frantically retreated. The original safety distance was calculated based on a single rocket. Little did they expect that Jiāng Chén, that prodigious youth, would decide to launch them all at once. Boom! A continuous series of ignition sounds echoed. The rocket launch center seemed to suffer a violent explosion, unleashing a massive shockwave that swept wildly outward. Those retreating were still a step too slow, knocked flying by the blast and crashing heavily to the ground. Jiāng Chén was no exception. He was hurled into the air, inwardly cursing his misfortune. He crashed heavily to the ground, his vision darkening as consciousness slipped away. 1 week later. Field Hospital. In the ward, a pale-faced teenager lay in a hospital bed. Medical staff came and went, changing his bandages and wiping his lips. At the ward entrance, old Wang, heartbroken and desperate, pulled the hospital director aside. "Director Wu, that boy in the bed, no matter what it takes, you must get him well quickly." Old Chen, equally anxious, added, "This boy is a genius that comes once in a century for our nation. He is the hope for our nation's rise, a symbol of our national destiny. We absolutely cannot afford any mishap." Wu Guoqiang spread his hands helplessly. "Dr. Wang, our field hospital's best medical team is already attending to him. Trust me, he only suffered a mild concussion. He'll be fine in a few days." At that moment, an officer in full military uniform, his chest adorned with medals, strode over. He strode with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, commanding respect without uttering a word. From afar, he resembled a majestic mountain, towering and imposing. "Commander, good day." "Good day, General Pang." Medical staff and soldiers passing by saluted in unison. Pang Weiguo returned each salute in turn, then strode directly toward the ward entrance. Stepping past the crowd, he peered into the ward with a look of deep concern. He frowned, then turned to look at Wu Guoqiang. "Young Wu, you were once my soldier. Now, I'm giving you an order." The next second, Wu Guoqiang snapped to attention as if possessed, saluting immediately. "Yes, sir. What are your orders?" The young soldier Wu Guoqiang from the expeditionary force of yesteryear had returned to the fold. He was one of the fortunate few who had followed General Pang back to the Dragon Kingdom from battlefields awash in blood and corpses. He had followed Peng Weiguo from south to north, winning countless battles and driving the eagle-butted bastards out of the stick country for good. Peng Weiguo was nothing short of a god in his eyes, his sole faith in this world. Later, responding to the government's call for proactive advancement and through diligent study, he gradually rose to become the director of a field hospital. By all accounts, his rank was not far below Peng Weiguo's. Yet, the gears lodged deep within his soul seemed to turn at this very moment. He had completely forgotten that he was now a gray-haired elder. At the commander's command, he would charge forward without hesitation. "Private Wu Guoqiang, I order you, save Jiāng Chén at all costs. He is the key to our victory over the eagle. Victory is the only option." Pang Weiguo's voice seemed to possess a magical power, instantly piercing Wu Guoqiang's soul. "Yes, Commander." A thick, metallic taste of blood surged from his hoarse throat. Wu Guoqiang roared in a deep voice, saluting Peng Weiguo with a perfect military salute. Medical staff and soldiers lining the entire corridor turned to stare, their eyes filled with utter shock. Was this still the gentle, benevolent Director Wu? Or rather, at this moment, he resembled nothing more than a lowly soldier of the Dragon Nation. As if infected by Wu Guoqiang's intensity, everyone instinctively saluted this unfamiliar-looking commander. Elder Wang and Elder Chen also saluted in turn. A few minutes later, Wu Guoqiang changed into a white coat, stethoscope tucked into his pocket, and joined the medical staff in Jiāng Chén's ward. The entire field hospital's operations were temporarily coordinated by the vice president. During the period when Jiāng Chén fell into a coma, not only did this field hospital begin to go into a frenzy, the Lanka Institute, the military, and the highest echelons of the capital were all swept up in an invisible storm. The defy rocket launched within a single day, successfully placing 100 satellites into orbit. Simultaneously, under real-time dynamic monitoring, they safely returned to the launch site. The moment all 100 rockets touched down safely, everyone present who was still lucid erupted in cheers and jubilation. Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials observing remotely erupted in excitement. At that moment, the Dragon Nation stood tall. Jiāng Chén was undoubtedly the nation's greatest hero. Yet he had collapsed. Senior officials immediately arranged for specialists to fly in overnight on a military aircraft for consultation. President Wu performed the rescue under immense pressure. Peng Weiguo's orders felt like a final ultimatum. Therefore, Wu Guoqiang believed that no matter what, Jiāng Chén must wake up as soon as possible. Jiāng Chén's life was now inextricably tied to his own. Eagle Nation. What? Satellite monitoring detected Dragon Nation launching over 100 rockets simultaneously? And all recovered successfully? Smith's face twisted in disbelief, his eyes filled with terror. This news was too much for him to handle. If true, then his career as an information strategy commander would be over. But this call came from the military headquarters, it's almost certainly legit. Duong duong duong. At that moment, An officer knocked on the door. "Sir, I have urgent news to report." "Come in." Smith hung up the phone. By now, he felt numb. Could there possibly be worse news than this? He'd see for himself. The officer saluted Smith and respectfully stated, "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation has convened a press conference. I believe it is necessary for you to view it." With that, he picked up the remote and activated the large screen in the office. On the screen, a diplomat from the Dragon Nation was delivering a speech. A reporter had already asked about the maturity of Longhua's rocket reusable technology development. Smith was instantly captivated by the scene unfolding before him. After the reporter finished asking the question, the Dragon Nation diplomat erupted in fury, slander, defamation. "I strongly condemn this on behalf of Dragon Nation. Our nation has always pursued peace, stability, and sustainable development. Cease spreading baseless theories about Dragon Nation posing a threat. Currently, Dragon Nation remains a developing country utterly incapable of researching reusable technology. I urge relevant nations to mind their own business and cease spreading malicious rumors." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Smith's hysterical roar echoed through the office. "Damn it all. Liars. All of you are liars." Chapter 37, Prelude to Military Exercises. "He's awake. Jiāng Chén's awake." Wu Guoqiang's startled cry echoed through the room. The entire ward erupted in excitement. Pairs embraced each other, cheering and jumping for joy. This battle to defend the field hospital. They had won. Outside the ward, Dr. Wang, Dr. Chen, Wang Shui, and others heard the commotion from the ward and instantly snapped awake from their weary slumber. After a brief exchange of glances, they too were overcome with emotion. "He's awake. He's awake. Heaven bless the Dragon Nation. Heaven bless the Dragon Nation. Jiāng Chén has finally awakened. With him here, the Dragon Nation will surely rise." The scientists wept with joy. At this very moment, Jiāng Chén's awakening felt more like a call to faith for them. 100 rockets launched simultaneously, 100 satellites entered orbit and became operational at the same time, and all rockets were successfully recovered afterward. Such a feat had scarcely ever been witnessed in the entire history of Dragon Nation's scientific research. From this day forward, Dragon Nation would wield absolute air supremacy over Blue Star. Its aerospace technology would leap forward by several tiers, elevating it to the pinnacle of global power. Seeing how deeply moved Elder Wang and the others were, Manhwaedit felt a wave of emotion wash over him. How long had it been since he last witnessed these scientists so utterly consumed by passion? The last time was back when Dragon Nation successfully tested its 2 bombs and 1 satellite. "We must go in. Let us see Jiāng Chén." "No, you can't go in. The patient has just regained consciousness and is still unstable." In the blink of an eye, the sound of arguing reached their ears from the ward entrance. Old Wang and the others stood dejected, blocked by medical staff at the ward entrance. Manhwaedit approached and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Over the past few days, the battlefield hospital staff had heard stories about the director and Manhwaedit, so they immediately recognized the distinguished commander before them. The doctor blocking the entrance saluted immediately. "Reporting to the commander, sir. The patient's condition remains unstable. We cannot allow entry." Manhwaedit paused slightly, nodded, and was about to say something to Wang Lao and the others. Suddenly, a doctor burst out of the ward. Wu Guoqiang pushed aside the medical staff at the doorway, panting heavily as he looked at Manhwaedit. "Reporting to commander. Mission accomplished. Jiāng Chén has regained consciousness." Manhwaedit returned the salute with a smile. "Well done. Congratulations on securing the high ground for Dragon Nation once more." "Yes, sir." Wu Guoqiang felt as if he'd been injected with adrenaline, his face flushing crimson all the way to his ears. In his heart, the commander's praise felt more exhilarating than any first-class merit award. "How soon can we visit the wounded?" Manhwaedit voiced the question on everyone's mind. The scientists immediately perked up. Now, they were not only concerned about Jiāng Chén's health but also faced pressure from high-level inquiries, with many questions they wished to consult him about. Wu Guoqiang looked troubled. "That's hard to say. He's just regained consciousness. It depends on his recovery progress. Rest assured, if everything is normal, we'll notify you immediately." Everyone nodded in understanding. Pengcheng Garrison. Zhao Weigua had just finished a phone call and was completely dumbfounded. Originally, the plan was for an internal military exercise and competition within the Dragon Nation, pitting them against the Northwest Army. Now, they'd suddenly been notified it was being changed to an international military exercise. Dragon Nation versus Bear Nation. The Pengcheng garrison would serve as the vanguard of the Dragon Nation's army group, positioned closest to the border. He couldn't understand why such a major change had occurred with only a week left before the exercises. But as a soldier, he must obey orders. Confront Bear Nation? Zhao Weigua's eyes blazed with fierce combat intent. For a soldier, nothing proved one's worth more than battle. Now, the only thing he could do was secure enough leverage for himself before the military exercises began. He made a call. He successfully applied to the military headquarters for Longwa's most advanced weapons. Long-range missiles, JF-17 fighter jets, armored divisions. Additionally, combat communications were critically important. When the supply officer asked him whether he needed 2 satellites or 3, Zhao Weiguo froze. What satellites could compare to Jiāng Chén's? If we're going to use them, we'll use the best. He picked up the phone and dialed the Dragon Academy. Hello, is this Professor Wang? Yes, it's Zhao Weiguo. Remember what we agreed earlier about allocating satellites for our military exercises? Space-based satellites? Sure, absolutely. What? Jiāng Chén specifically instructed to lend us 100? That's incredibly generous. The call ended. Zhao Weiguo felt as if he had just woken from a dream, the whole thing seeming utterly unreal. He had heard vague rumors earlier that some rockets had been launched from the Gobi Desert. Later, military officials had denied the rumors, so he hadn't paid it much mind. Now he realized it must mean Jiāng Chén's rockets had entered mass production and launched successfully. There was just one thing he couldn't quite grasp. Space-based satellites? Satellites capable of attack? Satellites, can they truly be used as weapons? I wonder how effective it will be. Perhaps precisely because they've never seen combat. That's why the Dragon Academy wants to use this large-scale military exercise to test the ultimate effectiveness of space-based weapons. But regardless, even without satellite-based attack capabilities, under the real-time surveillance of 100 satellites, let alone the Dragon Nation's periphery, the entire Blue Star holds no secrets. Dragon Nation Strategic Command Center. A large conference table stood at the center of the room. A 3D strategic map was spread out on the table. Clearly marked on the map were the agreed-upon military exercise locations for Dragon Nation and Bear Nation, the East China Sea Islands. Several commanders studied the 3D map before them, conducting continuous simulations. This operation aims to refine our coordination with allied forces and deter the Eagle Swan coalition. Gentlemen, any thoughts? A general seated at the head of the table spoke. The officers carefully pondered the general's meaning. Then they began to speak one after another. Bear Nation's military equipment is superior. This exercise may be beyond our capabilities. Is it wise to place the Pengcheng garrison on the front lines? Their combat effectiveness is only average to below average by our Dragon Kingdom standards. Have you heard of the story of Tianji's horse race? What do you mean? If the Pengcheng garrison can hold off Xiangguo's elite forces for half an hour, we can flank them from behind and deliver a resounding blow. The general cleared his throat. Watch your language. We are allied nations. These exercises are meant to build coordination against foreign threats. The officers responded in unison, yes, General. One officer, radiating martial spirit, pointed sharply at a strategic location on the map. This is Ryukyu Island, a vital military stronghold. Containing the Pengcheng garrison here is like sealing the throat. No matter how powerful Xiong State is, they won't breach our defenses quickly. Another officer raised an eyebrow. Are we truly prepared to sacrifice them? To treat them as disposable pawns before the battle has even begun, is that not unwise? Immediately, someone countered, how can one strategize for victory without considering the whole picture? If the Pengcheng garrison can hold their position for just half an hour, they'll earn military merit. Other units are scrambling for that chance. The general seemed resolved. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, enough. It is decided. The Pengcheng garrison shall serve as the vanguard. Chapter 38, Victory is certain. Xiong Kingdom. General, with less than a week until the military exercise competition we invited Dragon Nation to participate in, I believe it's time to rally the troops for battle. An officer suggested. Oh, Comrade Milia. Our soldiers need no mobilization. Dragon Nation is our ally. We merely need to show them our strength, to make them understand who truly holds the upper hand. Pre-battle mobilization is only necessary when facing wolves, tigers, or leopards. Nicholas sneered contemptuously. As he said, Bear Nation and Dragon Nation maintained friendly neighborly relations most of the time. This military exercise primarily served to intimidate nations like the Eagle Nation with military force. Simultaneously, they held a military exercise competition to achieve the goal of training their troops. The goal was undoubtedly to demonstrate Bear Nation's might. But it was limited to ensuring the Dragon Nation continued to recognize the Bear Nation's status as the senior partner. Immediately after, Nicholas inquired about the weaponry and equipment for this exercise. General, our main force this time is the Northern Fleet, equipped with the latest Bear Nation warships. Scientists estimate our vessels' maneuverability and firepower can hold their own against the Eagle Nation. As for the Koreans and the Turtle Nation? We can sink them to feed the fish. The officer explained with a smile. Oh, young comrade, we're not fighting a real enemy this time, not yet, anyway. When dealing with brother nations like the Dragon Kingdom, crippling them is acceptable, but never kill them. Understand? Nicholas said solemnly. Bear Nation soldiers were prone to losing control in battle. This was precisely why he refused to conduct a traditional pre-battle rally. General, you know our soldiers are exceptional in combat. But war inevitably claims lives. Even in exercises, casualties occur. If we hold back like this, our combat effectiveness will suffer greatly. The officer frowned, voicing his concerns. Nicholas not only showed no worry but burst into laughter. Milia, perhaps you've been too exhausted lately. You're actually starting to worry that the Dragon Kingdom might defeat our Bear Kingdom? Without us, they wouldn't have been able to build airplanes and tanks by now. General, you have a point. Issue the order: when engaging Dragon Nation soldiers, give it your absolute all. Causing casualties among their troops will be dealt with under military law. But if we lose, come back and stand before the president to confess your sins. Yes, Commander. Milia turned and left. He must relay this order immediately. For the soldiers of Bear Nation, fighting and sacrifice were never the issue. But winning without fighting to the death? He could already picture the soldiers cursing under their breath. Southern Theater Command of Dragon Nation. This exercise takes place in the East China Sea. We are the main force of the Dragon Nation Navy. For the Dragon Nation, for glory, victory is the only option. Defeat is not permitted. Liú Shīyǎ was delivering a pre-battle rally to the officers. The Southern Theater Command was Dragon Nation's most elite combined sea-land air force. It enjoys the best. Just moments ago, intelligence relayed via satellite. For this military exercise, Bear Nation has not only deployed its most elite naval force, the Northern Fleet, but also deployed equipment more powerful than in any previous exercise. General Luo, our observations indicate the Admiral Kuznetsov appears within their fleet. It is Bear Nation's most formidable aircraft carrier. Our carrier, having recently completed sea trials, still faces certain gaps in personnel and technical capabilities. An officer voiced his assessment. The other officers nodded in agreement, recognizing that the officer had hit the nail on the head. Enough with dwelling on external factors. Liú Shīyǎ frowned and continued, our forebears defeated tanks, planes, and artillery with nothing but millet and rifles. Now we have aircraft carriers, how can we be weaker than they were? The words had barely left his mouth. The officers' faces flushed crimson. Forgive me, General Luo, I spoke out of turn. General, we won't let our predecessors down. Victory is assured. Liú Shīyǎ nodded with satisfaction, then smiled faintly. But I must remind you, this confrontation is ultimately a friendly sparring match among allies. Stop at the first sign of trouble. With that, do you still have confidence in victory? But? No buts about it. This is in order. Yes, General. Eastern Theater Command Operations Room. Every officer with stripes on their shoulders was present. Peng Weiguo strode in with the bearing of a tiger, escorted by his bodyguard. The entire room rose to their feet and applauded. Clap, clap, clap. The thunderous applause swept through the hall like a tidal wave, each wave louder than the last. Seeing the high morale on the officers' faces, Peng Weiguo felt both gratified and a heavier burden on his shoulders. For years, the Eastern Military District and the South China Sea Theater had maintained a competitive relationship. In Dragon Nation naval exercises, they'd lost 9 out of 10 times. Every time he went to the capital to report on duties, he was subjected to sarcastic remarks from opposing officers. Liú Shīyǎ was different after all, he was a general. But the officers under him? Every encounter was met with their noses in the air, utterly arrogant. A soldier with any sense of honor couldn't stand this. Yet victory hinges on strength. As the defeated party, there was little he could do about being looked down upon. But this time, higher command had allocated the latest armored division equipment to them. A full 80,000 troops, fully mobile and armed. Although this was a joint operation with the Southern Army against the Bear Nation. But if they truly wanted to gain overwhelming dominance on the battlefield, then past defeats could be whitewashed under the banner of avoiding friendly fire and deferring to the Southern Army. Thus, the label of perpetual runner-up would be washed clean. Soldiers. But shedding blood and making sacrifices. They must never yield or admit defeat. Peng Weiguo listened to the applause that echoed endlessly in his ears. He knew the troops yearned for victory. Follow orders, win the battle. Peng Weiguo led the chief of staff onto the podium. Facing all the officers in the hall, he raised both hands and gently lowered them. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Soldiers, in 2 days we will commence joint military exercises. This will be a military exercise pitting Dragon Nation against Bear Nation. Our Eastern Theater Command, in conjunction with the Southern Theater Command and Pengcheng Garrison, will wage a decisive sniper battle in the East China Sea Islands. Our equipment is the best in Dragon Nation, yet time and again, we've been defeated by the Southern Theater in internal drills. This is our disgrace. Now, the chance to redeem ourselves has arrived. Not only must we defend Dragon Nation's positions, but we must also outshine the Southern Theater Command in these exercises against Bear Nation. Let them know our past defeats stemmed not from weakness, but from our unwavering comradeship that allowed them to prevail. This exercise will be our Eastern Theater Command's moment to shine. Comrades, do you have confidence? Peng Weiguo's deep, resonant voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Instantly, the entire assembly of soldiers responded with a thunderous chorus. Victory is certain. Follow orders, and victory is assured. Follow orders, and we will win. Chapter 39, Space-Based Weapons Ready for Action. The roar shook the heavens, filling the entire venue with a deafening hum. The warriors' blood boiled, their eyes gleaming with resolve, the flames of battle raging within their hearts. How many years had it been? Every military exercise, we've lost to the Southern Theater. This time, the Eastern Theater Command must restore honor to our ancestors and reclaim the glory lost to the Bear Nation Corps. We absolutely cannot back down. Otherwise, we would betray the 80,000 comrades in arms and betray the Dragon Nation. As several officers delivered their speeches one after another, the pre-battle mobilization meeting concluded. Pang Weigui returned behind the scenes, leading a dozen senior commanders to the operations department. Despite the fervor ignited in the assembly, the generals' expressions darkened as they stepped down from the stage. Speak your minds. What are your thoughts on this campaign? General, although the Supreme Command has already established the strategic guidelines, there's something I'm unsure whether I should voice or not, Staff Officer Jiāng said in a low, muffled tone, adjusting his glasses and hanging his head. Oh? Go ahead. Pang Weigui's eyes flashed as he nodded. Our exercise concept, though well-intentioned at the highest levels employing the strategy of Tianji's horse racing, I fear the Pengcheng garrison simply cannot hold back the main force of the Xiong Nation army. Should we falter, our Eastern Theater Command will face the pressure of confronting two of their army groups simultaneously, their strongest and their weakest. Chief of Staff Zhang sighed deeply. It's said that Xiong Nation's entire northern fleet has been committed to this theater. They possess the most advanced weaponry and equipment in the entire nation. Both in quantity and quality, they completely overwhelm our Eastern Theater Army Group. While warfare relies on strategic and tactical balance, facing such overwhelming strength, it won't be easy for our Eastern Theater Command to hold its ground and achieve ultimate victory. Division Commander Zhao voiced his own concerns, staring downcast at the floor. After their words, the room fell instantly silent. An invisible weight pressed down on every shoulder. Pang Weigui remarked, "If you're this worried before the fighting even begins, won't you be scared out of your wits when the real battle starts? General, it's not fear. We don't flinch at sacrifice or bloodshed. But the objective gap is right before our eyes. We need concrete methods to bridge it before we can have a chance of winning. If we held the advantage, we wouldn't be talking about fear, we'd just fight. Trust the High Command's decisions. Trust the Pengcheng garrison. If it truly comes down to our Eastern Theater Command fighting two enemies at once, I authorize you to fight with full force. But remember, no significant casualties." A sudden flash of understanding lit up Division Commander Zhao's eyes. Over a dozen other officers looked up, exchanging glances. Each saw uncontrollable joy on the others' faces. Pang Weigui said no more. He stood and saluted them. "Gentlemen, the honor of the Eastern Theater Command rests in your hands. The honor of Dragon Nation rests in your hands. I will brief you on specific strategic deployments before the battle commences. Move out." The men rose and saluted. Though they had no idea what strategic arrangements Pang Weigui had in store. What kind of deployment could possibly offset the negative impact of the rapid defeat of the Pengcheng garrison? It was better not to have discussed it earlier. After it ended, everyone felt even more bewildered. Let us hope the Dragon Army's secret weapon holds more than just the courage to fight freely. Late at night. Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute. Inside the aerospace laboratory. The curved screen at the center of the facility had been replaced with a massive 360-degree circular display. The large screen was divided into 101 smaller screens. Why the extra one? Because the satellite usage rights held by Liú Shīyǎ had been directly purchased by the Dragon Academy. At that moment, Wang Lao, Chen Lao, and Wang Shui were conducting final adjustments to the satellite feed according to Jiāng Chén's instructions. Initially, they considered setting up a temporary one-month cache for the satellite feed. But when the scientists extracted and archived the footage from the first day, the entire Lanka Academy server crashed. The system displayed disk full. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed like a hacker attack. After hours of troubleshooting, they finally discovered the culprit. The satellite transmitted video had excessively high resolution. Each video's resolution could be zoomed in tens of thousands of times. We later considered compression. But when the server processed these videos, it ended up burning out several CPUs in succession. There were simply too many details requiring compression. Moreover, it took a full 2 days just to compress the footage from the first day. Finally, with no other options left, I reached out to Jiāng Chén and learned that the historical replay function was actually built into the satellite itself. It can store approximately 6 months' worth of records. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, they began agonizing over the attack issue. Time was pressing, and no suitable training targets were currently available. Therefore, the satellites, existing as space-based weapons, had yet to undergo actual testing of their destructive capabilities. Yet senior leadership presented Wang Lao and his team with a requirement. Safety measures must be incorporated. Just as nuclear weapons require dual passwords plus a key for launch, space-based weapons must have the same. After all, human error is always a possibility. If you accidentally hit something, hitting flowers and plants is no big deal. But if it hits a cat or dog, that would require a formal apology. When everyone approached Jiāng Chén again to inquire about this matter, they learned that voice commands could directly control permissions. For instance, if you want to attack a specific target, after locking onto the target via the display, those without access permissions cannot initiate the attack. For secondary permissions, a manual password verification is required before triggering voice commands. Upon successful verification, shouting attack at the video target, the space-based weapon currently locked onto that target will immediately engage it. Some have speculated whether voice simulation could trigger the command. Jiāng Chén dismissed the idea outright. Other voice authorization systems might be susceptible, but the technological creations born from his inventor LV2 would never exhibit such a basic flaw. Finally, Jiāng Chén revealed an even more formidable capability. It allowed all other satellites to lock onto the feet of a single satellite and launch simultaneous attacks. This offensive tactic proved highly effective against large targets. Of course, Jiāng Chén was unaware. To date, there was likely no target on the entire Blue Star capable of withstanding simultaneous attacks from 100 space-based weapons. Even Blue Star itself would likely struggle to survive. The only thing Jiāng Chén found somewhat disappointing was that the technological value gained from this operation was even less than what a single rocket launch had previously yielded. One couldn't help but marvel at the Dragon Nation government's truly exceptional ability to keep information classified, to the extent that even such a massive rocket launch was kept under wraps, known to only a select few. Of course, these were national strategic assets. Jiāng Chén understood the importance of such matters. As for the tech points, he'd find other avenues to earn them back gradually in the future. What excited him even more was the possibility that these space-based weapons might be deployed during the upcoming international military exercises. Wonder how effective they'll be in combat. We'll just have to wait and see. Watching the screens filling the lab, old Wang murmured expectantly. Chapter 40, Space-based weapons make their debut. Precision lock-on. Evening. East China's Sea Islands. Zhao Weiguo led the Pengcheng garrison to occupy the target island. From afar, it appeared to be a barren island, indistinguishable from its surroundings. But should any enemy forces approach, they would be met with the most intense artillery fire. Various concealed defensive fortifications had long been pre-deployed here. Countless black muzzles lurked among the greenery and rocks. Hundreds of anti-aircraft positions, 2 missile units, and an armored corps of the army were all deployed in formation across the island. The entire island is guarded like an iron fortress. Even a single fly passing overhead would be shot down. Soldiers stood at the ready, constantly checking the readiness of their weapons and equipment to ensure they wouldn't fail at a critical moment. Yet the officers harbored deep concerns. They understood profoundly that although this force was equipped with more powerful weapons than in the past, the superiority in firepower alone could not bridge the gap. The disparity was beyond calculation. Late at night. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several reconnaissance aircraft swept overhead. Flying high and fast, they were impossible to intercept. Zhao Weiguo's command post was set up in a cave on the island. The cave entrance was low and level, surrounded by overgrown weeds. From a distance, it was difficult to distinguish it from the rest of the island. Stepping inside revealed a spacious interior reinforced with steel beams. Even if the entrance were hit by artillery fire, it would be difficult for it to collapse immediately. This provided sufficient time for those inside to respond swiftly to emergencies. Inside the entrance, besides a large map of the island, a 60-inch display screen hung on one wall. The screen was blank, showing nothing. At this moment, Zhao Weiguo was leading a group of chiefs of staff in this temporary command post. He pulled a file folder from his briefcase. The cover bore the stamp top secret. He untied the white cord securing the envelope, retrieved a black USB drive, and handed it to the orderly. The officer's eyes were instantly drawn to the black USB drive. Its appearance at this critical juncture meant it was no ordinary item. It must contain something extraordinary. The orderly took the flash drive from Zhao Weiguo, utterly baffled. Yet he followed the commander's orders and plugged it into the display screen. After a brief flicker, an app installation confirmation prompt appeared. Confirm operation. Installation successful. Loading Longwa space-based satellite footage. Loading successful. The screen abruptly changed. A clear live video feed of the archipelago appeared. Everyone froze for a moment, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the geographical features on screen. The next second, an officer immediately exclaimed, "Isn't this the East Sea training ground?" Everyone was puzzled. Hadn't they already reviewed the surrounding terrain and topography via video before arriving? Why show it again? But since this was a meeting led by Commander Zhao Weiguo, no one dared to say much. Then another officer added, "This isn't just a simple video, it's real-time surveillance." The officers' hearts tightened, their gaze instantly riveted. The top right corner of the screen displayed a full signal bar. There was no progress bar at the bottom of the screen. And despite the nighttime setting, countless small boxes appeared on the video. These boxes, both red and blue, densely covered the entire screen. The blue squares coincided precisely with the deployment of the Pengcheng garrison. Could it be that the red boxes represent enemy deployments? Staff Officer Liu's eyes flashed as he voiced his conjecture. The other chiefs of staff instantly grew excited. Warfare thrives on information asymmetry. As the saying goes, knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Sure, everyone has satellites. But whose satellites came equipped with target recognition capabilities? This capability has always been exclusive to fighter jets or drones. With this unassuming little red box, missile vehicles in the unit can now input coordinates for precision guidance. Hit every target. The officer's breathing grew increasingly ragged, trembling with excitement. Why bother aiming? Just fire relentlessly at the red dots. Impressive. Absolutely incredible. Even Zhao Weiguo's eyes lit up at the sight before him, a smile curling involuntarily at the corners of his mouth. But why are there scattered red boxes within the blue frame? Could it be a mistake? Another officer voiced his doubt. If there's even a minuscule chance of identification errors, then this system couldn't be deployed in combat. Because friendly fire was absolutely unacceptable. At that moment, a communications soldier rushed through the opening. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "Commanders, we have a situation to report." The officers paused, pulling their attention away from the screen. Zhao Weiguo nodded, signaling the soldier to begin his report. Just as the communications soldier was about to begin his report, his gaze suddenly swept across the large screen. His eyes locked onto something, his pupils sharply contracting. "Huh? What is it?" Zhao Weiguo's gaze sharpened. An aura of authority, commanding respect without a word, instantly filled the entire command and control room. The officers felt their hearts tighten. Had the enemy launched a preemptive strike? The communications officer snapped back to attention, exclaiming in astonishment, "Reconnaissance aircraft!" The red box on the screen, it's circling a reconnaissance aircraft from Xiong Nation. Only then did everyone realize. They all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Reconnaissance aircraft were perfectly normal. Gathering intelligence before battle was routine. But for a reconnaissance aircraft to be both fast and high-flying, especially at night, the chances of shooting them down were slim. Wait a minute. Bear Nation reconnaissance aircraft? He gasped sharply. If what the communications officer said was true, and the red box marked a Bear Nation reconnaissance aircraft, this meant that even in the dead of night, even with the target moving, even with numerous other targets causing interference, the system display could still pinpoint it with precision. Whoosh! Everyone's breath caught in their throats as they sucked in a collective gasp. Hearts pounded wildly, faces trembling. What kind of incredible technology is this? Where on earth did Commander Zhao get this thing? It's utterly insane. Across the entire battlefield, day or night, sky or ground. What secrets could possibly remain? Warfare is all about technological intelligence. If our Dragon Nation's long-range weapons were all equipped with this thing, how could Bear Nation possibly fight this war? Just as you begin analyzing our military deployments. Whoosh! A barrage of missiles erupted overhead like a storm. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that one day, the one hanging by a thread would be me? The officers exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of strange, meaningful expression on the others' faces. TSK, what a pity. Staff Officer Liu clicked his tongue. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him. Confusion spread. How could anyone feel regret when defying fate to such an extent? Zhao Weiguo narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. Chapter 41, The Sacrificial Pawn, Pengcheng Garrison. The others were puzzled. Could there be some flaw? Cut to the chase. What's so regrettable about it? An officer voiced the collective question. Seeing all eyes on him, Staff Officer Liu gave a wry smile. Firepower. Even if we can lock onto the enemy, our long-range weaponry is limited. If the first wave of suppression fire fails to cripple them, most subsequent long-range attacks will be intercepted. The officers fell silent. The satellite targeting capability was indeed impressive. But to truly maximize its potential, the optimal approach would be to destroy all critical targets during the initial long-range assault. Otherwise, once the enemy is prepared, subsequent offensives would be severely compromised. Although the Pengcheng garrison is primarily army-based, with artillery deployment exceeding that of most conventional forces, but facing the entire elite force of Xiong Nation, they still wouldn't stand a chance in a real fight. Zhao Weiguo nodded and smiled. Have you forgotten? Our mission from the start was to delay and slow down the main Bear Nation forces, creating space for our Dragon Nation main force to maneuver. You lot have such big appetites. Do you actually expect to devour the Bear Nation's main force in one bite? The officers present paused in surprise, suddenly recalling their primary objective, then burst into laughter. Commander Zhao, it's not that we're greedy. It's just that the secret weapon you brought is so astonishing, it makes us think that way. Exactly, Commander. Give us sufficient firepower and satellite targeting, no more than 2 rounds of long-range barrage and they're finished. Commander, your methods are beyond belief. I don't recall our Dragon Nation military having such cutting-edge technology. The officer gave the commander a thumbs up, seizing the chance to shower him with flattery. Zhao Weiguo smiled faintly, his reply shrouded in mystery. Don't try to pry anything out of me. This thing must remain classified. Just use it. Joking aside, if word got out, how could it still be called a secret weapon? Though it would eventually be rolled out to all units as standard equipment. But for now, we'll use it to earn more merits and seize the initiative. That's perfectly fine. Seeing the commander's tight-lipped stance, the officers pressed no further. The next morning, the sun had just risen halfway above the horizon, its radiance bathing the entire ocean. The water surface shimmered with scattered points of light. At first glance, it resembled a sky full of stars falling into the sea. But these were no starlight. It was clearly the Bear Nation fleet. The Arctic Ocean Carrier, the giant battleship Kachuza, the giant battleship Lenin, the amphibious assault ship Kuznetsov, the amphibious landing ship Ivan Rogov. A vast array of vessels spread across the sea. A swarm of escort fighters took off and landed on the decks. Carrier Command Center. Bear Nation naval officers sat solemnly, conducting strategic analysis based on the latest military intelligence. Northern Fleet Commander Olaf smoked his cigar with calm composure. This middle-aged man, sporting a full beard, was a Bear Nation admiral whose chest was already adorned with numerous medals. He was utterly confident in this military confrontation with the Dragon Nation. If there was any cause for dissatisfaction, it was the secret orders issued by General Nicholas. Victory is possible, but not total victory. We must spare the Dragon Nation's army some face, to avoid provoking genuine anger and ultimately damaging the harmony. It's like a chess match. Maintaining a half-point lead is far more challenging than going all out for victory. But for battle-hardened Olaf, this merely required a bit more effort. Like embroidering with your grandmother's rolling pin? Olaf watched the orderly movements of his troops through the command room window, exhaling a deep smoke ring with a self-deprecating chuckle. At that moment, a young officer approached Olaf, standing tall and saluting. Reporting, General. An archipelago lies ahead, and the Dragon Nation's outposts are positioned among these islands. Oh, young man, relax. If you mess up and damage Dragon Nation soldiers, I'll whip your backside with a little leather strap. Olaf narrowed his eyes slightly, feigning anger. The young officer frowned. General, you must understand that casualties are inevitable in war. Even drills can go wrong. Are you suggesting I should be blamed if a Dragon Nation soldier accidentally slips and breaks a bone during combat with our forces? His deadpan delivery instantly halted all work in the command room as officers doubled over laughing. Someone promptly replied with equal solemnity, Rozovsky, I advise you to focus more on figuring out which potions can quickly heal whip wounds. To ease the pain, a crate of vodka has already been stored at the port. If you need some, I can share a little. But remember to pay me double bear coins. Another wave of uproarious laughter followed. For this war, it seemed the Bear Nation soldiers were least concerned about whether they could win, but rather how to secure a minor victory without offending the Dragon Nation's dignity. Other officers joined the banter. Oh, make sure to save me a bottle of that vodka. Just in case a Dragon Nation soldier stumbles in front of me, I might need it. Rozovsky frowned, pondered for a moment, then declared with solemn earnestness, I'm young and rough, I must have my bottle of vodka. Once I get my pay, I'll pay you back. A cheerful atmosphere filled the entire command room. Gone was the earlier oppressive tension. Olaf felt a quiet satisfaction, pleased with his ability to lighten the mood. All right, boys, relax. Aim for victory with minimal firepower. When we get back, vodka's on me, everyone gets a share. Whoa! The officers erupted in excitement. Vodka on the general's tab? That's bragging rights for life. Dragon Nation Military Exercise Command Center. Digital screens displayed the movements of both armies, capturing the entire exercise in real time. Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials sat in front of the large screen. To maintain focus, the room remained unlit. Under the fluorescent lighting, only the outlines of the leaders' faces were visible. It's begun. Yes, let's hope your decision proves correct. Rest assured. Though the Pengcheng Army's combat strength falls short of the other two group armies, they've been heavily equipped with standard-issue weaponry. Holding off the enemy shouldn't be a problem. What is it? It's a shame. This unit is destined to be cannon fodder. In war, sacrificing the pawn to save the king is common. I'll find a reason to compensate them with some benefits later. That's the only way. Let's hope they don't disappoint us. 1 hour, just 1 hour. Then the eastern and southern fronts can swiftly maneuver to cut off the retreat routes of the northern legion of Xiong Nation from both flanks. In the darkness, the old man's eyes flashed with a cold light, his voice rumbling from the depths like echoes from the underworld. Chapter 42, Lock On. Fire. Eastern Theater. The Liaoning fleet sets sail. On the carrier deck, JF-17 air-to-air fighter jets roared into the sky. Inside the command center, an officer reports, "Commander, the Northern Fleet is advancing toward our position and will soon make contact with the Pengcheng forces. Should we move in to provide support?" Peng Weiguo narrowed his eyes slightly. "No need. Proceed according to the original plan." "Yes, sir." The officer turned and departed. Within the broader strategic deployment, the Pengcheng garrison was specifically positioned to engage and wear down the enemy. If they intervened now, it would disrupt the entire strategic plan devised by higher command. Though he felt deeply conflicted inside. But mercy has no place in command. Military orders are as immovable as mountains. Not only must he watch the Pengcheng garrison be worn down, but he must also seize this opportunity to encircle the rear of Xiong Nation's northern fleet. That direction, by convention, represented the weakest link in the Bear Nation's fleet. Once the encirclement was completed with the Southern Theater Command Forces, a decisive victory over Bear Nation would be achieved. This military exercise served as a deterrent against the Eagle Swan Alliance, but also served as an opportunity to temper the Dragon Nation's forces. Internal competition within the Eastern Theater Command was no real test of skill after all, they were all brothers in arms. But if they could bite off a substantial chunk of Bear Nation's northern fleet, they'd practically be able to walk all over the Dragon Nation military afterward. After all, nothing speaks louder than combat achievements. What a pity, what a pity. The Pengcheng garrison is destined to be sacrificed. If we have any vintage uniforms later, let's set some aside for them to get through the winter. Peng Weiguo sighed regretfully. The main force must carry itself with the dignity befitting its status. While we feast on the meat, we must still share the broth with our brother units. Yes, Commander. The officer pulled out his tactical tablet and recorded Peng Weiguo's order as a memo. His admiration for the commander flowed from the heart. Fighting alongside this commander truly held promise. If he cared so deeply for allied units with no direct connection, how much more for his own subordinates? Peng Weiguo waved his hand decisively. Shut down the strategic communication channel with Pengcheng. Full speed ahead. Yes, Commander. The channel was shut down. Even if the Pengcheng garrison suddenly requested reinforcements, no message would reach them. Unless the Pengcheng theater suffered near total annihilation. Casualty reports appear on the public channel. Southern Theater. Almost simultaneously with the Eastern Theater, the fleet under Luo Tian's command began its departure. Inside the ship's command center, Luo Tian stood before his officers, his spirit soaring. Comrades, our Southern War Corps is the backbone of Dragon Nation's military might. The outcome of this battle rests squarely on our shoulders. Our brothers in the Pengcheng Corps and Eastern War Corps are creating an opening for us. We must seize this opportunity and honor their sacrifices. Aye, General. Yes, General. The Southern War Legion races full speed toward the battlefield. Front lines of the Dragon Nation's legions. Pengcheng Garrison Defense Zone. Inside the operations room. The screen image zooms in. The radius extends 40 nautical miles around the Pengcheng Garrison Islands. Countless red boxes captured the officer's intense focus. It's coming. Is it ready yet? Zhao Weiguo asked, his voice commanding respect without raising his voice. As the screen filled with more and more red markers, the tension in the command center grew unbearable. When facing overwhelming enemy numbers, after the first volley reveals our positions, we'll face an overwhelming, devastating assault from the enemy. Therefore, there is only one chance. This time, we must either cripple the vanguard of the Bear Nation's northern fleet outright, or deliver a precise, lethal strike to the vital points of the entire northern fleet. But how difficult it was to identify such a vital point amidst this dense sea of red boxes. Thus, the final decision was made, to annihilate the vanguard entirely. Almost there, sir. We've just synced the data with the intelligence division. Once they adjust the trajectory based on the trajectory, they'll lock onto the target. An information department soldier stared at the screen, rapidly typing on the computer to synchronize all data into the unit's combat system. An eerie silence hung in the air. The officers, including Zhao Weiguo, wore expressions of intense anxiety, yet they forced themselves to remain silent. 5 minutes later, as the red dots on the screen multiplied, the communications soldier exhaled deeply, lifting his head to face the group. All right, the entire long-range offensive system is now synchronized. All we need to do is select and confirm on the screen. The attack will be launched simultaneously on the other end. Well done. Mark all the vanguard units for me. They'll be the first wave. Launch the attack immediately. Zhao Weiguo, already impatient, quickly issued the order. Yes, sir. Shiyang nodded. Under the gaze of all the high-ranking officers, panic surged through him. Sweat poured down his forehead. He wiped his brow with his sleeve, only to realize his fingers were trembling. But years of training forced him to maintain his composure. It's done, sir. We'll launch the attack within 1 minute. After double-checking the operation was flawless, Shiyang reported the results to the officers. By then, his uniform was already soaked through. Good work. Zhao Weiguo nodded. Satellite-guided simultaneous strikes on targets were not unprecedented in the military history of the Dragon Nation. However, an operation of this scale targeting moving targets? This was truly unprecedented. Whether it would work or not could only be determined through actual execution. Nevertheless, to prepare for contingencies, a backup plan had been devised before Shīyǎng arrived from the missile forces. Should the first wave fail, follow-up strikes would commence immediately without awaiting orders. Within 5 minutes after the follow-up strike, we'd withdraw from the position and take cover in shelters to avoid potential incoming attacks. Since this was a military exercise, live ammunition was out of the question. The entire process used electronic projectiles. Every piece of equipment and personnel at each position was equipped with electronic sensors. Upon being hit, military equipment is marked as destroyed. Personnel who should be injured or killed are not permitted to move. The entire exercise was monitored by a remote system. High-ranking officials from both sides mutually supervise each other from the central control room. Any violation of the rules results in immediate termination of the exercise. Violators are directly sent to a military court for trial. Penalties range from life imprisonment to execution by firing squad. Of course, Zhao Weiguo was confident that no one in his unit would make such a basic mistake. Though their equipment wasn't the best and their formation was the smallest among the 3 legions. But when it came to discipline, there was absolutely no room for compromise. Look! So many blue boxes have appeared. As Staff Officer Liu pointed at the large screen in alarm, everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Countless blue boxes suddenly detached from the Pengcheng garrison, streaking toward the distant cluster of red boxes at lightning speed. The missiles have launched. Let's hope they all hit their targets. The officers watched the blue boxes' trajectories on the screen, their breathing growing ragged, hearts pounding wildly, eyes straining until it felt like their sockets might burst. Chapter 43, Volley of Missiles, Defense Cannons Activated. Northern Fleet's Forward Position. A vanguard naval force comprised of over a dozen destroyers. Fighters provided aerial escort. Mendeleev stood at the bow, scanning the distant horizon through his binoculars. He was the supreme commander of this vanguard squadron. 2 missions were assigned. One was reconnaissance, gathering the latest frontline intelligence to report back to the Legion's command center. The second was to launch surprise attacks. Should enemy vulnerabilities be detected and align with Bear Nation's tactical protocols, his unit could initiate assaults immediately upon reporting no further orders required. Thus, his fleet comprised almost exclusively the fastest ships and fighters. Even when facing overwhelming odds, they could swiftly disengage from combat. Describing them as slippery loaches would be no exaggeration. He'd heard the joke circulating from the command center. If anyone was likely to get a little spanking from Olaf, Mendeleev was the prime candidate. After all, as the vanguard of the entire Legion, he was the first to engage the armed forces of the Dragon Nation. Were it not for military honor, he might already be taking the detour. Compared to the Dragon Nation's offensive, he feared even more the lashes personally administered by the general for failing to gauge the intensity of the assault correctly. That would be the shame of his entire military career. I'll be gentle, but I hope you won't be too fragile. Mendeleev frowned slightly, his fingers tapping lightly against the ship's railing as he murmured to himself. Though his voice was faint, the officers accompanying him caught it. Captain, since we're getting whipped anyway, why not just go all out? Yeah, Captain. Let's unleash our full firepower and blast them to smithereens. Then we'll crack open a few bottles of vodka back at base. We'll all share the punishment with you. Don't be a wimp. The Dragon Nation's military started out with nothing but rice and rifles. Even now, they're not that strong. As long as they don't develop nuclear weapons or space rockets, we've got them in the palm of our hand. Let's beat them until they cry. A broad smile spread across Mendeleev's lips. The idea was tempting. Cowardice was not the style of the Bear Nation's soldiers. Might as well go all out. Later, he could just say he'd had a bit too much to drink and couldn't control himself. With that thought, Mendeleev turned to the officers with a smile. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The Dragon Nation is our Bear Nation's friendly neighbor. How can you lack restraint? If we damage our harmony, how can we maintain our alliance? When the fighting starts, stay alert. Don't bring last night's drunken antics onto the battlefield. He finished with a deliberate wink of his right eye. The officers immediately caught on, raising a hand to their foreheads in feigned drunkenness. Captain, my head is spinning. The firing rate might increase shortly. Years of working alongside Mendeleev had forged an unspoken understanding between them. If the commander let out a fart, they could instantly tell what he'd had for breakfast. Just then, a cadet ran over to report, still 30 nautical miles out. No Dragon Nation forces detected. He added, not even a single reconnaissance aircraft in sight. The officers froze for a moment before erupting into raucous laughter. Ha! Could it be the Dragon Nation soldiers or cowards, running away before the fight even begins? Fortunately, though arrogant, Mendeleev hadn't lost his wits. They're probably playing hide-and-seek, waiting to ambush us. Another wave of laughter followed. Mendeleev raised his hand, pressing downward to signal silence. The officers immediately fell silent, covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. At that very moment, the ship's alarm suddenly wailed. Red warning lights began spinning frantically. Soldiers rushed back to their battle stations. "Captain, we have a situation." The officers' scalps tightened. Years of combat training instantly put them on high alert. They immediately dashed toward their respective sectors. The orderly made a move to shield Mendeleev as they headed toward the command center. Mendeleev's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, he smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Didn't we just conduct reconnaissance? There were no enemy forces within 30 nautical miles. Could they have come by missile? It must be a malfunction in the alarm system." In less than a minute, even the fastest fighter jets couldn't cover 30 nautical miles in one go. Moreover, the fleet was already heavily escorted by fighter jets overhead, leaving nothing to fear. Seeing Captain Mendeleev so calm and collected, the orderly felt a surge of admiration, simultaneously ashamed of his own overreaction. He lowered his head, standing to the side like a misbehaving elementary student awaiting the teacher's reprimand. But instead of reprimand, he heard Mendeleev make a strange gurgling sound, as if something were stuck in his throat. Just as he was about to ask the commander if he was feeling unwell, countless missiles trailing long plumes of flame suddenly plummeted from the sky. He too was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Tactical positioning. The next second, Mendeleev shed all traces of his previous leisurely arrogance. Instead, he sprinted toward the command room while shouting at the top of his lungs. Even if the flagship's pilot could hear Mendeleev's shouts, the surrounding ships remained deaf to them. Fortunately, the entire fleet seemed to share a tacit understanding with Mendeleev. Every vessel began executing frantic evasive maneuvers. The Bear Nation's ships were the fastest and most agile. In the blink of an eye, the ships had already turned sideways and scattered in all directions. Mendeleev nearly stumbled and fell mid-stride. After being helped up, he saw the ships had completed their turns and burst into laughter. Though cruisers underfoot, they possessed the speed of destroyers. Its top speed reached 33 knots per hour. No need for calculations, it was more than enough to evade the incoming missile. He only hoped the ship's electronic components wouldn't miscalculate. Similar incidents had occurred during previous military exercises. An explosion hundreds of meters away was misinterpreted as a direct hit, resulting in immediate deactivation. Afterward, there was no compensation whatsoever, just a return to the factory for inspection. All vessels completed their maneuvers simultaneously. Many soldiers had already begun looking up, eager to see how this missile in the sky would miss its mark. But in the next instant, the soldiers froze as the missile in the sky appeared to be adjusting its trajectory. Mendeleev bellowed again, "Keep adjusting the trajectory. Don't stop." All ships began executing sharp turns once more. Soldiers who hadn't yet returned to their battle stations clung desperately to railings, frozen in place. But when everyone looked up again, expecting a significant time lag before the missiles could realign their trajectories, instead, they discovered that with every change in the ship's direction, the missiles could simultaneously make minute adjustments. The arrowhead perpetually reset its target on the ships or aircraft with a 0.0001 second interval. At that moment, feeling death's threat closing in, Mendeleev lost all trace of his former composure. He collapsed onto the deck, clutching the railing as his eyes locked onto the relentlessly closing missile. "Quick! Activate the defense cannons," he screamed. Woo! A mournful wail erupted from the vessel. Chapter 44, Brother Units Shot. Redirecting to the front lines. The ship's defensive cannons activated, their barrels spinning violently. Scientists had once commented on the deployment of these defense cannons. When a ship activates its defense cannons, it has already entered a situation where survival is a 1 in 10 chance. Their purpose often served more as psychological reassurance than practical defense. In an instant, scattered missiles were destroyed. But to the missile swarm, this was but a drop in the bucket. Boom! The warheads slammed into the hull. A series of violent explosions erupted aboard the vessel, immediately followed by a bone-chilling screech. The immense kinetic energy caused the hull to deform slightly. Huff, puff. Silence. Dead silence. The entire radio fell silent, broken only by the soldiers' labored breathing. The next instant, electronic sensors across all vessels activated simultaneously, broadcasting a voice alert. Critical hull damage sustained. Unfit for continued combat. The warship abruptly slowed. Escort fighters circling overhead began landing on the flight deck. Public address systems broadcast the news that the entire vanguard of the Northern Fleet had been killed in action. Mendeleev was stunned. The orderlies were stunned. The officers were stunned. The entire fleet's crew was stunned. The entire ordeal lasted but a few minutes. The well-equipped vanguard of the Northern Fleet was thus completely destroyed, rendered incapable of combat. Inside the command center of the Pengcheng garrison, the broadcast from the public frequency reached here as well. The officers stared at the red box still displayed on the screen, all frozen in shock. They felt as if they were hearing things. Then, they exchanged incredulous glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Only then did it dawn on them. The missiles used in military exercises were not designed to actually destroy targets. Although satellites possess targeting capabilities, they couldn't be judged by the standards of military exercises. That's why so many red boxes still appeared on the screen. Everyone's breathing grew increasingly ragged, hearts pounding wildly. Did it work? Did it really work? It worked! We did it! Woohoo! The makeshift command center, converted from a cave, erupted in excitement. Smiles spread across everyone's faces, and some officers even grabbed others and started spinning them around. Before Zhao Weiguo could say a word, the soldiers lifted him up and tossed him into the air. Zhao Weiguo beamed with joy. But as the cave's ceiling grew closer to his face, his smile froze, panic setting in. Was he destined to be the only soldier injured? He quickly shielded his face with his hands. Fortunately, his elbow only grazed the wall lightly before the upward momentum was exhausted. Then he plummeted downward. He immediately ordered the officers to lower him down. Only then did the officers realize something was wrong. They quickly caught Zhao Weiguo and apologized profusely. "We're so sorry, Commander. We nearly let you get hurt. Punish us however you see fit, it's all my fault." "Commander Zhao, are you alright? Should I call a medic to check on you? Did you hit your head or anything?" "It's all my fault. I lost control in the heat of such an exhilarating battle. Commander, punish me as you see fit." Everyone was genuinely shaken. During the fight, this group had crippled their own top commander. If Zhao Weiguo uttered a single word of refusal, at best, their military careers would be over. At worst, they'd face a court-martial. Zhao Weiguo struggled to steady himself, grimly flexing his elbow and bouncing in place before finally addressing the group. "I'm fine." The officers breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the commander wouldn't blame them. But the married officers froze for a moment before suddenly recalling how their wives also liked to say it's nothing when they were angry. Damn it! Nothing wrong meant the problem was worse than if there was something wrong. Especially since Commander Zhao's stern expression didn't exactly scream nothing's wrong. So the officers once again put on mournful faces, apologizing profusely to Zhao Weiguo and swearing it would never happen again. Seeing this, the others felt their hearts leap to their throats once more. Zhao Weiguo wasn't angry to begin with. The campaign had simply gone too smoothly, filling him with wild elation. But as the commander, he felt obliged to maintain a certain dignity. Besides, had he joined in the joking and horseplay earlier, they might have pushed him over the edge. Seeing everyone's tense expressions, Zhao Weiguo finally burst into laughter. "It's fine. After winning such a major victory, I'll be sure to recommend you all for commendations when we return." The soldiers froze for a moment, then realized their commander truly held no ill will. Cheers erupted once more. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Dragon Nation! They knew this battle would likely be recorded in the military annals of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, the campaign might even be named after their very unit. Eastern War Legion. On board the warship. A message came over the public channel: the vanguard of Bear Nation's northern fleet had been completely annihilated. Silence fell over the entire ship. Speculation arose. Could it be the Pengcheng garrison? After all, they were the only ones likely to have made initial contact with the northern fleet's vanguard. Yet the moment this theory surfaced, it was swiftly dismissed by the overwhelming majority. For annihilating the entire vanguard fleet in an instant would require deploying military forces several times greater than the enemy's. Otherwise, it would be difficult to ensure no survivors slipped through the net. And it was even more impossible to conclude the battle in such a short time. Are you kidding me? Even our Eastern War Legion couldn't accomplish that. How could the Pengcheng garrison possibly manage it? With their lives? Even if they did, it wouldn't be possible. Peng Weiguo shook his head decisively. It couldn't be the Pengcheng garrison. Eliminate that possibility. That leaves only the South Station Legion. Though we don't know why they didn't flank to the designated positions as planned, this is the only possibility left. They went straight for a head-on confrontation. Had they grown this powerful already? The victory of their comrades undoubtedly brought them glory. Yet simultaneously, a profound sense of helplessness weighed heavily upon the entire fleet. If this keeps up, the southern theater might become an insurmountable mountain. Full speed ahead to the front lines. Our Eastern War Corps won't be left behind. A blazing fire ignited within Peng Weiguo's chest. General. The Eastern Fleet surged forward at full speed. On a warship of the Southern War Legion. Luo Tian froze upon hearing the public channel message. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He repeated the confirmation to the officers beside him, trying to see if he had misheard. But everyone present confirmed they had heard the same message. Luo Tian paced back and forth, chin resting on his hand. After a moment's thought, his brow furrowed. Damn it, the Eastern War Army will stop at nothing to surpass us. In his understanding, He also didn't believe the Pengcheng garrison could achieve this level of capability. Therefore, there was only one truth. The Eastern War Army, seeking maximum glory, did not advance toward the designated location. Instead, they'd gone straight to intercept the vanguard of the Northern Fleet. This approach allowed them to both earn the camaraderie of the Pengcheng garrison and secure military honors. Though this violated the High Command's strategic directives. But their achievements outweighed their transgressions. They proved their worth through results. Change course. Head for the front lines. A cold gleam flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. He thought to himself, the Southern Theater must not be allowed to steal the spotlight. He intended to demonstrate the Northern Fleet's prowess right before the eyes of the two allied legions. Chapter 45, The Art of Adaptability. Dragon Nation Military Exercise Monitoring Center. The large screen displayed the live battle situation of the exercise. Under the fluorescent lights, rows of red seats were filled with senior officers. Nearly every shoulder insignia bore stars or bars. The older officers bore chests laden with medals. "I wonder how long our Pengcheng garrison can hold out," murmured a young officer, his voice heavy with worry. According to the latest intelligence analysis, the Northern Fleet of Jiāng Nation was equipped with the most advanced maneuverable engines. Even if fully exposed, it would be difficult for long-range weapons to hit it. Not to mention their speed, they'd be upon us before we could react. This issue seemed to pique everyone's interest. Speculation began to swirl. At the very least, it should take an hour, right? I doubt it. Half an hour at most. Half an hour is too generous. They might already be landing troops on the shore. That's ridiculous. Even a bunch of dumplings could keep that Bear Nation fleet busy for a while. Let alone our Dragon Nation's well-trained soldiers. The young officers had always acknowledged the significant gap in military strength. After exposing their positions with artillery fire, they'd face an elusive enemy that fought while constantly maneuvering. There was a high risk that the Pengcheng forces could be wiped out in an instant. An older man frowned. "I don't believe warfare is merely a contest of firepower. The Pengcheng forces wouldn't be so foolish as to expose all their firing positions at once." "Oh? What's your insight, sir?" someone asked, suddenly intrigued. The elder took a sip of tea, looked around at the group, and smiled faintly. "If I were in charge of defense, I would divide our firepower into the smallest possible units and assign them random designations." After speaking, the elder took another sip of tea. "And then? Is that all?" someone pressed impatiently. The old man smiled faintly. "Then, based on those numbers, we'd fire at their flagship. Fire relentlessly." The young officer froze. What's the difference between this and suicide? The firepower was reduced to a mere tickle. And once detected, they'd face a brutal assault, losing their position in an instant. Many seasoned officers, however, looked pensive, their lips curling into knowing smiles. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked, "But this approach won't inflict damage on the enemy. Instead, we'll be picked off one by one." Immediately, a veteran officer took the lead, answering for the elder, "The mission is to delay. When facing overwhelming odds, our sole focus is how long we can hold them back. Causing damage is ideal, but failing to do so doesn't compromise the primary objective." Upon hearing this explanation, a chorus of ohs filled the air. In other words, the optimal strategy for the Pengcheng garrison's clever situation was to act like moles, forcing the enemy to waste vast amounts of time whacking them one by one. Brilliant! Experience truly trumps youth. It seems the higher-ups had already fully grasped the strategic deployment on the front lines. Victory seemed inevitable. It's just a pity. The Pengcheng garrison is destined to become sacrificial pawns. Just then, the public channel suddenly began broadcasting the battle situation. Northern Army Vanguard Fleet annihilated. September 29, 2023, 7 hours 54 minutes and 19 seconds. The entire operations room fell into an instant, deathly silence. No one spoke, not even breathing audibly. Everyone turned to look at each other, searching for answers in the eyes of those beside them. What they found was shock upon shock. What the hell? The Bear Nation's vanguard wiped out? Could the judgment system have malfunctioned? That's impossible. Could it be the combined effort of the Eastern and Southern fleets? No, I see them still on their planned course. Speculation ran wild for a moment. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom what had caused this outcome. But the higher-ups knew this military system had been rigorously tested through multiple exercises. Any potential issues had long been resolved. How could such a basic error occur? At that moment, the elder rose to his feet and addressed the group. "Since you all have doubts, let's examine the system's judgment. Chang, I'll enter the password." He walked over to the system console. Jiāng saw this and opened the password input field before turning his head away. According to confidentiality regulations, he had no right to know the specific password. To avoid trouble, it was best to play it safe. The old man's eyes flashed as he retrieved the password from memory, his fingers swiftly tapping the keyboard keys. "Confirm." The system immediately displayed several messages. Incident: Northern Fleet Vanguard completely annihilated. Attacking unit: Pengcheng Garrison. A single line, 4 words. Like a heavy hammer, it struck the hearts of the senior officers present. The young officers abruptly rose to their feet, clenching their fists tightly. Their scalps tingled as their eyes fixed intently on the screen. An inexplicable surge of excitement coursed through their entire bodies. Every young soldier harbors a dream of heroism. They all fantasized about creating miracles on the battlefield. Everyone wanted to become a legend. But are miracles so easily made? The Pengcheng garrison demonstrated it right before their eyes. Puff, puff. Heavy breathing echoed. Blood boiled in that moment. A single detachment of Dragon Nation troops utterly annihilated the vanguard of Bear Nation. This was a miracle. The seasoned generals and commanders stared fixedly at the 4 characters displayed on the screen, as if witnessing some terrifying flood or beast. Their bodies trembled violently, nearly toppling them from their chairs. They strained to find parallels in military history. Yet no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom how it had been achieved. At the very least, seasoned veterans like themselves were confident they could not achieve the complete annihilation of Xiong Nation's elite forces with comparable military strength. A miracle. How did the Pengcheng garrison pull this off? It completely overturns traditional military understanding. This is an absolutely explosive occurrence in the entire modern military history of Dragon Nation. Seriously, when they return, we absolutely must get to the bottom of it. What tactics did they employ? It's nothing short of defying the heavens. Just as everyone was buzzing with excitement over the Pengcheng garrison's victory, suddenly, someone pointed at the live feed and blurted out a curse. Quick, look! On the large screen. The Eastern and Southern War legions, which had been advancing along their predetermined routes according to plan, abruptly changed course almost simultaneously. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the screen. Someone gasped, "Where are they going? Why the sudden change in strategy? Could it be related to that earlier bulletin?" 3 questions in quick succession, voicing the doubts on everyone's mind. An elderly general stared at the screen, pondering briefly. Looks like they're heading to the front lines. But why are they all heading to the front lines at the same time? Could it be to expand their gains? The old general's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found the answer. Truly soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Adapting on the fly in the heat of battle. Chapter 46, The Bet Unexpected. Bear Nation. Command Center. The large monitoring screen displayed the military exercise in full view. Before the screen, 7 or 8 rows of desks and chairs were arranged. Young men and women in military uniforms bustled about their tasks. The battle had just begun. A dozen officers, their chests laden with medals, stared intently at the screens, occasionally proposing hypothetical scenarios in response to real-time battlefield developments. Nicholas's eyes sparkled with amusement. He admired the officers' strategic analysis. It was precisely because of their wisdom. The Northern Fleet's main force had proactively implemented targeted strategic adjustments. The main force of the Northern Fleet had made targeted strategic adjustments. If they dared to come, they would be in for a major surprise. I'll bet you this, the moment the Northern Fleet's vanguard advances, the Dragon Nation's forward positions will be utterly destroyed within half an hour. Oh, Slav, you're underestimating them. The Dragon Nation possesses the strongest land forces on Earth. The artillery they've deployed on the islands isn't for show. Poof. If it weren't for their artillery's firepower, it wouldn't even take half an hour. I think Slav has a point. After all, our Northern Fleet vanguard is equipped with the most advanced propulsion systems on Blue Star. At full throttle, they can reach speeds of up to 35 knots. With proper maneuvering, hitting them with artillery? Forget about it. Nicholas perked up at the officer's analysis. He cleared his throat lightly. The crowd immediately fell silent and turned to look. Since you're so confident in your guesses, why don't I run the game? The fewer bets placed, the higher the payout. At these words, the officer's eyes lit up and they eagerly agreed. A conference table was cleared and covered with red cloth. With a pen, they marked out several sections on the cloth. Each represented half an hour, 1 hour, and over 1 hour. The officers beamed with delight, quickly pulling money from their pockets, afraid the general might change his mind. To them, this was practically a gift. Within minutes, the table was piled high with bear coins. The vast majority placed their bets in the half-hour zone. A few scattered bets landed on the 1-hour slot. As for the 1 hour plus section, no one was foolish enough to believe the Dragon Nation's position could hold out that long. At that moment, Nicholas's secretary was displeased. With a thick Mach accent, he grumbled, "You ungrateful bastards. Do you want to bankrupt General Nicholas?" At this rate, the only one who'd end up paying out the winnings would be Nicholas himself. Hearing this, the officers' previously beaming faces froze instantly. Many looked guilty and began moving toward the betting table, ready to withdraw their wagers. A little gambling is good for the soul. But everyone was so elated that when word spread the general was gambling, who could pass up such a golden opportunity to hand over their money? They emptied their pockets without a second thought. Now that they'd cooled down, they realized the more they bet, the more the general stood to lose. Taking advantage of the general was practically sabotaging their own military careers. Some officers even began throwing money into the betting zones for stakes exceeding an hour. Their goal was to seize this chance to show off their generosity. Seeing this, other officers refused to be outdone and followed suit. In an instant, the betting winds shifted dramatically. Nicholas frowned, feigning mild anger as he reprimanded his secretary. "Look at what you've done. What has this perfectly good wager turned into? Isn't this just indirect bribery?" Even feigned anger radiated an oppressive military authority. A killing intent forged in seas of blood and mountains of corpses swept through the room. The soldiers glanced from the general to the secretary, momentarily at a loss. Uncertain of the general's true intentions, they froze in place. A sly gleam flashed in the secretary's eyes. Instead of backing down, she replied with solemn earnestness, "General Nicholas, I respect you and all the comrades present here, but..." She paused deliberately, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw all eyes had indeed turned to her. "I do not believe the Dragon Nation will collapse within half an hour. On the contrary, I believe they may emerge victorious." Her gaze remained unwavering as she met the eyes of everyone present. The officers froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Several, their faces flushed crimson, covered their mouths in an attempt to stifle their amusement. Nicholas shot his secretary a puzzled look. "Are you serious? I recall you graduated from Bear Nation Tech University too." The secretary nodded. "I am serious, General. Please open a separate betting section for me betting on Dragon Nation's victory." Nicholas nodded, tacitly approving the request. He had initiated the wager. Participants enjoyed absolute freedom. But he also confirmed that the secretary's military acumen was indeed unsuitable for an officer. He couldn't even discern such an obvious situation. Once the new betting sections were laid out, the secretary immediately placed his Rolex watch and every last bear coin in his pocket onto the table. Then, like a victorious warrior, he turned and returned to his original seat under the officer's gaze. At the gambling table, some officers had already caught on. Damn it, the secretary's blatantly using this chance to funnel money to General Nicholas. What a blunder! What a blunder! If we're all giving money, why does she get her own spot? This way, the general will surely remember her vividly. What a grand gesture. Her ambitions are truly immense. But without her warning, we would have made a grave mistake today. So, we should thank her, then? Those who climb to officer ranks in Bear Nation aren't fools. Within moments, they grasp the critical implications. Immediately, grateful glances shot toward the secretary. Thanks to this comrade's kindness. Otherwise, their own greed nearly cost them their careers. Nicholas observed every whisper and subtle gesture among the officers. He was both amused and exasperated. It had been a perfectly good gambling session. He had intended to use it as an opportunity to reward everyone. A chance to celebrate the military exercise victory early. But his secretary had hijacked the proceedings. Now the table was piled high with cash, making it look like he was deliberately fleecing everyone. But this secretary was pretty savvy. Once he returned to the office, he'd discuss her promotion prospects with her. Perhaps the military affairs office would be a better fit for someone like her. After placing the bets, everyone's attention returned to the military exercise screen. At that moment, the vanguard of the Northern Fleet was nearing the designated assault location. Barring any surprises, combat would soon commence. A few minutes later, everyone was astonished to see the fleet break away from the resistance formation and surge forward at full speed. Immediately, concerns arose that they might win the battle against the Dragon Nation too swiftly. This would leave their allies utterly humiliated. Nicholas began cursing, vowing to severely punish these fools when they returned. Mendeley F. You fool! Seeing the general's fury, the officers joined in the cursing. They all thought this guy wouldn't listen to orders and would probably get beaten when he returned. Just then, the fleet, which had been accelerating forward, suddenly veered off in all directions. Like startled fawns, as if stalked by some monstrous creature. They kept changing course mid-maneuver. Before the officers could ask questions. Within mere breaths, all military assets of the Vanguard fleet on the screen turned gray. The public channels simultaneously broadcast. Northern Fleet, Vanguard Fleet completely destroyed. Chapter 47, Main Force of the Northern Fleet. The public channel's announcement rang clearly in every ear present. Service personnel who had been busy with their tasks all looked up at the large screen, frozen in place. Eyes widened, pupils slightly contracted, mouths gaped wide, jaws nearly hitting the floor. Officers before the screen stared blankly, their breath catching in their throats. It felt as though an invisible hand had suddenly clamped down on everyone's throats. Even Nicholas beside him was dumbfounded. Gone was the spirited confidence of moments before. His eyes fixed on the screen, his legs weak and unsteady, he stumbled backward, his massive frame losing balance and crashing into the chair behind him. At that moment, the entire hall fell deathly silent. After a brief silence, the secretary's trembling voice broke the quiet. "Gee, General, could it be a system error? Someone immediately retorted sharply, impossible. This military exercise system has undergone multiple validations. It absolutely cannot make mistakes, especially not such a ridiculous one. Then do you think our Bear Nation's elite forces could be annihilated in such a short time? The assembled crowd fell silent. The Northern Fleet's reputation reverberated across Blue Star. The ships and weaponry deployed at its vanguard were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Even if defeated, they would never lack the strength to disengage from the battlefield. Yet, judging by the screen display just now, in just a few minutes, the fleet appeared to have encountered an utterly terrifying presence. Even when they scattered, they couldn't escape annihilation. At that moment, an officer snapped out of his thoughts and stammered, unless it was a nuclear warhead. But this theory was immediately dismissed by everyone. Not only were nuclear warheads prohibited in military exercises, even in a real war, no one on the entire Blue Star would dare be the first to initiate nuclear conflict. The group was filled with confusion, yet no one could fathom the answer. General Nicholas decided to exercise his special authority. At least this way, they would know which Dragon Nation unit was responsible for this. After entering the password command, a message box suddenly popped up on the screen. Incident: Northern Fleet Vanguard annihilated. Attacking force: Dragon Nation Pengcheng Garrison. The officers present were once again dumbfounded. Some frantically rubbed their eyes, desperate to confirm they hadn't misread the screen. Many among them had only heard of the Dragon Nation's Eastern and Southern Theater commands. As for the Pengcheng Garrison, it was utterly unheard of. Good heavens, could this be Dragon Nation's secret force? Could there truly be a force on Blue Star capable of annihilating the Bear Nation's elite fleet? What kind of sorcery did they use? The Bear Nation fleet vanished in an instant. The soldiers present, seeing the on-screen prompts, finally confirmed this wasn't a dream or a system glitch. The stunned expressions on their faces gradually gave way to growing shock and fear. No one mentioned the earlier wager anymore. Nicholas steadied his breathing, struggled to rise from his chair, and walked solemnly toward his secretary under everyone's gaze. He said solemnly, "Comrade, I must ask, how did you determine the Long Dragon Congress would win? Did you know beforehand they possessed such a formidable combat unit?" His tone was humble and sincere. Yet to the secretary, it sent a chill down his spine, a wave of dread washing over him. Despite the general's evident effort to appear gentle, even she could tell that beneath that calm exterior lay a raging inferno. As a mere woman, she dared to question the pride of Xiong Nation. If she was wrong, she would surely be laughed at by all. Some would assume she was merely fawning over the general. They would marvel at her cunning. But now, the truth was that she had somehow guessed correctly. Instead of winning favor, she had only made the general suspect ulterior motives. The officers who had just placed bets together couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. Fortunately, they hadn't blindly followed suit. Otherwise, they would have lost more than just money. They would have lost the organization's trust in them. With everyone's eyes fixed on her, beads of sweat formed visibly on the secretary's forehead. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up. Fortunately, her military resilience kept her from breaking down completely. If only I'd known my mouth was so sharp, I would have wished to be president. Why was she now facing this barrage of questions? General Nicholas, if I say I don't know either, would you believe me? If you don't speak now, the military intelligence department will come for you shortly. Their methods are far less gentle. Hearing this, the secretary instantly lost control. Unable to hold back any longer, she collapsed onto the floor and began wailing uncontrollably. At Nicholas's signal, several soldiers immediately entered from outside and dragged the secretary away. The atmosphere in the entire Bear Nation command center was oppressively heavy. Northern Fleet Main Force. Aircraft Carrier Command Center. Olaf and the others were stunned. Just moments ago, they too had received the battle report transmitted via public broadcast. Their vanguard force had been annihilated in an instant. But before their annihilation, they had received several warnings. Countless missiles. Missiles we couldn't shake off. Nearly all of them hit the hull. Upon reading this warning, the officers froze, then terror flashed in their eyes. Regardless of how the Dragon Nation achieved this, if such capabilities truly existed, the main force of the Northern Fleet would likely face the same devastating blow before even reaching the target area. How could they possibly respond? At this moment, a crack began to appear in the officer's unwavering conviction of victory. Olaf observed it all, though his own heart was equally in turmoil. But this was the critical moment before battle commenced. The morale of the troops must not be shaken. Otherwise, before the battle even commenced, their own side would lose its fighting spirit first, thereby forfeiting its combat effectiveness. That would be a greater disgrace than defeat itself. He would bear the inescapable responsibility. Olaf's face twitched violently as his right hand swung wildly. He roared, "Useless! All of you are useless! You disgrace the soldiers of our Bear Nation!" Witnessing the general's hysterical tirade, the officers were overcome with shame, snapping out of their stunned disbelief. They collectively felt ashamed of their earlier conduct. After a moment's contemplation, a chief of staff voiced his opinion. If the missiles can't be evaded, then why bother trying? Don't dodge? Do you want us wiped out too? No, quite the opposite. We can strike back. Remember, our firepower far surpasses that of the pitiful Mendeleev. At these words, the others' eyes lit up. It wasn't that they hadn't considered it. Rather, the sudden news of defeat had plunged them into panic, clouding their judgment. As soldiers, anyone hearing that one of their own units had been completely annihilated would lose their composure. They were the main force of the Northern Fleet, after all. There was no need to consider evasion. They possessed sufficient firepower to function as a stationary battery and shoot down every incoming missile. Chapter 48, the Kamida reconnaissance aircraft breaks apart, Eagle Squadron deploys. Just as the officers of the Northern Fleet's main force were reigniting their fighting spirit, a soldier burst into the command room, drawing everyone's attention. Reporting to the general, new developments have arisen. Could there be another unexpected turn? Olaf frowned. He had just rallied the troops, he couldn't afford another setback now. But what must come will come. He asked sternly, "Comrade, speak." Under the officer's watchful eyes. The soldier, visibly nervous, took a deep breath to steady himself before reporting, "General, our radar has detected non-exercise military targets." Non-exercise military targets? Yes. Preliminary assessment indicates it's a reconnaissance aircraft from Khatan Nation. After the soldier finished speaking, the officers present lit up, their expressions turning peculiar. Olaf burst out laughing in frustration. Perfect timing, I've been looking for an outlet for my anger. Load me up with live rounds and shoot it down. The other officers chimed in agreement. Olaf gave a faint smile, then turned to the soldier and added, "How many reconnaissance aircraft?" 3. Positioned at 15 nautical miles at 6 o'clock, 13 nautical miles at 12 o'clock, and 18 nautical miles at 9 o'clock. That close? Yes, General. Olaf laughed in exasperation, turning to the other officers. Their nation's military temperament was notoriously ruthless. Since World War II, no nation had ever dared to conduct such blatant close-range reconnaissance. The officers all burst into laughter, as if they'd heard a hilarious joke. The atmosphere in the command room suddenly lightened. With nowhere else to vent his frustration, Olaf pointed skyward and barked an order to his men, "Send word out 3 planes. Whoever shoots one down first, send them to the command center to see me." "Yes, sir." The soldier's heart surged with excitement. He saluted and turned to leave under the officer's watchful eyes. He had to deliver this good news immediately. What did it mean to see the general? For those below, the people they saw most often were their immediate superiors. To climb the ranks, one could only advance step by step, completing missions and elevating their superiors. But a personal summons from the general? That meant the possibility of a promotion skipping ranks. Even if promotion didn't materialize, his superiors would show him favor in the future. Too bad he wasn't a gunner. Otherwise, why bother relaying orders? He'd rather face court-martial than let anyone else shoot down those 3 reconnaissance planes. He trusted General Olaf would honor their agreement and not hold it against him. From now on, he'd walk all over the Northern Fleet. 5 minutes later, the Northern Fleet's main air defense guns simultaneously swiveled their barrels, locking onto targets in 3 distinct directions. At that moment, 3 reconnaissance aircraft dispatched by the Kuta Country Reconnaissance Wing were currently on mission. Their reconnaissance target was the main force of the Northern Fleet. To gather more comprehensive intelligence, the 3 aircraft had pre-planned their operational strategy, circling the Northern Fleet tangentially from 3 distinct directions. The pilot of one reconnaissance aircraft quietly activated a special communication channel. Only 3 pilots could hear this channel. They were Cloudy de Kojiro, Sunny de Kojiro, and Yamai Taro. "Mr. Cloudy, Mr. Yamai. We've gathered enough intel, let's get out of here fast. Below lies the strongest naval fleet in Bear Country. They're brutally ruthless, we could easily lose our lives here," Mr. Sunny said, his right hand gripping the control stick trembling slightly. Had it not been for the ironclad military orders, he would never have undertaken this mission. The risk of being shot down by the opposing Bear Nation forces was simply too high. "Damn it, Sonny Cohen, you're being way too timid. Times have changed. This time, we've got the Eagle Nation's fleet backing us up." Intian Kotaro snorted coldly. He clearly dismissed Kayatani Kotaro's concerns with utter contempt. It was an outright insult to the samurai spirit of the great Kamida Empire. Besides, his aunt's sister-in-law had informed him about this mission. An Eagle Swan officer had revealed in bed. To dampen the morale of the Bear Nation and Dragon Nation, specifically targeting this military exercise, they needed to create some friction. If Bear Nation dared to open fire, regardless of whether it hits or not, the Eagle Nation would absolutely not stand idly by. In fact, its fleet may already be stationed at ports in Turtle Country. At this moment, it might be lurking not far from the Northern Fleet. Upon hearing this news, Sunny Kotaro and Rainy Kotaro were instantly thrilled. The Eagle Nation was their savior. The Eagle Nation's fleet was the most formidable military force on Blue Star. If this were true, then if their mission succeeded in provoking the Bear Nation's forces into firing, they might even be summoned by the Emperor upon their return. At this thought, their hearts burned with fervor. Unconsciously, the joysticks in their hands began to tilt forward slightly, drawing the reconnaissance aircraft closer to the Northern Fleet. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, urgent alarm tones sounded simultaneously across the channels. This signaled they had been locked onto by the enemy's targeting system. The three Kamida pilots immediately panicked. Earning merit was one thing, but not at the cost of their lives. Run! In perfect unison, the three pilots abruptly changed course. The three reconnaissance craft traced a rapid arc, fleeing frantically with their backs to the Northern Fleet. During their escape, they even released decoy flares to throw off pursuers. The next second, a hail of bullets poured down from behind. The flares looked like scallions in a bowl of thick porridge against the hail of bullets. They were utterly useless. The three Kamida pilots were utterly terrified, their eyes fixed rigidly ahead, bulging as if about to burst. Simultaneously, they screamed with all their might, pushing the aircraft's power systems to their absolute limit. Yet the warning sirens grew louder and louder. Boom! Almost simultaneously, three intense bursts of flame erupted in the sky. Countless pieces of wreckage scattered across the sky. Cheers erupted across the Northern Fleet. Soldiers immediately relayed the good news to the officers in the command center. Excellent! That's the kind of power a Bear Nation should have. Olaf pumped his fist in triumph, his face already beaming with joy. He kept his word. He summoned the three gunners to the command room. What exactly was discussed remains unknown. But when the three gunners emerged from the command center, their faces were flushed with excitement. At the same time, at a military base 20 nautical miles away, Admiral Marshall of the Eagle's Navy let out a sinister laugh. 1 minute ago, he received a distress call from Kuwaitian Kingdom. 3 reconnaissance aircraft had been shot down by the Bear Nation fleet. He and his fleet had been lying in wait for quite some time. Good. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. Let's go. The sound of ship horns echoed in rapid succession. Countless ships emerged from the docks. Escort fighters filled the sky as they launched from the decks. Among the fleet was even the renowned aircraft carrier, the nuclear-powered USS George H.W. Bush. Chapter 49, Yura. Davarish. The Northern Fleet's morale soared after shooting down 3 Kamida reconnaissance aircraft. The gloom of the Vanguard's annihilation vanished. Olaf seized the moment and immediately ordered all ships to accelerate forward. Regardless of what tactics the Dragon Nation forces employed, he would rely on the Northern Fleet's long-range firepower to blanket the target archipelago with relentless bombardment all day long, annihilating the enemy with the same explosive force. What was that ancient saying from the Dragon Nation again? It is impolite not to return a favor. Olaf stood at the observation deck above the carrier's command room, leaning against the railing with spirited resolve. He vowed to reclaim the field. Yet, barely had they advanced when... Thump, thump, thump. Another soldier scrambled up the stairs from the command room below, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. General. New battle report. Olaf frowned slightly and turned to face the soldier. Speak. We just received an alert from headquarters. Our satellites detected a massive fleet heading toward our Northern Fleet, the soldier replied. Oh? Which fleet from the Dragon Nation is it? The higher-ups are being reckless. We don't play dirty. As he spoke, Olaf's mouth stretched into a grin that reached his ears, resembling a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. There was no sign of displeasure. No, General. Intelligence indicates they are the Eagle Nation's forces, the soldier clarified. Hearing this, Olaf's eyes widened, his mouth fell open, and he sucked in a sharp breath. He almost doubted his own ears. He pressed the soldier for confirmation. Upon receiving the affirmative reply, a chill rose from the soles of his feet, shooting straight to the top of his head. Hair stood on end, and his heartbeat accelerated wildly, as if it might leap from his chest. Fortunately, years of being in a position of power had desensitized him to the bloodshed and turmoil. It took only a few breaths to steady his nerves. He descended from the observation deck and entered the command center. He began issuing orders to the entire Northern Fleet. All vessels were to switch to combat readiness and prepare to counter a surprise attack from the Eagle. Additionally, he dispatched a message to the Dragon Nation, demanding the cessation of military exercises and the immediate dispatch of reinforcements. Military orders are absolute. Soon, the Northern Fleet adjusted its formation according to General Olaf's orders. The fleet's formation was immediately altered based on intelligence from headquarters regarding the Eagle's forces. The only drawback was that, being a military exercise, the fleet's ammunition load was less than 30%. If the battle reached a stalemate, the risk of running out of ammunition and suffering heavy casualties was very real. To address this, Olaf simultaneously requested logistical resupply from higher command to prepare for any eventuality. Once the request was sent from Olaf's fleet, military strategists from both Bear Nation and Dragon Nation immediately convened to discuss countermeasures. With war imminent and no room for hesitation, Both sides quickly reached a consensus on the immediate crisis. Reinforcements and supplies were dispatched simultaneously. Meanwhile, the Eastern and Southern War legions also received orders. They were directed to alter their routes and assist the Northern Fleet. After inquiring about the situation, they readily agreed. However, they too faced severe ammunition shortages. Their situation was even worse than the Northern Fleet's, with ammunition capacity below 15%. This caused the commanders a major headache, and they cursed the Eagle's despicable actions to high heaven. But rescue efforts must proceed regardless. Why hadn't troops been stationed in Pengcheng? This question has been discussed among the Dragon Nation's high command. First, their military strength was primarily focused on land warfare. Second, it wasn't exactly a star army. Though they defeated the Northern Fleet's vanguard using unknown tactics, miracles couldn't happen twice. On the contrary, the Northern Fleet vanguard, previously deemed completely annihilated, had been instantly resurrected upon receiving Nicholas's combat orders. Having lost a military exercise and brought shame upon the Bear Nation's military, they were seething with pent-up fury. Now, suddenly presented with another chance to prove their mettle, they were determined to beat the hell out of the Eagle and leave them scrambling for teeth. Combined, the two nations' fleets likely outnumbered the Eagle's forces. The only critical issue was the shortage of ammunition this time. If they can't finish the fight quickly, it all comes down to logistics. Otherwise, both nations would suffer catastrophic losses. Though the leadership of both nations understood this tacitly, a palpable gloom weighed heavily on their hearts. Additionally, the foreign ministries of both nations actively sought to communicate with the Eagle's consulate. The result, however, was finding the premises already deserted. Thus, they resorted to global news channels, broadcasting satellite footage of the Eagle's reckless offensive to the world. In an instant, nations across Blue Star condemned the Eagle's despicable actions. Yet they could do nothing about it. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials in Eagle Nation, though harassed by numerous journalists from their own country, paid no heed whatsoever. They simply avoided them altogether. So even Eagle Nation's own newspapers began sensationalizing reports friction among Blue Star's three major powers, war looming. The entire situation suddenly grew tense. At this moment, the most idle parties involved were likely Zhao Weiguo and his team. The higher-ups first informed them of their immense responsibility, demanding they hold their positions. Then they were ordered to send their few remaining ships back to Dragon Nation ports to transport supplies. Even little Cutie could see it. This war had nothing to do with them. Though the officers were resentful, they understood the reality. With their current capabilities, naval warfare was beyond their reach. Thus, they had no choice but to obey the higher-ups' orders to hold their positions. Yet this time, Eagle seemed thoroughly prepared. Before Dragon Nation's reinforcements could arrive, they immediately engaged the Northern Fleet in an encounter battle. The battle raged back and forth. Both in military tactics and naval firepower, they were evenly matched. The battle reached a stalemate. Olaf's worst fear had materialized. Ammunition! We're running out of ammunition. Is the Northern Fleet to be destroyed by its own hands? A wave of despair washed over him. After the soldier came to report the ammunition shortage for the 8th time, Olaf's eyes turned bloodshot as he made a decision that shocked even himself. Comrades, we are the Bear Nation's sharp arrow. Even without ammunition, we will make the Eagle pay a heavy price. Adjust the ship's course, comrades. We're going down with them. Yura! Davarish! The officers' eyes burned red as well, adrenaline surging through their veins. Some were so excited their hands trembled slightly. After Olaf finished his rallying speech, the officers turned and left the cabin, beginning to relay and execute the general's final orders. A bizarre scene unfolded. The warships of the Northern Fleet no longer cruised along the edge of the safe firing range as before. Instead, they rapidly closed the distance while advancing. At first, the warriors aboard the Eagle ship vessels assumed the Bear Nation soldiers had lost their minds in a fit of rage, and were more than happy to meet them in a firefight. Until the two ships collided violently. The Eagle's soldiers suddenly realized. The Bear Nation soldiers were attempting a tactic of mutual destruction. But why would they do this? They couldn't fathom it. But from that day onward, the Eagle Squadron warships learned their lesson. They fought while evading. Despite the Bear Nation's northern ships fighting with a death-defying resolve, they could no longer get close. More and more ships of the Northern Fleet suffered heavy damage. Even the aircraft carriers were engulfed in thick smoke. Chapter 50, Space-Based Weapons Deployed. Unlocking Abilities. At that moment, Olaf's face was caked in oil, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the entire battlefield. Gone was the spirited confidence he'd possessed just moments ago when setting sail. Damn it! Damn that Eagle! My Northern Fleet is going down here today. As ship after ship in the fleet charged toward the Eagle's warship, he let out a helpless, despairing howl. Why weren't the reinforcements here yet? Why hadn't the supplies arrived yet? Soon, even the aircraft carrier beneath his feet would sink to the ocean floor. The destruction of this elite fleet would mean that Bear Nation would be severely weakened, unable to maintain a foothold in the oceans. Even the Turtle Nation might seize the opportunity to pick at their bones. The Bear Nation, once capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Eagle Nation, was it truly destined to decline so utterly? At this thought, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Footage of the battle had already been transmitted via satellite to the command centers of both Bear Nation and Dragon Nation. High-ranking officials on both sides were consumed with anxiety. Yet neither reinforcements nor supplies could traverse the vast mountains and rivers to reach the front lines. Beyond cursing the eagle-wielding nation as petty and cowardly, they could only stare helplessly at the brutal scenes. Meanwhile, the satellite footage shared by Jiāng Chén from the Pengcheng garrison was also relayed to the Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute. Before the screens, scientists, abandoning their usual composure, immediately began cursing. Shameful eagle bastards. They actually launched a sneak attack during our military exercises. It's over. The Bear Nation's northern fleet is going to be wiped out. Is there any chance they're weakening while we're growing stronger? Stronger my ass. Don't you understand the principle of mutual dependence? Once the Eagles finish them off, they'll team up with the Koreans and the Japanese to target us. The pressure will be immense. Old Wang was so furious he nearly spat blood, joining the chorus of indignation. These unprincipled bastards have gone too far. Old Chen sighed deeply. It's probably too late. By my estimate, the Dragon Nation reinforcements won't arrive for at least another half hour. By the time they get here, it'll be too late. This northern fleet is just unlucky. Destiny has sealed their fate. Even Wang Shui, a tough woman who paid little attention to military affairs, understood. Under these circumstances, the northern fleet of Bear Nation was doomed. The entire lab was filled with anger and contempt for the Eagle's despicable actions. But what could they do? The Eagle had clearly prepared thoroughly for this. They timed their move perfectly to stir up trouble. Of course, they wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away so easily. Some even speculated that the Eagle's target isn't just the northern fleet. It's highly possible that it also includes the eastern and southern war legions of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, with such a one-sided battle, it should have ended long ago. The reason the northern fleet hasn't been completely destroyed yet. Could it be that the Eagle is attempting to draw reinforcements into a trap? Luring the Dragon Nation's main forces into the trap unprepared? The thought sends a chill down one's spine. A heavy silence descended upon the laboratory. Jiāng Chén, seated nearby, cleared his throat softly and suggested, since the Eagle has practically rubbed it in our faces, should we lift the restrictions on our space-based satellites first? The moment Jiāng Chén finished speaking, the once bustling research lab fell instantly silent. Everyone stared at him in terror, eyes wide, breathing growing increasingly ragged. Old Wang's eyes lit up. His heart raced, adrenaline surged, and his lips trembled as he asked, You mean we can use space-based weapons? Old Chen, a spry man approaching 70, clapped his hands together and leapt to his feet, exclaiming with wild excitement, Exactly. That Eagle suddenly ambushing us completely threw me off. I nearly forgot about this. This isn't a military exercise. Facing real war, there's no need to hold back. The other scientists nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They had longed to witness the true power of space-based weapons. Unfortunately, they had just finished developing and deploying them, and before they could find a suitable target for testing, the Pengcheng garrison had borrowed them. This situation felt like someone offering a pillow just as you were about to fall asleep. Perfect timing. Before anyone could deliberate on a decision, Wang Shui shed her usual ladylike demeanor and roared, Cancel it. Cancel it immediately. Give that bastard a good beating for me. Her frenzied expression stunned everyone present. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Shui felt embarrassed, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her head coyly and explained softly, I think Jiāng Chén is right. Old Wang smiled faintly. We can't just lift the restrictions on a whim. Even if we did, whether to use it isn't up to us at the Dragon Academy. We still need to coordinate with the military. Immediately, a young scientist voiced his displeasure, jumping in with a challenge, Professor Wang, I'd accept the usual bureaucratic process for applications under normal circumstances. But at a critical juncture like this? By the time the paperwork's done, it'll be too late. Exactly, Professor Wang. This situation doesn't call for formal procedures, added Professor Chen from the sidelines. Professor Wang laughed heartily. You folks worry too much. When did I say we needed to follow procedures? I merely suggested handing the decision to the military. I won't claim it's the best solution, but letting Zhao Weiguo make the call is certainly acceptable. Besides, we already agreed to lend him our space-based satellite to make his mark. Now we can help him through to the end. Perfect timing. The scientists nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, finally understanding. No further words were needed. Seeing unanimous approval, old Wang picked up the satellite phone and dialed Zhao Weiguo. He figured Zhao Weiguo himself probably couldn't make the call and might need to escalate it further. Such back and forth would inevitably delay progress. But on the other end of the line, Zhao Weiguo waved his hand decisively. A commander in the field need not obey every order from the throne. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Go ahead and do it. It was settled in an instant. Since the military had given their approval, Old Wang no longer hesitated and prepared to unlock the code. Midway through the operation, he felt uneasy again and turned to ask Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén, just how powerful is this celestial satellite of yours? Don't go turning into a mosquito coil on the battlefield, useless and ineffective. That'd be laughable, man. This question was precisely what everyone was wondering. They've been calling it a space-based weapon all along. The name sounds impressive. But its actual destructive power? No one has a clue. If it proves ineffective, it might not even sway the outcome of the war. Pengcheng Dragon Academy would become a laughingstock. Jiāng Chén blinked and replied with a smile, its power won't be insignificant. Whether it's a mule or a horse, just bring it out for a test run and we'll see. Seeing Jiāng Chén so confident, Old Wang no longer hesitated. Following the preset protocol, he entered the password on the keyboard, completely unlocking the attack restrictions on the space-based satellite. At that moment, the system alert sounded simultaneously on the laboratory's main screen and the command center's display in Pengcheng. Ding! Satellite-based satellite offensive capabilities unlocked. Chapter 51, The End. Dawn of the Northern Fleet. Space-based weapons unlocked. The Dragon Academy erupted in excitement. The Pengcheng garrison erupted. Inside the command center, officers before the large screen stared intently at the red boxes on the display, itching to act. It was time for these unscrupulous, underhanded bastards to get what was coming to them. Commander Zhao, let's move quickly. Yes, Commander Zhao. I can't wait to see the Eagle's fleet get crushed. Strike! Strike them down. Send them crawling back to where they came from. Seeing the collective fervor, Zhao Weiguo raised both hands and pressed them down slightly. The entire command room fell silent once more. He said solemnly, comrades, I know you're eager, but there are laws of the land and rules of the house. No matter how urgent it is, we must still apply to higher command for authorization to attack. Otherwise, we might end up with our merits and demerits cancelled out, a result I'm sure none of us wants to see. At these words, the officers' eyes lit up and they instantly calmed down. Soldiers go to war not only to defend their homeland but also to earn military merit, right? To have such well-earned merits nullified simply because they failed to report to headquarters. That would be utterly unjust. Commander Zhao, there's no time to waste. You should report to headquarters immediately and seek instructions. A dozen pairs of eyes fixed on Zhao Weiguo, filled with anxiety and longing. Zhao Weiguo nodded with a smile, picked up the satellite phone, and began dialing. The call connected quickly. The response was, don't complicate matters. Just defend the island properly. Has the logistics mission been completed? This left Zhao Weiguo utterly dumbfounded. But he couldn't exactly tell the whole truth either. To speak now would be handing over the credit. High Command would likely seize it and assign it to the eastern or southern fronts. He merely hinted that his side possessed a secret weapon. The vanguard of the Northern Fleet had been annihilated using this very weapon. Seeing his detailed account backed by prior combat records, they relinquished control and granted his request. After hanging up, Zhao Weiguo feigned reluctance as he placed the receiver down, pursing his lips as he looked around at everyone. The officers, seeing his expression, instantly grew anxious. Commander Zhao? What's the outcome? Did they refuse? Commander Zhao, why don't you call them back and make it clear? Exactly. As long as we take down the Eagle, we don't care about the credit. Commander, please call them again. If all else fails, we'll bear the punishment ourselves to crush the Eagle. Hearing everyone's words, Zhao Weiguo felt deeply gratified. True to the soldiers of the Dragon Nation, their first priority is always defending their homeland. He laughed heartily and declared, headquarters has approved it. Now, it's time for us to put on a show. Fire! Fire hard! Let that fleet of eagles know the might of our Dragon Nation. Upon learning the higher-ups had authorized the use of space-based weapons, the soldiers' hearts pounded wildly. Their breathing grew heavy, the corners of their mouths curling into fierce grins as they eagerly rubbed their hands together. At that moment, on the satellite feed, the Northern Fleet of Bear Nation had shifted from the original red outline to a blue one. Dense clusters of red boxes now encircled them completely. It was clear. This fleet, once the pride of Blue Star, now faced certain doom. Even if the Eastern and Southern fleets arrived on the scene, there was no way they could withdraw unscathed without suffering heavy losses. The Northern Fleet's demise is now inevitable. More and more ships from the Northern Fleet chose the tragic path of ramming into the Eagle Nation. But the Eagle Nation had long since learned its lesson. Thus, aside from a few more bullet marks, it caused no significant impact. On the observation deck of the Northern Fleet's aircraft carrier, Olaf gripped the railing with both hands, leaning forward to look out. His eyes were bloodshot, his face streaked with soot, and his blonde hair whipped wildly by the sea breeze like wild grass. Ah! Gazing at the scene before him, he resembled a ferocious beast. A despairing wail erupted from his hoarse throat. The words "all ammunition spent, all men lost" pierced him like 4 sharp daggers, pinning him to the spot. Truth be told, as a soldier, he did not fear death. Dying in battle was his dream. What terrified him was what came after. The Xiong Kingdom Navy would likely need decades of recuperation to regain its former glory. During that time, he feared the Eagle-Swan alliance would exploit Xionghua's weakness to provoke and harass, escalating the conflict. He feared the nation would fracture into civil strife, leaving its people homeless and suffering the ravages of war. Such fear, like maggots gnawing at his bones, temporarily prevented him from joining his comrades aboard other ships in a suicide attack against the enemy. God! If there is a God in this world, grant me light! Olaf gazed at the smoke-filled sky and could not help but cry out in anguish. With his strategic acumen, he had long realized the Northern Fleet could not wait for reinforcements and escape alive from the Eagle's encirclement. All he could do now was pray for divine intervention. Pray for a miracle. Though hope was faint. But the only response he received was the relentless roar of explosions and the frantic shouts of his comrades. At that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over the seasoned veteran general of the Bear Nation, making him appear instantly aged. The light in his eyes faded away bit by bit. Meanwhile, over at Eagle's place, Marshall lowered his binoculars, took a deep drag on his cigar, then, in a playful mood, slowly exhaled one smoke ring after another. The current state of the battle. He was satisfied. Never had he been more satisfied. Barring any unforeseen circumstances. After annihilating the Northern Fleet this time, the Eagle Nation's president would personally receive him and award him the highest honor. It wouldn't be long. He would ascend rapidly through the ranks of the Eagle Nation's military establishment, reaching the pinnacle of his career. Simultaneously, with the maritime threat from the Bear Nation eliminated, Dragon Nation would be utterly incapable of independently countering the military threat posed by the Eagle-Swan alliance. By then, the entire Blue Star would be at the mercy of the Eagle's military. Of course, that would mean he alone would call the shots. At this thought, Marshall couldn't help but blow a few more smoke rings to calm his nerves. In front of these subordinate officers, a general must never lose his composure. A communications officer approached, eyes brimming with admiration. Standing at attention, he saluted and reported, "General, the Northern Fleet is finished." Marshall shot him a stern look, biting his cigar and smiling faintly. "Oh, relax, lad. That was merely the appetizer. What's the Dragon Nation Fleet's response? Haven't they arrived yet?" "General, I was just about to report. According to reconnaissance aircraft intelligence, 2 Dragon Nation fleets are rapidly heading our way. Should we swiftly finish off the Northern Fleet and then adopt a flanking strategy?" Seeing General Marshall in an unusually good mood, the communications officer seized the moment to show off his long-cultivated military expertise. If the general was in a good mood, it wasn't impossible that he might promote him to the staff department afterward. Young man, your suggestion is sound. But I have a better plan. Come on, lad, follow me. I'll teach you a thing or two. Watch how I crush the Dragon Kingdom's entire fleet." Marshall roared with laughter, turning to leave while beckoning the communications officer with a wave. The strategy of encircling the main force and intercepting reinforcements was taking effect. The Dragon Nation fleet would be the second force to be crushed. Endless metals beckoned to him. Having received Marshall's guidance, the communications officer beamed with delight, overjoyed beyond measure. The general's words meant he was being treated as one of his own. This promotion was as good as guaranteed. The old man and the young man, one ahead, one behind, strolled down the carrier's corridor, lost in sweet dreams. Above them, the explosions echoing from the Northern Fleet sounded like music to their ears. At that very moment, a thick beam of white light descended from the sky. Chapter 52, look at that beam of light, thick and massive. The white beam, thick and long, descended from the heavens. In an instant, it landed on one of the Eagle Squadron ships nearby. The white light instantly engulfed it. Immediately afterward, the struck vessel erupted in a violent explosion. Countless fragments scattered like cannonballs, spraying toward nearby allies. A massive crater gouged into the sea surface, while towering waves surged outward in all directions. For a moment, cries of pain, explosions, and shouts filled the air. Many ships were tossed by the waves, colliding and scraping against each other. The unluckier vessels were already engulfed in raging flames. The Eagle Wing carrier truly lived up to its reputation as a 10,000-ton behemoth. While other vessels nearly flew into the sky, it merely swayed in place. Yet this single sway caused numerous aircraft on the deck to collide. Crew members stumbled in unison. Marshall and the communications officer were now slumped on the floor, clutching the lifebuoy in the passageway with all their might. Moments earlier, they had been chatting cheerfully as they walked down the corridor, witnessing the entire descent of the beam of light. Marshall's eyes were wide and unfocused, his hair disheveled, his face and lips trembling uncontrollably. The cigar he'd been holding had long since rolled away. He kept muttering incoherently, "God. It must be God's wrath. I am guilty. Please forgive my sins, God." As he spoke, he suddenly began sobbing uncontrollably, oblivious to those around him. Gone was any trace of his former authority. The communications officer beside him wasn't faring much better. Moments ago, he had been elated, already fantasizing about the promotions and wealth awaiting him. Now, terrified by the pillar of light, he trembled uncontrollably. He refused to believe such power could belong to a human being. When Marshall's emotions collapsed, his own mental state shattered in that instant. The old man and the young boy sat sobbing in the corridor, giving free rein to their emotions. Such scenes were not uncommon, occurring simultaneously throughout the Eagle fleet. Without exaggeration, this beam of light had utterly terrified the soldiers of the Eagle fleet. Though it had destroyed only one warship, at least half of their combat strength was lost as the shockwaves spread. Before long, officers aboard the ships regained their composure and began directing troops to extinguish fires and rescue the wounded. Many, still reeling from the terrifying spectacle, cursed hysterically. Meanwhile, on the observation deck of the Bear Nation carrier, Olaf, who had already lost his will to fight and whose eyes had lost their luster, witnessed all of this as well. Though separated by several nautical miles, the pillar of light was massive and thick. The commotion it caused was impossible to ignore. At that moment, he held his breath. Time seemed to freeze. His eyes fixed intently on the spot where the beam descended. A cylindrical crater gouged into the sea surface, countless debris sliding down its depths. Fires blazed on numerous Eagle-class vessels nearby, with crews scrambling to extinguish flames and rescue comrades pinned beneath debris. Clang, clang, clang. An officer scrambled up the gangway. Spotting Olaf, he exclaimed excitedly, "General! Did you see that? A miracle! It's Catherine the Great manifesting. The Eagle just got punished by the heavens." Startled by the sudden outburst, Olaf felt as if struck by lightning. He snapped out of his dazed stupor. His eyes widened as he gasped for breath, his heart pounding wildly, like a fish gasping for air after being pulled from the water. Divine intervention? Could it be that his wish for life had just been granted? Olaf had never believed in supernatural forces. But now, he was starting to believe at 80%. There was simply no other way to explain what was happening before his eyes. Perhaps it really is divine intervention. Olaf spoke as if responding to the officer, yet it sounded like he was talking to himself. As he spoke, he silently recited every prayer he knew, muttering them over and over toward the sky. Seeing this, the officer mimicked him with a semblance of devotion. After a long while of this, the prayers concluded. The officer climbed to his feet alongside Olaf and asked again, "General, what should we do now? Is there anything we need to do?" Olaf froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he shouted excitedly, "Do something? We're out of ammunition, but we still have power. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Notify every operational vessel in the Northern Fleet, get them moving. Escape this place at once and preserve our strength for the Bear Nation." The officer didn't move, instead asking in confusion, "General, with heaven on our side, why retreat? Didn't you say the brave prevail when paths cross? Shouldn't we charge now and go down fighting?" 3 questions in a row. The middle one even solemnly quoted Olaf's core philosophy. This left Olaf both amused and exasperated. He raised his hand and smacked the officer on the head. "You fool! If everyone followed your logic, the Northern Fleet would be bankrupt. Earlier, we had no choice but to stay. Now that we can leave, why wouldn't we?" The officer, snapped back to his senses by the slap, rubbed his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, sir. I'll relay the orders immediately." With that, he turned and raced down the gangway as fast as he could. A few minutes later, the Northern Fleet, which had been prepared for mutual destruction, suddenly began regrouping. Taking advantage of the enemy's disarray, they found a breakthrough and fled into the distance. Only after escaping 2 or 3 nautical miles away did the Eagle's fleet begin to notice, one by one, that the fish had slipped off the hook. Someone immediately reported the situation to Marshall. Marshall, initially terrified out of his wits, flew into a rage upon learning the Northern Fleet was attempting to escape. He ordered an all-out pursuit. Once caught, they were to be sunk without mercy. Only then could he prove his bravery and authority. As for the strategy of encircling the enemy and intercepting reinforcements, it had long been forgotten after being disrupted by that pillar of light from the heavens. The Eagle fleet launched a frantic pursuit. Seeing this, the Northern Fleet fled even more frantically. You chase, I flee. For a time, cannon fire filled the sky, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. At that very moment, on the Eagle ship carrier, Marshall was astonished to discover that the Northern Fleet had actually begun to slow down. Though he didn't know why, he knew he couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. He ordered his men to open fire immediately, sinking them. The next second, the sky brightened. Countless beams of light, identical to the one before, plummeted simultaneously from the heavens. Their targets were precisely the Eagle's ships. It was precisely witnessing this that caused the Northern Fleet to unconsciously begin slowing down. During their earlier retreat, tales of the miracle had already spread to every warrior's ears. And now, an even greater miracle appeared. The heavens delivered their final judgment upon the Eagle's wicked deeds. Boom! A series of explosions echoed across several nautical miles, as if right beside their ears. After the explosions, towering waves dozens of meters high surged skyward. "Run! Run for your lives. Soldiers aboard the Northern Fleet could no longer bear to watch, turning to flee in panic. The ships once again pushed their engines to full throttle. They fled, but this time it was to escape the towering waves. They harbored no doubt that such a wave crashing down would leave little chance for the ships to survive. Chapter 53, Escape. The giant wave approaches. The Northern Fleet pushed forward at full throttle, desperate to escape this perilous zone. Towering waves dozens of meters high seemed possessed of a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing from behind. At this moment, half of the Northern Fleet's main force was gone. The remaining vessels were all battered and scarred. After enduring a brutal battle, the Bear Nation's navy was already spent. Yet with the colossal waves still pursuing, the danger remained unabated, compelling everyone to remain vigilant. Carrier Command Center. Officers worked with injuries, yet every face beamed with satisfaction. Nothing could be more satisfying than witnessing the Eagle fleet suffer such heavy losses firsthand. After this blow, it was impossible for the Eagle to dominate the world on its own anymore. So what if they suffered heavy losses too? As long as they could drag the Eagle down with them, the Bear Nation's soldiers would have avenged their great grievance. Olaf, too, radiated triumph as he stood on the carrier's observation deck, gazing at the fleeing Northern Fleet with boundless pride. Over half the fleet had been destroyed, and the survivors bore the scars of battle. But at least the carrier had been saved. After returning for repairs, it would still retain its self-defense capabilities. Restoring its former glory within 3 to 5 years would be no difficult task. At that very moment, the radio picked up a signal. Bear Nation's supply ships and Dragon Nation's support fleet were approaching. They would reach the battlefield shortly. The Northern Fleet must hold out at all costs. By the time the operator relayed the message to Olaf, several minutes had passed. Olaf was stunned. The massive waves behind them weren't advancing from just one direction. What if the reinforcements collided head-on with them? Failing to warn them in advance would cause catastrophic losses. Olaf would bear full responsibility. Damn it! Quickly send them an alert. Tell them not to come this way. Evacuate immediately. On the open sea, the Bear Nation's supply ship was racing forward at full speed. Damn it, Olaf! This is too slow. The Northern Fleet's ammunition should have run out ages ago. Glory of Stalingrad, can't you go any faster? A young man resembling a political commissar, his face twisted with impatience, repeatedly urged the transport ship's pilot. Malov pointed at the control lever, his face grim as he looked at the commissar. Comrade Commissar, the throttle's already pushed all the way down. We're a cargo ship, we can't compare to warships. And we've still got all this cargo on board. Before he could finish explaining, the commissar cut him off. Malov, that's no excuse. I don't care how you do it, find a way to speed up immediately. Even if we wreck this transport, we're getting this ammunition to the front lines fast. Understood, Comrade Political Commissar. I'll head to the engine control room to make adjustments. Malov took a deep breath, as if steeled by some resolve. His master's master had taught him. There was a method to temporarily overclock the engines, boosting their power. But this method would drastically reduce the machine's lifespan. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to hesitate. He called his second in command to take control of the helm, then led several crew members into the engine room to begin the operation. Moments later, the transport ship's engines let out a series of wails, but their rotational speed had clearly increased significantly. The crew members gave him thumbs up one after another. Only he knew that under such strain, the transport ship would likely be completely scrapped after completing this mission. Returning to the command center, he happened to catch the political commissar contacting the Northern Fleet via radio. What? Order us to retreat? Tell General Olaf, we will never retreat. Even if it means death, we will deliver this ammunition into your hands. Mach and the others flushed crimson upon hearing this, clenching their fists so tightly they could barely contain the urge to immediately steer the transport ship right under the Northern Fleet's nose. By now, the transport ship's engines were already overclocked, doomed to be completely scrapped after today. To let it go to waste without fulfilling its mission would be utterly pointless. And none of them were cowards. Run away? This is the ultimate humiliation for them. There was no way they could run away. But the next second. What? A complete victory? The Eagle fleet annihilated? The political commissar's eyes widened, his mouth forming an O shape, his face frozen in disbelief as he stared at Malov and the others. A complete victory? The Eagle squadron annihilated? When these keywords reached everyone present, it felt like an atomic bomb had exploded. Everyone's minds buzzed instantly. Weren't they running low on ammunition? How could they have won? Fine, they won, but why let them escape? Total bewilderment. The political commissar was equally baffled. His expression turned stern as he said with a hint of displeasure, Comrades, since we've achieved victory, this is the glory of the entire Bear Nation. Are you afraid our supply convoy will take credit for it? The other side grew frantic. They cried out, a giant wave. A wave dozens of meters high. No time to explain, run. A giant wave? The political commissar grew even more perplexed. Where on earth would a giant wave come from in broad daylight? But this back-and-forth exchange cost them precious time. Meanwhile, the transport ship, its engines overclocked, had nearly matched the cruising speed of the Bear Nation's vessels. In the blink of an eye, it had darted far ahead. Before anyone could react, someone spotted a surge of white light churning on the distant horizon, growing larger and higher at an astonishing pace. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Holy! The political commissar's pupils contracted slightly as the microphone slipped from his grasp. Quickly turn the ship around. By the time he spoke, it had already surged far ahead. The distant waves had visibly transformed into towering monstrosities. Marilov, sensing something was wrong, immediately joined the other crew members in frantic movement. After a series of frantic maneuvers, they finally managed to turn the ship around. Everyone was soaked to the bone. Their eyes were wide, limbs trembling slightly. The towering wave loomed mere hundreds of meters from the transport ship, its sheer size obscuring the sky. The overwhelming pressure made the crew's hearts pound wildly, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. The ammunition meant for the front lines now felt more like a stumbling block. As the colossal wave steadily closed in, the political commissar immediately ordered all ammunition to be unloaded and dumped into the sea to reduce the total weight. Quickly, Mal Ralph! Unload everything, toss it into the sea! The political commissar shouted. Seeing the soldiers hesitating, he urgently added, "This is an order." At the word order, the crew sprang into action like clockwork. Fortunately, to facilitate swift transport, the ship was only carrying half its normal load. The towering waves grew ever closer. The political commissar felt his heart leap into his throat. The crew members pulled out all the stops, even pushing the moving equipment into the sea. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them all, the cargo ship suddenly stopped its descent toward the wave, then began to slowly pull away. The crew finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the deck. Chapter 54, God said, "Let there be light." Meanwhile, on one of the main vessels of the Eastern Fleet of the Dragon Nation. On one of the flagship vessels, Manhwaedit received a direct transmission from the Northern Fleet and was utterly stunned, unable to suppress a gasp of shock. What? The Eagle Squadron was routed? Weren't they out of ammunition and supplies? How did they manage that? This was utterly beyond comprehension. Defeating the Eagle Squadron while running out of ammunition and supplies? Putting himself in their shoes, if he had commanded this encounter, he couldn't have done it. What kind of sorcery had the Bear Nation's commanders employed to achieve such a feat? No, this must be understood. But when he asked again, the answer was still divine intervention. Goddamn divine protection. Manhwaedit was so furious he laughed bitterly, ready to curse. We Dragon Nation rushed over specifically to rescue your Northern Fleet when we feared it was in trouble, and now you're still hiding things from us. You're a real piece of work. But then he thought, if he were in their shoes, for the sake of national strength, he probably wouldn't spill everything either. But if you're going to lie, at least come up with a better excuse. Using the heavenly god as a cover-up shows a lack of respect for the intelligence of allied commanders. Oomph. Manhwaedit snorted coldly, clearly disgusted by the Northern Fleet's actions. But the next second, the liaison officer spoke again. "General, they're telling us to evacuate immediately. They say the winds and waves are getting really bad." Manhwaedit was furious. "I came here to reinforce you, and now you want me to flee? Just because you won a battle? Defeating the Eagles in such dire straits is truly remarkable. But that's no excuse for you to humiliate our Dragon Nation fleet. Telling our Dragon Nation fleet to flee at the slightest wind and waves, what else is that but humiliation? Besides, the skies are clear and cloudless now, not the slightest hint of an approaching storm. And even if a storm were to come, with the Dragon Nation fleet's armament, we wouldn't back down. Ignore them. Let's go investigate the scene and see what actually happened. We might uncover some real information." Manhwaedit couldn't contain his anger, waving his hand decisively. Even if it was for the sake of Dragon Nation's development, he had to uncover the exact reasons behind Eagle Nation's defeat. Should Bear Nation and Dragon Nation ever clash in the future, he could use the clues uncovered to devise countermeasures. But the very next moment, a soldier burst into the command room, pointing frantically out the window. "General, look!" Small waves glistened on the horizon, sparkling crystalline in the sunlight and refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Manhwaedit glanced up and immediately lost his temper. "Stand at attention. We're in the middle of an urgent mission. Who has time for this nonsense?" "No, General, please look through my binoculars." The soldier grew desperate. Fortunately, he'd been smart enough to grab a pair of binoculars before entering to report. Manhwaedit shot him a glance, took the binoculars, and looked in the direction the soldier had pointed. The next second, whoa! He sucked in a sharp breath. Through the binoculars, the sparkling droplets glistening in the sunlight had transformed into a towering wave dozens of meters high, now crashing toward them from the opposite direction. The shipbuilding craftsmanship of the Dragon Kingdom is beyond reproach. They can plow through storms. But when waves dozens or even hundreds of meters high crash down,
Whether their fleet would capsize is anyone's guess. Run! Turn the ship around and run! Pang Weigua's face flushed crimson as he shouted himself hoarse.
No sane person would dare to confront the raw power of nature head-on.
The surrounding officers froze upon hearing the general's cry. What on earth had he seen to cause such panic? Was this really the seasoned general they knew? Seeing everyone frozen in place, Pang Weigua grew impatient. He repeated his command urgently, turn the ship around. Head back. This is an order. Obedience to orders is a soldier's sacred duty.
The crew immediately began turning the ship around as Pang Weigua directed. Since the ship had been racing against time to reinforce the northern fleet,
the engines had been running at full throttle.
Meanwhile, the massive wave opposite them advanced rapidly.
In the blink of an eye, the crew could see the massive wave bearing down with the naked eye.
The overwhelming pressure felt like a mountain collapsing, suffocating everyone.
Gone was the earlier beauty of the sparkling, crystalline droplets. Eyes widened, pupils contracted, mouths gaped open, hearts pounding wildly. Some stumbled and fell to the deck, unable to steady themselves.
Fortunately, the Dragon Nation soldiers were well trained.
After a brief moment of disorientation, they quickly regained their composure and resumed their duties. In less than 2 minutes,
the ships of the Eastern Fleet began to spread apart, executing a 180-degree turn with a remarkably tight arc.
The massive wave was left behind, growing ever more distant. Only then did everyone breathe a collective sigh of relief. Sweat drenched their bodies and faces. Some collapsed onto the deck and refused to rise. The danger had passed. Yet countless questions swirled in everyone's mind. Could it truly be a divine intervention? How else could such a massive tsunami have been generated? Perhaps the Eagle had met its end in this very tsunami. After receiving the Northern Fleet's warning, the Southern Station Legion also withdrew in time, avoiding the colossal waves.
They too were filled with questions.
This part is omitted. Bear Nation Command and Control Center. Nicholas and his officers fell silent. Just moments ago, Admiral Olaf had sent word a miracle had occurred, enabling the defeat of the Eagle Fleet,
simultaneously triggering a tsunami.
Thus, after alerting the Allied forces, Mendeleev led the remnants of his fleet in a frantic escape from the danger zone and was now rushing back. Miracle? Tsunami?
These terms had never appeared in the military history of the Bear Nation.
Had the telegram not been signed by Admiral Olaf himself, Nicholas would have blown his top. So what was going on? Could it truly be a miracle? Nicholas and the officers present fell into deep thought. Then someone suggested, satellite footage might have captured the event. We could retrieve it for review.
Nicholas' eyes lit up at the idea, recognizing it as a sound plan.
He promptly ordered soldiers to retrieve the footage from the database.
Bear Nation's space program had always led the world. However, in recent years, constant conflicts with the Eagle Nation had strained its national resources, causing it to gradually fall behind.
Nevertheless, its satellites retained basic reconnaissance capabilities.
Following Nicholas's request, the soldiers retrieved several images from the database and projected them onto the conference screen.
White light. More white light. Then explosions. Tsunamis. After seeing multiple scenes on the large screen, Nicholas and the others froze in shock, their breathing becoming labored. Hair stood on end, eyelids twitched uncontrollably. If this wasn't a miracle, then nothing else in this world could possibly be. Holy crap! Olaf wasn't lying, it really is a miracle. God said, let there be light. And the Eagle Fleet descended into hell. Nicholas muttered, his face frozen in shock. Chapter 55. Do we look stupid? Eagle Command Center. Reporting, General. 10 minutes ago. All contact with our fleet was lost. The last transmission came through, panicked and frantic, reporting seeing many lights. They called it divine retribution from the heavens. An officer reported to Obama. Such an outlandish report was unprecedented in his military career. He felt no confidence in his words. Lights? Divine punishment? The general, his chest adorned with medals, looked up at the officer, his face etched with confusion. Yes, General. That's exactly how the message was transmitted word for word. The officer snapped to attention, saluted, and repeated.
Obama frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly as he remained silent. His concern at that moment was not about miracles. Rather, it was the fact that this entire fleet had lost contact during wartime. If any force on Blue Star could instantly wipe out an entire Eagle Fleet formation, Obama would be the first to refuse to believe it. The Eagle spent no small amount on intelligence day in and day out. They'd already picked the pockets of Bear Nation and Dragon Nation clean. As for other nations, well, needless to say, to annihilate the Eagle Fleet in an instant, two conditions might need to be met simultaneously. First, the fleet must be tightly packed and stationary. Second, nuclear warheads must be employed. Both conditions are indispensable. Even nuclear warheads might not fully sink the Eagle's carriers. So when the officer's report came in, even Obama, who had weathered many storms, couldn't immediately figure out what was happening. But it was more likely a temporary signal interruption.
Did you attempt to reconnect? With such a massive fleet, all losing connection simultaneously. Could it be that the signal was jammed?
If it was merely signal jamming, Obama believed both the Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation possessed the capability to execute it.
But they couldn't sustain it for long. The officer frowned and replied, "Sorry, General. We've considered that possibility. We've tried numerous times, but we still can't get through." Obama nodded.
This surprise fleet exercise targeting Bear Nation and Dragon Nation was an operation he had spearheaded. If anything goes wrong, he'll be the first to bear the blame.
He might even be sent to a military tribunal for trial.
There was no room for carelessness. He said sternly, "Use my authority to request military satellite access.
I want to see exactly what the hell they're up to." "Yes, sir." The officer immediately began making arrangements. Minutes later, satellite imagery was pulled up and displayed on the command room's large screen. Blinding light, a tsunami, debris. The entire Eagle fleet was shattered by the white light. Debris scattered across the entire sea. Survivors were instantly swallowed by the subsequent tsunami.
Waves over 100 meters high surged in all directions. The Bear Nation fleet and Dragon Nation fleet swiftly withdrew from the scene. Officers turned pale, staring blankly at the screens while muttering prayers beside them. "God.
Holy Mother Mary." Obama fell silent once more, his aged face looking even older, his skin trembling uncontrollably.
The images were unbelievable. This time, he knew he'd gone too far. An entire Eagle fleet had vanished. Though it represented less than a third of the Eagle Nation's military might, it was still a crippling blow.
At that moment,
dozens of armed personnel suddenly stormed into the command room from outside. A soldier who appeared to be their leader saluted the general.
"General Obama, you are under arrest. Please come with us." Obama's eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. He was finished. His political career had come to an end. The squad leader's eyes flickered with calculation as he waved dismissively. Soldiers immediately stepped forward, hauling the unconscious Obama out of the command center like a dead dog. Dragon Nation Command Headquarters. Bear Nation's northern fleet ambushed by Eagle Nation. Senior leadership erupted in fury. They unleashed a torrent of verbal attacks against the Eagle Nation. "This is outrageous. They've gone too far. That unscrupulous bastard. Daring to ambush us during our joint exercises with Bear Nation. If the northern fleet is destroyed this time, our Dragon Nation will face immense pressure. We share a common fate. We must rescue them. This time, the Eagle's reputation on the international stage will be utterly ruined." What reputation do they even have left? If they succeed this time, the entire Blue Star will likely have to hold their noses and kiss their asses. Strike. We must strike hard. This arrogance is intolerable. The officer pointed at the sky, cursing furiously, his rage mounting with every word. The old man followed suit, his beard bristling and eyes blazing. If his body permitted, he would have shouldered his rifle and charged into battle to teach Eagle Sauce a lesson. Perhaps, at this very moment, the only military force capable of truly striking a blow against the Eagle was entirely in the hands of the southern and eastern fronts. As for the Pengcheng garrison, let's hope they hurry up and get that ammunition to the front lines. What a joke! They're actually requesting offensive authorization. With only a handful of warships, they can't even muster half a full formation. Their spirit is commendable. True to our Dragon Nation soldiers burning with patriotic fervor. But we've got to respect reality, right? At that moment, the Eastern Fleet sent a message. The battle had concluded with a resounding victory, and they were returning to port. Everyone's eyes lit up, though some remained skeptical. Could the battle have ended so quickly? A fleet as formidable as Jiāng Chén's winning so easily? That sounds too good to be true. We must ask for a detailed account. Before anyone could question the Eastern Fleet, the Southern Fleet sent another message with identical content, confirming the Eastern Fleet's report once more. Only then did the crowd erupt in loud cheers. The entire command room erupted in celebration, as if it were New Year's Eve. What a relief! It was incredibly satisfying. The Eagle Squadron's sneak attack backfired, they got taken down. But the celebration didn't last long. The old man quickly regained his composure. The telegram clearly stated that the Eastern and Southern armies hadn't even reached the battlefield yet. What did this mean? It meant the Northern Fleet alone could have defeated the Eagle Squadron. Holy moly! Despite running low on ammunition, they managed to inflict heavy losses on the Eagle Fleet. Just how formidable must their strength be? If every shell could guarantee hitting the enemy ship's vital points, any officer present could do it. But who the hell can guarantee every single one is a sharpshooter? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. If the Russian Northern Fleet is truly this terrifying, then what's the point of these exercises? We might as well surrender outright. Just as the Dragon Nation's high command was both shocked and delighted, a soldier reported back. They reported that the Bear Nation's command center's telephone lines had been severed. The leadership was eager to probe the current strength and weaknesses of the Northern Fleet. They were eager to understand how this had been achieved. They immediately demanded the connection be established. Half an hour later, the old man hung up angrily. Miracle? White light? Go check the satellite yourself? Damn it. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. If you want to keep it secret, I won't stop you. After all, it's your own military secret. But isn't this lie a bit too far-fetched? We're high-level leaders of two nations communicating. To spout such nonsense with a straight face shows a lack of respect for the people of the Dragon Nation. It makes us look like fools. Chapter 56, Pengcheng Garrison, MVP of the entire arena. Oomph. Like I'd believe you? Xiao, pull up the satellite feed. I'll see for myself what your so-called miracle in Bear Country is all about. The elderly man surnamed Jiāng snorted coldly and walked toward technician Xiao. What a joke. Thinking a miracle excuse would cover everything up? Our Dragon Nation isn't without satellites. Upon hearing Bear Nation's response, the officers present were furious as well. We sent 2 of the Dragon King's elite fleets to rescue you in your hour of need. Yet when we inquired about matters, you kept things hidden. That's downright ungrateful. We can see everything via satellite anyway, why not just do us a simple favor? I just don't get what these Bear Country folks have in their heads. All this nonsense. Xiao stood at attention and saluted as Commander Jiāng approached. Commander, good day. Please enter the password. Then he turned his head away. Commander Jiāng nodded, his fingertips dancing across the keyboard before hitting enter to confirm. Immediately afterward, Xiao retrieved the satellite imagery as requested. The image appeared on the conference room's large screen. The next second, the same white light, debris, tsunami. The officers, who had been seething with indignation moments before, fell instantly silent. What was shown on the screen was simply beyond human capability. A pillar of light pierced the sky, debris scattered across the entire sea, waves towering dozens of meters high. The combination of these elements created an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon witnessing this, the officers instantly felt parched, their senses numb, hearts pounding wildly. Only by clenching their fists tightly did they manage to avoid collapsing to the ground. Could this truly be a miracle? This doesn't look like a human reaction at all. Even a nuclear blast couldn't achieve this level of destruction. Good heavens, which deity has descended to Earth? Even old Jiāng began to waver. He had always been an atheist. But seeing these scenes, it defied all rational explanation. Who else but a deity could orchestrate such a spectacle? In all his years, he had never witnessed or even heard of such things. Could gods truly exist? But why would immortals aid the Bear Kingdom? If the divine beings remained entrenched on Xiongguo's side, what would become of Longhua should conflict ever erupt? A palpable sense of impending danger rose from the depths of his heart. Just then, the phone in the conference room rang. An officer picked it up, asked a few brief questions, then turned to old Jiāng. Commander, it's from the Pengcheng Garrison. They say they need to speak with you. Old Jiāng frowned deeply, waving his hand dismissively. I'm busy now. Tell them to tidy up the battlefield if there's nothing urgent, then prepare to return. The officer nodded and relayed the commander's message. Then, gripping the receiver, he looked back at Commander Jiāng. Commander, they insist it's truly urgent. If we don't inform you in advance, you might reprimand them later. Hearing this, General Jiāng paused, his expression turning stern as he walked to the phone and picked up the receiver. Hello? What is it? The officers standing nearby knew full well. In situations like this, old Jiāng was usually already boiling with rage, teetering on the edge of losing his temper. Unconsciously, everyone took half a step back. They thought, if the Pengcheng Garrison wants to court death, they couldn't have picked a worse time. Great. Now they'd dragged themselves into this mess, 2 innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. Zhao Weiguo's booming voice crackled through the phone, reporting to the commander, the Pengcheng Garrison has successfully completed the mission. The entire Eagle fleet has been annihilated. Old Jiāng's pupils contracted slightly, his lips trembling uncontrollably as a chill rose from the soles of his feet. He was, after all, a founding hero who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. After several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure, his face etched with shock as he demanded, Zhao Weiguo, you, repeat that. The message was repeated over the phone. This time, the voice was louder and more resonant than before. Even the officers nearby heard it. Thud. Their legs gave way, and they stumbled backward in unison, collapsing onto the ground. If Zhao Weiguo wasn't joking, this news was truly explosive. After all this commotion, it turned out to be the work of the most inconspicuous Pengcheng Garrison. Old Jiāng took a deep breath, forcing his churning emotions to settle, and asked with a trembling voice, how did you manage that? He added, I recall equipping you with only conventional army weapons. Zhao Weiguo smiled and openly revealed the entire story of Pengcheng's Lunka Institute supplying space-based weapons. Originally, this was the nation's highest-level secret. Now that it had been deployed on the battlefield, there was no need to keep it hidden any longer. After hearing Zhao Weiguo's explanation, old Jiāng could only let out a wry laugh. You've kept me in the dark for so long. The officers joined in with laughter and playful scolding. That kid. Clever from a young age. He's been holding a big surprise up his sleeve for us. Pretty ruthless, huh? Keeping this from us until now. Well, you know what? If our Dragon Nation had this space-based weapon, wouldn't we be able to walk all over Blue Star from now on? That's true.
But we're a nation that pursues peace, no aggression, no retaliation.
Awesome. So badass. Haha, so the Miracle Bear Nation was talking about is our Dragon Nation's latest space-based weapon? Damn impressive. This is just too damn impressive. Now we finally got something to be proud of. Anyone who messes with us from now on? Just fire one off, problem solved.
The officers kept speculating about the future applications of the space-based weapon and its impact on Dragon Nation's international standing. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and a deep sense of pride welled up within them. They radiated a defiant attitude. Come on, hit me. If you dare, I'll devour you whole.
At that moment, old Jiāng overheard Zhao Weiguo rambling on again.
He subtly reminded him that the military exercises commendations and rewards must prioritize the Pengcheng garrison. He chuckled. Is that all you've got, Zhao Weiguo? Ha! If the Eastern and Southern theaters find out you pulled this stunt, they'll eat you alive at the commendation ceremony. Zhao Weiguo's expression stiffened slightly. But since he'd already done it, there was no point in hiding it now. He might as well go all in, adopting a stubborn, unyielding stance.
Fine, let them eat me.
As long as it secures benefits and military honors for the Pengcheng garrison, even if the organization strips me of my position, I won't have a word to say.
After all this maneuvering, wasn't it just to secure some solid benefits for the brothers? The officers listening in on the call were moved to tears by Zhao Weiguo's selfless devotion to their welfare. They pleaded with Zhao Weiguo to back down if things got too tough. Little did they know, on the other end of the line, old Jiāng grew furious upon hearing Zhao Weiguo's fiery resolve. Damn it all to hell. Let's see who dares touch my men.
As long as you, Zhao Weiguo, don't break discipline or violate the law, I'll be damned if anyone can remove you. And as for military honors, if you don't claim them yourself, the organization certainly won't hand them to you. You've earned Dragon Nation immense prestige. How could your share of military honors be anything less than deserved? With Zhang Lao's assurance secured, the entire Pengcheng Garrison Command Center erupted in celebration.
Chapter 57, Never Let the Heroes Feel Disheartened. 1 week later, the higher-ups decided to hold a commendation ceremony. The Great Hall of the People in the capital.
At the very front stood an enormous stage, roughly 40 meters wide, with a solitary lectern positioned at its center. At that moment, it stood empty, appearing unusually spacious.
Below the stage, over 10,000 people filled the stands to capacity.
The overwhelming majority present were military personnel, and judging by the stars on their shoulders, they held high ranks.
At that moment,
old Zhang, his face glowing with health, entered through the rear doors accompanied by his bodyguards. He made his way through the crowd toward the stage. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. Wave after wave of cheers grew louder, the fervent atmosphere threatening to lift the ceiling. Old Zhang stepped onto the stage, walked to the lectern, and smiled as his eyes, like torches, scanned the crowd below. He raised both hands and gently lowered them.
Instantly, the entire hall fell silent.
Old Zhang accepted the documents handed to him by the guard, adjusted the microphone, and tested it. He declared solemnly, "This military exercise has been a resounding success. It has showcased the spirit of the Dragon Nation's soldiers. It has demonstrated the might of the Dragon Nation's military." Whoosh! Another wave of thunderous applause erupted. It seemed to go on forever. Old Zhang regained control of the stage. Once the noise subsided, he declared with emotion, "It is precisely because you guard the Dragon Nation that its people enjoy peace and the nation prospers. Next, please welcome the superstar of this exercise, Major General Zhao Weiguo, commander of the Pengcheng Garrison." Whoosh! The applause erupted. Zhao Weiguo rose from his seat, adjusted his uniform, and strode toward the stage. Wherever he passed, officers and soldiers alike cast admiring yet complex gazes his way. Especially those from the Eastern and Southern Combat Corps. Who would have thought? This time, the Best Legion Commander Award went to that kid Zhao Weiguo. Me neither. I thought it would definitely go to your Eastern Theater Command. Oh, come on, old Luo, the way you talk, it sounds like you're looking down on us Eastern Combat Zone. What's that supposed to mean? Want to settle this another time? You know that's not what I meant. What's there to fight over? With our measly old guns and cannons, we wouldn't even be a match for Zhao Weiguo. Luo Tian and Peng Weiguo traded playful jabs. They were like a pair of bickering lovers. They'd always seen each other as rivals, constantly trying to outdo one another in every way. Yet this military exercise saw the Pengcheng garrison meant to be cannon fodder take the top prize. Such a colossal blunder was the last thing either commander could have anticipated. However, according to intelligence from higher-ups, Zhao Weiguo had utilized cutting-edge technology provided by the Pengcheng Dragon Academy. Their defeat was well-deserved. This cutting-edge technology was revolutionary not just for them,
Across the entire Blue Star, it was a revolutionary breakthrough. Watching Zhao Weiguo take the stage, others could only look on with envy. But at least they were all soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Sooner or later, they too would get to use it. This thought brought a slight sense of balance to their hearts. Zhao Weiguo beamed as he stepped onto the podium, taking the seat vacated by old Zhang. This was the first time in his military career that he had stepped onto the stage to receive an award at such a significant occasion, and he was overcome with emotion. Thank you, leaders. Thank you for the organization's trust. Thank you to my brothers who have always supported me. This victory for the Pengcheng garrison is also a victory for all Dragon Nation soldiers. At the same time, I must express my gratitude to the Pengcheng Dragon Academy for providing us with cutting-edge technology. It was precisely through their technological support that we were able to completely foil the Eagle Squadron fleet's devious schemes. Medal presentation and award ceremony. Officers of the Pengcheng garrison took the stage one by one to receive their awards and deliver speeches. Never in my life have I felt such excitement. Waves of applause erupted repeatedly. The fervent atmosphere throughout the venue continued to intensify. Everyone felt the shared honor stir a boiling sensation within their hearts. From this point forward, the Pengcheng garrison would have a different future. The Dragon Nation would also allocate more military resources to the region. After the awards were presented to over a dozen soldiers. Next, scientists from the Pengcheng Dragon Academy took the stage. As special guests, Professor Wang, Professor Chen, and Wang Shui also participated in this military exercise commendation ceremony. Professors Wang and Chen read their carefully prepared speeches word for word to the audience. Since their speeches touched on numerous military secrets, their speeches were drafted in advance. Thank you all for defending our homeland and striving for the stability and harmony of Dragon Nation. On behalf of the Dragon Academy, I assure you all, in the days ahead, we will redouble our efforts to provide greater and more substantial support for Dragon Nation's military and civilian sectors. Thank you all. Applause erupted. Jubilation. Heat. The two figures before them were none other than the research leaders of Pengcheng's Dragon Academy. It's said that the reason the Pengcheng garrison stood out so prominently in this military exercise was precisely due to their technological support. What military unit wouldn't cherish scientists like these? These are living, breathing, walking achievements. Perhaps it's time to cultivate some private connections and gain insight into the inner workings of the tech sector. We can't let the Pengcheng garrison monopolize all the benefits anymore. As for whether they might object, their objections are futile. When there's earth-shattering benefits to be had, who cares if you object or not? Soldiers all carry that rogue spirit. Nearly every officer, especially those at division level and above, eyed old Wang and old Chen like wolves eyeing sheep. Ignorance was bliss. Now that they knew, they'd have to build connections through persistent private lobbying. Soon, the two elders concluded their speeches. Immediately after, Wang Shui stepped to the front of the lecture hall. Looking up at the sea of iron-willed warriors below, she felt an overwhelming wave of nervousness wash over her, causing her teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Fortunately, she had prepared a script beforehand. So even when her mind went blank, she managed to plow through and read the words on the page. Yet, as she read on, accompanied by waves of enthusiastic applause, she suddenly found her voice. As if possessed, she instinctively wanted to abandon the script. After a brief internal struggle, she finally gathered her courage, lifted her eyes from the paper, and declared, "I don't think it's fair to keep reading from the script." Whoosh! The statement sent ripples of astonishment through the audience. The two elders on stage frantically signaled with their eyes, urging her not to deviate from the script. But her mind was made up. Why should she care? Wang Shui continued, "Our cutting-edge technology this time involves state secrets, so I can't disclose specifics. But this cutting-edge technology was independently developed by a young man from our Dragon Nation. He deserves the greatest recognition and commendation, not our Dragon Academy. He's just over 20 years old, prime age to make significant contributions to our nation's scientific endeavors. We absolutely cannot overlook the contributions of such talent and let him feel disheartened. I implore the organization, if any commendation is to be given, please do not overlook his achievements." Boom! Applause. An unprecedented roar. Chapter 58, Applying to become Jiāng Chén's personal assistant. Below the stage, the officers' emotions ignited in that instant. Black tech? Following this military exercise, despite stringent secrecy measures, many have speculated that this so-called black technology is actually space-based weaponry. The kind of weapon whose single shot rivals a small atomic bomb. Its penetration capability even surpasses that of an atomic bomb. It's incredibly powerful, truly a national treasure. But subconsciously, everyone has always assumed it was the masterpiece of the Lonka Academy in Pengcheng. But now, Wang Shui, a scientist from the Longcheng Academy, has personally clarified. The scientist behind this black technology is someone else entirely. This is quite intriguing. It inevitably raises suspicions that the Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute might be attempting to claim credit for someone else's work.
Some astute observers surmised that the reason for not revealing the identity of this young scientist was more likely an attempt to keep him hidden away, ensuring his safety. Wang Shui finished her remarks and stepped down from the podium. The applause from the audience below the stage was long and sustained. On stage, elders Jiāng, Wang, and Chén exchanged dry smiles. Spotting Wang Shui leaving the podium, they hurriedly ushered her backstage.
Old Wang let out a long breath. Goodness gracious, young lady. You scared us half to death. With contributions as monumental as Jiāng Chén's, how could the state possibly shortchange him? Mr. Chen chimed in, "Hey, Wang Shui, do you realize how dangerous that was?" The higher-ups intended to keep this as top-secret information. Because of what you did, Jiāng Chén nearly got exposed. Thankfully, you were smart enough not to mention his name at all. Old Jiāng approached, smiling as he said, "Comrade Wang Shui, your speech just now was excellent, truly brilliant. Young talent is indeed something to behold." Not only did the commander refrain from criticism, but he offered praise instead. Old Wang and Old Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Had they overreacted? However, Old Jiāng shifted his tone and added calmly, "But you must think more carefully before acting in the future." As Old Chen said, your actions not only failed to help Jiāng Chén, they actually harmed him. Once enemy nations take notice, he'll never live a peaceful life again. Who will take responsibility then? His voice was not loud. Yet it struck like thunder. Wang Shui instantly realized the grave consequences she had nearly caused. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry, Commander Jiāng. I know I was wrong." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she asked urgently, her eyes filled with concern, "What should we do now? Is Jiāng Chén in danger?" Old Wang and Old Chen exchanged a knowing smile, waiting for Old Jiāng's response. Truthfully, they hadn't expected Wang Shui to care so deeply about Jiāng Chén. But now that they knew Jiāng Chén was a prodigy, the organization couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Old Jiāng nodded and explained, "Rest assured. Recently, besides commending Jiāng Chén, the organization has also decided to arrange 2 personal assistants for him, considering his safety and work requirements. One should be skilled in literary matters, the other in martial arts. Both must be female." Wang Shui paused slightly upon hearing this, then seemed to make up her mind. Gathering her courage, she blinked rapidly at Elder Jiāng, her heart pounding. Could I be the one skilled in the arts? The moment those words left her lips, Old Wang and Old Chen chuckled like 2 old foxes who had just pulled off a cunning scheme. Before arriving, they had already designated Wang Shui as their top candidate. First, they hadn't found the right opportunity. Second, they feared Wang Shui might refuse. After all, a top graduate from the Dragon Academy would hardly be willing to serve as someone's personal assistant. But reality was that Wang Shui had actually volunteered herself. This made him beam with delight. Beside him, Wang Shui's cheeks flushed even deeper, her embarrassment spreading from her neck all the way to her ears. Old Jiāng chuckled heartily and nodded. Of course it's possible. Have Old Wang and Old Chen give you an application form later. Just fill it out and submit it. Just as Wang Shui was about to thank him, but Old Wang promptly pulled out a sheet of A4 paper from his briefcase. There, printed in bold, was the application form. He handed it to Wang Shui and pointed to the few blank spaces on the form. "Name, date, and sign here." Wang Shui froze. She suddenly realized that apart from the name and date fields, all other sections of the form had already been filled in with her personal information. And all this information was about her. She was utterly dumbfounded. Fearing she might change her mind, Old Chen handed her a pen and urged, "Sign it quickly." Dazed, Wang Shui signed her name and date in the blank space of the application form. Before she could process what was happening, the form was snatched back and stamped with the official seal of Pengcheng Lunka Academy. "There. Our institute fully supports you. We're giving you the green light. Now it's up to Old Jiāng." Old Wang handed the application directly to Old Jiāng. Under normal circumstances, such a form would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to go through the process. Like any other form, it would be delivered to these senior officials for approval in sequence at fixed intervals. How could it possibly be like this now, pulled out separately for direct approval by the 2 elders without going through any procedures? Wang Shui nodded gratefully at the 2 elders. Yet a lingering unease remained. After all, the final decision likely rested with Elder Jiāng. If Old Jiāng disapproved, even with the support of the other 2 elders, it would all be in vain. However, after receiving the application form from Old Wang, Old Jiāng glanced at it front and back for less than 10 seconds before placing it on the table. He then smoothly pulled a company seal from his pocket. He pried open the lid, blew a breath into the seal. Then he stamped it down firmly. Approved. Why wouldn't it be approved? A comrade like you, with such service-mindedness and capability, deserves the organization's full support. Staring at the 2 bright red seals on the application form, Wang Shui felt as if she were dreaming. From her student days to her career, no application process had ever been this swift. Thank you, leaders. Thank you, Old Jiāng. Her face radiated gratitude as she bowed deeply to the 3 of them. All right, you may go now. The 3 of us need to discuss something. Old Jiāng nodded. Wang Shui turned and walked out of the office, struggling to contain his excitement.
The moment she stepped outside, she let out a cheer.
After Wang Shui left,
the three little old men exchanged glances. The next moment, they burst into hearty laughter.
I was worried Wang Shui wouldn't agree.
I typed up the application form 3 days ago but kept it tucked away, afraid she'd refuse.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward to bring it up now. Life assistant?
That's a bit of a waste of talent for such a gifted girl. But this is Jiāng Chén. We're talking about the Jiāng Chén who developed space-based weapons.
Our dragon nation might rise to prominence because of him. The entire blue star will be turned upside down.
True.
Wang Shui wouldn't be wasting her time as his assistant.
Just as the three little old men were discussing this, they suddenly noticed Wang Shui returning to the office doorway, her face flushed crimson.
The office fell instantly silent. The expressions on the three elders' faces froze in a variety of ways. The atmosphere grew awkward. I accept. After uttering those 3 words, Wang Shui turned and left the office without looking back. The 3 elders erupted in cheers once more. Especially old Wang.
His earlier worries seemed entirely unnecessary.
But weren't we supposed to have 2 more? He turned to old Jiāng and asked, "Who is the other one?"
Old Jiāng gave a mysterious smile.
Top secret. Chapter 59, the Eagle Sauce Monopoly is no more. Fine, you're the higher up.
You call the shots. Old Wang shook his head like a child.
Hardly anyone knew. Old Jiāng and old Wang had been classmates in university.
Later, due to differing aspirations, they each pursued their own paths. Privately, they remained close friends. Immediately after, old Wang pressed, Jiāng Chén has made such tremendous contributions to our dragon nation this time.
What does the organization plan to do about it? Old Jiāng's eyes widened as he placed his hands on his hips and declared with pride, does the organization even need to decide? Jiāng Chén will be our nation's most distinguished scholar. National hero. Hearing this, Elder Wang and Elder Chén both gasped in unison, their expressions instantly turning complex.
Their eyes widened in astonishment, their mouths gaping open as their breathing grew strained. The title of National Hero in Dragon Nation had always been subject to extremely rigorous scrutiny. Only those endorsed by founding heroes were eligible to apply. Moreover, after applying, one must undergo rigorous political vetting. At least 5 generations of ancestors must possess impeccable records, free of any illegal or disciplinary violations. Thus, throughout the entire history of the Dragon Nation, only a handful had ever attained the status of national sage. Once one attained the status of a national sage, besides enjoying supreme honor within the Dragon Nation, they can also mobilize special police forces as needed, and gain limited access to scarce national resources. For those engaged in scientific research, this holds an irresistible allure. Often, rare minerals are indispensable for conducting experiments. The status of a national sage effectively resolves this issue.
Yes, national scholar.
Old Jiāng affirmed.
But you only get one chance to recommend someone in your lifetime. Are you willing to give it up?
Old Wang asked, his voice dripping with envy. Old Jiāng shot him a glance and chuckled, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't part with it. Then, raising his eyebrows, an aura of commanding authority radiated from him, but he's created space-based weapons. From now on, the Dragon Nation will never again fear the military threats of the Eagle Nation. A talent like this, if we don't elevate him quickly, what if Eagle Nation lures him away with enticements? The fundamental logic of competition between nations boils down to technology. Especially military technology. The 2 elders immediately agreed wholeheartedly. They were both impressed by old Jiāng's boldness.
Eagle Nation. Strategic Command Headquarters. In the spacious office.
A general clad in eagle swan military attire, his chest adorned with medals of valor. His brow furrowed, he paced back and forth with hands on hips, cursing under his breath, stupid.
Absolute morons. Moments earlier, an officer had entered with the facts informing him.
The parliament had decided to investigate and settle accounts for the losses incurred by the failed surprise military exercise in Eagle Swan Nation. And he, Smith himself, was the first to bear the brunt of it. When Marshall had first approached him with a check for 10 million Eagle coins and a military proposal, he had actually refused from the very beginning.
What a foolish plan. To think a surprise attack could simultaneously defeat the main forces of Bear Nation and Dragon Nation? Didn't they have satellites? A fully assembled fleet this size appearing near military exercises, how could that be called a surprise attack? Even his third aunt's brother-in-law's second wife could see through it. They'd be spotted the moment they set sail.
Yet Marshall had his secretary come talk to him a second time.
That alluring figure, that fair skin.
He still remembered the tattoo of his surname, Smith, on the secretary's lower back.
The result?
In a moment of reckless impulse, he signed his name on the military plans. Now Marshall was gone. And he would bear the blame for the fleet's annihilation.
General, the time has come. The council has been waiting for quite some time. The officer reminded him.
Smith paused for a moment, drew a deep breath, and said, let's go. With that, he led the way out of the office. The corridor stretched long. Turning left at the end led to an enormous conference room large enough to seat over 50 people.
Smith strode purposefully, quickly reaching the conference room door. He looked up to find the entire room filled to capacity. His designated seat was occupied by his arch-rival, Alex. He sat with his legs crossed, eyes fixed on a coin spinning between his fingers. Without looking up, he quipped, "Come in, my esteemed General Smith, the great womanizer." The moment the words left his lips, the entire conference room erupted in uproarious laughter. Smith's blood ran cold. If looks could kill, Alex would have died 800 times over. Clearly, this bastard had done his homework to rub salt in the wound. He'd even dug up Marshall's secretary. Seeing this, Smith gave up pretending and went all in. Oomph. The eagle was defeated by vermin like you, obsessed only with backstabbing. Hasn't anyone considered this? Could the annihilation of our entire fleet really be due to natural factors? What if it was their secret weapon? If it was their secret weapon, does that mean we eagles will no longer rule Blue Star? That we'll have to kowtow to them, tail between our legs? With that, Smith stood with his eyes closed and hands behind his back, saying nothing more. The officers, who had been gossiping and laughing moments before, froze in place, the room falling instantly silent. The conference room grew so silent you could hear a pin drop. Alex was displeased. The carefully cultivated atmosphere of public opinion had been derailed by Smith's single remark. Now, the follow-up tactics he'd prepared specifically for Smith were rendered useless. No, he couldn't just sit back and wait for disaster. He gave a cold laugh. "General Smith, perhaps we should first discuss the crimes that led to the loss of the Eagle Fleet." The officers snapped back to attention, fixing Smith with punishing stares once more. The bastard was cunning. He'd diverted everyone's attention right from the start. "Think you can dodge responsibility? Ask us if we'll let you." Crimes? Could my minor missteps possibly outweigh the Eagle Nation's decades of future development? Had I not approved Marshall's military plan, we'd never have uncovered the Bear Nation and Dragon Nation's formidable military strength. Surely no one is foolish enough to attribute this to divine intervention? Moreover, Marshall sacrificed his life to uncover their true strength, clearing the fog for you American fools. He is the true hero of the Eagle Nation. Yet you utter not a word about heroes. You show no concern for America's future. And here you stand, seeking to condemn me? Who? Who gave you the audacity? Smith delivered his speech with dramatic intonation, fully unleashing his persuasive powers. The officers present were instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment. In truth, many had long suspected the fleet's destruction might not be due to natural causes, despite the satellite images appearing so convincing. If this was truly the work of Bear Nation or Dragon Nation, wouldn't our hegemonic status be in jeopardy? Good heavens! The thought that our hegemony might no longer extend to every corner of Blue Star makes my heart ache. If this is true, we'd better prepare for the worst sooner rather than later. So Marshall and Smith are heroes to our Eagle Nation, yet here we are condemning heroes. The officers' thinking had been completely derailed. For a moment, some were even moved by how Marshall and Smith had joined forces to warn the Eagle Nation of impending risks. Smith walked over to Alex and kicked the chair. "Get up. You're taking my seat." Alex stumbled, lost his balance, and fell to the ground, yet he wasn't the least bit angry. He scrambled to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and gestured invitingly. If it weren't for his knack for recognizing when to bow to the inevitable, his half-baked leadership skills would never have gotten him this far. This time, Smith had won again. But he wouldn't be discouraged. The more you do, the more you mess up. There'd be plenty more chances. A faint smile touched his lips as he walked out of the conference room. The stage was now Smith's to play on. There was no reason to linger here any longer. Chapter 60, The Dragon Nation Threat Theory? The next day, Eagle's international news outlets began aggressively promoting the Dragon Nation threat theory. Shocking. Dragon Nation unveils black technology, destroys Eagle Nation's entire fleet without provocation. Wolfish ambitions exposed. The Eastern Dragon awakens, its claws reaching for every developed nation. White light. Dragon Nation may have mastered optical attack capabilities, making conventional weapons ineffective. Vicious. Eagle Squadron fleet ambushed on the high seas by Dragon Nation, possibly using covert mini-hydrogen bombs. In an instant, several nations allied with the Eagle Nation convened international press conferences, strongly condemning Dragon Nation's egregious misconduct. They demanded the Dragon Nation verify claims of advanced black technology. Amidst the torrent of verbal attacks and written condemnation, it seemed as though the Dragon Nation's possession of black technology had already been confirmed. With the Eagle Nation setting the narrative and its military alliance fanning the flames, the Dragon Nation threat narrative intensified across the entire Blue Star. Dragon Nation War Operations Bureau. In the Chief of Staff's office, Zhao Tianming's mouth erupted like a fountain, spewing tea that had just entered his mouth. The liquid instantly soaked through the entire newspaper. Immediately afterward, his face flushed crimson as he began coughing violently. Zhang Zhonghua hurriedly handed him a tissue from the side, asking in astonishment, "Choking on water first thing in the morning? What news got you so worked up?"
The two men spent much of their time together, sharing an unspoken understanding, so they could quickly detect any unusual behavior in each other. After catching his breath, Zhao Tianming shook all the tea leaves from the newspaper into the trash bin, then wiped away the water stains with paper. Then, he pointed to a section of the paper and snapped, "The eagle is stirring up trouble again. Dragon Nation threat theory." Oomph. Zhang Zhonghua took the paper, unconcerned. "Big deal. It's not like this is the first time." He glanced at the section Zhao Tianming had indicated. Within seconds, his pupils contracted, his breathing quickened as he stood up, unable to contain himself. He shouted, "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." The newspaper spilled thousands of words, every one of them pointing the finger at the cutting-edge technology China had unveiled during its recent military exercises. Condemnation was a pretext, probing for vulnerabilities was the real intent. Their aim was to leverage the collective strength of the international community to completely isolate the Dragon Nation. Their intentions were truly despicable. What should we do? Should we hold a press conference too? Absolutely. The two exchanged a knowing smile, seeing the same fiery resolve in each other's eyes. The long-cultivated rapport between them allowed them to work together seamlessly. It took only half a day. A press conference for the Dragon Nation was convened. The venue was modest, yet representatives from international media outlets were present. As soon as Zhao Tianming nodded to allow questions from the attending journalists, a reporter from Kaitan immediately stood up and inquired, "Esteemed Mr. Zhao, I wish to ask you, does Dragon Nation truly possess the military weapons described in international news reports?" After speaking, to prevent Zhao Tianming from easily dodging the question, he pulled several photographs from his wallet. The photographs depicted scenes of the white light colliding with the Eagle fleet. These were clearly satellite images from some nation, enlarged for greater detail. Before handing them to Zhao Tianming, he deliberately passed the photos around for the other journalists present to examine. Journalists from other countries had clearly seen them before, yet they still feigned exaggerated astonishment. Whispers of condemnation spread. Dragon Nation's reckless attack was utterly outrageous. Speculation swirled, could they one day deploy the same tactics against other nations? Particularly among the journalists from Eagle Nation, who had suffered heavy losses in this offensive. One rose with a look of tragic resolve and demanded, "I protest. I strongly condemn this. That Dragon Nation possesses such formidable military weapons poses a grave threat to the national security of other countries. I demand Dragon Nation destroy them immediately and compensate for the losses suffered by the Eagle Nation fleet." The Eagle Nation reporter had barely finished his outburst. His sidekick from the allied nations joined in the clamor. The Kamita Nation reporter solemnly declared, "The Dragon Nation has always prided itself as a nation of etiquette. I believe they will swiftly recognize their error, not only promptly destroying these unconventional weapons but also handing over their development blueprints to the Blue Star Federation for destruction." The Sun Never Sets Nation rose to speak, "I expect the Dragon Nation to provide reasonable compensation for the Eagle Nation fleet's losses. Otherwise, our nation will impose appropriate sanctions." The Korean Peninsula added, "Dragon Nation's actions have gravely threatened the security of neighboring countries. On behalf of my nation, I strongly condemn this. I urge Dragon Nation to swiftly reach reconciliation with Eagle Nation." As journalists voiced these unreasonable criticisms of Dragon Nation, Zhao Tianming remained utterly unflustered, merely offering a faint smile as he raised both hands and pressed them downward. The room instantly fell silent. No matter how formidable the reporters were, they had to give face to this Dragon Nation representative. Zhao Tianming nodded in agreement. The images do appear to show Eagle Nation's fleet under attack. The expression on the face of the reporter leading the pack clearly showed surprise. They hadn't expected Zhao Tianming to admit it outright. The Kita Nation reporter smiled and said, "Since Mr. Zhao has already admitted it, that makes things much easier. Please explain clearly how your country will handle this matter." The Eagle Nation reporter's face twisted with anguish, practically screaming dupe in 3 characters. He stood up and shouted, "I strongly condemn Dragon Nation's hegemony. You must take responsibility for Eagle Nation's losses this time." The journalist from the Sun Never Sets Nation sneered coldly, "Not only must you be held accountable, but you must also hand over the design blueprints." Zhao Weiguo nodded again and calmly countered, "While it's highly likely that the white light was an attack designed to destroy Eagle Saws, who says it's from our Dragon Nation? Couldn't it be from Turtlefield Nation or Stick Nation? As a developing country, how could Dragon Nation possibly possess such capability?" This brilliant triple-barreled question left the foreign journalists present utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, this thing doesn't exactly have Dragon Nation written all over it. Even more so. After hearing Zhao Weiguo's words, it seemed as though the allied nations were merely squabbling amongst themselves and shifting blame onto the Dragon Nation. Moreover, everyone was well aware of the pace of Dragon Nation's technological and military advancements. It's hard to imagine such a massive leap forward. Before the reporters could react, Zhao Tianming pressed on, "And why were the Eagle Nation's warships lurking near Dragon Nation's territorial waters? Were they planning to ambush our recent military exercises? No wonder they suspect us.
I'd like to ask, what exactly is your Eagle Nation up to? At these words, the Eagle Nation's reporter stumbled backward, plopping back into his seat. Reporters from other nations fell silent. In the blink of an eye, the blame had shifted squarely onto Eagle Nation. If the Dragon Nation were to confirm it, then Eagle Nation's attempt at manipulating public opinion would backfire spectacularly. Chapter 61, The War Propaganda Bureau steps in to calm the situation. At the press conference, not only were the Eagle Nation's allies present, but so were the Dragon Nation's allies. Russia, Pakistan, North Korea. Since the Dragon Nation had been on the defensive in the public opinion battle, journalists from these countries refrained from making bold statements. After all, no matter how powerful a nation is, it cannot defy the will of the world. Now that the tide had turned, the Dragon Nation clearly held the upper hand. These people began to stir. The most enraged among them was the reporter from Bear Nation. He stood up, eyes bloodshot, trembling with rage. His face twisted with fury as he declared, "Damn Eagle Nation. You dared to sneak in troops and launch a surprise attack while we were conducting joint drills with Dragon Nation. This debt will be settled with you sooner or later." With that, he flung his microphone aside and lunged forward as if ready to fight. Fortunately, he was restrained by a colleague who repeatedly urged, "Calm down. This is the Dragon Nation's press conference. Keep your composure. We'll find an opportunity outside." At this, the Eagle Nation reporter was visibly shaken. His face stiffened, pupils slightly contracted, and sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Bear Nation people always act on impulse, completely disregarding consequences when their emotions run high. If it came to blows, the burly Bear Nation man could easily take on all of them. This had been proven time and again in past confrontations. Not only were the Bear Nation people physically strong, but they also had fiery tempers. Most crucially, they were seasoned fighters, even ordinary citizens possessing extensive combat experience. Fortunately, someone managed to restrain this ghostly-looking fellow, otherwise, he might have already gotten beaten up. But what the hell does "find an opportunity later" mean? The Eagle journalist's heart lurched, a chill rising from his feet. His teeth chattered uncontrollably as his eyes darted frantically toward Zhao Tianming. He blurted out, Are you going to do something? They're plotting to kill someone later." Hearing the Eagle brand reporter's shrill cry, the allied reporter who had been brimming with confidence moments before instantly stumbled backward, adopting a defensive posture. The Korean reporter shielded her camera against her bouncy chest, her shapely legs in black stockings trembling violently. Terror etched across her face, her voice softened by half, yet she stubbornly insisted, "Eagle-chan, you do your own dirty work. If you want revenge, take it out on him. I'm not involved." The Japanese reporter's fake mustache twitched violently as his teeth chattered. He muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have come. Yamada Koen must be trying to get rid of me. Damn it." A flicker of panic crossed the British Empire reporter's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he bowed to the Bear Nation reporter. "Esteemed warrior of Bear Nation, I deeply regret your ordeal. However, the British Empire knows nothing of this matter. I wish you a swift resolution." In that moment, the entire group took a step back, not a single one offering support to their sovereign nation. Seeing this, the Eagle-san reporter's face darkened, yet he could do nothing about it. The Bear Nation reporter grew increasingly arrogant, shooting a defiant glare at the Eagle Nation reporter while a sinister grin spread across his lips. He cast a pitiful, pleading glance toward Zhao Tianming, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. This is your private matter. But I must still speak on behalf of Dragon Nation and advise everyone, in the spirit of peaceful coexistence, we must show mutual respect and care. Please avoid any conflicts within the conference hall." Zhao Weigui replied with solemn earnestness. The Bear Nation reporter froze, staring at Zhao Weigui in astonishment, unable to comprehend his meaning. Did that mean they had to control even the act of taking down the eagle? After a pause, Zhao Weigui added, "But once you step outside the conference grounds, beyond the jurisdiction of our Dragon Nation, that's beyond our control." A smile spread across the Bear Nation reporter's face once more, though to the Eagle Nation reporter it appeared more sinister. The Eagle journalist couldn't help but shiver, a chill rising from the soles of his feet. The press conference continued. The Dragon Nation representative repeatedly emphasized peace, democracy, and the Belt and Road Initiative. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation reporter quietly packed up his equipment and slipped out the back door, tail between his legs. The next day, the Asian International Gazette prominently published satellite images showing the Eagle Nation's fleet brazenly ambushing the Bear Nation's military exercises. Public opinion turned overwhelmingly against the hawkish nation. Even the Empire of the Sun began leading condemnations of the Eagle Nation's inappropriate actions. As for the previous Dragon Nation threat theory and its advanced weaponry, no one cared about that anymore. Dragon Nation Strategic Bureau. Inside the office, Zhao Tianming and Zhang Zhonghua raised their teacups in celebration. "Haha, old Zhao, you're the man. You redirected the blame to Eagle and Bear in just a few words." "Not at all. Without you back home, this would have been impossible. Ha ha ha."
As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two little old men engaged in mutual back-slapping over their tea. As the saying goes, victory in war depends on strategy. Among nations, achieving victory without bloodshed is the most formidable strategy.
This time, the Dragon Nation had clearly outmaneuvered its rivals.
Not only did it extinguish the Dragon Nation threat theory, but it also turned the spotlight back on the eagle itself.
Space-based weapons have become nothing but a farce. Space weapons? What kind of weapons? These are pure fabrications. Please stop using them to slander the Dragon Nation day in and day out. China has always been a developing nation. Where would it find the capability to create such black technology?
It's your Eagle Nation parading its military might everywhere, stirring up trouble. That's the greatest threat to Blue Star.
Hey, do you think that thing of ours is really that powerful?
Zhao Tianming tiptoed around, pointing skyward like a thief and whispering the question.
He was always outward looking. Compared to Zhang Zhonghua, he was indeed less informed about specific domestic secrets.
Zhang Zhonghua remained silent, instead taking a sip of tea with narrowed eyes and giving an almost imperceptible nod.
Zhao Tianming's pupils contracted slightly.
His mouth fell open and his breathing grew heavy.
Holy crap! That was an entire fleet. Destroyed in an instant. Does our Dragon Nation really have scientists that powerful?
Zhang Zhonghua set his teacup down on the table, closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and began rocking gently.
To Zhao Tianming's question, it seemed he had answered, affirming it. Yet it also seemed to say nothing at all. Dragon Nation's confidentiality regulations were no joke. Many things discussed in the office had to be kept absolutely confidential once outside. If not for the trust built over years of partnership, there might not even have been this much hint. But Zhao Tianming was already satisfied. He'd gotten the answer he wanted. He didn't need to know the specifics. He only knew this. Everything he did today was to better sideline this person. That was enough. He only needed to know.
From this point onward, Longgua's trump card was formidable and would only grow stronger.
That was sufficient. Zhao Tianming asked no more questions. He rose and walked to the window.
Just in time to catch the distant mountains outside the window in the fading sunset glow.
Mist swirled around them, stretching endlessly.
Vaguely, they seemed to form the face of that scientific giant.
Chapter 62, Autobots, Optimus Prime reporting. After all the commotion, public discourse on the Dragon Nation threat theory instantly subsided. Instead, Eagle itself found itself in hot water. The Bear Nation's foreign ministry began frantically demanding reparations and apologies, threatening military retaliation otherwise. Had they not endured the white light incident, the Eagle Nation might have scoffed at such demands or even initiated hostilities. But now, they were afraid. No matter how many military forces they still had scattered across Blue Star, no matter how many fleets they still possessed, they dared not make a move. For all their armed forces had been utterly crushed and rendered powerless before that white light. According to feedback from surviving Eagle Navy soldiers in that battle, the entire process unfolded in an instant. Like the descent of a god, a white light poured down from the heavens. In an instant, the Eagle Navy fleet vanished into nothingness. There was no target to retaliate against, and even the identity of the attackers remains unconfirmed to this day. Upon receiving this intelligence, Eagle Swan's high command immediately committed this soldier and all other survivors to psychiatric institutions. The soldiers' families even took their grievances to the Senate, demanding an explanation. Under orders from higher-ups, security personnel forcibly removed them. This violent response set off an unstoppable chain of events. It must be noted that the soldiers' families span all walks of life. Public security, procuratorates, courts, media. When all these sectors unite, it's no laughing matter. Ultimately, public outrage grew increasingly intense, with thousands gathering daily to stage sit-ins outside government offices across the provinces. Their sole purpose, to seek justice for the wronged soldiers. The president was forced to step in and reassure the public, promising a satisfactory response as soon as possible. Only then did the public temporarily calm down. In the office, amidst swirling smoke, two high-ranking Eagles chatted casually. Could the soldiers' claims really be false? The president asked Smith, fixing him with a serious gaze. Smith sat cross-legged at his desk, holding a cigar between his thumb and forefinger. He tilted his head back and blew a smoke ring toward the ceiling. After a long pause, he sighed with a bitter smile. Of course they're real. But what does it matter now? The truth is irrelevant. The president looked bewildered. Why? I mean, at the very least, we shouldn't have arrested those soldiers. Smith crushed his cigar into the ashtray until it went out, then stood up and walked to the president. His voice was deep and solemn. Have you considered the consequences? If soldiers brought this rumor back to their barracks, what would happen? If it spread to society, how would citizens react? Two seemingly light questions struck the president like thunderbolts, piercing his heart. His pupils contracted slightly as he stumbled backward and collapsed to the floor. His breathing grew heavy, his heart pounding wildly. His voice trembled as he murmured, "Fear. Soldiers will be thrown into chaos by fear, severely crippling the army's combat effectiveness. Society will follow suit into turmoil. Our international reputation will plummet. Even those once obedient small nations might turn against us. Smith ignored him, murmuring to himself, the Stellar Link project, we must accelerate its progress. Only then will the Eagle Nation truly be able to rest easy. The president, hearing this, seized upon it like a lifeline. He sprang to his feet and exclaimed excitedly, yes. Accelerate it. I'll call Mengsk immediately and demand he speed up progress. Funding will be drawn directly from the national treasury. Smith smiled, saying nothing more. Before entering, neither man mentioned the issue of public opinion again. Compared to that, the Eagle Nation's long-standing status on Blue Star seemed far more critical. But if they knew that the Dragon Nation was launching satellites at a rate of 1,000 per month, who knows what they would think? And if they discovered these satellites were the weapons designed to crush the Eagle Nation's fleet? Would they lose their minds? Internal turmoil raged within, while the Bear Nation demanded repayment abroad. For a time, the Eagle Nation found itself in a stalemate. It truly proves the saying, those who commit many injustices will inevitably destroy themselves. Dragon Nation. Inside a factory building. Jiāng Chén stared intently at a large truck. Its exterior was spray-painted with a gradient of red and orange, accented by blue stripes at the front and rear. With a 20-ton payload capacity and a length of 15 meters. Opening the hood revealed the engine bearing the inscription, Virtue and Dragon Nation. Similar heavy-duty trucks on the market had a factory price of around 12 million yuan. Mass production remains unfeasible at present, resulting in fewer than 10 units rolling off the assembly line annually. It's practically impossible to get your hands on one. It was precisely for this reason that Jiāng Chén had managed to acquire this scrapped vehicle from the used market. What a pity it's already a scrap heap. Jiāng Chén muttered to himself. Given his current status as a national hero, he could easily pull strings to access state resources and jump the queue for a brand new vehicle. But Jiāng Chén felt it unnecessary to trouble the state and waste resources over such a minor matter. Besides, using such an expensive new car for an experiment would be downright wasteful. Why did he have to conduct this experiment? Because Jiāng Chén remembered his father's lifelong dream, to build a resort on the moon. Since taking over the company, he'd never had the means to make it happen. Now, with the right timing, location, and support, the moment had finally arrived. He intended to use his golden finger to develop a flying truck. One that doesn't burn fuel powered by methane gas. Ideally, it should be able to hover in midair. Voice control would be even better. Yes, that's it. He was clearly thrilled with his creative concept. There's an old saying in Dragon Nation's scientific community, dare to imagine, but proceed with caution. A solid concept is half the battle won. If old Wang and old Chen were here to hear him speak, they'd probably be so furious they'd spit blood. It's true that you're supposed to envision possibilities, but that doesn't mean you should just make things up. There was absolutely no technological foundation for this. Simply making a truck fly was impossible. But after his experience with the space-based satellite, Jiāng Chén remained utterly unfazed. He deftly entered the pre-calculated parameters into Inventor LV2. Enter. Ding. System has received host command. Loading data. Matching tech blueprint found, Autobot. Description, a mechanized lifeform possessing advanced intelligence. Capable of carrying humans on spaceflights. Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up. The description in his mind instantly captured his full attention. Autobots? Organism? Space travel? These keywords were absolutely mind-blowing. His curiosity was instantly piqued. I can't wait to see what it will ultimately look like. Confirm. Jiāng Chén couldn't wait any longer. Without hesitation, he confirmed the purchase. Ding. 10,000 tech points consumed. Loading technology. Loading successful. Upgrade initiated, estimated duration, 1 hour. The next second. The once dilapidated heavy-duty truck before them was instantly enveloped in electric light. A deep hum filled the entire factory. Time flowed like water. An hour passed quickly. Ding. Modification complete. A completely transformed heavy truck stood before them. A deep voice boomed in my ear. Greetings, Master. I am a mechanical lifeform from the planet Cybertron. Please call me Optimus Prime. Jiāng Chén's heart trembled violently. His pupils contracted slightly, his breathing grew heavy, and a faint smile involuntarily curved his lips. Chapter 63, If you can't deliver it, just take it apart. The electronic voice emanating from the vehicle seemed to pierce his very soul, striking deep within Jiāng Chén's heart. What are your capabilities? Driven by a teenager's innate curiosity about machinery, Jiāng Chén scrutinized the gleaming new truck before him, his thirst for knowledge surging. The electronic voice sounded again. Esteemed Master. The sky-supporting tree can soar through the skies, transport cargo, and transform into human form. I possess an energy core as a kinetic energy storage device, capable of concentrating and storing energy. I only need to consume alkane fuel to replenish my energy. The sky-reaching tree faithfully recounted its capabilities in meticulous detail.
As he listened, Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up, his breathing grew increasingly rapid, and he was overcome with ecstatic joy.
Wait. Are you saying you can transform into human form? Jiāng Chén asked excitedly.
Yes, master. The sky-reaching tree possesses life. A flicker of emotion flickered in the sky-reaching tree's voice, as if slightly offended by Jiāng Chén's doubt in its abilities.
Then show me right now.
Hearing this, Jiāng Chén grew even more excited, urging eagerly.
Very well, master. At the thought of transforming for Jiāng Chén, the sky-reaching tree perked up instantly, its headlights flashing. The next second,
a cacophony of mechanical whirring erupted. The heavy truck, which had been lying horizontally in the warehouse, instantly rose upright. A towering humanoid robot, standing 10 meters tall, materialized before their eyes. Its features were distinct, limbs fully functional, and its entire body formed a streamlined silhouette. The colossal shadow instantly blocked the flickering lights within the factory.
Skytree lowered its head toward Jiāng Chén. Transformation complete, my master. Silence. Dead silence.
The scene before him gripped Jiāng Chén's gaze, as if he were in a dream. Looking up, an immense sense of oppression washed over him. His heart still pounded wildly. His breath came in gasps, like a bellows. He pinched the back of his hand hard. A sharp, real pain shot through him.
It's not a dream. Jiāng Chén felt wild elation.
But he quickly regained his composure. Thankfully, this was a factory building with ample space.
If he'd been caught outdoors by onlookers, wouldn't it have caused a huge stir?
Even though he now held the status of a national treasure, enjoying state protection. But it's not the thief who steals you fear, it's the thief who keeps you in mind.
It never hurt to keep a low profile. Jiāng Chén was quite satisfied with this massive humanoid robot before him. But he hadn't yet figured out a suitable way to handle it. Optimus Prime, transform back into a vehicle for now. Jiāng Chén decided it was best not to have the Autobots appear in public affairs just yet. As you command, my master. In just over a second,
Optimus Prime completed his transformation once more. A brand new heavy-duty truck materialized within the factory building.
Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute. Conference room. Scientists were grappling with the newly assigned task from headquarters. Hey, what do you think the higher-ups are thinking? Giving us a month to develop a device capable of mining on the moon. That's just unrealistic. First off, it can't be heavy, too much weight won't make it up there.
But it can't be too light either, or it'll just be shoveling dust once it gets there.
This is a real headache. Professor Wang, didn't you say anything when you took this assignment? I can't handle this job. Let whoever can do it take it. This is absurd. They have zero scientific common sense.
I'm putting my foot down, don't drag me into this project team.
Exactly. Chen Lao, what have you gotten us into?
Tight deadlines, heavy workload, this is a hot potato.
Our Pengcheng Lonka Institute finally earned the National Research Mobility Red Flag. Don't blow it.
Hearing the chorus of complaints, the two elders exchanged a knowing smile and shook their heads helplessly.
The task was indeed absurd. Typically, such demanding research projects took years to complete.
But when old Wang learned that the nation's military industry was being strangled by X-type rare earths,
he accepted the assignment without hesitation. Yet he presented two conditions to the organization.
First, should the project fail to meet its deadline, he would take sole responsibility.
Second, the organization must provide preferential resource allocation.
At the very least, during the project period, the essential resources required by the Lonka Institute in Pengcheng must be met with the highest priority.
Professor Zhang understood the task's complexity and agreed without hesitation.
Returning with this mission, old Wang had already anticipated everyone's reactions. Facing such a thorny project, bristling with irritation was the normal reaction for a professional scientist. But he hadn't anticipated such an intense reaction. Fortunately, he had coordinated with old Chen before the meeting, ensuring he wouldn't be left isolated.
Sure enough, the next moment, Professor Chen spoke up.
He cleared his throat, forcing a friendly smile as he looked around the room. I agree, this project has tight deadlines and heavy demands. With those words spoken, everyone's expressions eased. It seems there are still reasonable leaders around. Taking on every project only harms ourselves. Seeing his words take effect, old Chen's eyes flashed. He paused briefly before shifting his tone.
Do you know that our nation currently lacks a certain rare metal?
The shortage has reached a critical bottleneck. Soon, many industries will be forced to retreat and revert to outdated solutions.
Hearing this, the scientist's expressions darkened slightly.
This signaled a reversal for the nation's military-industrial complex, with high-tech sectors plunging into a deep freeze.
This would be followed by economic downturn and military equipment falling behind.
Internal troubles would plague the nation, with consequences too dire to contemplate.
Then, what should we do? An impatient scientist blurted out.
Old Chen glanced casually at old Wang, a fleeting look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes.
He replied, the moon.
Our astronauts risked their lives to land on the moon and brought back a mineral sample containing large quantities of this rare earth element.
Then let's go to the moon and get more, blurted out the same impatient scientist.
That is precisely the objective of the project brought back by Old Wang this time, Old Chen said with a smile. After circling around, the conversation circled back to the project. The scientists still frowned deeply. But when they thought of the challenges the nation would soon face, they stopped complaining. We understand the mining carts, but how are we supposed to transport such heavy carts up there? Someone asked. Right. Dragon Nation's current rocket payload capacity probably isn't sufficient to lift mine cars up there, is it? Plus, issues like the minecart's lunar propulsion systems, model compatibility, and so on all need adjustments and modifications. A month's time might not be enough. The team did not refuse to join the project. But that didn't mean the project's inherent challenges had vanished. One problem after another surfaced, none of which could be guaranteed to be solved in the short term. Just analyzing the theoretical logic alone was enough to give everyone a run for their money. What if we disassemble a mining cart? Ship it in parts and reassemble it up there? That should work, right? At that moment, Wang Shui, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 64, Are all of you Dragon Country people this cunning? Wang Shui's expertise in aerospace engineering wasn't particularly outstanding. So when she voiced her idea, the scientists present visibly paused in surprise. Everyone then gave her a friendly smile. A colleague remarked, Wang Shui, your approach is feasible. But have you considered? This approach could drive costs sky high. Even with recycling technology backing it up, the cost would be unbearable for our country. Before we even get the rare earths back, we'll already be unable to bear the burden. After he finished, the other colleagues nodded in agreement. Dragon Nation is still in a phase of rapid development, with every sector demanding funding. Many expenditures are meticulously planned and allocated. Minor resource reallocations could be managed by delaying project timelines. But major disruptions would deal a crippling blow to the nation. If Wang Shui's plan were implemented, industries across the board would likely grind to a halt before any rare earth-related setbacks even occurred. Yes, Wang Shui, your plan is technically feasible. But we must consider the costs. Old Chen nodded, summarizing with certainty. Hearing this, Wang Shui's face flushed crimson in an instant. She lowered her gaze to the tabletop and murmured to herself, but if this approach is also unfeasible, then how can we possibly complete the mission? Failure to complete the Lonka Academy's research mission on time would result in disciplinary action for everyone from the team leader down to the members. A scientist remarked coldly. What else can we do? We'll have to focus on the minecarts first. They need to be sturdy, compact, and sharp for cutting. Most crucially, the weight must stay within acceptable limits so it doesn't affect the rocket launch. Before he could finish, another scientist sighed helplessly, difficult. So difficult. Especially to create something like this from scratch in such a short time. So what do you suggest? Abandon the project? We'll all take the blame together. Is that it? Another scientist retorted angrily. Seeing the group on the verge of an argument, Old Wang felt a headache coming on. He quickly stepped in. Enough. Instead of arguing here, let's focus our energy on solving the problem. The room instantly fell silent as all eyes turned to Old Wang. Years of accumulated rapport made them realize Old Wang had likely already made up his mind. Sure enough. The next second, Old Wang paused briefly before continuing, Everyone, don't feel pressured about this research project. Before accepting it, I made it clear to the leadership, if we fail, I'll take full responsibility. If we succeed, it'll be our collective achievement. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. But now, the pressure suddenly felt even heavier. Even without formal organizational constraints, the prospect of Old Wang taking the fall for everyone was a scenario no one wanted to see. Just as someone was about to speak up, Old Wang gently silenced them with a glance and continued, This project isn't just an assignment from the organization. The Beijing Dragon Science Institute has received the same task. Their research credentials speak for themselves. This time, our Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute must not only deliver results, but surpass theirs. Only then can we justify the trust the organization has placed in us. Do you have confidence? With that, Old Wang swept his commanding gaze across the entire room. Yes. 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 At the same time, Kyoto Dragon Academy. The director's office. A scientist from Bear Nation held a cup of tea brewed by Dean Wu. Blue eyes, golden beard. He mimicked the gesture, gently blowing on the cup before taking a slurping sip. Then a bitter expression crossed his face. Is this the legendary Longjing? It's bitter. But it sure does wake you up. He gave Director Wu a thumbs up. Michelangelo was the scientist Dean Wu had brought over from Xiongwa through his connections. It was under his leadership that Bear Nation became the first to land a spacecraft on the moon. If anyone on Blue Star was most likely to devise strategies for the Dragon Nation government's lunar rare earth project, then this scientist from Bear Country was undoubtedly the best choice. President Wu quickly offered a sheepish smile. The tea is a bit bitter, but you'll get used to it. Ha ha ha. But inwardly he grumbled, Damn it, I can't even bring myself to drink this stuff normally, and here I am serving it to you, you stinking foreigner. And now you complain it's bitter. What a waste of good stuff. Michelangelo shrugged it off, shook his head, and stated plainly.
Let's get back to business, Mr. Wu. Regarding the minecart you mentioned earlier, I can build it for you. Hearing this, Director Wu's eyes lit up. As long as he could successfully complete the organization's task, losing a bit of tea and putting on a smile was no big deal. It was worth it, okay? Michelangelo continued, however, our asking price won't be low. Director Wu paused briefly, then grinned broadly. Price is negotiable, of course. As long as it's within reason, our Dragon Nation will certainly accommodate. No, it's not reasonable. Because only our Bear Nation possesses this capability.
To use your Dragon Nation's own words, it's called a rare commodity that can be hoarded, Michelangelo replied in stiff Dragon Nationese.
Dean Wu's smile instantly froze. He couldn't help but inwardly curse. That Russian really is blunt. But with business to discuss, he couldn't afford to show his displeasure. He forced another smile and asked, how much? Name your price. Michelangelo held up one hand, staring at Director Wu.
Director Wu froze, his breath catching.
Then, with an expression of disbelief, he asked, 500 million? To be honest, if it really could be done within a month, 500 million yuan would cover it.
He wouldn't even need to apply to the organization, he could approve it himself. This old Russian must never have seen money before he's so broke he can't even count.
No, Mr. Wu. You're quite the humorist. I said 5 billion. Settled in Eagle Box. Michelangelo laughed heartily. President Wu fell silent. The Dragon Nation's current budget simply couldn't cover 50 billion. He knew the outcome without even applying.
This guy must be desperate for cash.
He just blurted it out.
But with his current dependence on others, he found himself at a loss for a moment.
After a long pause.
Under Michelangelo's prompting, Mr. Wu, my tea is finished.
Perhaps you could take a moment to consider?
Dean Wu panicked inwardly, hurriedly stepping forward to snatch the teacup. Mr. Michelangelo, allow me to pour you another cup.
The second infusion of tea leaves yields a far more delightful flavor. No way. After going to such lengths to bring you here from Bear Country, how could I let you leave without finalizing the deal?
Michelangelo looked slightly surprised, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He nodded, halting his attempt to rise and leave. As he poured the tea, Director Wu poured out his troubles. Mr. Michelangelo, you must understand that Dragon Nation's current budget simply can't cover such a large sum.
Could you perhaps consider a lower price?
With that, he carefully handed the teacup to Michelangelo. However, Michelangelo crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, showing no intention of accepting it.
With an air of arrogance, he remarked, are all of you Dragon Country people this cunning?
A fair deal is a fair deal, not a penny less.
Otherwise, you're free to find someone else.
Dean Wu stood frozen in place, holding the teacup, his aged face flushed crimson. He felt like dying on the spot. Since becoming dean of the Dragon Academy in the capital, he had never endured such utter humiliation. If thoughts could kill, the Michelangelo before us would have died countless times.
Chapter 65, Public Bidding. Inside the dean's office.
The air suddenly froze. The quiet atmosphere made both men feel awkward.
Seeing Dean Wu remain silent, Michelangelo didn't want to make the situation too awkward. After all, Bear Nation and Dragon Nation were still allies, and he was currently on the other's territory. He broke the silence first. I do have 2 purchase proposals here. Would you like to hear them? Dean Wu's eyes lit up.
He once again offered the teacup to Michelangelo, saying with flattery, have some tea, have some tea.
Let's talk over tea.
But inwardly, he was cursing under his breath. A penny can stump a hero. If the treasury had money, an old man like me wouldn't have to spend his whole life doing research only to end up smiling and flattering you like this. While inwardly ranting, he still remembered to lift the lid of the teacup. The freshly poured hot water accidentally scalded his finger, turning it bright red. Michelangelo's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Still, he took the cup from Dean Wu, sipped it lightly, and smiled faintly.
Indeed, much better than before.
He placed the cup on the nearby tea table and turned to Dean Wu.
Regarding the first proposal, you plan to mine rare earth elements on the moon, correct?
Our Bear Nation happens to need them as well.
Simply mine them and use them to settle the debt.
However, the cost will need to increase from 5 billion to 8 billion. Mr. Michelangelo, rare earth minerals belong to the state.
I simply cannot make that decision. Director Wu thought to himself, you wish. Our astronauts worked hard to discover that mine, why should we hand it over to you? Michelangelo was no fool, he understood the subtext perfectly.
Without hesitation, he continued, Option 2, we sign a performance-based agreement.
You can bring in any third party to compete with us.
If their solution outperforms ours, we hand it over for free, not a penny charged.
But if ours proves superior, the price is 10 billion.
Payment can be spread over 20 years with 4.9% annual interest. After hearing this, Director Wu's pupils contracted slightly, and his lips trembled faintly. This was a staggering 10 billion yuan. For Manhwa, that was no small sum. But if he refused, the mission assigned by the organization would likely remain unfulfilled. He knew full well that even the Dragon Academy in the capital couldn't pull it off in a month.
so he'd simply gone ahead and sought outside assistance. But who could have imagined? This ally from the allied nations had such an enormous appetite. They demanded 5 billion yuan outright.
Now look at this, a straight 10 billion, with 4.9% interest paid in installments.
What a nightmare.
But for now, there seemed to be no better option. Dean Wu hesitated for 0.001 seconds, gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and declared, "Fine.
Proceed with the second proposal." Michelangelo's eyes brimmed with confidence as he nodded and smiled. "Go ahead and put the entire Blue Star up for bid. If anyone can beat our offer, we'll hand it over to you for free, not a penny more." Arrogant and domineering.
Dean Wu was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, "You guys were the first to land on the moon, you've definitely got some skills.
But you don't have to flaunt it at the drop of a hat. It just makes everyone else look like fools." Half an hour later, the contract was drafted.
A seemingly equitable treaty was signed.
After escorting Michelangelo out of the office, Dean Wu's face darkened.
He immediately began making calls to initiate the bidding process.
He was determined to see for himself what the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences couldn't accomplish. How many nations in the world could accomplish it? At the same time, he wanted to see if Bear Nation truly held unrivaled dominance in aerospace technology. Hardly.
The Eagle Nation, the Empire of the Sun never sets, the Stick Nation.
In short, bidding knows no borders.
Upon seeing the tender notice on the Dragon Nation government's official website,
they instantly went berserk. 5 billion.
It must be said, this is a highly promising project. But then they saw the deadline: complete a lunar mining vehicle within 1 month.
99% of them instantly backed out.
But with Blue Star companies as numerous as Cowhair, there are always a few with unique skills.
Among them, Musk from the Eagle Nation and the Desert Fox from Germany stand out the most.
They've long served the multinational aerospace sector, amassing formidable expertise in this field. Unsurprisingly, both approached Dean Wu to bid on the project.
Upon learning the rule was to build prototypes and then select the best one, both companies signed the contract without hesitation. This likely stemmed from their unwavering confidence in their technological capabilities. The project was finally taken on by 3 foreign companies.
This provided a viable alternative plan.
As the director of Kyoto Dragon Science Institute, Wu knew his team couldn't complete the task within a month.
He still assembled a temporary project team.
Regardless of the outcome, they needed to demonstrate their commitment to the leadership. Who knows? Perhaps these old scholars might just pull off a miracle with sheer determination?
In any case, it was an attempt worth making.
The Kyoto Dragon Science Institute also established its own lunar mining vehicle development team.
After a round of motivational speeches and hype, they vowed to complete the task within a month.
Of course, this group was also unaware of the external support backing them.
So one by one, upon learning of the nation's plight, they were ready to tattoo devotion to the country on their backs, straining every muscle to achieve something great.
Soon, the month drew to a close. Departments and contractors alike began preparing to submit photographs of their research achievements. Pengchang Lonka Institute was among them.
Before submission, Old Wang and Old Chen agonized over it for a long time. The appearance was pitiful. It resembled nothing more than a crude, skeletal car frame. Constructed from aerospace materials with a pure metal frame, it incorporated mortise and tenon joints and space-grade welding techniques. However, due to the extremely tight timeline, it had not undergone sufficient testing.
Its actual performance in real-world applications remains an unknown. It wasn't that the team wasn't capable. Throughout the production process, the researchers involved in this project endured a month of sleepless nights. The motto was, guaranteed no rest on Saturdays, no guarantee of rest on Sundays. Wang Shui even lost a significant amount of hair. But even if they worked themselves bald, this was the best they could achieve in such a short time frame. Fortunately, the project deadline was only 1 month, otherwise, these thermal scientists would have been worked to death. The photos are submitted, let's call it a day. Everyone worked hard this month, go home and rest well. Old Wang started shooing everyone out. The project team members immediately set up camp right in the lab, each finding a conference room to crash in until dawn. They didn't pack up and head home until the next morning. I haven't seen my wife and kids in a whole month. I'm going to spend some quality time at home now. Hey, Xiao Wang, heard your girlfriend dumped you while you were doing research? No worries, when we recruit interns later, you can interview for the job. Ah, it's all for the job. If there's an interview opening, just give me a shout. The male colleagues linked arms and walked side by side. This month of sleeping on the floor had only served to deepen their revolutionary friendship. Suddenly, someone glanced at the drowsy Wang Shui. Hey, comrade Wang Shui, I hear you've been assigned as Jiāng Chén's personal assistant. Doesn't that mean you've been neglecting your duties and abandoning your post this past month? They exchanged knowing winks as gossip began to spread, laughter filling the air. Wang Shui snapped to attention at the mention. Oh no! I almost forgot. Without another word, she dashed toward the parking lot. Under the bewildered stares of her colleagues, she sped away from the Dragon Science Institute in a flash. She was going to find Jiāng Chén.
The position of personal assistant was something she had fought hard to earn through her own abilities. There was no way she was giving it up.
Chapter 66, Familiarizing with the Autobots, Witnessing the Dragon Nation's Sorcery. Over the course of a month, Jiāng Chén hadn't been idle either.
Every day, he explored the limits of the Skytree's capabilities. In this world, there was probably not a single man who wasn't fascinated by Transformers. Especially since Jiāng Chén was still just a young man in his early 20s. He was especially driven by a desire to explore the transformable giant truck. For instance, after Skytree transformed into humanoid form, its chest could actually flip open upward, revealing a cockpit. The first time he saw this, Jiāng Chén's eyes were instantly riveted. The crimson seats, metallic finished frames, and seamless welded construction screamed, "There's something special here."
But how could one get inside? Climbing up 3-meter-tall legs was hardly an option.
Just as Jiāng Chén stood frozen in place, his mind filled with doubts. Two mechanical arms extended from the cockpit, gently cradling him under the arms.
With a smooth rotation, he was lifted onto the seat inside. Immediately after, the cockpit door slammed shut. Liquid gushed from every direction, filling the entire cabin in an instant as Jiāng Chén watched in horror.
Gurgle, gurgle. The liquid violently poured into his mouth and nasal passages, blurring his vision. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed him.
Am I going to die? 1,000 curses raced through Jiāng Chén's mind.
This was reckless.
This damn car is trying to kill me. Could it be trying to rule the world using the information in my brain? A wave of terror washed over him. However, after a brief struggle, Jiāng Chén suddenly realized his body had become transparent. Not only was his breathing unimpeded, but his mind had grown crystal clear, and his body felt weightless. A pale blue virtual screen appeared before his eyes, displaying various diagrams. Pie charts, line charts. These visuals depicted the overall data status of the Autobots. Before Jiāng Chén could familiarize himself with the data, the sentience of the Autobots suddenly connected. The Autobots' mental activity was laid bare. What's for lunch today? Any methane gas? Gasoline would do in a pinch. If only I could replenish more energy. Jiāng Chén was speechless. He thought this thing had some ulterior motive, trying to seize control of him. Turns out he's just a glutton. Seems like he'd overthought it. Walk a few steps? The moment the thought crossed Jiāng Chén's mind, he noticed the Autobot actually took 2 steps forward. Amazing Dad opened the door for Amazing, and Amazing was amazed. His playful spirit ignited. He began his series of mischievous antics. Had anyone been in the factory at that moment, they would have witnessed a towering mech wildly dancing about. One moment it was doing handstands, the next it was dancing a waltz, or lying on the ground doing dozens of push-ups in a row. Every high-difficulty move executed with seamless precision. Until the energy gauge on the control panel was drained to a single bar, triggering a warning. Jiāng Chén reluctantly stopped. The warehouse shelves held little else, but they were stacked high with bottles and containers of methane gas. Stepping out of the cockpit, Jiāng Chén pointed casually at the shelves. "Those are all yours. Help yourself. It's on me." With that, he strode out of the factory, hearing the electronic voice of the Skytree expressing its gratitude from behind. Back at the company, he pulled up this month's financial statements. Holy crap! Jiāng Chén was startled. He toppled off his executive chair in a panic. Under the account balance summary, an additional 2.6 billion dragon coins had mysteriously appeared. He knew the patent for launching methane-propelled rockets to deploy satellites was lucrative. But he hadn't expected it to be this lucrative. It seemed Dragon Nation's recent launch frequency was truly astonishing. If they used these space-based weapons to dominate Blue Star, it would probably be a matter of minutes. He wondered if Eagle Chan's little pony friend would still hold the same unwavering confidence in their Starling project after learning this news. The thought couldn't help but cross Jiāng Chén's mind. But then a smile touched his lips. Who cares? Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. If Eagle Chan keeps courting disaster, he has no one to blame but himself or others taking over his shack. Besides, do-gooders have always been the type of people Jiāng Chén despised most. Repaying evil with kindness, how then does one repay kindness? But as long as Eagle Chow and Turtle Field Nation mind their own business, the Dragon Nation's leadership will surely maintain peaceful development as its primary national policy. Just as Jiāng Chén was grinning foolishly while staring at his bank balance, the company doorbell rang. Ding dong. Anyone home? A familiar voice called from outside the door. Jiāng Chén paused, a hint of confusion in his mind. Still, he rose and walked toward the door. Who is it? Come in. But just as he reached the doorway, Jiāng Chén froze. A stunning beauty appeared at the company entrance. Her flowing, wavy hair cascaded down her slender face, framed by fiery red lips and almond-shaped eyes. Tall and gracefully slim, she wore Balenciaga leggings and flat shoes. Her skin was flawlessly fair, and she carried a canvas tote bag on her elbow. She gazed at Jiāng Chén with a radiant smile, her eyes resembling crescent moons. Who are you? Jiāng Chén's face flushed, his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't recall ever meeting this stunning beauty before. She stared straight at him and smiled, acting as if they were old acquaintances. Could she be a foreign spy? Having discovered that the space-based weapon was his creation, was she attempting to seduce him with her beauty? He instantly became alert. It wasn't that he was being overly suspicious. Before this, old Wang from the Dragon Research Institute had solemnly warned him. He must be extremely cautious. National heroes were the face of the Dragon Nation. Under no circumstances should unnecessary scandals be allowed to tarnish the nation's reputation. He ignored the beautiful woman's words. Jiāng Chén's face darkened instantly as he said in a low voice, "We don't know each other. Please leave now, or I'll call the police." The beauty giggled softly before teasingly scolded, "Like hell, I'll call the cops. I'm Wang Shui." Wang Shui? Jiāng Chén froze, staring wide-eyed for a long moment. If not for her voice being identical to Wang Shui's, he wouldn't have recognized her at all. The woman before him was none other than the bespectacled girl who'd been so serious about her research earlier. Truly the magic of the Dragon Nation, how astonishing. "You really are Wang Shui?" Jiāng Chén asked, still sounding a bit unsure. Wang Shui rolled her eyes in feigned annoyance. "I should have skipped the makeup. My bestie insisted on teaching me a few tricks before I came. Now look, I've painted myself beyond recognition." Exactly. Driving home from the Dragon Academy. She'd just put her things down, washed her face, and was about to head out. But her best friend stopped her. Once she found out I was going to meet a guy, she insisted on teaching me a few tricks. Now look at me trying to be a tiger but ending up like a dog. I totally threw him for a loop. I'll have to give her a piece of my mind when I get back. She was practically making things worse, wasn't she? Hearing Wang Shui's complaint, Jiāng Chén's eyes widened in disbelief, as if waking from a dream. It really was Wang Shui. Impressive. Her makeup skills were nothing short of magical. She looked like a completely different person. Forcibly tearing his gaze away from Wang Shui, he unlocked the company's glass door. "Come in. I'll pour you some tea." Chapter 67, The Date. The two chatted sporadically. Not long ago, Jiāng Chén recalled old Wang mentioning it to him. Wang Shui had been assigned to be his personal assistant. He had vehemently opposed the idea at the time. Especially when he heard they planned to assign two. Wouldn't that just get in the way of him finding a wife? Later he heard that tech talents like him were easy targets. Who knows? One day he might just vanish, with no one to call for help. Only then did Jiāng Chén reluctantly agree. He had known Wang Shui for quite some time. In his memory, she was just a nerdy, four-eyed bookworm who only knew how to do research. But he still had no idea what the other person looked like. Who cares? Guests are guests. Free labor. Jiāng Chén swiftly placed the steaming hot tea in front of Wang Shui and casually asked, "How come you have time to drop by?" Wang Shui flushed slightly, sitting stiffly on the office sofa. She took the teacup Jiāng Chén offered and gently blew on it. "Things have been incredibly busy at the institute lately. We just wrapped up a project." The thought of rushing over to see Jiāng Chén immediately after finishing the project made her blush even deeper. She stared intently at the tea leaves floating in the cup, unable to lift her gaze. She looked just like an ostrich burying its head in the sand in the desert. Jiāng Chén stood up, uttering only a faint "oh," before continuing. "Professor Wang mentioned you'd come back to assist when you had time." Then after your tea, come help me with the company financial reports. As a researcher, you should be no stranger to numbers." Jiāng Chén spoke without the slightest hint of formality. Wang Shui's eyes widened. She stood frozen for a moment before finally replying, "All right." All right. Truthfully, she harbored doubts. Why would aerospace research necessarily involve financial statements? And why would a personal assistant necessarily be skilled in financial reporting? But it didn't matter, she actually could. Logically it didn't make sense, but objectively speaking, it did. Wang Shui couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Truly the youngest national treasure of the Dragon Nation. She can even pull off deception. Since she was already here, and it happened to be her specialty. Let's get right into it. She downed her tea in one gulp, set the cup on the coffee table, and walked straight up to Jiāng Chén. "What's the job? Let's get to it." Jiāng Chén pointed to several spreadsheets on the computer and patiently explained for about 10 minutes. Truly a scientist from the Dragon Academy. Her mind worked like a well-oiled machine. She grasped the essentials almost instantly. Communication complete. Wang Shui plopped down at the computer across from Jiāng Chén, opening each spreadsheet transferred via QQ one by one. She grabbed the calculator on the desk and began furiously tapping away at the keys. The more she calculated, the more alarmed she became. A single-person workshop company was actually bringing in hundreds of millions every month. While she knew Jiāng Chén's space-based weapon patent was structured as a joint stock company and would undoubtedly generate substantial profits, she never imagined the monthly figures would be this staggering. This was income that many families couldn't earn in several lifetimes. Take her own situation, for instance. Her monthly salary barely exceeded 20,000 yuan. Even with year-end bonuses factored in, her annual income barely topped 400,000 yuan. And that's before taxes are deducted. What's truly enviable is that Jiāng Chén's tech company enjoys national tax breaks. As a state-designated product supplier. Plus, he holds the status of a national talent. Taxes are reduced again and again. It's practically free money. Any young bride who marries Jiāng Chén would never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of her life. No. She'd be set for several lifetimes. At this thought, Wang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. Her mind raced with thoughts, oh my, asking me to prepare financial statements right off the bat, could it be that Jiāng Chén likes me? Does he want me to be his boss lady? Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Financial statements are plentiful enough to fill you up. In the blink of an eye, the lights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows were already twinkling. Wang Shui let out a long sigh, leaning back in her chair, clearly exhausted. She shouted, I'm done. Jiāng Chén paused, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. If he'd been given this work, it would have taken him until the wee hours of the morning. Could she have just filled it in randomly? If it really was correct. Next time he got the chance, he'd definitely squeeze every last drop out of her. Once you've calculated it, send it over. Jiāng Chén poked his head halfway out from behind the computer screen across the room and said with a smile. Got it. Wang Shui promptly sent the spreadsheet back via QQ. 5 minutes later. Jiāng Chén double-checked everything. He found not a single error. He immediately gave Wang Shui a thumbs up. Highly efficient. Top-notch quality. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Wang Shui smiled with a touch of pride. The next second. Her stomach growled loudly. Her face flushed crimson, and her feet scurried beneath the table so frantically they could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. Jiāng Chén burst into laughter and declared generously, come on, dinner's on me. Wang Shui instantly beamed with delight, looking just like a little girl about to be taken out for fun by her parents. She pouted playfully, after dinner, can you walk with me to help digest? Jiāng Chén paused. Considering she'd been his free labor all afternoon, a little stroll seemed fair enough. So he agreed. Wang Shui followed Jiāng Chén cheerfully as they descended the company building. The streets were already brightly lit, bustling with traffic. After winding through several turns, they arrived at a food street. Following the enticing aromas, they walked and bought along the way. Before long, they were carrying several buckets of food. They wandered through streets and alleys, venturing further and further into the quieter parts of town. Finally, exhausted from walking, they sat down at a barbecue stall. Business was booming. The owner, without even looking up, deftly flipped the grilled delicacies, too busy to notice the new customers. Hey, boss. Give us a dozen oysters, 2 bottles of beer, 2 plates of leeks, and 1 grilled eggplant. Jiāng Chén called out to the vendor. The owner, busy grilling, glanced up at Jiāng Chén and his companion. Then, with a look of instant understanding, he nodded. Young man, planning to spend the night out here tonight? Our oysters here are super nourishing, absolutely packed with energy. If you don't like them, you don't pay. The leeks are also fantastic. You look young and full of energy, so take it easy tonight. Who knew the owner was such a chatterbox? Not a single mention of that thing. Every word was about that thing. Even Wang Shui, who wasn't into that sort of thing, got the hint. Her face flushed crimson as if it might bleed, and she wanted to bury her head in her crotch. Thankfully, it was pretty dark, so you couldn't see much. Otherwise, she would have died of embarrassment. But after the boss said all that, Wang Shui just blushed, not a hint of resistance or denial. Instead, Jiāng Chén grew a bit flustered. He stood up and explained to the owner, hey, boss, don't get the wrong idea. We're just co-workers. We just finished overtime, feeling a bit run down, and wanted to recharge. The boss paused for a moment, then his eyes crinkled into slits with laughter. I get it. I get it. I was young once too. No need to explain. He finished, then winked and nodded toward Wang Shui, leaving Jiāng Chén utterly speechless. Chapter 68, My Truck Can Transform. The two of them slurped away, buried in their food. After eating and drinking their fill, they paid the bill and left without a word. Watching their hasty retreat, the owner shook his head and sighed. Young people these days are so direct. Not a shred of emotional connection before. Ah. Looks like another tough night ahead. The pair jogged all the way until they reached the corner, where they finally stopped. Hands clutching their knees, they gasped for breath. The food they'd just eaten nearly bounced right back up. Then they locked eyes and burst into laughter. That boss was seriously awesome. Busy as hell, yet still found time to look out for us. Yeah, but he sure was chatty. Where should we go next? How about we head to the warehouse? My truck can transform. After saying this, Jiāng Chén looked at Wang Shui with sincere eyes, his gaze clear and earnest. Hearing this, Wang Shui froze. The warehouse? A truck that transforms? This sounded exactly like my cat can do backflips. Do you want to come see? This was clearly a hint aimed at her. The thought made her face flush bright red in an instant. Oh my, how direct. As a life helper, am I really about to enter Jiāng Chén's life so soon? I'm so nervous. Her heart raced wildly, leaving her speechless. She didn't even notice Jiāng Chén staring at her with curiosity. Her face flushed red, then drained pale. What kind of special feature is this? I wish I had it too. But lingering here wasn't going to solve anything. Jiāng Chén spoke up again. Are you coming? Are you coming? It's really interesting. A smart truck. Wang Shui snapped out of her daze and replied coyly, maybe next time? It's too late tonight. She lowered her head, staring at the hem of her shirt she was clutching. Who knows what she was thinking? Jiāng Chén paused slightly, then glanced at his watch and said doubtfully, it's only 9 o'clock. You won't be able to sleep if you go back now. Come on. He started walking first. Though Wang Shui protested she wouldn't go, her body betrayed her. She followed Jiāng Chén step by step. They rounded the corner and found themselves back on the bustling street. He hailed a taxi. Driver, take us to Old Factory Street. Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui got into the cab, one after the other. The driver paused slightly, wondering what a man and woman were doing heading to a warehouse so late at night. But who cares? He was just the driver. Still, as he drove, he shook his head and sighed softly, the world's gone to the dogs. At least get a hotel room. Going to a factory for thrills? Though the taxi driver's words were as soft as a mosquito's buzz, muttered to himself outside the window. Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui heard it clearly. Wang Shui's face flushed crimson, her hands suddenly at a loss for where to place themselves. Jiāng Chén couldn't hold back any longer and tried to explain, Sir, we're going to the factory to see the modified cars. I'm not lying to you. Young folks, do as you please. I'm just the driver. No need to explain so much, I was young once too. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén felt like he was going to lose his mind. He was so furious he wanted to jump out of the car. Why wouldn't this driver believe him? Thankfully, Wang Shui believed him. At this thought, Jiāng Chén felt a warm glow in his heart and turned to smile at Wang Shui. But he found that Wang Shui seemed to have fallen asleep. Disappointed, he turned back to gaze out the window. At that moment, how could Wang Shui dare to open her eyes? She had never been on a date before. And her first one was to a warehouse. Who wouldn't feel awkward in this situation? For a moment, the car fell silent. The atmosphere felt strangely tense. After more than 10 minutes, the car pulled up at the warehouse entrance. The moment Jiāng Chén and his companion stepped out, the taxi sped off like it was fleeing for its life, vanishing into the darkness. In the pitch-black night, only the streetlights and the old man on duty in the gatehouse were visible. The old man pushed his reading glasses down his nose and looked up. It was Jiāng Chén. Though surprised to see a stylishly dressed stranger trailing behind him, he smiled and nodded, signaling they could enter. Then he buried his head back in the newspaper. Jiāng Chén walked forward with practiced ease. Wang Shui clutched her arms, glancing nervously around as she followed closely behind, panic evident in her eyes. It's so dark. Who knows what's going to happen next? I'm so nervous. The two walked one behind the other, guided by streetlights, until they reached a factory building. Jiāng Chén fumbled with a set of keys, crouching down to unlock the roller door's lock. Then, drawing his breath deep into his lower abdomen, he pulled it up with a sudden jerk. A cold wind swept out from the pitch-black factory. The gust made Wang Shui gasp involuntarily as her skirt billowed and her hair ruffled slightly. Jiāng Chén reassured her, don't be afraid. Follow me. Though uneasy, Wang Shui felt a warmth in her heart at his reassurance. Gathering her courage, she followed him into the darkness. Then, somehow, Jiāng Chén found the switch. The entire factory floor suddenly brightened. Wang Shui instinctively squinted, taking a moment to adjust to the brightness. The factory floor was vast, likely the largest in this warehouse complex. Shelving units filled the space in a grid pattern. Parked in the center of the space was a heavy-duty truck. A heavy-duty truck? A real heavy-duty truck? Wang Shuiran was stunned. In the middle of the night, you actually brought me here to see a big truck? She looked at Jiāng Chén in disbelief. At that moment, Jiāng Chén pointed at the truck in the center of the yard, grinning triumphantly. See? I didn't lie. I said I'd bring you to see a truck, and here it is. Disappointment filled Wang Shui's eyes. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to compose, and managed a strained smile. Your truck, is it really big? But inside, she was cursing under her breath. Who in their right mind would go back to look at a truck? At least others would show off a backflip cat. You're so high and mighty, you're all about innovation, you're so amazing, you're 1080p. And you actually brought me to see a truck. But hey, I am your life assistant. Since we're already here, indulge this country bumpkin's emotional needs. Just treat it as part of the job. What a waste of today's makeup. Wonder if it'll be easy to hail a cab back from here later. Jiāng Chén chuckled, this truck isn't just big. It's an intelligent Autobot. Hearing this, Wang Shui couldn't hold back any longer. Her face darkened. Oof. I want to run away so badly, but I can't escape. But Jiāng Chén remained oblivious, calling out to the truck, stop pretending, Optimus Prime. Get up and say hello to this beauty. Wang Shui couldn't help but mentally roll her eyes. Probably just some dumb AI saying hello. Should I come up with some simple questions to interact with it later and ease the awkwardness? Though 1,000 curses raced through her mind, she kept reminding herself. I'm his personal assistant now.
And a life assistant should fulfill Jiāng Chén's emotional needs.
However, the next second, Wang Shui froze. Her eyes widened, pupils slightly constricted, chest heaving violently.
Her legs buckled, and she stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The massive truck before her eyes suddenly lifted off the ground the moment Jiāng Chén finished speaking. In an instant, it transformed into a 10-meter-tall humanoid robot, closing the distance in 2 strides before emitting an electronic voice.
Hello, my name is Sky Tree. It's a pleasure to meet you. Why you, hello. My name is Wang Shui.
Wang Shui replied, her voice trembling with emotion.
Chapter 69, let's go to the hotel, don't mess with my factory. King Tianshu drew ever closer. His immense frame blocked the light. Shadows descended from above. The oppressive feeling was overwhelming. Wang Shui had never seen anything like this before. She was utterly terrified.
Her eyes reddened, tears welling up in her eyes. She was on the verge of tears. Jiāng Chén sensed something was wrong and hurried over to comfort her.
Didn't I tell you beforehand that you'd transform? Why are you crying? Wang Shui's emotions finally gave way. She began sobbing, sniffling, and whimpering.
Her sobs were filled with heartbreak and injustice.
Between sobs, she protested, how was I supposed to know car transformation meant this? I thought. Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up, instantly intrigued. Thought it was what? The outcome. Wang Shui paused, not answering.
Instead, her face flushed red, and her sobs grew louder.
Hey, stop crying. It's just a truck that can fly to the moon. You're scared of that? You're such a wimp.
Jiāng Chén frowned slightly, growing irritated by Wang Shui's crying.
The next second,
the crying abruptly stopped. Jiāng Chén looked at Wang Shui curiously. Standing and sprawled out, they just stared at each other, big eyes glaring at small eyes. The sky-reaching tree beside them looked left and right, its CPU nearly smoking as it struggled to process what was happening.
Why did you stop crying?
Jiāng Chén knew he shouldn't have asked, but his damn curiosity made it impossible to resist.
The sky-reaching tree also looked at Wang Shui with equal curiosity.
Its database searched endlessly, yet it couldn't fathom what kind of performance art this female human was putting on.
One moment she was crying, the next she wasn't utterly illogical. Wang Shui didn't get angry. Suppressing her discomfort, she pointed at the Big Mac and said, you tell me, truck, can it fly to the moon? Yeah, it can fly to the moon. Hearing Wang Shui's question, Jiāng Chén instantly perked up. After all this fuss, the little brat finally hit the nail on the head.
Still worried Wang Shui wouldn't believe him, he pointed at the sky-reaching tree.
Ask him if you don't believe me. As if to validate Jiāng Chén's claim, the sky-reaching tree declared in its electronic voice with utmost solemnity, my master is correct. With sufficient energy, I could even fly beyond the Milky Way.
Wang Shui scrambled to her feet, wiped away her tears, and exclaimed excitedly, I don't believe it.
Unless you show me.
Though she claimed disbelief, her heart was already bursting with joy. After a month of work by so many people at the Dragon Research Institute, they'd only managed to cobble together a rickety little cart. The experiment was inadequate, and the appearance was pretty lame. It wasn't a lack of technical capability. It was simply too little time, I just couldn't pull it off. And compared to this truck-sized robot before her eyes? Their months' worth of hard work seemed like a joke.
Seeing is believing, so of course she trusted it. She merely wanted final confirmation.
After all, this matter concerned the organization's trust. She couldn't afford to drop the ball.
Hearing this, Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow. You don't believe it?
His youthful pride was instantly ignited. This was his crowning achievement.
How dare you doubt me? After a pause, he pressed on, how do you want me to prove it? Wang Shui's eyes flashed, and a barely perceptible smirk of triumph touched her lips. Unless, it can retrieve a piece of X-rare earth from the moon right now. The moon is huge. Where the hell am I supposed to find rare earth elements for you in a hurry? Jiāng Chén's tone turned slightly irritated.
After all, rare earth elements weren't found everywhere on the moon. Even if the sky tree flew up there, it couldn't possibly use a detector to search slowly. Otherwise, it would be far too time-consuming.
Wang Shui was alarmed.
Her concern was whether the sky tree could retrieve ore from the mining sites already marked by Dragon Nation astronauts. Jiāng Chén, however, was worried about whether they could even locate a mine in the first place.
Holy crap! We thought the challenge lay in the atmosphere. Turns out they're thinking about outer space. As for whether to share the mining site coordinates with Jiāng Chén,
she saw no reason to hesitate.
Jiāng Chén is now a national treasure of Dragon Nation.
Strictly speaking, his status surpassed even that of the venerable elders Wang and Chan at the Dragon Academy.
If he couldn't be trusted, then no one could be trusted. She blinked at Jiāng Chén.
I do know a place on the moon, but you mustn't tell anyone else. This time, it was Jiāng Chén who was baffled.
Did this little girl have some special algorithm? This doesn't make sense. How did you know? Jiāng Chén asked, utterly bewildered. Don't worry about how I know. Just say whether you can retrieve it once I give you the coordinates. Wang Shui chuckled smugly.
Researchers, after all, tend to have a bit of pride. What they despise most is repeated distrust from others. Even though he subconsciously sensed it was a ploy to goad him, it no longer mattered.
Jiāng Chén was getting annoyed by the provocation. Fine. What if I do pull it back? Wang Shui froze for a moment.
She hadn't considered that possibility at all. With no other choice, she gritted her teeth, adopting a look of resignation. If you bring him back, I'll be at your mercy.
Deal. You have my word. Jiāng Chén didn't hesitate.
He turned to the steel colossus beside him and issued the command, Sky Supporting Tree, retrieve a sample of X rare earth element from the moon using the coordinates provided by Wang Shui.
Is this feasible?
Sky Tree nodded, its electronic voice humming in response, as you command, my master.
Proceed.
Sky Tree nodded, its massive frame crouching slightly before launching upward in a single bound. Amid Wang Shui's gasps, it pierced through the factory ceiling. A pitch-black starry sky unfolded before their eyes. Immediately, deep purple flames erupted simultaneously from its soles and back. The Sky Tree accelerated sharply. Bathed in moonlight, it soon vanished into the darkness.
Oh no! Oh no! The ceiling's busted. We'll have to pay for repairs again.
I'll definitely have to give Sky Tree a good scolding later. Jiāng Chén stared up at the sky, muttering to himself. Beside him, Wang Shui had long since collapsed onto the ground. Lying flat on her back, her pupils dilated wildly, her mouth gaping open, her chest heaving frantically like a fish out of water.
Hearing Jiāng Chén's complaints,
she shot him a look of utter exasperation, her gaze filled with resentment. As if she had only just met him. This man before her.
Just how many secrets was he still hiding? At that moment,
a figure suddenly appeared at the factory gate. A hunched-over old man approached, walking with a flashlight in hand.
He shivered uncontrollably as he moved.
Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui both felt a sudden tightness in their hearts.
Oh no!
This was state-level classified information. If word got out, neither of them would escape blame.
But the starry night sky on the roof was simply too conspicuous. And fragments kept falling down with a rustling sound. What should they tell the old man when he asks about it later?
The two scientists' little brains were nearly fried by the cold smoke in an instant. As the old man approached, he shone his flashlight back and forth across their faces. One stood upright, the other lay on his back with hands braced against the ground. He sighed helplessly.
Young people. In the middle of the night, take it easy, will you? This warehouse isn't rented out to just your company.
If the boss comes over to scold me because of this, I'll be the one getting fired for no reason.
How about this? I'll give you $500. Go have fun at a fancy hotel, okay?
After speaking, he fumbled tremulously in his back pocket and pulled out a crumpled handkerchief.
He unfolded the corners.
It was a thick stack of Dragon Nation banknotes. Under the flashlight's glare, the bundle shimmered with a dazzling glow.
Chapter 70, a huge piece of rare earth.
Through the hole in the roof, the stars filled the sky. The two swayed in the evening breeze.
Jiāng Chén was speechless. I'm a guy with billions in savings, do I really need your measly few hundred to book a room? Wang Shui was speechless. Even if my boss is stingy, he wouldn't begrudge spending a few $100 from his billions in savings. I'm a full-time scientist at the Dragon Academy with a 400,000 yuan annual salary, for crying out loud. Do I need your charity for this pittance? Just as the little old man actually handed over 500 yuan.
Wang Shui immediately pulled out 2,000 yuan from her canvas bag and pressed it onto the old man's handkerchief.
Old man, here's 2,000 dragon coins. Keep them and spend them slowly. We've got some business to attend to, can't leave just yet.
The little old man's eyes lit up the moment he saw the thick stack of red bills. His previously grumbling expression instantly transformed into a fawning smile.
Young lady, you're too kind. This is really embarrassing.
Though polite in words, his hands showed no hesitation. He swiftly refolded the unfolded handkerchief and stuffed it back into his pocket. As he walked out, he turned back with a smile.
I won't disturb you then. Take your time, take your time. If possible, keep it as quiet as you can.
As if afraid the young couple might change their minds, his steps quickened until he vanished in a flash at the doorway.
After the old man left, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Jiāng Chén extended a hand toward Wang Shui. Isn't the floor cold? Wang Shui didn't take the offer, instead gazing up at the night sky. Not cold. Then she added slowly, Jiāng Chén, did you know? The country has a lunar exploration project lately? Oh, come on. I've been busy with the sky-reaching tree lately. Who has time for that? Didn't we agree I'd just be a figurehead? Don't try to force me into doing the actual work. Jiāng Chén wore a look of sheer dread.
He'd already made arrangements with the Dragon Academy beforehand. There was no way he could abandon the company his father had left him.
Wang Shui nodded, showing no sign of anger, and continued her explanation. It's a government tender, a global one.
They want to mine rare earth elements on the moon and build a transport vehicle capable of carrying them up there.
Hearing this, Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up. For an Autobot like Skytree, mining was a piece of cake.
Most crucially, he could fly to the moon himself and return.
The Dragon Nation needed it, and he just happened to have it. It was like having dinner served the moment you craved it. If this thing signed a contract, wouldn't they be raking in the profits? Why worry about the company not growing stronger and achieving new heights? What perfect timing. When do you need it? Tomorrow. Wang Shui answered truthfully. After a pause, she added, but only if you Autobots can actually bring back the ore. Of course I can. Jiāng Chén pounded his chest, vowing with absolute certainty. Joking aside, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be top-notch.
Wang Shui nodded, her expression turning serious.
Alright, if your Autobot can manage it, tomorrow. Before she could finish,
a bright light suddenly streaked through the night sky, plummeting at breakneck speed. Jiāng Chén spotted it too, pointing excitedly at the sky and exclaiming,
"Look, a shooting star! Holy crap, it's heading right at us!"
In the pitch-black night sky, the descending light moved swiftly, growing larger and larger. Both of them immediately felt an urge to bolt outside.
If it hit the ground, it would probably leave nothing but dust. In the blink of an eye,
the light was falling far too fast. Before they could take more than a few steps, it was already upon them.
Then it suddenly slowed. It came to a halt just tens of meters away. "Master, I am Optimus Prime."
The Autobot Skyfall was hoisting an enormous boulder, the engines on his feet and back blazing so fiercely they appeared to blur. He lifted it with effortless grace. A cloud of dust billowed from the factory floor as Skyfall landed softly. His knees bent slightly before he straightened back up.
Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui were both stunned.
Their eyes locked onto the sight, expressions frozen in disbelief. Their scalps tingled, hair standing on end, as a surge of blood threatened to burst through their skulls.
Especially Wang Shui.
Her eyes were filled with terror, reaching its peak. Her heart pounded wildly, her chest heaving so violently it made her entire body tremble with agitation.
"Master, where should I put it?" Optimus Prime pointed to the massive boulder still slung over his shoulder, asking in his characteristic buzzing electronic voice. Put it down here." Jiāng Chén stammered in reply.
The entire factory floor was essentially one giant shelf, with only a small cleared area at the foot designated for parking large trucks.
"Aye, master."
Optimus Prime shifted the boulder from his back to his chest, carefully controlling his strength as he gently placed it at his feet. After ensuring it was stable, it gently rocked the stone with its mechanical arm to check for balance and prevent rolling. Only after confirming its safety did it rise to its feet, looking at Jiāng Chén with an air of accomplishment.
"Master, this is the X-rare earth ore you requested."
The massive stone stood roughly 4 meters tall and 5 meters wide. This sky-reaching tree was truly straightforward. Originally, only a palm-sized piece was needed. What he brought back far exceeded expectations. By then, Wang Shui had finally regained her composure. She climbed to her feet, brushed the dust off her clothes, and asked the sky-reaching tree, "How heavy is this rock?"
12 tons. The sky-reaching tree answered truthfully.
Wang Shui closed her eyes for 3 seconds. When she opened them again, her eyes shone brightly as she exclaimed excitedly, "Spot on. Based on the density calculations, this is precisely the density of the rare earth ore we've been searching for. Way to go, Sky Tree."
Jiāng Chén smiled and nodded, giving the Autobot a thumbs up. "Thank you for your praise, Master. It is my honor to serve you."
Sky Tree knelt on one knee, placed his left hand over his chest, and bowed slightly, performing a knightly salute.
Before Jiāng Chén could react,
Wang Shui wrapped her arms around Jiāng Chén from behind, her voice brimming with excitement.
"Do you know how many resources we poured into building that mining vehicle? Jiāng Chén, you're absolutely amazing." "Yeah, I know." Jiāng Chén replied with a faint smile.
Inside, however, he was overjoyed. It seemed the new round of cooperation with the Dragon Academy was firmly secured. But Wang Shui beside him couldn't contain her excitement. Summoning strength from somewhere, she lifted Jiāng Chén off the ground and began spinning him around. As she spun, she gushed sincerely, "Jiāng Chén, you're incredible. You're truly a blessing for our Dragon Nation." The moment he was lifted, Jiāng Chén's heart skipped a beat.
This little girl was surprisingly strong. How had he never noticed this before? But as a grown man, he couldn't really say much about it. He could only force a smile and pretend he was delighted too. The first 2 rounds were manageable. It felt like flying through the air. But starting from the 3rd lap, Jiāng Chén started feeling dizzy and nauseous. He tried to cry out, but no sound came. Meanwhile, Wang Shui remained oblivious, lost in her own excitement. Detecting danger to the master. Activating ninja mode.
The next instant, the sky-supporting tree, which had stood as steady as a mountain, shifted.
A whirlwind swept past.
With effortless grace. The force was absorbed with perfect precision.
Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui were gently grasped by 2 large hands and suspended in midair. Wow!
Jiāng Chén vomited all over the sky-piercing tree's hand, spewing tonight's barbecue and delicacies all over it.
Chapter 71, Contacting Professor Wang of the Dragon Research Institute overnight. Who could have imagined Wang Shui's explosive power was so astonishing? In her excitement, she practically made Jiāng Chén throw up from sheer amazement.
Fortunately, the sky-reaching tree intervened just in time. But it was precisely this moment that Sky's supporting tree demonstrated its astonishing power. The fervor in Wang Shui's eyes burned even brighter.
This wasn't just some transforming Autobot. This was a martial artist made of pure muscle, okay?
It had managed to absorb the force of two people spinning at high speed without injury, separating them cleanly. At this very moment, as Jiāng Chén's personal assistant, she should at least help him tidy up, wipe his mouth, or offer a word of comfort.
Instead, she'd completely forgotten about it. We must contact Elder Wang. Immediately, right now. Wang Shui couldn't spare a thought for Jiāng Chén. She turned away and pulled out the Dragon Academy's special-purpose phone.
These phones were encrypted using special methods, making them nearly impossible for Blue Star's current eavesdropping technology to penetrate.
Nearly every scientist at the Dragon Science Academy was equipped with one. The call connected.
A cacophony of voices erupted from Professor Wang's end.
Voices of the elderly, children, and women mingled together. It sounded like a family gathering over a meal. Old man, don't tell me it's another work call. No, definitely not. The project's wrapped up, we're done for now. Immediately after, Old Wang covered the phone and asked, Wang Shui calling? What could she possibly want at this hour? Mr. Wang, it's about the lunar mining vehicle. Jiāng Chén has made an incredible invention.
Wang Shui replied excitedly.
I thought Jiāng Chén wasn't involved in this project? How could he have research findings in this area?
Old Wang looked puzzled. In his view, Jiāng Chén's profound expertise in rocketry alone already marked him as a prodigy.
After all, he was still so young.
Therefore, when the project was initiated, they hadn't consulted Jiāng Chén on this particular aspect. After all, when conferring the title of national hero, strict conditions had been laid out beforehand.
Tasks would not be forcibly assigned through work arrangements. Instead, it would be structured as a collaboration between government agencies and the company.
This allowed Jiāng Chén to retain his company and continue operating independently as a private entrepreneur.
Mr. Wang, let me put it this way.
What he's researching here has capabilities far exceeding those of a lunar mining vehicle.
The specifics are difficult to discuss over the phone. I think it would be best if you could come over immediately to see for yourself.
Wang Shui explained excitedly. Old Wang glanced back at the large family waiting for him to eat, paused for a moment, then replied, All right, give me the location.
I'm heading out now. I'll be there soon. It's the warehouse where we helped Jiāng Chén transport goods last time. The same factory building. Got it. Wang Shui and Jiāng Chén, be careful. Call me immediately if anything happens. With that, Old Wang hung up.
Amidst his family's puzzled stares, he hurriedly pulled on his coat, grabbed his briefcase, and walked out the door. At the parking lot, he got into his car and called the security department of the Lonka Institute.
Su Guohua? It's Old Wang. We have a high-level security assignment now. Yes, skip the formalities. Location, Warehouse 9527, Jiuchang Street. Right, you've been there before. Got it. Everyone on duty at the institute must go. No one is to approach without my orders.
After confirming the other party clearly understood the orders, Old Wang exhaled deeply, tucked the phone back into his bag, started the car, and drove out of the parking lot, disappearing into the night.
Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute. A shrill assembly whistle pierced the air. Moments later, a large contingent of soldiers emerged from their barracks, fully equipped and ready, standing on the training grounds. A dense, dark mass of full company of troops. Each soldier was fully armed, equipped with the most advanced weaponry and gear of the Dragon Nation's elite forces. Behind them stood troop transport vehicles and armored cars. To safeguard its technological secrets, the Dragon Nation had equipped nearly every Dragon Academy with substantial combat forces. A commanding officer stood before the ranks, issuing orders. This man was none other than Su Guohua. He bellowed. Level 1 Combat Readiness Mission. Mission type, Perimeter Defense. Move out. The words had barely left his mouth. A chill gripped everyone's hearts. A profound sense of impending danger washed over them. Every level 1 defense mission almost invariably meant a high probability of brutal bloodshed and sacrifice. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire squad moved in perfect unison, their footsteps echoing in crisp, synchronized rhythm as they sprinted toward the military vehicles behind them. Bang, bang, bang. A series of doors slammed shut. The vehicles started one after another. Under the cover of night, a long convoy snaked its way out of the Dragon Research Institute. Inside Su Guohua's armored vehicle, Black Panther asked curiously, Su, I see the destination is that same place as last time, and it's still a level 1 mission. What's the deal with that guy? The soldiers in the vehicle instantly perked up, eager to hear the details. To mobilize the Dragon Science Institute's forces for personal use, this person's background must be no ordinary affair. After all, even if Old Wang wanted to request a loan, without a solid justification, he wouldn't escape lane when the reckoning came. Su Guohua frowned slightly and sighed coldly. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Forgotten our duty principles? When we get back, you'll run 20 laps around the field. I'll pretend I didn't hear a thing. Yes, sir.
Black Panther clicked his tongue, instantly straightening his posture like a model soldier, eyes fixed straight ahead. The other soldiers in the vehicle sat up straight as well. No one dared press the matter further. And so it was. The journey passed in silence as the vehicle sped along, jolting and swaying. Before long, they arrived at the warehouse on Old Factory Street. Many soldiers were surprised to discover that this destination was the same as the last convoy's location. This time, however, they wouldn't be unloading cargo. Their sole task was to secure the warehouse. Under the dim light of the guard booth, the old man pushed open the door and stepped out. The distant hum of trucks could be heard from afar. But it was the middle of the night. So many vehicles suddenly arriving. He dared not ask. After all, a monthly salary of just over 3,000 yuan wasn't worth risking his life for. He just stared wide-eyed, his mind filled with questions. Could it be that the commotion in the warehouse was too loud? Did it actually alert the police? Ah, young people these days sure know how to party. He even hesitated, wondering if he should return the 2,000 yuan he'd just received to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Unlike last time, Su Guohua didn't show his credentials or greet the old gatekeeper. At the command, he leaped from the vehicle first, leading the soldiers in a swift dash toward warehouse 9527. He shouted as he ran. New orders! No one except old Wang is to approach the warehouse. Those ignoring this warning will be subdued immediately. The soldiers behind him roared in unison, yes. Then they relayed the order backward through the ranks. Soon, the column advanced toward the warehouse. Shadows loomed thickly. Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui, who had been bored out of their minds, were instantly dumbfounded by the scene. Did you call in the troops? I didn't. I only called old Wang. Chapter 72, Don't get all theological. It took only a few breaths. The soldiers swiftly surrounded the warehouse. Meanwhile, the small unit led by Su Guohua swiftly entered through the rolling gate in combat formation. After a thorough search, they found only one man and one woman, no one else. Hello, I'm Su Guohua, captain of the security company at the Dragon Research Institute. May I ask if you are Mr. Jiāng Chén and Ms. Wang Shui? Su Guohua came to a halt and asked in a routine manner. Cut the crap. I'm Wang Shui, can't you see? He's Jiāng Chén. Wang Shui snapped, glaring at him. They crossed paths constantly at the Dragon Science Institute, exchanging greetings countless times. Now he was pretending not to recognize them. How awkward. Su Guohua's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! How could you dress up like this? I didn't even recognize you. The woman before him was practically unrecognizable compared to the Wang Shui he knew at the academy. If not for her unmistakable voice, he truly wouldn't have recognized her. Su Guohua couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Was this the legendary sorcery of the Dragon Kingdom? It was terrifying indeed. Seeing that Su Guohua's reaction seemed genuine, Wang Shui rolled her eyes and retorted irritably, where in the courtyard does it say you can't wear makeup after work? Ah, Captain, he's complimenting your makeup skills. Black Panther, who had come along, quickly tried to smooth things over. He glanced at Jiāng Chén, his eyes sparkling. This must be the big shot who'd made him run 20 laps after returning. Even if the captain didn't say it, he'd seen it with his own eyes. Worth it. But this big shot sure is young. Wow, his family must be something else. Just as Jiāng Chén feared the secret of the sky-reaching tree might be exposed, Yu Guangzhong caught sight of a heavy truck lying on its side and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Wang sent you, right? Alright, Jiāng Chén and I can handle this. You all can leave now. Wang Shui began dismissing them. Not for any other reason, but she was worried. After all, too many eyes could lead to trouble. If news of the sky-reaching tree leaked out, Jiāng Chén would be in serious trouble. Su Guohua nodded, signaling his men to withdraw. They retreated outside the warehouse. He barked at the soldiers. Step up security. No one except Elder Wang is to approach. Yes, Captain. The soldiers responded crisply. Then, with seamless coordination, they dispersed. All but those stationed for immediate guard duty spread out to patrol. Even an armored company would struggle to breach this perimeter. At that moment, Warehouse 9527 became the safest zone in all of Pengcheng. Not long after, a black minivan pulled up. After passing through the initial identity checks conducted by the two soldiers at the entrance, the roadblock opened. The black van drove straight through. Soldiers snapped to attention and saluted as it passed. Commander, good day. Commander, sir. Commander, sir. The vehicle came to a smooth stop directly in front of the warehouse entrance. Comrade Wang stepped out of the vehicle carrying his briefcase. Su Guohua immediately stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Wang, the warehouse has been secured by our comrades. It's completely safe here. Good. You've worked hard. Keep guarding it. Tomorrow we'll see a major technological showdown. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. Mr. Wang patted Su Guohua on the shoulder and said with a smile. Yes, sir. We'll hold the line. Su Guohua's expression turned solemn as he snapped to attention and saluted. The soldiers behind him snapped to attention in unison. Old Wang returned the salute with a smile, then stepped over the warehouse gate and walked forward. He navigated around the various shelves. He looked up and saw two young men inside the factory building, bickering and joking around. After this night, they had long since lost any sense of boundaries.
Old one? Ah, you're finally here.
Wang Shui paused for a moment, then exclaimed happily.
You called me in the middle of the night saying Jiāng Chén had something good here, how could I not come? Spill it, what's the deal?
Old Wang asked with a smile.
The family banquet was halfway through when the main guest slipped away.
It was clear he was deeply invested.
Rare earth elements just brought back from the moon.
Wang Shui pointed to a massive boulder beside the truck. In the center of the yard, a massive boulder blocked the entire front of the truck. It stood there all alone, looking rather strange.
How could a warehouse stacked with countless technological materials contain a huge rock?
Old Wang followed the direction of her finger, his face filled with confusion.
Rare earth? Comrade Wang Shui, no pulling pranks like this in the middle of the night.
After speaking, he slowly approached and began touching it with his hands. His words denied belief, but his actions spoke otherwise.
Mr. Wang, I swear I'm not lying. Ask Jiāng Chén if you don't believe me. Wang Shui grew impatient.
At this moment, besides bringing up Jiāng Chén, she had no other immediate solution.
After all, they didn't even have any testing equipment.
The weight had been estimated from the sky-piercing tree's mouth earlier.
Hold on.
This is indeed rare earth, but it hasn't been purified. Old Wang pinched a small amount of powder, placed it in his mouth, and gave it a slight taste. Then, his body froze in place as if struck by lightning.
This reaction left Wang Shui utterly dumbfounded. Is that even possible?
Truly the tech titan of the Dragon Nation.
The next second,
Old Wang turned around, his face flushed with excitement as he strode toward Jiāng Chén. He grabbed his arm firmly. Quick! Quick! Tell me, where did you find such a large chunk of rare earth ore? A heavy force pressed down on Jiāng Chén's arm, causing a slight twinge of pain. He hadn't expected Old Wang's grip to be so powerful in his urgency. But he forced a smile through the discomfort. We hauled it back from the moon, specifically from the mining site our Dragon Nation marked out. The moment these words were spoken, Old Wang's brow immediately furrowed, his expression turning grave.
Comrade Jiāng Chén, though you are now a national treasure, certain jokes are simply not appropriate.
Please tell me seriously the origin of this rare earth ore.
It is crucial to our Dragon Nation. As a representative of Longwa's scientific community,
he had never believed in superstitions or tales of the supernatural.
Brought back from the moon? What's the difference between that and claiming it was conjured out of thin air? The next instant,
the large truck that had been standing quietly by suddenly lifted off the ground.
In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a humanoid robot.
I can attest that this ore was brought back from the moon by me on behalf of my master. The colossal form of the sky tree stood upright, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure from top to bottom. Old Wang's breath caught in his throat. His pupils contracted slightly as he stumbled and fell to the ground. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. His mouth gaped wide open like a fish freshly pulled from the water. His eyes rolled back twice before he passed out cold. The two young men beside him were thrown into a panic.
Old Wang, what's wrong with you? There's an oxygen machine in the warehouse. Quick, get it for Master Wang.
Jiāng Chén supported Old Wang's head with one hand while directing Wang Shui to fetch the oxygen tube from the warehouse. In this warehouse that held everything under the sun, pure oxygen was a fairly common item. Just as Jiāng Chén was about to call for an ambulance, Old Wang gasped for air, his eyes suddenly widening as he came to. His finger pointed straight at the sky-reaching tree, babbling incoherently for a while. He couldn't utter a single word.
Chapter 73, Ordinary Robot, Sky-Reaching Tree. Old Wang, calm down. It's just an ordinary robot.
Jiāng Chén, seeing Old Wang about to faint again, blurted out a kind-hearted lie he barely believed himself.
Wang Shui, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes. If this counts as an ordinary robot, then what do you call Xiao AI on Blue Star? Voice-enabled moron? And what about AlphaGo? Scrap metal?
This is just ridiculous.
But then again, for the sake of Old Wang's health, ordinary is fine.
I wonder if the usually meticulous Old Wang would believe such nonsense while in a semi-conscious state.
An ordinary robot? Like one of those demo models with a smart voice inside?
The thought suddenly struck him as plausible. Perhaps his eyes had played tricks earlier, making him think the truck had transformed into a robot. Turns out it was just a slightly larger robot after all.
He was nearly 70 years old, what hadn't he seen? Last month he'd visited the Dragon Nation Tech Expo and seen exoskeleton suits even larger than this. Now that was something to behold.
The pilot inside the suit activated its pneumatic mechanisms through bodily movements, causing the entire exoskeleton to respond.
It was nothing short of a groundbreaking breakthrough in Dragon Nation's technological history.
Alongside it, numerous humanoid molds like the one before him were also on display.
Each contained an intelligent voice system.
Connected to Wi-Fi, they could engage in question and answer interactions based on human queries.
It's nothing particularly innovative.
In comparison, it seems somewhat less impressive. I never expected Jiāng Chén to start researching this field too. Though still a bit rough around the edges, he's heading in the right direction.
He might just achieve results in the future. Young talent is truly formidable.
He's barely finished developing space-based weapons and reusable rockets, and now he's already tackling humanoid mecha.
We absolutely must get the Institute to pay more attention to Jiāng Chén and allocate more resources his way. Otherwise, a national treasure of the Dragon Nation is reduced to conducting experiments in a dilapidated factory building.
If word got out, people would think we're mistreating our talent.
This disgrace isn't just on Jiāng Chén himself.
It's a disgrace to all of Dragon Nation.
Jiāng Chén, I'm so sorry. I'll make sure the Institute reassigns you to a proper, independent lab. Old Wang lay in Jiāng Chén's arms, suddenly overcome with tears.
He seemed to have completely forgotten why he had come here. His sudden reaction caught both Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui off guard. They exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes.
What's going on? I have no idea either. Alright, as long as old Wang is okay. Whatever happens, happens. Thank you, old Wang. Jiāng Chén responded politely.
Old Wang had been taking such good care of him lately. Beyond offering a sincere thank you,
anything else felt inadequate.
Xiao Jiang, tell me honestly, where did this rare earth ore in your warehouse actually come from? Old Wang abruptly shifted the conversation back to the rare earth ore. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén felt a chill run down his spine.
Mentioning the sky-supporting tree?
He feared old Wang might faint again. He looked to Wang Shui for help. Wang Shui shrugged helplessly.
Jiāng Chén,
you are now a national treasure of the Dragon Nation. Rare earths are of vital importance to our country. Please do not withhold any information. Old Wang's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke with grave seriousness. Even though he had just regained consciousness, he still remembered the nation's current needs.
Though the last person he wished to offend at this moment was Jiāng Chén.
After all, this young man had achieved the status of a national hero at such a young age and might one day become the Dragon Nation's most distinguished figure. But X-Rare Earth was tied to the nation's vital assets.
He must get to the bottom of this. The entire factory fell silent.
Jiāng Chén clicked his tongue, momentarily unsure how to respond, and kept shooting glances at Wang Shui. Wang Shui pretended not to notice, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the stars.
Seeing no one respond,
old Wang rose again, approaching the ore with gleaming eyes as he began to examine it. Such a large chunk of ore could yield a significant amount of rare earth elements. Even if Jiāng Chén refused to reveal the origin of the rare earths, this single piece alone would keep a production line running for a month or two. And it was worth tens of billions. Crucially, it was in short supply. Money stirs the heart. Such priceless treasures. It was only natural that Jiāng Chén didn't want to reveal it. Perhaps his question had been too abrupt. To skip over the money entirely and jump straight to asking where it came from.
That was indeed a bit out of line. At this realization, old Wang couldn't help but flush crimson.
Meanwhile, the sky-supporting tree, having fainted from fright, was ordered by Jiāng Chén to remain motionless where it stood.
At that moment, it looked exactly like a mannequin. Jiāng Chén, name your price. As long as it's not outrageous, I'll pay it.
Old Wang seemed to have made up his mind, turning to look at Jiāng Chén.
What price? Jiāng Chén froze. Why was old Wang suddenly trying to strike a deal with him out of nowhere? I mean, I haven't done anything yet, right? Could it be you want to buy this rare earth ore?
But this ore came from a mine explored by astronauts from the Dragon Nation. By all accounts, it should belong to the state. Bringing up the price like this out of nowhere is downright shady.
Anyway, Jiāng Chén felt it was inappropriate.
This rare earth ore is free,
Jiāng Chén stated plainly.
But old Wang flatly refused. Before the rare earth ore, Longwo will pay you market price. What I want to say is, where did you get this rare earth ore?
For that information alone, I'll give you 100 million. After speaking, old Wang couldn't help but flush red.
He was thinking purely from the nation's perspective. Under normal circumstances, Jiāng Chén would have the right to demand joint mining rights for the rare earth ore. Offering such a price clearly meant he was getting a huge bargain. Jiāng Chén paused in surprise. He hadn't realized the ore was so valuable. But since old Wang had spoken so plainly, it seemed unwise to keep hiding the truth. He spoke solemnly. Master Wang, I won't charge you for the ore, and I'll even tell you where to mine it for free. But you must agree to one condition first.
What condition? Old Wang couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
It seemed he had judged others by his own petty standards. I'll tell you, but you must promise not to be frightened like you were just now. Jiāng Chén hesitated for a moment before speaking. He certainly didn't want to go through the whole resuscitation ordeal again. Otherwise, if anything happened to old Wang, he wouldn't be able to account for it. Fine, go ahead. Wang Lao stood up abruptly. He didn't believe anything in this factory could possibly intimidate him. Still, just to be safe, he pressed the bottled oxygen canister handed to him earlier against his nostrils. Jiāng Chén pointed at the motionless pillar beside them. It was brought back from the moon, specifically from the mining site explored by Dragon Nation astronauts. Without Jiāng Chén's command, the sky-reaching tree remained utterly still, resembling nothing more than a lifeless shell. Old Wang regarded the sky-reaching tree thoughtfully. But didn't you just say it was an ordinary robot? Wang Shui, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer and giggled. He was just afraid you might not handle it and faint again. Sky Tree, stop pretending. Say something nice. Jiāng Chén gave an almost imperceptible nod. Only then did the sky-supporting tree snap out of its frozen state. Turning to face the little old man before it, it spoke in a friendly electronic voice. Hello, my name is Sky-Reaching Tree. My master is Jiāng Chén. That or you mentioned earlier? Yes, I did bring it back from the moon. Qing Tianshu's enormous form towered over the three, creating an overwhelming visual impact. Its penetrating, deep electronic voice nearly sent old Wang into another dizzy spell, causing him to roll his eyes and faint. Fortunately, he clutched the oxygen tank tightly in his hand. He managed to steady himself. Hello. Old Wang replied blankly. This night was destined to be anything but ordinary. Chapter 74, Staking Decades of Merit. Evening. Inside a government office in the capital. A thick stack of documents awaiting review piled high on the desk. Each document held implications for the future course and development of the Dragon Nation. A gray-haired elder pushed his glasses up his nose, bent over the desk, continuously reviewing the materials. Mr. Zhang, please get some rest. We still have the lunar mining vehicle inspection tomorrow. The secretary standing nearby couldn't bear to watch the frail figure of old Zhang any longer and finally spoke up. Mr. Zhang shook his head and glanced at the secretary. Xiaolu, you've been with me for quite some time now. There are no minor matters when it comes to the nation. With all these documents waiting on my desk, how could I possibly rest now? If war broke out and the chairman ordered me to hold the high ground, could I just walk off the front lines? Wouldn't that make me a deserter, a traitor? I, Zhang, belong to the nation in life and death. Cough, cough, cough. Old Zhang's chest heaved violently as he clutched his mouth, a fit of agonizing coughing erupting. He raised his hand to find a pool of bright red blood-tinged foam. His secretary beside him gasped in alarm, about to call for medical assistance. But old Zhang stopped him. Waving his hand, he gave a wry smile. I know my own body. Calling the medics would just mean a few prescriptions to regulate things, and in the end, they'd tell me to rest more. Same old, nothing new. Wonder how tomorrow's lunar mining vehicle test will go. Hearing this, the secretary promptly pulled a stack of documents from a briefcase that had been prepared in advance. They contained images and technical specifications of the rover from various countries and companies. Old Zhang took them, skimmed through them quickly, examined each one carefully, then let out a long sigh. The gap. Our Dragon Nation still has a long way to go in this field. The technical proposals from Bear Nation, Eagle Nation, and the Land of the Rising Sun all appeared highly feasible. They seemed to be incremental innovations based on existing technologies. In contrast, the proposals submitted by the Dragon Academy in Longwa were largely unsatisfactory. Especially the one from the Dragon Academy in Pengcheng. The lunar mining rover they submitted resembles little more than an empty frame. Such an unstable chassis design would be extremely prone to tipping over on the lunar surface. Clearly, a month's deadline was too demanding for them. However, it was understandable. After all, compared to foreign counterparts, our development of this product was a 0-to-1 sprint. Others, on the other hand, had been preparing for this long in advance. So the gap is only natural. This project was intended merely as an opportunity for the Dragon Academy to gain experience. But no one expected the gap to be this wide. Seeing the look of disappointment on old Zhang's face, the secretary couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She rummaged through a nearby drawer, retrieved some small pills, poured a cup of warm water, and presented it to the old man. Professor Zhang, it's time for your medication. Zhang glanced at them, nodded, and took the pills in one handful, swallowing them with difficulty with the warm water. Years of tireless dedication to the nation had taken their toll on his health. Medical staff had repeatedly urged him to rest and recuperate. But he simply refused. Because he was constantly driven by a burning determination. He was determined to hold the line for those comrades who had fought in Korea to support the resistance. As long as he lived. The position must not be lost. Just then, the red telephone on the desk suddenly rang. The secretary's face was filled with confusion. Only a handful of people could directly call old Zhang's office. Who would be calling at this hour? He hurried over and picked up the receiver. Hello? May I ask who's calling? Oh. Understood. He then covered the receiver and turned to address old Zhang. Old Zhang, Professor Wang from the Longcheng Academy of Sciences is on the line. He says it's urgent. Mr. Zhang paused slightly, nodded, stood up, and took the phone. This is he. Go ahead. What? Change the lunar rover competition materials?
Old Wang, you know the organization's procedures.
Changing materials at the last minute could raise suspicions of cheating.
Besides, I've reviewed what your Pengcheng Dragon Academy submitted.
Compared to the other team's materials, it stands no chance. I see no point in inviting trouble.
Zhang Lao showed no intention of holding back.
He wanted Old Wang to understand clearly that their current technological capabilities were far from sufficient. He hoped this would spur them to strive for improvement. He believed that as a veteran in Longhua's scientific research community, Old Wang possessed the resilience to handle this. What he never could have anticipated, however, was that Old Wang would insist on the other end of the line to swap out the product application materials.
He declared he would stake his decades of contributions to the nation on it.
Old Zhang was stunned.
What could possibly drive Professor Wan to make such a tremendous sacrifice?
For a moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. However, making last-minute changes to the documents would indeed leave room for criticism. After all, these documents had been submitted step by step through the official channels. Nearly every step was documented. If they were changed directly at his end now, it would be difficult to explain if problems arose later. After a moment's hesitation, he seemed to make up his mind.
Mr. Wang, I don't know why you insist so strongly, but I trust you.
There's no need to change the materials.
If you have new research findings, just bring them out tomorrow for comparison. I'll handle the paperwork later. Just say Secretary Liu's hand slipped and he forgot to click approve during the review. Nothing amiss. It's settled.
Secretary Liu, standing nearby, heard this and his eyes crinkled into slits with laughter. Hearing that old Zhan was using him as a stepping stone, he felt not the slightest displeasure, but rather a genuine sense of honor. Usually, this little old man shouldered everything alone. Now he could finally share a little of the burden. How could he possibly be displeased? Forget taking the fall. Even if old Zhang ordered him to storm the White House with a gun blazing, he'd carry out the mission without hesitation. But as old Zhang's secretary, if my hands were to shake and cause an administrative error, he'd probably get a disciplinary warning. But so what? Compared to the predecessors who shed blood and made the ultimate sacrifice alongside old Zhang in Korea, his little slip-up was nothing but child's play.
Click. The phone hung up.
Old Zhang looked apologetically at Secretary Liu.
Sorry about that. An old comrade in arms wanted to pull some strings, so I had to borrow your reputation.
Secretary Liu shook his head with a sincere smile.
Please don't say that. It's my honor to help you. I wouldn't mind dying for it.
Old Zhang scolded gently. Young man, stop talking about dying all the time.
Many people struggle just to stay alive. Now go. It's getting late. We have a tough battle ahead tomorrow. Old Zhan was giving the hint to leave.
It signaled that today's work was done.
Secretary Liu nodded, helped Zhang tidy the office, then quietly slipped out.
Old Zhang stretched out on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the bright stars outside the window.
What exactly is that old fox up to? I can't wait to find out. Indeed. To stake decades of merit on something, one must have absolute certainty.
If it were him, he probably wouldn't have made such a guarantee.
Chapter 75, The Pride of the Bear Nation. Dragon Nation's Tianxia Hotel. Late into the night, the hotel entrance remained bustling with a steady stream of people coming and going. The receptionists greeted guests with utmost vigilance.
The vast majority of those staying here were either CEOs of listed companies or foreign dignitaries. After all, a single night's stay cost 200,000 Dragon Nation currency.
At that moment, a roar erupted from room 801. Get out, you filthy vermin! Filthy sewer rats, products of inbreeding!
Accompanied by a series of violent thuds. Several foreigners scrambled out of the room, stumbling and crawling in disarray. Their distinct physical features made it clear they hailed from different countries.
After fleeing the room, they approached another room together, their faces dark with anger. What do we do? The Bear Country representative won't cooperate. Utterly ungrateful. Maybe we should just...
A short man with a handlebar mustache made a slashing motion across his throat.
That won't be necessary. We just need to offer a slightly lower price than theirs. I'm sure Dragon Nation will make the right choice. After all, our equipment is virtually identical in functionality.
It's all that Bear Country guy's fault. Otherwise, we could have colluded to inflate prices.
Wouldn't that have been more profitable for all of us? Since he won't cooperate, let's turn the tables. We have the pricing advantage. I refuse to believe that with all of us united, we can't take him down. True. Those Dragon Country folks probably haven't seen much high tech. We'll just show them a trick or two, then nod along on the price. Won't they come running to sign contracts with us? Damn that Bear Country guy.
If he hadn't messed things up, we could have fleeced the Dragon Country folks big time this time. Haha, once the project launches, we can recoup our losses through maintenance fees.
Since we develop the technology, we naturally get to handle the repairs. Brilliant. As expected of a scientist from Kamida Nation, you've devised a flawless plan. Dragon Nation will pay dearly for their greed. Pig-brained fools, good only for feeding our Kamida Empire. This time, we'll show them how we set the trap. I hear Dragon Nation has its own scientific units involved. Could they pose a threat to us? Overthinking it.
Dragon Nation's research teams won't reach our level for at least 30 years.
They're way behind in this field. That puts my mind at ease. Here's to a successful bid rig. Cheers.
A group of unscrupulous individuals raised their glasses in celebration. It seemed as though victory in this technology project bid was already assured for them.
Meanwhile, in room 801,
after Michelangelo summoned the cleaning staff to tidy up the shattered teacup on the floor, he stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, gazing at the stream of vehicles on the interface, teeming like ants.
They actually think they can team up and pull some tricks? Our Bear Nation's aerospace technology could crush the entire Blue Star. We don't need any tricks. Just wait until tomorrow. When I unveil my product, it'll leave everyone speechless. Michelangelo muttered to himself, a faint smile curling his lips.
For him, raw power was the ultimate truth. As for those underhanded schemes, he couldn't be bothered to get involved. If nothing else, Bear Nation was the first nation to land on the moon. That was their unique pride. There was absolutely no need nor any reason to go looking for trouble. Just wait. Tomorrow, you scum will be crawling at the feet of my Bear Nation's technological might.
Michelangelo gazed confidently out the window with a cold smile.
Chapter 76, Representatives from all nations slash prices, Dragon Nation snatches bargains. 2 days later. Dragon Nation Technology Center. This facility housed sophisticated testing equipment and simulation devices. It can simulate corresponding environments tailored to different scenario requirements.
At this moment,
technology suppliers from all nations have arrived. Representing Bear Nation, Eagle Nation, Turtle Nation, and the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. However, the groups have clearly split into two factions. Bear Nation stood alone as one faction, while representatives from the other nations huddled together. The seemingly harmonious scene was already fraught with hidden tensions. The Bear Nation's representative firmly believed their technological products could completely outclass those of other nations. It was precisely this confidence that led them to propose an open bidding process for Dragon Nation. Little did they expect that representatives from other nations would unite to drag them down, conspiring together to deceive Dragon Nation.
Damn it! Ugh!
The very thought made him sick.
Michelangelo shot a glance at the foreign representatives, his face etched with disgust.
Competing against this group of unscrupulous scoundrels filled him with contempt.
Fortunately, he was confident enough. Jiāng Nation's aerospace technology had always been among the best on Blue Star.
No one understood better than he did what the optimal configuration for a lunar mining rover should be. It had to maximize the rocket's payload capacity while also facilitating easy disassembly and maintenance during lunar mining operations. All things considered, his asking price of $6 billion wasn't actually that advantageous. After all, this was the culmination of decades of painstaking technological development by Bear Nation.
As for competing products from other nations?
No need to look, they're all subpar junk that can't hold a candle to this. Even if they could reach the moon to dig a hole, they'd barely last 1 or 2 uses before falling apart. Meanwhile, representatives from opposing nations like the Eagle Nation have completely reversed their stance from last night's collective plan to undermine Dragon Nation. They were now eagerly courting Dragon Nation's leadership, a stark contrast to Bear Nation's arrogant stance. Presiding over this lunar mining vehicle bidding process were none other than old Jiāng and his team members. Thank you all for supporting Dragon Nation's technology bidding project.
The bidding process is now officially open. Elder Jiāng stood amidst the crowd, solemnly declaring.
Staff then began organizing quality inspections for each technological product.
Thanks to the Technology Center's comprehensive equipment and ample staff, nearly all bidding projects proceeded simultaneously. It took only a little over an hour.
Secretary Liu received the inspection reports for all the samples that had been airlifted in.
The parameters on the reports indicated that Xionghua's lunar mining rover demonstrated optimal performance, stability, and load capacity. At the same time, its weight was precisely close to the maximum payload capacity of Longhua's current rockets.
It was evident that the design had been specifically tailored to Dragon Nation's actual conditions. Compared to products developed by other nations, Xionghua's offerings outperformed them in comprehensive metrics. While sacrificing some balance, each has its own strengths.
Secretary Liu thought to himself, what's there to consider? Bear Nation's product is the obvious choice.
Having worked alongside old Jiāng for so many years,
I know his temperament well. Between standout features and overall balance, old Jiāng would definitely choose balance. And sure enough,
shortly after Secretary Liu handed the documents to old Jiāng's eyes lit up as he pointed to the document from Xionghu.
Secretary Liu immediately understood.
He turned to the international bidders present, preparing to announce the final test results and Longhua's considerations.
At that very moment, the representative from Kuwaitian suddenly raised his hand, indicating he wished to speak.
Secretary Liu paused, turning to look at old Jiāng.
He saw the elder Jiāng resting his eyes, giving an almost imperceptible nod.
With Zhang Lao's tacit approval, Lumi immediately turned to the Khitan representative with a warm smile.
Good day, distinguished scientist from Khitan. Is there something you wish to share? The representative from Kuwaitian first bowed politely, then looked at Secretary Liu with a warm smile.
Esteemed official from Longwa, I am here to announce the latest news on behalf of our nation, Kuwaitian.
Upon hearing this,
the high-ranking officials of Dragon Nation present all turned their heads in surprise. They wondered what Khitan Nation could possibly have to declare at this moment. Meanwhile, the representative from Bear Nation wore a look of disgust. Judging by their reactions last night, they were probably about to start causing trouble. But no matter how much mischief they stirred up, it was all empty showmanship in the face of superior strength.
Nothing to be concerned about. Meanwhile, the representatives allied with Khaimda Nation looked eager to jump into action, clearly having prepared in advance.
Secretary Liu grew impatient as Kuroda's representative surveyed the room for an extended period, remaining silent after his previous statement.
Representative Kuroda, if you have news, please share it. If it's not urgent, we can discuss it after the bidding concludes.
The host of the Dragon Nation's technology session urged. The scientist from Khitan Nation's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly composed himself, maintaining his smile as he bowed again.
My apologies for wasting your time. What I wish to announce is that our nation's technological products will be bidding at half the price.
He finished with a look of satisfaction, glancing at the assembled crowd. At these words, old Jiāng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, instantly snapped awake.
He sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "What did you say? Half the price?"
The leadership team accompanying Elder Jiāng were startled by his sudden outburst. Yet they too were stunned by Khitan Nation's guaranteed pricing. After all, the pricing had been set based on Xionghua's standards. After all, fairness and impartiality demanded equal treatment.
But now,
Khaimda country, with its product having no major flaws, had actually taken the initiative to offer half price.
This was utterly mind-blowing.
It means you can buy 2 Khitan country mining carts for the price of 1 Bear country mining cart.
For Dragon Nation, currently facing tight economic conditions, this is undeniably a massive temptation.
It was plain to see that old Jiāng was tempted.
Observing the Dragon Nation judge's reaction,
a look of shock suddenly appeared on the Bear country representative's previously cold and arrogant face. His heart sank. He knew the deal was slipping through his fingers. He then glared at Khaimda with gritted teeth. How dare you change the price at the last minute?
Are you trying to lose money?
In his mind, no matter how he crunched the numbers, the 3.5 billion cost was non-negotiable.
Could it be that Khaimda country was willing to take a loss just to prevent him from winning the bid? Foolish. Once Dragon Nation placed bulk orders, Khaimda Nation would be finished sooner or later. Who knows?
Bear country might even jump in to snap up the deals themselves, just to save a few bucks. Michelangelo's lips curled into a smirk at this thought, his gaze fixed on the Khaimda representative with the contemptuous air of someone observing a clown.
But the very next moment,
Eagle Nation and the Sun Never Sets also raised their hands.
On behalf of Eagle Nation, we're slashing the price of lunar mining carts by half too.
On behalf of the Sun Never Sets, the price of lunar mining carts is also cut in half. The moment these words left his lips,
Michelangelo could no longer hold himself together, collapsing directly into his chair.
He couldn't fathom how these nations' bids could be driven so low.
Was it an error in his own calculations? Or did they possess some superior technology? That couldn't be.
As he watched representatives from so many bidding nations scramble to undercut each other's prices,
old Jiāng and the other Dragon Nation representatives couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Who would have thought?
The scientists from Bear Country were so confident. They'd assumed the bidding was merely a formality. Yet it ended up prompting other nations to proactively slash their bids.
When faced with a price advantage, when faced with high-tech products that all work, would you choose the cheaper one or the more expensive one? The answer is obvious. Chapter 77, Big Cards Get Tested Too.
After scientists from Kuwaitian set off a wave of price cuts,
other nations followed suit.
He shot a defiant glance at the scientists from Bear Country, as if delivering a merciless taunt.
You refused to cooperate, didn't you?
We've united to slash prices, making all your efforts go to waste. The Bear Country scientists seethed with frustration, yet couldn't fathom how it was possible.
Could this tiny Khaimda nation actually turn a profit at half price? One could a country might be understandable. But other countries followed suit with half-price deals too. If someone claimed there was no trickery involved, he'd never believe it. But what exactly was the trick? He couldn't figure it out in a moment. Forget it. Let Longwa deal with it themselves.
At the judges' table, led by Elder Jiāng, the Longwa delegation beamed with delight at this turn of events. We owe it all to old Jiāng for insisting on the bidding process.
Otherwise, Dragon Nation would have bled dry. Indeed, old Jiāng.
The cost per mining cart has been cut in half, a full 2.5 billion.
10 units means 25 billion saved. Our Dragon Nation has saved a fortune this time. Not at all. This is the result of everyone's collective effort.
I merely served as the catalyst.
"Oh, Mr. Jiāng, you're being too modest. Without you taking the lead, we couldn't have pulled off something this big."
The mutual praise among the leadership team made old Jiāng burst into laughter. Such a massive cost reduction in one fell swoop. The party organization might just award him a medal for this. But he was certainly not the type to seek decorations. He simply wanted to fulfill his duties and live up to the organization's expectations. Of course, if the organization insisted on awarding him a medal, he wouldn't refuse it out of politeness, he'd simply accept it. At this thought, he burst into another hearty laugh. At that moment, Secretary Liú tentatively asked, "Decided?" Old Jiāng, riding high on his enthusiasm, his smile stretching almost to his ears, declared boldly, "Just pick one from these 3 suppliers. They're all good value for money, any choice will do." Even though each minecar still cost 2.5 billion yuan. Compared to previous prices, it suddenly felt like getting them for free. Buy? Go ahead and buy. That's the feeling of being swept up in such boldness. However, Secretary Liú frowned, hesitated for a moment, then said, "I mean, the test results from our Lunka Institute haven't come out yet, especially last night." She stopped mid-sentence. Some things should be said, others shouldn't. After all these years as a secretary, he knew when to stop short. Saying more would not only cause trouble for old Jiāng, but trouble for himself as well. Hearing Liú's words, old Jiāng paused slightly before understanding. His brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, he was about to speak. An official beside him interrupted, "I don't think that's necessary. If our Lunka Institute had that kind of capability, we wouldn't need to go through an external bidding process in the first place." Another official chimed in, "Exactly, old Jiāng. Let's not waste time. If we don't strike while the iron's hot, what if these 3 suppliers change their minds later? That would be trouble." Hearing the official's words, old Jiāng hesitated. Indeed, opportunities like this where suppliers proactively lower their prices. If he let it slip away because of his own indecision, he would be a traitor to the nation. But yesterday, he had promised his old comrade in arms, old Wang, to give him a chance. On one side lay the interests of the nation, on the other, the bonds of comradeship. He understood which was heavier, but still found it hard to choose. Secretary Liú seemed to sense Zhang Lao's dilemma and spoke up proactively, "It's fine. We'll find a reason to discuss the details with these suppliers gradually. The verification from the Dragon Academy should be completed soon. I'm confident we'll have results shortly. To avoid embarrassment before foreign suppliers." Similarly, technical inspections were conducted on the lunar mining rover. Lunka Academy's product was transported to an older testing facility at the Science and Technology Center for evaluation. "Alright, let's proceed this way." Old Jiāng nodded gratefully at Secretary Liú. Seeing that old Jiāng had made his decision, the other officials felt it unwise to press further. With Zhang Lao's approval, Secretary Liú began making arrangements. He found a staff member and whispered a few words in his ear. The staff member nodded, promptly descended the stairs, and with a smile, led the group of foreign guests toward the conference room for further discussion. Meanwhile, Michelangelo, the expert from Xianghua, was escorted to lunch by another staff member and several officials. After all arrangements were completed, Secretary Liú turned back to Elder Jiāng. "Everything is taken care of. There's no delay. We just need to wait for the results from the Dragon Academy." Old Jiāng nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. But..." Secretary Liú suddenly looked troubled. "Just say it. There are no outsiders here now," old Jiāng said. As they spoke, the two had moved to a secluded corner where no one else was present. Secretary Liú finally spoke frankly, "Last night, the experimental group requested by old Wang didn't show up. Didn't arrive? That can't be right?" Old Jiāng frowned deeply. The reason for going through all these hoops, allowing the Long Academy to continue collecting test data. To say there wasn't a shred of personal interest involved would be impossible. The main reason was to see exactly what this thing was, what could possibly make this old comrade in arms willing to stake decades of his career on it. Just then, a large truck slowly pulled in from outside. Staff members at the front of the truck gestured continuously, directing traffic. The international suppliers, who had been preparing to disperse, turned to look in curiosity and were stunned. The officials were equally baffled, frozen in place. One of them couldn't help but step forward and demand, "This is the testing facility of the Technology Center. Who gave you permission to drive in here? Get out immediately. This is not a loading zone." The escort staff immediately signaled the truck to hold its position, jogged over to salute the shouting official, and announced loudly, "Sir, this truck has a pass. They say they're here for the lunar mining vehicle inspection." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it reached every ear present. The official who had been shouting froze completely, staring blankly at the massive truck as if lost in thought. Foreign scientists, seeing such a massive heavy-duty truck participating in a mining vehicle inspection, mistook it for some kind of entertainment show and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who knew your Dragon Country scientists had such a sense of humor? Bringing a huge truck for testing. Honestly, there's no need to play up our technological prowess, we're confident in our products. But if a truck like this could go to the moon, it could haul a lot of ore, ha ha ha.
The hearty laughter of the foreign scientists echoed through the venue. Even Michelangelo, the Bear Country scientist who had been looking gloomy, couldn't help but laugh. Only old Jiāng and Secretary Liu wore distinctly awkward expressions. Could this be the black technology old Wang mentioned? Chapter 78, Commencing Inspection. The massive, sleek silhouette of the heavy truck captured the attention of everyone present. The foreign scientists' joyful laughter stood in stark contrast to the awkwardness of the Dragon Nation's leaders and staff. Bringing an entire truck to bid on a lunar mining vehicle contract? This couldn't be described as anything less than brainless. Some officials began scrambling to justify it, following the foreign guest's lead. It's for entertainment value, mainly to lighten the mood. Looks like it worked pretty well. The representative from Turtlefield Nation immediately gave a thumbs up. Wow, your Dragon Nation folks have a great sense of humor. You're almost catching up to our technological prowess. The Eagle Nation representative roared with laughter. Who knows? Maybe Dragon Nation really has a way to transport this huge truck to the moon. The representative from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets stroked his handlebar mustache and remarked, it would be more reasonable to say this truck will fly to the moon on its own. The three representatives burst into laughter, each infected by the other's humor. Michelangelo, unusually in agreement with the other three, burst into laughter and clapped his hands. Who knew Dragon Nation might not be top in space tech, but they're definitely number one in comedy. The official standing nearby turned so dark he looked like he could drip water, yet he dared not say a word. After all, they themselves had declared this vehicle nothing more than a joke. The official standing in front of the vehicle, however, was far less forgiving. Having been humiliated so thoroughly in front of foreign guests, he vowed to thoroughly investigate whose fault this was. Even if the King of Heaven himself came down, he wouldn't let them off scot-free. No. He demanded immediate identification of the person responsible for this fiasco. He would report it to higher-ups and make sure this derelict of duty paid dearly. Suppressing his rage, he lowered his voice and demanded of the traffic control staff. Who approved this pass? Bring it here for me to see. Yes, sir. The attendant immediately turned, walked to the vehicle, retrieved the pass from the driver, and handed it to the official. Sir, here is the pass. I'll take a look. His words trailed off mid-sentence. When the official's gaze fell upon the electronic signature section of the pass, his eyes widened, pupils slightly contracted, and his face twitched imperceptibly. Old Jiāng. It was actually Elder Zhang's electronically signed pass. Among all present, his immediate superior, Elder Jiāng, held the highest rank. Even if it was indeed old Zhang's mistake, it was everyone's mistake. What right did he have to impose punishment? The anger that had flared moments ago instantly extinguished. Instead, a chill ran through him from head to toe. Thankfully, he hadn't acted impulsively and made things worse. Otherwise, he would have been the one to suffer. If possible, he'd even take the blame for old Jiāng. Who knows? It might even pave the way for a smooth rise to the top. But since that heavy truck had driven in, there might be other motives at play. Before getting to the bottom of things, it was best not to act rashly. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. After inspecting the pass, the official returned it to the attendant, patted his shoulder, and remarked with a faint smile, the pass is in order. Carry on with your work. You're doing a good job. With that, he discreetly moved further away, his eyes darting toward old Jiāng's direction from time to time, his palms already drenched in sweat. At that moment, old Jiāng had already guessed. The truck before him was most likely the new product proposed by old Wang. Like everyone else, he was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Bringing a heavy-duty truck to compete against a lunar mining vehicle? It would undoubtedly win. But how on earth would they get this thing to the moon? This was clearly a joke. If you really let them compete like this, it would be an absolute embarrassment in front of our foreign friends. Secretary Liu, standing nearby, lowered his voice and asked, Mr. Jiāng, should we stop this? He made a pressing gesture as he spoke. Old Jiāng frowned deeply, his eyes fixed intently on the massive truck before him. He remained silent for a long while. The thought of Wang Lao risking decades of his career for this matter made the corners of his mouth twitch upward. For the sake of his old comrade in arms, he had to bear the brunt of this. I'll see what tricks old Wang has up his sleeve. Seeing that old Jiāng had no intention of stopping him, Secretary Liu said no more. Just when everyone thought the truck's journey would end there. The result? The truck drove right up to the inspection equipment in plain sight. The officials frowned in unison, unable to help but wonder. Surely it's not actually going to undergo inspection? Comparing data between this big truck and other lunar mining vehicles? Isn't that just slapping our Dragon Nation in the face? Oh dear, what an embarrassment. Who approved this thing anyway? Old Jiāng? Oh, then it's fine. Quite good, quite unique. Upon hearing it was approved by old Jiāng for testing, the officials instantly fell silent. But inwardly, they were still grumbling. How foolish. Master Zhang's lifelong reputation was about to be ruined. How could he make such a rookie mistake at this critical juncture? Many officials had already begun unconsciously scanning the room for old Zhang's location, wanting to approach him to offer some persuasion. Meanwhile, the foreign suppliers were growing increasingly uneasy. In Tianjun, do you think they're seriously going to compare their truck test data with ours? Unlikely. If they did that, it would only humiliate themselves. It serves no purpose. Could it be they're trying to drive down the price this way? We've already offered them half the price and they still want to drive it down? The Dragon Nation's appetite is simply too big. Perhaps they've caught wind of our plans for the maintenance segment. Mr. Ian, mind your language. Right, you're absolutely correct. Just watch. While Dragon Nation's technological prowess may not match ours, their integrity would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. The three foreign friends grumbled for a while, but couldn't make head nor tail of it. Instead, they grew more and more confused. They could only fold their arms and wait to see what would happen next. At that moment, the truck slowly rolled into the inspection point under staff guidance and came to a stop. 3 people stepped out. An elderly man and a young couple. These 3 were none other than Old Wang, Jiāng Chén, and Wang Shui. To make it to this inspection on time, they had Optimus Prime transform into humanoid form and carried them all the way from Pengcheng overnight. Old Zhan was still puzzled as to why Old Wang had refused remote data monitoring. Given the distance involved, transporting the minecart over here would be far too rushed. Now, seeing Old Wang, it was like swallowing a reassuring pill. The weight on his heart lifted. He hurried over to Mr. Wang in quick strides. Secretary Liu followed closely behind. The officials murmured among themselves. Could it be that Old Zhan was trying to stop this farce? The foreign guests watched with amusement, convinced this bidding process was nothing more than a display of technological muscle. Old Wang, what's really going on here? You've kept me in the dark. Though his words carried a hint of reproach, Old Zhang's tone was warmer than ever. Old Wang embraced Old Zhang tightly and whispered into his ear, "It's a huge surprise, that's why I came here for testing." Chapter 79, The Truck? Back where it came from. Afterward, Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui both exchanged brief greetings with Old Zhang. Watching Zhan Lao approach, not only did he not stop him, but he even greeted the people getting out of the vehicle. The officials remained unfazed. Witnessing this, the foreign guests erupted in gasps of astonishment. Dragon Nation is actually using trucks as competitors? That can't be right. I think it's just a simple test run. They wouldn't actually do a data comparison. Besides, trucks can't mine cryptocurrency anyway. Not only can they not mine, but they'd struggle to even transport them to the moon. Relax, the Dragon Nation wouldn't be that foolish. The murmurs of disbelief were loud and unrestrained, as if deliberately meant for the officials and staff present to hear. However, a few minutes later, when Secretary Liu presented the test report, it became clear this truck was no ordinary vehicle. Apart from lacking mining capabilities, its specifications far exceeded those of ordinary trucks. Particularly astonishing was its load capacity, a staggering 1,000 tons. Surprise flashed in Liu's eyes as he repeatedly confirmed the figure with the staff. Finally, after repeated affirmations from the staff, he accepted the data. It seemed this friend of Old Zhang had some real talent. Such a load capacity would be absolutely mind-blowing even on the entire Blue Star. What kind of special material could possibly achieve such extraordinary load-bearing capacity? This was indeed a technological breakthrough worth investigating. But what does this have to do with the lunar mining vehicle? I really can't fathom what Old Zhang's friend is thinking. Did he get the wrong set? But since Old Zhang trusts him unconditionally, even willing to sacrifice himself, Secretary Liu had little choice but to comply. Mr. Zhang, here are the data readings for this truck. He handed it over to Old Zhang. Old Zhang nodded and took the report. He glanced over the various metrics and found them quite impressive, surpassing the overall performance of most trucks. But when he reached the payload capacity section, his eyes filled with confusion. He looked at Secretary Liu and pointed to the number in that column, 1,000 tons. You're not joking, are you? Secretary Liu shook his head solemnly, even calling over a staff member to explain it again. Only then did Old Zhang finally confirm it. He grinned at Old Wang. Impressive. I have no idea how you pulled it off, but a truck with 1,000-ton payload capacity? That's probably unheard of anywhere on Blue Star. Upon hearing this remark, Jiāng Chén and the others remained unfazed. They were long accustomed to such feats. But the foreign guests present were the first to lose their composure. What? This truck can actually carry 1,000 tons? You're kidding me. I don't believe it. Could it be that Dragon Nation's lunar mining vehicle technology lags behind ours, so they're grasping at straws to regain confidence? Unbelievable. That's unscientific. It defies the fundamentals of physics. Ouch, my eyes. Who's trying to show off? You're blinding me. It hurts. Such exaggerated claims? Forget it. Even an idiot knows it's fake. These foreign scientists clearly didn't buy it. Where in the world is there a truck capable of carrying 1,000 tons? If such a thing existed, it would have been developed first by their country. It couldn't possibly be the Dragon country. Questioned by the foreign guests, the accompanying officials were mortified. How could such a rigorous scientific facility allow this farce to unfold before their eyes?
Had old Jiāng not been present, these officials would have rushed in to halt the proceedings. Some officials, unable to sit still, proactively sought out old Jiāng and the staff to discuss the matter.
Their expressions immediately turned utterly flustered.
They directly requested the foreign guests be allowed to observe up close.
The staff could retest the load-bearing metric separately. The final results were identical.
The foreign guests' doubts vanished.
Instead, they began to express awe and amazement.
Wow, this truck is incredible, it can actually handle such a high load capacity. Unbelievable, the truck itself probably doesn't even weigh 10 tons.
How did they pull this off? Has Dragon Country already mastered the biomimetic strength of ants? Unbelievable. It's nothing short of a human marvel.
I need 10 of these trucks, no, make that 100. Don't you dare compete with me, my Eagle Nation needs these super heavy-duty trucks the most.
Exclamations of astonishment filled the air.
Some had already begun contacting staff to sign contracts and place orders. Officials and staff from Dragon Nation basked in the praise, each face radiating immense pride. Old Jiāng and Secretary Liú basked in the reflected glory.
However, the next moment, the foreign guests changed the subject. But this thing isn't really a mining vehicle, is it? On behalf of Kamida Nation, I ask, why did these two trucks arrive for inspection at precisely this moment? Could it be to compare them with our lunar exploration mining vehicles? Exactly. This can't be so absurd. We request the Dragon Nation to directly address our questions. Michelangelo also perked up. Even though he was almost certainly out of the running and could have left already. But this truck before him felt distinctly unusual. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what made it stand out. But his gut told him that sticking around might yield unexpected insights. He was equally intrigued by the questions posed by the representatives of the other three nations. Had the officials of Dragon Nation truly lost their minds? Impossible. In his experience, the people of Dragon Nation were always shrewd, they wouldn't make such a basic mistake. But why bring a truck in at this precise moment? Even if your payload capacity reached 1,000 tons, unmatched anywhere on Blue Star. In other fields, it might be considered a godlike existence. It might even be possible to win a Nobel Prize in science. But what does this have to do with lunar mining rovers? Pondering this, Michelangelo's clever little brain was completely fried. He shook his head vigorously, waiting to see how the officials from the Dragon Kingdom would respond. Hearing the foreign guest's question, the officials froze momentarily, looking just as baffled. They turned to look at old Jiāng. They too were uncertain a truck arriving at this precise moment could easily be mistaken for a competitor's product. But before anyone could react, Secretary Liú had already slipped the truck's data inspection report into the folder with the other documents. Then, holding the documents, he addressed the group. This is the lunar mining vehicle proposal from our Pengcheng Dragon Technology Institute. It will be included in the competitive evaluation. If you have any questions, I or the scientists from Pengcheng Lunka Academy will be happy to answer them. With that, he simply smiled at the assembled group. The room fell silent. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yet the first to speak was not a foreign guest. It was an official from Longwei itself. Secretary Liú, a truck this size probably couldn't even reach the moon. What's the point of comparing such data? Exactly, Secretary Liú. Besides, it's just a truck, it doesn't even have mining capabilities. Liú, stop messing around. This is embarrassing for our country. Send that truck back where it came from. More outspoken officials began to confront him directly. He didn't care whether you were old Jiāng or old Wang. Damaging the nation's reputation even if the King of Heaven himself came. He'd still step up and call them out. Chapter 80, Transformers, Transform. Jiāng Chén stood silently by the side the entire time. This research institute was truly massive. The technological facilities looked high-end and comprehensive. There were so many people, and everyone spoke so eloquently. And crucially, there seemed to be many foreigners here. They were speaking in a language he couldn't understand, chattering away in what sounded like sophisticated jargon. I hear they're all foreign tech suppliers, no idea how impressive they really are. Meanwhile, on the other side, old Jiāng's face darkened instantly at the official's sharp retort. If he didn't give them some kind of explanation soon, these people might just start revolting. Even though he held the highest rank here, dealing with a couple of hotheads was still a headache. He could only ask, Mr. Wang, you heard what they said. The lunar mining vehicle must meet two requirements: excavation capability and the ability to transport materials to the moon. The truck you brought is excellent in every way, but it seems unrelated to the core objective of our project. Would you care to explain? Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kick your big truck out of the project. It wasn't that he didn't trust old Wang, it was simply that everything before him was too hard to comprehend. And officials below were already jeering. There was simply no other option. Hearing this, old Wang paused slightly before smiling and saying, "Rest assured, I'll give you a proper explanation." Old Jiāng nodded, eager to see what unexpected twists might unfold next. Could this truck possibly hold some hidden secret?
Old Wang turned and walked toward the young man who had accompanied him.
Jiāng Chén, show us what you've got. Otherwise, this truck might get kicked out.
His voice wasn't loud. Yet nearly everyone gathered around could hear it. Old Jiāng and Secretary Liu were utterly stunned. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and their jaws dropped so low they couldn't be picked up.
What was going on? Wasn't this the technological product developed under Old Wang's own leadership? Why was he consulting a young upstart?
If they knew the man before them was the very one who developed Dragon Nation's space-based weapons, who knows what they'd think? The officials who had gathered around were filled with confusion. They all knew Old Wang, the leading authority in Longhua's aerospace technology. Such a renowned scientist, yet here he was, publicly asking a young man for help in front of foreign guests.
Could this young man possibly surpass even Old Wang's scientific achievements? Impossible. The foreign guests nearby weren't so polite. They voiced their thoughts directly in their native language. Aha, I know that little old man, he's a tech celebrity in Dragon Nation. Yet here he is groveling to ask a youngster for advice. Looks like Dragon Nation's scientific community is running out of fresh talent. No wonder they're using a truck as a competitor. Turns out some rich kid came to rack up tech credentials. Using this little old man as a stepping stone?
Looks like this young master has some serious connections. I'll make sure to introduce myself later.
Corruption. Who'd have thought Dragon Nation's research circles would be infiltrated by spoiled brats too?
In the eyes of these foreign scientists, Jiāng Chén was the very picture of a spoiled rich kid. He looked barely over 20.
There was no way he could be a tech titan.
Old Wang approached him in front of everyone precisely to elevate his status publicly.
A young man who could command the attention of so many leaders and scientists?
Must have considerable influence behind the scenes. If one could befriend him, unexpected collaboration opportunities might arise in the future. In short, no one would consider Jiāng Chén a scientific talent. Thus, what followed was only natural. Every move Jiāng Chén made seemed like mere pretense.
The truck under the monitoring equipment looked utterly ridiculous and laughable.
Jiāng Chén stepped past Old Wang, took 2 strides forward, and stood before the truck. He shouted, "Transform, Skytree." The words had barely left his mouth. Having witnessed this before, Old Wang and Wang Shui remained unfazed, their expressions tinged with anticipation instead.
The truck transformed into a robot. No matter how many times you saw it, it never got old. You'd tell someone, and they wouldn't believe you.
But transforming in front of so many people seeing is believing. I wonder if these people will react the same way they did the first time.
Scared them into fainting.
Old Jiāng and Secretary Liu looked a bit awkward. They were comrades, no doubt. Old Wang's decades of distinguished service carried enough weight for them to bear the responsibility. But, changing his voice to shout at a car. That was just too absurd. It was so embarrassing it could make your soul itch enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Especially when old Jiāng couldn't help but think with a bitter smile, "Old Wang, you've really put me in a tight spot this time." If word got out, people would assume he'd staged this farce to polish the reputation of some high-ranking official's son.
A lifetime of integrity ruined in an instant. The officials standing nearby turned grim.
Compared to old Jiāng's trust in old Wang, they were completely in the dark. The scene before them felt like a blatant slap in the face.
How embarrassing.
This is beyond shameful. This guy even yelled that loud in front of foreign guests.
Does he want everyone to know how stupid he is? Clown. A complete buffoon.
He's disgracing the scientific community of our Dragon Nation. The officials were furious, some even cursing under their breath. Meanwhile, the foreign guests from Cayton and other nations could no longer contain themselves.
They burst into laughter. Is he performing some kind of summoning ritual? Is this a science center or a religious institute? Holy cow.
If all Dragon Nation scientists act like this, I'll rest easy. Seriously, this is hilarious. I must report this wonderful news to my superiors immediately.
If this is the future of Dragon Country, it'll likely decline soon enough. You know what?
That kid looks kinda goofy, but he's actually pretty entertaining.
Such a little cutie.
Even the usually stern-faced scientific representative from Bear Nation now wore an amused smile. Despite being allies with Dragon Nation,
who wouldn't want their ally to be just a tad weaker than themselves? That way, whenever major technological breakthroughs needed development, wouldn't they have to come crawling to him for solutions? Interesting. Very interesting. However, the next second,
the truck drove out of the inspection bay on its own, without a driver.
It arrived at a slightly more open area. Driverless?
Just as this question flashed through everyone's minds, the truck came to a halt. Immediately afterward, a series of mechanical pneumatic sounds echoed. The cab lifted off the ground, and other sections began to reassemble and reposition themselves.
In the blink of an eye, an 8-meter-tall colossal robot materialized before everyone's eyes.
Its overwhelming presence, darkening the sky, made every heart race and breath catch. The presence of others faded completely. Their eyes were fixed solely on the steel colossus. Thud! Thud! Thud!
A series of thuds echoed as bodies fell.
Most of the officials were over 50 years old.
They'd never seen anything like this before.
The visual impact was overwhelming. It knocked the wind right out of them, causing them to collapse in a heap.
Chapter 81, Catching a Spy, Projecting a Screen.
The sight of trucks instantly transforming into robots riveted the foreign guest's eyes. The technological representative from Kuwaitian nation lost all bodily control, his legs shaking uncontrollably as he muttered, "Pressure wristbands." The Eagle Nation's tech delegate gasped like a fish out of water, cursing hoarsely, "Oh God.
Oh, damn it."
The representative from the Empire of the Sun never sets turned as pale as a vampire freshly risen from its coffin in an ancient castle, eyes wide and staring, frozen in utter silence. The Bear Nation's tech rep remained standing, seemingly unaffected. Yet upon closer inspection, one could see the burly man's face was covered in beads of sweat, his skin trembling, his fists clenched so tightly they were turning white. As if a ferocious beast stood before him, demanding a life or death struggle at any moment.
"At your command, my master."
After successfully transforming into the sky-supporting tree, it fixed its gaze directly on Jiāng Chén, kneeling halfway to the ground in a knightly salute. Compared to the first time it had transformed before him. This time, the sky-supporting tree noticed strangers surrounding Jiāng Chén. It grew even more humble, giving him ample face. Jiāng Chén scratched his nose, thinking to himself, this robot sure knows how to play the game. All these big shots are watching. Sky Tree, we now wish to test whether you can retrieve or from the moon.
Certainly, my master.
But before that, we might need to deal with a few corporate spies. They're taking secret photos. Optimus Prime finished speaking and turned his gaze toward the foreign dignitaries, who were already in a state of utter disarray. Old Jiang and the other officials froze, instinctively turning their heads without a moment's thought. Scientists from Kuwaiti Nation immediately wore expressions of panic, wailing loudly, You can't make such baseless accusations. Without evidence, how dare you claim I'm spying? The Eagle Sage scientist roared furiously, how dare you show such disrespect to an Eagle Sage citizen? I advise you to be careful. The scientist from the Empire of the Sun never set snorted coldly, may God forgive the slanderer.
Amen.
The Bear Nation scientist chuckled, I suggest you search them immediately. Any recordings will be found, no need for further discussion. The moment the words left his mouth, the foreign guests from the other three nations immediately shot him venomous glances.
You traitor.
I'm secretly filming Dragon Nation's technology. What the hell does it have to do with you, Bear Nation?
Soon.
Just as the Bear Nation scientist had demanded. Several soldiers burst in, surrounding the foreign guests and conducting body searches one by one. As the electronic detectors approached their bodies, alarm bells sounded simultaneously beside the scientists from Kuwaiti, Eagle Sauce, and the Sun Never Sets. Meanwhile, the Xiongwa scientist stood calmly to the side.
Beep beep beep. The next second.
Before the spy scientists could struggle, soldiers swiftly pinned the scientists from the three nations to the ground.
They began searching them. Before long,
3 miniature surveillance devices were discovered on each of the three individuals. Reporting to the commander, 3 surveillance devices recovered. The soldier handed them to old Jiang. Upon close inspection, each was roughly the size of half a fingernail, virtually impossible to detect without a thorough search. Moreover, when powered off, the devices were extremely difficult for instruments to detect. This explained how the spies had managed to smuggle them in. Upon seeing this, old Jiang flew into a rage.
Take them away. Hand them over to the State Security Bureau.
Yes, sir. The soldiers swiftly carried out the order. The spies from the three nations immediately collapsed to the ground, wailing and cursing as they were dragged out of the technology center.
The scientist from Bear Nation stood frozen in shock nearby.
Though he had never held these three in high regard.
As fellow foreign guests participating in the bidding process,
seeing the others dragged away, he couldn't help but feel a sense of shared misfortune. Yet he seemed to have made up his mind about something.
He lifted his head to look at old Jiang and asked in broken Chinese, Sir, may I stay and continue the tour?
Gone was the pride and sharpness he'd displayed upon arrival. His eyes were filled with pleading. Old Jiang paused slightly, then smiled and said, We greet enemies with shotguns, but friends with fine wine.
Xiongwa has always been our good friend. Of course you can stay and tour.
With old Jiang's approval, the staff, who had been agonizing over whether to escort this conspicuous Xiongwa scientist out, finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank you, sir. We Bear Country will always be good friends.
Michelangelo was so overcome with emotion that he could barely speak coherently.
His profound mastery of science.
Beyond his innate talent, it stemmed from his obsessive passion for science. Having witnessed the entire process of the truck transforming into a robot before his eyes, if he couldn't stay to observe it, he would regret it for the rest of his life.
Now, prove to all of us that you can bring or back from the moon. Jiāng Chén, seeing the issue resolved, repeated his earlier command. All of us?
King Tianshu's eyes flickered incessantly.
Its massive right hand tapped its forehead in puzzlement.
Yes, all of us. If possible, it would be best if you could project your perspective here so everyone can see.
Jiāng Chén paused briefly before offering his suggestion. Understood, master.
Please tell me which screen to project onto.
The Sky Tree inquired. Witnessing the colossal robot conversing with Jiāng Chén, officials and staff felt as though they were witnessing a fairy tale. They had been secretly wondering.
This thing was just a gimmick, with some smart voice tech inside. But after witnessing the exchange,
they immediately realized it couldn't be that simple. Everyone present had spent decades in the research field.
They could naturally spot something amiss through minor details.
The moment Sky Tree posed the question,
before the leader could intervene, a staff member stepped forward and activated the central ring-shaped display at the Science and Technology Center with a remote control.
This is the largest screen we have here. All eyes turned toward it.
A massive circular display, approximately 100 meters in circumference and 40 meters tall, hung suspended in the venue's center. The images on the screen were visible from every angle. At that moment, white dots appeared on the screen. Clearly, no signal had been connected yet.
Jiāng Chén nodded. Sky Tree will use this screen.
Sky Tree gazed at the screen, a flash of red light darting across its eyes.
The next second,
the image captured from Sky Tree's perspective filled the circular display.
As its head swayed, the image swayed in sync.
Seeing this, the scientists present immediately gasped in astonishment.
It projected instantly? Without even needing to sync the signal? That's incredibly intelligent. It's like a knife cutting open my butt to get a glimpse. Good heavens, what principle is this based on? How did they pull this off? Why couldn't I think of it? This robot is incredibly intelligent. Unbeatable, absolutely unbeatable. Old Jiāng felt a slight oxygen deprivation in his head. He couldn't help but notice.
The robot before him likely surpassed the entire technological capabilities of Blue Star by dozens of times.
Chapter 82, The Mood Killer. But then someone murmured under their breath. Everything this robot was doing might just be pre-programmed routines.
This murmur instantly snapped those around them out of their astonishment. This thing might look intelligent.
But who's to say it wasn't pre-programmed with artificial stupidity?
This can't be real, can it? An official voiced his doubts immediately. After all, there's a world of difference between true intelligence and pre-programmed routines.
But without careful examination, it was hard to tell at a glance. What if it is? What if this thing was just playing along?
At this remark, old Jiāng frowned, though he was somewhat displeased. But as a leader, he couldn't start lecturing his subordinate just because of a single doubt.
After all, science thrives on bold hypotheses and careful verification.
Deep down, he harbored doubts himself.
Not just in Dragon Nation. Even across the entire Blue Star, it was utterly unprecedented.
It couldn't be ruled out that they were using some popular 3D projection technology to pull off a sleight of hand.
Professor Wang, may I touch the robot you brought?
Since he had personally approved the person, old Jiāng decided to verify it himself. If it turned out to be a 3D projection fake, he would clarify the matter on the spot. Mr. Wang didn't answer but turned to Jiāng Chén.
Is that okay? Jiāng Chén nodded.
Of course.
He then addressed the sky-reaching tree, stay still. Our leader wants to touch you.
The 10-meter-tall iron giant nodded obediently, standing perfectly still like a child, not daring to move an inch.
Facing the colossal steel beast,
old Jiāng approached, trembling slightly as he extended his right hand and pressed his palm against sky-reaching tree's calf. A shiver ran through the colossus. A chill of cold steel radiated through his touch.
Holy crap! The real deal. Absolutely the real deal.
To prove it to everyone, he hooked his finger into a 9 shape and tapped it.
Bang bang! The clear metallic clang echoed in everyone's ears.
It drew gasps from the crowd.
Holy crap, it's real! I thought it was a 3D projection. Who would have guessed?
A steel beast over 10 meters tall.
And it moves freely.
Hard to imagine how they pulled that off.
Hearing the astonished murmurs, old Jiāng turned with a broad smile and asked, anyone else doubting the robot's authenticity? Step forward and experience it for yourself.
One spot available, first come, first served. The official who had questioned it earlier immediately raised his hand.
Me. Old Jiāng's eyes narrowed slightly as he frowned and asked, you still think it's fake? Come on then, verify it yourself.
This young official had been the one raising doubts since the beginning. Now, after personally stepping forward to verify it, he still didn't believe it.
This was a bit of a slap in the face. But displeasure was one thing. Wait until you've verified it yourself, then see what you have to say.
The other officials all shook their heads in disapproval, feeling the young man had overstepped.
Young people these days have no sense of proportion. Even old Jiāng doesn't trust him. How will he ever get by at work now?
He's cut off his own path.
TSK, still too young.
Watching the young man push his way through the crowd until he reached old Jiāng, he said sheepishly, Old Jiāng, you've already verified it.
Of course I believe you.
I just wanted to take this chance to observe things up close.
After saying that,
the officials nearby immediately exclaimed, cunning. Daring not to question old Jiāng's character, they missed the chance to observe him up close. Old Jiāng paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You youngster, come on then. He patted the young man on the shoulder encouragingly.
A young man's curiosity is a good thing.
Zhao Sui Rui approached the sky-reaching tree. His face flushed slightly, his breathing quickened. His palms were drenched in sweat. He wiped his hands on his clothes, then pressed his palms against the sky tree's calf. A wave of steel coldness washed over him. His heart trembled violently. His chest heaved violently, his heart pounding wildly. Before entering politics, he had once harbored dreams of becoming a scientist. So he was a steel enthusiast in his daily life. He was intimately familiar with the specifications of tanks, aircraft, artillery, submarines, and the like. So when this colossal machine appeared before him, his first thought was that it was a fake. But now, the tangible sensation transmitted through his palms left him no choice but to believe. The entire hull showed no trace of welding, forming a seamless, monolithic structure. Masterful craftsmanship. A stroke of genius. The welding technique alone is extraordinary. Zhao Sui's face flushed crimson as he murmured excitedly. The officials standing nearby were instantly intrigued. Before this young man's verification, only old Jiāng had certified it. To be honest, they still harbored some doubts in their hearts. After all, the passes were issued by old Jiāng himself. It wasn't impossible that this was all an act. But after this young man, fresh to the political arena, made his claims, everyone's curiosity was suddenly piqued. Secretary Liu, standing beside old Jiāng, hesitated for a moment before timidly asking, Old Jiāng, may I give it a try? Old Jiāng paused, then smiled bitterly. He had already overstepped his bounds by allowing someone to come up and experience it without seeking old Wang's approval. But now Secretary Liu had suddenly made this request. It put him in a difficult position. After all, the replacement pass had been secured by Secretary Liu taking the blame. Refusing now would be difficult to justify. Old Jiāng glanced at old Wang, who in turn looked at Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén, is this acceptable? The officials and staff present watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Shouldn't Elder Jiāng be the highest-ranking official here? Why was this young man the one making the decisions? And this steel colossus keeps calling him master. Could it be that he developed it? Boom! It was like being struck by lightning. Such a young and accomplished scientist, this was the first time they'd ever seen one. Those with daughters began to wonder. I wonder if he's even married yet. If only their granddaughters could be introduced to him, that would be splendid. The crowd's thoughts varied, but only for a moment. Upon hearing old Wang's words, Jiāng Chén paused slightly before smiling and replying, of course. With Jiāng Chén's permission granted, Secretary Liu finally approached the sky-reaching tree. The same sensation. The same astonishment. This is pure technology and sheer craftsmanship. Thicker than the outer armor of Longwa's Taotai tanks. The nuts connecting the components show absolutely no signs of grinding. A groundbreaking level of craftsmanship. An absolute master of forging. A string of praises poured from Secretary Liu's mouth. Whether it was out of respect for old Jiāng, or if he genuinely thought it was exceptional. Just then, a staff member suddenly interjected, even if it's impressive, it still can't mine on the moon. A wave of murderous glares instantly swept across the room. Anyone daring to disrupt the mood at this moment must truly hold no respect for old Jiāng, a founding hero of the nation. Even old Jiāng himself felt awkward, his face twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 83, Entering the Cockpit Together. Even more awkward was the sight of the Xiongwa scientist, who had stood silently aside, suddenly turning crimson and covering his mouth with a stifled, gaga-gaga laugh. The Dragon Nation's obsession with technology was admirable. But after all that talk, this massive robot before them, no matter how imposing, had absolutely nothing to do with mining. Still, he knew he shouldn't have laughed out loud in public. Especially when he was the only one among a crowd of Dragon Country people. My apologies. I'm terribly sorry. Haha, I just couldn't help myself. Truly, I'm so sorry. Old Wang's face flushed with embarrassment as he approached Jiāng Chén and pleaded, Jiāng Chén, whatever proof you have, please show it quickly. The onlookers nearby froze in surprise. Can he really mine? This has to be fake. I'll be damned if I can't see how long this kid can keep up the act. I'd never guess this huge robot has anything to do with mining. He's faking it. I can feel the truth is about to come out. There's no way this thing can mine. The whole point of mining is the digging part. This robot doesn't even have any tools. How is it supposed to mine? With its hands? Ha ha ha. And another thing, it's way too big for a rocket to launch. Does it fly on its own? That's pure fantasy. Everyone had already lost all doubt about the authenticity and intelligence level of this hunk of metal before them. But there was no way this thing could go to the moon, let alone dig holes. Just as everyone was certain Jiāng Chén was about to make a fool of himself, Jiāng Chén calmly instructed Optimus Prime, activate manned mode. As you command, my master. Immediately afterward, before the eyes of all, a series of mechanical pneumatic sounds echoed. Then, the steel armor on Optimus Prime's chest opened, revealing a deep blue spherical vortex. The vortex seemed to possess a profound, magnetic power, compelling everyone's gaze. Boom! Skin prickled, hair stood on end, and minds felt like they were exploding. Old Wang remained relatively composed, having witnessed this phenomenon before. Honestly. Truth be told. At 70 years old, what strange and bizarre things hadn't he seen? But seeing this thing in Jiāng Chén's warehouse? That was something else entirely. Old Zhang beside him, however, clearly wasn't so fortunate. He clutched his chest as his breathing grew increasingly labored, his eyes rolling upward as he visibly began to have an attack. Secretary Liu knew this was an old ailment of Zhang Lao's, a recurring condition. He quickly retrieved a portable oxygen tank from the pre-prepared first aid kit. He deftly removed the seal and handed it to the elderly Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang drew a long, deep breath as if he had just been saved from drowning. Before he could catch his breath, Secretary Liu helped him into a nearby chair to rest. Most of the officials present were in their 50s. Upon seeing the blue vortex, one stumbled and lost his balance, causing a large group to fall. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, almost every one of them had once harbored a dream of technological advancement. One day, Dragon Nation would leap forward to become a global powerhouse through technological supremacy. And precisely because of this, so many predecessors poured their hearts and souls into this endeavor. These officials lacked natural talent. So they chose to serve scientists through public office. Yet, the deep blue spherical vortex before them reignited their passion for technology. Good heavens! A blue vortex. It feels like a gateway to another dimension? It looks just like the black holes I've seen in sci-fi movies. That pitch black blue, spherical blue darkness. And that extraordinary halo. The tech vibe is off the charts. Michelangelo furrowed his brow slightly. He had no idea what this blue vortex before him was for. But based on his years of scientific experience, it was definitely not just for show. The technology it might contain could be beyond what the rest of Blue Star's nations could develop in the next decade. Then, the relationship between the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation. It might transcend mere alliance status. It could very well leap to become the dominant power on Blue Star, crushing Bear Nation beneath its heel. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. I hope it's not too far-fetched. Michelangelo murmured softly. At this moment, he still clung to a sliver of hope. He hoped that the pounding in his chest was merely his imagination. Compared to Michelangelo's panic, old Master Wang felt more anticipation for the future and a sense of peaceful tranquility. Wang Shui clutched Jiāng Chén's arm, pouting playfully, "Can I come with you?" She tried it in the warehouse before, and the feeling had been truly amazing. Jiāng Chén nodded. As long as Master Wang doesn't mind. Go for it, Jiāng Chén. I fully support you. As long as Wang Shui doesn't interfere with you, I have no objections. Master Wang's face glowed with excitement as he spoke. Jiāng Chén was the one he had discovered first. Jiāng Chén's success felt like his own triumph. He could even envision the profound emotional impact the upcoming series of changes would have on everyone present. Understood, old Wang. Jiāng Chén nodded, then issued the command to the sky column. Wang Shui and I are entering the pod. As you command, my master. Xing Tianzhu's voice sounded once more. Immediately after. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the constantly swirling blue vortex suddenly deepened. The spot where Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui had been standing seemed to warp in space and time, instantly vanishing from their original spots. The entire crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. What the hell? How did those two kids vanish? Like they were swallowed by a robot? Holy crap, are they okay? Do they need help? Terrifying. I just saw them get sucked into that black hole like spaghetti. A black hole. It must be a miniature black hole. They're done for once they're sucked in. Hearing the crowd's gasps, old Zhang and Secretary Liu couldn't help but feel their hearts pound. Especially old Zhang. This bidding process bore his name. If anything went wrong, he would bear full responsibility. He quickly asked, "Old Wang, what's going on? Are they okay? Why don't you explain this to everyone?" Old Wang, looking smug as if he alone remained sober amidst the chaos, turned to face everyone. Calm down. This is standard procedure. Just now, 2 scientists from our Pengcheng Dragon Science Academy entered the mecha's control room. He emphasized the word scientists from Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute with deliberate clarity, as if afraid anyone might misunderstand the ownership of this cutting-edge technology. At over 70 years old, he resembled a primary school student gloating over getting first place in class. Mr. Wang's words acted like a reassuring pill for everyone. The young pair's anxiety instantly dissipated. Instead, they were replaced by awe at the incredible technology before them. Old Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's okay, as long as it's okay. Safety comes first. Secretary Liu patted his chest. That scared the life out of me. I thought something terrible had happened. The entire incident felt both bizarre and somehow normal. The 2 young people vanished from everyone's sight. Entering the cockpit? But what does the cockpit even look like?
Many couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 84, I don't want to crash into a hole. Despite old Wang's assurances, the two young people were merely entering the aircraft's interior, and that there was no danger involved. It only fueled everyone's curiosity even more. But after the two vanished, the chest deck automatically sealed shut. The blue vortex vanished from everyone's sight. Look! The central control screen has split in two. Someone exclaimed. The screen had previously displayed Optimus Prime's perspective. Now it was split cleanly down the middle. One side still showed Optimus Prime's perspective. The other side revealed the interior of the cockpit. The instant Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui were transported into the cockpit, they felt as if their very souls were being ripped from their bodies. The ornate virtual display screen showed various mechanical data. The bionic pilot's chair molds perfectly to their bodies, as if custom-made, offering an incredibly comfortable seating experience. Jiāng Chén's mind flickered with intent. Xing Tianshu immediately raised his left hand and flexed his fingers. No lag. Synchronized with the video feed, it was clear that Xing Tianshu's movement was being controlled by Jiāng Chén. Boom! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Holy crap, is this actually happening? But I didn't see Jiāng Chén make a single move. Mind control. This must be the legendary mind control. More advanced than Eagle's brain-computer interface. No need to plug cables into your brain, just sit down and it works. Astounding. Absolutely astounding. The official beside him noticed Michelangelo's pallor and grew concerned. After all, this expert had been personally invited by the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. And Bear Nation was an ally of Dragon Nation. Sir, would you like us to find you a place to rest? No, thank you. I'll be fine. Michelangelo swallowed hard. All right. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to speak up. No need to be polite. The official nodded and turned his attention back to the screen. Michelangelo fought back the discomfort, his eyes darting between the large screen and Optimus Prime. His mind raced through information. He tried to determine what technology would be required and how long it would take to achieve what he was seeing. But the answer he ultimately arrived at was impossible. He couldn't iterate such technology within at least 50 years. From black hole space to remote psychic transmission and control. It was far beyond the capabilities of Blue Star's current foundational technologies. Thus, there was only one truth. Michelangelo sneered coldly. What unfolded before his eyes was most likely a conspiracy. A grand conspiracy. Otherwise, why would it be revealed to him, a foreign guest, of all people? The entire purpose was to deceive his eyes through this series of virtual optical illusions. So that he, the top scientist of Bear Nation, would carry the news back home. This would directly impact Bear Nation's diplomatic strategy toward Dragon Nation from this point forward. Earlier, when they sent officials to verify the authenticity with old Jiāng, they were all their own people. How vicious. What a ruthless heart. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and saw through it immediately. Otherwise, had it succeeded, Michelangelo would have become a criminal in the Bear Kingdom. Michelangelo crossed his arms, smiling openly as he declared without hesitation. Looks pretty convincing, but I wonder if it can actually mine on the moon. The others paused, then snapped back to reality. Yeah, I mean, this still doesn't prove it can mine. Unless this robot can fly on its own, it won't even reach the moon, let alone mine there. Our main goal is still lunar mining. Those 3 foreign guests who were about to sign contracts turned out to be spies. Now we'll just have to look at Bear Country's equipment. Well, it's a bit pricey, but hey, their technological expertise is undeniable. Yeah. The tech products brought by Pengcheng Lunka Academy are indeed impressive. But so far, we still haven't seen how they plan to meet the actual demand. Dragon Nation's X-rare earth reserves are about to be depleted. This means many specialized military production lines will soon halt operations. Additionally, numerous commercial sectors' technological products that benefit both the nation and its people will also be stranded. It can be said that securing X-rare earths is an urgent matter. Officials were already preparing to approach old Jiāng to persuade him to revise the procurement plan. Having served as an official for so many years, old Jiāng has exceptionally keen ears. Whatever the officials discuss, he naturally hears it all clearly. But up to this point, he still couldn't figure out how exactly this ultra-tech robot brought by old Wang would mine on the moon. It certainly looked impressive. Its appearance was also quite intimidating. But it still doesn't quite fit the theme of this tech tender. Mr. Wang, can this thing really mine? It certainly can't mine. Old Wang carefully chose his words, striving to make his statement sound as precise as possible. Old Jiāng grew impatient. If it can't mine, then why did you bring it here? He almost blurted out that he'd even dragged Secretary Liu into it to cover for old Wang. And now you're showing me this? Well, I said it can't mine, but I never said we couldn't bring back the ore. Old Wang was at a loss for words. All these years later, old Jiāng hadn't changed a bit, still as impatient as he was in his youth. That was probably one reason his health was failing. Old Wang, this has me baffled. First you say we can't mine it, then you say we can bring it back. What's your game here? Can you just lay it out for me?
Old Jiāng's expression grew even more puzzled.
It was obvious to everyone that old Wang's project had old Jiāng's tacit approval. Under such immense pressure, he still hadn't a clue. This was becoming rather unreasonable. See that row of exhaust ports on the robot's back? It can fly on its own. It can't mine the ore, but it can carry smaller mines back. Old Wang explained calmly. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes yesterday, he'd never have believed it. Fly? Mines?
Old Jiāng's eyes widened, his mind struggling to process it. Had these words not come from old Wang's mouth?
He might have had security escort him out immediately. Could it get any more absurd? Even science fiction wouldn't dare write something like this.
Meanwhile, Michelangelo beside him burst into laughter. He thought to himself, this must be a miscommunication somewhere.
Longwei had blown it. They could have called it quits right there and left it at that. Now that the lie was about to be exposed, he waited to see how they would handle the fallout. Manhwa truly lives up to its reputation as a technological powerhouse. It's an honor to witness such a steel colossus take flight. The onlookers, learning the robot before them could actually fly, joined in the cheers. Fly it! Fly it! Fly it! The atmosphere grew heated in an instant.
Suddenly, Optimus Prime spoke.
I have a request. Everyone paused in surprise. Could there be some special prelude still unfulfilled? Old Jiāng nodded and replied, go ahead. Flying is fine, but could you open the dome of the tech center?
I'd hate to crash through a hole.
Chapter 85, The Sky Pillar Takes Flight.
Old Jiāng froze. Secretary Liú froze. The surrounding officials froze in place.
That little kid sure talks big. The dome of the technology center can indeed open and close.
But to prevent damage, it's constructed with the latest Titan steel.
Its hardness is so extreme it could withstand an intercontinental missile. You're telling me it could smash a hole through that thing? Are you kidding me? A hunk of iron that big? It'd be a miracle if it could even fly. Old Jiāng gave his tacit approval. The staff immediately began the operation, pressing the switch to open the dome. Above everyone's heads, a crack suddenly appeared in the ceiling, which had been illuminated only by artificial light. Immediately, a ray of sunlight streamed in. The canopy split into 4 sections and swung upward. A clear blue sky came into view. Even the usually arrogant Michelangelo couldn't help but gasp in admiration.
All right, if there are any other requests, please feel free to voice them. My leadership team and I will do our utmost to accommodate them. Old Jiāng adopted an extremely humble stance. If his previous deference had been out of respect for old Wang, then now it was entirely out of respect for the young scientist from the Dragon Nation. So young, yet so accomplished, his future was boundless. At 70 years old, he had long since dedicated his entire being to the Dragon Nation. If the youth were strong, he would give his all to serve him well. Just like back when defending the position in Korea. The company commander, desperate to spare him from sacrifice, specifically assigned him to deliver a message to the command post. But he refused to budge. Finally, the company commander said, "You're still young. Leave us something to remember you by." To this day, he still remembers how he ran while crying. Now, a voice seemed to roar within him, "Let the youth go first, I'll hold the line with my sword." That's enough. Ignition began behind Optimus Prime. Azure flames erupted simultaneously from the vector thrusters beneath his feet and along his back. The massive steel frame was abruptly thrust upward 2 meters, hovering steadily midair. The overwhelming, sky-darkening pressure forced everyone's breathing to grow increasingly ragged. The thunderous roar of his exhaust flames reverberated throughout the entire tech center. The deafening roar reverberated through the entire technology center. Bathed in sunlight, the steel beast resembled an eternal work of art. Countless people collapsed to the ground, pupils dilating violently, limbs trembling uncontrollably. Holy! It's actually taking off? Holy crap! They weren't just bragging. They can actually fly. So freaking awesome. Autobots take flight. Bodies lost all control as people stared blankly at the sky, screaming in disbelief. Michelangelo plopped down onto the ground, his pants soaked through, tears streaming down his face. If he'd still doubted moments ago, thinking it might be a 3D projection. A scam specially designed for him by the Dragon Nation. Perhaps it was a scheme to acquire his lunar mining vehicle at a bargain price. But now, the waves of heat radiating from the exhaust trail in the sky seared every pore of his body. The real sensation of heat couldn't be faked. Even the skybound Autobots couldn't fake it. Old Jiāng nearly stumbled to the ground beside him, but Secretary Liú caught him just in time. Otherwise, the elderly man in his 70s would have broken a bone from the fall. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Mr. Wang, you've kept this from me for so long. I only found out last night myself. Old Wang shook his head with a bitter smile. Even witnessing Optimus Prime take flight for the second time, the overwhelming sense of awe still made his face twitch involuntarily. A truck transforming into a robot was already beyond belief. But to actually take to the skies? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes?
He wouldn't have dared dream of such a thing before. Could he be? Old Jiāng had already guessed this was most likely Jiāng Chén's handiwork. And that young man from earlier? That was Jiāng Chén himself. Exactly. Old Wang nodded with a smile. The two elders exchanged peculiar glances. Could such scientific mastery truly belong to a mere youth? First, space-based weapons. Now, flying car robots. One thing after another. Even with their vast experience, it was hard to comprehend. Even if one truly mastered all the technology, wouldn't it require immense manpower and resources over a long period to build? At that very moment. Boom! A violent sonic boom erupted overhead. The deafening roar shook the entire technology center to its foundations. The shockwave hurled those already sprawled on the floor far away. Michelangelo could no longer hold back his emotions. Weeping and wailing, he cried out, "Help! Save me!" But now everyone was struggling to save themselves. Who would care about his life or death? Zheng Tiger's body jerked as he managed to utter two words with great effort: sonic boom. Secretary Liu's pupils contracted slightly as he stared fixedly at the sky, lost in thought. Optimus Prime was shrinking at a visible rate. Wherever it passed, it left behind a striking cone of gas. Old Jiāng gripped Old Wang's arm tightly, asking in disbelief, "Old Wang, sonic boom. Did you see it? It's a sonic boom. Stop shaking me. You'll break me apart." "Yes, it's a sonic boom. I saw it." Old Wang shook his head with obvious annoyance. Though he'd only encountered it yesterday himself. But that sense of superiority from having seen it all was practically written on his forehead. The awe within him remained undiminished. Vertical upward pull. It actually produced a sonic boom. Its terrifying power was beyond imagination. Thrust of back engine number 1, 110 kN plus. Back engine 2 thrust, 110 kN plus. Back engine 3 thrust, 110 kN plus. Back engine 4 thrust, 105 kN plus. Leg engine 5 thrust, 210 kN plus. Hull temperature, 200 C. Speed, 1.13145 Mach. Status, idling. You call this idle? Old Wang and Old Jiāng both let out a curse. Their jaws dropped to the floor, a herd of 10,000-word llamas trampling over their hearts. Yet, on the large screen, the data continued to climb relentlessly. Visibility was zero within the thick cloud layer. Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui sat in the driver's seat. Though the holographic screen offered a 360-degree view of everything outside, they could see nothing. The initial thrill of the rapid ascent had gradually given way to a sense of calm. The sun peeking through the clouds was warm yet gentle on the eyes. The deep blue screen before them displayed the craft's data. Various indicators fluctuated constantly. Graphs and charts filled the screen, dizzying in their complexity. Only two readings were easily comprehensible: temperature and speed. Jiāng Chén, this speed is insane. 2.5 Mach. Wang Shui couldn't help but gasp at the reading. As a member of the Dragon Science Institute, she was highly attuned to critical metrics. Such speeds wouldn't be unusual for a fighter jet flying horizontally. But this was vertical ascent. And the temperature has already reached 300 C, yet I can't feel a thing. Wang Shui added excitedly. Chapter 86, Victory, Within Reach. Standard Procedure. Jiāng Chén nodded, replying indifferently. For Optimus Prime, maintaining the driver's body temperature was no big deal. It was merely routine maintenance. After all, Optimus Prime possessed an ultra-strong thermal insulation coating. As long as it wasn't severely damaged, it could block out the vast majority of temperature fluctuations. Routine? Wang Shui inwardly gasped. If this could be called routine, then what about her previous research? Child's play? If anyone else had said that, she would have dismissed it as pure posturing. But Jiāng Chén was the inventor of the sky pillar. Coming from him, it sounded perfectly natural. Wang Shui stared at Jiāng Chén, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At the same time, on the large screen at the technology center, one half displayed the interior of Optimus Prime's cockpit, while the other half showed his field of vision. Surrounding the images, data about the mecha flashed constantly. Terrifying. The temperature has already reached 400 degrees Celsius. The pilot acts like nothing's wrong. How on earth is he doing this? Michelangelo, who had fainted from incontinence, had regained consciousness. As he slowly raised himself off the ground, he caught sight of the screen and couldn't help but stammer in awe. Technology knows no borders, and the scene before him deeply shook his soul. An official nearby froze, then turned his head following a distinct stench of urine and feces, only then noticing Michelangelo. His face bore fresh tear stains, his pants soaked through in a large patch. Drained of all strength, he slumped on the ground, looking utterly wretched. "Hello, would you like us to find you a place to rest? And perhaps a change of clothes?" "Ha? No, that's okay. I'm fine just like this." Michelangelo refused outright, utterly unconcerned with his appearance. "Are you kidding me? Witnessing such cutting-edge technology was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once this village is gone, this shop won't be around anymore. As long as the Dragon Nation staff didn't forcibly drag him out, he was determined to stick around no matter what. Seeing it is worth the price of admission. Every single frame might spark inspiration for his future technological innovations. Little cutie. Leaving just now. Seeing his firm refusal, the official couldn't press the matter further. After all, he was a guest from an allied nation. They let it go and turned their attention back to the screen. A major breakthrough. Old Wang, you've brought us so many surprises today. Old Jiāng stared intently at the screen, addressing Old Wang beside him. As a high-ranking official of Dragon Nation, nothing stirred his excitement more than the nation's technological breakthroughs. Indeed. This marks the first time Dragon Nation has achieved such an advanced lunar landing vehicle. It will undoubtedly play a monumental role in our nation's future strategic development. Old Wang's face flushed crimson as he spoke with palpable excitement. As a scientist who had dedicated decades to aerospace research, a scientific luminary who had achieved countless technological breakthroughs for the nation, his concerns extended far beyond science itself, but also the multifaceted development opportunities this achievement would bring to Dragon Nation. You mean? Old Jiāng's eyes lit up as he snapped out of his astonishment at the cutting-edge technology development strategy that was precisely the issue he needed to consider. Have you considered this? Why has Blue Star been plagued by constant strife for so long? Resources. Developable resources are finite. Energy and land have long been overexploited. Human greed knows no bounds, and Blue Star's environment continues to deteriorate. War won't solve the problem. Even unification won't solve the problem. Old Wang declared passionately. Had he not possessed such exceptional scientific talent in his youth, he might have pursued a political career, potentially achieving even greater prominence than Old Jiāng. You wouldn't be suggesting. Old Jiāng's eyes widened, his pupils slightly contracting. Through the tacit understanding of longtime friends, he seemed to grasp what Old Wang was implying. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Instead of competing within the existing framework, why not expand into new territories? A faint smile curved the corners of Old Wang's mouth. A fierce, decisive aura emanated from him, causing Old Jiāng to pause in surprise. He continued, in the past, this would have been nothing short of a fairy tale. But now, if the Autobots can truly bring more back from the moon, then interstellar colonization will cease to be a laughingstock. His excitement grew with each word, as if a blueprint were already unfolding before his eyes. Rather than endlessly competing over scraps on Blue Star, it would be far better to elevate our ambitions and take control of the solar system. As soon as Old Wang voiced this bold idea, Old Jiāng grew equally agitated. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body moves. The strategic direction of the Dragon Nation for decades to come would likely undergo profound shifts. 10 minutes earlier. At one of the military bases deployed by the Eagle in the Asia-Pacific region. Woo! Alarms blared. Over a dozen Raptor air-to-air fighter jets roared off the runway. Hope they managed to intercept it. Caesar stood by the office window, watching the situation outside. Just moments ago, the base received a transmission from headquarters. Satellite observations indicate that the Dragon Nation has launched something extraordinary into space. Based on the photos transmitted, it appears to be a humanoid mecha. This marks the first discovery of such advanced black technology on Blue Star. Should Dragon Nation successfully complete its experiments, Blue Star may well become dominated by Dragon Nation alone in the future. The Eagle Nation would consequently lose its hegemonic status. Even smaller nations it has frequently bullied, and its own allies, would likely defect immediately. This concerns national security. Interception is imperative. The pressure from higher-ups was immense, and Caesar knew he had no room for retreat. Therefore, he deployed the base's most elite air-to-air fighter squadron for the mission. Within moments, over a dozen fighters roared into the sky, trailing long plumes of exhaust, and vanished into the clouds. Godspeed, amen. May you return victorious. Caesar traced a cross over his heart with his furry index finger, gazing at the clouds beyond the window. Ever since the last fleet that departed the base was annihilated, he no longer believed the Eagle's military might could forever remain the world's strongest. To maintain military morale, the government arrested numerous soldiers. Even when soldiers' families protested, they were ignored. All to suppress the news. To prevent morale from shattering completely after a single defeat. He watched helplessly as countless comrades were arrested from the base, including his superior, the base commander. Fortunately, he was clever enough. He never uttered a word about it. The vacancy opened up an opportunity for him. Now, it was time to deliver a resounding slap to the Dragon Nation. When the Raptor fighter jets take flight, they always strike their targets directly, leaving no survivors. A flying mech? Could it possibly withstand dozens of specially designed air-to-air missiles? That defies all logic. Caesar chuckled. He turned away from the window and uncorked a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Victory was within his grasp. Chapter 87, Dead Hand System activated. Warning! Warning!
Multiple suspicious flying objects detected. An electronic voice echoed from Optimus Prime's system.
The blue transparent screen displayed multiple unidentified flying objects rapidly approaching from dozens of kilometers away. Jiāng Chén's brow furrowed slightly. Flying objects? What's going on? Could it be Dragon Nation fighter jets coming to escort us?
But Old Wang never mentioned anything about this.
Danger was closing in, yet Jiāng Chén and his companion remained utterly unaware. At the same time, the audio and video feed also appeared on the large screen at the technology center. Unidentified flying object.
Old Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Old Zhang. Did you arrange escort fighters in advance?
Old Zhang raised an eyebrow. You've been watching the entire time here. When would I have had the time? Besides, I can't possibly foresee the future.
He flatly dismissed Old Wang's conjecture.
He then turned to Secretary Liu and said, "Go check if it's our fighter squadron." "Roger that."
Secretary Liu saluted solemnly, then pulled out his tablet and opened the Dragon Nation's information system to begin searching. This system was connected to the Dragon Nation's military database.
Its security level was extremely high.
It boasted a firewall dubbed the Iron Net.
Across the entire Blue Star, only during the network's initial construction phase had it been breached by top-tier experts from the Eagle Nation.
For ordinary individuals without authorization, logging into this system was as difficult as climbing to the heavens.
No wonder it was built to such an extreme level.
After all, its databases hold the vast majority of Dragon Nation's classified military intelligence.
Should malicious actors breach it? They could analyze historical data within to assess the Dragon Nation's military capabilities.
The system contains vast amounts of data, so retrieval takes a moment.
2 minutes later,
the search was conducted based on the criteria entered by Secretary Liu.
The final query results showed none.
Secretary Liu paused slightly before reporting truthfully to Elder Zhang, reporting, "There are currently no military operations underway on the Dragon Nation side."
After listening, Old Zhang nodded,
but then seemed to recall something. His pupils contracted slightly, his heart pounding like a war drum.
Damn it! It could be armed forces from another country.
Quickly, order the military to dispatch fighter jets for escort.
In that instant, Old Zhang radiated a murderous aura.
The battle intent forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood swept through the room like the breath of a raging dragon. Officials and staff nearby instantly felt a chill run through them, unable to suppress a shiver. At that moment, Secretary Liu spoke up, "Commander, it's too late." He gestured toward the central display screen.
In just a few short minutes,
the suspicious flying object had already halved its distance from Jiāng Chén and his group. Even if they ordered Longwa's fighter jets to scramble immediately, it would undoubtedly be too late.
Seeing this outcome, people's spirits plummeted to freezing point.
Having just witnessed a monumental breakthrough in Dragon Nation's cutting-edge technology, the maiden flight was about to face a devastating blow. And there was no way to avoid it.
It's over, it's over. Our Autobots are finished. Which bastard country is messing with us? We'll wipe them out with our space-based satellites. The timing's spot on.
I'm starting to wonder if it's connected to that spy we captured earlier. I heard something about Eagle Nation's latest eavesdropping device being linked in real time to their satellite GPS. If the connection drops, it triggers their alarm system.
It's definitely those bastards. Didn't learn their lesson after their fleet got wiped out last time. Now they're at it again. Damn them. They're courting death.
When the time comes, our Dragon Nation will have a just cause to strike.
They won't be able to handle the consequences. It's just a shame. What's a pity?
It's a shame about those two young scientists earlier. To conduct the experiment, they personally went up to pilot it. Truly magnificent. At this, a collective sigh of regret filled the air. They all lamented the impending disaster facing the two young men. Old Zhang's face was as still as water, as if he had made up his mind about something.
Secretary Liu. Present, Commander.
Notify Minister Nie Tao of the military department. Have him prepared to deploy the dead hand.
We are launching a counterattack. Dead hand?
Secretary Liu seemed to burn his lips repeating those two words. The significance of these two words to the Dragon Nation lies in the fact that once national security faces a severe threat, including but not limited to the collective disappearance of Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and unprecedented devastation of Dragon Nation's territory, then all previously marked and locked on Eagle military bases, even Eagle's homeland itself, would face the wrath of the Dead Hand system.
Thousands upon thousands of intercontinental ballistic missiles would launch into the sky.
At that point, even the most sophisticated air defense systems would prove futile.
But that would be tantamount to declaring war on them.
Secretary Liu's heart pounded wildly. This was an earth-shattering event. He should offer a word of caution. Old Zhang sneered coldly. They suffered heavy losses during the surprise attack in the previous military exercises. If they had stopped there, it would have been one thing.
But now they dare to attack us again and again. If we don't strike back today, they'll come again tomorrow. Strike first to prevent 100 blows.
His resolve was unwavering. The officials voiced their unanimous support.
Alright, let's take him down. You never know who's a traitor until you fight them. That damn dog-eagle bastard. Always picking fights, thinking he's the ruler of Blue Star. They didn't learn their lesson last time, and now they're at it again. Fight! Give it hell! The shouts echoed. Michelangelo stood in the center, cheering along with the crowd. As an allied scientist, he naturally hoped the eagle would suffer a severe blow. But inwardly, he couldn't help but scoff. When the Dragon Nation goes berserk, they really don't hold back. Secretary Liu wasted no time, turning on his heel and dashing to the communications room. He dialed the satellite phone to reach Minister Nie Tao of the military department. Hello, Minister Nie Tao. Yes, this is Secretary Liu. This is an order from old Jiāng. The dead hand system is to be on standby immediately. Target, full-range strike on Eagle Sauce. Military Department Director's Office. Nie Tao hung up the phone and took a deep breath. The call had been too brief. He didn't know why old Jiāng had suddenly had Secretary Liu relay this order. But military orders were absolute. There was no room for hesitation. Soon, he summoned the guard company to storm the dead hand system control center. Commander! 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 Dozens of staff members were facing their computers, processing work tasks. Upon seeing Nie Tao and the guards burst in unexpectedly, they paused in surprise. They then stood up one after another, saluting Nie Tao in greeting. Nie Tao merely nodded in acknowledgement, his pace unbroken as he made his way to the far end of the room. An oversized control console. On the console sat a box no larger than the palm of a hand. The box was secured with an electronic lock. A soldier stood guard before the console, rifle at the ready. Dianwei, orders received. Activate dead hand immediately. Yes, sir. Activating dead hand immediately. Dianwei's breath caught. He snapped to attention, turned, and retrieved a key from his pocket. Entering the code, he unlocked the box. Click. A crimson button appeared before his eyes. Under the light, it glowed like a fiery red spirit. All that was needed was the final code from Zhang Lao. Then press the button. 10 seconds later, the entire Blue Star would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Chapter 88, Absurd. Minister Nie, may I ask what exactly happened? The dead hand system console likely operated on a 3-shift rotation. Dianwei was one of the operators. He was stationed at this console for 8-hour shifts, armed and on duty. Day in and day out, year after year. Since he'd started working here, he'd never seen the cover of the dead hand system opened. He only knew this. If one day, this box were to be opened, it would mean the Dragon Nation faces an unprecedented crisis. The Dragon Nation would be on the brink of a war of the century. At that time, the entire nation would be mobilized for war. Therefore, he wants to know. What exactly was happening right now? Nie Tao snorted coldly. Forgot the confidentiality agreement? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Yes, Minister Nie. Dianwei's face flushed crimson. He certainly hadn't forgotten the confidentiality agreement. He certainly knew better than to pry into matters not meant for his ears. But the dead hand system had already been activated. He might be killed in action any day now. So he wanted to know about the enemy ahead of time. Minister Nie probably wouldn't be that strict about it, right? Ah, a disciplinary lapse in the heat of the moment. It was utterly unforgivable. Dianwei couldn't help but feel guilty. Seeing Dianwei momentarily at a loss, Nie Tao sighed. I don't know either. We'll have to wait for the next order. At that moment, dozens of people in the control room rose to their feet and slowly gathered around, stopping at a distance. Per protocol, non-essential personnel were prohibited from approaching the control console. Otherwise, warning shots could be fired immediately. If warnings proved ineffective, immediate lethal force could be used. Everyone was equally curious. What exactly happened? That the dead hand system had to be activated. Dozens of eyes fixed intently on the red button. Every nerve was taut at that moment. Not a word was spoken. Across the entire field, only the sound of heavy breathing filled the air. Over a dozen Raptor fighters bearing the eagle and sword national emblem pierced through the clouds at breakneck speed. They reached the stratosphere. Only such aircraft could handle missions at extreme altitudes. Captain Martinez sat in the cockpit wearing an oxygen mask and a specially designed Eagle flight suit. Facing the complex array of control buttons, he handled them with the ease of a pianist. Without even looking, he could accurately locate the corresponding buttons and command the aircraft with precision. At that moment, the throttle lever was pushed to its absolute limit. He needed to reach the designated location quickly to intercept the Dragon Nation monster captured by satellite imagery. Each Raptor fighter carried 4 Hellfire air-to-air missiles. Once locked onto a target, no matter how it changed direction, the missiles would pursue it to the ends of the Earth until impact. All units, engage. On my command, lock onto your targets and unleash every Hellfire missile. Wipe them out completely. Then we'll head back. Let's hit the bar for drinks, my treat. I'll buy everyone the most expensive rum.
As they approached the designated coordinates, Martinez shouted excitedly into the radio. The radio immediately filled with a chorus of complaints.
"Oh, Captain, you're so stingy. Just one rum shot? You'd better find us each a girl too. This mission's rating is super high, you're definitely getting 2 promotions when we get back. Come on, Woodaloo." With the captain's usual tight-fisted ways, getting a single cup of rum is already pretty generous. Martinez didn't get angry. He just laughed and said, "You guys know I have 3 Filipino maids at home. That costs a fortune. You gotta cut the captain some slack." The radio crackled with another wave of boos. Everyone was complaining about the captain's extravagant lifestyle. Beep, beep, beep. Just then,
a small green dot suddenly appeared on the radar, blinking rapidly.
Target acquired. Prepare for combat. Pilots typically possess exceptional eyesight.
In the distance, a red light grew closer and closer.
Beep, 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 beep.
A series of warning tones sounded over the radio.
This was usually the warning after being locked on. Failure to respond could very well mean being shot down. Break formation, lock on quickly. All fighters broke formation, scattering at varying altitudes.
Martinez's brow furrowed deeply as turmoil raged within him.
He never imagined the enemy's target acquisition range was actually longer than the Raptors.
This meant that Dragon Nation had surpassed Eagle Nation in this area. But the fact that they hadn't encountered this before suggested it was most likely a strategic military experiment.
If they could intercept it, Dragon Nation's experimental timeline could be delayed by several years. Then, relay the news to the Eagle Nation,
directly applying pressure to Eagle Nation's scientists. Given their pace of technological iteration, they could achieve a major breakthrough in less than half a year. The reason they're still stuck at the current level is simply because they haven't encountered a worthy opponent, so they're unwilling to invest excessive resources.
The opponent may be formidable, but they stand alone. We have over a dozen ace pilots on our side. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. We'll overwhelm it with sheer numbers. There might be casualties, but that damaged one definitely won't be me. Martinez smiled confidently.
If you weren't sharp, you wouldn't have made it to squadron leader of the ace pilots.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Fighters had already locked onto their targets, launching Hellfire air-to-air missiles one after another.
1, 2, 3, hurtling toward their target.
To their shock, the target turned out to be a red robot.
Ha! It's actually starting to dodge. Martinez laughed out loud. The Eagle's missile tracking capability was no joke. The delay could be reduced to under 0.5 seconds. Sure enough,
a barrage of over a dozen missiles streaked toward the target. But the red robot executed a flawless evasive maneuver.
The entire missile swarm abruptly altered course in unison.
The red robot hesitated slightly, ceasing its evasive maneuvers. It seemed to have abandoned any will to survive, preparing to accept its fate. Martinez was sharp as a tack, not even a split-second glimpse escaped his keen eyes. His eyes flashed, and a faint smile curved his lips.
Got it.
This time back, a promotion and raise were inevitable.
A double promotion was the bare minimum.
But he couldn't figure it out. Why would such a simple task be assigned at such a high level? Isn't this just a walk in the park? I wonder if the higher-ups have lost their minds.
But for high-value missions like this, I wish they'd assign me more. Before long, I might even get promoted straight to general. Or even receive a personal commendation from the Eagle Eye president. Boom. Boom. Boom.
A series of violent explosions erupted. The violent shockwaves made the fighter's protective glass tremble slightly.
Woo! Victory! Triumph! Let's go home! Long live the Eagle!
Way to go, guys!
Cheers echoed through the radio.
Victory had come so easily.
But then again, it made perfect sense. Any Air Force target locked onto by Hellfire missiles. Few had ever survived. The Dragon Nation's new aerial vehicles were no exception. Robots taking to the skies? How ridiculous! Chapter 89, Eliminate them.
Scorching flames reflected off the protective glass as a blinding mushroom cloud bloomed where the robot had stood.
Under such explosive force, no spacecraft could possibly emerge unscathed. What a magnificent flower! Ha! The Dragon Nation's going to explode.
We crushed their maiden flight attempt.
Let's go back to base. We don't want trouble when they send their Air Force.
The radio crackled with the chatter of Eagle Squadron's ace pilots.
Little did they know that even if they lingered, the Dragon Nation wouldn't send fighters to intercept.
Instead, they would activate the dead hand system directly.
At this moment, Kyoto Technology Center.
Countless missiles launched head-on across the central control screen.
Everyone present seethed with rage, veins bulging. Even Xianghua scientist Michelangelo was seething with rage, his face darkening as he declared, "Those damn eagles. They keep provoking us time and again. Once I return home, I'll demand the government launch an immediate counterattack."
If an ordinary Russian scientist had uttered these words, they would have carried little weight, mere venting of anger.
But he was the chief engineer behind Blue Star's lunar landing spacecraft.
His authority commanded immense respect across both civilian and military political circles. Even the Bear Nation's president would weigh his words carefully. As a Dragon Nation scientist, Old Wang usually carried himself with scholarly reserve, always appearing refined and gentle. Yet now his face was flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the central control screen. Old Jiāng, this is Dragon Nation's spark. It's our chance for decades, even centuries of ascent. Now it's gone. I want you to kill them. When a scholar's anger flares, even generals take notice. Though over 70 years old, the killing intent radiating from him was no less fierce than that of a veteran forged in the blood-soaked battles of the battlefield. Seeing Old Wang so fiercely resolute, as his old comrade in arms, his brother in arms, as a founding hero of the Dragon Nation, how could Old Jiāng turn a blind eye to the scene unfolding before him? The difference was, a faint, contemptuous curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Secretary Liu, who had been equally furious, felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Old Jiāng's expression. No one knew that look better than he did. It was a contrast that emerged in the midst of intense rage. Beneath the calm surface, turbulent currents churned. Old Jiāng was about to kill someone. Enter the command. Old Jiāng said indifferently. Secretary Liu hastily pulled out the tactical tablet he had prepared earlier from his coat pocket. The tactical tablet displayed a pristine white screen, featuring a single input field and a confirmation button. No further instructions were provided. Old Jiāng took the tablet, his expression grave as he stared at the input field. He hesitated for 0.005 seconds. Then he decisively entered a 6-digit password and pressed the confirmation button. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed across the tablet. After a brief data loading period, a success notification popped up. Woo-woo. A piercing siren wailed. This was the sound triggered when national defense entered a state of severe intrusion. It echoed simultaneously across the skies of every city in the Dragon Nation. Large crowds began pouring into the streets. Order quickly descended into chaos. However, armed soldiers soon arrived on the scene, directing the populace into air raid shelters in an orderly fashion. At military barracks across the country, soldiers rushed out of their barracks and assembled on the training grounds within moments, fully prepared for action. Follow the party's command, fight victorious battles. Protect our borders, safeguard our people, defend our homeland. The soldiers roared in unison, their morale shaking the heavens. Officers stood at the front of the formation, delivering final mobilization orders. The alarm has sounded. This is no drill. Those bastard enemies are about to piss on our heads. Are you scared? The soldiers roared in unison. Fight! 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 At an airbase in the Dragon Nation, the on-duty pilots rushed out of the lounge and drove toward their fighter jets. No mission. No orders. The moment the alarm sounded, they had to take off immediately. This was something pilots understood clearly from their very first day on duty. The sounding of the National Defense Alert signaled a grave threat to national security. Failure to take off promptly could mean losing the ability to retaliate in the next second due to a long-range strike. Falcon ready, requesting takeoff. Tornado ready, requesting takeoff. Cuckoo, ready. Requesting takeoff. Wolfpack ready, requesting takeoff. Take off, take off. No need to notify the control tower, proceed in sequence. Encounter enemy aircraft? Shoot them down indiscriminately. In the event of large-scale warfare, communication equipment is highly likely to be jammed. In many cases, defense will depend on the individual competence of combat personnel. After issuing his final command, the Air Force major in the control tower tossed the radio microphone aside and turned to leave. 2 minutes later, at this airbase, the last fighter jet took off, vanishing into the blue sky and white clouds. Simultaneously, multiple airbases experienced similar situations. Civilian aircraft were forced to land at the nearest airports. The South China Sea Theater, East China Sea Theater, Pengcheng Garrison, and other combat-ready units across the nation mobilized simultaneously. Warships and aircraft carriers departed port, air forces took to the skies, tanks rolled out of storage, and ground troops took up positions in trenches. Countless satellites in orbit shifted their focus, casting their gaze upon Blue Star. Who exactly is attempting to attack Dragon Nation? Niatao stared at the control console, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Whoever it is, they'll die if they come. The remote data transmission took only a fraction of a second. The password entered by Old Jiāng had already been transmitted to the system terminal. The dead hand system began its countdown. 10, 9, 8. Niatao stared at the console, his back drenched in sweat, fists clenched so tightly they ached. No one knew better than him. Once this system was triggered, it would be a fight to the death. A single misstep, the entire Blue Star would be destroyed. The staff who had been organizing materials stopped their work. More and more people gathered around. Dianwei stood with his gun raised, his back to the buttons on the control console. His hands gripped the rifle stock tightly as he stared intently at the assembled crowd.
His responsibility is to ensure the device is not activated without authorization. Likewise, even after the device is activated, it must be safeguarded against unauthorized destruction. Could there be enemy spies among the comrades? He did not know.
He only knew that his sole duty now was to ensure the dead hand system operated successfully, free from any deliberate sabotage.
Jiāng Chén, we seem to be under missile attack.
Wang Shui spoke weakly, her face frozen in terror.
Just moments ago,
a vast swarm of missiles suddenly streaked toward them.
Despite adjusting their positions,
they were still struck. Intense flames erupted before her eyes. Yet there was no deafening sound.
It must be said, Optimus Prime's soundproofing was truly exceptional.
Outside his field of vision, everything remained a hazy gray, utterly indistinguishable. Yet the blue screen displayed over a dozen red dots.
18 obsolete fighter jets. Classified as hostile. Optimus Prime's electronic voice suddenly sounded.
It wasn't that he lacked intelligence. After all, since his creation, he had never encountered a true enemy.
It was only natural he couldn't recognize the Eagle's fighter jets. Destroy them! Jiāng Chén ordered coldly. Chapter 90, got any more tricks up your sleeve? Bring 'em on. Technology Center. The large screen displayed real-time synchronization.
Though communication with Jiāng Chén and his companion was impossible, the views from Optimus Prime's perspective and the cockpit interior were crystal clear.
Apart from the black smoke obscuring the view,
he appeared to have sustained no damage whatsoever.
Immediately after,
as Jiāng Chén barked, "Take them out!" the view suddenly cleared. Optimus Prime burst through the thick smoke. A heavy-duty weapon materialized from nowhere in his field of vision, held steady in his hands.
Boom! Boom boom boom!
He raised his arm and unleashed a barrage of continuous fire. The red dots on the blue shared cockpit display rapidly diminished at a visible pace.
In the blink of an eye, the red dots vanished.
Optimus Prime's armored shell remained unscathed, not even a chip of paint missing. Hovering above, he gazed down upon the blue planet.
Like a sovereign ruler. Daring to try and stop me from mining. Jiāng Chén frowned coldly. Seeing this, the crowd, once filled with righteous indignation, fell utterly silent.
They stared fixedly at the screen, pupils constricting, scalps tingling.
The overwhelming sense of oppression made everyone hold their breath. What the hell is stopping you from mining? Shouldn't the focus be on how the Autobots survived so many Hellfire missile strikes?
An assault like that would bring down not just planes.
Even an aircraft carrier would be forced to kneel and sing its surrender. Yet you didn't even get a scratch. Does that even make sense? Shouldn't this be the real focus of attention? What's even more terrifying is that, in the blink of an eye,
you took out all 18 Raptors across from you.
It's like a father beating his son.
They could only take the beating without fighting back. And every strike found its mark.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Autobots are completely unscathed? The Eagle's fighter jets wiped out? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. They were supposed to go mining, but ended up wiping out an entire Eagle Squadron Air Force?
The crowd snapped out of their stunned silence, erupting into a cacophony of discussion about the images unfolding before them. It shattered their worldview. Old Zhang's throat felt dry as he asked Old Wang in disbelief, "What kind of monster did you bring here?" Old Wang smiled bitterly.
"I don't know either. Wait for Jiāng Chén to return. Ask him when he gets back." At that moment,
Secretary Liu cautiously interjected, "The dead hand system has initiated its countdown.
Full range launch in 7 seconds.
Old Zhang froze, his pupils contracting slightly.
He urgently commanded, "Quickly. Stop it.
Tell Nietao to halt the launch."
Let's just say, Dragon Nation has always been a nation of etiquette. They had just destroyed the Eagle's entire fleet. Now they'd annihilated their entire air force.
If we activate the dead hand system now, that would be downright bullying.
The international situation is complex and intertwined. Should such a move be made,
it would inevitably become the target of universal condemnation on Blue Star.
Even our ally, the Bear Nation.
By that point, it would grow wary of the Dragon Nation. It will make targeted strategic adjustments. After all, as the wisdom of our forebears teaches, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests.
Yes, Commander.
Secretary Liu immediately picked up the satellite phone and began dialing.
Hello, Minister Nye?
Immediately halt the dead hand system. Immediately halt the dead hand system.
Yes. It's the latest order from old Zhang. Time ticked away, second by second. If the operation wasn't executed promptly, it could very well trigger unforeseen consequences. After receiving the call from Secretary Liu, Nietao's heart pounded wildly, his chest heaving violently. Quick! The keys! Give me the keys! Stop! Stop the car!
Everyone watched Nietao, who had suddenly descended into madness, their expressions filled with confusion. It was him who said to launch earlier. Now he's the one who just got a call demanding an immediate halt to the launch.
The countdown on the dead man system continues. 5, 4. 3. Dianwei took a half step back with his rifle, staring blankly. Commander, please repeat your order. Despite Nietao's apparent confusion, he remained duty-bound to clarify the directive according to protocol, preventing operational errors. Repeating the order, immediately deactivate the dead hand system. Yes, sir. Dianwei did not hand over the key. Instead, he strode swiftly to the console. He shoved the key into the lock. Click. The mechanical lock engaged. 1. Abort launch. Phew. Nietao let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but admire it. The mechanical lock transmission device created by Dragon Nation scientists was truly remarkable. Such a precision interlocking mechanism. It stopped the instant it was commanded. Not a single second wasted. Fortunately, everything was still in time. Otherwise, old Zhang's orders would have been impossible to carry out. But what exactly happened? Why such a sudden reversal? I must get to the bottom of this later. Otherwise, this crowd before me might just drive me mad. At that very moment, the wailing sirens across the nation abruptly ceased. Military commanders across the Dragon Nation froze in surprise before sinking into bewilderment. Immediately after, Niu Tao's office phone was flooded with calls. A small number of high-ranking officials bypassed the system and called Nietao's personal satellite phone. The result? They knew nothing. 3 inquiries yielded no answers. Due to confidentiality agreements, he couldn't even disclose who had issued the order for the time being. All he could do now was force a wry smile and tough it out. Suddenly, several armed soldiers in distinctive uniforms burst through the door. Commander Nietao, we are the Military Inspection Corps. You are suspected of treason. Please come with us. Nietao offered no explanation, simply extending his hands to be cuffed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he was escorted out. He knew what awaited him, a rigorous political review. A bitter smile escaped him. Old Jiāng, you've really done me in this time. When I get back, I'm taking a case of your Mao Tai home to compensate for my mental anguish. The truth would eventually come to light. When it did, having old Jiāng owe him a favor might not be such a bad thing after all. A faint smile touched his lips at the thought. He stood tall, his spirit brimming with vigor. The soldiers of the supervisory army frowned at the sight. They assumed Nietao was harboring resentment. General Nia, I must remind you. Every action you take from this moment onward will be recorded. To be so cheerful while committing treason. That will only add to your charges in the court-martial. Nietao's smile only grew wider. The more he suffers, the louder he could wail before old Zhang. At the very least, 2 cases of Mao Tai were guaranteed now. Technology Center. Completely unaware of the impending danger, old Zhang let out a long sigh of relief. Secretary Liu's system panel showed that the dead hand system had deactivated at the very last second. That was close. It could have spiraled out of control. He'd have to write up a report later to explain clearly to the military headquarters exactly what happened. But for now, what matters more is seeing what other shenanigans Jiāng Chén and his Autobots have up their sleeves. So far, in just a few short hours, Jiāng Chén had delivered far too many surprises. He couldn't fathom how this young man's mind worked to actually design such advanced black technology. Chapter 91, The Ultimate Troublemaker. Regarding old Zhang's reaction, old Wang understood perfectly. Rather than recklessly sparking a major war and dragging all the common folk into the fray, it was clearly better to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. Old Zhang, you've got guts. Old Wang gave him a thumbs up. Truth be told, in this position, while he held administrative authority, but every decision carried corresponding responsibility. Often, if one fails to consider all angles, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Especially for someone like old Zhang, who dedicated his entire life to the Dragon Nation. To have his legacy tarnished in his twilight years is hardly a good thing for him. Of course. Old Zhang replied with a look of satisfaction, his voice tinged with pride. Years of tacit understanding allowed him to instantly grasp what old Wang was thinking. As commander-in-chief, one must make decisive judgments for the nation and its people. Even if others later deemed his actions biased, accepting the consequences was all that mattered. It was precisely this sense of responsibility that old Zhang had been able to forge ahead through adversity since his youth. Climbing the ranks from a low-level official. The Dragon Nation never fails to reward those who dare to shoulder responsibility. Michelangelo broke out in a cold sweat. This was truly unyielding. When it comes to fighting, they fight. Once the Dragon Nation's death-dealing system is activated, it would create a situation of no quarter given between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation. At that point, the Bear Nation would inevitably be drawn into the conflict. Nations across Blue Star would instantly divide into 2 factions. Such a war would likely prove devastating for the entire Blue Star. After all, every nation holds several hidden trump cards. May Catherine the Great protect us.
At this thought, Michelangelo broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively crossed himself.
Thankfully, the Dragon Nation ultimately held back. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The remarks from nearby officials and venue staff sent shivers down Michelangelo's spine. The eagle got off easy, pure luck. He dodged a bullet. They should have been wiped out long ago. Erased from Blue Star entirely. What scum!
Nail them to the pillars and burn them all to death.
Tisk, Liu, we're a nation of etiquette, you can't speak like that. This is a one-time thing, okay? I'll dock your pay if you do it again. Then how should we say it?
Tie their hands and feet to a wooden pole, spin them round and round, then slow cook them over a gentle flame until golden brown.
Ah, master, even without cursing, you're more cruel than I am. Tell Li to read more books. And don't call me master. It's embarrassing.
Word by word. The tone was flat, as if recounting everyday matters.
Listen closely. Every word and phrase was about murder. Michelangelo was scared out of his wits again.
They say the people of Bear Country are the toughest, most bloodthirsty beings on earth. They'd start a fight at the drop of a hat.
But now we know.
The ferocity of the Dragon Nation people runs deep in their bones. This is far more than the Bear Nation's people, who only know how to charge forward.
They're untouchable. Thankfully, the two nations are allies. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we died. Eagle Command Headquarters. The entire ace pilot squadron vanished? Say that again?
General Michel bellowed into the phone, his voice thick with fury.
The report had just come in.
18 Eagle Ace pilots took off from a military base in the Asia-Pacific region in their Raptor fighters.
Their mission, intercept some damn prototype from the Dragon Nation.
And just moments ago, they vanished without a trace. After receiving confirmation, Michel remained unconvinced and pressed further.
Could it be that your radio communication malfunctioned?
Sorry, General Michel, we had personnel specifically tested radio communications are functioning perfectly, the officer on the other end of the line said with a hint of grievance.
This incident could be described as earth-shattering. In an instant, the entire ace fighter squadron lost contact.
The losses were beyond anyone's capacity to bear. After all, training each pilot required billions of Eagle coins.
And ace pilots are selected from among ordinary pilots through rigorous selection. Losing 18 at once. When the blame falls, a lowly officer like him would never survive the fallout.
Therefore, he had to report to General Michel immediately. After all, the order to deploy the ace fighter squadron had come directly from General Michel.
Understood.
Michel frowned deeply and hung up immediately.
Without hesitation, he dialed the National Reconnaissance Agency. Hello, this is Michel. Yes, put Ulysses Grant on the line. A moment later, the phone clicked off abruptly. Salute to General Michel. Right. Get on it immediately. Find out what just happened to our ace squadron. Grant paused, puzzled. General, did I hear that correctly? The ace flight squadron?
That was downright creepy.
He had clearly just sent General Michel the images of the robots flying over Dragon Nation's airspace.
And he'd received General Michel's enthusiastic praise.
He'd declared their reconnaissance bureau truly worthy of being the Eagle's vital intelligence arm. Now he was being asked to track down the ace flight squadron?
You could guess it with your toes. Something major must have gone wrong.
God, I hope it's not what I'm thinking.
Grant's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he crossed himself.
Yes, the ace squadron. Get on it immediately.
Maybe it's not as bad as we fear, perhaps they're just experiencing communication issues.
Michel confirmed.
The words slipped out before he could fully process them himself.
Yes, sir, General. I'll get on it immediately. Hearing Michel's conjecture, Grant clung to it like a lifeline.
His spirits soared instantly. He turned to the working crowd and commanded, everyone, pull up all imagery from the skies over Dragon Nation from the past half hour now.
Hurry!
The crowd paused in surprise. Then, like arrows released from a bow, they swiftly scattered to their respective stations.
10 minutes later, dozens of photos depicting the ace pilot's battle with the Dragon Nation robot were printed out. Summarized in one word. Explosive. Instant annihilation. Not a scratch. The Grant people were stunned. Is this even human?
This must be some futuristic black tech or aliens invading Earth. Trembled with colleagues for a moment. We immediately packaged all the photos and sent them to General Michel. This was a hot potato. I couldn't afford to linger a moment longer, best to pass it on immediately.
Pass it on to someone higher up.
Such a massive liability, a mere director of reconnaissance like him couldn't possibly shoulder it.
On the other end, Michel fell silent as he studied the transmitted photos.
Over a dozen Hellfire missiles struck their targets. Yet they failed to inflict even a scratch. In the end, they were completely annihilated by the so-called Dragon Nation robots.
Isn't it said that Eagle Sauce's technology and military might are far ahead of the rest? Their long-standing pride.
Now it's all been mercilessly torn to shreds.
Michel stared fixedly at the photograph, his body trembling uncontrollably.
He even had reason to suspect that the complete annihilation of the Eagle fleet earlier. It wasn't some divine miracle at all. It was the work of the Dragon Nation's forces.
Chapter 92, The Eagle Squadron takes a major hit. Oh, damn it. Damn it all. Michelle yelled hysterically. The shock of the fleet's annihilation hadn't even subsided yet. The families of the fleet members were still causing a huge uproar in society.
And now this had happened. This time, Eagle's domestic and international public opinion was utterly beyond containment. And militarily speaking, when did the Eagle's military become so weak and vulnerable? A voice seemed to answer him from the depths of his soul. Ever since encountering the Dragon Nation, his heart skipped a beat. Back when he fought in the Korean War, the Dragon Nation's troops, armed only with rice porridge, rifles, and their own legs, had gone toe-to-toe with Eagle's planes, warships, tanks, and aircraft carriers. They emerged victorious.
Now, Dragon Nation's technology was quietly gaining the upper hand over Eagle Nation. Back when they held absolute superiority, they couldn't win. Now, are they forced to kneel and sing conquest? And it seems that's exactly what's happening. It's over. It's over. At this very moment, facing the impending consequences, Michelle slumped in his chair, utterly lost. If only she had known, she should have turned a blind eye and not provoked the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén and his companion continued ascending in the sky pillar. As for everything unfolding on Blue Star, they remained completely unaware. Jiāng Chén, did you see that? The sky pillar actually has guns. Yeah. Bang bang bang. All those planes shot down instantly. I saw it. But the absolute most crucial part, all those missiles flying at him, and Optimus Prime wasn't even scratched. What's that supposed to mean? You wish it had been hit? No. I just meant, Optimus Prime is the most incredible robot I've ever seen. They wouldn't even dare film something like that in the movies. Jiāng Chén nodded, pausing for a moment. Optimus Prime, the lady's complimenting you. Care to say a few words? At that moment, Optimus Prime's electronic voice, which had remained silent until now, sounded from the cockpit. My compliments to you, lovely lady. That was merely routine procedure. Routine? Optimus Prime, when did you learn to speak so insincerely? If that's routine, then what were those fighter jets over there? Wang Shui was thoroughly unimpressed by Optimus Prime's modesty. She'd seen it in a video. Excessive modesty is just pride and hypocrisy. Optimus Prime paused briefly before explaining, oh, esteemed lady. Do you have a younger brother? Wang Shui furrowed her brow, puzzled by Optimus Prime's sudden question, but answered honestly, no, I'm an only child. Why? Then imagine if you had a younger brother. Optimus Prime seemed unable to find a better way to phrase it and pressed on awkwardly. Wait, I really don't have a younger brother. As a female scientist, Wang Shui was always meticulous. Her parents were both approaching 60. This hypothetical scenario, which would never come to pass, held no meaning whatsoever. Wang Shui's response left Optimus Prime completely flustered. A brief silence fell. Jiāng Chén sighed helplessly. Wang Shui let Optimus Prime finish what he was saying. Fine. Go on. I have a younger brother. And then? At some point, Jiāng Chén's words had begun to carry increasing weight in Wang Shui's heart. Even when old Wang spoke, she'd stubbornly refused to back down when she was in a feisty mood. But now, she simply nodded obediently. Optimus Prime's voice continued echoing through the cockpit. Suppose your brother is 20 years older than you. If he hits you, is it the same as you hitting him? Ah, I get it. You mean Eagle Boy is the little brother, and we're his big sisters. Wang Shui's expression lit up with sudden understanding. Optimus Prime paused before replying. Correct answer, beautiful lady. Additionally, I must remind you I do not possess the cockpit's internal perspective. Should you require privacy for certain human activities, simply use your mind to block the audio feed. The cockpit's soundproofing is absolutely the strongest in the entire universe. Optimus Prime added with a hint of pride. Wow, that's amazing. Even the soundproofing is incredible. Wang Shui couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Jiāng Chén was speechless. This Wang Shui truly was a straight shooter. She couldn't even pick up on Optimus Prime's subtle hints. But to avoid awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject. Hey, Blue Star. Look, what a beautiful blue star. Before they knew it, Optimus Prime had already brought the two of them to low Earth orbit. Looking down from above, in the vast night sky, Blue Star resembled a dazzling blue gemstone set upon a black canvas studded with diamonds. Awe-inspiring. And breathtakingly beautiful. The breathtaking grandeur pierced the soul. The scene before her eyes left Wang Shui utterly speechless. Since graduating, she had dedicated herself to researching aerospace technology. Though she had seen similar images on screens during her studies. But no matter how similar they were, nothing could compare to the overwhelming sensation of being right there in the moment. Thank you, Jiāng Chén. Wang Shui tore her gaze away from the blue planet, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Jiāng Chén. No need to thank me. Jiāng Chén stammered in response. Then, to his horrified eyes,
Wang Shui suddenly left the driver's seat, threw herself into his arms, and kissed him. Straight girls pack a punch.
A fierce and lingering wet kiss. Just as they were getting more and more carried away, Jiāng Chén shoved her away.
Wang Shui looked utterly aggrieved and bewildered, tears welling up in her eyes as she was on the verge of bursting into tears.
Jiāng Chén sighed and pointed upward. "We're screen sharing live." Wang Shui instantly felt mortified.
She scrambled back to her driver's seat, squinting her eyes shut and pretending to sleep. But her expression betrayed her. Her face flushed bright red, the color spreading all the way to her neck. At the tech center's large screen, old Zhang's eyes widened.
"Did any of you actually see anything?" "I didn't see a thing."
The others immediately responded with solemn expressions.
"Ah, sand must be in my eyes.
I need to wash them out in the restroom."
"Oh no, my eye condition flared up. You know my eyes aren't great, Zhang Lao, and I've been pulling all-nighters lately. The night gave me black eyes, yet I see nothing at all. You've all spoken up, what about me? Ah, my head hurts. My head hurts so bad."
Everyone clutched their heads in various bizarre poses, wailing in agony. To an outsider, it would look like they'd all caught some kind of eye disease.
Michelangelo, slow to react to the Dragon Kingdom's language, was about to declare his eyesight was perfectly fine and that he'd seen everything, only to discover everyone was experiencing the same issue. Spoiled. Overly dramatic. Even he, slow as he was, grasped the connection. The next second, a wail echoed from the tech center. Michelangelo's eyes swelled into two massive puffs.
In full view of everyone, he had punched his own eyes until they were swollen. Now he could still smile, gazing at people through his red, swollen eyes. This left everyone else utterly speechless. Damn, they're fierce. Those guys from Bear Country are seriously tough. No wonder the Turtle Country dares not provoke the Russians. When they get fierce, they'll even beat themselves.
Chapter 93, Rifle Training Big, Thick, and Deadly Accurate. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén observed through his 360-degree panoramic view. Countless satellites drifted in low Earth orbit.
Most of them belonged to the Dragon Nation.
Yet among every 100 satellites, 5 or 6 ordinary American satellites would inevitably be mixed in.
They looked particularly glaring.
"Optimus Prime, could you lend me your weapon for a moment?" "Certainly, my master."
With that, Optimus Prime retrieved the long-barreled weapon he'd just used from his body. He held it boldly in his hand. He continued, "Master, you may now use your mind to control my aiming and trigger." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiāng Chén instantly sensed Optimus Prime's massive frame, realizing he could now command it with the flick of a finger. Wang Shui, who had been pretending to doze off nearby, instantly opened her eyes. Like a curious child, she glanced at Jiāng Chén, then shifted her gaze to the massive weapon beyond his reach.
She nervously asked, Jiāng Chén, what are you doing? Don't you dare do anything reckless. Want to play with Optimus Prime's gun?" "No, I don't.
And let me remind you, damaging public property can land you in jail." Wang Shui suspected Jiāng Chén intended to use the space-based weapon as a target.
Jiāng Chén chuckled. "Who said I'm going to damage public property?
Besides, I own a share of the space-based weapon."
"Would I be that stupid?" Wang Shui froze. "Then what are you shooting at?" Jiāng Chén pointed at one of the satellites nearby. "See that one?
It's not our space-based satellite, it's Eagle's Starlink satellite."
"Starlink satellite? Elon Musk's Starlink?" "Exactly.
We'll use it as a target to practice our skills."
"But..." "No buts about it. If you won't shoot it, I will." Jiāng Chén's decision to use the Eagle's satellite as a target wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea.
It stemmed from the scenario he'd just experienced being surrounded and attacked by over a dozen fighter jets. If Optimus Prime hadn't seized the initiative and regained control, they wouldn't have been able to annihilate the enemy so swiftly. They might have been forced to stand their ground and take passive hits. That would have been far too passive. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity to hone his skills. First, to gain the ability to control Optimus Prime's offensive capabilities. Second, to strike back at Eagle Sauce. Though Eagle always ended up at a disadvantage each time. But who asked them to come looking for trouble time and again? He couldn't be blamed for that. He had to collect a little interest for the Dragon Nation. 1 o'clock direction, lock on. Jiāng Chén used the command he'd learned from TV, mentally guiding his aim toward a lone Eagle satellite drifting in the distance. This satellite was far from any Dragon Nation satellites. Even if he missed, it wouldn't graze the Dragon Nation satellite. After all, it was his first attempt. He knew his own limitations. Borrowing Optimus Prime's perspective, he raised his rifle and took a deep breath. Then, he silently counted down in his mind. 1, 2, 3. A massive white light erupted from the barrel. A searing white beam streaked along the bullet's trajectory, hurtling toward its target. Result: miss by an inch, miss by a mile. The beam struck the satellite from a distance of hundreds of meters. The Eagle brand satellite hung there, utterly unscathed. Jiāng Chén remained undeterred. He fired a second shot, then a third. Though the distance narrowed with each shot, they either veered left or right, always just a hair off target. Then Optimus Prime's voice rang out, "Come on, Master. Get lost." "Yes, sir." 3 consecutive misses left Jiāng Chén frustrated. He regrouped, sensing Optimus Prime's body. Through the gun's scope, he made slight adjustments to aim at the satellite, then took another deep breath. He held his breath. The next second. Bang! The distant satellite was torn apart like a rag. Countless fragments vanished in the beam's path, while a few drifted off to become permanent space debris. "Whoa! We hit it!" Jiāng Chén danced excitedly. No guy is indifferent to firearms. Especially a young man in his early 20s like Jiāng Chén. The Sky Pillar gun held a fatal attraction for him. Wang Shui flattered him from the side. "Jiāng Chén, you're amazing. So impressive." "Of course." Jiāng Chén's lips curled up in a hint of pride. He had mastered the rhythm of hitting the target. Repeating the same technique would be easier now. Bang, bang, bang. Just as expected. 3 shots fired, 2 hits landed. The bigger the thrill, the more exhilarating it became. By the end, I didn't even need the scope, just a quick swing and I hit the target. Perhaps this is what they call the legendary feel for a gun. Combined with the unique gun feel discovered through Optimus Prime's steel body. Watching Jiāng Chén play with such delight, Wang Shui beside him couldn't resist the urge any longer. She immediately exclaimed, "I want to try too. Let me have a go." Jiāng Chén reluctantly pulled himself out of Optimus Prime's consciousness, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. "Fine, you take over. Just aim carefully, don't go firing off space-based weapons." "Got it." Wang Shui immediately leaned into the driver's seat and got into position. Her mind became tightly linked with Optimus Prime's. A surge of perception washed over him. A massive frame, a colossal barrel, and the scope mounted atop it. 3 points aligned, targeting the distant satellite. She pulled the trigger. Boom! Missed. She wasn't surprised. After all, girls aren't naturally adept with firearms. And besides, even Jiāng Chén hadn't hit the target with his first 3 shots. It was only natural that a delicate young woman like her would miss her first few shots. Boom! 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 Over a dozen shots had been fired. Each one veered either left or right. Once the shooting deviation reached a critical threshold, it became impossible to narrow the gap any further. Wang Shui couldn't help but explode in anger. "Oomph! I'm done. This is too hard." Then she turned to Jiāng Chén with a suspicious look. "Be honest, did Optimus Prime help you cheat just now? How else could you have hit so accurately?" Jiāng Chén was rendered speechless by the accusation. Cheating? If Optimus Prime was helping him, why the hell would he even bother practicing? "Tell me, do you like me? Is that why you had Optimus Prime cheat for you, just to show off in front of me?" Wang Shui was clearly so enraged she'd lost her mind, spouting nonsense. Jiāng Chén pressed his hand lightly to his forehead. It felt like his brainstem had been severed. After a second of silence, he lowered his arm and looked at Wang Shui. "Try again. Let's see if we can both enter Optimus Prime's perspective." Wang Shui, thinking it was a game, immediately complied. Immediately after, Jiāng Chén also entered Optimus Prime's perception. "You aim first, I'll assist you." Jiāng Chén's voice was cold and ruthless. Okay. Wang Shui aimed again, following the sensation from earlier. Optimus Prime's gun once again locked onto the distant Eagle satellite. After Wang Shui adjusted the angle, Jiāng Chén glanced at the viewfinder and couldn't help but curse, "Unbelievable. How could you be so off? What the hell are you aiming at? Use the scope. Do you even know what a scope is?" He then readjusted the direction once more. Boom! Hit! Wang Shui immediately let out a delighted shriek. "Yay! I hit it! I hit it too!" Things went much smoother from there. Having sensed Jiāng Chén's gun handling skills through their shared consciousness earlier, her accuracy improved dramatically. It was basically 1 shot, 1 kill. Soon, every Eagle satellite in her field of vision vanished. If he wanted to keep shooting, he'd have to relocate to another spot. Chapter 94 Eagle Bear picks up the entire bill. The tech center's large screen still displayed real-time footage. When they learned Jiāng Chén intended to practice with Optimus Prime's weapons, the assembled leaders were stunned. Their eyes widened, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. How vital are satellites to Eagle sauce? Destroying Eagle's satellites is like blinding Eagle's eyes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pouring such enormous resources into that ridiculous Starlink satellite project. Boom! Flames erupted across the screen as the Eagle's satellite shattered. "Damn it, old Jiāng, should we notify the military headquarters to prepare for Eagle's counterattack?" one of the officials asked. "Yeah, old Jiāng. Those sly bastards from Eagle Nation love sneaking around like thieves. Once they realize we took out their satellite, they'll retaliate hard." Another official chimed in. Old Jiāng waved his hand with a smile. "Taking out 1 or 2 isn't a big deal. We'll just deny it when the time comes. Besides, they send fighter jets to ambush us this time, they're the ones in the wrong." He spoke with confidence. A full 18 raptors had come to ambush us. That alone constituted a direct casus belli between nations. Relying on their advanced technology, they believed their stealth fighters could evade the Dragon Nation's surveillance. Little did they know. The Autobots could project real-time footage. All 18 Eagle Wing fighters were laid bare before their eyes. Crystal clear, unblurred footage. Snapping a screenshot to confront the Eagle-Winged Nation privately? That'd probably net us a hefty payout. What's wrong with taking down 2 of your satellites? That was us giving you face, letting you save face. That's the magnanimity of our Dragon Nation. Old Wang gave Old Jiāng a thumbs up from the side. The two men exchanged glances. Their eyes conveyed the message. You're awesome. You bet. The two old men burst into laughter, as joyful as children. Michelangelo stood by, utterly transfixed. The screen, showing the Autobots destroying the Eagle Swan satellite, held his gaze captive. Damn. Beat the hell out of him. The Eagle has repeatedly launched military provocations. It's time to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Watching the interaction between the two elders, one can't help but sigh. Is this the camaraderie of the Dragon Nation? How enviable. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted on the screen once more. Boom! Another satellite was struck and shattered. One after another. 1, 2, 3. Jiāng Chén's lips curved into a smile as his shooting technique grew increasingly proficient. He was nearly hitting one target per shot. And his speed grew faster and faster. It was clear he genuinely loved shooting games, having fully entered a state of flow. With each satellite shattered on the screen, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They had assumed Jiāng Chén would just pick a couple of targets and go through the motions. But he just kept getting more and more into it. This kid. He's gotten carried away, he's going all out now. At that moment, Old Jiāng felt a twinge of unease. Who exactly was the imperialist power now? The Eagle did launch a sneak attack, no doubt. But after all, we wiped out 18 of their fighter jets and just destroyed this many of their satellites. At the very least, we've cost them trillions of Eagle dollars. What a bloody disaster. And among everyone present, Michelangelo was the most thrilled. Upon hearing that the military exercise had been sabotaged by the Eagle Squadron fleet, after the Northern Fleet suffered heavy losses, and having repeatedly failed to secure compensation from the Eagle Flag Nation, now witnessing the Eagle's successive catastrophic losses, he felt ecstatic inside, as if he had personally destroyed the Eagle's satellite. Hurrah! Take them down! Another one! Yes! Just like that! Don't stop! Watching Jiāng Chén finally cease his assault after obliterating entire clusters of satellites, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness only a few dozen satellites. As long as we don't admit it, the Eagle won't have anything on us. However, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Shui was clamoring to play with guns too. This left everyone utterly flabbergasted. Secretary Liu sighed softly, Old Jiāng, maybe we should activate the dead hand system after all. Strike first to avoid being caught off guard later. The others nodded in agreement. Old Jiāng frowned, glancing hesitantly at Old Wang. Old Wang laughed heartily. I know Wang Shui. She's a complete novice, hit the target? Good luck with that. Once, during a team building trip for our aerospace institute, one activity was live fire shooting. Guess what happened? Everyone's attention immediately turned to Old Wang. She fired over a dozen rounds and didn't hit a single target. Later, she even borrowed someone else's turn at the range, still missed every shot. Ha ha ha. His hearty laughter echoed through the tech center. The tension in the room instantly dissolved. Old Jiāng even offered comfort. Learning comes at different paces, and everyone has their own specialties. It's perfectly normal for a young woman in research to miss. As long as our Dragon Nation warriors can hit their targets, that's what matters. The others echoed Zhang Lao's words. Yeah, it's normal for girls to be less familiar with firearms. Ha ha ha, can I say she's both clumsy and loves to play around? Tisk, you're not wrong. She really is. Ha ha ha. Even my cousin's grandson shoots better than her. But she's a scientist. What are you comparing her to? Laughter and cheer filled the air. When they saw Wang Shui miss the target again and again with several consecutive shots, the crowd erupted into uproarious laughter. Old Wang was right. Wang Shui truly had no talent for shooting. Why did Old Wang know Wang Shui so well? Many couldn't help but wonder if Wang Shui and Old Wang were related by blood. But regardless, the relentless momentum of the Eagle Swan satellites being wiped out has finally been halted. It wasn't that they dared not fight. It's simply common knowledge. Every nation holds hidden trump cards. The Eagle is no exception. Therefore, it is not yet time to completely sever ties. Although dozens of satellites were destroyed. But when the time comes, have the foreign ministry feign ignorance, then subtly hint at it by producing photos of Eagle brand fighter jets launching surprise attacks. This should suffice to calm the situation. Ultimately, peace will prevail. However, it soon became clear that they had been far too naive. Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui had somehow simultaneously accessed the mind control system of the sky column. It seemed Wang Shui's shot was destined to miss again. But with Jiāng Chén's adjustment, boom! Hit! Immediately after. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Shui found her rhythm from this single hit. In the subsequent shots, she hit the target with near-perfect accuracy. Bang! 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 One shot, one hit. The satellite exploded instantly. Each shot felt like a stab to everyone's heart. Soon, there were no more Eagle brand satellites left to shoot at within the entire area. Wang Shui's cheers echoed through the screen. You could feel it. This was a major technical breakthrough in her life. The bigwigs gathered before the screen all slumped to the floor, their faces twisted in bitter smiles. These two had taken down at least 100 satellites. Each satellite was worth at least 80 billion Eagle coins. Give it back? No way. Never admit it. The entire bill is on the Eagle lady. Chapter 95 Eagle Sauce Satellite Goes Offline. Eagle Nation Intelligence Agency. Soothing music drifted through the director's office. Grant hummed a tune from his hometown, sipping a freshly brewed cappuccino. Ah, it tastes especially good today. He casually gave his secretary's ample behind a playful pat. The secretary giggled in response. Grant was in a very good mood. Very good indeed. Because Marshall didn't seem to have any intention of shifting the blame onto him. Truthfully, it had little to do with him anyway. His responsibility was solely to capture intelligence and deliver it promptly. Issuing orders to the air wing was entirely beyond his purview. The squadron's annihilation was none of his damn business. Yet given Marshall's standing, dragging him into the mess would have been effortless. In the end, this highly respected general chose not to do so. As the Dragon Nation proverb goes, a true hero takes responsibility for his own actions. Yes, General Marshall was a true hero. It's just a shame about those 18 ace pilots. Training each ace pilot required the Eagle to invest hundreds of billions. This time, General Marshall's side is likely facing a major shakeup. Ah, who cares? As long as it doesn't involve me. Even if the sky falls, it's none of my concern. He downed his coffee in one gulp and set the cup on the table. He began groping his voluptuous secretary, who was sitting on his lap. Before long, the office echoed with decadent moans. Kong Muan. Yesi. Despite the decent soundproofing, faint sounds still seeped into the hallway. Outside the corridor lay rows upon rows of densely packed desks. Men and women clad in eagle emblazoned uniforms remained utterly unfazed, diligently focused on their tasks. Suddenly, one of the officers dropped his monitoring headset and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Brandt was the leader of the Eagle Scout satellite reconnaissance team. When it came to gathering intelligence on the entire Blue Star from satellites, at Eagle, he was always the first to know. All critical intelligence passed through his hands first. Just moments ago, a team member informed him that a satellite had lost signal contact. While rare, such incidents do occasionally occur. Brandt replied. After all, Eagle's industry has always been rather rough and ready. Despite its technological superiority over other nations, minor glitches still surfaced from time to time. He still remembered when he was a team member, when he reported a similar incident, only to have both himself and the team leader get severely reprimanded by the space agency. They claimed that sending a spacecraft into orbit solely for satellite repairs was a waste of American taxpayers' money. They were told to accumulate more problems before addressing them. And that was the end of it. So Brand learned his lesson. When similar issues arose later, even if crew members reported them, they would be temporarily suppressed. Of course, this doesn't mean ignoring them entirely. Instead, he'd jot them down in a small notebook. He'd wait until there were multiple issues before reporting them. After all, the Eagle has so many satellites. Recently, Musk has been pushing forward with the Starlink project. They launch several satellites every week. Just grab any spare satellite to fill the gap. A wise choice indeed. Brandt thought to himself. Team leader, it looks like another satellite has lost signal. A team member reported. Oh? Brandt paused for a moment, then laughed and scolded, "Relax, take it easy. Don't make such a fuss." He made another note in his small notebook. He made up his mind, aim for 7, summon the dragon. Estimating 5 more to go, it would take at least a year or two. What a grueling wait. But then, suddenly, the team members gasped in alarm. Another one's down. Another satellite lost contact. 3 lost simultaneously. 6 satellites. Team leader, don't leave. The satellites keep dropping. The team members' cries echoed one after another. The Brandt people were stunned. What the hell is going on today? A collective malfunction? That couldn't be. Check our own lines. We've checked. Everything's fine. If our own lines were down, all satellites would go offline simultaneously. We can't wait. Keep monitoring the situation. I need to report this immediately to Director Grant.
Brandt's heart pounded wildly, cold sweat beating on his forehead. This was an earth-shattering event. At least half of the Credit Bureau's ability to swiftly gather global intelligence relied on satellites orbiting the heavens. Now, with these satellites going offline one by one, it was like directly gouging out the eyes of the Eagle Nation. There must be some major malfunction. He had to report this immediately. Brandt sprang to his feet and dashed toward Grant's office. He jogged briskly along the way, moving with purpose. He passed countless desks until he reached the end of the corridor. Just as he was about to knock, he heard extravagant shouts coming from inside the office. "Oh my God, faster. Come on, baby." Brandt's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. As if he were holding back a surge of energy with nowhere to release it. He hesitated for a few seconds. He finally decided to knock on the director's door. He couldn't care less about the consequences. If he interrupted Grant's good time now, at worst, he'd earn the man's resentment and face petty retaliation. But if he didn't report it promptly, he'd end up facing a court-martial. Bang bang bang. The violent pounding. The piston-like movement inside the door abruptly ceased. Grant's impatient voice followed immediately. "Who is it? This bureau is handling urgent official business. Get lost." Without waiting for Brandt to react, the room erupted once more with extravagant shouts. The chief's words carried genuine anger, a final warning. Most people would have sensed the hint and left, choosing another time to report. But Brandt felt this matter was as urgent as the sky falling. He couldn't wait. He had a family to support. His suburban villa and mistress needed his attention. Therefore, he absolutely could not face a court-martial. "My apologies, Director Grant." Bang bang bang. 3 more knocks on the door. Stronger and louder than before. Even the colleague near the door shot Brandt a sympathetic glance. Whatever the reason, this old chap was in for a world of trouble. Sure enough, the noise in the room abruptly ceased. After 5 minutes of rustling silence, the secretary emerged from the room, her clothes disheveled. She rolled her eyes at Brandt, blew a smoke ring. Then she swayed her slender waist and ample hips as she walked away. "Come in." Grant's deep voice echoed from within the office. Those familiar with him knew. This was the prelude to the director's temper flaring. Brandt stepped inside and quietly closed the door behind him. The first thing he saw was Grant's face, twisted like he was constipated. "Speak. What is it?" "You had to choose this moment to report." Grant was already struggling to keep his facial muscles from contorting into a grimace. Brandt gave a wry smile. "Director, you really should go see for yourself. The satellites are down, a lot of them. All at once." Chapter 96: Aliens Attack Earth. Simultaneously lost contact? Grant snorted coldly. Clearly, he didn't buy this nonsense. Nevertheless, he followed Brandt's instructions, stepping out of the office to the monitoring equipment. Before entering this field, Grant had also started from the bottom. He'd always been highly capable, yet never given significant responsibility. Later, his youthful good looks caught the eye of the director's daughter, paving his way to higher positions. Though his looks were long gone, his fundamental skills remained intact. "Step aside, I'll take a look." Grant pointed at an officer conducting surveillance. No one else's word would suffice, he needed to see for himself. He also wanted to temporarily gauge their strength. He wanted to make sure that Brandt fellow was thoroughly convinced. "Yes, sir." The officer removed his headset and yielded his position to Grant. Overcome with emotion, he stumbled and nearly lost his balance, but Grant steadied him with a firm hand. His eyes brimmed with gratitude as he stepped aside. When else would he get the chance to be this close to the director? Usually, it was only during major holidays that he could glimpse the director speaking from afar at the office entrance. Grant nodded, deftly slipping on the headset and beginning to operate the equipment. After a brief moment of adjustment, he was fully in control. Eagle had launched over 600 satellites into orbit. Over 500 of these are directly under the Bureau's control. As director, he possessed direct access to monitor the status of every single satellite. He swiftly entered his unique username and password. Click. He hit the enter key to confirm. The computer screen instantly displayed the real-time status map of the Eagle Sang satellite. Based on the display, the current operational status of the entire Starlink constellation was readily discernible. Green indicated normal operation, yellow signaled malfunction, and gray meant loss of contact. Grant was stunned. A large swath of satellites that should have been glowing green had turned gray. A rough estimate suggested at least 150 of them. Was it a link failure? Impossible. Because if that were the case, all the original colors of the satellites would have turned gray simultaneously. Grant's forehead broke out in sweat, his heart pounded wildly, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. A wave of dread washed over him. So many satellites going offline simultaneously. This was unprecedented in the entire history of the Eagle. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked again more closely. He discovered that the grayed-out satellite coordinates all originated from the same region. A faint answer began to form in his mind. There was only one possible explanation for this phenomenon. This area had been attacked. Who on Blue Star would dare touch Eagle's satellites? Who possesses the capability to target Eagle's satellites? The Bear Nation? The Dragon Nation? Impossible. Every major power holds trump cards. They'd never risk self-immolation. Could it be an alien invasion of Earth? After much thought, that possibility seems more plausible. He was stunned. If it really is an alien invasion, as the head of the Detection Bureau, he must inform the higher-ups at the Eagle Agency immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Director Grant, what's the situation? Brand asked with a fawning expression.
He could see the screen from where he stood. But since he'd interrupted the director's business in his panic earlier, and now faced the director's furious intent to punish him only to feel like punching cotton, Brand understood that feeling all too well. In fact, he could sense Grant had no interest in acknowledging him at all right now. But he had to help Grant find an outlet for his frustration. Otherwise, once Grant finished his current tasks and had time to spare, who knew how he'd make him pay? Good work reporting that. I'll keep it in mind. Grant didn't get angry at all. Instead, he patted Brand on the shoulder. Without another glance, he returned to his office. He picked up the phone on his desk and began dialing. Hello, General Marshall? This is bad. Another major incident has occurred. Aliens are attacking Earth. Marshall was already preoccupied with the complete annihilation of the Ace Flight Squadron. How could he cover this up to avoid accountability from the Council? Or rather, how could he pull strings to minimize the damage to his own side? If this matter wasn't handled properly, it could trigger a vicious crackdown from rivals. His hawkish allies could be swiftly purged in large numbers. As a prominent hawk, he had made no shortage of enemies. Once he falls from power, many will surely kick him while he's down. However, just as he was frantically searching for a way out, Grant called him. He informed Grant that aliens had attacked Earth. He immediately flew into a rage, cursing furiously. This guy was nothing but a jinx. Especially at this time. Whenever Grant called, it was almost always bad news. But bad news is bad news. You're telling me aliens are invading Earth? That's insulting Marshall's intelligence, isn't it? Grant, did you forget the call is being recorded? You're responsible for every word you say. Yes, sir. I stand by every word I say. Just moments ago, over 100 satellites vanished from the same region. What else could this be but an alien invasion? Grant's response was unusually calm, logical and well-reasoned. It didn't sound like a joke. Wait, over 100 satellites lost contact. Marshall was stunned. He trusted Grant wouldn't pull a fast one on him about this, which made it all the more agonizing. Two earth-shattering, colossal losses struck within a single day. And both were connected to him, Marshall. Was this ING trying to kill him? He couldn't recall doing anything particularly scandalous lately. Why was his luck so damn rotten? Could it be his 8 mistresses? Or were the spirits of the deceased coming back for revenge? Marshall shook his head, snapping out of his daze. Things had come to this. The most important thing now was no longer how to conceal the truth or concoct excuses to placate Parliament. The priority now was to report this news to the military headquarters swiftly. Otherwise, if Grant's prediction came true, if aliens were attacking Earth, that would spell serious trouble. Half an hour later, the Eagle Squadron leadership convened an emergency meeting. The agenda focused on assessing counterterrorism capabilities against extraterrestrial life forms, and the feasibility of establishing cooperation with extraterrestrial life. The think tank offered diverse perspectives. The final conclusion was to prepare for both scenarios. 1 hour later, all military bases deployed by the Eagle on Blue Star mobilized land, sea, and air forces simultaneously. Upon detecting any suspicious aerial life forms, they were to capture and report them immediately. If attacked, they were authorized to retaliate immediately. Simultaneously, Eagle's observatory continuously broadcast signals across multiple frequency bands into the sky. The general message conveyed was one of peace, harmony, friendship, and mutual benefit. Suddenly, Eagle's actions caused neighboring European powers and their Asian military allies to grow tense. The Eagle's foreign ministry frantically inquired about the situation. They also mobilized their own military forces to prepare for unexpected contingencies. Chapter 97, The Dragon Nation May Truly Be Rising. It was almost a global military mobilization. Each nation was acting independently. Dragon Nation also detected unusual movements by other nations' forces. Originally, due to the dead hand system triggering a combat readiness alert, Dragon Nation's forces across all regional commands had mobilized en masse. Only to discover it was a false alarm. They decided to conduct field training exercises and military drills on the spot. Now they've re-entered a state of combat readiness. After all, such widespread military movements, if they were to attack, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. History is rife with examples of military exercises that escalated into invasions. As the saying goes, harbor no malicious intent toward others, but never neglect your own vigilance.
Yet the instigator behind all this remains utterly unaware. Technology Center.
Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the shared footage displayed across the massive screen. After destroying the last Eagle satellite within their field of view, Jiāng Chén and his partner didn't linger to continue their work.
Instead, they turned and flew toward the moon. This brought a collective sigh of relief. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the War Planning Bureau could still pull off a cover-up with a decent chance of success. After all, he demanded evidence for everything. At that moment, Michelangelo's urine-soaked pants had long since dried, though the large stain in the crotch area remained conspicuously visible. But as a tech geek, he couldn't care less about that. All his focus was on the screen, scrutinizing the Mech's data.
Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and turned to Professor Wang with a question.
Professor Wang, may I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Professor Wang reluctantly tore his gaze away from the large screen, looked at Michelangelo, and nodded.
The robot was brought here by your Pengcheng Longkat Institute, so I'd like to ask you, what is its power source? Alkane methane.
Old Wang answered simply and directly. Jiāng Chén had already informed him about the fuel.
There was nothing to hide.
Such fuel had actually been developed long ago by other nations. Among them was Bear Nation. Of course. This was all the information Old Wang possessed.
Michelangelo just happened to ask about it.
As for anything else, he truly had no further knowledge. After all, only Jiāng Chén understood the entire design. What Old Wang didn't know was that methane gas was merely one of the Autobots' energy sources. It was like human food, you couldn't survive on noodles alone. Optimus Prime could also absorb, convert, and store energy through various means.
Oh, amazing. Absolutely incredible. Michelangelo's enthusiasm overflowed.
This delighted old Jiāng. It seems Bear Nation always appears as a supporter of Dragon Nation in technological matters.
This included the lunar mining vehicle tender.
After 3 visits to persuade them, and out of consideration for their status as an ally, they reluctantly agreed to participate in the Dragon Nation's project bidding.
Well, if they're coming, so be it.
Between the lines, in every word and deed, they radiate confidence and arrogance about Bear Nation's technology. This made the Dragon Nation people, who prided themselves on humility, feel generally uncomfortable. But what could they do? Bear Nation was the big brother. And in aerospace, they truly were the world's pioneers. Michelangelo, meanwhile, was the leader among these pioneers. But now, this pioneer had clearly lowered his stance, even using Chinese honorifics in his tone of inquiry.
Master Wang, I have one more question. Why can't I detect his energy consumption? Could it be that his energy is limitless?
Michelangelo gazed at Old Wang with eyes brimming with thirst for knowledge.
Hearing this, Old Wang was taken aback. Truly, the lamp is darkest beneath itself. He hadn't considered this question either. What was Optimus Prime's maximum range? If we don't figure this out, it might break down midway.
After all, even humans get low blood sugar when they're hungry.
And this massive hunk of metal? Old Wang looked utterly bewildered. Michelangelo assumed Wan Lao couldn't tell him due to confidentiality agreements.
After all, in Bear Country, scientific research also involved numerous confidentiality measures. Before coming to Longwa, he'd signed a thick stack of confidentiality agreements.
Professor Wang, it's fine if you can't say. Thank you for your answer.
No, I don't know either. Old Wang snapped back to reality, his reply blunt and direct. Michelangelo immediately screamed, "Oh my god.
What if we run out of fuel midway? That's not scientific."
The moment those words left his mouth,
everyone present began to worry.
After practicing their marksmanship, Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui didn't linger in the sky pillar. They pressed forward toward the moon. Data constantly shifted across the blue panel. Most of the readings looked like gibberish to the untrained eye.
Ha!
Wang Shui suddenly stared at a corner of the blue panel and gasped. She was astonished to discover, besides speed and temperature, she could actually make sense of one more piece of data.
What is it? Jiāng Chén paused slightly before asking. See that green energy bar in the top right corner? Wang Shui asked. I see it. What about it? Jiāng Chén asked, puzzled.
That's Optimus Prime's energy gauge. He currently has 99% energy remaining, Wang Shui said earnestly, looking at Jiāng Chén.
Seeking precision, Jiāng Chén thought for a moment. Optimus Prime possessed artificial intelligence, didn't he?
He decided to pose the question directly to the AI.
Optimus Prime, is that correct?
Yes, Master. That is my energy display, Optimus Prime confirmed.
Yay! See? I was right, wasn't I?
Wang Shui looked just like an elementary school student beaming with pride after being praised by her teacher, eagerly seeking recognition from Jiāng Chén.
Alright, you're impressive. You spotted that.
No wonder you're the youngest female scientist at Pengcheng Dragon Academy.
Jiāng Chén chuckled heartily. Meanwhile,
at the screens in the technology center,
the bigwigs were stunned.
It wasn't because Jiāng Chén called Wang Shui some youngest female scientist,
but because this Autobot,
from takeoff to now, after experiencing all this,
it had only consumed 1% of its energy? Is it because it has massive storage capacity, or is its energy efficiency just that high? What the hell kind of black tech is this? Shocked as they were, old Jiāng and the others couldn't contain their wild excitement, grinning from ear to ear. This is a treasure belonging to our dragon nation. Go ahead and defy the heavens. We'll take it all. The air was filled with laughter and joy, as if it were New Year's Eve. Who would have thought our dragon nation's cutting-edge technology could advance this far? Old Wang, your research team deserves immense credit. Not at all, it's all thanks to old Jiang's capable leadership, which gave the team room to shine. This is groundbreaking, at least 50 years ahead of current technology. Little Knife has truly opened our eyes. Impressive, truly impressive. Dragon Nation has always adhered to the principle that falling behind means getting beaten. Thus, over the past few decades, it has poured immense resources into technological advancement. Yet today's breakthrough marks the first such achievement. Michelangelo, standing nearby, gaped so wide he could fit 2 eggs in his mouth at once. He wanted to say it was unscientific, but the evidence was right before his eyes. There was no room for doubt. His mind was shaken to its core. The Dragon Nation was truly on the rise. Chapter 98, The Pride of the Bear Nation crushed. At that moment, military forces across Blue Star mobilized en masse, stirring up chaos everywhere. Many small nations, driven by old grudges and new grievances, saw their conflicts escalate rapidly. Localized conflicts had already begun. Meanwhile, major powers merely deploy their armies to conduct military exercises within their own territories. No one knows if a missile might veer off course the next second. At least for now, everyone seems to be exercising restraint. Except for the Eagle. All military forces are pointed skyward. It's as if they alone remain sober amidst the drunken crowd. Come on, aliens. I'm waiting right here. 5-star General MacArthur, sunglasses on, cigar clamped between his fingers, pointed skyward and shouted. The unsuspecting duo swiftly approached the moon. Wow! Is this the moon? Wang Shui peered out through the 360-degree panoramic view like a curious child. A vast, cratered gray planet spread out before them. They were positioned with their backs to the sun, on the moon's illuminated side. Bathed in sunlight, the moon shimmered with a silvery glow, appearing exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Jiāng Chén was also seeing this scene up close for the first time. His inner excitement was beyond words. Jiāng Chén, did you see that? The moon! That's the moon! Wang Shui shrieked excitedly. Seeing Jiāng Chén's lack of reaction, Wang Shui jumped out of the driver's seat, grabbed his short-sleeved shirt, and shook him excitedly. Ah, I see it now. It's beautiful as diamonds. Jiāng Chén replied indifferently. He feared any hesitation might get him dragged out of the driver's seat by this girl. To be honest, he'd seen it on movie screens during college and later through an astronomical telescope. But they were nothing like the scene before his eyes now. The perspective was different. Being there in person made him feel his own insignificance, the vastness of the universe, and the desolation of the moon even more profoundly. Looking back at Earth, it seemed like a sparkling sapphire gem in the sky. As we descended, the lunar basins, bottomless canyons and fissures, and vast plains become clearly visible. Soon, Optimus Prime touched down smoothly on a plane, kicking up clouds of dust around him as all his thrusters shut off. Optimus Prime, locate the Dragon Nation mine from our last coordinates. We're going to retrieve a sample of ore. Aye, my master. Optimus Prime's electronic voice echoed. After a brief pause, he rotated his body. Bearing lot. The thrusters behind Optimus Prime erupted with blazing flames once more. The powerful thrust propelled Optimus Prime forward. As far as the eye could see, the terrain was far from smooth. Gaping fissures, small hills, and even massive basins. But for Optimus Prime, these obstacles could be summed up in one word. As if walking on level ground. After entrusting the driving duties to Optimus Prime with confidence, Jiāng Chén and his companion gazed intently at the beautiful planet. Suddenly, Wang Shui's eyes lit up as she pointed ahead. Look! Quick, look! Isn't that where the Russians landed? Alexeyevich's first moon landing site? Jiāng Chén followed her gaze. As far as the eye could see. In the distance, the flag marking the Bear Nation's territory appeared. According to the history textbooks of Blue Star, this was most likely where Alexeyevich, the first Bear Nation astronaut to walk on the moon, had left his footprints. Let's go take a look. Jiāng Chén felt his interest piqued. This was the only landmark on the moon. As fellow inhabitants of Blue Star, witnessing human footprints inevitably stirred an extraordinary excitement. At your command, Master. Optimus Prime slammed on his brakes, halting abruptly before spinning around and streaking toward the direction Jiāng Chén had pointed. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation Technology Center. The live feed on the large screen constantly shifted, capturing everyone's attention. Old Jiāng was so moved tears nearly welled up in his eyes. His lips trembled uncontrollably. At over 70 years old, he was long past the age of being easily moved. Yet witnessing 2 young Dragon Nation citizens boarding a manned mech to land on the moon, he couldn't help but shed tears. Wow, what an epoch-making technological advancement for Dragon Nation. This marks humanity's first manned mecha moon landing. A small step for Dragon Nation, a giant leap for mankind. Old Jiāng murmured excitedly. At that moment, where was the imposing presence he usually commanded without even raising his voice? He was just an old man filled with patriotism. Secretary Liu, moved to tears, quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe his own eyes, then offered one to old Jiāng. What a glorious era! Glory to Dragon Nation! Not a single Dragon Nation citizen remained unmoved by the scene before them. The officials sighed with emotion. The new generation surpasses the old. At least a century ahead. This is what invincibility looks like. From now on, how lonely the Dragon Nation's development in aerospace vehicles will be. Look at that turn, smooth and seamless. Absolutely agile. And it even has its own attack capabilities. It's a true all-around warrior. Give me 800 of these robots. With this, won't going to the moon be as easy as taking a stroll in our backyard? It's coming soon. The great rejuvenation of Dragon Nation is just around the corner. The people of Dragon Nation were immersed in visions of the future. They buzzed with excited chatter. Meanwhile, Michelangelo felt both joy and concern. As a seasoned scientist, he rejoiced at humanity's monumental technological breakthroughs. Especially now, the Autobot's seamless lunar landing had left him utterly stunned. The design, the functionality, the range. Each aspect embodied the pinnacle of human ingenuity. As a citizen of Blue Star, he felt immense pride. But as a citizen of Bear Nation, based on his current experience, it's no exaggeration to say, it would take Bear Nation at least a century of relentless effort to even begin developing something remotely comparable. Yet now, with Dragon Nation's technology right before their eyes, fully matured, as a neighboring nation, this poses a formidable deterrent to Bear Nation. But he was just a scientist. What could he possibly do? A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Look! The moon footprints of Bear Country! Someone exclaimed urgently. A large footprint appeared on the big screen. Beside it stood a stone monument. The inscription was written in 3 lines, the languages of Bear Nation, Eagle Nation, and Dragon Nation. It read, "This is the footprint left by Alexeyevich of Bear Nation during the first lunar landing." Michelangelo's eyes filled with tears. His chest felt constricted, and he was so overcome with emotion he could barely breathe. Pride. These were the footprints left by the Bear Nation's lunar pioneers. They symbolized humanity's technological leap forward. And thus, we Bear Nation people have earned the world's admiration. And precisely for this reason, the Dragon Nation invited him to bid on the lunar mining vehicle project. Michelangelo smiled. His confidence returned. In the realm of aerospace, every Dragon Nation representative present would address him as the founding patriarch. So what if you're brilliant? History cannot be altered. The people of Bear Nation will forever hold the top spot in aerospace. Click. It's cracking. The monument is cracking. An official gasped. On screen, Optimus Prime placed one foot on the stone monument. The monument shattered instantly. Michelangelo's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. At that moment, his heart felt as though it had been crushed beneath foot. Chapter 99, Look at that, or Big and Round. The monument. The monument's gone. Michelangelo's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the shattered steel in the painting. 1,000 curses raced through his mind. This wasn't just about the steel. This was the damn spiritual totem of the Bear Nation. Shattered like this, right underfoot. Rage. Grief. An overwhelmingly complex mix of emotions surged through me. Everyone in the room looked at Michelangelo with apologetic eyes. Seeing his sorrowful expression, they felt a deep sense of responsibility. Secretary Liu frantically signaled to Old Jiāng. Old Jiāng cleared his throat. Old Wan, these are young scholars from your academy. Their conduct here is rather unbecoming, don't you think? Old Wang froze for a moment, then gave an awkward laugh. Ah ha ha. Those two are still just kids. They've only just joined our Dragon Academy. They're always clumsy and careless. I'll definitely give them a stern talking to later. I'll make them write 1,000-word self-criticism so they truly grasp the gravity of their actions. Comrade Michelangelo, you're a veteran of the aerospace industry, our guiding light. Please don't hold it against them. He was piling on the flattery, but it wouldn't cost him a thing. What's wrong with two such outstanding young people making a few mistakes? It's not like they're trampling on the monuments of our Dragon Nation. Michelangelo stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. That's it? You shattered the spiritual totem of my family. And all you're doing is making them write a self-criticism? What do you mean, just two kids? What the hell kind of mentor, what kind of guide? If not for the crowd surrounding them, he'd have charged at Old Wang shouting Yura right then and there. Basic sanity remained intact. All he could do was glare helplessly. Old Jiāng waved his hand dismissively. Alright, Mr. Michelangelo isn't holding it against you. No need to feel guilty. Just add some tomato and egg soup for the foreign guests at lunch. With that, he turned back to the screen. He was afraid of missing anything. For it was the Autobots' performance at this moment that mattered most. It directly determined the developmental trajectory of Dragon Nation for decades, even centuries to come. Would they continue to compete fiercely within Blue Star, or would they expand their territory to other planets? These were clearly two entirely different paths. As for a monument? If it shatters, so be it. I advise you, Bear Nation, to know when to quit while you're ahead. A bowl of egg soup represents the Dragon Nation's apology. If you push your luck even after we've shown humility, don't blame me for turning ruthless. Michelangelo suppressed the rage boiling within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee immediately. The two Dragon Nation leaders sang in unison, yet he couldn't help but see through their hollow gestures. Anger was one thing. For the sake of Bear Nation, he was determined to witness what other astonishing feats the Autobots would perform next. He would bring all these sights and experiences back to Bear Nation. Let their scientists feel ashamed and strive for excellence. They shouldn't cling to delusions of being the world's greatest, living off the glorious achievements of their predecessors. Dragon Nation now held a technological lead stretching back at least a century. Fortunately, it was only a stone monument that had been crushed. They could just send someone up to repair it later. There's no need to turn against the Dragon Nation over such a minor incident. At that moment, Jiāng Chén's curses echoed through the screen. Optimus Prime, how could you be so careless? Did you even know you were stepping on a stone monument? My apologies, my master. I thought it was just a small stone. Suddenly berated by Jiāng Chén, Optimus Prime scrambled to explain, stumbling in his panic. His foot slipped, landing squarely on the footprint beside the stone tablet. The tiny footprint was completely covered by Optimus Prime's massive foot. He swayed unsteadily before regaining his footing. Master, this must be the location you marked. Spot on. Did you see what you were looking for? Silence. Dead silence. No response. Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui both saw shock reflected in each other's eyes. Their hearts skipped a beat. The footprints have been trampled away? Looks like it. Master, did I do something wrong again? Optimus Prime's electronic voice chimed in. There was a hint of hurt in his voice. Jiāng Chén sighed. It's all my fault for insisting on coming to see this monument. Wang Shui also wore a gloomy expression. This is going to be a real mess. I'm terribly sorry, my master. Is there any way to make amends? Optimus Prime knew he'd caused trouble. Remedy? Jiāng Chén rolled his eyes. If the stone tablet had shattered, they could have just replaced it with a bigger one. But you wiped out someone's footprints? This is the historical record of Blue Star's first man to walk on the moon. Could any restoration ever capture that original essence? Let's go, hurry up. We're going to find ore. No dawdling. Jiāng Chén felt this place was no longer safe to linger in and decided it was best to make a quick exit. As you command, my master. Optimus Prime pivoted. The vector thrusters blasted flames once more. His entire body lifted off the ground, soaring into the distance. A shower of sand and gravel erupted. The site where the monument and footprints once stood was completely leveled, leaving not a trace behind. The big shots watching the screen were stunned. Their heads buzzed. This was getting serious. Especially with Xionghua's top scientists present. If only they'd known this would happen. We should have kicked Michelangelo out back then. Guilt. Deep regret. Everyone dared only to steal glances at Michelangelo. At that moment, Michelangelo was so furious he nearly fainted. His entire body trembled as he clenched his fists tightly. You Chinese people are truly bullying us. An official immediately whispered, they're just children. In truth, this remark was not entirely unfounded. The youngest officials and researchers present were already in their 50s. Compared to them, young scientists like Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui were indeed just children. Seeing Michelangelo fuming silently, someone kindly inquired, Sir, it's almost time for dinner. Shall I escort you to the changing room to freshen up before we dine? Another immediately chimed in, Yes, Mr. Michelangelo, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should rest first. The others nodded silently in agreement. It was about time. Certain things were indeed best not seen by foreign guests. But out of respect, one still asks. To gauge his own state of mind. Then Michelangelo took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, I'm fine. I'm in good health and not hungry now. Please allow me to look some more. Seeing Michelangelo's insistence, no one pressed the matter further. Their attention returned to the screen. At that moment, Optimus Prime had already brought Jiāng Chén and the others to the mining area marked by the Dragon Nation astronaut. Looking down from the sky, the landscape was covered in boulders of varying sizes. The largest were as big as hills. The smallest were as large as millstones. Optimus Prime, how much weight can you carry without compromising flight or attack capabilities? About 30 tons, my master. Optimus Prime answered honestly. Jiāng Chén's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a smile. Since he was already here, he might as well grab the biggest one he could carry. What about that or over there? Big and round. Chapter 100 Aliens Sisyphus. Optimus Prime followed Jiāng Chén's gesture. Not far away lay a massive boulder. Unlike the others, this boulder appeared large and round. It lay there quietly. Even without careful observation, it was easy to spot. The tech center's shared screen. The big shots were blown away. This round, plump boulder does indeed look remarkably smooth. But a rock this massive? It's at least half the height of a pillar. Are you planning to carry it back? Are you kidding me? What if you can't carry it halfway? An official shouted, "Be careful, young man." Seeing Optimus Prime still striding toward the round, massive boulder, they realized he couldn't hear them. The others grew anxious too. Many began beating their chests in frustration. Oh dear, what foolishness! He's still too young, why must he show off? Why not just grab a palm-sized ore and bring it back? Oh no! This kid probably doesn't know what within one's means. Good grief! Carrying such a heavy, round boulder on his back, he'll crush himself to death. Damn it! This is just asking for trouble. Everyone thought Jiāng Chén's actions were reckless. Young man, still too young. The Dragon Nation people grew anxious. Old Zhang, Old Wang, and all sorts of officials were all flustered. Michelangelo froze for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. He had been feeling gloomy over how far ahead Dragon Nation's black technology was. But now the boy controlling the Autobots was overreaching. He wanted to carry such a massive chunk of rock back from the moon to Earth. Though he was a scientist, he had studied Dragon Nation's history since childhood. He had heard a tale. The Qin state was mighty. Yet King Wu of Qin, in his arrogance, lifted a heavy tripod and died suddenly. What should have been done by a strong man, the king himself risked his life to do. This ultimately led to a brief period of chaos. Wasn't this exactly like the youth driving the Sky Pillar before him? He could have dominated the other nations of Blue Star with this technology. Yet he couldn't suppress his youthful recklessness. Simply because of its pleasing form. He foolishly attempted to challenge such a massive ore deposit. Remember, the density of X-rare earth ore is far greater than ordinary rock. It could very well crush the pillar to the ground. Yet the next instant, Optimus Prime on the scene spread his arms wide, embraced the massive boulder, and paused. Blue flames then appeared on his arm, slowly lifting the boulder from the ground. Countless tiny pebbles slid down the surface of the boulder. Hum! A resonant hum filled the air. The flames on his arm deepened to a vivid blue. The boulder was suddenly tossed slightly. Optimus Prime lunged forward in a flash. He caught the boulder with his broad back. Then he secured it firmly on his shoulder with his arm. The ground beneath Optimus Prime's feet cracked, his entire body sinking 2 or 3 inches into the earth. He took 2 steps forward to steady himself. Only then did he steady himself. With every step he took, a massive footprint appeared on the ground. Michelangelo's heart skipped a beat, utterly stunned. This is impossible. A thing weighing at least several dozen tons, and you just pick it up like that? And walk 2 steps? What kind of torque would that require? Cheers erupted from the audience. It's up. He actually lifted it. Impressive. Showcasing the might of our Dragon Nation. That rock must weigh at least several dozen tons. Terrifying. He's a human crane. You call this mining? How can you even compare it to the lunar rover's mining cart? The little scoop on the lunar rover isn't even as big as Optimus Prime's palm. How can you even compare? Lunar mining vehicles do mining. This Autobot? It's lifting the entire mountain. Wait, he's not seriously planning to haul this massive chunk of ore back to Earth, is he? Suddenly, someone let out a startled yelp. It sent a chill down everyone's spine. The moon is 384,000 kilometers from Earth. Moving such a massive ore deposit, the energy required to transport it would be no small feat. What if it breaks down midway? If something went wrong on Earth, rescue efforts could be organized. But in space? By the time help arrives, we'll be long gone. I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it. Old Wang chuckled heartily. Don't worry, Jiāng Chén and the others aren't that foolish. Once he takes a few steps and realizes the stone is too heavy, they'll switch to a lighter one. Hearing Old Wang's words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's rare for Longwei to produce such a prodigiously talented scientist. He couldn't just be cut down in his prime like this. As if to contradict Old Wang's words. The next instant, Optimus Prime's engines roared to full power. Vector Thruster 1 activated, maximum power engaged. Vector Thruster 1 activated, maximum power engaged. Vector Thruster 3 activated. Maximum power engaged. Vector Thruster 4 activated. Maximum power engaged. Boom! Blue flames erupted from Optimus Prime's back, feet, and elbows. The flames grew from small to large, becoming increasingly intense. Optimus Prime lifted the massive sphere, gradually rising into the air. After a brief pause, it suddenly accelerated, swiftly departing from the moon. Thud! A series of thuds echoed as bodies hit the floor.
The big shots in front of the screens lost their footing, their legs giving way as they all sat down on the floor.
He's actually carrying the entire mine back to Earth?
Xiao Dao's got balls, this is mind-blowing.
This is downright bizarre.
You were told to mine, but you're hauling mountains back to Blue Star. Those in the know recognize this as Dragon Nation tech, but the uninitiated would mistake it for movie special effects.
This is thrilling. Absolutely thrilling.
Staff rushed forward to assist. But the group of big shots flatly refused. They sat down on the ground, refusing to get up.
They declared that since they'd already fallen, they might as well stay down.
Finally, the staff had no choice but to find some mats from somewhere and let the leaders sit on them. After all, the cold ground could have given these veteran officials colds. That would have been a headache for the technology center.
Michelangelo had fully integrated into the group.
He followed suit, placing a cushion beneath his seat.
And you know what? Much more comfortable.
He accepted another cup of hot tea handed to him by a staff member. He gently blew across the surface of the tea in his bowl.
Took a small sip.
So refreshing.
It hits the spot. Delicious.
Michelangelo swore he'd never tasted tea this good in his life. He couldn't resist grabbing a staff member to ask about it. The answer puzzled him.
While it was considered good tea, it was only of average quality.
It was nowhere near the tea he'd been served recently by the head of Kyoto's Lunka Institute.
Strange.
Why did it taste better? Seeing that he enjoyed it.
To demonstrate the generosity of the Dragon Nation,
they immediately fetched 10 more packets of tea from the pantry and packed them into his bag.
Michelangelo thanked them repeatedly.
Watching Optimus Prime on the screen, carrying a boulder across the pitch-black expanse of space.
An official couldn't help but slap his forehead in surprise. Doesn't this design look just like some Western European Hercules? Western Europe? A strongman? Nonsense, someone retorted irritably.
Old Jiāng perked up upon hearing this.
You know what? I think so too. I just can't recall the name. Does anyone remember what it's called?
A significant portion of the audience had that image in their minds, but the name eluded them for the moment.
Sisyphus. Michelangelo beamed like a child. Chapter 101, Aliens Attack Earth.
The screen then cut to continuous footage of Optimus Prime speeding through the pitch-black expanse of space. It felt a bit monotonous. So old Jiāng suggested,
let Michelangelo tell us the myth of Sisyphus.
A round of applause erupted.
Michelangelo stood up, looking somewhat shy, his eyes darting around the room.
Officials who knew him well were stunned. This was a stark contrast to the Michelangelo who had first arrived in the Dragon Kingdom. That earlier air of arrogant pride could only be described as utterly arrogant. But now, he resembled a student newly admitted to a class.
Noticing Michelangelo's slight nervousness, old Jiāng spoke again, don't stand there. Just sit down and talk. Michelangelo nodded and plopped back down.
He picked up the steeping teacup from the floor, took a small sip to moisten his throat.
He let out a satisfied sigh.
Then he began his story. Sisyphus was the founder and king of Corinth. He even once kidnapped Death himself, eliminating Death from the world. Sisyphus angered the gods, who punished him by forcing him to push a massive boulder up a mountain. But the stone was so heavy that it rolled back down before reaching the summit, undoing all his effort. So he repeated this task endlessly, forever.
At this moment, smoke billowed across the blue star.
The Eagle started it, and other nations, just in case, followed suit, deploying their armies for a little exercise. They didn't know who they were fighting, nor what would unfold. The primary concern was the fear of a sudden surprise attack from neighboring countries. Thus, it evolved into border military exercises. After all, they were idle anyway. Smaller nations fire a few rounds now and then, but the craters stay within their own borders, no one crosses the line. The big nations, however, deploy forces by sea, land, and air, sometimes even splitting into multiple columns to make a grand show of force.
But what's puzzling is this.
As the first nation to deploy troops on a massive global scale, the Eagle, after deploying its forces, it just sits there quietly, making no moves whatsoever. At the Eagle's military headquarters, 2 elderly officers needed to discuss matters. So they sent the young officers out to inspect the troops. Smith pointed his finger at Marshall's nose and began bellowing, I haven't settled the score with you over the last fleet annihilation, and now you've gone and lost me an entire squadron of ace pilots.
Are you stupid? How am I supposed to face those idiots in the Senate now? Now look what you've done. This alien nonsense has us parading every single Eagle wing unit deployed across Blue Star. You're afraid the Bear Nation and Dragon Nation don't know how deep our pockets run, huh? If that white light thing happens again, we'll lose everything in one fell swoop. When that happens, we might as well just shoot ourselves and be done with it. Marshall, spill it, what the hell are you thinking?
After all the trust one placed in you, treating you like my right-hand man.
Smith's roar shook the heavens.
Lately, he'd been driven to distraction by that bunch in Parliament. Day after day, a deluge of impeachments and complaints poured in.
Some concerned public unrest, others military downsizing, and still others demanded his resignation. The current situation was indeed largely orchestrated by his own people. Yet the opposition seemed intent on seizing the moment, fanning the flames relentlessly. They showed no intention of giving him any breathing room. Now Marshall had gone and made another huge blunder. Smith felt like he was about to crack open right where he stood. Marshall sighed. At this point, there was nothing left to say but to lay all the cards on the table. General, many things have happened. You know well that they weren't entirely within my control. Satellite intelligence indicates an emerging mecha has launched from Dragon Nation. Our ace fighter squadron was dispatched to intercept it, only to be completely annihilated. This makes me suspect the white light incident was also the work of the Dragon Nation. And just moments ago, nearly a quarter of our satellites vanished without a trace. You understand what I mean, right? An alien invasion of Earth? Marshall stared at Smith with sincere expression, arms crossed, saying nothing more. Smith froze, his pupils contracting slightly. The entire fleet annihilated, the elite Air Force squadron wiped out, a quarter of the satellites vanishing in clusters. Based on Marshall's description. Little cutie. Even she could guess. This was most likely the work of the Dragon Nation. But we couldn't say that openly. Otherwise, not only would all previous cover-ups be undone, it would also trigger even greater panic across the entire Eagle Nation. So what the hell is going on in Dragon Country? Could it be a divine being has descended? Smith was plunged into deep confusion. The Eagle's military might had proven utterly feeble in one clash after another. Is this really how the world's policemen should act? Bang bang bang. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the command center. Smith and Marshall both looked up toward the door, momentarily startled. Come in. Smith called toward the door, frowning slightly. A soldier entered, saluted, and shouted breathlessly, General Smith. General Marshall. Marshall, as Smith's right-hand man, instantly sensed his superior's displeasure. He immediately stiffened his expression and, speaking sternly as Smith's mouthpiece, declared, Corporal, you'd better give me and General Smith a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you'll pay for your recklessness. A palpable aura of authority instantly filled the command room. The soldier felt the weight of authority bearing down on him, his breath catching slightly. General Marshall, we saw aliens. Smith and Marshall exchanged glances, both seeing utter disbelief in each other's eyes. Even Marshall himself, who had loudly proclaimed this military deployment was to defend against aliens, was utterly bewildered. Corporal, are you aware of the consequences of falsifying military intelligence? I know, General. Court-martial. The soldier paused, then answered calmly. This time, the two generals were truly baffled. Could it be that aliens were really attacking Earth? Let's go. Take us to see for ourselves. Smith decided they had to go outside to see for themselves, otherwise, they'd never know if the military situation was real or not. Yes, sir, General. This way, please. The soldier hurried ahead to lead the way. A few minutes later, inside the monitoring room, through integrated radar and satellite detection, a giant carrying stones was discovered plummeting rapidly through the upper atmosphere of Blue Star. Possibly due to air friction. The surface of the stone had begun to ignite with dark red flames. This image locked the two generals' eyes in place. Smith's breath came in gasps, his heart pounding wildly. His fists clenched tightly as he stared wide-eyed at Marshall. Sisyphus? Are you saying the aliens are the ancient Sisyphus? Marshall was speechless. What the hell, ancient Sisyphus? Didn't I just tell you in the command room? But looking at the fiery figure on the screen, bearing that colossal boulder, Marshall hesitated. Could it be possible that he had awakened the prophet's abilities, but he himself didn't know it yet? Chapter 102, in exchange, become an alien servant. Whatever it is, General, I think we need to take him down. A soldier interjected from the side. He had just upset the general. Now he was looking for an opportunity to prove himself. He didn't seek glory, but hoped the commander wouldn't come looking for trouble. Marshall nodded in agreement. As a hawkish eagle, he had always advocated for military conquest. It was precisely because of his radical nature. He had been chosen by Smith to become a sharp blade in his arsenal. No, don't attack. Smith paused briefly, waved his hand, then stroked his chin. Attempt to contact this ancient alien through all available channels. We must form an alliance with him. Yes, General. The soldiers saluted and turned to leave. Marshall seemed to grasp something as well, a smile spreading across his face to reveal pearly white teeth. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. If this ancient alien was willing to cooperate with them, then all previous losses would be instantly wiped clean. Those earlier losses were merely a prelude, a means to probe the Dragon Nation's true capabilities and lay the groundwork for negotiations with the ancient extraterrestrials. They intended to acquire technology from the aliens that surpassed even Longwa's, and if possible, even have the aliens clear the entire Blue Star for them. Wait, Marshall voiced his concern, what do we have to offer in exchange? If the aliens were immensely powerful, what right did they have to negotiate as equals? Smith's eyes flashed with calculation. If the aliens can help me become the supreme commander of the Eagle Nation, I wouldn't mind becoming their servant. Hearing this,
Marshall's eyes widened, his pupils contracting slightly. He couldn't believe such words had come from General Smith's mouth.
In his understanding, this general had always been at the forefront of patriotic figures. Now, for the sake of power, he was willing to betray the entire Eagle Nation? But at this moment, everyone was now in the same boat.
And without fresh, powerful resources to prop it up, this ship was bound to sink sooner or later. It seemed he had no choice but to support Smith.
I swear undying loyalty to General Smith. Marshall snapped to attention and saluted.
It was a declaration of support for all of Smith's decisions.
Breaking through the atmosphere, Optimus Prime was descending at an extreme velocity.
The ore on his back ignited into dark red flames from the friction of the air.
Rocks can catch fire?
Jiāng Chén was somewhat astonished. Perhaps it was due to the rare earth elements. Jiāng Chén, tell Skypillar to slow down. Don't let that huge ore get burned away before we get back.
Wang Shui couldn't help but warn as she watched the burning boulder. Jiāng Chén nodded in agreement, then instructed Optimus Prime, all right, descend a bit slower. Aye aye, my master. Optimus Prime's electronic voice echoed through the cockpit.
Originally in free-fall descent mode.
To accommodate Jiāng Chén's request,
the two vector thrusters on Optimus Prime's back ignited, generating slight resistance.
The descent slowed instantly. At that very moment,
a small, flashing speaker icon appeared on the blue 3D display within the cockpit. This scene instantly caught the attention of the two young men.
Optimus Prime, what's that?
Jiāng Chén pointed at the signal icon and asked. It's a communication signal, Master.
It's a contact signal sent by the Blue Star people via radio. Optimus Prime replied.
Wang Shui paused for a moment, then smiled and said, could it be that the old leaders at the technology center couldn't wait any longer and decided to contact us?
It's possible. Let's tune in, Optimus Prime. Jiāng Chén wasn't the least bit surprised. Optimus Prime's performance throughout the journey had proven his expertise. Even he could sense the immense transformation such technological achievements would bring to the nation. How much more so for those veteran leaders who dedicated their entire lives to research. Aye, Master. An audio clip then played. But to his surprise, it was in the language of the Eagle Nation. Esteemed Lord Zizifu, greetings.
I speak on behalf of Blue Star to propose a partnership. Should you provide sufficient technological aid to me and my forces, I shall lead my people to become your servants. Both young men had passed the Eagle Nation's Level 4 exam. They could naturally discern the sincerity in the other party's tone from this audio clip. But, what the hell is Zizify? Technological aid and servants? The two young men couldn't wrap their heads around it. Their mouths fell open as they froze in place. Hey, Jiāng Chén, did you understand what that audio clip was saying? Wang Shui asked. Of course. My Eagle Speak is Level 4 certified, Jiāng Chén replied, pausing slightly before adding with a touch of pride. No, I mean the literal meaning. I'm not asking if you understand Eagle Speak, Wang Shui sighed. A man who's always had to prove himself. Why was he so eager to prove himself? But doesn't this also suggest he's trying to impress me? Oh my, could it be that he likes me? How embarrassing. Even though he's a bit cold-hearted, he's still handsome and so talented. If he ever confesses to me, I can't just agree to him so quickly. I'll have to think of a way to turn him down. At least wait until the third time before agreeing. Yep, that's settled. Wang Shui was completely love-struck, and all the tactics she'd learned from her girlfriends flooded her mind. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén remained completely oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. The next moment, a gasp erupted. Ah, I get it. That ancient king, the one carrying a huge boulder on his back, his name was Sisyphus. Then Eagle Chan probably got the wrong idea after seeing us via satellite. Hearing this, Wang Shui's eyes widened as she froze for a few seconds. Then she couldn't help but praise him. Jiāng Chén, you're so sharp. How did I not think of that? What should we do next? Her mind was completely consumed by love. It would be a miracle if she could think clearly about such matters. Wang Shui's question. Jiāng Chén's mischievous streak surfaced. He immediately instructed Optimus Prime, reply to his message on this channel in the Dragon Nation language. Have their top commander bring the agreement and contract for a separate meeting. They choose the location. But remember, no military presence within a 50 nautical mile radius. Optimus Prime replied, understood, Master. I'll respond to them immediately. 5 minutes later. Smith emerged from the monitoring room, his face flushed. The aliens had actually responded to his message. He and his forces were saved. If he could secure technological aid from the aliens, all his past missteps would be erased by this monumental achievement. In the end, he might become the supreme ruler of the Eagle Nation, or even the entire Blue Star. What does the Parliament matter? Those who impeached him should all go meet Satan immediately. Chapter 103, The Meeting of the Eagle's Servants. Before the giant screen at the tech center. Upon receiving the message in Eagle Sauce language, were utterly devastated. What happened to the world's police force? Where had that hot-headed, trouble-making spirit gone? Old Zhang, could this be a trap? Old Wang asked with concern.
The two youngsters had little experience.
He was over 70, but he'd seen too many deceitful schemes.
Enemies will say anything to win. Old one, rest assured.
Those two youngsters seem sharp as tacks to me. Whether it's a trap or not, they wouldn't go near it. Old Jiāng paused slightly, then smiled reassuringly.
Secretary Liú chimed in, exactly. Such an obvious ploy, these little cuties. They'd never fall for it.
Anyone capable of developing such cutting-edge technology
could never be a little cutie.
So he agreed that old Jiāng had a keen eye for judging people. The officials chimed in with their own opinions.
Exactly. Who would believe such outrageous information? Sounds just like a scam text. I'm Qin Shi Huang.
Send me 1,000 yuan, and I'll make you chancellor on the spot.
You know what? You're right, it kinda does. But Eagle's message seems to have hit a new low, actually offering to be a slave? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Who would fall for that? Surely none of us here would be that gullible? Ah ha ha ha, of course not. Michelangelo chuckled foolishly, revealing his pearly white teeth.
A dark green tea leaf still clung to his front tooth. Eagle sauce has been stirring up trouble around the world.
Who'd have thought they'd resort to such childish tricks to lure young scientists from the Dragon Nation? Only a fool would fall for that. Just as everyone was mocking the voice message for its clumsy deception, Jiāng Chén actually decided to meet up. He even confirmed the meeting location with the other party. Everyone exchanged stunned glances, shock evident in each other's eyes.
Old Jiāng, furious and alarmed, turned to old Wang.
What's Jiāng Chén's background? Have you checked his family history for 3 generations?
The implication was clear, this guy might be plotting treason. Old Wang frowned, puzzled but objective in his reply, he's a private entrepreneur.
Both his grandfather and father were members of the Dragon Nation Party.
Old Jiāng paused briefly before pressing, how certain are you about this Jiāng Chén?
I mean, could he genuinely sell the technology to the eagle-eyed bastards?
The moment these words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent.
This wasn't ordinary treason.
The technology carried by the Autobots was something that could instantly propel a nation centuries ahead of human technological advancement. It could be said that whichever nation acquired such a technological system
would inevitably become the dominant power on Blue Star.
If Jiāng Chén truly carried out such an act,
it would be an earth-shattering event.
Old Jiāng and old Wang would be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences.
Recall those days when the eagle-eyed provocateurs constantly stirred up trouble. Even Michelangelo began to seethe with anger. Oh, such a clumsy lie, why would anyone believe it? What kind of nonsense is this about being a servant? Jiāng Chén, you come back here. I'll be your servant too.
The Dragon Kingdom officials, who had been filled with anger and worry,
were momentarily stunned, their emotions becoming disjointed. Is being a slave suddenly trendy now? In a certain open sea area bordering the Dragon Nation's territorial waters, on a solitary island,
lush foliage, chirping insects, and birdsong.
Waves continuously lapped at the island's sandy shore. A kayak delivered Smith to the island before departing on its own. This was to honor the first agreement with the extraterrestrials, to meet alone.
Dressed in a black suit and carrying a silver-gray briefcase, Smith lit a cigar and took 2 deep puffs. He looked up at the azure sea and sky, a faint smile playing on his lips.
The feeling of control. If only there hadn't been so many unpleasant incidents lately.
He would have already taken his 2 young mistresses on a Hawaiian vacation. He wouldn't be walking around on edge every day, cleaning up his subordinates' messes with a sour expression.
But now,
all he needed to do was sign an agreement with the aliens and bring it back. And he was sure those troublesome congressmen would shut up. After all, nothing is more tempting than the assistance offered by an advanced civilization.
He represented a leap forward for the entire nation.
Before long, he might ascend to the pinnacle of power in the Eagle Nation.
As for those bitter rivals who once sought to take him down?
Oh, no need to take their lives. Just retire them early and send them off to mental institutions to live out their days.
Smith puffed on his cigar, letting out a hearty laugh. As if the events he'd planned had already unfolded. At that moment,
Optimus Prime had already pierced through the clouds, heading toward the agreed coordinates.
Optimus Prime scanned the area for any armed forces lying in ambush.
Though young, Jiāng Chén was as cunning as an old fox. According to historical military accounts or TV drama plots, when the commanders of 2 armies meet, the opposing side smashes a cup as a signal.
Immediately, a long line of axe-wielding warriors would surge forth from behind them, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Though Optimus Prime is incredibly powerful.
So powerful that he could withstand a dozen Hellfire missiles without so much as a scratch. But with advanced reconnaissance, there wouldn't be so many surprises.
Understood, Master. The detectors on the translucent blue screen began emitting wave after wave of light. Each wave spread outward, revealing scattered points of light. 1 minute later,
Optimus Prime's voice sounded again, esteemed master, a humanoid lifeform detected at the coordinates. Additionally, an aircraft carrier fleet is positioned 60 nautical miles away.
Upon hearing this, a faint smile curved Jiāng Chén's lips. Seems this General Smith, the eagle-eyed one, is quite trustworthy after all. Jiāng Chén, won't we blow our cover if we keep this up? What if he discovers we're from the Dragon Nation? Wang Shui asked anxiously. Let him pray for his own good. If he happens to find out, today will be his death day. Jiāng Chén declared with unwavering resolve. Wang Shui stared blankly at Jiāng Chén, her mind struggling to process it. Wait. What's going on? Shouldn't we be the ones worried? How come they're the ones who discovered us and now we're the ones about to lose our lives? Bold. So bossy. But I like it. Wang Shui's gaze toward Jiāng Chén was filled with admiration. What girl doesn't love a domineering guy? Master, the coordinates for the island are below.
A solitary, barren island came into view.
Greenery, seabirds, sandy shores. And a man in a black suit stood by the shore, smoking. As if he'd spotted them. He suddenly flicked his cigarette to the ground and waved frantically at them. Hey, you! Hey! Jiāng Chén frowned. Is this the eagle's lackey?
You're the black one, your whole family is black. Wang Shui rolled her eyes and retorted irritably, he's just saying, come over here.
He didn't call you black. I know that. No need to tell me. Jiāng Chén felt his eagle speak skills were being questioned and he was a bit annoyed. Let's go down. Yes, master.
Optimus Prime hoisted the massive boulder and descended toward the direction the black-clad figure beckoned. This posture bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Sisyphus.
Chapter 104, Big and Small Cuties. Applying to become servants.
Vector thrusters continuously spewed azure flames, providing Optimus Prime with steady lift. As the altitude steadily decreased,
intense heat waves blasted downward. The air itself began to shimmer. Gravel and sand flew from the ground.
Smith was struck in the face, blood splattering across his face as he stumbled backward.
Click!
Optimus Prime's massive legs slammed down onto the sandy beach, his feet sinking deep into the shifting grains.
His colossal frame blocked out the sky, spanning the heavens. Smith felt an overwhelming sense of pressure.
The smile on his face gradually froze, his hands clenched so tightly they were drenched in sweat.
Could this truly be the ancient god, Sisyphus? Bathed in sunlight, his entire body glowed with a metallic sheen.
It resembled a mechanical creature more than a flesh and blood being.
Of course. How could a mere mortal fly? Who could prove that the legendary Sisyphus wasn't a mechanical creature?
Besides, the massive circular stone on its back serves as proof.
Otherwise, who in their right mind would carry such a massive boulder around all day? Smith thought to himself. He was now at the end of his rope.
Whatever it was, as long as it could help him, that was all that mattered.
At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed. Are you General Smith, the Grand Marshal of Eagle Nation? A deep, resonant, dragon tongue.
Smith froze momentarily, glancing around to find no one else present. Only then did he realize it was the figure before him, Sisyphus, who spoke.
He replied excitedly in broken Dragonese, Esteemed Lord, you are correct. It was I who summoned you here.
As the representative of the hawkish faction,
the Dragon Nation had always been classified as a hypothetical adversary.
Naturally, he had studied every aspect of the Dragon Kingdom. Mastering the dragon language was one of his required courses.
Yet he couldn't fathom. Why was Sisyphus speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom? If memory serves, this Western legend should be Greek mythology. At most, it would be Greek.
But it certainly couldn't be the language of the Dragon Kingdom. A flicker of doubt crossed Smith's eyes, but that was beside the point for now.
Optimus Prime spoke. What is the purpose of this summons? That tone. That aura. It was the very essence of a ruler, the very essence of a god. Smith's eyes lit up with sudden excitement, his spirits soaring.
Well, I was hoping you might grant me and my army some protection.
Perhaps, a tiny miracle might slip through your fingers?
He ventured cautiously. Gazing at the steel colossus before him, he began to doubt whether it was a god or an alien civilization. If it was a god, then bestow a miracle.
If it's an alien civilization, then give us some black tech.
Either way, I don't care what you were just handed over. Inside Optimus Prime's cockpit, Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui were both laughing hysterically.
Who would have thought the hawkish leader who founded the nation in international news could be so superstitious? A miracle? Ah, this guy is hilarious. A miracle between your fingers. Jiāng Chén, you've become a god in the eyes of the Eagle Commander-in-Chief. Wang Shui was laughing so hard she could barely move. Thankfully, the soundproofing was excellent.
Otherwise, if Smith had overheard, he'd have turned on them right then and there.
In the middle of the commotion, suddenly remembering something,
her eyes widened as she turned to Jiāng Chén.
What do we do now? He wants that black tech? We can't just hand it over, can we? I'm warning you, Jiāng Chén. Doing this is treason.
Betraying the Dragon Nation.
I won't stand for it. Jiāng Chén hadn't expected the girl beside him to shift moods so dramatically.
One moment she was laughing happily. The next moment, she could turn on him in an instant. She shot him a helpless glare.
You're the fool. I'm not as stupid as you.
She then turned to Optimus Prime and said, "Ask Smith what he's offering in exchange."
"Only if we're satisfied will we consider this matter." "As you wish, Master." With that, he began relaying Jiāng Chén's demands to Smith.
Wang Shui sensed trouble and shot out of the driver's seat, rushing over to Jiāng Chén.
She grabbed Jiāng Chén's arm, clawing at him as she demanded, "You're seriously considering selling that black tech? Let me tell you, no way."
She then straddled Jiāng Chén, ready to wrestle with him.
Even at the tech center,
the bigwigs gathered before the screens had eyes glowing red.
"Oh dear, this kid is so foolish. How dare he?
What a waste, so young, yet already blinded by greed.
I thought he wouldn't fall for it. But he actually delivered himself right to them. Holy crap. This is gonna hurt. Who could have seen this coming?"
Old Jiāng shot a look at old Wang, even letting out a cold snort.
"Look at the mess you've made. Talent from Pengchang's Lonka Institute, and they turn out to be such traitors." Old Wang's face darkened considerably.
The evidence was right before his eyes, leaving him no room for defense.
He could only let out a long sigh. "I never expected this either. How could Jiāng Chén? He always seemed so patriotic."
Secretary Liu protested loudly, "You can never truly know someone's heart.
This sacrifice was for nothing." Sacrificed for nothing? Sacrificed what? Everyone was utterly baffled.
Only old Zhang knew the reason. To urgently add an extra bidding slot for old Wang and the others, Secretary Liu had been made the scapegoat. They were all old comrades in arms. At worst, the technology they brought might be outdated.
They just wouldn't win the bid. Such a minor matter. He could handle it. But now? This live-stream treason. Zhang Lao's lifelong reputation is about to be destroyed in an instant. And in the end, he dragged Secretary Liu into this mess too.
Old Zhang looked utterly remorseful as he patted Secretary Liu on the shoulder in consolation. Secretary Liu shook his head, tears welling up in his eyes, his face etched with utter despair. If old Zhang were to get the boot over this incident, his own career would likely be over too.
Damn it!
How could this young man's heart be so ruthless? The other officials murmured in dismay. Michelangelo frowned slightly as he slowly rose from the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the youth on the screen.
He turned to leave. It was time to leave. Now the Dragon Nation has produced such a traitorous youth. May he find his own fortune. Just then, Smith, upon hearing Jiāng Chén's response, he frantically opened the silver-gray briefcase.
He took out a stack of documents and a key, placing them on the suitcase. Then he knelt on the floor, bowing respectfully.
"Here is a Blue Star contract. My entire army and I will become your servants.
Whatever resources you require, as your servants, we will fulfill them wholeheartedly.
This key grants control over our Eagle Nation's most powerful AI system." At this point, Smith raised his head, a glint of madness in his eyes.
The AI system holds control over the vast majority of Earth's nuclear arsenal.
Simply insert the key and press the button lightly. The entire Blue Star boom. It will explode like fireworks. Jiāng Chén fell silent. Wang Shui fell silent.
Old Zhang and old Wang fell silent. The officials fell silent. Even Michelangelo, who had been about to leave, halted in his tracks and turned to look at Smith.
This man. Could he be a little cutie? Chapter 105, Returning to the Dragon Kingdom with a Contract. Viewers online went wild mocking Smith for his shamelessness. A servant contract is just a piece of paper. If you don't honor it, are they going to send your president to sanction you? Charged with failed treason? This is pure bullying of our Jiāng Chén, treating him like a cute little lamb. Bah! But that key,
if it truly functions as Smith described,
it could control Eagle's AI system. That would be incredibly powerful. It would truly be Eagle's trump card, a disaster for all humanity. But why is it in the hands of this old lunatic? Seeing Smith's excited expression as he spoke of Earth's explosion, it sent a chill down everyone's spine. If this lunatic ever gets cornered, he might just shove the key into the AI's lock and start jamming it. At that moment, the entire Blue Star would explode in an instant, and everyone would be indiscriminately buried with it. Someone immediately shouted in panic, "Quick! Get the key! Bring the key back!" They seemed to forget that Jiāng Chén and the others on the screen couldn't hear their voices. Old Zhang's eyes flashed. "Secretary Liu, hurry! Get the tech department to find a way to contact Jiāng Chén and the others. If Smith could connect, then the Dragon Nation side should be able to as well." After all, while technological capabilities varied, communication equipment technology wasn't complex, so it was largely similar across the board. "Yes, old Zhang." Secretary Liu turned to leave. At that moment, old Wang reached out to stop him. "No need. Going back and forth will waste time. Just tell me where the equipment is. I'll handle it myself." As a scientist with decades of experience, though currently primarily responsible for aerospace technology, he had been involved in countless projects since his youth, honing himself into a versatile expert. Communication, after all, was one of the critical components of aerospace technology.
Alright, Secretary Liu paused slightly before nodding in agreement.
He began searching the tablet for the equipment layout diagram of this technology center.
The database system stored the locations of various devices in graphical format. Within moments, the equipment layout map of the technology center was retrieved. Southeast corner there, that corner, Secretary Liu said, quickly locating the equipment's direction after a brief comparison with the tablet's display. Old Wang nodded and strode purposefully toward the southeast corner. Old Jiāng and his leadership team followed closely behind.
On the small island, Jiāng Chén watched Smith's pathetic display with utter disgust. Contract? Key? Servant?
The eagle-winged Grand Marshal, usually only seen on international news channels. Now, in his eyes, he resembled nothing more than a maggot writhing on the ground. The sheer disgust made him feel like even crushing it would be too dirty.
Jiāng Chén, should we sign that contract? Wouldn't signing it be considered treason?
Wang Shui asked, her mind heavy with worry. She had always worried Jiāng Chén would make a mistake. She had tried to stop him from coming, but he insisted on coming anyway. Now it seemed he was about to sign the contract. If she didn't stop him, he might truly make a grave mistake.
Sign? Sign my ass. Jiāng Chén snorted coldly. This left Wang Shui utterly bewildered.
Her eyes widened as she stared at him like a curious child, timidly asking, "Then why did you come here if you're not signing?"
Jiāng Chén shot him a glance. I haven't met the Grand Marshal before, can't I come take a look? Besides, he's the only one here. Does he think he can just keep us here? Hearing this,
Wang Shui's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg inside.
She stared blankly at Jiāng Chén, completely dumbfounded. Alright, fine. Her little brain couldn't wrap around it.
Jiāng Chén had invited Smith to this deserted island just to take a look. What the hell kind of look was that supposed to be?
If you won't sign, then leave. Yeah, let's go. Optimus Prime.
Jiāng Chén glanced at Smith, who was still sprawled on the ground, and addressed Optimus Prime. He could have ordered Optimus Prime to immediately toss the boulder on his back to Smith for a taste of its weight.
But he decided against it. To be a good person, one shouldn't take advantage of someone in distress. Aye, master.
Optimus Prime's voice echoed through the cockpit as he turned, still bearing the circular boulder. Still sprawled on the ground, Smith sensed something was off.
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the deity was actually leaving. His entire body went numb.
He'd come all this way to discuss business, and now he was just leaving like that.
He wanted to shout, but he dared not. After all, within a 50-mile radius, he was completely defenseless. What if the gods took a disliking to him and wiped him out? That would be a pointless death. Smith clenched his teeth tightly, his heart torn as he watched Optimus Prime's retreating figure, utterly at a loss.
Optimus Prime's vector thrusters were just about to ignite, spitting out tiny blue flames. Just then, the small speaker emitted another message.
He opened it. It was an urgent call request from Old Wang. This time it wasn't just a simple text or voice message. It was a direct request for a connection. Jiāng Chén froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Old Wang and his team to possess such capabilities.
Without hesitation, he immediately instructed Skypillar to accept the connection.
The next second, the voices of Elder Wang and Elder Zhang came through immediately.
Jiāng Chén, sign with him.
Yes, you absolutely must sign with him. And bring back the key while you're at it. Jiāng Chén froze, asking uncertainly, won't signing this be considered treason? You two old folks better not get me into trouble.
Wang Shui chimed in from the side, exactly. Why make Jiāng Chén sign this kind of contract with the eagle-eyed ones?
Don't you dare get our Jiāng Chén into trouble.
After that, the entire voice chat fell silent.
Jiāng Chén looked at Wang Shui. Since when did I become family to you?
Wang Shui instantly realized she'd slipped up. Her face flushed crimson up to her neck, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill down her cheeks.
Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. How did I just let it slip? How did I just blurt out my true feelings?
Just as Wang Shui stood there flustered, her face crimson, unsure how to respond to Jiāng Chén and caught in her own turmoil.
Old Wang spoke up again. Wang Shui is your personal assistant.
Logically speaking, you two are a team.
Of course we're family. No problem. Now, regarding the contract. Sign it with confidence. Not only will you not be accused of treason, but the organization will commend you for your service. Rest assured. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén didn't hesitate. He nodded and agreed.
He ordered Optimus Prime to halt and walked back to Smith's side. Smith, seeing Optimus Prime not depart but instead draw nearer.
He thought the celestial being intended to silence him before departing. He trembled like a leaf.
His pants instantly soaked through with urine. His mouth spewed broken Chinese as he wailed, "Spare me, great hero. Have mercy, divine being.
Heaven, please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother to care for and a wailing infant to feed. Please let me live. Don't kill me."
After this torrent of pleas, Optimus Prime's stride visibly faltered.
Smith's heart leapt with hope. It seemed to be working. So he banged his head on the ground, desperately prostrating himself. Chapter 106, The King of Flattery, Smith. The communication link fell silent once more. Thud, thud, thud. A chorus of thuds. Is this really the Eagle Grand Marshal? The Smith we see on international news isn't like this. This is terrifying. Smith is completely shattering my worldview. That's called knowing when to bow out. Got it? Your life comes first. Yeah. Better safe than sorry. A coward is a coward. Stop with the nonsense. Who'd have thought the Grand Marshal would be such a wimp? Opinions on Smith's actions were divided. Jiāng Chén watched Smith banging his head against the bars before him, feeling both amused and exasperated. A nation's Grand Marshal, one of its military leaders. Yet he was bowing so deeply before him. The scene was truly embarrassing. General Smith, why this? I never intended to kill you. Jiāng Chén's voice came through the speaker. Smith's body froze abruptly. Then he quickly put on a fawning expression. Thank you, Master. Jiāng Chén didn't think much of it. The first time Optimus Prime addressed him that way, it felt strange. But now that it had become routine, it no longer registered. It was the group of big shots on the other side of the screen. Their worldview was utterly shattered. By all accounts, the position of Eagle General should hold greater authority than even that of the highest-ranking figure present, old Zhang. Yet such a pivotal figure proved utterly spineless. Drop that title. Get up and sign the contract. The Grand Marshal before him felt increasingly awkward to Jiāng Chén. He just wanted to finish the task entrusted by old Wang and return as soon as possible. Oh, Master. As your servant, this is stipulated in the contract. Without your consent, the agreement cannot be fully executed. Smith rose from the floor, his voice growing increasingly resolute. He stared directly at Optimus Prime, his eyes glowing with a sacred light, as if determined to carry out some unyielding will. Boom! The voice chat erupted in commotion once more. Most were ranting about Smith's shamelessness. Even old Wang emphasized, Jiāng Chén, great deeds don't dwell on trivialities. Don't get bogged down in these details with him. Old Zhang added, Jiāng Chén, just swallow your pride for now and give in to him. We'll apply for a second-class merit award for you later to compensate for your emotional distress. Wang Shui muttered, don't all men like this? I even saw a colleague go to a maid cafe last time. Jiāng Chén shot Wang Shui a glare, silencing her instantly. He then clicked his tongue. Fine. Do as you please. Optimus Prime's voice echoed in Smith's ear. Smith prostrated himself once more, his exaggerated expression plastered across his face as he groveled on the ground. Thank you, Master, for granting me this opportunity. Such a grand gesture made Jiāng Chén wary that Smith might have ulterior motives. He cautiously added, before granting you divine power, you must pass the divine trial, a year-long ordeal. If anything goes wrong after a year, go beg your household deity to vindicate you. Immediately, old Wang's panicked voice crackled over the audio link. You fool! How could he possibly sign with you after that? He's a military commander, not some cute little pet. Ah! Old Zhang chimed in urgently, just promise him whatever it takes as long as you secure the contract and retrieve that key. This key activates the AI brain. But Eagle's AI isn't just about launching weapons to destroy Blue Star. It contained Eagle's years of deployments, arrangements, and developments across military, technology, politics, commerce, and every other sphere. It might even reveal how many spies Eagle has planted across every sector of Dragon Nation. Therefore, if this key were handed over to Dragon Nation agents, its utility would be immense. However, Smith not only refrained from turning hostile but bowed his head even lower. I understand the rules. Trust your servant. I will prove myself over the coming year. With that, he pushed the box toward Optimus Prime. Now it was Jiāng Chén's turn to feel awkward. Under no circumstances could Optimus Prime open the cockpit and see the blue vortex. Otherwise, there was an 80 to 90% chance the other party would guess there might be a pilot inside. At that moment, old Zhang and old Wan watching the screen instantly grasped this critical flaw, both wiping away cold sweat. After all that fuss, they nearly forgot Optimus Prime was already carrying the ore and couldn't possibly take anything else. Optimus Prime, can you steady the ore with one hand? I mean, we might need to carry the box back manually. Jiāng Chén asked tentatively. A second of silence passed. Optimus Prime replied, Master, doing so carries a 30% chance of the ore slipping from my back. In other words, during the flight back to Longwa, if turbulence occurred, there was a possibility it could fall from the sky to the ground. Details determine success or failure. But damn it, no one expected problems to arise in this area. The tech center's top brass plunged into heated discussion. Why not have him drop the ore there first and retrieve it later? That's out of the question. Smith might steal it by then. That guy's got a keen interest in every single part of Optimus Prime. What about having Smith mail it to Dragon Nation? I think it's feasible, but it'd get intercepted 800 times en route. Besides, Commander Smith isn't that stupid, is he? Haha, based on what I just observed, that's far from certain. Old Zhang scolded with a laugh, enough with your ridiculous suggestions. Let's see what Jiāng Chén decides. After this series of events, old Zhang had fully accepted Jiāng Chén as one of his own.
At such a young age, he had pioneered Blue Star's technological frontiers.
And he'd unexpectedly created such a rare opportunity. It could be said that, in his decades-long political career, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Old Wang addressed the conference call. Jiāng Chén, you decide. Do what you can without forcing it.
Neither the ore nor the AI key mattered as much as Jiāng Chén himself.
As long as he returned safely, that alone would be a monumental achievement. Michelangelo had already reached the entrance of the tech center, ready to leave.
Now, however, he found himself involuntarily stepping back into the crowd. His legs simply refused to move. As the archenemy of the Bear Nation, has repeatedly instigated divisions and orchestrated military-political conspiracies. It could be said that the Bear Nation's people suffered economic setbacks of over 30 years because of this. And now, witnessing their nation's military leader, Smith, kneel before the Dragon Nation scientists,
crying and begging to become a slave. Then he hands over the contract and keys. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. Michelangelo's jealousy was boiling over.
A wave of sour grapes washed over him. Watching the fawning expression on the screen, he couldn't help but snark. Looks like Smith's just a coward after all. He seemed to forget that it was Smith's subordinate, Michel, who orchestrated the military exercise ambush, nearly annihilating their entire northern fleet.
Chapter 107, Return to the Dragon Kingdom. Envy was one thing.
But some things require innate talent. Some are born with it, while others never will.
Michelangelo once again blended into the crowd. Everyone waited for Jiāng Chén's decision.
Wang Shui, too, gazed at Jiāng Chén with her chin resting on her hand.
This was truly a dilemma. Pick up the box, and the ore will be lost. Must he choose between the two? This is giving me a headache. At that moment,
Jiāng Chén's eyes flashed as an idea suddenly struck him.
The next second,
Optimus Prime, shouldering the ore, addressed Smith with a smug expression.
Then let me test you. Since I don't have hands free to carry the crate, how should I best transport it?
Smith froze, his obsequious smile stiffening.
Truly a god among men.
The very first task was already so challenging.
But you don't have a single hand or foot free, what the hell am I supposed to do?
No, this is the first chance the god has given me.
I absolutely cannot fail. However,
when the tech center personnel heard Jiāng Chén say this,
their jaws dropped wide enough to fit an egg, exchanging looks of utter disbelief. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. To actually send Smith to figure it out. So they're not only handing over the contract and the AI brain, but they're also helping you figure out how to pack it up. All I can say is, that's impressive, plus no one else could pull that off. If I hadn't seen him on TV, I'd seriously doubt whether this Smith guy is actually a little cutie. Old Wang couldn't help but laugh.
Jiāng Chén, you little rascal.
You really are a clever one.
All these years, I've seen plenty of sharp young minds, but never one this brazenly clever. Old Zhang couldn't stop praising him either. If this kid were in our military department, he might just make some earth-shattering achievements.
What do you say, Old Wang? Why not transfer him over from your side? Just tell me what you need. I'll compensate you. For a moment, even Old Zhang felt a surge of admiration for talent.
He wanted to use resources to exchange for Jiāng Chén's allegiance. Old Wang smiled bitterly.
You're overthinking it. Jiāng Chén doesn't belong to our Dragon Science Academy now.
He runs his own tech company, we're merely collaborating. Old Zhang's eyes flickered slightly, and he paused in surprise.
Oh? Well, that makes things even easier. Not affiliated with any government agency. Meant he could approach Jiāng Chén directly for collaboration.
Provided the resources were in place, they believed Jiāng Chén, as a private entrepreneur, would be more than willing to meet their business needs.
At that moment, after much deep contemplation, Smith.
He abruptly stripped off his black suit and white shirt, leaving him clad only in a pair of boxer shorts,
revealing his hairy thighs. What the hell is he doing? Is he an exhibitionist? This fetish? No thanks, no thanks. Ah, my eyes. That's too much to handle.
A chorus of wails filled the live stream. Jiāng Chén frowned deeply, his mind racing with suspicion.
What kind of shenanigans is this guy up to now?
If Smith knew that his current state was being watched by hundreds of people from the Dragon Nation, who knows what expression he'd have. Moreover, this footage would likely be archived for repeated review by Dragon Nation's intelligence agencies. If necessary, it might even be leaked to international websites through other channels. Holy crap, just thinking about it was painful. But to maintain his divine dignity, he'll just have to endure it.
Let's see what this guy's up to.
Rip! The shrill sound of fabric tearing. Smith tore at it with his teeth and hands. He shredded the suit and shirt into wide strips. Then he twisted them into a rope and tied knots. Finally, it became a long, knotted rope. To ensure its strength, he repeatedly tugged at the rope in opposite directions. Only after confirming it wouldn't snap easily did he breathe a sigh of relief. He threaded the rope through the suitcase handle. He looked up at Optimus Prime with a smile. God, this is the best solution I could come up with on short notice.
Tying the rope around your ankle, would that work?
His tone was sincere, his expression earnest, his fur coat billowing in the sea breeze. If this were truly a divine being, it would surely be moved by such devotion.
It must be said. For the mighty Eagle General to stoop to this level. It proved Smith was genuinely dedicated to solving Jiāng Chén's problem at this very moment. Well done. You're a fine servant.
Jiāng Chén didn't know what had gotten into him, but suddenly, as if possessed, he blurted out those words.
With Jiāng Chén's permission granted, Smith immediately approached with a beaming smile.
He slipped the prepared rope around the pillar's ankle.
The mechanical leg was thick.
He wrapped it around several times, securing it just right. Smith wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. If it had been any wider, he would have had to take off his underwear.
He didn't mind that. He just feared the deity might find it distasteful.
After finishing all this, Smith even climbed onto the back of the pillar's foot and planted a few firm, woodpecker-like kisses on it.
After this whole routine,
whether it was Jiāng Chén and Wang Shuai inside the cockpit, or the gawking crowd at the tech center,
everyone's hearts trembled. This guy's mind works at lightning speed. How did he even think to turn clothes into strips? Is this guy mentally ill?
He actually started lightly kissing Optimus Prime's instep, flying around naked on the beach, molesting Optimus Prime.
Talk about eye-searing. Yet this Eagle General was so devout.
He's so considerate it's hard to even scold him.
Call him a pervert?
He had his reasons.
All for completing Jiāng Chén's mission. I can't take it anymore. Jiāng Chén, please come back. Yeah, Jiāng Chén. Your servant can contact us another time.
We old folks are about to be driven to the brink.
My eyes.
I need to see an ophthalmologist after work.
That was too painful to watch.
I'm starting to wonder if this Smith guy is planning to join the party in our Dragon Nation.
He's just too considerate. Inside the driving range, Jiāng Chén nodded. After saying goodbye, he ruthlessly ordered Optimus Prime to unload Smith from his foot.
He spun around and opened up full throttle. Vector Thruster 1 activated at maximum power. Vector Thruster 2 activated at maximum power. Vector Thruster 3 activated at maximum power. Vector Thruster 4 activated at maximum power. Every kinetic energy generating orifice across its body slowly emitted flames. The upward thrust steadily propelled Optimus Prime skyward. Had he not feared the knotted ropes binding his feet might snap and fall away under the immense kinetic force? Jiāng Chén would surely have ordered Skypillar to fly toward the Dragon Kingdom at top speed. He glanced back inadvertently. He saw Smith standing on the beach, watching them depart with a look of lingering regret, waving his hand repeatedly. Jiāng Chén's body trembled violently. He quickly averted his gaze and turned to Wang Shuai. Are you tired? Wang Shuai asked, her voice tinged with coyness. No, I'm just testing whether my sexual orientation is still normal. Jiāng Chén sighed in response. And? Wang Shuai paused, her interest piqued. Turns out I don't feel anything for you. Hearing Jiāng Chén's words, Wang Shuai nearly fainted from anger. Chapter 108, You Dare Block My Path? The Technology Center was located in the high-tech industrial RD zone of the capital. The vast majority exist in the form of industrial parks. They are uniformly low-rise buildings, none exceeding 5 stories. The Technology Center stands out uniquely, featuring needle-like skyscrapers and bird's nest-like launch pads. It occupies a large area with diverse architectural forms. Just moments ago, after the Skypillar ascended into the sky, Guo Shuai, head of security at the Technology Center, called Old Jiang. He inquired whether any unusual incidents had occurred, and whether he needed to send some colleagues over to help maintain order. Old Jiang explained it was a test for the lunar mining vehicle project and everything was proceeding normally. Guo Shuai didn't press further. After hanging up, he muttered to the on-duty soldiers, who the hell just told me robots were taking off? Blowing smoke in broad daylight got nothing better to do? Was it you, Wang Erzhu? Wang Erzhu looked utterly aggrieved. Captain, it really was a robot one with flames shooting from its feet. I wish I'd filmed it with my phone. Guo Shuai's eyes widened as he slapped Wang Erzhu's forehead. Are you asking for a beating? We just signed the confidentiality agreement for our tech center last week and you're already trying to break it? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Get out. Wang Erzhu immediately ducked and dashed out of the office. The other security guards chuckled incessantly. Wang Erzhu was a clumsy fool. He'd only been on the job a week and had already caused several incidents, like stopping Old Jiang's car and demanding to see his credentials for inspection. At the time, his colleagues were all out for lunch. He was on duty alone. Old Jiang arrived by car but was stopped at the gate and barred from entering. He nearly got into a fight with the driver. In the end, he had to call Guo Shuai. Only then was the situation resolved and passage granted. Guo Shuai was stunned at the time. You bastard, you cannot recognize anyone's car. How dare you not recognize Old Jiang's car? If it weren't for the fact that you're my sister's husband, I'd never have let you in. That time, before old Jiāng left, he kept praising Wang Erzhu for his dedication and responsibility, saying he should be properly cultivated in the future.
The praise made Guo Shui's eyelids twitch uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from his forehead.
The more this 70-something military background leader treated him with kindness,
the more uneasy he felt inside. What exactly was this all about? He couldn't fathom it.
But the safest bet was to take it at face value and get to work on disciplining him properly. Wang Erzhu seemed to realize he'd caused trouble, putting his brother-in-law in an awkward position.
So he threw himself into his work with unusual enthusiasm afterward.
He arrived first every day, serving tea, fetching water, and cleaning for all his colleagues, handling everything single-handedly. Today, he suddenly noticed the ceiling of the tech center wide open and immediately felt curious to see what had happened. But what he saw was no small matter.
A robot was actually ascending from within.
My whole body trembled and my eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. I immediately ran back to report it to Guo Shui. Guo Shui froze upon hearing the news.
Wasn't there a bidding event going on inside today?
I heard it was for minecarts.
Where did these robots come from?
To be on the safe side, he specifically called Zhang Lao to clarify the situation and ensure everything was in order. In the end, nothing had happened.
Guo Shui couldn't help but sigh. This brother-in-law is great in every way. He's just too rigid in his approach and lacks flexibility.
In the short term, the boss might still think this new face is competent. But over time, he'd inevitably hit a nerve with the boss. In the end, he might not even be able to keep his job as security chief.
But what can you do?
Since he's already here, I'll just have to put in extra effort to train him.
When scolding is necessary, scolding must be done.
Suddenly, an argument erupted from the gatehouse.
What? You're checking me too? Everyone must be treated equally. Fine. You wanna play this way? Call your captain over to talk. Guo Shuiren was stunned. Oh my god, what the hell is going on now? Don't tell me they've stopped some big shot.
He stepped outside to take a look. He cursed under his breath. The person Wang Erzhu had stopped was Dong Jin, a graduate student in aerospace engineering who'd just returned from studying abroad in the Eagle Nation. The Eagle had tried every trick in the book to keep him from returning home. First, they offered a salary 10 times higher than what he could earn domestically, which Dong Jin politely declined. Then they imposed various restrictions on his return. Ultimately, he contacted the Dragon Nation's overseas office and managed to return home successfully. This incident spread like wildfire throughout the technology center, even catching the attention of old Jiāng.
Captain Guo, what's going on? After just a few days apart, they're even stopping me.
Dong Jin remarked with displeasure. Oh dear, it's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple.
Wang Erzhu, move aside. This is a talent returning from studying abroad in Eagle Land, a Dragon Nation scientist personally recommended by old Jiāng.
Guo Shui rushed forward, shoving Wang Erzhu aside as he scolded him. He then turned to Dong Jin, smiling apologetically.
The new guy doesn't know any better.
Please bear with him. Guo Shui's words were music to Dong Jin's ears.
A returning talent, personally selected by old Jiāng. Now that's how it's done.
Dong Jin nodded, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Erzhu.
Get your act together. You're supposed to guard the gate, yet you can't even recognize people. What are you doing? Yes. Engineer Dong is absolutely right. Come over here and apologize to Engineer Dong. Guo Shui gave Wang Erzhu a meaningful look. Only then did Wang Erzhu approach and bow to Dong Jin. My apologies, Engineer Dong. I apologize. Dong Jin looked disgusted. Enough. It's like you're bowing to a dead person.
Learn more from team leader Guo. Guo Shui immediately pulled Wang Erzhu behind him.
Understood, Engineer Dong.
I'll make sure to teach him more in the future. Dong Jin nodded and started to walk back to the vehicle. Just then, Guo Shui suddenly noticed others in the car. Two tall, slender foreign women with blonde hair and blue eyes sat in the back seat. Guo Shui hesitated for a moment before asking, Engineer Dong, are you bringing people inside? Hearing this, Dong Jin seemed to grow angry. He turned and snapped, is it any of your business who I bring inside? What? Are you worried they're thieves? Guo Shui immediately offered a sheepish smile. No, of course I'm not worried about that. It's just, this isn't proper procedure, Engineer Dong. Dong Jin sneered coldly. Not by the rules? I'm a top-tier American-educated returnee contributing to my country. I am the rules. Open that security gate now. Otherwise, I'll force my way in. Guo Shui's heart skipped a beat. If he didn't let him through now, it would create a permanent rift. He immediately signaled to the guard booth behind him. But Wang Erzhu grabbed his arm mid-motion, slamming his raised hand into Guo Shui's chest. Guo Shui frowned deeply, glaring angrily at Wang Erzhu. What are you trying to do? You're being foolish, brother-in-law. If you don't follow the rules with the keys, and something goes wrong later, you'll be the one in trouble. Wang Erzhu said earnestly. I'm already in trouble. Get out of my way, Guo Shui protested, wincing in pain but unable to break free from Wang Erzhu's grip. He was a burly man, after all his strength was unexpectedly formidable. Dong Jin stood with his arms crossed, snorting coldly.
No wonder this guy looks suspicious, turns out he's your relative? Abusing your power for personal gain? A lowly security captain already planting his own kin?
I'll have a serious word with old Jiāng about this.
Guo Shuwei felt numb.
Wang Erzhu had only been here a week and already he was trying to get him killed. He immediately bellowed toward the guard booth, let him through.
The turnstile swung open.
Dong Jin snorted coldly, slammed the car door shut after getting in, and drove away.
Chapter 109, The Sky Pillar Lands. The turnstile closed once more. Watching Dong Jin's car disappear into the distance,
Guo Shuwei exploded in anger, shoving Wang Erzhu aside.
Are you trying to get me killed? Get back to wherever you came from. Stop messing with me, got it? No way. Your sister's my wife. You've gotta look out for me. Wang Erzhu was as stubborn as a mule. You.
Guo Shuwei's eyes bulged with fury, yet he had nowhere to vent it.
He had a point, damn it.
But if Wang Erzhu kept pushing like this, he'd be finished sooner or later.
No, he had to find a way out. Just then, Wang Erzhu pointed excitedly at the sky and exclaimed, "Look! I'll be damned."
Just as Guo Shuwei was about to curse, he suddenly froze. A humanoid machine carrying a massive circular stone, blue flames erupting from its back and feet, was slowly descending from the sky.
Holy! There really are robots. Only then did Guo Shuwei realize Wang Erzhu hadn't been lying.
Recalling the lunar mining vehicle mentioned in old Jiang's phone call, he felt utterly sick to his stomach.
You call this a lunar mining vehicle? They're literally sending robots to the moon to haul an entire mine back. Has the scientific community gone this wild with their research these days? Haha, see? I told you so. Wang Erzhu beamed like a 250-pound kid. Finally, he'd proven his earlier words weren't lies. Dong Jin drove the two blonde beauties deeper into the technology center. The tree-lined path wound and twisted. Dear Dong, you were so impressive just now. You scared those two security guards to the point of trembling. Yeah, Dong, once we get into the lab, we'll reward you handsomely. The beauties chimed in unison, praising Dong Jin's earlier performance. These two blonde beauties were Dong Jin's university classmates from Eagle University.
They were both adults. Dong Jin was willing to bring them in, and in exchange, they were willing to offer their charms. Of course, publicly they still pretended to admire Dong Jin's academic prowess. Dong Jin gave a cool, nonchalant shrug and said indifferently, "Just enjoy the tour. We'll discuss other matters outside."
Damn, these two girls were hot. Last night was exhausting, I nearly got drained dry. Go back to the lab and keep at it? Not to mention the cameras everywhere, one slip up and I'd be dead to society. Plus, my body feels completely drained right now. Of course, I can't let those two gorgeous classmates know that. Otherwise, my lifelong reputation and tough guy image would be ruined. Just then,
the two beauties pointed at the sky outside the car window and exclaimed in unison, "Oh my gosh, Dong, look up there."
What is that?
Dong Jin chuckled, about to tease the two foreign girls for their lack of worldly knowledge. But when he looked up, he froze in place.
Sci? He'd seen this thing in mythological tales.
A king, shouldering a massive sphere, relentlessly pushing it up a mountain.
Sisyphus, engulfed in blue flames. As the target descended, it became clearer.
Only then did he realize it was a robot dragging a massive circular boulder as it descended.
Judging by its descent trajectory, it was heading straight for the testing facility at the tech center. Aren't they holding the lunar mining vehicle bidding over there today? Dong Jin frowned.
He recalled old Jiāng mentioning it briefly before. There was a bidding project to organize today.
He'd been asked if he wanted to attend.
At the time, he had declined, citing his busy lab schedule.
Come on. What's the point of participating in a bidding project? What a waste of time. It'd be way more fun to hang out with those two blonde beauties. Dong, can you take us to see it? Please.
Max swayed her ample bosom as she asked coquettishly. That sway instantly knocked the wind out of Dong Jin, his brain going completely blank. The other beauty lifted her long, shapely leg, flashing a glimpse of skin, and added, "Dong, you're the best. Just take us there."
Dong Jin couldn't handle this. Blood began trickling down his neck. All right. No problem.
As if possessed, he began reversing the car to change direction. He drove toward the testing center. He parked at the entrance and led the two blonde beauties inside. The moment he stepped inside, he began surveying the place.
Wow, this is seriously impressive.
Dong Jin said proudly, "Of course.
This is all thanks to our Dragon Nation's technological prowess.
We can't compare to Eagle Nation yet, but we're developing.
Why don't you come to our Eagle Nation's Research Institute? You'd have a brighter future there, and we could always be together."
Huh?
No, not right now. We'll talk about it later. Dong Jin paused slightly, choosing to stall rather than refuse outright. He couldn't help but mentally roll his eyes. So these two classmates had been waiting here for me. Put. Don't even think about tricking me back to the Eagle Nation.
At that moment, Optimus Prime descended from the ceiling. Old Jiāng, Old Wang, the entire leadership team, and all the staff present erupted into thunderous applause and cheers.
He's back. He's finally back. Look, the box on its ankle is still there. Good heavens, such a massive rare earth ore. That's incredible. Roar. Dragon Nation is mighty. Dragon Nation is formidable. Mom. I'm kneeling at the tech center watching the Autobots. Optimus Prime descended steadily.
Staff guided the officials to evacuate to a slightly more distant location.
Violent gusts of wind whipped wildly at everyone's clothes.
Dong Jin swiftly joined the crowd with two blonde beauties, his eyes filled with shock. He had never witnessed anything like today's scene even in the Eagle Nation. Spotting old Jiāng looking his way, he gave a nod and a smile in greeting. Buzz. A brief, sharp buzzing sound filled the air. Optimus Prime landed in the center of the arena. Clack. The ground seemed unable to withstand such immense pressure, beginning to crack with fine fissures.
Staff nearby immediately felt their hearts leap into their throats.
They hesitated inwardly, debating whether to evacuate the leadership immediately.
With so many high-ranking officials gathered together, any accident.
It would be a colossal loss for the Dragon Nation. Fortunately, the cracks on the ground formed a small fork-like pattern and stopped spreading.
The staff finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Old Jiāng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed excellent, 3 times in succession. Old Wang shared in the pride.
This Autobot had been sent under the name of his Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute.
The more powerful the Autobot, the greater the prestige it brought to his reputation.
Bang!
Optimus Prime unloaded the stone from his back onto the ground, steadying it slightly with both hands. A thunderous crash echoed as the ore collided with the ground. It must be said, the floor quality at the tech center was truly impressive.
Not a single dent appeared.
In fact, the round ore might even wobble slightly from side to side. Staff members immediately appeared from somewhere, fetching 3 wedges to drive beneath it. Only then was it stabilized, preventing it from rolling at any moment. Then they tried to untie the cloth strips from the pillar's base to remove the box. But the cloth strips proved incredibly sturdy. They had to fetch a pair of scissors to finally remove the box.
Immediately afterward, Optimus Prime's chest deck opened. The blue vortex orb reappeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 110, The Watcher, Caroline. The next second, the space before Optimus Prime warped violently. 2 overlapping figures flowed out like liquid from the blue vortex.
Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui materialized before everyone's eyes. Everyone gazed at Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui with reverent eyes. Just as before when they entered the Optimus Prime cockpit, they were perfectly intact, not even a wrinkle in their clothes.
Effortless, natural. The crowd erupted. Loud cheers and applause echoed throughout the entire testing chamber. From Earth to the Moon, the temperature difference is enormous. Constant temperature throughout the entire journey. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Holy crap. This is insane. All I can say is our overall capabilities are just too strong. We were supposed to mine a single ore, but we ended up bringing back an entire mountain. Wow, look at that ore, big and perfectly round. Unbeatable. How lonely it must be to be invincible. Even old Wang was so excited his face went numb, his lips trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Based on his years of research experience, the colossal pillar before them, whether it was its constant temperature insulation, powertrain, shell welding, or energy storage, was leading the world. Especially that blue vortex. It actually allows the driver to enter the cockpit through spatial distortion. If this isn't revolutionary technology, then all their usual research projects would likely be nothing more than child's play. Old Jiāng watched Optimus Prime and Jiāng Chén, tears streaming down his face. Though not a technical expert himself, he had long overseen the nation's technological bidding projects. He understood the state of domestic and international research best. Robotics technology represented a critical bottleneck for the Dragon Nation. Manhwa had long faced technological blockades imposed by Katan Nation and Eagle Nation. Unexpectedly, this young man named Jiāng Chén has led Manhwa to leapfrog ahead. The comprehensive technological prowess demonstrated by this towering Autobot now stands at the pinnacle of human achievement. The problems he could solve for Manhwa, indeed, for all of humanity, were countless. As for the massive rare earth ore deposits, they now seemed less crucial. Now look at the 4 clunky lunar mining vehicles piled up nearby. Rigid and monotonous. They looked like children's toys. And they want to rip me off for 6 billion? Put. Old Jiāng decided to send all these things right back where they came from. Not a single one. When Michelangelo saw the Autobots again, he no longer doubted their authenticity. Overwhelmed by profound reverence, his knees buckled and he fell to his knees. All pride of being the first man on the moon vanished in an instant. At that moment, he was even pondering how he could join them. Not for any other reason, but simply to learn more. Advanced scientific knowledge held a fatal attraction for a science enthusiast like him. Xiongwa asked me why I didn't return home. I replied that I had already defected. The officials nearby, seeing Michelangelo's state, showed no surprise but expressed deep understanding. Such an epoch-making creation, who wouldn't be dazzled by it? Dong Jin stood at the very back of the crowd. Distracted by the two blonde beauties, he couldn't spare a thought for the main event. Thus, he paid little attention to Optimus Prime's side. Instead, the two blonde women gasped repeatedly, their attention completely captivated. Wow, your Dragon Nation's technology has advanced to this level? Goodness gracious, I just saw a robot carrying a boulder falling from the sky. Their own country's robots were still stuck at the bionic level. Examples include Catwoman, robotic dogs, Alpha, and so on. These robots are compact and primarily designed to handle everyday human needs. But this robot before us can actually fly through the skies and move mountains. Could it even open portals to alternate dimensions? No way, we absolutely must bring this technology back to the Eagle Nation. Max's eyes darted around, and he exchanged a glance with Caroline, seeing confirmation in her expression. Split up. Max understood instantly, immediately wrapping his arm around Dong Jin's waist and deliberately grinding his chest against her repeatedly. He cooed, "My dear Dong, your Dragon Nation's technology is truly incredible. You never mentioned any of this to me before." Dong Jin was so flustered by the contact that his mind went blank, nearly losing all ability to think clearly. He'd take them both to his lab later to show them the real goods. They'd be so shocked they'd jump out of their skins. He snorted coldly, his voice tinged with pride, "This stuff is just window dressing. Compared to the tech I learned from the Eagle Nation, it's nothing but a half-baked imitation." Max was slightly taken aback. "You call this amateurish? Then what about those bionic robots from Eagle Nation? Was this some kind of joke?" Speechless. He couldn't tell if Dong Jin genuinely believed that or was just brushing him off. The giant robot before her eyes certainly didn't look like a cheap imitation. After all, she had just witnessed it slowly descending from the sky with her own eyes. The official beside her frowned slightly. "Who the hell is so arrogant? Calling such advanced technology a showpiece? Are you blind?" Turning around, she saw it was Dong Jin. The prodigy rumored to have been blocked from returning home from the Eagle Nation, only finding resolution after seeking help from the Dragon Nation's consulate. His anger instantly cooled by half. Maybe this guy had his own trump card up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Caroline took advantage of Dong Jin's distraction to frantically film with the miniature camera hidden in her bag. Dong Jin had warned them before entering. The tech center imposes severe penalties for surveillance and covert filming. He'd instructed them not to take photos indiscriminately once inside, but to simply observe. Since Dong Jin had made it clear, they'd just take pictures behind his back. The two sisters worked in perfect harmony, keeping Dong Jin completely in the dark. Click, click. Max kept snapping photos, his hands and feet moving non-stop. This trip was worth it, sacrificing her looks to charm Dong Jin. Bringing these photos back to Eagle Land would surely earn him a big government commendation. He might even be awarded the Eagle's Medal of Honor. At that moment, in the center of the venue, Old Wang walked straight up to Jiāng Chén, gave him a hearty hug, and patted him hard on the back. "Well done. You've brought honor to our Dragon Nation. This lunar mining rover bid." Although the Dragon Academy was listed as an alternative proposal, but everyone knew exactly what level it was at. Constantly held back by foreign technology barriers and facing such a tight timeline, it was practically an impossible mission. Wang Shui chuckled beside him, "Professor Wang, this time we've truly struck gold. Optimus Prime's capabilities go far beyond what meets the eye. Endurance, temperature regulation, explosive power, offensive capabilities. Listing them all would take forever. Not only are the advantages numerous, but each one ranks among the world's best. It's like a top student excelling in every subject, ranking first in the entire school." At that moment, Optimus Prime, standing silently at the center of the arena, suddenly moved. A red light flashed in his eyes as his massive frame raised an arm, pointing toward a corner. Hostile lifeform detected using surveillance equipment. Everyone fell silent, their gazes turning to Caroline in unison. Click. Before Caroline could pull back her hand, another photo was snapped in front of everyone. Chapter 111, The Foreign-Obsessed Doctoral Advisor. Chaos ensued. Professor Zhan flew into a rage over Caroline's actions. He immediately summoned Security Chief Guo Shui, who escorted Dong Jin and the two blonde women away. Not only would all electronic devices including but not limited to cameras and phones be destroyed. Additionally, they demanded thorough questioning about how they gained entry, who authorized them, and their motives. After this incident, Guo Shui was thoroughly impressed. Despite appearing simple-minded, Wang Erzhu always seemed to hit the nail on the head. Each time he seemed to cause trouble, yet ultimately demonstrated precise judgment. Such innate intuition was precisely the kind of talent the security team needed. Old Zhang, however, was furious over the incident. When did our Dragon Nation's Research Institute become the vegetable garden for foreign powers? He immediately demanded Guo Shui enforce strict inspections on all vehicles entering and exiting the premises, starting with himself. No entry without credentials. Those with credentials were forbidden from bringing anyone inside. All photographic equipment and documentation, unless accompanied by special authorization, must be reported immediately upon discovery, with both personnel and items detained at the guard post. Next, Zhang Lao signaled Secretary Liu to secure the black briefcase brought back by Optimus Prime and hand it over to the strategy department for analysis. He trusted those intellectually gifted individuals would know how to maximize the value of the contents. As for the rare earth ore, a crane was dispatched to haul it away. However, due to the ore's immense weight, the crane's steel cables snapped 2 or 3 times during the lifting process. Fortunately, Optimus Prime intervened in the middle, averting an accident. In the end, Secretary Liu had no choice but to assign a specific location. Optimus Prime carried the ore directly to the entrance of the ore smelting plant. Although the factory workers had been notified in advance that a humanoid robot would arrive carrying large ore blocks, they still couldn't believe it. A robot carrying a mountain? That's like saying a god descended from heaven. But the moment everyone saw Optimus Prime, they were instantly blown away, their jaws dropping to the floor. A giant robot hauling an entire mine. The factory workers were stunned. The largest ore delivered before was no bigger than a wash basin. Easy to transport, easy to cut, easy to smelt. This is a damn real mountain. And the delivery guy? A giant robot dropped from the sky. Everyone present was utterly stunned. But thankfully, despite their shock, they'd all signed non-disclosure agreements. So it's unlikely they'll leak what they've seen. As for what tools were used for cutting and refining, that was not something old Jiāng and his team needed to concern themselves with. At this moment, YouTube, the famous site run by the eagle-themed logo, is currently streaming live. No idea where they got this information from. They're openly criticizing the Dragon Nation for being dishonest, not only freeloading on their tech products under the guise of bidding, but also detaining their technical personnel. In an instant, Eagle's citizens flooded the chat with angry comments. Those bastards in China deserve their technological backwardness. They detained our technicians? Let them pay the price. Ugh, scumbags. Can't develop their own tech, so they steal ours. Who'd dare bid in their country now? A nation of etiquette? Peace-loving? Utterly despicable and shameless. Inside the livestream studio, Marshall watched the comment stream, patting the Eagle Badge Beauty's shoulder in front of the camera with satisfaction. Good work. All along, the pressure from the war's defeats had been suffocating him. Now, learning that Eagle's scientists had been kidnapped by Dragon Nation, and their competitor detained, the public's attention instantly shifted toward the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Marshall felt no urgency to have the State Department engage with the Dragon Nation on this matter. Losing 1 or 2 scientists was insignificant. Moreover, the scientists sent by the Eagle Nation were essentially spies. If they were to get into a dispute, they might not necessarily come out on top. As long as public opinion continued to ferment, diverting blame eastward would achieve the objective. Immediately afterward, netizens from other countries also chimed in. Online, they lambasted Dragon Nation for violating international order. Turtlefield netizen, damn it, Dragon Nation people. You truly are an inferior race. Prepare to face sanctions. Sun never sets Empire netizen, may you never eat 3 dishes in your lifetime. Damn you for daring to kidnap and detain. Some Bear Nation netizens defended, why kidnap our scientists? Why only yours? Why not look inward for answers? Search carefully, you'll definitely find something. Eagle's YouTube livestream traffic skyrocketed. Marshall glanced at the view count, over 10 million. A smile curved his lips, sweeping away the gloom that had lingered for days. He immediately had his team bring out the lunar mining vehicle they had developed, meticulously detailing its design and functionality. He wanted the entire world to know. This is what Eagle's mining cart looks like. From now on, anytime the Dragon Nation dared to use Eagle Lady's rover for scientific research news, it would inevitably invite worldwide ridicule and international lawsuits from Eagle Lady. Other nations participating in the bidding followed suit, showcasing their lunar mining vehicles in viral YouTube videos. The comments section exploded instantly, with netizens' excitement reaching new heights. Eagle Nation netizen, wow, impressive. Compact rover, looks sturdy and durable. Turtlefield Nation netizen, our Turtlefield developed rover still takes the cake, lighter, more fragile, and lower energy consumption. British Empire netizen, technologically speaking, our rover is more advanced with lower communication latency. Korean netizen, our dads are amazing. Your lunar mining cart is so advanced, the Dragon Nation could never build one in a lifetime. Online buzz surged to new heights. View counts hit 100 million. Marshall's mouth was practically splitting from the grin. It wasn't just the Eagle Nation's people whose enthusiasm was ignited. Netizens abroad are also diving in enthusiastically. Good, very good, keep stirring the pot relentlessly. The internal conflicts within the Eagle Nation were skillfully diverted. Originally, there were concerns that the Eagle Nation's consecutive military setbacks might lead to a loss of public morale. Now, through this diversion, unity is being restored. Marshall couldn't help but feel thrilled by his own ingenuity. Brilliant.
Simultaneously, it elevated the eagle's international standing while suppressing the dragon nation. He sighed softly, "My brain is truly wasted on being just a lowly officer." He then immediately had the blonde bombshell on the livestream start performing. She danced wildly around the minecart to the Psych's rhythm, leaving viewers drooling and utterly hooked. While continuing to condemn the Dragon Nation's despicable actions, he instructed the blonde beauty to remove another piece of clothing. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation subjected several bidding spies to rigorous interrogation. Initially, these nations presented a united front, claiming diplomatic immunity as foreign guests. Even if they broke the law, they argued, they should be subject to their own country's legal systems. Manhwa had no right to abuse private punishment. Later, when the Security Bureau saw that questioning yielded no results and prepared to resort to torture, the scientist from Khatan Nation was the first to wet his pants. They spilled everything they knew, down to the last detail. Seeing their cover blown, the others began snitching on each other. The result was this. Dragon Nation obtained conclusive evidence of bid rigging attempts by these competing nations. Simultaneously, these industrial spies were tasked with gathering technological intelligence and data within the Dragon Nation. Old Jiāng flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table so hard it shook the room. These filthy scoundrels dare to rig even the government's commercial technology bids. Damn bastards! At that moment, if old Jiāng knew that these individuals were freely smearing Longwei on the international internet, crying wolf and turning the tables, he might have fainted from sheer rage. Chapter 112, Preparing for Military Inspection. Optimus Prime returned from the state-owned mineral extraction plant. Old Jiāng immediately contacted the military headquarters. He requested a military-level reassessment of Optimus Prime. Judging him solely based on lunar mining vehicle specifications would be a gross underestimation of his capabilities. Old Jiāng, you finally called. You wouldn't believe the incredible stuff we've been developing at the Military Research Institute lately. You've got to come see it sometime. I promise you'll be blown away. The booming, hearty voice on the other end belonged to Mad Thunder, director of the Military Research Institute. Quang Tianlei, cut the nonsense. Arrange a comprehensive military evaluation immediately, the most rigorous one available. I guarantee it'll blow your mind too. Old Jiāng snapped impatiently. Hearing this, Quang Tianlei's pupils contracted slightly before his face lit up with excitement. He snapped to attention and saluted into the phone. Yes, Commander. The last time he'd heard the commander speak like this was during the 2 bombs, 1 satellite campaign. Thrilling. So thrilling. Wonder what it is this time. A comprehensive inspection? Otherwise, I'll just arrange for 2 small nuclear warheads? Wonder if old Jiāng can handle the surprise? Well, if he can't handle it, I'll just take a beating from old Jiāng like I did in my youth. So exciting. At this thought, Quang Tianlei could no longer sit still. He strode briskly out of the office. Old Jiāng's affairs were his affairs. He had to prepare immediately. He had barely stepped out the door. A disheveled man in a mouse suit approached. Thick glasses, a nerdy look about him. The grease stains on his collar had begun to turn yellow. He hurried along with his head bowed. A dark shadow loomed overhead. Unable to dodge in time, he crashed headfirst into Quang Tianlei's arms. The solid, broad chest stunned the bookish man. His glasses clattered to the ground. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling. Fortunately, Quang Tianlei reacted swiftly, grabbing him to steady him. Zhao Xiaoming, what's the rush? You're our base's prized asset. If you get hurt, it'd be a huge loss. I couldn't afford to pay for that. Zhao Xiaoming steadied himself, picked up his glasses from the ground, and put them back on. Fortunately, the frames were made of specially modified metal. As long as the lenses hadn't landed on sharp objects, they wouldn't be damaged. Once his glasses were back on, his vision cleared. Excitedly, he looked at Quang Tianlei and said, Boss Quang, I just developed another weapon, armor-piercing, explosive, boom. You know what I mean, right? Zhao Xiaoming might look a bit slow. But he wasn't dumb at all. Ever since he and Chief Quang had thoroughly laid out the science in detail during their previous discussions, he'd distilled a more efficient rule. Keep the words as short as possible. This made communication far more efficient. Sure enough. Mad Thunder's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He slapped Zhao Xiaoming's shoulder hard. Young man, you're something else. The palm-sized slap sent Zhao Xiaoming stumbling backward, nearly toppling him to the ground. His frail frame couldn't withstand such force. He stumbled backward, about to fall again. Fortunately, Quang Tianlei caught him, bursting into hearty laughter. You know, don't just focus on research. Eat well and drink well, build up your strength. This little corner of ours depends on you to expand it. You need to take care of yourself. Zhao Xiaoming gave a shy smile. As long as Director Quang stays strong, I'll handle the brain work. Ha, true enough. Come on, a big shot from headquarters is coming for the full treatment later. Perfect timing to see if your new product packs enough punch. Quang Tianlei grabbed Zhao Xiaoming without another word and pulled him along the corridor toward the exit. The full package? Zhao Xiaoming's eyes lit up.
The full suite Quang Tianlei mentioned was a rare occurrence at the military base.
It meant a comprehensive evaluation of all aspects: offense, defense, and every other performance metric. Getting access to such testing meant the product was essentially a flawless all-rounder.
You'll see when you get there. How about bringing my latest Titan alloy shield for testing too? Alright, you're ruthless, kid. But I like it, ha ha ha. A hearty, genuine laugh erupted. Zhao Xiaoming's titanium alloy shield was currently the toughest piece of equipment in the entire base. It could withstand the full force of a Patriot missile head-on and emerge unscathed. If it weren't for old Jiang's situation today, he might have been ready to test whether the armor-piercing rounds were more formidable than the alloy shield. Not for any other reason. There are plenty of things in this base capable of causing a ruckus. But very few could truly stand toe-to-toe with the two little contraptions he'd developed. As dusk fell, the overhead lights shone as bright as day. The two made their way toward the testing grounds. A suburban area near Kyoto. Far from the city center, surrounded by mountains. Human footprints were scarce. Even from a satellite view, one could only make out a few scattered bungalows at most. The bungalows bear the large characters Green Mountains and Clear Waters Farmstay. Whenever buses or cars drove into the mountains, the cottages would light up at night, smoke curling from the chimneys. Guests reveled in the fun, sometimes feasting and drinking all night long, playing drinking games until dawn. Evening. An ordinary bus winds its way up the mountain road. It finally came to a stop at the entrance of the farmhouse. Several elderly people in their 60s disembarked and walked into the courtyard. A farmer's wife, her cheeks flushed with the high-altitude sun, spotted the guests and hurriedly called out to someone inside, "Old Chén, come out. We have guests." The owner, Chen Jinzi, had been scrolling through videos inside and was slightly annoyed by his wife's interruption. Emerging from the house, he paused momentarily upon seeing the elderly visitors, then greeted them with a warm smile. "Mr. Jiang? What a rare guest. So late in the evening, what brings you here?" Ever since old Jiang had been promoted away from this military testing site, he'd been constantly busy, so visits over the past decade could be counted on one hand. They were all former superiors and colleagues. Meeting old friends inevitably stirred up emotions. "Can't I just drop by to see you?" Old Jiang said with a smile as he walked inside. "Nonsense. You're always swamped with work. I see you on TV all the time. If you've come here in person, it means there's not only something important, but it's probably no small matter." Xianzhenzi gave a sly grin and chuckled. "You're still as sharp as a tack in your old age. But whatever brings me here today, you're not to breathe a word of it, understand?" Old Jiang's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. "Come on in. Sit down for a bit. I'll whip up some hearty dishes for you." "No thanks, I already had a light meal before coming. Let's get down to business first." Fair enough." As they spoke, the group made their way to the backyard. Typically, the backyards of farmhouse inns would be filled with laundry drying or pickles fermenting. But this place was completely covered by vine-like plants. Xianzhenzi led the way, striding forward and pulling a key from his pocket. He pried open a cover on the ground with his fingers, revealing a keyhole. Click! After inserting the key and turning it, a long underground passageway instantly appeared on the ground. Lights on both sides of the passage instantly blazed bright, illuminating the once pitch-black tunnel with brilliant light. Chapter 113, Secrets Beneath the Ground. The group entered the passageway one by one. Brightly lit, the passage spiraled downward into the depths. The steps were fairly wide, allowing 4 or 5 people to stand side by side. The tunnel echoed strangely, voices spoken in the middle reverberated back and forth. After walking nearly 2 kilometers, a massive metal door painted in bright green paint came into view. Xianzhenzi, who had been leading the way, bowed slightly to the officials behind him with a smile. "Please wait here, everyone." Then he reached into his pants pocket with his right hand and pulled out a jangling bunch of keys. By the light, he selected one, inserted it into the lock of the green metal gate, and turned it. Click! The lock clicked open. The gate creaked open with a shrill squeak. Outside, daylight flooded the scene. Someone couldn't resist peering outside first. Deeply shocked by the scene before them, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa! A drone!" 3 drones hovered in the air, scanning the people at the entrance. One appeared to be a reconnaissance unit, while the other 2 carried dark, cylindrical tubes mounted on their bases resembling gun barrels. Access authorization confirmed. "Welcome to Dragon Nation Military City." A mechanical electronic voice emanated from the reconnaissance drone. The 3 drones executed a graceful looping maneuver and flew off into the distance. Looking down below, a military-industrial city brimming with modern technological sophistication came into view. Xianzhenzi apologized to Old Jiang. "Old Jiang, I have official duties to attend to, so I won't be able to accompany you further. Once you're done, give me a heads up early, and I'll whip up a few of my signature dishes for you." "Go ahead," Old Jiang nodded with a smile. Old comrades understood each other implicitly, needing little explanation. The group passed through the main gate and descended along a metal walkway. As they moved, some kept glancing toward the distant horizon. Towering buildings stood densely packed in the city, neatly divided by grid-like streets lined with lush greenery and blooming flowers. Self-driving vehicles occasionally passed by on the roads. Countless drones crisscrossed the city's mid-air. Some wondered silently. This is clearly underground, so why is it so bright? Looking up, they were astonished to discover a dazzling artificial sun hung from the dome, with vivid blue skies and white clouds.
Outside, night had long since fallen, yet here it felt no different from daytime. Before they knew it, the group had walked the entire length of the metal walkway and arrived at a city intersection. A 360-degree panoramic view unmanned electric shuttle bus was parked by the roadside. "Come on, hop in," Zhang Lao said, sliding into a seat with practiced ease, clearly not his first time here. Still, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. He hadn't expected such significant changes after just a few years away. Then again, with so many talented individuals in Dragon Nation, rapid change was only to be expected. The leadership team followed suit and boarded the vehicle one after another. Mr. Wang and Secretary Liu sat next to Zhang Lao in the front row, clearly veterans of the journey. Of course, some colleagues were here for the first time. They looked around like curious children. Suddenly remembering something, he couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zhang, weren't we supposed to be doing military testing codes? How did Jiāng Chén and the others get in?" Secretary Liu chuckled. "Don't worry, they have their own ways." The newcomer's eyes lit up with curiosity. But as a government official, he knew that if Secretary Liu chose not to elaborate, it was best not to press the matter. At that moment, a heavy truck was winding its way along a mountain road into the deep, ancient forest. Inside sat a man and a woman. If anyone had been paying attention, they would have been astonished to discover the pair were engrossed in binge-watching shows and snacking, with no one at the wheel. The steering wheel turned eerily on its own, the truck gliding along as steady as an old dog. "Hey Jiāng Chén, why didn't we just fly over? Why go through all this trouble?" Wang Shui asked, crunching on potato chips while binge-watching empresses in the palace. Jiāng Chén froze, pulling himself out of the drama. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I asked old Zhang that same question." "What did he say?" "This secret base is the foundation of the Dragon Nation's military industry. Absolute secrecy is required." "Oh, I get it. Flying over would risk being spotted by satellites and raise suspicions from other countries." "Yeah, you're sharp." At that moment, the heavy truck abruptly halted before a pitch-black tunnel entrance. A large yellow sign at the entrance bore red lettering reading "Military Restricted Area," flanked by a white skull emblem. Optimus Prime's electronic voice suddenly sounded, "Heavy firepower systems detected ahead. They may pose a threat to our position. Remote elimination required." "No, it's not a threat. Hold on a moment." Jiāng Chén's heart raced. Weapons capable of threatening Optimus Prime? But then he understood. A country as vast as Dragon Nation surely had its own trump cards. Jiāng Chén stepped out of the vehicle, pulled out the credential old Zhang had given him, and held it up to the entrance. "Beep beep, senior citizen card. Verification successful. Welcome back. Barrier shielding in progress, please wait. Vehicle identification successful. Passenger recognition successful." Immediately after, the pitch-black tunnel suddenly illuminated as bright as day. Green fluorescent guide arrows appeared on the ground. Jiāng Chén returned to the vehicle. He couldn't help but whistle in awe at the transformation before him. This was his first real taste of Dragon Nation's cutting-edge technology becoming reality. Wang Shui had stopped watching her show, instead nervously scanning the surroundings the entire way. Suddenly, she pointed at the tunnel wall and exclaimed, "Jiāng Chén, look, infrared sensors everywhere." Jiāng Chén nodded. He had noticed it long ago. If there hadn't been an authorization check earlier, and driven the sky pillar straight in like that, these infrared sensors might have triggered an attack immediately. He just couldn't fathom what kind of countermeasures could make the sky pillar hesitate. He continued along the tunnel. What surprised him even more? The tunnel wasn't spiraling upward. Instead, it descended steadily downward. At Optimus Prime's cruising speed, they must have already entered the Earth's crust. Deep underground. If the access authorization had failed earlier, and had been destroyed outright, besides causing the tunnel to collapse, it would be nearly impossible to find a way back in. Just as Jiāng Chén pondered this, the terrain abruptly leveled out. Immediately afterward, the tunnel entrance lay behind him. Daylight flooded in. The truck arrived at a place resembling a parking lot. Unlike an ordinary parking lot, tanks, armored vehicles, cranes, trucks, and more were parked here. All massive vehicles. Yet even these seemed rather unimpressive next to a heavy-duty truck like Optimus Prime. Before Jiāng Chén could take another look, a dozen drones swarmed in from all directions. Most bore the ominous muzzles of their guns. Optimus Prime immediately sounded the alarm. Had Jiāng Chén not issued a strict order to hold steady, a firefight would have been inevitable. One of them emitted a green laser beam, sweeping briefly across the area. A friendly electronic voice announced, "Authorization verified. Defense measures engaged."
Welcome to the military world. Jiāng Chén exhaled a long breath. Finally, they had arrived. Wang Shui curiously surveyed the world before her. This was her first time here too. Where do we go next? Let me see. Old Zhang gave me a dungeon blueprint. Hearing Wang Shui's question, Jiāng Chén pulled a map from his pocket. Southeast corner, 10 kilometers. This dungeon is huge. Let's go. Optimus Prime will fly over. Yes, master. Optimus Prime immediately began transforming. The two were flung out during the transformation process. Wang Shui gasped repeatedly.
Jiāng Chén wore a smile, his expression calm.
After a brief fall, they were sucked back into Optimus Prime's body and reappeared in the driver's seat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This ride is insane. Wang Shui couldn't help but exclaim. The vector engines erupted with blue flames.
Optimus Prime soared skyward, hurtling toward the destination Jiāng Chén had designated.
Chapter 114, Let's Go All Out.
A distance of over 10 kilometers was but a moment's journey for Optimus Prime's power. Jiāng Chén worried Optimus might knock out the drones along the route. So he instructed Skypillar to maneuver carefully during flight. After all, these were national assets of the Dragon Nation. He might not be held liable for damages. But he also didn't want to invite trouble unnecessarily. Wang Shui scanned the underground city through Optimus Prime's 360-degree panoramic view. She was utterly thrilled. Even though she was a member of the Dragon Academy in Pengcheng, she'd never witnessed anything like this in her daily life. Following Jiāng Chén had certainly broadened her horizons. She chattered incessantly, expressing her amazement, looking every bit the wide-eyed novice. 10 minutes later, the Skypillar arrived above the target site. Below lay a scorched wasteland. Craters dotted the landscape, alongside wrecked tanks and vehicles. Even robots lay riddled with holes. Jiāng Chén felt a twinge of unease. Could the test old Zhang mentioned involve letting Optimus Prime take a beating? What if he couldn't withstand it and ended up like the scrap metal below? Optimus Prime landed at the edge of the field and steadied himself. After Jiāng Chén and Wang Shui disembarked, they walked toward old Zhang and the others who had arrived earlier.
A hearty laugh echoed from afar.
Rest assured, old Zhang. Our testing procedures are rigorously designed.
We absolutely won't wreck your precious baby right off the bat. Then I'm relieved.
Old Zhang nodded. Having served as bureau chief here for many years, Quang Tianlei handled matters with a blend of thoroughness and meticulousness.
He felt quite at ease.
He suddenly looked up and saw Jiāng Chén and his companion. He immediately greeted them. Jiāng Chén, this is Quang Tianlei, the head of the military industry city. He'll be leading the team conducting comprehensive testing on your sky column. Quang Tianlei, ever the smooth talker, stepped forward immediately, wrapping an arm around Jiāng Chén's shoulder before shaking his hand.
Ah, young man, you finally arrived.
You have no idea how highly Mr. Zhang speaks of you.
I'm green with envy.
Jiāng Chén nodded and replied with a smile, it's all thanks to the leadership's kindness.
Suddenly,
a cold snort erupted from the side. A scrawny, disheveled man behind thick glasses spoke in a sharp tone, you're not planning to test that giant iron thing, are you? Something so delicate if you break it, don't blame us for not going easy on you. Jiāng Chén frowned slightly, glancing at old Zhang and old Wang in confusion. Who the hell is this guy? He came right up and started laying into him.
The implication was clear, he wanted to go all out.
I don't recall crossing you. Before the two elders could explain,
Quang Tianlei broke the awkward silence with a hearty laugh. Comrade Jiāng Chén, this is Zhao Xiaoming, a technician from our military industry city.
He's a bit of a perfectionist in his research and his words can come off as blunt.
Don't take it personally. You'll get used to it. Jiāng Chén nodded and smiled in understanding. Back in school, he'd been a bookworm himself, stubbornly clinging to principles.
That attitude had earned him quite a few enemies in class. Later, when he suddenly took over his father's company,
constant exposure to business dealings finally revealed to him the true rules governing society. Though he wasn't as smooth as a seasoned veteran.
But I've learned not to get too hung up on every little thing.
The Zhao Xiaoming before him might look about his age, but wasn't he just like himself a few years ago?
This thought warmed Jiāng Chén's heart, and he extended his right hand in a friendly gesture.
Hello, my name is Jiāng Chén. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hope you're still so happy later. Zhao Xiaoming didn't even bother to shake hands, immediately turning his head away.
Quang Tianlei watched in panic, sweat beading on his forehead.
On one side stood the cherished treasure of his military-industrial city, on the other, the influential figure brought by old Zhang. He couldn't afford to offend either. As a rough-and-tumble soldier at heart, his true specialty lay in tearing people apart.
This kind of dilemma was like an elephant trying to operate a sewing machine, utterly impossible. Hey, calm down. Jiāng Chén, we're not afraid. We'll start the defense test with the weakest resistance first and take it slow. Rest assured, your robot won't get hurt. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old.
Such an exquisite robot, it's practically a technological masterpiece.
If it gets wrecked, our military city can afford to pay for it. Ha ha ha. Huang Tianlei cracked a joke he thought was hilarious.
Mid-laugh, he noticed everyone's stiff expressions. Rubbing his hands awkwardly, he dropped the subject.
Secretary Liu, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Alright, old Huang. Let's get started. At this rate, we'll be here until dawn. Huang Tianlei thought to himself. Our military-industrial city operates 24/7.
Unless someone manually adjusts the dome's lighting.
Otherwise, there's no distinction between day and night.
He'd finally gotten the chance to see so many high-ranking officials gather, and was just about to crack a few jokes to liven things up.
But old Jiāng, wise as an old fox, spoke with a benevolent expression. Enough. No need to dwell on such trifles. Proceed with your testing according to protocol.
Upon hearing old Jiāng's words,
Huang Tianlei's playful expression vanished instantly, replaced by a serious demeanor.
Clearing his throat, he began his introduction.
Our military testing primarily consists of two major categories, attack testing and defense testing.
Offensive testing focuses on destructive capabilities, penetration force, lethal radius, duration, and so on.
Defense testing typically involves resistance to explosions, blasting, ultrasonic waves, extreme temperatures, acidity, alkalinity, and airtightness. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, we'll proceed with the testing protocol. At that moment,
Jiāng Chén raised his hand. All eyes turned to him, filled with curiosity.
Huang Tianlei's introduction had been perfectly standard. What kind of question could this kid possibly have?
Zhao Xiaoming couldn't help but mutter under his breath, just trying to show off. As the rising star of the military-industrial city's young generation in scientific research and development, he had always been pampered and fawned over by the city's influential figures. But over the past few days, Huang Tianlei had been reporting good news, announcing he'd developed a new weapon. At this time, he would normally already be conducting tests at the firing range. But today, Jiāng Chén arrived.
He completely stole the spotlight.
Not only is he under the protection of his superiors, but he also acts so pretentious. He even questions a routine briefing.
What else could it be but grandstanding? Secretary Liu, standing nearby, disliked Zhao Xiaoming's aggressive manner. Jiāng Chén's question at this moment did make one wonder if he was acting spoiled by his favor.
Old Jiāng frowned but remained silent.
Only old Wang and Wang Shui remained. Having worked closely with Jiāng Chén,
they had developed profound trust in Jiāng Chén across all aspects. If Jiāng Chén asked, it must be a genuine concern.
Huang Tianlei paused slightly upon seeing Jiāng Chén raise his hand to ask a question, then smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Jiāng Chén nodded and asked, may I interpret it this way? The tests you're about to conduct will start from the lowest level of damage to break through the sky column's defenses? A flash of insight crossed Huang Tianlei's eyes. Oh? So that big machine is called the sky column? That suits my taste. Yes, you're correct. For safety's sake, each step we take will be very small. That way, even if there are some scrapes, they can be easily repaired for you. Rest assured on that point. Truly a genius brought by old Jiāng.
His questions cut straight to the heart of the matter. You're afraid of breaking Optimus Prime?
Hell yeah, I am too. If we really screw this up, old Jiāng will hang me by my neck afterward.
Zhao Xiaoming rolled his eyes.
I thought he was going to ask some earth-shattering question.
Turns out he's just worried about his old junk getting wrecked. If he's scared, I don't get why he's getting involved in this mess.
Just go straight for the strongest one. It'll save time. Jiāng Chén said indifferently. What did you say?
Young man, you'd better think this through.
Huang Tianlei thought he'd misheard and turned to old Jiāng for help.
Damn it, this robot was indeed researched by you, Jiāng Chén.
But isn't it state property?
His steel ball-sized eyes were filled with utter bewilderment.
Chapter 115, The Halo of a Prodigy. Jiāng Chén demanded to save time. He proceeded directly to test its maximum striking power.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoming shed his earlier aloofness and burst into uncontrollable laughter.
Ah, old madman, sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. Did you hire a professional comedian for this? Science demands truthfulness. Especially in the military-industrial city. Many things simply couldn't withstand exaggerated claims.
One moment they're boasting about their achievements, the next they're dragged to the testing ground to be destroyed.
Just like the wreckage and the scorched earth before them.
Originally, old Wang had always sided with Jiāng Chén.
Hearing Zhao Xiaoming repeatedly diss Jiāng Chén left him somewhat displeased.
But as a senior researcher in his 70s, he felt it unbecoming to quarrel with a junior, so he remained silent. Now, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoming speak up again, he didn't feel anger, but rather found some truth in it.
Jiāng Chén had indeed become rather arrogant.
Though he knew the Sky Pillar had withstood over a dozen Hellfire missiles, he was equally aware that the military-industrial complex held a stockpile of formidable weapons. Before he could open his mouth to dissuade him, old Jiāng's eyes lit up with renewed interest.
Jiāng Chén, are you sure about this? Shouldn't we think it over one more time?
Secretary Liu interjected, Engineer Jiāng, perhaps we should proceed step by step. It would be a shame to destroy something so valuable.
The officials who had witnessed the entire process of Optimus Prime transporting the lunar mine back to Earth. They all urged Jiāng Chén. Young man, think it through, it's always wise. Ignoring good advice could cost you dearly. What a marvelous robot. We're just saying don't try to tackle such a massive project right off the bat. Exactly. We just want to understand Optimus Prime's limits, no need to prove yourself. Hearing the group's warnings to Jiāng Chén, Zhao Tianming was puzzled. Was this thing really up to Jiāng Chén to decide? He snapped, Jiāng Chén, this robot may be your creation, but it's also state property. You have no right to cause trouble for the nation. These words struck like a dagger to the heart. It not only highlighted Jiāng Chén's presumption of authority but also pinpointed the crux of the matter: national property. What research achievement by a Dragon Nation scientist didn't belong to the Dragon Nation? You, Jiāng Chén, truly are like a monkey calling itself king when the tiger is away. You're utterly arrogant. Where does that leave old Zhang and old Kuang? And where does that leave Zhang Xiaoming? Arrogance comes at a price. This time, Kuang Tianlei didn't step in to smooth things over. Instead, he grinned foolishly, as if he hadn't heard Zhao Xiaoming's words at all. Old Zhang and Secretary Liu sat there, their expressions impassive, lost in their own thoughts. The silence of the bigwig seemed to tacitly endorse Zhao Xiaoming's words. Zhao Xiaoming immediately shot a defiant glance at Jiāng Chén, nose in the air, radiating utter arrogance. Oomph, let him be arrogant. Old Wang paused slightly upon hearing this, then cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, Jiāng Chén isn't part of our Dragon Science Academy. He runs his own company and maintains a cooperative relationship with us. The moment these words left his mouth, the room erupted in an uproar. In Long Nation, private tech companies were always seen as shady, fly-by-night operations. Developing drones or new smartphones was acceptable, or using tech as a cover for games, e-commerce, or mobile payments. But large-scale industrial technology? That was virtually impossible. The resources required were simply too vast. They're also tightly regulated by national policies. It's truly a low-value for money industry. That's why across the entire Dragon Nation, private tech companies rarely grow large, let alone developing truly innovative, large-scale innovations. Company? You mean Jiāng Chén's own tech company developed this robot? Secretary Liu, who often spoke for old Zhang, glanced at his expression before blurting out his astonishment. Old Zhang and the others all turned their curious gazes toward old Wang, then back to Jiāng Chén. It was simply unbelievable. Yes, absolutely true. Old Wang nodded firmly. I thought it was absurd back then too. But after Jiāng Chén kept pulling off miracle after miracle, it seemed as though no matter what earth-shattering feat he accomplished, it would feel perfectly natural. As if to corroborate old Wang's words, Wang Shui stepped forward as a key witness for Jiāng Chén. Master Wang is absolutely right. I can vouch for that. Kuang Tianlei listened thoughtfully. A promising young talent. Impressive, very impressive. Young scientific geniuses are rare. Young business geniuses are also rare. But a young genius excelling in both science and business? Truly a rare gem. Zhao Xiaoming understood perfectly well. With a hint of envy, he asked, what does his family do? The company must be huge, right? The implication was clear. You're just riding on your family's coattails, aren't you? You just inherited the family business. I could do that too. A mere rich kid besides family connections and tech resources. What else do you have? What do you have to compare with me? I have no choice but to squeeze every last drop out of my talent. To others listening, they naturally wouldn't know how rich Zhao Xiaoming's inner monologue was. They simply found the two questions he posed quite representative. If private enterprises in Longwa could also chart their own path to development, it would become another major driving force for the nation's prosperity. Thus, all eyes turned expectantly toward Jiāng Chén. Especially those officials unfamiliar with Jiāng Chén, their expressions brimming with earnest anticipation. But before Jiāng Chén could respond, Wang Shui, like a protective mother hen, spoke up for him. His parents died in a car accident. The company is currently just him. But I'm his personal assistant now, so I can often go over to help. After speaking, she listened to the sound of her own chest heaving with pride. She recalled helping Jiāng Chén with his financial statements last week. So saying she often helped wasn't exactly wrong. Old Wang nodded approvingly with a smile. The entire room fell silent. What an extraordinary individual. Without parental support, she single-handedly founded a private enterprise resembling a shell company. And ended up creating an unparalleled technological marvel like the Sky Pillar. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Is there any justice left in this world? It shattered the worldview of these officials. Unheard of, incomprehensible. Perhaps. There truly exist individuals blessed with both luck and innate talent in this world. They achieve scientific breakthroughs without grueling research. They succeed in entrepreneurship without inheriting family wealth. Zhao Xiaoming clearly couldn't accept such an all-around, six-sided warrior. His expression began to twist. His eyes and mouth squinted into an ugly, twisted mess. Born into poverty, frail and weak. Science had always been his proudest talent.
Yet now, that aura of brilliance was being crushed into dust by the youth before him.
He was furious.
But years of scientific research had taught him to let reason prevail over emotion.
His rage ultimately failed to cloud his judgment. After a few breaths, rage gave way to bitter laughter.
Fine. I agree with Jiāng Chén. Let's test it directly with our most powerful method to save everyone's time.
Chapter 116, Witnessing a Miracle? The leaders present were all taken aback. Ever since first laying eyes on Jiāng Chén, Zhao Xiaoming had been acting strangely, as if possessed by some unseen force. Now he was actually siding with Jiāng Chén, endorsing his viewpoint.
Perhaps it was a case of kindred spirits recognizing each other. The senior executives were all pleased to see the two geniuses aligning their thoughts.
If they were to clash, siding with either would be a difficult choice. Especially Huang Tianlei.
To him, no matter how formidable Jiāng Chén might be, he was merely a transient figure. Zhao Xiaoming, however, was the genius who had consistently made outstanding contributions to this military-industrial city.
And he would make even greater contributions in the future. But Jiāng Chén was brought in by Elder Zhang and Elder Wang.
Offending Jiāng Chén would be tantamount to offending old Zhang and old Wang. If that were to happen, his tenure as bureau chief would come to an end.
Now,
Zhao Xiaoming had actually aligned himself with Jiāng Chén.
He couldn't help but clap his hands in delight. Excellent. I have no objections.
Since both of these technological geniuses agree unanimously, I believe you too, Elder Zhang and Elder Wang, should wholeheartedly support this. Otherwise, we'll dampen the enthusiasm of the younger generation. Originally, old Zhang and old Wang still harbored some hesitation. They worried it might damage the sky column. But the thought of dampening the geniuses' enthusiasm. They immediately set aside their reservations. After all, technological products are commonplace, but geniuses are rare. A genius is a genius largely because their drive plays a dominant role.
Alright, let's do it.
A little hardship won't hurt the young man. Old Zhang nodded in agreement.
He knew everything about the military-industrial complex. Let's start with the attack tests first.
But he still kept a wary eye on things.
If the attack tests failed, they'd have to downgrade step by step. Once it reached a certain level, Jiāng Chén wouldn't insist on testing the strongest defenses either. Alright, let's proceed that way. Huang Tianlei wholeheartedly agreed with old Zhang's suggestion, snapping his fingers toward the sky.
The nearby patrolling drone immediately hovered to a halt.
It then adjusted its course, approaching Huang Tianlei and emitting an electronic voice inquiry. Highest authorization identified. How may I assist you?
Deploy a target.
Use a titanium alloy shield.
Position it in the center of the field.
Understood. Dispatching immediately. Please stand by.
After the drone finished speaking, the green lights on its body flashed continuously.
Moments later,
a dozen drones appeared in the distant sky, each carrying a heavy black iron shield. They approached steadily, maintaining a constant speed.
The shield landed steadily below, not swaying at all.
Taking advantage of the drone's transport operation, which would take some time to complete,
Huang Tianlei turned to the officials present and explained.
This titanium alloy shield is the latest special protective material developed by our military-industrial complex. Its impact resistance is exceptional, with a melting point reaching 40 million degrees Celsius. Crafting a shield of this size requires a full year of production. And the genius behind this shield's development is none other than our military-industrial city's technological prodigy Zhao Xiaoming.
With that, Huang Tianlei dramatically pointed at Zhao Xiaoming and began clapping. The others followed suit, clapping enthusiastically.
Zhao Xiaoming gave a humble smile, clearly relishing the honor, and glanced casually toward Jiāng Chén. He noticed Jiāng Chén clapping too. A quiet thrill surged through him. In the face of true power, everything else is just a paper tiger.
Old Wang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. With such a high melting point, wouldn't its impact resistance be off the charts?
The other officials chimed in with praise.
Impressive. Remarkable. Holy crap. How did they pull this off? This is insane. It's like discovering a whole new world.
Though the time investment was steep, it was well worth it in the end. Zhao Xiaoming basked in the praise. He raised an eyebrow and turned to Jiāng Chén, asking, "How long did it take you to build this hunk of metal?
You didn't spend over a decade on it, did you?
Don't get too attached if we mess it up later."
Huang Tianlei shook his head with a wry smile. Here they go again.
His own people versus Zhang Lao's people.
He didn't know what to do. Ah, what a mess. Can't control it. Do as you please.
Hearing Zhao Xiaoming's words, Jiāng Chén's mind went blank for a second before he blurted out the truth.
Huh? I only took 1 day. 1 day? Zhao Xiaoming's pupils contracted slightly.
The others also froze in surprise.
Maybe a week?
Realizing his slip, Jiāng Chén quickly tried to cover it up.
Honestly, 1 day was just too absurd. Zhao Xiaoming's face darkened.
He thought they were evenly matched, expecting Jiāng Chén to face him head-on.
But who knew he'd be such a liar?
A week.
Fine, I'll take your word for it. Not just today, even if you said an hour, I'd believe you. The kids were bickering, and the group of elders couldn't really join in, so they just pretended to look up at the swarm of drones in the sky. And honestly, that solid-looking hunk of metal was being lifted effortlessly by a dozen drones. Not a single wobble. It shows just how well made these drones are and how seamlessly they work together. And whoever designed this drone control and dispatch system must be no ordinary talent. At that moment, the drone swarm had arrived at the very center of the firing range. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. The titanium alloy shield plummeted straight down from the sky, plunging heavily into the mud. Dust flew everywhere from the impact. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Evidently, this massive hunk of iron was far heavier and denser than anyone had imagined. No wonder its melting point was so high. Titanium alloy shield deployed to the center of the field. Mission complete. Thank you for using our service. How else may I assist you? The drone transmitting the message chimed in with an electronic voice. Quang Tianlei snapped his fingers toward the sky once more. Watching the drone scatter into the distance, he let out a smug grin. Old Jiāng hadn't been around for a while. Seeing how intelligent the military-industrial city had become now, he must be utterly astonished deep down, right? All this is thanks to my brilliant guidance. It's why our scientists can unleash their boundless creativity. If you insist on praising me, old Jiāng, I'll reluctantly accept it only because you're my longtime superior. Old Jiāng, watching Quang Tianlei interact with the drone, felt a stir within. But these days, such capabilities aren't exactly cutting-edge technology in private enterprises. He recalled one evening when he was strolling alone in a mall near the Guangzhou Tower. Drones in the night sky could form various patterns. This demonstrated that drone coordination had already reached a high level of maturity. Still, in terms of endurance and military capabilities, they certainly couldn't match the systems developed in the military-industrial complex. Alright, let's begin. Old Jiāng nodded, glancing at Jiāng Chén before giving Quang Tianlei a thumbs up. Quang Tianlei, seeing this, let out an excited, silly chuckle. See that? See that? Even the old boss can't help but praise me. That's what real strength looks like. Zhao Xiaoming, meanwhile, stared intently at the distant pillar. There was a beauty born from the fusion of intricate craftsmanship and raw power. Compared to the bulky iron contraption he developed, it resembled a giant blue and white porcelain vase displayed on a shelf. He shot a glance at Jiāng Chén. He couldn't help but feel excited, eager to see this guy make a fool of himself. Hurry up and start, Jiāng Chén. Let's witness a miracle. Chapter 117, Super Offense and Defense. Titanium alloy shield? Jiāng Chén had never heard of such a thing before. Judging by the impact when it hit the ground just now, its density must be considerable. Moreover, it must incorporate special protective measures from the Dragon Nation's military industry. Even if this material hadn't fully passed testing yet, it could still withstand most weapon attacks on the battlefield. If there was a drawback, it would likely be the high cost and lengthy production time. Frankly, Jiāng Chén still felt uncertain about this technological product. If it weren't for Zhao Xiaoming constantly nagging him, causing him to feel flustered and eager to leave, he wouldn't have demanded starting directly at max. Optimus Prime, destroy that steel plate in the center of the arena. Jiāng Chén shouted at Optimus Prime, who stood not far away. Titanium alloy shield. It's called a titanium alloy shield. Classmate, could you show some respect for my research achievements? Zhao Xiaoming grew anxious the moment he heard Jiāng Chén refer to his masterpiece as a piece of steel plate. To look down on his work was to look down on him. Jiāng Chén gave Zhao Xiaoming a dismissive glance, ignoring him as he turned his attention back to Optimus Prime. Yes, master. Not far away. Optimus Prime, which had been in standby mode, suddenly stirred. A crimson glow flared in its eyes as it locked onto the steel plate at the center of the arena. Initiating target scan. Beginning target analysis. Analysis complete. Immediately afterward, Optimus Prime raised his right hand, aiming at the target. Then, with his left hand, he pulled his right palm straight out and held it in his grasp. Where the palm had been attached, a gaping, black tube opening was now exposed. Whoosh! Old Jiāng and his group sucked in a sharp breath. Their pupils contracted to pinpricks, their chests heaving violently. Compared to the long-range weapon he'd drawn during the last aerial battle, this one was clearly of much larger caliber. Even more astonishing was that Optimus Prime's arm could actually be detached. Holy! I never saw that coming. Not in a million years. If this were on the battlefield, it'd definitely catch an enemy off guard. Detachable fists? That's just too unexpected. You'd think detaching his arm was self-sabotage, but then he pulls out a game-changing weapon. Thunderclap kept making admiring sounds. I gotta say, it's seriously cool. Old Jiāng nodded. Unique and highly innovative. Zhao Xiaoming frowned at the sight, muttering indignantly, all flash and no substance. You could mount a cannon on its shoulder or equip it with a handheld gun. But you had to go and design a cannon barrel on the robot's forearm. What else could it be but flashy? It's hard to reload, all show and no substance. And its firepower can't be that great either. I'll be damned if I don't see you make a fool of yourself. At that moment, white points of light began to appear at the center of Optimus Prime's forearm tubes. The points continuously emitted astonishing arcs of electricity outward. Damn it, it's gathering energy. Old Wang couldn't help but exclaim. With his expertise, how could he fail to recognize it? This was the prelude to unleashing maximum destructive power. Sure enough, the light point grew larger and larger, eventually forming a glowing orb that resembled a tiny white sun. The blinding white light flared, momentarily forcing everyone to shut their eyes. Sizzle. The white light seemed to reach its peak intensity, emitting a glow visible to the naked eye. Crackle. The next second, the ball of light shot out at an incredible speed. Zhao Xiaoming felt his heart leap in terror. The sheer force of that light sphere looked formidable. If it hit him, he'd probably be dead or at least skinned alive. Boom! It hit its target. A massive crater blasted into the titanium alloy shield. Heavy black soil splattered in all directions. The crater spanned over a kilometer in diameter. Yet even those standing at the edge of the crater felt the fine dust particles sting their faces. It stung their faces. Zhao Xiaoming felt a chill run through him. Such a ferocious offensive tactic. If it struck a person, they would likely vanish into nothingness in an instant. Crackle! Crackle! The roar of electricity persisted relentlessly, the glowing sphere in the deep pit continuing to cause grinding damage. Ha! Someone noticed with surprise. Centered around the titanium alloy shield, a large circular pit had formed around it. The titanium alloy shield itself seemed to have sustained only minor damage. Whoosh! The crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath. Most present were veterans with decades of research experience. No physical contact was needed. Everyone could already grasp the sheer destructive force of this light sphere before their eyes. Holy! That orb's power is insane. It actually scorched the ground into a crater. The aftereffects haven't subsided, it's still crackling away. Looks dangerous as hell. Terrifying. If it hit someone, it'd be deadly. Not really. It barely scratched the shield. After all, the test objective was to destroy the shield. No matter how strong the shield is, it's meant to protect people. If someone's behind it, do you think it'd hold? Well, true, it wouldn't. Then I could just go unmanned. Planes, tanks, cannons all unmanned. All those things you mentioned need electronic components, right? ZZZZT. They'd still get fried just the same. What if I used an insulating coating on the outer shell? What then? Are you kidding? A massive ball of light zapping away like that, what insulation coating could possibly handle that? Although it failed the test challenge, it ultimately achieved the desired destructive effect. Many officials believed this was already a formidable achievement. As for why it didn't deploy the long-barreled weapon like it did against fighter jets earlier, remained unknown to everyone. But that's not important. Each has its strengths, and this destructive effect is already astonishing. Old Zhang gave Jiāng Chén a thumbs up. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Such devastating power, such an ingenious offensive tactic. Applied in specialized scenarios, it will undoubtedly achieve great things. Secretary Liu was stunned. Old Zhan was notoriously strict with others, few ever earned such praise from him. This alone proved the immense potential of the electromagnetic cannon unleashed by the pillar before them. Old Wang's weathered face trembled with emotion, a broad smile stretching across his lips. It seemed as though all this glory was inextricably linked to him and the Pengcheng Dragon Academy. Kuang Tianlei, as if discovering a treasure trove, immediately rushed over to Jiāng Chén and flattered him. Young man, that's impressive. Even though it didn't pass the test, this thing can completely overcome all electronic devices. It was pure 24K gold overcoming. Electronic warfare is all the rage now. You claim precision guidance? ZZZZT problem solved. Got a swarm of drones? ZZZZT. Gone in an instant. You got all kinds of bionic robots? Yep. Unbeatable in every challenge. Seeing so many leaders praising Jiāng Chén, Zhao Xiaoming's temper flared up instantly. He still failed the test, didn't he? What's he so cocky about? Jiāng Chén was utterly baffled. What the hell? I didn't say a damn thing. Where's the arrogance? Old Wang was starting to dislike this Zhao Xiaoming fellow. What's his deal, always picking on our Jiāng Chén? He's nitpicking over every little thing. Isn't this slapping the face of our Pengcheng Dragon Academy? And just then, at the center of the distant arena, the titanium alloy shield, previously encircled by electric spheres, suddenly emitted a dull thud. Boom! A small black fragment was blasted skyward. A corner of the titanium alloy was chipped away. Kuang Tianlei's expression darkened instantly.
He immediately bellowed at the drone overhead, "Activate the protective shield."
Chapter 118, This Can't Be Your Doing. Buzz.
The drone in the sky made a sharp turn. A spherical transparent dome instantly materialized around the perimeter of the arena.
Like an inverted bowl, it encased the towering pillar and the titanium alloy slab at the center of the arena. Old Jiāng and the others were positioned just outside the transparent dome. Huang Tianlei's concerns were not unfounded. Sure enough, more and more fragments began splattering off the titanium alloy shield. Unlike before, this time the fragments no longer flew upward in a fixed pattern. Instead, they scattered in all directions. Fortunately, Huang Tianlei had prepared in time. Otherwise, casualties might have been inevitable. Suddenly, several steel fragments shot straight toward the direction where the group was standing. Boom! 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 All were blocked by the energy shield. Then they ricocheted one by one onto the ground, pounding into small craters like cannonballs. Terrifying. If their reaction had been even a split second slower, they would have been toast. Phew, thank goodness the Mad Bureau reacted fast. Otherwise, we might have had an accident today. Careless. Careless. Life's too short, I almost took a shortcut. Who knew this titanium alloy had such insane hardness? Damn it. It flew off and another chunk shattered. This thing's blowing up my gear. Close call. Thank goodness I activated the protective shield. Better keep my distance. The officials escaped unharmed, though they were so terrified they nearly met their end in the northwest. Eyes wide, breaths ragged, hair standing on end, hearts pounding wildly. Zhao Xiaoming plopped down onto the ground, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He was terrified by the flying debris. But what truly shook him to his core was the sheer power of the electromagnetic cannon. That was a titanium alloy shield. It had taken the military-industrial complex a whole year to develop just one of those. Previous tests with various missiles and TNT. Not a single scratch had been made. But now, not only did it bypass the defenses, shattering the edges of the titanium alloy shield first, it then gradually disintegrated the titanium alloy shield itself. This power, this capability. It must be said it's massive and relentless. Terrifying. It's simply inhuman. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoming noticed that when the fragments struck the robot's body, they didn't even leave a scratch. Its defense must be pretty solid too. His pride was instantly crushed, leaving him speechless with rage. Experimental test passed. Huang Tianlei announced excitedly. In the center of the ground, the titanium alloy shield lay shattered into countless fragments. It bore no resemblance to its original form. Wow! Impressive! Congratulations! Is the titanium alloy shield really the strongest? I'm not so sure. Bah! You dare question something made by the military-industrial city? You must be blinded by lard. It's not that the titanium alloy shield is weak, it's that Optimus Prime's electromagnetic cannon is just too powerful. Watching the titanium alloy shield shatter so easily, it shattered into shards of ice. The officials couldn't help but analyze the strengths and weaknesses. Their final conclusion, Optimus Prime's electromagnetic cannon was simply too powerful. So powerful that even the latest protective shield in this military-industrial city couldn't truly defend against it. To the higher-ups, this outcome might have been nothing more than a strength test. But for Zhao Xiaoming, it was nothing short of a humiliating slap in the face. He still remembered the words he had spoken to Thunderclap when he had excitedly sought him out. The titanium alloy shield must be the most formidable defense ever seen on Blue Star. Unless an atomic bomb was used, there was no way to damage it in the slightest. But Jiāng Chén's arrival had unsettled him from the very start. The way the big shots fawned over him made Zhao Xiaoming feel utterly uncomfortable. This glory should have been his alone. But Jiāng Chén had stolen his thunder. He had intended to catch the titanium alloy shield next, proving Jiāng Chén's robot was nothing special. Instead, the titanium alloy shield shattered like popping beans, scattering fragments everywhere. What flew weren't just titanium shards, it was Zhao Xiaoming's shattered heart. Then came the leader's solemn analysis. Zhao Xiaoming felt the world spinning, his consciousness nearly slipping away. The glory and prestige he once held seemed to be snatched away by Jiāng Chén in that very moment. Faced with such overwhelming power, even jealousy struggled to take root. Alright, next up is the impact resistance test. Jiāng Chén, I must remind you our military city's most powerful weapon is a modified mini-nuke. One misstep, and you'll destroy the target entirely. Are you sure you want to go straight for max defense? Huang Tianlei had intended to use the titanium alloy shield to make Jiāng Chén abandon the possibility of testing maximum defense. But the outcome backfired. Now he could only issue a final warning. If something truly went wrong later, neither Elder Zhang nor Elder Wang could pin the blame on him. Just moments ago, Jiāng Chén had just realized that even when he wasn't inside the cockpit, Optimus Prime could still communicate with him. Upon learning Optimus Prime boasted he could withstand every weapon on Blue Star, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Optimus Prime is a cutting-edge bioengineered entity that's centuries ahead of Blue Star's technology.
It's like how weapons from the Stone Age could never pose a threat to modern tanks, planes, and artillery.
Jiāng Chén nodded, turning to look at Quang Tianlei. It's fine. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility.
Hearing this, Quang Tianlei could only nod and begin preparations.
Zhao Xiaoming's eyes lit up. This is going to be like taking a nuclear blast head-on? He'd never heard of anything on Blue Star that could withstand a nuclear blast. In fact, if the nuclear bomb's yield was large enough, even Blue Star itself might not survive.
Brushing the dust off his clothes, he stood up, regaining his composure.
He grinned at Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén, I have to admit, the electromagnetic cannon you designed packs a serious punch. Hats off to you.
But I'm even more eager to see if your robot can pass the defense test.
Our military city's most potent offensive weapon? Armor-piercing mini nukes.
Imagine tearing through armor plating and detonating inside. Boom.
We intended to test the strength of titanium alloy shields. But then your robot showed up. Ah, Jiāng Chén, hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait.
Zhao Xiaoming grew more and more excited as he spoke, practically salivating at the prospect of seeing Jiāng Chén's robot destroyed. Just like the other scrap tanks and armored vehicles on the field, reduced to scrap metal.
Jiāng Chén hummed in acknowledgement, nodding faintly. Got it. Cold. Heartless.
Zhao Xiaoming, who had been growing more and more excited, now felt his emotions falter. A cold smile touched his lips.
Act. Let you pretend. Just wait until your decade-long efforts are destroyed. See if you can keep up the act then. At that moment,
the drone overhead began to sound its alarm.
Alert! Alert! Alert!
Armor-piercing nuclear warheads are in position. Due to the potential for nuclear radiation following detonation, the protective shield cannot provide complete isolation. Please proceed to the nearest monitoring room to observe. Additionally, robots, please proceed to the center of the facility.
Thank you for your cooperation. After the announcement, the drone hovered overhead, its lights flashing intermittently. Quang Tianlei began organizing everyone to head to the observation room.
The protective shield over the arena visibly thickened, with only an opening left at the top. Upon entering the observation room, everyone noticed something curious. Optimus Prime, without receiving orders from Jiāng Chén, walked straight to the center of the field.
Chapter 119, The Genius Youth's Rivalry. Was Optimus Prime independently analyzing the situation? Or was it telepathic communication with Jiāng Chén? Inside the observation room, everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Optimus Prime and Jiāng Chén.
They were filled with curiosity at Optimus Prime's sudden, autonomous move toward the center of the arena. Old Wang and Wang Shui, having witnessed Optimus Prime's capabilities during their previous encounter in the warehouse, were unfazed by the scene unfolding before them. Officials like Elder Zhang had also witnessed the strange interactions between Optimus Prime and Jiāng Chén at the technology center. Even the blue vortex resembling spatial technology could manifest. Even witnessing this telepathic communication across distances only elicited a slight surprise from them.
Among this group, Quang Tianlei and Zhao Xiaoming were witnessing it for the very first time.
Quang Tianlei clapped his hands excitedly, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he pointed at Skypillar and asked breathlessly.
This is possible too?
The protective shield has incredible soundproofing. Without the communication devices buried underground, shouting would be useless.
Why did the robots instinctively head to the center of the arena? Can someone tell me?
Like a curious child, he glanced at old Zhang, then old Wang, finally fixing his gaze on Jiāng Chén.
It wasn't that he was overreacting.
On the battlefield, even the most advanced smart devices,
when faced with communication disruption, they'd basically shut down.
If the Dragon Nation achieves a technological breakthrough in this area, it would fill this gap, delivering a devastating blow to other nations' military capabilities.
Jiāng Chén tapped his head and replied casually, brainwaves.
Transmission via brainwaves, you could call it the legendary mind-to-mind communication.
Put. Zhao Xiaoming's gloomy mood instantly lifted, and he burst out laughing. Call it scientific research secrets if you must, but brainwaves? Telepathy?
You can mock me, but you can't mock the leaders present here.
Jiāng Chén, you're being a bit too arrogant here. A dagger to the heart.
The implication was clear: while you may possess technological prowess, insulting the intelligence of our leaders is unacceptable. Yet every big shot here, save for old Wang, is a master of politics and administration. Understanding human nature is practically their specialty. They weren't about to be swayed by Zhao Xiaoming's brief remarks. Instead, they frowned, noticing how Zhao Xiaoming kept targeting Jiāng Chén. The jealousy in his tone put this equally talented and promising young man at a disadvantage. Talent without virtue must be used with caution. Though the leaders didn't say it aloud, they had already dismissed this impatient young man in their hearts. As for when he might be given another chance, that depended entirely on when this young man could change his ways. Though old Wang wasn't involved in politics, he was well over 70. Could he not discern the underlying dynamics? Besides, Jiāng Chén had come to save face for him, the president of Pengcheng Lunka University.
Once or twice, I can overlook it to avoid being seen as bullying juniors or nitpicking with the younger generation. But if you keep pushing my buttons and I keep letting it slide, it'll only leave Jiāng Chén feeling resentful. Wouldn't that make me, as a leader and elder, look like a fool? Before anyone else could speak, old Wang couldn't hold back. Xiaoming, Jiāng Chén represents our Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute. As for his scientific credentials, I'll stake my reputation on their absolute integrity. Including this invitation, it took me personally making 3 visits to persuade him to come. And I even staked decades of my own achievements on it, old Zhang. Therefore, his words fully represent me and the entire Pengcheng Lungka Institute. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoming's pupils contracted slightly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His hands fidgeted, unsure where to rest. His toes curled so tightly they could dig into the floor. As sharp as he was, how could he possibly fail to grasp the implication? Old Wang was staking the entire Pengcheng Lungka Institute to throw his full weight behind Jiāng Chén. What on earth made this kid so special? What could possibly make a national treasure level figure go all out like this? Could it really be just that robot in the center of the arena? He refused to accept it. But as a mere rookie researcher, how could he possibly stand up to the entire Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute? He had no choice but to concede. Huang Tianlei laughed heartily and quickly smoothed things over. Oh, Mr. Wang, you're overreacting. Xiao Ming is young and impetuous. It's rare for him to meet a worthy opponent, so he spoke a bit sharply. He's just a kid, don't take it personally. As the leader of the military-industrial city, he had to step in and protect his own. After all, Jiāng Chén was just a private entrepreneur. So what if his tech was impressive? He doesn't have a government position. Zhao Xiaoming is our military-industrial city's tech prodigy. At such a young age, he's already achieved multiple technological breakthroughs. What's wrong with such a talent being a little proud? Huang Tianlei insisted on siding with Zhao Xiaoming. But we need to handle this gently, no escalating the conflict. Don't get upset. Once testing wraps up, let's head over to Qianzhenzi's place for a proper drink. No fight, no friendship. Who knows? We might even become close friends on our future research journey. Huang Tianlei continued. Jiāng Chén smiled, not taking it to heart at all. After all these years in the business world, had long since thickened his skin beyond measure. He'd seen it all before: clients who refused to pay final installments after projects were completed, competitors who slandered his company's quality standards, rivals who sabotaged his efforts. He'd seen it all before. As for Zhao Xiaoming's reaction, he didn't take it to heart at all. No big deal. Believe it or not, it's right there. The elders present all turned to look at him. The looks Zhang Lao, Wang Lao, and Huang Tianlei gave Jiāng Chén were no longer the same. This young man appeared to be about the same age as Zhao Xiaoming. Yet his perspective was boundlessly expansive. Indeed, whether you believe it or not, what I say is the truth is right before your eyes. Your disbelief stems only from the limitations of your understanding. Moreover, I have no intention of treating you as an enemy. Wow, what a perspective. This isn't the mindset of a young person. If you didn't know better, you'd think Jiāng Chén was some ancient demon who'd lived for decades. Or a hermit cultivator from the deepest mountains. Brilliantly talented, yet neither arrogant nor impatient. Both virtuous and talented. Such talent must be utilized to the fullest. The bigwigs were instantly intrigued. Huang Tianlei spoke up. Jiāng Chén, if our military-industrial city has any business needs in the future, may we approach you? A high-ranking official overseeing military research extending an olive branch to a private tech company. This was extremely rare in the history of Dragon Nation. After all, anyone with even a modicum of talent had been absorbed into the state apparatus to serve the nation. Individuals like Jiāng Chén, who slipped through the cracks, were a rare occurrence. Hearing this, old Wang's eyes widened in fury. A man in his 70s. His face, once serene and benevolent. Now his face flushed crimson as he roared, Huang Tianlei, you dare snatch people right in front of me. How utterly shameless. Jiāng Chén was the company's sole asset. With 2 companies competing, favoritism was inevitable. Seeing the tension escalate, old Zhang stepped in to smooth things over. Now, old Wang, old Huang. Didn't Jiāng Chén start this company to make money? If you're willing to offer him a deal, it's up to him whether he accepts. More options mean more paths. Old Wang and Huang Tianlei were about to retort. Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Enough about that for now. Let's get down to business. Old Wang then childishly folded his arms, his eyes puffing up with indignation as he turned his gaze away. Old Zhang shook his head with a wry smile at the sight. Huang Tianlei issued his final command to the drone outside the window. Both sides were his comrades. It was truly difficult to treat them equally. At that moment, the electronic equipment in the observation room flashed bright red. An electronic voice sounded. Armor-piercing nuclear warhead deployment countdown. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 120, Apology? Be more careful next time. 5, 4, 3, 2,
As the countdown in the observation room ticked closer and closer, everyone stared intently out the window, their breathing growing heavy as their chests heaved violently. An overwhelming sense of pressure rendered the entire observation room deathly quiet. Zhao Xiaoming instinctively took a step back, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The mini armor-piercing nuclear bomb. This thing was the ultimate weapon he had developed. He knew its destructive power better than anyone. A small nuclear bomb alone could level a medium to large city. Now, with the added armor-piercing capability, even on flat ground, it could burrow over 10 meters deep. Demolishing buildings would be like slicing through tofu. Armored vehicles and tanks? What was Jiāng Chén's robot called again? Oh right, Optimus Prime. I can't wait to see Jiāng Chén stop pretending to be cool and start crying. Beep. A shrill alarm blared. A small, silver-white metallic projectile descended. The protective shield instantly closed and sealed itself after the projectile passed through the circular opening at the top, forming a complete giant bowl inverted over the testing ground. Sky pillars stared upward at the descending projectile, unmoving, as if awaiting a single raindrop falling from the sky. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. A fiery mushroom cloud instantly bloomed within the shield, rapidly collapsing upon contact with the barrier. Beyond the blaze and thick smoke, nothing else could be seen. The earth shook violently. The entire military-industrial city shook violently. Inside the observation room, the leaders were jolted off balance, nearly tumbling to the floor. Some clumsy soul, unable to steady themselves, instinctively grabbed a colleague nearby, hoping to pass the weight and avoid landing flat on their backside. But what happened next was utterly unexpected. The clumsy guy ultimately lost his balance and plopped down onto the floor. The person he grabbed went down with him. In the end, the entire group toppled like dominoes, landing one after another with a solid thud on their behinds. The explosions continued, and inside the protective shield, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Everyone was startled into a cold sweat. On the electronic dashboard inside the observation room, alarms blared incessantly. Warning! Warning! Excessive radiation detected within the protective shield. Do not open the shield. Trace radiation detected outside the protective shield. Do not leave the observation room without authorization. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Though they knew the observation room's protective capabilities had undergone rigorous national inspection, the radiation couldn't harm them. Yet fear still gripped their hearts. Once the tremors finally ceased, the group slowly helped each other to their feet. Phew, old Zhang, are you alright? I'm fine. Is everyone else okay? We're fine, though my butt's a bit sore from the fall. The radiation outside is pretty intense. Don't rush out just yet, everyone. Got it, old madman. We'll go out when you say. Alright, everyone, stay calm. Follow me with this tongue twister to distract yourselves. 800 soldiers charge up the northern slope. 5 minutes later. Smoke lingered thickly over the site. The crowd couldn't help but speculate, had Optimus Prime been scrapped outright? Old Zhang frowned, pointing toward the outer field. His expression turned grave as he asked Thunderclap, "You call this a low-yield nuclear explosion?" He had personally witnessed the power of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite in his day. He knew exactly what a standard nuclear bomb could do. The explosion before them was no less devastating than a standard nuclear bomb. Huang Tianlei raised an eyebrow slightly. Old Zhang, you may question my research capabilities, but you cannot doubt the certification standards of our military-industrial complex. Dedication to work and scientific rigor. This was precisely the work ethic Huang Tianlei had always upheld. Otherwise, he would never have risen to the position of director of the military-industrial city. Even when addressing an elder like Zhang, he showed no compromise on matters of principle. As if a switch had been flipped, his stubborn temper flared up instantly. Secretary Liu's eyes widened. How dare you speak to Elder Zhang like that? When it comes to the power of nuclear bombs, Elder Zhang has spent decades in research. Does he not have a say? He must have his reasons for questioning. Huang Tianlei paused, his expression shifting to one of sudden clarity. Secretary Liu was correct. Realizing he'd justified old Zhang, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Though still harboring resentment, he forced a smile. My apologies, Professor Zhang. Work has been overwhelming lately, and I've been a bit out of sorts. Truthfully, if our conditions permitted, deploying a standard-yield nuclear bomb would be the most appropriate approach. But we warned them repeatedly before testing. It was Jiāng Chén who insisted on using the maximum power test parameters. If the robot really gets wrecked, don't blame us at the military-industrial city. They were all seasoned veterans. How could he not understand what the old leader was really asking? He was just annoyed that Optimus Prime was probably reduced to scrap metal, right? We're just saying we warned him beforehand. If anyone's to blame, it's Jiāng Chén's youthful recklessness. Oh my! Could it be our brilliant Jiāng can't handle losing? Zhao Xiaoming perked up as the bigwigs began squabbling over the robot's destruction. Wang Shui snapped, Zhao Tianming, could you stop gloating? Old Wang frowned.
Young man, take my advice, leave a little room for future encounters. Several officials chimed in as well. They all felt Zhao Xiaoming had gone too far. Jiāng Chén had no idea how long it had taken him to painstakingly develop this masterpiece, only for it to be destroyed in an instant. Anyone in his position would be utterly devastated at this moment. Yet Zhao Xiaoming immediately delivered the final blow, kicking him while he was down. Such petty behavior was utterly unbecoming of a scientist. No matter how talented one may be without integrity, the damage they cause one day could be more terrifying than that of a villain. Just as everyone was seething with indignation, Jiāng Chén smiled faintly. My apologies, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The sky pillar should be intact. Hearing this, the group turned to Jiāng Chén, their eyes filled with confusion. What? Jiāng Chén, are you afraid we'll laugh at you? Don't worry, failure is part of research. Look at all that wreckage scattered across the site. Quang Tianlei paused for a moment, then patted Jiāng Chén's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Jiāng Chén, I take back what I said earlier. Don't take it to heart. Zhao Xiaoming's eyes flickered as he made his stance clear. Inside, he was grinning from ear to ear. Serves you right for being so cocky. Now you're losing your mind, huh? Being a genius isn't so easy. But if the bigwigs blamed him for Jiāng Chén's outburst, that wouldn't be worth it. He had to quickly admit his mistake publicly. Yeah, it's no big deal. I'll be more careful in the future. Jiāng Chén nodded calmly. He didn't seem to care about Zhao Xiaoming at all. Zhao Xiaoming was so furious he could barely keep his eyes from rolling. Chapter 121, Jiāng Chén, exemplary in both virtue and artistry. Zhao Xiaoming's face twisted into a cold sneer. He never expected this kid to still be talking tough at this point. Since you claim your robot wasn't destroyed, why don't you show us what it can do? Old Wang furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes filled with doubt. Jiāng Chén, is Optimus Prime really okay? Jiāng Chén smiled. We'll know once the smoke clears, won't we? Confidence. Confident. Everyone saw it clearly. It didn't seem like he was putting on an act at all. Such a powerful explosion, and it wasn't destroyed? Impossible. I refuse to believe anything in this world could withstand an armor-piercing nuclear bomb. Exactly. Without a protective shield, the entire military complex would have been obliterated. How could a mere robot withstand that? This defies science. I suspect Jiāng Chén is putting on a brave face. Officials chattered among themselves, skeptical that Optimus Prime hadn't been destroyed. It was almost beyond comprehension. At that moment, within the barrier, the dust on the trial grounds had been forcibly dispersed. Visibility grew clearer. A dark figure stood at the center of the arena. The black-silver creature's eyes glowed with a menacing red light as it stared silently toward the observation room. It resembled a beast lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce on its prey at any moment. Everyone's bodies tensed, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence. Holy! Could that shadow be Optimus Prime? No way! It just looks like him, it can't be him. I don't think so either. That's impossible. But what is that shadow? Could I be seeing things? Old Zhang, Old Wang, and Thunderclap exchanged glances, each seeing a bone-chilling dread in the other's eyes. Years of scientific research experience told them. The dark shadow before them. I'm afraid there's no other possibility besides Optimus Prime. Zhao Xiaoming paused for a moment, then sneered with a dismissive laugh. It's just a dark shadow. Look how scared you all are. Could be robot wreckage, for all we know. You've got to be kidding me. I was using an armor-piercing nuclear warhead. A direct hit would tear the robot apart before detonating. Not a trace left behind. The fact that we can still see the shadow just proves the robot was built solid. It doesn't prove it's still operational. At this remark, the officials were momentarily stunned. Some officials who had been skeptical immediately found the reasoning compelling. This isn't Optimus Prime at all. This is clearly Optimus Prime's wreckage. Though that red glow sure was intimidating. Mad Thunder clearly agreed with Zhao Xiaoming's assessment. He pulled out a bottle of small pills and began distributing white tablets to everyone. The radiation has been nearly neutralized. Here, take these pills. They're specially formulated traditional Chinese medicine developed by Dragon Nation medical experts, no side effects whatsoever. They'll help you effectively resist trace radiation exposure. Elders Zhang and Wang should be aware of this. Among the group of officials present, most were experiencing this situation for the first time. And certainly none had ever taken these white pills before. Though they are traditional Chinese medicines. Medicines carry inherent risks, and they would inevitably have some effect on the body. Everyone still felt some apprehension. Old Zhang nodded, as if corroborating Quang Tianlei's words. Yes, that's exactly right. I've taken it many times before without any side effects. Not only that, but it actually has certain tonic effects for men. He finished speaking and raised his eyebrows at the men beside him. A rare moment of humor from old Zhang. The men immediately burst into laughter. The atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. If old Zhang said it was fine, then it was definitely fine. After receiving the medicine, many people shoved it straight into their mouths and swallowed it without even a sip of water. Whether it was trust in the medicine or trust in old Jiāng. Either way, they were showing great respect. At that moment, Wang Shui suddenly looked at old Jiāng with a dazed expression and asked, "Why does it only nourish men? What about women? What exactly does it nourish?" The observation room fell instantly silent. Then came a series of violent coughs. Old Jiāng choked until his face turned crimson. After finally catching his breath, he awkwardly replied, "You're just a kid. You'll understand when you grow up. I'm already 22. How much older do I need to be?" Wang Shui puffed out her chest indignantly. She hated being called a child, even by old Jiāng. Seeing old Jiāng momentarily flustered by Wang Shui's retort, old Wang, as the leader, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He said solemnly, "Now, Wang Shui, you shouldn't speak to old Jiāng like that. Some matters are state secrets. You understand the confidentiality regulations, right? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." "Oh, okay," Wang Shui stuck out her tongue, obediently swallowing the white pill and dropping the subject. Instead, she turned to look at Jiāng Chén, only to find him silently swallowing the pill without a word. She assumed he was upset because Optimus Prime had been destroyed. She tried to comfort him, "Jiāng Chén, don't be too upset. Just think of it as a lesson learned. Next time, we'll stick strictly to the procedures." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoming, who had just swallowed his pill, burst out laughing. "I told you not to get cocky." "Not cocky. You're still too young. Learn your lesson. Don't get carried away just because you've got some skills. You may look down on me, but think about all these Dragon Nation research veterans here. Do you really think they'd harm you? What a waste. Such a great robot, and you went and wrecked it." A truly cutting remark. The leaders nearby agreed that Zhao Xiaoming had a point. They still felt his words were too harsh. They all frowned but remained silent. Young people make mistakes, a little scolding won't hurt. It's a lesson learned the hard way. After listening to Zhao Xiaoming's endless chatter, Jiāng Chén couldn't help but ask, "Are you a chatterbox? I already said Optimus Prime is fine. Just moments ago, it was he who had communicated with Skypillar's consciousness." Optimus Prime finally turned his head toward the observation room. Finally, Jiāng Chén breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Jiāng Chén still stubbornly denying it, Zhao Xiaoming didn't get angry but instead laughed. "Come on, mad director. The radiation's already dissipated. Let's open the protective shield and see if his precious robot can walk out. If it can walk out, Jiāng Chén, I'll damn well kowtow to you 3 times. If it doesn't walk out, you'll have to apologize to me for your arrogance." Jiāng Chén froze slightly, furrowing his brow. He thought, where the hell have I been arrogant? Modesty and humility are my core traits, damn it. This kid must have some serious mental issues. Getting this worked up all the time, he must be afraid of burning out early. But since he'd gone this far, ignoring him seemed impolite. "Well, how about this? If I win, you won't have to kowtow to me. Just focus on developing a few more high-tech weapons for the military industry city." With that, the bigwigs present were visibly shaken. That vision, that magnanimity. Compared to Zhao Xiaoming, who'd been relentlessly aggressive all along, it was like night and day. Zhao Xiaoming's breath caught in his throat. He snorted coldly, "Prove it first. And remember to apologize." With that, he pushed open the observation room door and strode out first. The others gradually appeared at the edge of the field. Zhao Xiaoming sent commands to the drone hovering overhead. The barrier activated. The billowing white smoke dissipated even faster. Chapter 122, Lunar Mining Vehicle Bid? You don't know? To quickly disperse the smoke and dust, more drones began hovering over the site, continuously spraying the range with a special solution. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The drones swirled densely yet chaotically in the sky, each operating independently, resembling a storm cloud carrying wind and rain. As the rain washed over the area, the smoke was swiftly dispersed. Optimus Prime came clearly into view. "Ha!" Thunderclap's expression shifted abruptly, his heart pounding wildly. His eyes widened dramatically, bulging as if they might pop out, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg whole. Crack! The medication in his hand had been cracking and popping under his grip, until finally, unable to withstand the pressure, it shattered into glass shards. Blood dripped from the wounds in his knuckles, though he remained utterly unaware. The others weren't faring much better. Hiss! They all sucked in sharp breaths. Externally, there were no visible signs of damage. Especially after the drone's rainwash. It seemed even more dazzling than when it first arrived. Like a freshly washed car, its finish resembling a newly peeled protective film. Zhao Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. Oh no? Not even a scratch? That shouldn't be possible. This doesn't make sense. Perhaps it was just because the outer shell used a special metal? Like his own titanium alloy shield, it was incredibly hard to penetrate. And inside, it might have been shattered to pieces by the shockwave. He struggled to look at Jiāng Chén, attempting one last desperate act. He shouted, "You! Make him come over here!" His voice cracked, shrill and piercing. The gathered elders frowned at the sound. Jiāng Chén nodded and took 2 steps forward.
In full view of everyone, he beckoned toward the towering pillar at the center of the arena, speaking in a soft, gentle voice, "Come here."
It looked exactly like beckoning a puppy. Can it even hear you? Don't.
Zhao Xiaoming sneered, about to deliver a scathing rebuke to Jiāng Chén. But unexpectedly, the robot, which had been frozen in place, suddenly moved.
Clank, clank.
Optimus Prime strode toward them with measured steps. Each step seemed to land squarely on Zhao Xiaoming's heart. Its movements appeared perfectly coordinated. Not a single trace of damage was visible.
The entire arena fell silent.
Only the sound of hurried breathing could be heard.
This can't be.
Zhao Xiaoming shouted in disbelief. He seemed to have lost his soul, his spirit shattered. He plopped down onto the ground, his eyes fixed intently on the pillar, his own breathing growing ragged. At that moment, he was completely oblivious to everyone else, as if possessed, his eyes fixed solely on Optimus Prime.
Perhaps from sheer tension, a stain suddenly appeared on his pants.
Zhao Xiaoming wasn't the only one stunned.
The officials present were all utterly transfixed by the scene unfolding before them.
Hair stood on end, blood surged violently as if threatening to burst through his skull.
This was a nuclear bomb. And it was the latest improved version, an armor-piercing nuclear bomb. Not even a scratch? This defies science. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Everyone had no choice but to believe it. Whoa! How terrifying.
In this world, there truly exists something that even a nuclear bomb couldn't scratch. Old Zhang's breathing grew ragged, his scalp tingling as if every pore had been blown open. He stared at the towering pillar as if facing a mortal enemy, his lips trembling uncontrollably. How could such formidable weaponry exist? Old Wang, explain this to me. What on earth is going on? A nuclear bomb. A modified armor-piercing nuke. A military weapon powerful enough to sink an aircraft carrier outright. And it didn't even scratch the surface? Old Wang shook his head with a bitter smile. How should I know? These were all technological products independently developed by Jiāng Chén. What was the point of asking him? Old Zhang's expression hardened, clearly displeased. Old Wang probably feared he'd want to leverage Pengcheng Dragon Academy's technological edge for mass production. If that happened, the cutting-edge technology they'd painstakingly developed at the Longcheng Academy would lose all its competitive edge. Oof, Old Wang. We're both getting on in years, nearing the grave. Do you really intend to keep this under wraps? Old Wang paused, taken aback. Only then did he realize that in Zhang Lao's words, he had been perceived as wanting to claim all the credit for himself and unwilling to share. He straightened his expression and said, "We've been comrades in arms for so many years. Don't you know me? I truly don't understand. This entire mecha system was developed entirely by Jiāng Chén. We merely discovered it by chance and borrowed the name of Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute to participate in the bidding." After studying Old Wang's eyes for a moment, Old Zhang. Only then did he confirm that Wang Lao was not lying. Could such advanced, powerful black technology truly be the work of a young man? At over 70 years old, he had weathered countless storms. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Yet, at the same time, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Through this simple yet brutal offensive-defensive test, he could confidently assert that Optimus Prime's existence would propel Dragon Nation's technology forward by a century in the field of mecha. Even Earth's most powerful weapons couldn't scratch at a near-invincible force. Once mass production commenced, by then, perhaps the Dragon Nation would become the most powerful nation on the entire Blue Star. I said there must be peace. The world fell silent. How glorious! How magnificent! A legacy for ages to come, realized in this very day. Jiāng Chén, if it's possible, could we submit the design blueprints for the sky column to the state? Old Zhang's face flushed crimson. He knew this request was utterly shameless. What others might have spent over a decade painstakingly developing as scientific achievements. To demand its handover so casually, what difference was that from bandits robbing people? The moment the words left his mouth, he felt the searing stares of everyone around him. And it wasn't just old Zhang who felt this shame. Even Secretary Liu, who was usually decisive and efficient, now wore a wry smile, at a loss for words. Jiāng Chén is a genius of our Dragon Nation. Shouldn't we treat him well? Now they're trying to morally blackmail him into handing over Manhwa? People start companies to survive, after all. Realizing his slip, old Zhang hastily added, "Don't worry about the money. Just name your price. I'll put my old life on the line to secure the maximum benefit for you." While Jiāng Chén runs his company to make money. But something like this technology that surpasses Blue Star's current level by over a century. It was essentially priceless. Should the Eagle Nation or the Empire of the Sun never sets get wind of it, they'd fight tooth and nail to seize it. But for the sake of the nation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride for now. What if Jiāng Chén agreed? People must have dreams, otherwise, what's the difference between them and dried fish? Even Zhao Xiaoming felt Zhang Lao's demand was excessive. This isn't right, is it? He's not even a full-time civil servant. Quang Tianlei's eyes widened as he growled in a lowered voice, "Shut your mouth. He resembled a wild beast ready to erupt at any moment.
Not for any other reason. The weight of the sky column was simply too great. Sure, no problem at all. Jiāng Chén replied with a smile.
He couldn't understand why these people had suddenly become so strange. He was running his own company and doing business. Why would he refuse such a deal that came knocking?
Chapter 123, The Boy Selling Blueprints. You mean, you're saying yes?
Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief.
Truthfully, when he made the request, he hadn't held out much hope.
After all, cutting-edge technology like this could easily be kept under wraps for a lifetime.
But Jiāng Chén was willing to hand over the design blueprints outright.
This left old Zhang utterly incredulous.
Everyone else stared wide-eyed, watching Jiāng Chén with bated breath.
They waited in silence for his confirmation,
fearing they might miss even a single word.
Especially Zhao Xiaoming. The look in his eyes as he stared at Jiāng Chén was decidedly off.
You're just standing there. Sure, absolutely. But I won't be cheap about it. Jiāng Chén replied firmly.
Zhao Xiaoming rolled his eyes. So he was just trying to charge a high price.
I thought you had some principles. Ha! Upon hearing this,
old Zhang paused for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, just name your price.
As long as there's a price, we can talk. Jiāng Chén held up 5 fingers. The room instantly fell silent.
Every pair of eyes fixed on Jiāng Chén's hand.
As if a single second of distraction could reveal something extraordinary. 50 billion?
Old Zhang asked, his voice trembling. That price was far too low. After all, launching a single rocket alone cost more than that. Old Wang and old Quan were both so moved they felt tears welling up. This kid must be trying to give it away to the country for free under this pretext. But fearing refusal, he'd casually named 50 billion.
Such incredible cutting-edge technology. 50 billion. What's the difference from giving it away for free?
The greatest heroes sacrifice for their country and its people. Jiāng Chén is sacrificing himself for the rise of the Dragon Nation.
How could one not be moved?
Quang Tianlei, a man in his 50s, found himself secretly wiping away tears. Master Wang, in his 70s, had reddened eyes as he looked away. He didn't want to expose Jiāng Chén, nor did he want others to see him. Secretary Zhang's voice was hoarse as he grumbled to Secretary Liu, there's sand in the wind here in the military industry city.
We'll have to find someone to properly address this.
Secretary Liu, eyes reddened, pulled a tissue from his briefcase and handed it to Elder Zhang.
Yes, the sandstorms are outrageous. They've made everyone's eyes red. Jiāng Chén froze slightly at the sight. Why did everyone suddenly look so sad? Sandstorm? Where did this sandstorm come from? Why can't I see it?
He raised his other hand, feeling around left and right, but detected no wind at all.
And how could all of you have been blinded by sand at the exact same time?
This invisible sandstorm is ridiculous.
Could his golden finger actually help him dodge the sandstorm automatically? Ah, never mind. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Just because the sandstorm blinded us doesn't mean we should abandon business talks.
Jiāng Chén shook his head decisively.
No, not 50 billion.
Old Zhang and the others paused in surprise.
Then they relaxed. That made sense. 50 billion was simply too low. Even though it was for the Dragon Nation's benefit. But if word got out, people might start talking behind his back. They'd accuse him of betraying even his own country's scientists.
Especially such selfless, patriotic scientists.
50 billion?
Old Zhang added an extra zero.
Truthfully, such cutting-edge technology could easily fetch 5 trillion.
But for the sake of the Dragon Nation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and engage in a game of brinkmanship with Jiāng Chén.
If Jiāng Chén refused, he'd add another zero. Hearing Zhang Lao's offer, everyone present swallowed hard. What a grand gesture. Others bid incrementally, 1 digit at a time. But you, sir, just slap on a zero. Forget 50 billion, even 5 billion is a lifetime ceiling for most ordinary people. Many of them still haven't even reached $1 million in assets. This young man is already on track for $100 billion income. How could anyone not envy that? However, Jiāng Chén shook his head again.
Seeing this, old Zhang cleared his throat awkwardly.
Indeed, this youth wasn't just exceptionally advanced in technological prowess, but also possessed top-tier business acumen. His sensitivity to pricing was exceptionally high.
There was simply no way to bluff him.
Sorry, Dragon Country. I did my best.
But rest assured, once these blueprints are in hand,
Longwa's gains will far exceed 5 trillion. 50 trillion yuan, take it or leave it.
Old Zhang gathered his breath from deep within, as if steeled by resolve, his aura erupting suddenly. It was just like back in the day when he stood alone against 1,000 troops, holding the pass against 10,000.
Holy moly! 50 trillion! Forget individuals. Many large conglomerates couldn't even earn that much. The officials stumbled and collapsed in a heap.
Zhao Xiaoming held his breath, the veins on his forehead throbbing wildly. He was only human, after all, with his own desires and thoughts.
Who doesn't love money?
Yet he knew deep down that he'd likely never earn even a fraction of what Jiāng Chén made in his entire lifetime.
He couldn't match Jiāng Chén's skills. He couldn't match Jiāng Chén in wealth.
He even knew deep down that when it came to vision and ambition, he couldn't hold a candle to Jiāng Chén. At this moment, not a shred of envy stirred within him.
Yet, to everyone's utter astonishment, Jiāng Chén actually shook his head.
Old Jiāng pleaded urgently, Jiāng Chén, I know your blueprints are valuable, but our Dragon Nation's finances are strained.
We truly can't afford to pay more.
Old Wang, seeing old Jiāng continually raising the offer for Jiāng Chén, had no intention of interfering. After all, Jiāng Chén had been collaborating with the Longcheng Academy of Sciences. They had assisted him greatly. He was quite happy to see Jiāng Chén gain more benefits. But the price has already reached 5 trillion. This is an astonishing figure. It's equivalent to the entire annual fiscal revenue of the Dragon Nation. Any more than that, and the Dragon Nation might genuinely be unable to afford it. After all, every sector of the Dragon Nation needs money to keep functioning right now.
Moreover, once this money is dispersed, numerous development projects would inevitably be put on hold.
Not to mention the costs of purchasing various materials after obtaining the blueprints that would likely be an astronomical sum. He hadn't expected old Jiāng to demand such a staggering sum. He was even more astonished that even after 5 trillion, Jiāng Chén still wasn't satisfied.
What on earth is this kid up to? His appetite is simply too voracious.
Old Wang spoke earnestly, Jiāng Chén, 5 trillion is more than enough. Wang Shuo watched the negotiations with wide, curious eyes. Though she was a bit of a penny pincher. Once the figures surpassed 1 million, it all started to feel rather abstract. After all, her annual salary barely topped 20 grand. Her only thought was, Jiāng Chén is about to strike it rich. As his sole personal assistant now, she had to work extra hard. Following Jiāng Chén, she'd live the high life.
Jiāng Chén chuckled. Mr. Wang, you've misunderstood me. My quote was 50 million.
What a joke.
It's just a design blueprint, the system gives it away for free, okay? It wasn't like he had to spend merit points.
Even though he was greedy, Jiāng Chén had his limits when it came to getting something for nothing.
Demanding hundreds of millions? That money just feels unsettling to hold. No way. What? 50 million? Only then did the others catch on.
Turns out Jiāng Chén had been shaking his head because he thought the price was too high.
Damn it. First time I've seen someone selling something at a lower price.
Chapter 124, Funds received 50 million.
What a comrade. Where can you find such a comrade these days? 50 million? That's practically giving it away.
The greatest heroes serve their country and its people.
Jiāng Chén, starting today, I'm backing you.
Jiāng Chén possesses both virtue and talent, wholly devoted to the nation, truly a model for our generation.
Such magnanimity, such vision. How could it not move one to tears?
Everyone raised their thumbs in admiration toward Jiāng Chén.
Though old Wang was equally pleased, Jiāng Chén had been invited by the Pengcheng Dragon Academy for assistance.
He couldn't stand by and watch him suffer such a significant loss without offering any assistance. Though it was all for the prosperity and strength of the Dragon Nation. But the old man couldn't bring himself to be that ruthless. He addressed Jiāng Chén, I'll discuss this with Elder Jiāng. He then pulled old Jiāng aside and whispered urgently, this is someone I personally brought here. We absolutely cannot drive the price down this low, it would crush the spirits of Dragon Nation's researchers. If this becomes the norm, who would dare bring their best work forward in the future? Old Jiāng paused, a wry smile touching his lips. You saw it yourself, I pushed the price to 5 trillion.
He insisted on only 50 million. That's the nation's money. How could I demand a higher price?
Old Wang's stubborn streak kicked in. He snorted coldly.
I don't care about you. You're the one holding office, but I'm the one who brought this man here.
If you shortchange my man, you're shortchanging me, shortchanging our entire Pengcheng Dragon Research Institute.
Figure it out yourself.
Old Jiang's face was etched with astonishment. His eyes widened as he stared at old Wang, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg.
Damn it.
Even in his 70s, he was still as reckless as ever. To protect his protege, he didn't even spare his old comrade in arms any consideration. After a moment's thought, old Jiāng suggested, how about this, we stick with his quoted price, but for every Autobot produced using our design blueprints, he gets a 10% share of the profits. Consider it a silent partnership stake.
What do you say?
Old Wang nodded.
That sounds about right. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén noticed old Wang pulling old Jiāng aside for a private chat. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Had he quoted too high a price? It shouldn't be. I just offered 5 trillion. Would they really haggle over a mere 500 million? But isn't running a company all about making money? The company needs to survive too.
Well, fine. If it comes down to it, I'll knock off 10 grand at most.
49.99 million. That's my absolute bottom line. Not a penny more.
Alright, that's settled. Jiāng Chén's gaze hardened, as if he'd made up his mind about something.
At that moment, after finishing their discussion, Elder Jiāng and Elder Wang walked back over. Jiāng Chén spoke with unwavering resolve. Elder Zhang, Elder Wang. This design blueprint took me countless hours of painstaking effort to develop. Hearing Jiāng Chén's words, the two elders felt a pang of guilt. How could they not understand that developing cutting-edge technology like the Autobots? It truly wasn't something that could be accomplished merely by pouring one's heart and soul into it. It undoubtedly encompassed Jiāng Chén's years of relentless study and effort. Though they couldn't fathom why, after developing the space-based satellite, still had the capacity to develop the Autobots. But even for a genius, the price paid must have been immense. And yet, the result was handed over to the Dragon Nation for such a bargain price. Ah, what a shame. The two elders' faces flushed crimson with shame. Jiāng Chén noticed this and felt a pang of guilt. They probably haggled the price down too harshly and now couldn't bring themselves to mention it. No more than 20,000 at most, it couldn't go any lower. Jiāng Chén suddenly sped up his speech, deciding to strike first. He bit down hard in one breath. 49,980,000. That's the absolute bottom line, not a penny less. The most dreaded thing was the sudden silence. Everyone stared at Jiāng Chén in shock, as if they were witnessing some alien phenomenon. Zhao Xiaoming covered his forehead, staring blankly at Jiāng Chén. He even wondered if the man was doing this on purpose. How could the price keep dropping? Running a company like this and still not going out of business? It really is a miracle. Does being a technical genius grant you the right to be this reckless? Old Zhang shot old Wang a helpless glance and shrugged, as if to say, this isn't my fault. He's the one who pushed for the price cuts. Mr. Wang gave a wry smile and hurriedly said, Jiāng Chén, fine, let's do it this way. But to compensate you, for every Autobot not produced on the assembly line, we'll give you a 10% cost subsidy. Jiāng Chén blinked, puzzled. Cost subsidy? Mr. Wang explained, meaning, if producing one Autobot costs 1 billion, you'll receive a 100 million government subsidy. Jiāng Chén snapped to understanding. Oh, I see. Got it. It's like a patent being treated as dry stock. Starting a tech company was second nature to him. Originally, he intended to hand over the design blueprints to the government. He never intended to charge patent fees. But old Zhang and old Wang insisted on paying. Free money? Well, we couldn't very well refuse. After reaching an agreement, both sides quickly came to a consensus. Drawings handed over, contract signed. Ding! 50 million yuan deposited from Dragon Nation Bank. Jiāng Chén's phone suddenly lit up with a payment notification. Seeing the transaction details, the corners of his mouth nearly stretched to his ears. Money rolling in again. Did you get the money? Old Zhang asked with a smile. Yes, I received it. If you have any questions about the blueprints in the future, feel free to call anytime. Jiāng Chén nodded. Everyone was moved to tears once more. They wept for Jiāng Chén's generosity. Not only did he generously offer the blueprints to the Dragon Nation at an extremely low price, but he also pledged to resolve critical issues after providing them. How dependable and reassuring. Among them, old Zhang was the most moved. He understood profoundly. Such cutting-edge technology would instantly leapfrog Blue Star's existing technology by over a century. Any nation acquiring such a comprehensive technological system wouldn't take long. In just a few short years, it could rapidly become a technological powerhouse on Blue Star. Heaven's blessing. Such cutting-edge technology has emerged in the Dragon Nation. Now, Jiāng Chén has handed it over to the government. The nation's fortune for the next century will soar from this point onward. Glory to the Dragon Nation. Glory to our martyrs. Old Zhang's eyes welled up with tears. Secretary Liu, we must urgently address the sand issue in the military-industrial city. It's infuriating. Secretary Liu opened his briefcase once more, pulling out a tissue for old Zhang. Yes, sir. I'll have someone handle it immediately. Quang Tianlei, sharp as a tack, couldn't help but notice old Zhang's current state of mind. He immediately volunteered, this is the military-industrial city. If there's sand and wind, it means I haven't done my job properly. Let me handle it. Old Zhang's thoughts were in disarray. Where did this sandstorm come from? How exactly do you plan to handle it? Of course, Quang Tianlei couldn't possibly deal with something that didn't exist. He simply commanded the drones to activate cleaning mode across the entire military-industrial city. Whether it was the roads or the skies, all unmanned cleaning equipment began mobilizing. The buzzing filled the air. Let's go. Qian Zhenzi has prepared a big plate of chicken. We're in a good mood today, let's grab a drink. Woohoo! The crowd cheered in unison. Chapter 125, Big Plate Chicken, another round. The group emerged from the military-industrial city. Soon they returned to the farmhouse restaurant. Gazing at the steaming dishes on the table, their appetites were instantly whetted. The TV was turned on, and a few bottles of wine were opened. The atmosphere among the old comrades in arms instantly warmed up. As for Zhao Xiaoming, who had been at loggerheads with Jiāng Chén just moments ago, had long since set aside his jealousy. He raised his glass to Jiāng Chén. Here, brother Jiāng Chén. Old Wang said you're a year older than me. This toast is for you. May your company enjoy rolling wealth and thriving business. Jiāng Chén, his mouth dripping with grease from gobbling chicken drumsticks, quickly raised his glass. Agreed. May you also achieve new miracles in your research endeavors at the military industry city. Ha ha ha. Let's raise our glasses. Watching the two prodigies put their differences aside, Huang Tianlei, the city's supreme leader, beamed with delight. He raised his glass and led the toast. Old Zhang, Old Wang, Wang Shui, and the others all raised their cups in response. Everyone at the table stood to clink glasses. The atmosphere instantly grew warm and harmonious. Old Zhang gazed at the people before him and couldn't help but feel moved. He was already in his 70s. He knew his days were numbered. The future of the Dragon Nation would depend on these people to carry it forward. After finishing their drinks, everyone had just sat down. The television suddenly began broadcasting international news. The Eagle Nation, Turtle Nation, and the Empire of the Sun Never Sets announced the launch of their lunar spacecraft today. They will employ newly developed lunar mining vehicles to conduct comprehensive extraction of rare earth elements on the moon. They solemnly remind a certain nation that Blue Star belongs to all, and the moon belongs to all inhabitants of Blue Star. Every individual has the right to develop its resources. Jiāng Chén, who had been enjoying his meal heartily, suddenly heard a loud clatter. Old Zhang's chopsticks flew wildly across the table. The dining table fell instantly silent. Jiāng Chén's hand trembled, spilling wine from his cup onto his palm. The half-eaten chicken drumstick in his hand instantly lost its appeal. Old Zhang erupted in fury. Damn it! The table of over a dozen people fell silent. All eyes turned to old Zhang. At that moment, Secretary Liu reacted the quickest. Having served old Zhang for so many years, he understood his temperament best. His face darkened. Oomph! Those bastards in the Eagle Nation. They know full well our Dragon Nation is mining X ore on the moon. Now they have the audacity to go up there and steal it outright. They even specifically demanded our Dragon Nation's ore. Only then did the officials grasp the situation. It turned out the international news broadcast had enraged old Zhang. Earlier, they'd been focused on eating and drinking, paying little attention to the television. Years of habit made old Zhang unconsciously tune in to international news. That explained the earlier scene. Wang Shui looked like a curious little kid, her eyes brimming with confusion. She'd caught bits and pieces of the news earlier. Why did they single out Dragon Nation's mines? She hadn't grasped it either, but she dared not ask. There were simply too many bigwigs present. The atmosphere felt slightly tense. Upon hearing Secretary Liu's explanation, he finally understood. Combining this with the recent television broadcasts, he pieced together the situation. This eagle-winged nation really is no good. This was blatant looting in the midst of a crisis. First they captured their commercial spy. Then they announced to the world they're sending their own mining carts up to mine the resources. This is pure bullying, isn't it? No wonder old Zhang was so furious. Humph, shameless bastard. Jiāng Chén inwardly cursed as he picked up another chicken drumstick, ready to take a bite. Just then, old Wang abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the table. His voice rose with the tension in the air. This trash. All they do is scheme to bring down our Dragon Nation. How despicable. His fiery intensity belied his age of over 70. Jiāng Chén froze mid-motion. The atmosphere felt off. He stared at the chicken drumstick poised over his mouth. It smelled delicious. Should he eat it or not? That was the question. Immediately after, Huang Tianlei, Zhao Xiaoming, and the others joined in, seething with indignation over the news report. They want to beat us to mining the ore now? 3 countries mining together? Announcing it through the news first to seize the moral high ground? Man, the eagle buttons have blown my mind again. Disgusting. I'd love to just go blow them to smithereens. One atomic bomb would solve everything. Damn it all, not a single day goes by without trouble. Jiāng Chén shoved a chicken drumstick into his mouth and joined in with muffled grumbling. MMMPH, down with the eagle. Down with the sun never sets. Down with Kamida. He raised his fist as he shouted. It looked like a protest march. The officials present, already seething with rage, found their emotions thrown into disarray by Jiāng Chén's antics. Truly a genius. Truly different from ordinary people. He manages to be patriotic and eat his fill at the same time. At that moment, Wang Shui gasped. They seem to be pre-selling on YouTube. She held her phone screen toward the others, cranking the volume to max. On the screen, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed female streamer was striking poses while announcing, starting today, Eagle Nation is launching pre-sales for X-rare earth minerals. Companies in need, place your orders now. Global reservations accepted. Large quantities guaranteed. Boss Zhang roared, outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. They're selling it like this now? Zhao Xiaoming snorted coldly. What the hell does plenty to go around even mean? What do they think X-rare earth is? Cabbage? Huang Tianlei exploded with rage. This is outrageous. Those bastards. I'd love to shoot down their rockets.
Secretary Liu responded calmly and objectively, shooting them down would be ideal, but that would mean Dragon Nation effectively declaring war on 3 countries simultaneously.
Huang Tianlei fumed, war it is. We can't afford it. Haven't we been launching space satellites non-stop lately? Let's take them down.
The most level-headed among them was Old Wang.
He shook his head. Every nation holds its trump cards. Space-based satellites excel at offense, not defense.
If they concentrate all their nuclear missiles on Dragon Nation.
He scanned the room. Their eyes darkened one by one.
After a pause, he continued, then the Dragon Nation would face an unprecedented catastrophe.
So now is not the time to turn our backs on them.
Old Wang is right, Zhao Xiaoming frowned, but are we just going to stand by and watch the eagles run rampant without doing anything?
Jiāng Chén, what do you think?
Old Wang turned his gaze to Jiāng Chén, his expression calm as he spoke. The others seemed to grasp something, their eyes suddenly brightening. Jiāng Chén quickly licked his lips and placed the chicken bone on the table.
I think the chicken stew is delicious. Uncle Qian's cooking is truly excellent, no wonder he runs a farmhouse restaurant.
He gave a thumbs up. The group paused in surprise before bursting into laughter.
Wang Shui laughed while looking at Jiāng Chén with admiration. Who knew this science genius was also a master at livening up the mood? Zhao Xiaoming, in particular, doubled over laughing, gasping for breath as he asked, Jiāng Chén, are you serious? Should we ask old Qian to bring you another plate?
Sure. Jiāng Chén replied with deadpan seriousness. Everyone stumbled, nearly falling over. Chapter 126 Eagle Sauce Bastards, plundering Dragon Nation's rare earth.
5 minutes later. Big plate chicken's ready.
Xian Zhenzi walked in carrying a bowl of freshly cooked big plate chicken. Setting the plate on the table, he smiled and said,
Jiāng Chén, looks like you've got pretty good taste after all. Well, it's mostly thanks to Uncle Qian's excellent cooking.
It's been ages since I've had such delicious chicken stew, Jiāng Chén replied, immediately diving back into his meal.
Old Zhang cleared his throat, as if he had something to say.
Xian Zhenzi understood the hint and promptly excused himself, exiting the room.
I won't disturb you all then. Go ahead, go ahead.
As the owner of this farmhouse restaurant, he was technically considered an external staff member of the military-industrial complex. However, the agreement explicitly stipulated he was not authorized to attend core meetings.
Otherwise, if exposed, there would be a risk of leaking state secrets and endangering national security.
After Chen Zhenzi left, old Zhang turned to look at Jiāng Chén, his face breaking into a kind and gentle smile.
Jiāng Chén, did you enjoy the chicken stew?
Delicious.
Much better than any restaurant. I'd like to ask you for another favor.
Sure, go ahead. Well, you heard the news earlier.
Could you have Optimus Prime handle this issue? Jiāng Chén had been working diligently with his head down.
Hearing this, he spat out a chicken bone and looked up at old Zhang.
Just have Optimus Prime blow up their launch pad? Blow up the launch pad? Are you out of your mind, Jiāng Chén?
Zhao Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh and scold.
Old Wang chuckled, silly boy, this requires 2 conditions. First, it can't happen on Blue Star, and second, it mustn't be detected.
Exactly. Otherwise, given the nature of those 3 nations, it would bring endless trouble.
Despite his rough exterior, Huang Tianlei's mind was as sharp as a razor.
Got it. Jiāng Chén raised his right hand in an okay gesture. Then he picked up the leftover chicken bones from the table and arranged them into a pattern. Pointing at the pattern he'd formed, he explained, take these chicken bones, for example. These 3 represent the rare earth minerals our Dragon Nation discovered on the moon. The other 3 represent the mining carts of Eagle Nation, Turtle Nation, and the Sun Never Sets Nation. Not only do they want to mine other parts of the moon, they're trying to forcibly take our mines. We can't tolerate this, but we can't openly slap them in the face either. That's where Optimus Prime comes in handy, standing far away, taking them out one by one. Perfect solution. Jiāng Chén rewarded himself with a big plate of chicken, declaring proudly, wow, that's sneaky but I love it. Huang Tianlei clapped his huge hands with a thunderous applause. That's a solid plan. I'm in, Zhao Xiaoming nodded. Old Wang also agreed, who'd have thought one day we'd have to rely on you kid to save our face. Let's do it. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Optimus Prime was recharging in the military-industrial complex. Not only did it have methane gas, but also various nuclear energy sources. However, during the earlier explosion, he had already absorbed and converted a significant amount of energy from the nuclear blast. So for Optimus Prime, this place was truly a good spot. If Autobots could show expressions, he'd be beaming from ear to ear. Suddenly, Jiāng Chén's command echoed through his consciousness. Yes, Master. Proceed to the moon immediately. Destroy the lunar mining vehicle. Red light flared in Optimus Prime's eyes. Following the military city map transmitted by Jiāng Chén, he flew approximately 20 kilometers southwest and located a canyon fissure. A flood of sunlight poured in. Only then did I realize it was already broad daylight. The gap in the canyon wasn't particularly wide. Barely enough for a single drone to pass through. It was precisely because of this fissure canyon
that drones could occasionally pass through unimpeded.
But for Optimus Prime, such a passage felt rather cramped.
After receiving permission from Thunderclap, Jiāng Chén remotely transmitted information via brainwaves, instructing Optimus Prime to find a corner and force his way through. At this point, someone might ask, aren't you afraid of scratching Optimus Prime's beautiful exterior? Ridiculous. Even armor-piercing nuclear bombs couldn't scratch it. What's a few pebbles?
Optimus Prime positioned himself at the perfect angle, his engines emitting faint blue flames.
The next second. Buzz. Optimus Prime looked skyward, soaring upward, instantly bursting out of the canyon, leaving a trail of countless falling rocks in his wake. Wherever he passed along the canyon walls, a perfect cylindrical space was carved out. The mountains and forests below grew smaller and smaller.
Soon, he pierced through the clouds.
Troposphere. Stratosphere. Mesosphere. Thermosphere. Escape layer. Low Earth orbit. Outer space. The moon within reach. At this moment,
the Eagle Channel livestream was packed to the rafters.
Viewers from all over the world were tuning in. Woohoo! Long live Eagle Nation. Eagle Nation rules.
That wicked Dragon Nation can only watch helplessly as we mine their ore.
Their technology isn't even worthy of mining on the moon.
I heard they seized one mining cart from every nation.
Shameless scoundrels. The comments streamed in, mostly from citizens of Eagle Nation, Turtle Nation, The Sun Never Sets, and allied nations. Naturally, netizens included Dragon Nation and Bear Nation citizens too.
Seeing their ally vilified, Bear Nation netizens fired back in the live chat. Humph.
Who do you think sent those two blondes to Dragon Nation as corporate spies during the bidding? Got caught and now they're playing the victim.
And who sent those two blonde women to seduce their scientists, sneak into the Dragon Nation's tech center snapping photos like crazy, only to get arrested in the end? The sharp words hit every sore spot. But with limited screen space, the brief exchange was soon drowned out by a flood of other comments.
Inside a dorm room at Pengcheng University, Liú Shīyǎ sat at his computer browsing foreign websites.
The glare on his glasses revealed the sheer volume of data on the screen. He clicked his way to a YouTube livestream.
All sorts of blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls were flirtatiously posing. Xiang Das? Gross. Next. Long legs? Boring. Next.
Suddenly, Eagle's livestream popped up. Countless negative comments and provocative messages about Dragon Nation flooded the screen.
Liú Shīyǎ froze for a moment before boiling over with rage. You bastards. Just wait till I take you down. His typing speed was legendary at school.
His roommate often asked him to type for him when chatting with his girlfriend. His specialty was lightning-fast replies. He could handle over 10 QQ windows simultaneously without missing a beat.
10 minutes later, he realized the situation was far worse than he'd imagined.
Not only did the Eagle-clawed nation slander the Dragon Kingdom, but it also attempted to seize and exploit the mining site the Dragon Kingdom had discovered first on the moon.
As a model young citizen of Dragon Nation,
a chubby kid about to apply for party membership,
he absolutely could not tolerate such an outrage.
But the opposition was overwhelming, thousands upon thousands of comments flooding the screen. No matter how fast his fingers could type, he couldn't out-troll them. So he immediately took a screenshot and posted it in his school group chat with a message.
Guys, someone's trolling us on YouTube. Stand up. Overwhelm that bunch of FAers.
Chapter 127, Both Sides Clash as Domestic Netizens Lose Their Minds. The campus group exploded instantly. Students were instantly filled with righteous indignation.
Even some teachers were overcome with rage.
They all rushed to answer Liú Shīyǎ's call. They stormed YouTube to launch a sniper campaign against enemy nation netizens,
swearing to defend the dignity of the Dragon Nation to the death. At that moment,
suddenly, the principal sent a message.
The group instantly fell silent. The message read, "Students and teachers, please remain calm."
Some dared not speak their anger.
What kind of bull principal is this? Things are this bad, and he won't let us get worked up. Is he even Chinese anymore?
A principal of such stature, and he drops the ball at a critical moment.
He's bringing shame upon Pengcheng University.
Just as everyone's frustration boiled over and they were about to lash out in the group chat,
the president sent a voice message in the group chat. Anger lowers your IQ.
Only calmness allows you to perform at your best.
Students and faculty, forget about civility and politeness for now. It's time to uphold the Dragon Nation's tradition of reciprocity. Charge. Take them down.
His tone was impassioned and resonant.
The group instantly erupted with activity. Wow, Principal, I love you. Principal, starting today, you're my idol. Our idol speaks wisely. Anger is counterproductive, we must calmly crush them.
It's time to show the world the might of our Dragon Nation. For the prosperity of our motherland, I'll go first. The principal's words instantly ignited the teachers and students in the campus group chat. Those in dorms quickly fired up their computers, opened YouTube live streams, and began a furious bullet chat battle with netizens from other countries. Those not in dorms rushed back, desperate to join the fray sooner. They couldn't stand by and watch their comrades fight alone.
Additionally, many students, teachers, and even off-campus groups. The matter keeps spreading and escalating.
1 tells 10, 10 tells 100, 100 tells 1,000, 1,000 tells 10,000.
In an instant,
the bullet comments in Eagle's livestream started to get denser and denser. Originally, the overwhelming majority were Eagle Sauce, Kamida, and citizens of the Sun Never Sets,
along with a small number of citizens from the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation.
Now, a massive influx of Dragon Nation netizens appeared.
Their numbers kept growing. Compared to the crude and vulgar language on Eagle's side, Chinese netizens clearly possess a greater sense of humor.
While citizens from Eagle Nation and other countries resorted to personal attacks,
Chinese netizens even quoted various curses from their country's literary classics.
Of course, there are also highly literate teachers and students.
One even showcased their skills with a 5-character quatrain,
leaving netizens in awe of their skill.
The livestream's heat skyrocketed. Inside the office,
Marshall, sitting at his computer, was feeling quite pleased. The livestream he had organized and planned to target Longhua's international reputation,
suddenly attracting so many viewers.
He was sure that when the boss found out, would surely reward him handsomely.
But now,
the livestream had a large audience. The atmosphere has turned distinctly eerie.
A massive swarm of IPs from the Dragon Kingdom is spamming the chat with poetry. So many Eagle Swan poems, even he couldn't make sense of them.
But overall, he could tell they were all cursing the Eagle Flag superpowers.
Honestly,
some lines were so satisfying to read that even he couldn't help but cheer. With just a few words, they drive steel needles straight into the hearts of the Eagle worshippers.
Compared to just cursing, this was far more eloquent. Admiration aside.
But thinking about it still made him furious. Marshall had worked tirelessly to organize this livestream. He intended to make the Dragon Nation taste the bitterness of spiraling public opinion.
Now it's become the Dragon Nation's home turf. How could he not be furious?
Quick, connect me to Eagle Space. I need to get the lunar mining rover moving immediately right this instant.
Marshall barked, fuming with rage.
Yes, sir.
The secretary nodded and turned to leave. 5 minutes later,
the live stream screen suddenly went black.
Nothing could be seen. The bullet comments slowed down too, leaving a brief blank space. The next second, a compact mining cart brimming with modern technology appeared on screen. Then,
the camera zoomed in, revealing the minecart surrounded by a pitted, uneven road surface. In the distance lay piles upon piles of ore. Knowledgeable Eagle Flag netizens in the bullet comments immediately exclaimed, X rare earth minerals.
This is definitely X rare earth minerals. This is the moon.
Other netizens seemed to snap out of their daze, sending comments like, oh my god.
That's our Eagle Nation's mining cart. It's already reached the moon.
Wait, I spotted our Turtle Shell Nation's mining cart too, not far away.
Ah, this is incredible. The Sun Never Sets Empire's mining cart should be arriving soon too. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Why does that mine look like it belongs to the Dragon Nation? There's even a Dragon Nation flag planted beside it. Ah, mining should definitely be done in the Dragon Nation, that's way more fun. Seeing these comments, then glancing back at the screen, his gaze finally settled on the Dragon Nation flag in the corner. The Dragon Nation netizens, who had been carefully crafting their words moments ago, instantly lost their cool. All decorum was cast aside. They unleashed a torrent of profanity. Their extraordinary performance left the foreigners utterly stunned, exclaiming in admiration. How dare they brazenly plunder Dragon Nation's rare earth minerals? What's the difference between this and banditry? In an instant, the live chat exploded with chaotic comments. The tension reached a new peak. Marshall sat before his computer, watching the comments stream. A sneer curled his lips. Oomph. Let you rant. What good does it do?
I'll still mine your Dragon Nation's resources.
What can you do about it?
Bunch of useless trash, all you know how to do is bark like dogs online.
But the next second,
a flash of white light erupted within the livestream. The Kamida mining cart, which had been traveling normally, suddenly exploded into pieces, scattering everywhere.
Next came the Sun Never Sets mining vehicle, followed by the Eagle mining vehicle.
The lunar footage vanished, replaced by pitch blackness.
Marshall's heart skipped a beat. He leapt to his feet and shouted, "What the hell is going on?"
His secretary rushed over in a panic, stammering out the report, "Sir, it's bad. Our lunar mining vehicle, it just got attacked and exploded on the spot." Just as Marshall was scratching his head in confusion, viewers in the livestream chat were utterly baffled, none of them understanding what had just transpired.
The mining vehicle blew up?
Netizens, led by Eagle Sauce, were filled with confusion. Just moments ago, they'd been cheering the rover on, but now they fell into silence.
Meanwhile, netizens from Dragon Country and Bear Country froze for a moment.
It was as if some switch had been flipped, awakening their bloodlines.
The comments section began to be flooded by their posts.
Yura! Charge!
Take them down! This is what I love to see. Just saw all 3 of their mining carts blow up. I saw it too. That was awesome. Let them get cocky, this is what happens. Dare to mess with us, Dragon Nation. This is what happens. Chapter 128 Eagle Sauce, that idiot's back. Inside the office. Marshall flew into a rage after witnessing the mining carts being destroyed one after another. He had been thrilled by the viral traffic. He wanted people from all nations to witness. To show how he'd teamed up with 2 other nations to mine freely within Dragon Nation's marked territory. He even offered a 20% discount for pre-sales. Many companies were also tempted, placing orders in advance during the livestream. Now look at this mess. The minecart was blown up. And they haven't even seen what kind of creature blew it up. How could he not be furious? While foreign netizens were still reeling in confusion, some sharp-witted netizens from the Dragon Kingdom started pondering. Why wasn't the minecart attacked earlier or later? Why did it happen only after entering the mining area marked by the Dragon Nation flag? Once this thought took root, it clung like a persistent maggot, refusing to let go. It was impossible to ignore. Thus, some began to speculate. The Dragon Nation's mining area must have a pre-installed defense system. The moment any unauthorized vehicle entered the mining area, it would be automatically identified as a hostile entity and immediately repelled. Otherwise, how could one explain why the Eagle spacecraft wasn't attacked during its lunar landing? This couldn't possibly be mere coincidence. When netizens posted this theory as bullet comments on the live stream screen, not only did it fail to gain foreign netizens' agreement, instead, it drew a barrage of scornful mockery. You guys from Dragon Country? Retaliate? Give me a break, you can't even build minecarts, let alone fight back. Stone Age savages? How could they possibly develop an automated counterattack system? I'd rather believe aliens landed on the moon than believe Dragon Country retaliated. What are you gonna fight back with? Your national flag? Ha! Give me a break. It must be said, this batch of foreign netizens' comments are particularly sharp. Chinese netizens saw the comments and got furious. They swarmed their government's official website and video channels, flooding them with comments. Is the Dragon Nation leadership even paying attention? The Eagles have already started mining our rare earth minerals. Dragon Nation's territory is inviolable, not even on the moon. Our national flag on the moon is being desecrated, send troops immediately. Foreign powers are invading, the government must respond immediately. Dragon Nation government, send mining vehicles to the moon immediately to declare ownership of the mining site. Begin live streaming lunar exploration and mining operations immediately, make the foreign powers kneel and sing conquered. Early in the morning, Jiāng from the government agency collected a vast number of netizen opinions. He handed them over to his superior. The leader recognized the overwhelming public sentiment and knew there was no room for ambiguity. He immediately escalated the matter through all levels of the bureaucracy. Minister of Culture and Entertainment, 10 million netizens petitioning? I can't handle this. Keep escalating. The National Security Bureau Chief, 100 million netizens petitioning? Holy crap, is this going to war? No way, gotta report this up. Director of the Strategic Bureau, holy cow, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Those eagles sure know how to stir things up. I need to consult with higher-ups. The news eventually reached the Dragon Nation's chairman. The Secretary General finished reading the report in his hands and looked at the chairman with confusion. Chairman, what should we do? The outcry from below is intense. The chairman frowned deeply. After a moment's thought, he burst out laughing in exasperation. Strike first to prevent 100 blows later. These great powers really have a taste for trouble. Have they forgotten how they were driven into a corner and fled to the coast after getting beaten at the 38th parallel in Korea? Truly, leave them alone for 3 days and they'll climb onto the roof to tear off the tiles. But before that, he should consult with old Jiāng. Perhaps he could shed light on the rumors circulating about the mining cart explosions in the major powers' territories. Connect me to old Jiāng. Yes, Chairman. The Secretary General quickly retrieved the satellite phone, dialed the number, and handed it to the chairman. The chairman took the phone, nodded, and turned away. You're organizing the bidding for the X-rare earth mining area on the moon, right? What's the current situation? I hear you detained 3 of their spies? Are you aware they're now targeting the mining site? Heard about it? Oh, got it. Understood. The call ended. The chairman turned around, his face breaking into a broad smile. Watching from the side, the Secretary General's curiosity instantly skyrocketed. What on earth was wrong with the chairman? Had he lost his mind? Or what exactly had old Jiāng said to him? In just a few minutes, the chairman's mood had done a complete 180. Chairman, what exactly did old Jiāng tell you? Mind your own business. Get the War Call Bureau moving immediately. Have them liaise directly with old Jiāng. Yes, Chairman. Secretary Liu couldn't fathom what had transpired. But the chairman's orders must be carried out without question. At that very moment, Eagle's livestream on YouTube lit up once more. A brand new lunar mining vehicle bearing the Eagle emblem logo appeared on the moon. Then a second one, a third one. Marshall gave a wicked grin. Oomph, I told you we'd deliver in bulk. Numerous rockets were launched toward the moon in a single operation. Over a dozen mining vehicles were sent up.
But these mining carts weren't all from the same batch.
Some operations didn't require autonomous control, they could be remotely operated from Eagle Air Base on Blue Star. Despite some latency, it wasn't a major issue.
But there were also some older mining carts, relatively outdated versions.
These required astronauts to personally take control.
Among the astronauts dispatched to the moon for this mission,
one of them is Prado.
Hey, Prado, last I heard you were working at the Near-Earth Space Station.
How did you end up mining here?
Mark rattled along in the mining cart, speaking into the radio.
ZZZZT.
After a moment of static crackling from the communication headset,
Prado's voice came through.
Man, you have no idea how dangerous low Earth orbit is. Last time I reported seeing a missile launched to my superior, he didn't even believe me.
Who launches missiles into space? I wouldn't believe it either. Mark laughed heartily. But I really saw it.
It's absolutely true, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to transfer here and mine on this godforsaken moon.
Prado grumbled. Alright, you've said this a million times. Does it really matter if it's true? The key is, we're going to get a hefty bonus for this trip back.
Mark paid little heed to Prado's words, his focus firmly fixed on the rewards awaiting them back on Blue Star.
You're right.
I heard every astronaut on this lunar mission will get at least 1 million Eagle coins. Plus, we get a percentage of the ore's weight. If we're lucky, we might each walk away with at least 5 million Eagle coins.
Mark's reminder instantly lifted Prado's spirits. Prado's mood instantly lifted. A faint smile touched his lips as he began humming a tune without realizing it. But the next second, a dark shadow flashed by.
Prado's pupils contracted slightly, his face stiffened, and his mouth kept moving as if trying to speak, but no sound came out.
On the other end of the line, Mark startled, urgently asking, Prado, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Chapter 129, Online War of Words, A Summit of Wits. If I told you I saw an alien, would you believe me? Prado's trembling voice crackled over the electromagnetic wave transmission, sounding utterly terrified. Aliens? Prado, cut the nonsense. We're in the middle of work here.
Mark shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought? This veteran astronaut had such poor mental resilience.
He asked again, have you been working too hard lately? Could this be a hallucination? Prado sighed. Alright, back to work. Maybe it really is a hallucination.
He eased off the accelerator, slowing his rover just enough to keep pace without falling behind, staying close behind the convoy.
Over a dozen lunar mining vehicles now rolled majestically across the lunar surface.
This time, their mission was to extract as much X-rare Earth ore as possible. Their target was the mining zone claimed by Dragon Nation.
Prado didn't understand why they had to mine specifically in the mining zone occupied by the Dragon Nation. But who could argue when the pay was so generous? Whoever pays the piper calls the tune. As for the feud between Eagle and Dragon Nation, nothing matters more than making money. Inside the office,
Marshall stared at the live stream of the minecart restarting, nearly delirious with excitement.
200 million. We've already hit 200 million views.
Originally, after 3 mining carts were blown up,
causing the stream to shut down, traffic had plummeted.
Now, with all mining carts back in operation and the stream relaunched, viewership not only held steady but surged, exploding to unprecedented levels. He wanted the entire world to witness how he was mining the Dragon Nations ore to extinction.
At that moment, the secretary asked, Sir, shouldn't we inform them about the mining carts being destroyed earlier? Marshall raised an eyebrow. Tell them? If we tell them, the remotely controlled minecarts might be fine. But what about the drivers controlling them on site? Are they going back? But wouldn't that put them at risk of losing their lives? Oof. What's a few lives if it achieves our goal?
With over a dozen mining carts involved this time, I'll see just how Longbow responds.
You mean, use them as bait? The secretary's eyes betrayed sheer terror. The idea was horrifying. Using astronauts' lives as bait. The commander must be out of his mind. Marshall smiled faintly. Oof.
With so many eyes watching, if Dragon Nation dares to attack us rashly, they'll be condemned by the entire Blue Star. Then we can legitimately leverage public opinion to pressure them. As for those astronauts, if they should sacrifice themselves, becoming martyrs would be their finest destiny.
The live chat erupted once more. Madonna doesn't eat McDonald's, Eagle Sauce is mighty. Eagle Sauce is awesome. Deploying over 10 mining vehicles at once? That's so badass. Dancing Mike Jackson, are they going to wipe out the Dragon Nation's mining area in one fell swoop? So ruthless, but I love it. Cloudy little Tsuehua, what if they encounter that same attack again? Kakatalov, are you stupid? These minecarts aren't pushovers. That was a sneak attack. This time we're prepared, whoever attacks might get attacked back. Smith loves Madonna, true. Mining trucks can extract resources, but they can also demolish attack facilities. With this many trucks charging together, they'll bulldoze it flat. Jessica, brilliant. Eagle Chan's move is truly brilliant. These foreign netizens were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. As they discussed the Eagle's blatant large-scale mining operation in the Dragon Nation's mines, their excitement grew. They showed no sign of respecting the Dragon Nation whatsoever. This time, Dragon Nation netizens were thoroughly enraged, no longer bothering with polite phrasing. They rolled up their sleeves and started bombarding the livestream with furious comments. Damn it! Can't you see the Dragon Nation flag? How dare you come here? How dare they come to our house to steal? Shameless, despicable. Ah, how curious. We can only watch helplessly as these bastards come to rob our home. Hope Dragon Nation's defense system activates again and wipes them out completely. So many mining carts advancing at once, this position won't hold. Eagle Chan is too vicious. It wasn't just foreign networks. Major domestic social media platforms, even personal social circles, began spreading the news. One chai little bun, check this out, live footage from overseas YouTube. Over 10 Eagle San lunar mining trucks are rushing toward Dragon Nation's mining area, preparing to commit robbery. Urgent. Study hard, strive for excellence. In broad daylight, after their first repulsion by Dragon Nation's defenses, Eagle Sauce has dispatched a massive convoy of mining vehicles to the mining zone. They vow to overthrow Dragon Nation's defense system outright. Charge Suicide Squad, glorious. Our mighty Dragon Nation. To keep our flag standing tall on the moon, Dragon Nation astronauts are holding their ground fiercely. Allow me to extend my sincere salute to them. Explosive little turkey, danger. Dragon Nation's lunar mining zone is in imminent peril. Over a dozen Eagle Squeak mining vehicles, disregarding all decorum, are charging recklessly toward the mines, vowing to wipe out all resistance in one fell swoop. Major media outlets have published photos of the Eagle Wing's brazen mining operations. The Dragon Nation's people are furious. The consequences were severe. The situation escalated far faster and more widely than anyone imagined. However, while the nation was embroiled in heated debate over this incident, government video channels remained completely silent. In an instant, all information regarding Eagle's illegal mining operations vanished from domestic platforms, as if it had never existed. Even sending related messages in communication app chats became impossible. Liú Shīyǎ sent a message in the school group chat, Eagle Chan is brazenly digging pits with wolfish ambitions. Can you see what I'm posting? Sent. Red exclamation mark. Displayed as failed to send. Liú Shīyǎ frowned slightly, but still not giving up, he said again, lunar mining. Red exclamation mark. Another failed transmission. A chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet. A flame deep within his heart was doused. Could it be that the Dragon Nation government had begun imposing information restrictions? He couldn't figure it out. But he knew he shouldn't keep trying. At least the webpage still opened, allowing him to watch the live stream of the Eagle's lunar exploration on YouTube. After Liú Shīyǎ shared an electronic copy of Morse code for beginners in the campus group chat, he typed a string of symbols meaning, go to YouTube and monitor the enemy situation. Then he closed the chat window. He switched back to the YouTube livestream page. He began watching the livestream while engaging in a battle of wits with the foreign netizens. As a student, all he could do for now was indulge in verbal sparring online. Let those punks see just how thought-provoking the wit of Pengcheng University students could be. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. The Morse code he posted in the group chat was downloaded and shared by thousands of students and faculty. Then he replied with an OK gesture. Amidst a barrage of angry comments in the bullet chat, Eagle Sauce's YouTube livestream surged in popularity. Marshall grinned like an idiot at the screen, unable to stop laughing. He knew it would go viral, but he didn't know it would go this viral. Every single view meant YouTube would pay him. Good. Excellent. Zoom in closer. Let the netizens get a good look, admire our Dragon Nation's lunar mining rover. Chapter 130, Aliens? Prados trembling. As the camera zoomed in, the metallic outline of the Eagle Moon rover became clearly visible in the livestream. The entire vehicle was low and sturdy, moving on crawler tracks. It traversed the rugged lunar terrain with effortless ease. At the front sat an oversized mechanical arm, its tip a serrated excavator blade that could open and close. The camera cuts between different mining rovers. Some were operating autonomously. Others are piloted by Eagle's astronauts. The camera cuts to Mark. He's wearing a bulky spacesuit, raises his right hand, flashes a toothy grin at the camera, and makes a peace sign. He looked in good spirits. The viewers in the livestream chat went wild. This mining cart's quality is top-notch. The stability is amazing too. Check out that chassis, so stable. No jolting at all. Even the wheels are tracks unless you hit a lunar crater, there's hardly any terrain it can't handle. Whoa, an astronaut. Mark from Eagle Land, I recall he was their youngest astronaut. Yeah, I remember him too, the guy who once vowed to crush Dragon Nation's space program underfoot. Really? That's so cool. He's got real swagger. This really got the Dragon Nation netizens fired up. Grandpa can tolerate it, but we can't. Stepping on China? Dream on. Our space program isn't half bad either. Thugs. Bandits.
Hiding behind the guise of fairness and justice, openly challenging the dignity of our dragon nation. Just wait, what goes around comes around.
Don't think your loud noise will let you get away with this. Oomph. Just because the tiger hasn't roared, you think I'm a sickly cat. China will definitely have countermeasures. Don't get cocky. Yet Eagle Nation netizens couldn't care less, bombarding the screen with merciless taunts. What countermeasures? Bring it on. Do you think we're scared of your dozen mining trucks?
If you're so tough, send in your military.
Liú Shīyǎ was furious, yet he knew the Eagle Nation netizens were right. With Blue Star's current technology,
mass transporting troops to the moon remained an insurmountable challenge.
The personal qualifications required are exceptionally high. Even the Eagle Nation could only train so many astronauts.
The vast majority still rely on remote control to operate mining vehicles.
But the Dragon Nation's mining zone is about to be invaded. Liú Shīyǎ was deeply concerned.
He opened his phone and navigated to the government's video channel, about to leave another comment.
Only to find countless netizens had already beaten him to it. The comments section was densely packed with posts.
Most were asking why no action had been taken yet, with the enemy practically at their doorstep.
No relevant personnel responded. Of course, they weren't deleted either. Just then,
a roommate let out a startled cry. "Come see this, guys."
Liú Shīyǎ and several roommates quickly gathered around, puzzled. What is it? What happened? At that moment,
the Eagle minecart once again arrived at the mining zone marked by the Dragon Nation on the moon. Not far away, the Dragon Nation's flag stood tall atop a massive rock. The live stream commentator's clear voice rang out. Just moments ago, General Marshall issued the order to have the mining carts begin excavation, starting with the ore marked by the Dragon Nation's flag.
We solemnly declare that Eagle Swan has absolutely no intention of targeting Dragon Nation.
It's purely because that ore contains a relatively high concentration of rare earth elements. To boost mining efficiency, General Marshall made this decision.
Liú Shīyǎ read this and slapped his roommate on the shoulder. Bull. It's pure targeting. Nothing could be more disgusting. Marshall is despicable. The other students began breathing heavily too.
Fists clenched tightly, eyes fixed on the screen as if they might burst into flames.
Damn it, he's attacking our national flag. This infuriates me. It's a blatant slap in the face. I can almost see countless martyrs bleeding and weeping. I'm so furious. Is there really no one to stop this? Such brazen provocation. Not only are they stealing resources, but they're insulting our national dignity.
The angrier the netizens of Dragon Nation grew, the more arrogant the netizens of the major powers became. Meanwhile, the government's official website, once prompt with replies, now lay silent as lambs awaiting slaughter.
Even the usually active military affairs influencers had gone silent. This is absurd. The eagle-eyed powers are practically rubbing it in our faces, yet not a single leader has stepped forward to speak up. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, the live stream's chat suddenly fell silent.
On screen, a massive robot with a crimson flame-painted finish hovered directly in front of the mining cart.
Alien detected. Warning, alien detected. Alien detected. Warning, alien detected. Optimus Prime's eyes blazed crimson as his deep electronic voice echoed across all mining cart communication channels. With no atmosphere on the moon, he could only convey messages by hijacking the communication channels.
As Jiāng Chén would say, this was a case of first the courtesy, then the force. Simultaneously, the phrase extraterrestrials detected served to sow confusion. By labeling the mining carts as aliens, it indirectly confirmed Optimus Prime's own alien status. This way, it had absolutely nothing to do with the Dragon Nation.
Not to mention hundreds of millions of netizens were watching online.
When the mine cart was destroyed, even if the eagle wanted to make trouble, it would have no grounds to do so and would have to swallow its anger.
The mining carts were speeding along.
Upon spotting Optimus Prime, they all came to a screeching halt.
One must admit, Eagle's mining cart craftsmanship was truly top-notch.
Too bad they ran into Optimus Prime.
Their tech wasn't even on the same level, no comparison whatsoever. Alien.
Mark stared at the hovering robot before him, his face frozen in shock.
What the hell kind of alien? You're the alien, okay? He was starting to believe Prado's story.
Earlier, Prado had warned over the radio that he'd seen a dark shadow flash by.
That dark shadow must have been the alien right in front of him. What do I do? I'm so scared. Where's Prado? He frantically turned his head, searching everywhere. He spotted Prado's vehicle at the very rear of the convoy. Prado gave him a wry smile and waved in greeting. Damn it!
This guy must have sensed the danger ahead of time.
Why didn't he warn me? What a sly bastard. No, Prado did warn me. I just chose not to believe him. Fortunately, the robot in front of us didn't attack directly. As long as they don't advance further, there shouldn't be any danger. And at that moment, Prado realized his premonition had indeed come true.
He nearly cried out while gripping the steering wheel.
I'm so unlucky. The space station encountered a missile. After finally getting transferred to mine on the moon, I run into aliens. And the alien hovering before him clearly wasn't someone to mess with. One wrong move and the next second he could be blown to bits. Terror. Deep, bone-chilling terror. His legs trembled uncontrollably as a stream of colored liquid flowed down from his seat. Chapter 131 Eagle Wing Minecart Dares to Charge at Us. Prado's voice was nearly tearful as he pleaded over the radio link to headquarters, "We've encountered aliens. We need to go home. Otherwise, we'll die." If not for the last shred of sanity clinging to him, he would have turned the mining cart around and fled long ago. He wasn't a soldier. Turning back wouldn't have been disobeying orders. Especially when his life was threatened under Eagle Sauce Nation's system, he had the right to prioritize self-preservation. Mark Assassin was already scared out of his wits. He too grabbed the microphone and reported the current situation. As for the anticipated 5 million Eagle coins, he decided his life was more important. Watching the entire mining cart convoy get blocked, Marshall panicked. He had orchestrated such a grand spectacle, drawing hundreds of millions of Blue Star netizens to witness it. His goal was to use public opinion to destroy Dragon Nation's reputation on Blue Star. But now, damn aliens! To claim these aliens had no connection whatsoever to Dragon Nation? He wouldn't believe it for a second. It was obvious as day. Why intercept them now, of all times? They had to intercept them right as they were about to enter the Dragon Nation mining area. That's too much of a coincidence. No, it wasn't coincidence. This was a meticulously planned conspiracy by Dragon Nation. Its purpose was to backfire, damaging Eagle Nation's international reputation. This was absolutely unacceptable to Musk. His previous failures have already made his standing within the Eagle Nation's leadership precarious. It even threatens his entire hawkish faction. Lawmakers, rivals, and the public were all sharpening their knives, ready to oust him at any moment. If he messes up again now, what awaited him would likely be expulsion from the upper echelons, never to rise again. He had long grown accustomed to the intoxicating power. Now, forcing him back into a desk job, back to being an ordinary person, it would be nothing short of a nightmare. Administrator Marshall? The astronauts on the moon are requesting evacuation. Please order the withdrawal. The secretary shouted repeatedly, only to find Marshall staring blankly at the screen as if his soul had been drained, unresponsive for a long while. No! Send the mining carts forward. Charge them. I refuse to believe that so many vehicles could be stopped by some damn thing. Marshall snapped back to reality, slamming his fist on the table in furious rage. But sir. A flicker of conflict crossed the secretary's beautiful face. No buts. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. This is an order. Marshall shouted, nearly mad with fury. Yes, sir. The secretary turned and left. An order? She couldn't help but think to herself. It was true that soldiers followed orders. But Eagle's style is that when life is at stake, one can even surrender outright. When your orders amount to suicide, who would risk their life for you? Moreover, astronauts don't even fall under the military's purview. They have even more reason to disregard your orders. But since Marshall had already thrown caution to the wind at this point, there was little left for her to say. She'd simply relay the order. As for what happened next, that was none of her concern. 2 minutes later, the entire convoy of mining carts received Marshall's order. Full-scale attack? Is he out of his mind? This is practically handing experience points to the heroes on a silver platter. The Earth-based operators remotely controlling the mining carts wrestled with the decision for a moment. After all, it wouldn't endanger their lives. The loss of the mining carts belonged to the state, and ultimately, Marshall would bear the responsibility. They had no reason to resist. But the astronaut piloting the mining cart, upon hearing Marshall's order, he cut off the remote communication and disabled the autonomous driving function. They immediately cut off the remote communication and autonomous driving functions. In perfect unison, they slammed the steering wheels to the lock. The mining cart traced a beautiful arc, executing a 180-degree turn backward. From whence they came to whence they went. They sped back along the path they had come. The convoy instantly halved in size. Only 8 or 9 remained. Accelerate. Charge. Toward the mining area behind the pillar. It wasn't just Marshall. The miners operating the carts were also filled with curiosity, eager to see. What exactly were the attack methods of this alien? Seeing the group of astronauts fleeing in the mining cart, Marshall raged with fury, utterly helpless. His eyes bloodshot, he stared fixedly at the screen. Watching over a dozen mine carts charge recklessly toward the alien. The alien hovered half a meter above the ground, making no unnecessary movements. This filled him with both doubt and anticipation. Ram into them. Kill them. Meanwhile, netizens from Eagle Nation, Turtle Nation, and the Empire of the Rising Sun cheered wildly in the livestream comments. Charge. Crush him. What kind of alien crap is this? Make sure he never comes back. Bastard! Smash his skull open. Crush him to smithereens. Make him pay for his arrogance. Kill him. Dare to block our Eagle Nation's mining train? Let this alien civilization pay a bloody price. Look! That alien who was just bragging is now frozen in fear, rooted to the spot. Ha! As the Dragon Nation would say, this is nothing but a paper tiger. All bark and no bite. Dragon Nation netizens, initially energized by Optimus Prime's appearance like a shot of adrenaline. They instantly became wildly excited. They were rubbing their hands together in front of their computers, as if they were about to take Optimus Prime's place and personally tear these insolent mining vehicles to shreds. But now, 7 or 8 ton class mining trucks charged at Optimus Prime like mad beasts. They collectively held their breath in dread. The long mechanical arms at the front exposed their steel-toothed jaws. Combined with this speed, if they collided, even a skyscraper would be pierced clean through. Thump, thump. Heart-pounding. Inside a dorm room at Pengcheng University, Liu Arrow and his buddies stood or sat in a circle. Their eyes were glued to the images on the screen, as if their very souls had been sucked in. Their breaths had halted, fists clenched tightly, bodies frozen in place, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Suddenly, Optimus Prime moved. He's moving. Look, he's moving. Liu Arrow's pupils contracted slightly as he pointed at Optimus Prime on the screen and screamed in shock. His roommates grew increasingly tense as well. Optimus Prime drew a long, jet-black weapon from his back, its appearance strikingly similar to a Barrett rifle. Without aiming, he pointed it at the oncoming mine cart and pulled the trigger. Intense flames erupted from the muzzle, trailing a white plume of smoke. The lead mine cart exploded instantly. Immediately after. Second shot. The third shot. The fourth shot. One mine car after another exploded and shattered, flung backward by sheer momentum. Savage. Savage. Swift. No matter how fiercely the mine carts charged, none could come within 100 meters of Optimus Prime. In the blink of an eye, 8 mine carts were completely destroyed. Chapter 132, The War Propaganda Bureau steps in to condemn. The livestream fell deathly silent. The netizens who had been shouting about charging moments ago vanished instantly. As if they had never existed, their bullet comments vanished without a trace. Marshall stared at the livestream feed on his computer like a man overcome by dementia, speechless for a long time. He knew it was over for him. What awaited him next was the final chapter of his political career. After a brief moment of silence in the chat, Dragon Nation netizens erupted instantly. Long live Longwa. Long live Longwa. Successfully blocked the Eagle's mining cart. Unstoppable. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Who'd have thought we'd ever be able to afford aliens as enforcers? Tie hot. This is absolutely tie hot. In mere seconds, just a few seconds, they wiped out 8 mining carts. Wild. Unrestrained. I love it. Ha! Where'd all those loudmouths who were charging go? Why aren't you charging now? Come out and call me daddy. Ah, guess they got totally outmatched? No skills but love to show off. Can't even handle losing. Dragon Nation netizens instantly went wild with excitement. One by one, they became the unrivaled champions of the livestream. Yet no retort came from the eagle-eyed netizens. This only fueled their growing sense of triumph. A few minutes later, the livestream suddenly went offline. Even the account holder could no longer be traced. In a dorm room at Pengcheng University, Liu Arrow excitedly high-fived his roommate in celebration. The scene that had just unfolded in the livestream had left them utterly stunned. Hey, Tiger, what do you think? Could that alien thing be some kind of secret technology from our Dragon Nation? Are you stupid? You actually think that was an alien? Aliens speak Dragon Nation language? No wonder you always fail your classes. What about this? If it was Dragon Nation's black tech, why would it claim to be an alien? If it just admitted it was part of our combat fleet, wouldn't that scare the hell out of those eagle bastards? I told you you're dumb, and you still don't get it. Playing dumb to catch the big fish, gotta learn that trick. Who just lays their cards on the table? You have a point. But if even we can figure it out, don't you think the Americans can too? Liu Arrow frowned, his triumphant joy fading by half. Right. If the Dragon Nation wanted to conceal its strength, this approach completely backfired. If they can't even fool us students, how could they possibly deceive Eagle Nation? At that very moment, the Eagle Nation's high command was furious. Marshall was notified by phone to immediately step down from all positions. He was ordered to return home for a month of reflection. Immediately afterward, the State Department was ordered to immediately contact the Dragon Nation's embassy, demanding an explanation. Simultaneously, at an international press conference, he publicly accused the Dragon Nation of orchestrating the catastrophic destruction of the Eagle Nation's lunar mining convoy. This caused significant economic losses to Eagle Wing. It had caused severe psychological trauma to Eagle Wing astronauts. It also severely damaged Eagle's international reputation. Demand compensation from Dragon Nation for the mining vehicles. Compensate for the rocket launch costs.
Finally, publicly apologize to the Eagle Nation, the Empire of the Rising Sun, and the Land of the Rising Sun in international news.
Upon this news breaking, China's international image instantly transformed from that of a developing nation,
and now appeared as an aggressor. The Dragon Nation threat theory reached its peak. Even nations that had maintained neutrality began to waver. Of course, the happiest party was Dragon Nation's ally, Bear Nation.
With such a powerful ally,
their lives would become much easier.
No longer would they face the constant provocations of the Eagle-Swan alliance alone. They would no longer be fighting alone.
Upon observing the Eagle Nation's series of actions, the Dragon Nation's leadership gave a sly smile. They immediately mobilized the Dragon Nation's renowned Strategic Deception Bureau, commonly known as the Strategic Deception Bureau.
Inside the office,
Jiāng Chén hung up the phone, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed,
"Zhao Tianming, we've got work. Same as always, you handle internal affairs, I'll take care of external matters."
Zhao Tianming had already grasped the situation from the earlier conversation. The tacit understanding cultivated over years between the two seasoned veterans required no formal discussion.
The moment they stepped out of the office, each began mobilizing their respective teams to spring into action. 10 minutes later. 15 minutes later.
All text and image content related to the Eagle Moon rover mining vehicle was removed from every domestic social media platform and app.
20 minutes later.
Not a single trace of news about lunar aliens remained in domestic news media.
Half an hour later. Dragon Nation held a press conference.
Zhao Tianming personally addressed the gathering. The Dragon Nation has consistently pursued a path of peaceful and steady development. We aspire to achieve harmonious coexistence with other nations on Blue Star through the Belt and Road Initiative, enabling our citizens to lead happy and fulfilling lives. As a developing nation, we still face significant gaps in technological advancement, particularly in aerospace technology. We hope certain nations, such as the Eagle Nation, will refrain from hoarding their technologies and imposing excessive high-tech blockades. We encourage them to actively share any valuable technologies with Dragon Nation.
Dragon Nation currently lacks the capability for lunar mining, yet we are constrained by economic limitations. Therefore, we hope Eagle Nation will generously contribute the blueprints for its lunar mining rovers.
Let Dragon Nation's technology also experience the joy of lunar mining.
Additionally, regarding the baseless accusations leveled against us by the Eagle Nation, the Dragon Nation expresses its deep grievance. We strongly condemn these baseless and unethical suppression tactics. We are a peaceful and friendly nation. For the next century, or even millennium, we will not initiate conflicts.
When problems arise, we resolve them.
We must calmly communicate to clear up misunderstandings.
Let us not allow petty individuals with ulterior motives to undermine the friendship between our two nations.
Finally, may we forever remain the closest allies in mutual benefit and symbiotic partners. Applause.
A thunderous applause swept through the entire press conference. Jiāng Chén personally presented flowers to Zhao Tianming and gave him a thumbs up. His eyes sparkled with genuine warmth.
The two old comrades embraced each other in encouragement. This entire sequence of actions left the foreign journalists in the audience utterly dumbfounded. They even began to wonder if the Eagle had overreacted.
Dragon Nation remained as gentle and refined as ever, pursuing peace.
It simply lacked any aggressive intent. Aliens? How could they possibly be Dragon Nation's accomplices? At most, it was just a coincidence?
After the Eagle Nation's high-ranking officials watched the Dragon Nation's press conference, they flew into a rage.
Dishonorable. Shameless. How many times has this happened? They pull this stunt every single time. Condemnation. All they ever do is condemn. Isn't there even a tiny chance they might be telling the truth? Bull. Are you that easily brainwashed?
But according to our spy reports, their current technology doesn't have the capability to build lunar mining rovers. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to make such a big deal about the bidding process. The Eagle's top brass was mired in internal strife. They can't even build a mining vehicle. How could they possibly create so-called aliens? It all seemed to make sense. Yet logically speaking, it's hard to believe. Chapter 133. The moment Chinese netizens were most satisfied. The most perplexed were undoubtedly the netizens of Dragon Nation. They were still speculating whether these aliens might be China's trump card. Then the War Propaganda Bureau stepped in to clarify. There's a popular saying among the people. Whenever the War Propaganda Bureau downplays something or vehemently denies it, it's highly probable that the matter is indeed true. In other words, the so-called alien in the live-streamed video is highly likely to be genuinely connected to the Dragon Nation. Subsequently, in the official promotional content on the War Propaganda Bureau's website, Chinese netizens were astonished to find this video on the official account. Jiāng Chén stood before the camera delivering a statement. His content largely mirrored what Zhao Tianming had expressed at the international press conference. I didn't. How could we conspire with aliens when we can't even build a minecart?
As for why aliens appeared? You ask me, but who should I ask? Netizens instantly got it.
They flooded the comments section with remarks. Dragon Nation must strive to develop technology and transition from a developing country to a developed one as soon as possible. Pursue peace, stability, and the Belt and Road Initiative. Big Eagle, take me with you. I want to build a lunar mining vehicle, one that can charge forward.
Ah, what a pity. Our Dragon Nation ultimately missed out. We couldn't join Eagle Nation on the moon to witness aliens.
Please lift the tech blockade soon, Eagle Nation.
Let the people of Dragon Nation mine the moon too. When will Eagle Nation open its rare earth supply to Dragon Nation? We have huge demand.
Eagle Uncle is so kind, discovering aliens on the moon for us in advance.
Without full preparation, we shouldn't risk venturing to the moon. Ah, what a pity. So much rare earth ore on the moon, yet we can't mine it due to insufficient technological capabilities. Jiāng Chén exhaled deeply as he read the netizens' comments on his phone. He was satisfied.
Previously, every video he posted would get criticized by netizens. They'd accused him of being unrealistic, too phony, and trying to force a positive image. Out of his 110 pounds of flesh, 129 pounds were pure rebellion. This time, however, the netizens seemed far more discerning than before.
The comments beneath the video, though still somewhat contrived, clearly lacked any argumentative intent. They clearly grasped the essence of what the video was trying to convey.
They banded together to fool the eagle-eyed netizens. It could be said that never before had the War Propaganda Bureau's tactics garnered such unanimous praise from netizens. Later, he even discovered. Some netizens went to the Eagle Swan's official account to leave various comments, urging Jiāng Chén to actively pursue mutually beneficial technological cooperation with Dragon Nation. To help the Dragon Nation escape poverty as soon as possible. Help Manhwa acquire the technological capability to mine on the moon at the earliest opportunity. The words were so earnest, so sincere. Some even employed Shakespearean phrasing. Heartbreaking to hear, tear-jerking to witness. This prompted many eagle-eyed netizens to begin sympathizing with the Dragon Kingdom. They felt ashamed for their previous baseless insults in live streams. Some devout eagle worshippers even began petitioning the government, demanding that the Dragon Nation's netizens be granted their modest wishes. To help them realize the dream of a prosperous and powerful Dragon Nation. To lift them out of poverty as soon as possible. Inside the Dragon War Bureau office. When Zhao Tianming thrust his phone in front of Jiāng Chén's face, showing him the series of events unfolding overseas, Jiāng Chén was sipping tea as usual. He frowned, glancing over with a dismissive expression. What? Making such a fuss over nothing. But upon reading the content, he could no longer remain composed. Tea sprayed from his mouth, drenching Zhao Tianming's face, while the liquid in his cup spilled across the entire table. Without bothering to clean up the mess, he shouted. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievably unbelievable. Unbelievably unbelievable. Seriously, there are actually Americans on our side? You know what? Our netizens really know how to pull pranks. You should have seen him on social media, tears streaming down his face. Man, he looked so pitiful. Right now, in the eyes of those eagle-eyed folks, our Dragon Nation is just an underdeveloped country desperately seeking lunar mining technology. It has absolutely nothing to do with any damn aliens. What can I say? All I can do is give our Dragon Nation brothers a big thumbs up. What a vast nation, full of talent. Zhao Tianming got splattered with tea leaves all over his face, but he didn't get angry. He pulled a tissue from his pocket to wipe the stains from his face, then calmly picked up a rag to clean the table. He even smiled faintly as he remarked, Zhonghua, the higher-ups say we handled this situation brilliantly. We'll surely be rewarded and decorated soon. But in my opinion, it's us Longhua netizens who pulled off the real masterpiece. We totally fooled those barbarians. Exactly. What I mean is, this is what it means to be united as one nation. How could Dragon Nation not rise rapidly? And the appearance of those so-called aliens also signifies the leap in our Dragon Nation's technology. As long as they don't cause trouble for us, there's no need for us to draw our swords. Jiāng Chén helped tidy up the desk. The tea spill earlier had soaked quite a few documents. If they weren't dried promptly, it could cause quite a mess. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Jiāng Chén said without looking up. Creak. The door swung open. An officer entered carrying a file. Seeing Jiāng Chén and Zhao Tianming frantically tidying the desk, he paused in surprise. He then snapped to attention and saluted. Reporting to the commanders, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just sent an urgent telegram for your review. Jiāng Chén frowned in confusion. Urgent telegram? What could be so urgent at this hour? He paused, glancing at Zhao Tianming. It's from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You take a look first. The officer handed the file folder to Zhao Tianming before turning to leave, backing out and closing the door behind him. Zhao Tianming took the file folder, untangled the white thread, and pulled out several sheets of A4 paper. The ink still carried a faint, fresh scent. Clearly, it had been faxed over just moments ago and immediately sealed and delivered to him.
Reading the description on the document. This fax was about eagle sauce. He continued reading. Zhao Tianming froze in place. Damn it!
Zhang Zhonghua perked up, dropped his numbness, and turned to walk over.
You see? Zhao Tianming dealt with foreign affairs day in and day out. It wasn't often something could surprise even him. What is it? What happened?
Zhang Zhonghua practically ran over in 3 strides.
Zhao Tianming thrust the documents toward him. Take a look yourself. Zhang Zhonghua took the documents.
Though half were in English, it didn't hinder his reading. After all, he often had to fill in for others. If Zhao Tianming was out on field duty or on leave, urgent foreign affairs matters would also be handed over to Zhang Zhonghua to handle. After quickly skimming the materials, he exclaimed in disbelief, "The Eagle Nation, swayed by public opinion, wants to collaborate with us on developing lunar mining vehicles? The terms listed here aren't even that demanding. The sun rising in the west?" Chapter 134, Establishing the Autobot Production Line. Inside the War Planning Bureau. Zhao Tianming and Zhang Zhonghua exchanged dry smiles. The Eagle suddenly sent a letter inviting scientific collaboration. Whether genuine or insincere, the Dragon Nation had no need for it whatsoever. Word had spread that the Autobot blueprints had already been obtained.
The government is establishing a secret production line. Once mass production begins, Autobots will emerge in droves. As for the lunar mining vehicles, what's that? Charging? That doesn't sound very smart. Why would you need mining vehicles when you have Autobots? Just imagine hundreds or thousands of Autobots hauling mines back from the moon.
The spectacle, the grandeur.
Nothing a mining cart could ever match. Whoa, this is over the top. Way over the top. Netizens these days are just too powerful.
2 bigwigs from the War Propaganda Bureau, Zhao Tianming and Zhang Zhonghua, were scrambling to deal with the sudden letter from the Eagle Lady. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Science and Technology must be wearing equally pained expressions. Why bother with bicycles when you already have cars? In the end, the higher-ups unanimously decided to reject this absurd technological cooperation proposal.
The reasoning? Dragon Nation's national strength remains insufficient.
There were simply no spare resources to invest in mining cart research.
Upon receiving the Dragon Nation's response, the eagle-eyed leadership over there,
they were utterly dumbfounded.
What the hell? Haven't you guys been begging for mining cart tech? Now you're saying you lack resources? What's the deal? We're not just giving away the technology, we're supposed to foot the bill too.
The Eagle Nation's top brass, who had been squabbling over technology sharing, instantly reached a consensus.
No more providing mining cart technology to the Dragon Nation.
If they want the tech, let them figure it out themselves.
Once this opportunity is gone, it won't be coming back. Meanwhile, at the Autobot production line, following old Zhang's directive,
Longwa swiftly allocated an idle production facility within the military-industrial complex.
To set up the production line, dozens of scientists were transferred from various military research laboratories. Each person was assigned responsibility for a specific module based on Jiāng Chén's design blueprints.
They immediately got to work. Seeing the production line being set up so swiftly, Jiāng Chén couldn't help but whistle in admiration.
Was this the legendary Dragon Nation speed? To prevent any misunderstandings while the scientists studied the blueprints, old Zhang asked Jiāng Chén to stay in the military-industrial complex for 2 more days.
This way, if any issues arose during the production line setup, they could communicate promptly.
Jiāng Chén nodded in agreement. There was no reason for him to refuse, either logically or morally.
From now on, he would receive a 10% commission on every Autobot produced by this assembly line. There was no reason not to agree. Moreover, for the sake of Yanhuang Technology's rapid development, he needed to actively cooperate and demonstrate his patriotic spirit. The scientists also intended to use these 2 days to quickly familiarize themselves with the blueprints and identify any issues. This would allow them to consult Jiāng Chén on more specialized technical matters. The first day of studying the blueprints passed without incident. The scientists were simply amazed by the exquisite design of the blueprints. The algorithms within formed remarkable combinations. With more time spent pondering them, they were sure they could figure it all out.
But by the second day,
most people were already scratching their heads in frustration. Especially Zhao Xiaoming, his expression shifted from murmurs of admiration to furrowed brows, and finally to a blank stare. He had no choice but to quickly jot down each problem he encountered in his notebook. He ended up filling over a dozen pages of A4 paper. When he finally handed them over to Jiāng Chén, Zhao Xiaoming felt embarrassed, his face flushed and neck red. He recalled when Jiāng Chén had come to the military-industrial city for extreme testing, and how he had mocked him relentlessly. Now he was shamelessly presenting so many problems for guidance. A bitter taste filled his heart. He felt utterly despicable. Upon receiving the stack of questions Zhao Xiaoming handed over, Jiāng Chén smiled and nodded, showing no refusal. Instead, he praised Zhao Xiaoming.
He instructed the other scientists to submit their questions using Zhao Xiaoming's format to be compiled uniformly by Xiaoming. This way, similar questions could be consolidated, sparing Jiāng Chén from repeating the same explanations countless times. Zhao Xiaoming paused in surprise, then readily agreed. He hadn't expected Jiāng Chén to be so magnanimous. Not only did he agree to help answer the questions, but also asked him to collect questions from others for unified submission. This implicitly acknowledged Zhao Xiaoming as the learning representative for this production line. After all, given his experience, aspiring to lead over a dozen scientists was actually quite unrealistic. With only a few years of work experience, despite having some brilliant ideas, and he could leverage his scientific talent through sheer diligence. But to truly become formidable, it requires years of dedicated effort to cultivate that expertise. Of course, this logic clearly didn't apply to Jiāng Chén. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoming's feelings at this moment were particularly complex. He felt guilt, gratitude, admiration, and above all, anticipation for the future. Though he couldn't match Jiāng Chén. But a genius is a genius. After gathering questions from over a dozen scientists, it took less than half an hour. He managed to deduplicate the questions from the thick stack of over 100 pages. He efficiently removed duplicates. This demonstrated both his remarkable efficiency and his deep familiarity with the design blueprints. Finally, he handed the newly compiled list of over 30 questions to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén took the white sheet covered in questions, nodded, and requested a blackboard from Quang Tianlei. He placed it directly in the workshop. Then, addressing the issues one by one in order, he began providing solutions. He scribbled and drew continuously on the chalkboard with chalk. Before long, the blackboard was filled with various formulas and logical solutions. The scientists faced the blackboard, busily jotting notes in their notebooks. It reminded him of his student days, when university professors lectured at the front while they struggled to keep up below. You must understand. The reason these individuals became part of the military-industrial complex. Beyond the prestige of their elite universities, what truly mattered was each possessed extraordinary learning abilities. And now, they all sat obediently below, acting as students to Jiāng Chén. Among these students were Old Wang and Wang Shui. Although they could find Jiāng Chén anytime after returning to Pengcheng, studying alongside everyone else to grasp the concepts was undoubtedly a more efficient approach. At first, Wang Shui could barely keep up with the pace as she copied notes from the blackboard. But as the lesson progressed, her expression grew increasingly bewildered. Her note-copying speed couldn't even keep up with Jiāng Chén's pace on the blackboard. In the end, she could only throw up her hands and stop tormenting herself. The challenge of building an automotive robot was best left to this group of geniuses. After all, Old Wang was a renowned Dragon Nation authority with decades of research experience. Although Jiāng Chén's pace was a bit fast and his explanations were logically tight, overall, he could still keep up. Listening to Jiāng Chén's answers, Old Wang's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. He couldn't recall the last time he'd absorbed such a vast amount of knowledge. The last time he had absorbed such a vast amount of knowledge was over a decade ago. Keeping pace with Jiāng Chén's flow, he murmured in admiration, "A genius. A true genius. What ingeniously brilliant designs." Chapter 135, Jiāng Chén acquires property. In just 2 short days. It was unrealistic for these scientists to fully grasp the entire Autobot design system in one go. Even Old Wang, with decades of research experience, couldn't manage it. Much less the others. Therefore, everyone could only begin by jotting down notes in their notebooks. They would need to spend time later to digest it all. But all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Before they knew it, evening had fallen. Jiāng Chén answered every single question. The scientists were all satisfied. As agreed, it was time for Jiāng Chén to return to Pengcheng. Quang Tianlei and his group escorted Old Wang and the others to the entrance of the iron walkway. Just as they were about to depart, Zhao Xiaoming suddenly stepped forward, his expression awkward as he called out to Jiāng Chén, as if he had something to say. The group of elders exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intentions. Logically, he should have long since let go of any grudge against Jiāng Chén. So why was he holding Jiāng Chén back now? "If you have something to say, just say it," Jiāng Chén remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, seeing Zhao Xiaoming stammering and struggling to get to the point. Quang Tianlei, standing nearby, was equally puzzled. Where had all that fierceness from when they last met a few days ago gone? Now you're acting like a timid little wife, and it just looks so awkward. Don't let these past few days rob you of your confidence, okay? The military industry city is counting on this rising star to make a big impact. Zhao Xiaoming, if you have any ideas, speak up. Our military city will back you up. Old Wang nodded and smiled, adding, "That's right. As long as your requests aren't unreasonable, the organization will do its best to accommodate them." Seeing such support from the leaders, Zhao Xiaoming felt a surge of emotion. Summoning his courage, he addressed Jiāng Chén, "After you leave, will I still be able to ask you questions?" After reviewing Jiāng Chén's submitted design blueprints and listening to his problem-solving approach over the past 2 days, he was utterly captivated by Jiāng Chén's talent.
Upon learning Jiāng Chén was leaving, he immediately insisted on accompanying the leaders to see him off. Jiāng Chén paused slightly, then smiled and said, "I was wondering what this was about."
Of course you can. It's all for work, after all. Besides, electronics come with a 1-year warranty. Great, that's great.
Now I can rest easy. Zhao Xiaoming beamed with relief upon receiving Jiāng Chén's assurance, his eyes brimming with admiration. The senior executives nearby were all taken aback. They never imagined that in just 2 days,
Zhao Xiaoming's attitude toward Jiāng Chén had shifted so dramatically. They remembered when Jiāng Chén first arrived at the military-industrial city. Zhao Xiaoming had been utterly unwilling to concede.
Especially when Jiāng Chén had insisted on using the ultimate test to verify the data of the sky column. That look on his face, that aura of superiority. He practically wanted to trample Jiāng Chén underfoot and crush him. But now, after everything that had transpired,
his attitude had done a complete 180. Even Huang Tianlei felt a touch of jealousy.
Zhao Xiaoming now treated Jiāng Chén far better than he treated Huang Tianlei. High-tech people, once conquered, were conquered to the core body and soul. Wang Shui had always disliked Zhao Xiaoming constantly picking on Jiāng Chén and making things difficult for him. But this reversal made her unable to suppress a delighted smile.
This is the bond between scientists. Pengcheng City.
Professor Zhang arranged a special flight to bring Professor Wang and the others back. As soon as they stepped off the plane, a dedicated vehicle from the Pengcheng Long Science Academy arrived to pick them up. Professor Hua stood at the arrival gate holding a sign high. The sign prominently displayed several names.
Among them were Wang Shui and Jiāng Chén.
Old Wang and Wang Shui emerged from the baggage carousel laden with large and small bags. They looked up and immediately spotted old Hua's sign. Mr. Hua spotted them as well.
He immediately dispatched several colleagues to greet them and assist with the luggage. Where's Jiāng Chén? Where is he? Mr. Hua asked in puzzlement. Throughout their journey, he had heard Jiāng Chén's name mentioned countless times in his conversations with Mr. Wang. It seemed Jiāng Chén's recent actions had made quite an impression on old Wang. He couldn't help but anticipate Jiāng Chén's return. He wanted to see for himself, did this youth possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Jiāng Chén said he'd return to Pengcheng after dark.
It's already night now, so he'll likely arrive before us,
Wang Shui explained.
Old Hua's eyes lit up and he nodded in understanding.
Then let's go. The Dragon Academy has prepared several vehicles for you.
Several colleagues from the Lunka Institute took the luggage and carried it out to the station.
Black sedans were already waiting at the entrance. After everyone got in and stowed their luggage,
the driver stepped on the gas and the car vanished from the airport entrance.
Under the cover of night,
Jiāng Chén piloted the Skypillar, flying back to Pengcheng at maximum speed.
Hovering above the warehouse, he looked down.
The roof, which had been smashed open, was only partially sealed, still unfinished. It was just large enough for the Skypillar to pass through.
He pondered. Maybe he should just have the renovators leave this opening as is tomorrow.
Otherwise, he'd have to use the factory warehouse entrance every time he came and went far too inconvenient.
Only Jiāng Chén could enjoy this unique method of coming and going. Others couldn't even attempt to imitate it. After landing,
after tidying up the warehouse, he drove off in his Wuling Hongguang. He planned to return home for a good night's sleep. The old gatekeeper adjusted his reading glasses, feeling a bit dazed. He hadn't seen Jiāng Chén come in these past 2 days? Why did he suddenly drive out of the warehouse? This is weird. Could this be the early signs of dementia? No, I must get checked at the hospital after work. Otherwise, before long, my wife might just drag me to the square to watch her dance with some other old guy.
After a night's rest, early the next morning, after getting up and washing up, Jiāng Chén opened his phone to check his balance. He hadn't realized until he looked. He was shocked. Holy crap. There were so many zeros in his account. Even with his keen sense for numbers, he couldn't count them all at once. Glancing at his modest little studio apartment, he couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, what billionaire tycoon not only fails to own property, but also rents a place to live every single day? Let's not even talk about using that money to speculate on real estate. At the very least, they should own a place to call home. With all that money, you could probably buy a decent place. But I don't have any connections in the real estate industry here in Shenzhen. I remember Liú Shīyǎ's family, who bought rockets from me last time, seemed to be in the real estate business. Liú Shīyǎ?
Jiāng Chén strained to recall Liú Shīyǎ's father's name. He pulled out a stack of business cards from the bedside drawer and began flipping through them. Due to his frequent business trips, he'd collected countless cards over the years, filling the drawer to the brim. He searched through roughly 1,000 cards. Finally, on a black card with gold embossed edges, he found the name Liú Shīyǎ.
Chairman of Qihong Group Liú Shīyǎ. Group's primary businesses, real estate, smart home systems, etc. Landline, 07161267. Phone, 1588-1635. Chapter 136, Sales Office. Yunding Villa. Nestled amidst mountains and water, this is an upscale villa community.
It takes only an hour to reach from downtown Pengcheng via the Ring Expressway.
This is where the Liú Shīyǎ family resides. Early in the morning,
The housekeeper prepared breakfast and then tended to the garden, trimming and cleaning.
"Dad, are you up yet?" Liú Shīyǎ, dressed in a pink bunny pajama set, stood sleepily at the door of Liú Shīyǎ's bedroom and knocked.
"Come in," Liú Shīyǎ's voice called from inside.
Liú Shīyǎ pushed the door open.
She saw Liú Shīyǎ washing his face and brushing his teeth in the bathroom.
"Dad, did Jiāng Chén call you?"
Liú Shīyǎ paced back and forth with her hands behind her back, then took the towel to wipe Liú Shīyǎ's face.
Liú Shīyǎ was puzzled why was his daughter suddenly being so filial today.
He hadn't expected her to be waiting for him here.
He wiped his hands with the towel, a bitter smile on his face. "Daughters grow up and leave home, huh? Put. At least he helped me out. He even did business with you.
It's only right to return a small favor. Old geezer, if you keep dragging this into gender issues, I'll never forgive you." Liú Shīyǎ's morning grogginess exploded like a furious little tiger.
Liú Shīyǎ hadn't expected such a fierce reaction from his daughter and quickly backed down. All right.
Please calm down, young lady.
I'll handle it myself right now. That's more like it."
Liú Shīyǎ pouted and snorted coldly.
After a pause, she walked out of the room. "I'm off to work. Breakfast is on the table." Go on. After washing his face, Liú Shīyǎ began shaving in front of the mirror, waving behind him.
Immediately, the sound of footsteps clattering down the stairs echoed behind him.
"Oof. That little minx.
I've watched her grow up since she was little, and she's always been a little devil. And today, she's all worked up over Jiāng Chén first thing in the morning.
But I suppose it's understandable.
Ever since she helped Liú Shīyǎ build that rocket in their school lab class last time. She's been talking about this guy whenever she gets a chance. The school leaders invited her to share her experience. She's become the model for all practical class teachers across campus.
School administrators were scrambling to give her the green light.
Even teachers who had previously clashed with her personally brought fruit to her office, apologizing publicly in front of all her colleagues. In short, according to Liú Shīyǎ's perspective, everything she had now was all thanks to Jiāng Chén. "Dad, which neighborhood did you guys arrange to meet at?" Liú Shīyǎ reappeared at the doorway, startling Liú Shīyǎ. "One of our group's new developments, Fully Garden," Liú Shīyǎ replied helplessly.
"A villa complex? The most expensive one in Pengcheng?"
Liú Shīyǎ's eyes lit up and she gasped in surprise. Shīyǎ Group had numerous developments, making it difficult to remember them all.
But Splendid Gardens was Shīyǎ Group's flagship brand, specifically tailored for Pengcheng's elite.
They barely needed advertising. Many wealthy clients had already placed advance reservations.
"Yes, that's the one.
That kid Jiāng Chén must be rolling in dough lately. We should definitely let him splurge."
Liú Shīyǎ nodded in agreement. "Oomph. You'll give him a discount. Do it for my sake. Slash the price."
Liú Shīyǎ tilted her head back, her smile twisting into a stubborn expression.
"Fine, my dear auntie, now hurry off to work. Leave it to me, you can count on it." Liú Shīyǎ had already selected today's outfit from his wardrobe and was now giving her the hint to leave. Even father and daughter needed privacy.
Liú Shīyǎ stuck out her tongue and flitted downstairs.
"Breakfast's on the table, don't forget to eat. I'm off. Duang.
The sound of a warrior woman setting off to battle.
Liú Shīyǎ's ears twitched.
Only when the sound of a car engine echoed outside did he exhale a long sigh of relief.
Clothes flung onto the bedside. Phew, finally gone. Just a little more lie-in. At the same time, Jiāng Chén drove his Wuling Hongguan out of the rental house.
Half an hour later, he arrived at the sales office of Fully Garden. At the entrance, rows of tall, handsome men and women stood in neat formation, their appearances striking.
At that moment,
numerous luxury vehicles were already parked at the entrance. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi were few and far between. The overwhelming majority arrived in luxury vehicles like Bentleys and Maserati.
"Mr. Sun, Mr. Li, please come inside."
Two luxury cars opened their doors simultaneously, and two middle-aged men stepped out. Sales manager Mo Yang immediately plastered on a smile and hurried over to greet them.
But the two men seemed not to notice Mo Yang.
Instead, they exchanged a knowing glance and smiled faintly. They exchanged handshakes and business cards before striding side by side into the sales office. Manager Mo Yang, unfazed, demonstrated keen awareness by rushing ahead of them and bellowing to the lobby manager, "Distinguished guests, two of them." His voice was nothing short of soul-stirring, nothing short of thunderous. Had he been on stage, the audience below would surely have applauded. This was the 48th VIP he'd ushered in today. The villas here cost 100,000 yuan per square meter, meaning a single unit would set you back at least 30 million yuan. He knew he'd never be able to afford one in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, people were already making reservations before the official launch. On the very first day of sales, dozens of prospective buyers showed up. Most of them paid on the spot after viewing the property, signed the contract, and walked away with the keys. The process was smooth as silk, quick and efficient.
After escorting the two owners inside and handing them over to the lobby manager, Mo Yang stepped back outside and took his place at the sales office entrance. According to company policy, he earned a commission of 0.1% for every client he personally welcomed inside. In other words, he could earn tens of thousands of yuan in mere minutes. This was a coveted position many would kill for. If it weren't for his distant connection to Liú Shīyǎ's late wife's second and a distant relative, he probably wouldn't have gotten the job. At that moment, a minivan pulled up in front of the sales office.
A young man dressed shabbily stepped out of the vehicle.
Mo Yang frowned and hurried over to shoo him away. Don't park here. Unload in the back kitchen. Where did this kid come from? He's so inconsiderate. Me? No manners? Jiāng Chén stood before the car, utterly bewildered. I'm here to buy a house from you, what do I need to know? A code word? But Liú Shīyǎ never mentioned anything about it.
After a moment's thought, he decided it was best not to hide his identity any longer, lest he invite trouble.
He said sternly, I'm here to buy a property. I've already made arrangements with your chairman Liú and Liú Shīyǎ. Chairman Liú? Mo Yang paused, then burst out laughing. Look at yourself. How dare you even mention Chairman Liú? You claim to have spoken with him? Get out of here.
Stop blocking the view and interfering with our sales office business. Jiāng Chén's face darkened, about to argue further.
A middle-aged man emerged from the sales office, frowned, and snapped at Mo Yang. What's all this commotion? Stop goofing off and get back to work. You want to keep your job, don't you? Mo Yang instantly switched from bullying others to groveling.
He bowed and explained with a forced smile, Manager Liang, there's a scammer here trying to freeload off our parking spot.
Jiāng Chén was stunned. Like hell, I'm freeloading off your parking spot. There's not even a commercial establishment around here. What the hell would I be freeloading off your parking spot for? If your brain's running on empty, why don't you recharge it before you go out and embarrass yourself? Chapter 137, a villa you can actually afford?
This middle-aged man surnamed Liang seemed to be of a higher rank.
He looked down on Mo Yang, yet seemed powerless to do anything about it. He sighed and approached Jiāng Chén. This really isn't a place to park. Could you please move your car somewhere else? But I genuinely came here to buy a house from you. Jiāng Chén explained. Then you know how much our properties cost per square meter? 100,000 yuan. Even the smallest units start at 200 square meters. Liang Fong found Jiāng Chén's words amusing. The young man before him wore short sleeves and flip-flops, driving a Wuling Hongguang minivan.
Compared to the business owners who had gone in before him, the gap was truly staggering.
I know, 20 million yuan. Jiāng Chén was speechless.
He was the kind of guy who could build rockets and Optimus Prime. Yet this middle-aged man dared to quiz him on such basic math.
It was downright insulting.
Liang Fong froze for a moment, then burst out laughing in exasperation.
You're playing some kind of number-guessing game with me? He snapped impatiently, get out, get out.
We'll have plenty of customers soon.
I don't have time for your nonsense. I'm not messing around. I really was referred by your chairman Liú.
If you don't leave now, I'll have to call security.
Seeing this guy clinging on stubbornly, Liang Fong's last shred of patience was completely worn thin.
Seeing Jiāng Chén still standing there motionless, he immediately turned and shouted, Security!
Come handle this troublemaker.
Two burly security guards immediately rushed out from the lobby.
One of them asked, Manager Liang, what's the problem? Liang Fong pointed at Jiāng Chén. Escort this young man and his Wuling Hongguang out. Yes, Manager Liang.
After saluting Manager Liang, the security guard turned to Jiāng Chén.
Let's go? Why do you expect us to physically remove you? Jiāng Chén sighed helplessly.
You'll regret this when Chairman Liú asks about it later. The security guard's heart skipped a beat at those words.
He glanced back at Liang Fong.
His eyes filled with confusion.
Could this kid actually be connected to Chairman Liú? Liang Fong flared up. Look at the car you drive. Look at the clothes you wear. You think you're on the same level as Chairman Liú? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to use buying a house as an excuse to get in and meet all these big shots in Pengcheng, don't you? Let me tell you. It won't work. Even if you manage to sneak in, they won't give you the time of day. And then we'll all get punished for it. Liu Chang, escort him out. Keep things calm. Liu Chang nodded. Yes, Manager Liang.
He turned to Jiāng Chén, his expression hardening.
Young man, don't blame me. It's just business.
He made a move to grab Jiāng Chén and throw him out.
At that moment,
another Rolls-Royce pulled up, parking right beside the Wuling Hongguang. An older man and a younger man stepped out, both dressed in sharp suits that screamed affluence. The youth, with his delicate features and scholarly demeanor, looked up and spotted Jiāng Chén. He exclaimed in surprise.
Jiāng Chén? Is that you, Jiāng Chén?
Hearing the call from behind him, Liu Chang froze for a moment. Watching the two well-dressed, wealthy-looking men approach, he wondered if they were calling out to the young man before him.
For a moment, he hesitated, should he step forward to apprehend them, or wait a little longer? Liang Fong also froze. The two men who had just stepped out of the car were clearly wealthy or influential. Could they possibly recognize this youth? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But then, Jiāng Chén heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned around, slightly startled. Qin Jiang? Qin Jiang, his college classmate. He'd heard Qin Jiang's family ran a smart car business, netting hundreds of millions annually. But this guy had always been at odds with Jiāng Chén. Back in school, he was perpetually stuck in second place, all thanks to Jiāng Chén. In the end, he'd even been mocked by the class beauty he'd pursued for ages. So what if you have a few stinking bucks? What's so great about that? That was the first time Qin Jiang truly understood the downside of wealth. Not long after the mockery, he confessed his feelings to Jiāng Chén. The worst part? Jiāng Chén still didn't accept him. This left his goddess in tears, locking herself in her dorm room for days without eating or drinking. Qin Jiang was heartbroken beyond words. Finally, starving, she emerged from her room ready to eat her fill. Qin Jiang wanted to take advantage of her vulnerability, offer some comfort, and get some good food. Instead, she was asked to do a favor. Qin Jiang's heart leapt with joy. This was his chance, right? He hurriedly asked what she needed help with. In Pengcheng, with his family's influence, there was truly little they couldn't accomplish. Yet that day became the most agonizing day of Qin Jiang's life. The goddess had asked him to deliver a message to Jiāng Chén: I won't give up. Not now, and never. Hearing this, Qin Jiang felt as if he'd been struck on the back of the head with a blunt object. The world spun around him. To this day, he still couldn't fathom where he fell short compared to Jiāng Chén. He'd assumed that after graduation, they'd go their separate ways, never to cross paths again in this lifetime. After all, the gap between rich and poor was glaringly obvious. Who would have thought he'd run into him today at the Fuli sales office? Had he made a fortune running his dead father's company these past 2 years? But looking at him, he didn't exactly look like a wealthy man. A $19.90 white t-shirt, a pair of flip-flops. I nearly burst out laughing. Jiāng Chén, you're not here to buy a place too, are you? Yep. What a coincidence running into you here. Jiāng Chén replied earnestly. Qin Jiang nodded, choosing not to call him out. Instead, he glanced at the group beside Jiāng Chén and asked with a puzzled look, what's this all about? Liang Fong froze for a moment before immediately offering an apologetic smile. Mr. Qin, please accept my apologies. We didn't know he was your friend. We thought he was here to cause trouble, so we were just about to escort him out. Hearing this, Qin Jiang paused briefly before bursting into laughter. Pointing at Jiāng Chén, he exclaimed, who would have thought our school's former top student would end up? This prompted Qin Guohua, who had accompanied them, to frown. Since he's your classmate, bring him in too. It'll be more convenient. The older generation of entrepreneurs understood the value of goodwill. Qin Jiang waved his hands repeatedly. No. I don't know him well. I can't take responsibility for your affairs, Jiāng Chén. With that, he grabbed his father and practically shoved him into the sales office lobby. The receptionists immediately greeted them with a chorus of "Good morning, boss." Mo Yang hurried ahead, leading the way with quick strides, leaving Jiāng Chén alone at the entrance. Forget it, I'll leave. No need to make things awkward for you. Seeing the security guard and lobby manager about to erupt again, Jiāng Chén decided it was better to cut his losses and leave first. He could always call back later to view the property once Liú Shīyǎ arrived. Just then, a black Bentley suddenly pulled into the sales office. B888. It's Chairman Liu. Liang Fong glanced at the license plate and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Quick, get this guy out of here. If Chairman Liu sees him, he'll think we're neglecting our duties. Before the attendant could respond, Liang Fong urgently instructed Liu Chang. Yes. Liu Chang nodded and turned to Jiāng Chén. Sorry about this, bro. With that, he and another security guard moved to escort Jiāng Chén out. Chapter 138, Liú Shīyǎ's Fury. Jiāng Chén was helplessly bundled along by the security guards, who made a move to escort him toward their Wuling Hongguang. At that moment, the black Bentley came to a stop. Bang! A middle-aged man stepped out of the car, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger. It was none other than Liú Shīyǎ himself. Good day, Mr. Liu. Liang Fong's face broke into a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with admiration, his lips stretched wide to his ears. The receptionist, spotting Liú Shīyǎ from afar, also bowed in greeting. Mo Yang had just escorted a guest inside and was returning when he saw the scene. He immediately rushed over in 2 strides, bowing and scraping the moment he recognized Liú Shīyǎ. He knew Liú Shīyǎ didn't think much of him at all. A poor relative who was completely irrelevant. If he didn't seize every opportunity to be proactive, he feared his position might vanish overnight. At the very least, such lucrative opportunities would never come his way. Liú Shīyǎ glanced around. He noticed quite a few luxury cars parked outside today. It meant business was still going strong. If this project took off,
Then his Jiāng Group would have its first luxury residential benchmark project in Pengcheng.
Similar projects would only multiply in the future.
But today's main task is still to help Jiāng Chén pick out a suitable villa. As for the discount, well, let's just go all out on it, as my daughter suggested.
Ha! He turned his head and suddenly noticed a Wuling Hongwan minivan.
Compared to the other vehicles, it looked so out of place. Before he could ask, Mo Yang immediately stepped forward with a fawning expression and explained that Wuling Hongwan was driven by a scammer trying to sneak into our sales center. I spotted him right away and stopped him, so he didn't disturb our guests.
We're about to have security escort him out.
Liang Fong frowned, clearly displeased. He held the highest rank here.
He should be the one to greet Liú Shīyǎ. But considering Mo Yang constantly presented himself as Liú Shīyǎ's relative, Liang Fong couldn't really say much. This kid, he's pretty eager to take credit. But the moment work was mentioned, he'd go limp as a rag. He really is a slippery one. If it weren't for the boss's family connection, he'd be the first one fired. Liú Shīyǎ nodded and stepped inside.
Liang Fong and Mo Yang followed closely behind, exchanging a knowing smile. Barely 2 steps in, Liú Shīyǎ suddenly froze.
The two behind him nearly bumped into him. What is it, Mr. Liu? I thought I heard someone calling my name from the van just now. No way, Mr. Liu.
You must have misheard. Let's go check it out. Liú Shīyǎ thought he recognized the voice as Jiāng Chén's, but he couldn't be certain. Just to be safe, he decided it was best to confirm. By then, Liu Chang had already started the Wuling Hongguang. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén was being held down in his seat by another security guard.
Barring any unexpected incidents,
he wouldn't have a chance to get out until they were at least a kilometer away from the sales office.
Jiāng Chén glared out the window in frustration.
He never imagined that coming to buy a house would lead to such a stroke of bad luck. He'd definitely need to buy a better car later. Suddenly, he heard voices outside the window. That voice sounded so familiar.
He looked up and gasped it was Mr. Liu. I immediately shouted, Liú Shīyǎ! It's Jiāng Chén! No sooner had I yelled than security guards shoved me aside. What the hell are you yelling about? Do you know you're putting us out of work?
He grabbed Jiāng Chén by the collar and shook him violently. With a sharp tearing sound, the white t-shirt ripped apart.
Alright, just get the car out of here. Don't cause any trouble.
Liu Chang glanced at the rearview mirror, frowned, and urged.
The car lurched to life. Just as it reached the entrance,
a figure suddenly darted to the driver's side window, tapped the glass, and gasped, Liu Chang, quick, stop.
Chairman Liu has instructions. Recognizing the figure as Mo Yang, Liu Chang immediately turned off the engine and pulled over.
This was a relative of the big boss. When he said stop, you had to stop.
Get out. Open the door.
Liú Shīyǎ leaned over and saw Jiāng Chén in the back seat, his face frozen in shock. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked utterly bedraggled.
Jiāng Chén, what happened to you? No sooner had Liú Shīyǎ spoken. Liang Fong and Mo Yang stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, their pupils slightly contracted, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Their breathing grew ragged. Oh my goodness. Good heavens. What the heck is going on here? Does President Liu really know Jiāng Chén?
Meanwhile, Liu Chang, who'd gotten out of the car and was standing nearby, was on the verge of tears.
Damn it, this time I've really hit a brick wall.
To actually kick out the boss's friend. At least I didn't do it myself, it was the guy in the back seat.
Bro, you're on your own now. Blame those two sitting on the ground.
Of the whole group, only Jiāng Chén remained calm. He straightened his clothes. No matter how he tried to adjust it, he couldn't cover the tear.
He gave up. Mr. Liu has such a grand estate.
I drove here, only to be kicked out and my clothes got torn to shreds in the process.
Hearing this, Liú Shīyǎ narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to glare at the two men sitting on the floor. His anger gave way to laughter. You two, a lobby manager and a reception manager, care to explain why you mistreated my friend? Before Liang Fong and Mo Yang could respond, he bellowed, how dare you? Liu Chang, intimidated by his boss's fury, immediately dropped to his knees.
The other security guard scrambled out of the car and knelt alongside Liu Chang. Liang Fong was so terrified he wet himself, his legs shaking like a sieve. In Pengcheng, crossing boss Liu meant your life was probably over.
Mo Yang was so terrified he fainted, his head thudding against the ground as he lost consciousness. Liú Shīyǎ's furious roar was bad enough.
The reception staff behind him panicked and immediately rushed over.
Over a dozen security personnel began streaming out of the security office. Everyone recognized Liang Fong and Mo Yang. As for the group's big boss, they'd only seen him on posters and TV. But as they approached, the two managers, usually so arrogant, one wet himself and the other fainted. They were utterly shocked. Someone immediately rushed over to help them up and find a place to settle them. Everyone began speculating about the identity of the middle-aged man standing there. What an imposing presence! But those with keen eyes recognized him. This man was none other than Liú Shīyǎ, chairman of Jiāng Group. Some buyers who had been viewing properties in the lobby followed them out. Among them was Qin Jiāng, Jiāng Chén's college classmate. Tisk, isn't that Chairman Liu? Could it be that Jiāng Chén caused trouble? Did he beat up 2 managers? This should be interesting. Qin Jiāng felt a surge of secret delight. He began to strategize. If Jiāng Chén gets beaten up by security later and comes to him for help, should he step in to help? As a college classmate, he certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing. But the beating Jiāng Chén deserved? He couldn't just let him off that easily. Otherwise, all that heartache from back then would have been for nothing. Chapter 139, Scared Less. Turns out he's Mr. Liu's friend. As a former college classmate of Jiāng Chén's, Qin Jiāng felt he had to step in and lend a hand when a classmate was in trouble. But this was Jiāng Chén, his former romantic rival. The very person who had kept this top student perpetually in second place. So he was a big shot back in school, huh? Now you'll learn how treacherous people can be, how cruel society is. He pushed through the crowd to Liú Shīyǎ's side, glancing at the ragged Jiāng Chén and nearly bursting out laughing. True to his privileged upbringing, he quickly regained his composure and turned to Liú Shīyǎ. Uncle Liu, Jiāng Chén is my classmate. He may be poor and unable to afford a home here, but please don't push him away. If he's done something wrong, just give him a light beating. Just don't cripple him. He still needs to go back to laying bricks and tightening screws to make a living. It seemed like pleading for mercy. But in reality, he was indirectly probing Jiāng Chén's background. To tell Liú Shīyǎ, this guy's just a penniless nobody with no connections. Beat him up all you want. But, as a self-made tycoon who built a conglomerate from scratch, how could Liú Shīyǎ not detect the hidden meaning in Qin Jiāng's words? No. Is Jiāng Chén poor? Was Jiāng Chén going back to manual labor? The money he paid Jiāng Chén alone for that single shipment could buy several villas. Not to mention the massive contracts he later secured with the Dragon Academy for rocket manufacturing. If that's what you call manual labor and screwing bolts, then what exactly is he doing in real estate? Qin Jiāng's words made him laugh. This kid must be trying to screw me over? Liú Shīyǎ chuckled. Rest assured, I won't lay a finger on Jiāng Chén. It's just some of my subordinates who lack discretion and respect for protocol. Jiāng Chén is my daughter's friend, which makes him my friend too. I came here today specifically to accompany him on a house tour. With that statement, every single person present were struck dumb with shock. What? This young man is Chairman Liu's friend? A friend of the chairman of Pengcheng Qihang Group, and he's close to his daughter? Holy moly! But why would Chairman Liu's friend drive a Wuling Hongguan minivan? Is it to keep a low profile? That must be it. Oh my goddess, Liú Shīyǎ. She's actually friends with this kid? Holy crap, Chairman Liu personally accompanied this kid to view properties? What kind of background does he have? Qin Jiāng was completely thrown off balance. What the hell is going on here? How did he become Liú Shīyǎ's friend? What's even more infuriating is, it seemed like this kid had successfully hooked up with another rich heiress through his charm. So infuriating. He's nothing but a pretty boy. He's good for nothing except seducing naive, innocent girls. I'm not bad looking myself, so why don't I have that kind of luck? Turns out the clown was me all along. Flushed with anger, his face turned pale. He gave an awkward laugh and stepped aside. Liang Feng's pupils contracted, his hair stood on end, and he bowed repeatedly to Liú Shīyǎ in fright. Mr. Liu, it's my fault for being clueless and insensitive. Please forgive my rudeness, don't hold it against me. After speaking, he knelt on the ground like a chick pecking at grain, bowing repeatedly. Mo Yang, who had been unconscious nearby, suddenly came to. He sprang to his feet, flipped over, knelt down, and wailed, Mr. Liu, Uncle Liu, it's all my fault. Punish me with the wine. 2 grown men weeping so pitifully. The onlookers, both the property inspector and the receptionist, couldn't help but glance their way in astonishment. Seeing the situation turn sour, the 2 security guards quickly got out of the car and followed suit. They knelt in a row alongside the 2 managers. Without a word, they banged their heads on the ground repeatedly. The onlookers were utterly baffled, and the crowd grew larger by the minute. Liú Shīyǎ's face darkened with frustration at the commotion. But seeing the situation was getting out of hand. If this bunch of idiots kept this up, he'd never sell a single unit today. The sales office would have opened for nothing. He roared in a low, angry voice, shut up. All of you, stand up. The 4 Liangfang employees immediately snapped to attention, scrambling to their feet and lining up obediently. Perhaps Liú Shīyǎ couldn't control everything in Pengcheng. But making life miserable for these 4? It was as easy as knocking over a set of bowls and chopsticks. Stand firm, attention, dead silence. Liú Shīyǎ turned to Jiāng Chén, his face filled with apology. My subordinates were out of line. I apologize for the spectacle. Shall we reschedule the property viewing for another day? The implication was clear, Jiāng Chén's clothes were already damaged. After such an incident, he probably wouldn't be in the mood to continue. Jiāng Chén laughed heartily and waved his hand. It's fine. Actually, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Liú Shīyǎ nodded. Go ahead. Lend me your suit to tide me over for now.
Jiāng Chén yanked off his torn white t-shirt, revealing his muscular physique and 8-pack abs.
Boom!
Liang Feng's head buzzed beside him.
Who was Mr. Liu? The big boss of Qihang Group. What kind of background did Jiāng Chén have, daring to ask the boss to strip in front of so many people? This demand was utterly outrageous.
The boss would never agree to it. A sudden sense of schadenfreude began to stir within him. The more Jiāng Chén oversteps, the more the boss will grow to despise him.
Then perhaps they might receive lighter punishments. In the end, they might even get rewarded.
The other three shared this same thought, glancing at Jiāng Chén as if he were some kind of cute little thing.
The onlookers and other buyers were all amused by Jiāng Chén's words.
Mr. Liu was praising him, yet he was getting cocky.
Who in the business world didn't know Mr. Liu had a stubborn streak?
He values his pride above all else. So everyone was waiting to see how this would play out.
Kid, don't push it too far. But the next second, everyone's expressions froze instantly. Mr. Liu paused, not angry at all.
Instead, he took off his jacket and handed it to Jiāng Chén, smiling as he asked, not sure if it fits.
Try it on. If it doesn't, I'll have my secretary send you a set in your size right away. Jiāng Chén slipped the suit on, felt it out, and smiled. Not bad. Liú Shīyǎ was on the heavier side, so the suit was cut a bit large.
Jiāng Chén, on the other hand, had a lean, muscular build. While the suit was a bit short on him, it was still far better than wearing a tattered t-shirt.
Liang Feng was utterly dumbfounded.
He never imagined that Liu, known for his decisive and explosive temper, would go out of his way to accommodate Jiāng Chén like this in public. If he got called out for this later, wouldn't Liú Shīyǎ have him killed? He was scared out of his wits, okay?
Mr. Jiang, you're a magnanimous man.
A magnanimous man forgives petty transgressions.
We offer our deepest apologies. Please forgive us. With that, they immediately bowed deeply to Jiāng Chén.
The other three followed suit.
Liú Shīyǎ gave a cold laugh at the sight but didn't stop them. Jiāng Chén paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm not seriously hurt. But Mr. Liu, could you perhaps convert this into a discount for me later?" Liang Feng and the others exchanged exasperated glances. Is Mr. Liu's friend this penny pinching? Liú Shīyǎ paused, then burst into laughter. I'll squeeze every penny out of you.
He then gave Liang Feng and the others a meaningful look, signaling them to get back to work.
Liang Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, grabbing Mo Yang and dashing off in a flash. The crowd was then dispersed by the receptionists and hosts. Chapter 140, Don't Ask, Don't Bother. Liú Shīyǎ led Jiāng Chén deeper inside. Staff members kept approaching to greet them. Even the other prospective buyers present nodded their acknowledgments to Liú Shīyǎ. It wasn't without reason. In Pengcheng's wealthy circles, they practically bumped into each other daily. Everyone knew each other. The only one genuinely surprised was the young man trailing behind Liú Shīyǎ. What was his background? That he's actually being personally escorted by Mr. Liu to view properties? His background needs thorough investigation. Especially Qin Jiang. He was utterly unwilling to accept being crushed by Jiāng Chén once more. He'd die knowing the truth. Dad, I want you to pull some strings and look into this kid's background. Isn't he your classmate? Don't you know him? Qin Haoran asked in confusion. Mind your own business.
Just do it, Qin Jiang said coldly.
Qin Haoran was slightly taken aback.
Since graduating, his son had worked tirelessly for his company, never complaining no matter how grueling the tasks.
Now he was actually asking for help because of this kid. Regardless, this small request had to be granted. Though his company wasn't as large as Liú Shīyǎ's, with annual revenue only reaching a few $100 million. But tracking down a few people in Pengcheng? That was no problem at all. Hold on, I'll call Uncle Wang for you.
With that, he picked up his phone and headed to the bathroom to call his sworn brother, Wang Jianhua. This was a comrade in arms from his military days. After leaving the military, he started his own company. Wang Jianhua, however, had stayed in the military, rising through the ranks until he too was discharged. He was then assigned to a government agency in Shenzhen as the police chief. He was the perfect person to contact. Hey, Brother Wang, I need you to look into someone for me. Jiāng Chén from Pengcheng. His company is Yanhuang Technology. Right, I need all his information. Got it, bro. I'll buy you drinks later. We'll catch up properly. 5 minutes later. The phone rang again. But unlike before, Wang Jianhua's voice no longer held its previous composure. Instead, he was gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Qin Haoran, I can only tell you this, that man is terrifying. Don't ask. Don't pry. People will die. Ah, you're going to be the death of me. Click. The call ended. Qin Haoran was utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? The director himself was panicking like this. This was the first time he'd ever seen Wang Jianhua like this. That young man seemed no ordinary fellow. Emerging from the restroom, he spotted Qin Jiang discussing villa layouts with the sales manager.
He tapped him on the shoulder from behind and led him to a corner. Qin Jiang asked eagerly, "Dad, did you find out?" Qin Haoran's face darkened as he sternly demanded, "What exactly is Jiāng Chén's background?" Qin Jiang paused slightly. "He's my college classmate. Later, he took over his deadbeat dad's shell company. After that, I lost track. Didn't I ask you to look into it? What about Uncle Wang? Is he busy?" Qin Haoran sighed. "Your Uncle Wang looked into it. What's the result? Did he send the info? I knew you and Uncle Wang had connections. Haha, give me the files." Qin Jiang's eyes lit up. Uncle Wang's response was, "Don't ask, don't pry, it could cost someone their life. And this inquiry seems to have seriously affected Uncle Wang." Qin Haoran looked utterly disgusted. "That's why I'm asking you, who the hell is this Jiāng Chén? You really don't know?" His hands unconsciously clamped down hard on Qin Jiang's shoulders, as if trying to wring the answer out of him. He never imagined that a simple background check would end up betraying his own brother, Wang Jianhua. "Ah!" Qin Jiang yelped in pain. "Dad, you're hurting me. I really don't know." Realizing he'd overreacted, Qin Haoran immediately released his grip, but added sternly, "Don't mess with that young man. If Uncle Wang can't handle him, we certainly can't either." Hearing this, Qin Jiang's pupils contracted slightly. What on earth had his college classmate been through these past 2 years? Wasn't he supposed to have inherited some shell company? Not long ago, he'd even called to borrow money, claiming he couldn't even afford his rent. How had he suddenly become someone his family couldn't afford to cross? As the saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. Though Qin Jiang despised Jiāng Chén intensely, as the heir set to take over the family business, he wasn't the type to let emotions cloud his judgment. Since Dad and Uncle Wang said not to touch it, then he wouldn't. It wasn't the first time he'd been crushed by Jiāng Chén. It had become a natural reflex, learned helplessness. Pengcheng Garrison. Commander's Office. Zhao Weiguo was reviewing documents. Since the last military exercise, he had come to recognize the formidable power of scientific dimensional reduction strikes. He had since begun researching the strategic applications of space-based weapons. In the event of war, considering the global situation, how could the effectiveness of space-based weapons be maximized? Ideally, achieving integrated offense and defense. Ring ring. The desk phone suddenly rang. It was a rather retro-style desk phone. Zhao Weiguo had specifically requested its replacement just to hear that nostalgic, pleasant ringtone. He picked up the receiver and answered. "Hello? It's me, Zhao Weiguo." "What? Someone's investigating Jiāng Chén? At Fuli Garden? Got it. I'll handle it. Jiāng Chén's safety, the Pengcheng Garrison will handle it." Click. The phone hung up. Zhao Weiguo flicked his coat off the chair and slipped it on, striding out with the gait of a dragon and the bearing of a tiger. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Emergency assembly." "Yes, sir." The guard detail at the door snapped to attention before dispersing. 10 minutes later, countless soldiers poured out of the barracks, fully armed and jumping onto armored vehicles. Over a dozen armored vehicles rolled out of the military base on the outskirts of Pengcheng. The speed was breathtaking. No one knew what was happening. Just by looking at Zhao Weiguo's expression, the situation was likely quite serious. Destination Fuli Garden. How long will it take? Zhao Weiguo's face was dark and brooding, commanding respect without raising his voice. Black Panther, traveling with Zhao Weiguo, pulled out the tactical panel and pointed to the light dot. "Not far. It's right in the suburbs. If we take the ring road and avoid traffic, we can reach the destination in just over 10 minutes. This mission is critical. Move faster." Zhao Weiguo ordered coldly. "Yes, sir." Black Panther immediately relayed the orders through the radio channel. In an instant, the entire armored convoy accelerated to its absolute limit. The soldiers sensed the change. The soldiers began to wonder, was this the start of a battle? Black Panther hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Commander, what is our mission this time?" "Capture the target. Provide security. No further questions." "Yes, sir." Black Panther took a deep breath. It seemed this matter wouldn't blow over. But it hadn't escalated to the point of war. Whoever it was, they'd really pissed off Zhao Weiguo. Chapter 141, The Fuli Garden Property Dispute. Fuli Garden Sales Office. Liú Shīyǎ personally greeted Jiāng Chén. He outlined the current layout of the entire development and the available unit types. "Our location is nestled between mountains and water. The units closer to the center command a higher price, but they have access to the most community service facilities. The units on the outer edges are relatively cheaper, but the downside is proximity to the road. You might hear dump trucks at night during the first few years of living there. Honestly, with your financial standing, I'd recommend going straight for the center units. We have a 500 plus square meter unit priced around 70 million, and a 600 square meter unit priced over 80 million. The stuff he hauled back from Jiāng Chén's warehouse last time was worth a max of 10 million. Yet he'd just signed a deal worth over 100 million. He'd intended to confront Jiāng Chén about it.
But first, Jiāng Chén had done Liú Shīyǎ such a huge favor and only charged 3 million. Second, he'd heard Jiāng Chén was a national hero of the Dragon Nation, having achieved consecutive feats for the country. Perhaps these items could be leveraged as personal IP in the future. He decided to just consider it a favor and let it go. Little did he expect that the money in Jiāng Chén's account truly had a connection with him.
Just left not too long ago, and now I'm flowing back in again. What a twist of fate. Just thinking about it puts me in a good mood. Mr. Liu, about that discount we agreed on.
Jiāng Chén cleared his throat to remind him.
Discount?
Ah, of course.
You'll get a discount.
Since you're my daughter's friend, I'll give you a rock-bottom price, no worries there.
Go ahead and pick a floor plan first. Liu Shīyǎ paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Let's discuss the discount first. For example, the 2 villas you mentioned earlier, is there a difference in the discount?
Same. You'll get the lowest possible price on both.
Alright then, I'll take the 600 square meter one. Decided already? Decided. You don't want to take another look? Do a site visit?
I trust Mr. Liu's projects. Besides, it's all in Pengcheng. If anything goes wrong, I'll contact your daughter directly. Jiāng Chén replied with deadpan seriousness.
Hearing this, Liú Shīyǎ was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Damn right.
Fully Garden was his flagship project in Pengcheng. He'd certainly give it his all. But if something actually went wrong, that would be the responsibility of the sales manager, property manager, and construction manager. He'd never heard of anyone going straight to the boss over an issue at one of his projects. He could even picture the scene. One day, the property management cuts off the water supply.
Jiāng Chén made a call to Liú Shīyǎ. Liú Shīyǎ was watching TV in the living room.
After receiving Jiāng Chén's call, she rushed to his office to get him to fix the problem.
Oh, the consequences.
He instinctively reminded her, for minor issues, you can first contact the property management. Our Qihang Group's property services hold a 5-star rating in Pengcheng. For major problems they can't handle, come to me, I guarantee immediate resolution.
Only then did Jiāng Chén nod in satisfaction.
But the surrounding homebuyers took note of the exchange.
Though they continued discussing villa layouts and price discounts with the sales manager,
they were already astonished beyond words.
Just who was this young man?
He was treating the group's chairman as a sales manager.
Even the wealthy elite of Pengcheng couldn't command such treatment. Could he be related to some high-ranking political figure?
Of course, there were also those who harbored resentment and felt deeply aggrieved.
Qin Jiang was one of them.
His brows furrowed as he stood in the shadows, glaring enviously in Jiāng Chén's direction.
Damn it.
Even when we pick a corner unit, we have to look for discounts.
How the hell did you land a prime unit right off the bat?
He must have pulled some shady deals over the years.
There's definitely something fishy going on. How could a shell company possibly come up with hundreds of millions in cash?
They probably can only afford the down payment. What's most infuriating is that Chairman Liu personally handled the reception. For Qin Jiang, who always felt inferior whenever he interacted with Jiāng Chén, this was the final straw that broke the camel's back.
Dad, I want a central unit too.
If you can't make steamed buns, at least save face.
You're the one with the powerful connections who won't let them investigate, right? At least I can compete with you for the apartment openly.
Qin Haoran understood his son's subtle scheme the moment he heard those words. But considering Qin Jiang's recent dedication as the company's heir apparent, diligently working hard across various roles, he decided this request was harmless enough.
He nodded. Don't worry about the money.
100 million is well within our family's means. With his father's backing, Qin Jiang's face lit up instantly, his confidence soaring. Approaching Liú Shīyǎ, he shot Jiāng Chén a smirk.
That 6 million yuan villa? I've just taken a liking to it myself. Care to move aside? Liú Shīyǎ froze slightly, furrowing his brow.
You're
Qin Jiang? Qin Haoran's son? Yes, he is my son. At that moment, Qin Haoran approached. At this level, money alone would likely be insufficient to persuade Liú Shīyǎ. It would require the influence of his old father and the social connections behind him. Qihang Group wasn't confined to the real estate sector alone. Its operations spanned all sectors.
They frequently collaborate with Qin Haoran.
He believed Liú Shīyǎ would at least give him some face. But before Liú Shīyǎ could respond, Jiāng Chén remarked casually, Qin Jiang? You want a central unit too? Fine, I'll let you have it.
I'll take the 500 square meter one instead.
We can be neighbors then. Casual. Unfettered. Naturally unpretentious.
Qin Jiang froze instantly.
Bro, can't you tell I'm targeting you? What the hell kind of neighbor is that? Qin Haoran froze. This classmate of Qin Jiang's must be seriously ill.
He agreed to step aside without a hint of arrogance.
Liú Shīyǎ, who had been preparing to politely decline, was utterly speechless. You have absolutely no principles when it comes to house hunting. This won't do, that won't do. Are you here to buy cabbages?
This is a villa worth over 100 million, after all.
Are you sure? Jiāng Chén, the 600 square meter unit is our flagship property here. There's only one available. Jiāng Chén smiled. It doesn't matter. I just want a bigger place, as long as it's not right next to the road. Qin Haoren and his son were stunned. They'd expected a confrontation. At the very least, they expected Jiāng Chén to be displeased. Who knew the guy would be so easygoing? Wait, you just let it go like that? Yeah, we're neighbors, right? If you want it, just take it. What if I say I want 2 units? I want both the 500 square meter one and the 600 square meter one. Qin Jian practically shouted the words. The buyers nearby all turned to stare. Instantly, he became the center of attention, thoroughly relishing the spotlight. Qin Haoren frowned but remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Qin Jiang's idea. Originally, he had planned to buy just one villa, partly for his own residence, partly to establish connections within the community and build neighborly relationships with other business owners. But Qin Jiang was riding high on momentum. If buying another villa meant expanding his network, so be it. Liú Shīyǎ sighed. He could see it clearly now. These two were determined to go head-to-head with Jiāng Chén. Chances are, even if Jiāng Chén picked another property, and they'd still be clamoring to buy more. After all, why pass up easy money? But Liú Shīyǎ simply couldn't bring himself to do something so unprincipled. Just as he was pondering how to tactfully defuse the situation, suddenly, a security guard rushed in frantically, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Chairman Liu! Military vehicles! Lots of military vehicles are coming!" Just a minute earlier, fully guarded surveillance had captured over a dozen armored vehicles breaching the perimeter. You take the money, you do the job. Though he didn't know what was happening, basic security protocol demanded action. He immediately broke into a jog to deliver the advance warning. What if they really are here to arrest Mr. Liu? Escaping now might still be possible. Chapter 142, Qin Jiang's wail. Slow down. What's the rush? Can't you see we have guests here? Liú Shīyǎ had climbed to his current position by cultivating a mindset as steady as a rock. As the saying goes, a straight back fears no crooked shadow. Pay taxes properly, run your business properly. He operated with the sharpest transparency under the sun. Other clients viewing the property had been unsettled by the security guard's sudden panic. But seeing Liú Shīyǎ so calm, they couldn't help but crack smiles too. Qin Jiang, who had been targeting Jiāng Chén and was riding high on his momentum. Now his emotions felt disjointed. Once he regained his composure, rage surged through him. Today, he was determined to outbid Jiāng Chén at all costs. I'm buying 2 units. I want both the 500 square meter and the 600 square meter ones. Jiāng Chén frowned, casting a displeased glance at Qin Jiang. No matter how easygoing he was, he understood now. For some reason, this guy had come specifically to target him. Fine. Name all the units you want at once. I'll pick after you're done. But let me warn you, properties here don't come cheap. Qin Jiang's breath caught. It felt like punching cotton. Like grabbing a loach with a claw. Holy crap. Qin Jiang's mindset collapsed. Even if he was as willful as ever, he knew the Qin family's wealth couldn't possibly buy every single property. And who knows? Maybe this Jiāng Chén guy was just setting him up, helping Qihang Group with their promotions. And judging by Jiāng Chén's current stance, even if he wanted to buy the entire development in one go, Jiāng Chén might just turn around and follow Mr. Liu to view properties at a new development. The key word here was indifference. Qin Haoren sighed. It seemed this fellow named Jiāng Chén not only possessed an unfathomable background, but his character and vision far surpassed Qin Jiang's. At the same age, he was like a seasoned fox. Unfathomable, impossible to gauge his true nature. Qin Haoren knew why his son had targeted Jiāng Chén today. But such a well-rounded individual was still too formidable for Qin Jiang to hope to outmatch. Just then, a squad of soldiers suddenly appeared at the entrance of the sales office. They charged forward swiftly. Freeze! Get against the wall with your hands on your head. Everyone stand against the wall. Before the crowd could register further surprise, they were all neatly lined up against the wall. Not even Liú Shīyǎ himself was spared. Both the home buyers and sales staff were swiftly restrained. Qin Haoren and his son were utterly horrified. Especially Qin Jiang. His mind was reeling. As a graduate of a prestigious university and the heir apparent to a high-tech company with billions in revenue, being repeatedly outshone by Jiāng Chén was one thing. Now he had to deal with this bloody disaster while buying a house? What a bummer. Whoever the unlucky bastard was who messed things up, it was ruining his mood for house hunting. Fuming, he frowned and sneered at Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén, you're such a wimp. Huh? Yeah, I am a coward. How'd you know? Jiāng Chén froze for a moment. He was curious why Qin Jiang suddenly brought this up. If you want to buy a place, just buy it. As college buddies, I'd even let you have the penthouse you're eyeing. Why bring up my cowardice all of a sudden? He just couldn't understand. At that moment, everyone stood facing the wall, their backs to the soldiers.
anxious and uncertain about what was about to happen. A middle-aged man with medals on his chest strode in with the bearing of a dragon and the stride of a tiger.
He surveyed the room. "Who is Jiāng Chén?"
His voice boomed like a tiger descending the mountain.
The crowd couldn't help but startle inwardly.
Jiāng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of schadenfreude. His ears perked up, and the corners of his mouth stretched wide in a grin.
"When you're about to get beaten, stand at attention. Who'd have thought you, Jiāng Chén, would stir up such a huge mess and attract so many soldiers?
This should be quite the spectacle."
I am."
Jiāng Chén turned around, utterly bewildered, having no idea what was happening.
"Secure him." Zhao Weigui gave the order with a single gesture. Soldiers swiftly closed in.
They formed a ring-shaped human wall with Jiāng Chén at their center. Their gun barrels pointed outward in unison. If there were truly enemies at this moment, they would first have to trample over the bodies of these soldiers to threaten Jiāng Chén. It was clear Jiāng Chén was being shielded.
Liú Shīyǎ looked utterly bewildered, clueless about what was happening.
But given the current situation, he dared not ask. He didn't want to risk provoking the soldier's ire. A misfired gun could send him to meet his maker, and that would be a huge loss.
Liú Shīyǎ dared not move.
The others were even more afraid. They all kept their eyes downcast, staring at the floor, lost in their own thoughts.
Qin Jiang felt utterly shaken.
He realized these men weren't here to arrest Jiāng Chén at all. They were here to protect him.
Damn, same 9 years of compulsory education, same prestigious university degree. Why is Jiāng Chén so outstanding? Why does he always have to outshine me?
It's so frustrating. In terms of ability, I'll probably never get my revenge in this lifetime. One day I'll find an opportunity, bribe some local thugs to ambush him in an alleyway, stuff him in a sack, and teach him a lesson with a cold stick.
Oomph. Daring to cross this young master? Your luck's run out, and your fate's sealed. We'll see about that. Who's Qin Haoran? Qin Jiang. Zhao Weigui's voice boomed once more.
His voice boomed like a bell, piercing straight into their hearts. Everyone froze for a moment, their gazes all fixated on Qin Haoran and his father.
Pengcheng's wealthy circle wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. Their business dealings often intersected, and they all knew each other. It's me."
Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Qin Haoran stepped forward. At the same time, he signaled Qin Jiang with his eyes not to cause trouble. Qin Jiang hesitated for a moment before following suit.
Could it be? Here to protect them too?
A surge of superiority washed over him. It seemed that although he hadn't managed to outshine Jiāng Chén this time, compared to the others present, he still had some connections. As for who that backing came from, it was almost certainly his uncle, the county chief.
"Take him away."
Zhao Weigui gave a cold snort and issued the order to the soldiers without hesitation.
Four soldiers immediately stepped forward, flanking Qin Haoran and his son between them as they prepared to escort them out.
Qin Haoran froze momentarily, bewildered. But a wise man avoids immediate trouble, so he offered no resistance.
Commoners don't fight the authorities, especially merchants who avoid confronting the government. Otherwise, they'd face dire consequences in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet what he never could have anticipated.
His son, Qin Jiang, suddenly lost his temper.
"What's going on? In broad daylight, do you soldiers think you can just run amok?"
Qin Jiang, who had been slumped against the soldiers, suddenly erupted from his silence. As if he'd been holding it in for ages, tears and snot streaming down his face, he screamed hysterically.
"These people could arrest anyone without even giving a reason. Is there no law anymore? Especially, why arrest him but protect Jiāng Chén? Damn it, this is clearly targeted. He's always been overshadowed by Jiāng Chén. School exams, class beauty queen. Finally bought a villa, only to face preferential treatment. Now this bull. Heaven, am I cursed to be held back by Jiāng Chén?"
But whether heaven heard his words or not, who knows? Zhao Weigui flew into a rage and slapped him across the face. A vivid red handprint instantly appeared on Qin Jiang's face.
The wailing ceased. The entire sales office fell silent. Qin Haoran's eyelids twitched uncontrollably.
His son had suddenly fallen victim to such cruelty. He was furious. But at this moment, there was nothing he could do but endure. And now, it suddenly dawned on him. Why these soldiers had appeared.
Brother Wang is likely gone. Take them away. Four soldiers tightly flanked Qin Haoran and his son, escorting them out and loading them onto a military truck. Chapter 143, Gifting a Mansion, Hiding Merit and Fame.
After finishing, he turned to Jiāng Chén, forcing a gentle smile onto his stern face.
"Jiāng Chén, are you alright?" Jiāng Chén was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? All this commotion just to say hello? Wait, I don't get it. What exactly are you guys doing? Jiāng Chén's confusion mirrored everyone else's.
Everyone had assumed that as the person involved, Jiāng Chén would know the inside story. But now it seemed he didn't know either.
Though no one dared to look up, that didn't mean they weren't listening.
So they all pricked up their ears, eager to hear the whole story. Those two individuals earlier attempted to access your information, triggering the Dragon Nation's Imperial Guard system. Consequently, we received orders from higher-ups to investigate the situation. Zhao Weiguo stated plainly when Jiāng Chén inquired.
This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd.
The Dragon Nation's Imperial Guard system was typically only activated when a national figure faced a security threat.
Once activated, the nearest military units must deploy immediately to ensure the target's safety.
Those deemed national figures of importance were individuals who had made significant contributions to the Dragon Nation or were expected to profoundly influence its development for decades to come.
This youth? Could he be one of them?
The crowd was shaken to the core. Though they were entrepreneurs with abundant resources in Pengcheng. But the hierarchy of scholars, artisans, farmers, and merchants has been the way of the world since ancient times. Before such a figure, their meager resources amounted to nothing.
Who would have thought they'd encounter such a legendary figure at the sales office? Earlier, they had resented Liú Shīyǎ's perceived favoritism, their hearts still filled with resentment.
Now that they think about it, it was clear that none of them could have handled the situation better than Liú Shīyǎ. It was only fitting for such a figure to receive a personal welcome.
In fact, they all wondered why Liú Shīyǎ had only considered giving Jiāng Chén a discount.
If they were in charge, they would have simply gifted him the villa outright. After all, for an entrepreneur to establish a connection with such a client
is nothing short of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the pinnacle of networking.
All eyes were fixed on Jiāng Chén.
His pensive expression softened.
So that's it. No wonder I always felt these two were constantly competing with me.
Zhao Weiguo nodded emphatically, pounding his chest with a thud. Rest assured, we'll thoroughly investigate these two. Before that, we may need your cooperation to return with us and complete the mission. Every security mission triggered by the system required the protected individual to personally resolve it.
Otherwise, the mission will remain pending and uncompleted.
Once it reaches a certain scale, it will trigger higher-level military operations.
But I still need to buy a house. I just found a layout I liked. Jiāng Chén frowned. Since Qin Jian wasn't buying the penthouse anymore, then he absolutely had to act fast. Otherwise, if he hesitated, someone else would snap it up.
What Jiāng Chén didn't know was that the others wouldn't dare compete with him. Everyone understood the situation. They were buying here just to integrate into the community. Whether you buy a central unit or a corner unit, it's all the same. There's no point in making trouble for yourself over this.
Liú Shīyǎ offered a wry smile. No problem, I can hold it for you. Are you looking for the 600 square meter unit or the 500 square meter one? Jiāng Chén thought for a moment.
I'll go with the 600 square meter unit.
Alright, I'll hold it for you, Liú Shīyǎ nodded. No need.
I'll pay now, but you're giving me a discount.
Jiāng Chén looked at Liú Shīyǎ seriously. Discount? Everyone turned to look at Liú Shīyǎ,
including Zhao Weiguo and his soldiers. Their eyes seemed to say, do me a favor, give me a killer discount. Liú Shīyǎ felt like a fish roasting over an open flame, gasping for breath as a bitter smile tugged at his lips. Given this situation, it seemed inevitable he'd have to part with some cash.
But with so many people here, I'll have to give you a lower discount. Would the others still be willing to sell?
If the discount is too small, I'll look like a cold-hearted bastard. Not only would my daughter Liú Shīyǎ give me grief when I got home, but these people here wouldn't give me a friendly look either.
Fine.
Since the mood has reached this point,
it's free. Consider it a gift from Qihang Group. What? Jiāng Chén's eyes widened in disbelief.
This was a luxury mansion worth tens of millions.
Just like that?
Jiāng Chén doubted he'd heard correctly. However, the other wealthy buyers present all wore meaningful smiles.
Each silently marveled at Liú Shīyǎ's decisiveness and wisdom. They couldn't help but feel admiration.
Truly the mark of a tycoon who built his empire from scratch to its current scale.
Steady, precise, ruthless.
Not a hint of hesitation. Zhao Weiguo chuckled, noticing Jiāng Chén's puzzled expression. Just take it. It'd be a shame to waste Mr. Liu's kind gesture.
Liú Shīyǎ's face flushed with satisfaction.
Being singled out by the highest-ranking military commander in Pengcheng meant he'd successfully made a connection through this single encounter. He immediately had staff retrieve the contract and keys.
Jiāng Chén, no need to refuse.
Consider these a small token of welcome from your uncle.
The gift may be modest, but the sentiment is sincere. Please don't turn it down.
The contract, keys, and red seal lay spread out on the table.
Jiāng Chén felt he didn't deserve such generosity.
But since Liú Shīyǎ had gone to such lengths, refusing now would make him seem overly sensitive.
All right, thank you, Uncle Liu.
He signed his name, affixed his seal, and stamped it with the red seal. Who cares?
One title of uncle gets me a 600 square meter mansion.
Even if I had to kneel and call him father, it wouldn't matter.
Jiāng Chén had always been a pragmatist.
The contract was made in duplicate.
Liú Shīyǎ personally handed over the payment. He then turned and handed the invoice to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén took the keys and contract, thanking Liú Shīyǎ once more.
Then, overjoyed, he followed Zhao Weiguo out to complete the mission. a dozen military armored vehicles. They vanished from sight, returning whence they came. After the military vehicles departed, the group immediately came alive. Who had any interest in viewing properties now? They were all using the pretext of viewing properties to curry favor with Liú Shīyǎ. Brother Liú, you look in fine form lately. You're bound to reach new heights in the future. Indeed, Brother Liú. If any promising projects come up in the future, be sure to give me a shout. Mr. Liú, just throw me a couple of your villas, I won't be picky. After enduring the endless round of pleasantries, Liú Shīyǎ let out a sigh and walked over to the water dispenser to fill his cup. Immediately, a property viewing client approached, snatched the cup, and said, "Oh dear, look at these employees, they have no sense of propriety. Let me get you some water." Liú Shīyǎ looked up. Wasn't this Mr. Jiāng, the one who'd rushed to place an order with Jiāng Chén earlier? You, what's this about? Oh, Mr. Liú, you're a busy man and forgetful. I'm Jiāng. I run an internet company. You don't remember? Mr. Jiāng poured the tea and handed it to Liú Shīyǎ with a fawning expression. Liú Shīyǎ froze for a moment. He did remember him, but something felt off. Was this really the same arrogant Mr. Jiāng from before? Oh, I remember now. Thanks. What brings you here? Old foxes are cunning. This guy suddenly leaning in must have ulterior motives. Mr. Jiāng lowered his voice awkwardly. If you get the chance, put in a good word for me with Jiāng Chén. I'll be sure to reward you handsomely. Liú Shīyǎ nodded, turned, and walked away with his teacup, hiding his achievements in fame. Chapter 144, not a year, just 3 days. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén returned to the Pengcheng Garrison Military District with Zhao Weiguai to complete their mission. Just then, he received a call from Old Wang. He was informed of an urgent matter requiring their joint consultation. Zhao Weiguai had his guard escort them by car. They arrived at the Longka Institute in Pengcheng. The moment Old Wang saw Jiāng Chén's attire, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and grin like a chrysanthemum. What happened to you? Did you get mugged? He wore nothing but a suit jacket over nothing underneath. Shorts and flip-flops. He looked like a street vagrant thrown together at random. Just bought a house. The owner gave me these clothes. Old Wang gave no clear response to Jiāng Chén's explanation. That wasn't his primary concern at the moment. He had more pressing matters to discuss with Jiāng Chén. I'll have the logistics team in the courtyard find you some decent clothes to wear first. Mr. Wang, that won't be necessary. Why be so polite with me? It's just temporary, the institute's standard uniform. It'll look far better than your current outfit. All right then. Jiāng Chén nodded. He himself felt that this outfit did look a bit too casual. Following Old Wang to the logistics area. After changing clothes, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Not bad, fits pretty well. Honestly, the custom-made work uniform from the Dragon Science Academy was surprisingly comfortable to wear. He then followed Old Wang to the conference room. Opening the door, he saw many familiar faces. Hey! Old Jiāng, what brings you here? Not only Old Jiāng, but also Secretary's son, Old Hua, and Wang Shui. Seeing them again after just a few days felt surprising. Aren't bigwigs usually swamped with work? How could they possibly have time to visit Pengcheng? Just as he was puzzling over it, Old Jiāng cut straight to the point with his answer. Energy. Energy? Jiāng Chén was a bit dumbfounded. It wasn't just Jiāng Chén, everyone present, except for Secretary Liú, was utterly bewildered. Even Old Wang was no exception. Before arriving, Old Jiāng had only mentioned that this meeting was crucial. He had emphasized that Jiāng Chén's presence was essential before proceeding. Secretary Liú, observing the puzzled expressions all around, cleared his throat. All right, since everyone is here, I'll explain the details for you all. As he spoke, he walked to the computer at the conference table and connected the projector cable. Once the connection was established, the projector displayed the image normally. A statistical chart appeared before everyone's eyes. Secretary Liú pointed to the diagram on the screen. This represents the energy sources currently in use across our nation. Given our nation's vast territory and large population, the gap in energy demand is also enormous. This necessitates the development of diverse energy sources to the greatest extent possible. Currently, our primary energy sources remain coal, hydropower, and nuclear power. Recently, the nation has placed particular emphasis on the controlled utilization of nuclear energy. Just imagine the possibilities: nuclear energy powering cars, high-speed trains, or even mobile phones. The prospects are truly promising. But the challenges are equally evident. First, radiation concerns. We must ensure absolute safety before pursuing innovation and transformation. Second, controllability. As everyone knows, nuclear energy is inherently unstable. That's precisely why nuclear power plants are designed with multiple layers of safety measures and require constant monitoring by specialized personnel. If these two challenges can be properly addressed, then our nation will become the first on Blue Star to fully master nuclear energy. Secretary Liú's explanation was clear and straightforward. Attendees nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with anticipation.
But for the researchers, this undoubtedly presented a monumental challenge. What do you think? Do you have confidence?
Old Jiāng smiled as he looked at Old Wang and the others.
Professor Wang was an expert in the field. Although he now primarily worked in aerospace,
he had previously participated in the nation's 2 bombs, 1 satellite program.
If anyone present had the most authority on nuclear energy, it was undoubtedly him. Yet he also understood the immense difficulty of the task old Jiāng had undertaken. It's harder than the 2 bombs, 1 satellite program.
It's like trying to tame a ferocious lion. You want to tame it into an obedient little kitten.
It's difficult, more than just a little difficult. And it requires time, it requires a professional team.
Old Wang stated bluntly.
A brief silence fell over the conference room.
Clearly, everyone inwardly agreed with Old Wang's assessment.
Old Jiāng frowned. This is all old news. The task has been assigned from above. We have at most 1 year.
Within that year, this problem must be resolved.
At these words, the scientists present felt as if facing a formidable enemy.
This meant that for the next year, before any results could be shown, it would be a relentless battle day and night.
If no results were delivered within that year,
not only would all their hard work be wasted, but it would ultimately tarnish the reputation of the entire Dragon Academy.
It was unclear why the organization had assigned such a crucial research task to them. The Longcheng Dragon Science Institute wasn't the strongest research facility in the entire Dragon Nation.
Oh, right. The military-industrial complex has already set up the production line for the Autobots.
But there's a problem.
Old Jiāng suddenly remembered something and turned to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén, who had been deep in thought about nuclear energy matters, paused slightly and instinctively looked up.
What problem? He recalled that the blueprints provided had been complete. Moreover, he had provided Zhao Xiaoming and the others with detailed explanations before leaving. Logically, there shouldn't be any problems.
Old Jiāng explained.
Energy.
Creating an energy core identical to the one in the sky pillar is far too costly.
For mass production, we must inevitably focus on energy efficiency.
Therefore, we're considering switching to controlled nuclear energy. Therefore, Jiāng Chén, I hope you will also join this development effort.
As a partner of Pengcheng Longka Academy. Time is tight and the task is heavy. I hope you won't refuse. The implication was clear. Though Jiāng Chén wasn't formally part of the Dragon Science Institute, he must still shoulder his share of responsibility. Assist everyone in completing the mission together.
Of course, every penny of the corresponding fees will be paid.
For Jiāng Chén, this was both a challenge and an opportunity.
Yet controlled nuclear fusion, this elusive goal, has seen relentless investment in research across nations.
Even a powerhouse like the Eagle Nation has spent decades researching it without any breakthroughs.
The Dragon Nation, though slightly behind in this field, demanded results within a year.
This seemed rather unrealistic.
Speculation ran rampant.
Could it be because of Jiāng Chén?
Yes. A talent like that could invent space-based weapons and humanoid robots in such a short time.
The likelihood of him achieving controlled nuclear fusion is extremely high. No postponement. And I'm confident I can complete this experiment within 3 days. Jiāng Chén replied calmly. Everyone present, including Elder Zhang and Elder Wan, was stunned. 3 days? Jiāng Chén, this is no trivial matter.
It's a significant undertaking. You must think this through carefully.
Indeed, Jiāng Chén. A 1-year development cycle is already extremely tight. It simply cannot be shortened further. Chapter 145, Arrogant. But it makes sense.
Everyone was pondering whether it could be accomplished.
But Jiāng Chén felt the timeline was too long. It wasn't him showing off. Just moments ago,
when he asked the system about the technical feasibility of controlled nuclear fusion, he had expected it to consume a significant number of merit points. Little did he know the system's response was, controlled nuclear fusion technology belongs to sub-civilization technology.
Mastering all knowledge points requires spending just 1 tech point.
This was no big deal for him. He confirmed the consumption immediately. Amidst the ongoing discussions, all information concerning controlled nuclear fusion began pouring into his mind in an uninterrupted stream.
At this moment,
Jiāng Chén had already become the sole scientist on Blue Star possessing comprehensive knowledge of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Why 3 days? Because with all materials ready, a basic controlled nuclear fusion device could be assembled within 3 days.
Jiāng Chén, are you certain it will only take 3 days?
Old Jiāng seemed to be seeking final confirmation.
Yes, just 3 days. But I have one condition. Go ahead.
Before I begin these 3 days, all experimental materials and a nuclear energy laboratory must be prepared.
Upon hearing Jiāng Chén's words, everyone present froze in shock. Is this kid serious?
He spoke with such conviction, sounding anything but joking. Old Zhang's eyes lit up as he abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the table.
Excellent. Absolutely excellent. His booming voice startled everyone else. But they quickly understood old Zhang's excitement. Secretary Liu, immediately mobilize my resources. The entire strategic reserve of supplies in Dragon Nation is to be fully opened to Jiāng Chén. The items on his list must be in place within 24 hours. Old Jiang turned to Secretary Liu and said, "Yes, Elder Jiang."
Secretary Liu stood at attention, folder clutched, his face radiating excitement. It had been far too long since anyone had seen old Jiang this delighted. The senior researchers present were also secretly shocked. The weight of Zhang Lao's words just now was immense. The entire material reserves of the Dragon Nation. Though they were fellow researchers, but often, even after a project was approved, materials couldn't be fully secured overnight. Scarce materials required waiting for allocation. By doing this, old Jiang was essentially risking his own career to clear the path for Jiāng Chén. It was enviable. But it also commanded admiration for Jiāng Chén's courage and talent. All right, it's settled. The young man once again shouldered a new scientific research mission. Kyoto. In the office. Secretary Liu's scalp tingled as he stared at the densely packed supply list. It was detailed down to the number of screws. He even began to suspect whether Jiāng Chén had once developed this very item. How else could he be so familiar with it? He didn't understand research, but he'd seen others do it. Geniuses were truly geniuses, utterly different from ordinary people. Regardless, old Jiang had given his orders. He must now fully cooperate with Jiāng Chén to mobilize resources. Without further hesitation, he immediately began calling the relevant departments based on the list. "Hello, it's me. Yes, it's about old Jiang's project. He requires immediate shipment of the supplies." "A week? Impossible. Old Jiang demands delivery within 24 hours. We have 23 hours and 5 minutes left." He made dozens of calls in succession. Old Jiang holds a high-ranking position. Secretary Liu acted as his full representative. After the call went out, all relevant units sprang into action immediately. Those farther away were transported by military aircraft. Those closer were loaded onto heavy trucks and dispatched immediately. That very night, the airport suddenly received notice of a complete flight ban. Numerous flights were delayed or cancelled. Military aircraft continuously landed on the runways of Pengcheng Airport. Upon landing, they were immediately taken into custody and escorted by the long-awaited Pengcheng garrison troops. Passengers from Manhwa, forced to stay behind, initially grumbled. They were furious about the airport's sudden shutdown. But when military aircraft and armored vehicles appeared, everyone fell silent. A deep-seated, heartfelt respect welled up within them. The very reason Manhwa enjoys prosperity and flourishing development was entirely due to the strength of its armed forces standing before them. Once again, Zhao Weiguo personally led the team. Old Jiang's order originally only required him to send a company commander to carry out the mission. But upon learning that Jiāng Chén was involved, the highest commander of the Pengcheng garrison felt compelled to lead the operation personally. Under the cover of night, another military transport aircraft touched down and came to a halt. As the cargo door opened, soldiers continuously unloaded supplies from the aircraft. Leaning against an armored vehicle, Zhao Weiguo lit a cigarette and asked a passing soldier, "Any more?" "Reporting, sir, this is the last one." "Good. You've done well. Stay safe on the road." "Yes, sir." The soldier snapped to attention, saluted, then turned and jogged away. Zhao Weiguo flicked his cigarette butt away and climbed into the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. As the last military vehicle rolled out of the airport, it vanished into the darkness. Dawn was just breaking. Jiāng Chén was roused from sleep by an early call from old Wang. "The lab is at the Lunka Institute in Pengcheng? Supplies were prepared overnight? Over 10 senior scientists have joined the team and are ready to coordinate at any time? That's fast. Impressive. You must understand, according to old Wang, even he would need to fill out forms and wait a month to procure the supplies listed. Who knew Professor Zhang's green light authority would be so effective?" Jiāng Chén stretched lazily. He scrambled out of bed, dressed neatly, and freshened up. Only then did he realize he had already moved into the 600 square meter villa yesterday with his keys. To boost customer satisfaction, Liú Shīyǎ had emphasized fully furnished homes and hired a professional team to remove formaldehyde in advance. The air throughout the entire house was pure and fresh. Opening the window, sunlight streamed in, accompanied by birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Jiāng Chén took a deep breath, utterly enchanted by the scene. He went downstairs and closed the door. He started the Wuling Hongguang minivan parked in the yard and vanished through the villa's main gate. Arrived at the Lunka Institute in Pengcheng. A dozen scientists were already waiting at the entrance. After parking, he followed their guidance straight upstairs to the nuclear energy laboratory. The sight inside the lab stunned Jiāng Chén. Someone nearby immediately explained, "Engineer Jiang, before your arrival, we've already arranged all the transported materials according to standard procedures. If there's anything you're not satisfied with now, we can adjust it immediately." Jiāng Chén paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Excellent. I'm very satisfied." Truthfully, he hadn't considered this aspect. If he had to move all these supplies himself, It would have taken at least one full day just to organize everything over the course of 3 days.
At first glance, this saved him a day.
Old Wang nodded and reminded him, "You can tell them about the experimental task.
They're all key members of the institute." Jiāng Chén replied, "No need. Your tasks are complete. From here on, I require absolute silence." "Not needed?" "No, it's unnecessary."
If we bring in over 10 more people, just explaining everything clearly would take more than 3 days.
Arrogant. Yet it felt undeniably logical. Chapter 146, Commencing the Experiment.
Upon hearing Jiāng Chén's words, Old Wang and Wang Shui remained unfazed.
They'd long since grown accustomed to Jiāng Chén's unconventional antics.
So no matter what happened, it wouldn't surprise them too much.
However, the dozen or so newly joined scientists. Many were annoyed by Jiāng Chén's arrogance.
Claiming he could achieve controlled nuclear fusion in 3 days was already outrageous.
Now he wants to do it all by himself?
I thought we joined the team to take the fall for his arrogance.
Now look, he's not even letting us participate. I've seen arrogant people before, but never this arrogant.
This young man is taking it way too far.
Maybe it's a case of his conscience kicking in. Not joining the team is probably for the best. Trying to pull this off in 3 days is basically a pipe dream.
Eagle has been researching this for over a decade, and our country has been working on it for years without success.
And this greenhorn expects to pull it off in 3 days? Maybe he'll pull a magic trick? Poof. Just conjure it up. Ha 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 ha.
Everyone seemed perfectly fine with Jiāng Chén not joining the team.
In their view,
3 days was absolutely impossible. Beyond grandstanding, it served no purpose. If they weren't part of the team, they wouldn't have to take the fall.
Mr. Wang, since Jiāng Chén won't let us help, why not assign us other tasks instead? Otherwise we'll just be sitting around eating public grain, wasting national resources. Everyone should return to where they came from. That way, we have an explanation. Wang Shui, however, didn't see the issue.
She was eager to stay with Jiāng Chén a little longer. She pointed at the laboratory's glass window. "Professor Wang, if possible, I'd like to observe how Jiāng Chén works over these 3 days.
I'll just stand outside the lab. If it's truly impossible, I'll treat it as my vacation time. I'll cover the costs myself for the learning opportunity." To others, Wang Shui's actions were mostly interpreted as infatuation. It must be said. Jiāng Chén stood over 6 feet tall.
With his handsome features and well-built physique, any woman who saw him would be unable to tear her eyes away.
"That's great, Wang Shui, keep it up."
"I just don't believe it. If you silently gaze at him for 3 days straight, you could even melt a stone." Wang Shui's ears flushed crimson at his words. Jiāng Chén wanted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Old Wang raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly.
"Poof. Everyone behave yourselves.
Controlled nuclear fusion concerns the century-long plans of the Dragon Nation.
How could it be treated as child's play? Jiāng Chén says he doesn't need your help, so you just bolt? Have you all lost your drive? Every last one of you has been doing research for years now. Such vital scientific technology, others would be scrambling to learn it. And you actually want to leave? Are you all brainless?" The scientists were left flushed with embarrassment by Old Wang's scolding.
Not a word dared escape their lips.
Everyone knew
just how vital this scientist in his 70s was to the nation. His words carried immense weight in the minds of researchers. Even Old Wang firmly believed Jiāng Chén could develop controlled nuclear fusion.
What reason did they have not to believe? "Professor Wang, we were wrong. We will stay and learn diligently from Jiāng Chén." The other scientists echoed his sentiments. They vowed to remain by his side without leaving for even a moment over the next 3 days. They would diligently observe Jiāng Chén's experimental procedures through the laboratory windows. Under pressure from Old Wang,
now, almost no one dared to consider backing out.
"Observing isn't enough, you must take notes and record every single detail for me." Old Wang looked like he was disappointed in them.
He knew these people held little hope that Jiāng Chén could produce results in just 3 days.
Their agreement to stay and learn stemmed entirely from his authority.
But in his heart, he knew Jiāng Chén would deliver if he said he would.
If he didn't remind them now, they'd squander this learning opportunity later. "Understood, Professor Wang. We'll document everything meticulously."
The scientists were stunned.
What kind of magic did this kid Jiāng Chén possess? That he could command such unwavering trust from Professor Wang?
Even more astonishing was that such a project could be approved within a 3-day cycle.
This meant it wasn't just Old Wang,
but the higher-ups trusted him implicitly as well.
What reason could they possibly have to doubt him?
Old Wang was pleased with everyone's reactions. But then he seemed to recall something.
He turned to Jiāng Chén. "Having everyone observe outside the lab shouldn't affect you, right? If it's inconvenient, just say so."
Though this was a rare learning opportunity,
3 days was a short time.
Jiāng Chén's primary task remained completing the controlled nuclear fusion experiment. If the scientists' presence disrupted the experiment's progress,
that would be a grave mistake. No, you just observe. I've got this covered. Jiāng Chén laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Old Wang finally exhaled deeply, his face softening with gratitude as he nodded. Thank you. You've once again created immense value for the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, except for Wang Shui, who found it perfectly natural, the other scientists were utterly horrified. What exactly had this kid done before? Why use the word again? It wasn't their fault they didn't know. The Dragon Nation's High Command had deliberately kept all information under wraps. Therefore, all information had been deliberately kept under wraps. Otherwise, if it were disclosed, those with ulterior motives could exploit it. Those shameless eagles would likely send people to harass Jiāng Chén endlessly. How does the saying go? It's not the thief stealing that we fear, but the thief keeping us in mind. That's precisely the point. But I have one condition, Jiāng Chén added after a moment's thought. Everyone's heart sank. Could there be some kind of initiation rule about respecting teachers and honoring traditions? But if Jiāng Chén truly solved such an international conundrum, he would truly deserve the title of Dragon Nation's national treasure. After all, this was a technological experiment that would shape the nation's future for a century. I cannot answer questions during my experiment. No interruptions will be tolerated. So if you have any questions during the recording process, I won't step out of the lab specifically to address them. Jiāng Chén stated earnestly. Old Wang chuckled. Wang Shui and the other scientists joined in the laughter. Professor Wang remarked, I wondered what it could be. Rest assured, I'll come over to observe and personally guard your space. No one is permitted to disturb you. Also, I'll have security assign 2 guards to stand watch. Anyone who dares disturb you gets shot on sight. Jiāng Chén thought Old Wang was joking and didn't take it seriously. As long as it didn't interfere with his experiments, it was fine. Truthfully, if he focused entirely on the task, it wouldn't take 3 days. 2.5 days would suffice. But if he kept getting interrupted, his mood would sour. He didn't know how others felt about it. Anyway, Jiāng Chén personally felt that seeing a task through to completion in one go was a true pleasure in life. After reaching an agreement, Jiāng Chén donned his protective suit and began the experimental work inside the lab. Sure enough, 2 soldiers arrived to stand guard outside the door. Others crouched outside, scribbling notes with pens and notebooks. Things proceeded smoothly at first. But as time went on, more and more people began scratching their heads in frustration. They felt like they couldn't keep up with the pace. It wasn't that they were incompetent. Jiāng Chén's movements were simply too polished. The entire process flowed like water, without a single pause. It didn't look like he was doing this for the first time at all. The only one who could barely keep up was probably Old Wang. Rather than scribbling notes in his notebook, he simply couldn't stop. That A4-sized notebook quickly filled up with dozens of pages. Formulas, curves, and annotations filled every page. Anything he didn't understand was marked with a question mark and skipped over. Chapter 147, As Bright as the Sun. Except for eating, drinking, and using the restroom, Jiāng Chén barely stepped out of the lab. Whenever Jiāng Chén was present, everyone else remained present as well. Everyone's meals and schedules were adjusted to align with his. As time passed, Jiāng Chén's hand speed grew increasingly rapid. Those seemingly unrelated components and experimental materials were rearranged and reassembled, gradually coalescing into a complete miniature nuclear energy controller. It was about the size of a teacup. Even though this controller is made of special materials, won't such a tiny casing just blow apart? Hard to say. By all accounts, the risk is extremely high. Maybe there's some kind of mechanism inside. He worked so fast, I didn't even have time to take notes. We're both equally clueless. Jiāng Chén's hand speed was insane. It didn't look like an experiment at all. More like an assembly line molding process. Exactly. I felt the same way. Many others couldn't keep up either, so they simply put down their notebooks and pens and started discussing among themselves. Old Wang followed Jiāng Chén's frantic pace, scribbling nonstop, too preoccupied to notice anyone else. He'd already gone through 2 entire notebooks, each over 100 pages thick. At over 70 years old, working nonstop for more than 2 days had left him mentally exhausted. If not for that breath of divine energy keeping him going, he would have fainted long ago. Suddenly, Jiāng Chén opened the black briefcase beside him. Inside were 3 small medicine bottles. Through the glass, black crystals were visible inside. Jiāng Chén opened the glass bottles, used tweezers to extract the crystals, and placed them into a cup-sized nuclear reactor. The next second, a blinding white light erupted within the laboratory. A fiery orb of light appeared within the miniature reactor. It grew brighter and brighter, until finally, the interior of the lab became completely indistinguishable. Damn it, Old Wang, is Jiāng Chén going to be okay? Holy, a nuclear reaction actually happened. Holy, this energy is just too immense. Can a tiny teacup-sized reactor really contain this beast? Hard to say. Looks dicey to me. Everyone held their breath, unable to suppress their worry. Someone asked Old Wang, but he only shook his head with a bitter smile. What a joke. 3 days had already caused such a commotion. Even though he'd spent decades in research, he'd never seen anything like this. If something truly happened, this lab could certainly block nuclear radiation. But to trigger a nuclear explosion, the force of a single small nuclear bomb could instantly level the entire Lanka Institute.
So there's no point in running.
Because there's nowhere to run anyway. Yet when facing mortal danger, every psychological process unfolds without exception.
A chill rose from the soles of his feet, shooting straight to the crown of his head. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Some even closed their eyes and silently prayed, "Don't explode, don't explode." As if heaven had heard their pleas. The light gradually dimmed, shrinking to the very end, like a faint firefly. Boom! Old Wang was struck as if by lightning. No one understood what this meant better than he did. Nuclear fusion control had succeeded. Judging by the performance just now, the entire process demonstrated an extremely precise level of control over nuclear energy. Inside the nuclear energy laboratory, Jiāng Chén smiled and flashed an OK sign to the crowd gathered outside the window. The scientists outside the lab went absolutely wild. Cheers erupted, people jumped for joy. Even the 2 soldiers who had been on guard duty exchanged smiles and high-fived each other. Though they weren't scientists, they understood what controlled nuclear fusion meant for the Dragon Nation.
Holy! I never saw this coming. Never in a million years.
Jiāng Chén actually succeeded in developing controlled nuclear fusion.
In just 2.5 days. Holy crap! Little Knife has finally opened his eyes.
Old Wang was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down his aged face. After gathering all his notes, he immediately called old Jiāng.
Hello? The voice on the other end trembled slightly. It worked? It worked! Silence. A long silence.
Old Wang could even hear heavy breathing on the other end.
Controlled nuclear fusion has been achieved. The landscape of the Dragon Nation would undergo earth-shattering changes.
Immediately, seal off the lab building.
Not a word of this is to get out. Remember, protect Jiāng Chén's safety above all else.
Old Jiāng said excitedly on the other end of the line.
Understood.
Rest assured, our security system at the Dragon Academy is no pushover.
Old Wang patted his chest in assurance. After hanging up,
Old Wang had someone deliver a confidentiality agreement.
He had every scientist present sign it. This included the 2 soldiers on guard duty. 10 minutes later, the security system of the entire Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute was activated. Professor Wang issued the order. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. No one was permitted to leave the Dragon Science Institute. Half an hour later,
a large contingent of armored vehicles from the Pengcheng garrison arrived,
swiftly encircling the entire Dragon Science Institute. Multiple layers of checkpoints were established around the perimeter of the Dragon Science Institute. An hour and a half later, a sudden roar echoed overhead.
Over a dozen Longwa Taotai helicopters descended from all directions toward the institute. Before they could steady themselves, people began descending rapidly along the rope ladders that were being lowered.
Then, with a roll, they landed steadily on the roof.
He swiftly moved to find the optimal sniping position. He swiftly assembled and mounted the sniper rifle strap to his back.
Point A is in position. Point B is in position. Point C is in position. Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute assumes full control.
The helicopter's radio channel echoed with continuous status reports.
After confirming safety, the aircraft then descended slowly and methodically under ground crew guidance. First, dozens of Special Operations Combat personnel disembarked from the aircraft.
Nearly every one of them was clad in Long Nation's specialized weaponry and gear.
Those in the know would recognize.
Each individual among them represented the nation's elite single combatants.
A single one of them could match the combat capabilities of an entire company.
Their specialties lay in assassination, sabotage, and precision strikes.
They firmly believe that the best defense is a strong offense.
Each of these warriors is chosen from tens of thousands. They are the culmination of Dragon Nation's immense investment in training.
Upon death, they are honored with burial in the Martyrs' Mausoleum. They rest in the same burial ground as those who achieved outstanding military honors for the nation.
They swiftly disembarked the aircraft, forming a fan-shaped defensive formation.
He flashed an OK sign toward the rear. Immediately after,
5 or 6 elderly men with white hair descended from the aircraft. Among them was old Jiāng.
How many years has it been? About 8 years. How's your health holding up? Oomph, bad luck. Even if you die, I won't. Oh, you too. At your age, bickering the moment you meet, what a spectacle for the younger generation. Come on, let's go.
We must see for ourselves what kind of genius this is.
We should definitely take a good look.
If our Dragon Nation has such a treasure,
even if I die, this old man will die with peace in my heart. Chapter 148, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After disembarking the plane, the group made their way toward Jiāng Chén's laboratory building.
Elder Su, Elder Xia, and Elder Liu had all made immortal contributions to Longwa's scientific research.
It could be said that without them, the Dragon Nation's defense industry and national economy would never have reached their current heights. Their contributions were woven into nearly every major scientific endeavor in the nation. They were national treasures of the Dragon Nation, embodying its generational legacy. As the official assessment from the Eagle Nation put it, each of them is worth an entire aircraft carrier strike group. If possible, the Eagle would even be willing to pay an equivalent price to have them serve their own country. Or perhaps, their heads on a platter. Grandpa, is that Jiāng Chén guy really that formidable? After disembarking from the helicopter with a group of elders, Xiaoshui kept glancing around. With her oval face, long floral dress, and canvas sneakers, she resembled a lively little sprite. She added a touch of vitality to the group of elders. Xiaoshui, never underestimate anyone. Remember, there are always people more skilled than you, and skies beyond skies. Grandpa Xia gazed at his granddaughter with affectionate indulgence as he offered this gentle reminder. Could they be any better than you? Better than Grandpa Su or Grandpa Xia?
Xiaoshui looked up defiantly, her nose in the air. Hey, don't you dare speak ill of your two grandfathers. They still rely on their reputation to make a living. Grandpa Xia scolded with feigned sternness. Xiaoshui took him seriously, her face filled with disbelief. Good heavens, could it be more than? Grandpa Su and Grandpa Liu couldn't hold back any longer. Xia Lao, couldn't you teach your granddaughter something nice? It's just that back in our youth, we were researching nuclear bombs and didn't bring you along. Is it really worth holding a grudge for so long? Xiaoshui looked pensive upon hearing this. No wonder these folks had been bickering since they met off the plane. So there was an old grudge at play here. Oomph. You'd be better off not bringing it up, it just makes me furious. I treated you as comrades, but you treated me like a sacrificial pawn? Is it that my skills fall short of yours, or that I, Xia, am a coward afraid of death? Old Xia fumed, his beard bristling and eyes blazing. He stomped his cane fiercely, ready to start a fight on the spot. At over 70 years old, he completely disregarded his image as a venerable patriarch of the Dragon Nation. The soldiers nearby maintained their vigilance, eyes fixed on their noses, noses on their hearts, as if they hadn't even noticed the old man's presence. What a joke. Any one of these three heavyweights could send shockwaves through Blue Star's scientific community with a mere stamp of their foot. They commanded over 100 million followers in the scientific community of the Dragon Nation. Who dared step in to break up the fight? We soldiers aren't afraid to die. We're willing to pay any price for the Dragon Nation, no question about that. But this ING. If even a single hair falls in a fight between these three titans, that would truly make headlines. Confinement and disciplinary records would be the least of it. We might even be nailed to the wall of shame for life. I didn't see it, couldn't see it. And old Jiang, you're our leader, how can you stay silent? When it comes to fighting, we've got no complaints. But this situation? Who the hell can stand it? Old Jiang, who had been keeping quiet all along, cleared his throat softly. Hey, now, gentlemen of great talent, let's not forget the main purpose of our visit to the Lunka Institute in Pengcheng today. Old Xia's eyes flashed, his raised cane frozen midair before slowly lowering. He'd never actually raise a hand. Seeing the opening Jiang offered, he immediately seized the chance to back down. Poof. What you two old boys owe me, you'll never pay back in a lifetime. He said, secretly delighted within. Let you two regret not calling me back then for the rest of your lives. Fine, I owe you. Is that good enough? Look, we're practically 6 feet under, can't you let it go already? The two old men seemed to realize they were in the wrong and could only sigh in defeat. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the entrance to Jiāng Chén's laboratory. The area was already heavily guarded by layers of soldiers. Without proper authorization, any attempt to force entry, a fierce skirmish would be inevitable. Attention! Salute! A thunderous command echoed. The sentries snapped to attention and saluted, eyes fixed straight ahead with a smile. Good morning, Commander. The synchronized greeting instilled an immense sense of security. The four elders returned the salute with benevolent expressions. Xiaoshui skipped along behind them, bouncing with excitement as if she'd seen this scene countless times before. Wow, that soldier is so handsome. This one's not bad either. Wow, they're all so handsome. Where was the dignity they had when they first stepped off the plane? After walking a short distance, they arrived at the entrance of a laboratory. A dozen scientists with dark circles under their eyes were squatting at the entrance eating boxed meals. Were it not for their lab coats, they'd look just like bricklayers on the street. Old Wang, too, crouched in a corner, wolfing down his meal from a takeout box, smacking his lips incessantly. The physical strain of recent days had left him famished. His appetite now rivaled that of a young, strong man. You've all worked hard. I believe everyone here is quite familiar with the gentleman behind me, no need for formal introductions, right? Old Jiang greeted everyone with a smile. These gentlemen were luminaries in Longwa's scientific community. Scientists would certainly recognize them. Many stopped eating mid-bite, setting down their lunchboxes and bringing over extra meals.
Professor Xia, Professor Liu, Professor Su, have you eaten? There are extra meals here. Professor Xia waved his hand with a smile. You eat. We already had a meal on the plane before coming.
The Dragon Nation's leadership placed the utmost importance on the safety of these three elders. Therefore, every meal was provided by dedicated staff.
This wasn't China overreacting.
It was because the Eagle Nation and Turtle Nation had previously attempted to assassinate these three. Poisoning their food alone had been attempted countless times.
The rivalry between nations is often fiercer than ordinary people imagine.
As the young scientists gazed at him with reverence,
Professor Xia smiled and nodded. He felt deeply gratified. The advancement of Dragon Nation's scientific research couldn't rely solely on old hands like them.
To truly bring a major project to fruition, it would depend on these young pillars of strength.
Where's Jiāng Chén?
Old Liu scanned the crowd of people squatting down to eat boxed meals for a long time.
He couldn't make out a single face. Which one of them was that prodigy named Jiāng Chén?
Old Wang nudged the youth beside him. Hey, you! The youth quickly shoveled down a couple more bites, raised his right hand, and looked up at Elder Xia and the others with a smile.
It's me! Right here! Everyone turned their gaze toward the voice.
There, crouched against the innermost wall, sat two figures holding their rice bowls. One was Old Wang, the other a youth. The boy held his hand high, clutching chopsticks. Grains of rice clung to the chopsticks.
You're Jiāng Chén?
Xia Shui walked toward the youth, her face filled with disbelief, stepping past the four elders. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity.
Such a handsome and dashing young man. How could someone like him cause such a stir in the scientific community? He'd even caught the attention of three grandfathers. That's not scientific. Hello, my name is Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén swallowed his food and confirmed with a smile. Chapter 149, Taming the Beast.
Jiāng Chén stood up, placing the boxed meal on the windowsill beside him with lingering reluctance, then extended his hand in a friendly gesture.
I don't believe it.
My mom said that usually, guys who are good-looking are probably just empty-headed.
You can't possibly be a genius.
Xia Shui pouted, ignoring Jiāng Chén's outstretched hand, and ran back to Old Master Xia's side. Old Master Xia shot her a stern look, then gently flicked her nose with his aged finger.
Silly girl, you never learn the good things, but you pick up the bad ones in a flash. Do you even know why I called you here this time? To broaden my horizons? Xia Shui didn't dodge, sticking out her tongue and making a funny face. Half right. Then what is it? Follow Jiāng Chén and learn well. Why? What's so great about learning from him? I'd rather learn from you. Don't be so sure of yourself just yet. We'll see if he even keeps you around. What's so great about him anyway? Just a pretty face with no substance.
Old Master Xia shook his head helplessly. Xia Shui was indeed Old Master Xia's granddaughter. But since the other two elders never had children, they treated Xia Shui as their own flesh and blood.
I think Xia Shui's attitude is perfectly fine. Dare to hypothesize. I mean, we can't let ourselves be blinded by hearsay.
Noticing the slight frown on Old Master Xia's brow, Old Master Liu kept giving him meaningful glances.
Aha, well said. Let's observe Jiāng Chén's experimental results before making any judgments. Old Xia immediately understood.
Xia Shui beamed triumphantly, Grandpa Liu is the best. Old Zhang and the three senior scientists approached Jiāng Chén, formally introducing themselves one by one. Jiāng Chén had intended to continue eating, but his hand reached out to grab his bowl before quickly retracting. He shook hands with each of the four in turn.
Jiāng Chén, might we see your experimental setup? Oh, no rush. Finish your boxed meal first.
Grandpa Xia said with a kind smile.
Jiāng Chén paused slightly, then replied, well then, I'll gladly comply. With that, he showed no intention of being polite. He continued shoveling food into his mouth with abandon. The mental and physical toll of the experiment had been immense. Translating vast technical knowledge into tangible results had taken a tremendous toll on Jiāng Chén. 10 minutes later. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Jiāng Chén donned his protective suit once more and stepped into the nuclear laboratory.
He picked up the teacup-sized nuclear reactor from the lab bench and slowly flipped the switch.
A brilliant white light flared instantly.
The four elders who had just arrived gasped in astonishment.
Is this really a nuclear reactor? To suppress the energy level to such a minuscule scale is beyond imagination. I've never seen such a miniature nuclear reactor. I wonder about its safety. But it seems to be working for now. Mr. Wang? Tell us, how exactly was this reactor constructed? Old Wang smiled faintly and pulled out his practical notes from the briefcase.
There were 4 of them. He distributed them to the 4 elders. Flipping through any page revealed intricate diagrams and data.
Only Old Wang could have recorded Jiāng Chén's experimental steps in such meticulous detail within such a short time. Nevertheless, numerous sections remained marked with question marks.
Yet this did not hinder these scientific luminaries from comprehending the work.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
This approach has finally resolved a long-standing puzzle for me.
Ah, there's a question mark at the crucial point. Looks like we'll have to ask Jiāng Chén for clarification later. The concept is sound, but putting it into practice will inevitably reveal flaws. After reviewing the experimental notes recorded by Old Wang, the eminent scholars felt both joy and concern. With their years of research experience, deciphering the formulas and data posed no difficulty. It was clear this was a feasible plan for constructing a miniature nuclear reactor. However, the records were incomplete. Many critical technical modules could not be readily grasped. Therefore, there are also considerable concerns. How should I put it? As is well known, the primary reason nuclear reactions have long been difficult to precisely control. The main reason lies in the immense energy released in an instant. That's why many countries often build massive nuclear reactors near the coast. First, this allows the immense energy released in an instant to be mitigated and processed through the reactor. Second, if the released energy, including radiation, cannot be promptly and properly managed, discharging it into the ocean becomes a relatively inexpensive solution. Otherwise, the Chernobyl disaster in the Bear Country wouldn't have occurred. Hundreds of thousands of lives were sacrificed to contain the nuclear leak. Although Jiāng Chén used minimal nuclear material, if it truly spiraled out of control, it could still cause significant damage. A direct explosion would be the least of the concerns. What was far more alarming was the prospect of the surrounding area, spanning dozens of miles, being transformed into nuclear wasteland. The contamination would persist for millennia. Therefore, while the bigwigs marveled at Jiāng Chén's ability to confine nuclear energy to such a minuscule scale, they were equally concerned. They feared the device's instability could lead to loss of control. As if to validate this concern, Jiāng Chén began explaining the tiny teacup in the laboratory. To facilitate communication, a voice communication system was set up between the inside and outside of the lab. Thus, everyone in the corridor could hear Jiāng Chén's words. Everyone, see this device in my hand? It's called a tokamak. It's the most crucial factor in controlling nuclear energy reactions. With this thing, we can tame the beast of nuclear energy into a docile kitten. Click. A crisp sound echoed. Jiāng Chén flipped a switch on the tokamak device. The nuclear reactor, which had been glowing like fireflies, instantly grew brighter. Its brightness matched that of a desk lamp. It appeared soft and gentle, not at all glaring. That's level 2. Perfect for civilian lighting, no problem. He flipped the switch again. The light intensified to street lamp brightness. This is the 3rd setting. Perfect for industrial and commercial lighting. He flipped the switch again. The entire lab was flooded with bright light. This is 4th gear. It poses no problem as a power source for small and medium-sized vehicles. Additionally, there are 5 or 6 other gear ratios that can be adapted for various military and commercial applications within our nation. The corridor fell silent. Everyone stared as if witnessing a miracle. They were utterly speechless. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xia Shui looked as though she'd seen a ghost. Having grown up alongside old Master Xia, she had seen it all. She was well versed in the cutting-edge technologies humans were currently researching. Controlled nuclear fusion was one such example. As if awakened by Xia Shui's words, the room erupted in excitement. Even the scientists who had witnessed Jiāng Chén's step-by-step demonstration from start to finish were no exception. Unbeatable. Absolutely unbeatable. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The Dragon Nation is about to rise. This technology will benefit all of humanity. We've finally tamed the beast. Chapter 150, Dr. Su's opinion. The 5 elders present exchanged smiles, seeing uncontrollable excitement reflected in each other's faces. The breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion, for Dragon Nation and indeed all of humanity. It was comparable to humanity's first discovery of fire. It marked the transition from a primitive existence to the dawn of agriculture. Moreover, according to Jiāng Chén's explanation, this nuclear reactor system possessed at least a dozen distinct power levels. Each setting corresponds to a distinct energy level. This signifies that control over nuclear energy has reached an exceptionally high level. However, the most concerning aspect is the stability of this equipment. Only enduring stability reigns supreme. Jiāng Chén, I'd like to ask you a question. After pondering for a while, Elder Xia decided to voice his doubts. Ask away. I'll answer whatever I know. Jiāng Chén replied patiently. Everyone perked up their ears, eager to hear what question Elder Xia would pose. A question from such a titan of science would surely carry immense weight. Even Xia Shui blinked wide-eyed, her gaze fixed on old Wang. It's like this. Nuclear energy itself possesses immense power. Now that we've achieved controlled nuclear fusion, we can harness that energy and release it at the microscopic level. This means that devices powered by this method could operate for extended periods without needing refueling or recharging. Equipment that previously required refueling or recharging every 2 or 3 days could potentially operate for 5 years? 10 years? Or even longer. So, what is the lifespan of your nuclear reactor? Jiāng Chén, think carefully before answering that question. As soon as Elder Xia finished speaking, the scientists present nodded in agreement. Short-term control is useless. If its operational lifespan is too short, any loss of control could lead to incalculable damage. Jiāng Chén nodded and replied calmly. You're absolutely right, Professor Xia. But I ask you, would you believe that my compact nuclear reactor can sustain operation for a century? The others froze momentarily, their expressions turning peculiar. Xia Shui immediately interjected with a cold snort. Since there's no way to verify it, you could claim it lasts 10,000 years. Use it for 10 or 80 years. If problems arise later, it'll be the old folks taking the blame. Hearing this, old Wang felt displeased. But relying solely on Jiāng Chén's word could indeed lead to the outcome Xia Shui described. Well, I don't think we need to dwell on this issue. Specialization is key. Why not have our colleagues from Pengcheng's Lunka Institute perform an aging test to confirm? Seeming to sense old Wang's awkwardness, old Zhang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. In science, it's right to hypothesize boldly and verify cautiously. But Jiāng Chén had long become the prized treasure in both old Wang's and even old Zhang's hearts. Therefore, they must protect their own. Alright, let's do it this way. That's the best solution. Upon hearing old Zhang's suggestion, old Xia nodded in agreement. Go fetch Dr. Su. He's the most skilled at handling this. Old Wang said, turning to Wang Shui. Wang Shui frowned slightly, reluctantly picking up her phone to send a message to Dr. Su. Report immediately to the nuclear energy lab. Bring the aging detection equipment. This is an order from old Wang. She had always assumed Dr. Su had returned to the country, abandoning a high-paying job to contribute to the nation. Until one day, Wang Shui, out of curiosity, hacked into his chat logs. After seeing information she shouldn't have known, Dr. Su's image in Wang Shui's mind came crashing down. He claimed to be contributing to the Dragon Academy in Pengcheng under the guise of patriotism. In reality, he maintained frequent contact with the eagle-eyed folks over there. He also looked down on Dragon Nation's technology on a daily basis. 10 minutes later, Dr. Su arrived at the nuclear energy lab, muttering curses under his breath. A group of scientists stood at the doorway. Among them were a few elderly men who seemed vaguely familiar. He gave a slight nod in greeting. Turning to the lab, he voiced his disbelief. That tiny teacup? Are you kidding me? Dragon Nation's research protocols need standardizing ASAP. Testing everything under the sun? If all else fails, why not adopt Eagle Nation's lab procedures? What a waste of resources. His utter contempt was plain for all to see. He made sure everyone knew he'd returned from conducting research in the Eagle Nation. But complaints aside, when old Wang spoke, he obediently took the equipment over for testing. To be safe, Jiāng Chén removed the Yi glaze from the reactor and placed it back in the box. This way, even if the miniature reactor did malfunction, it wouldn't disintegrate under stress, causing a nuclear leak. The scientists at Pengcheng Dragon Academy had long grown accustomed to such incidents, viewing them as nothing unusual. They simply chalked it up to Dr. Su's personality quirks. Meanwhile, the other old codgers exchanged glances, each clearly sensing the other's displeasure. With their years of experience and keen insight honed from observing countless people, Dr. Su seemed a bit too enamored with foreign things? Was the moon rounder abroad? Alright, young genius, step aside. I'm about to begin the test. Dr. Su waved his hand dismissively, shooing Jiāng Chén away like a fly, cracking what he thought was a humorous joke. Jiāng Chén showed no discomfort, nodding with a smile as he obediently stepped aside. Dr. Su placed the instrument over the small nuclear reactor. Beep beep beep. Immediately, the numbers on the instrument began to jump rapidly. 1, 30, 90, 365, 963. Dr. Su watched the numbers jump relentlessly, as if experiencing some inexplicable thrill. He kept muttering, blow up, shatter like crushed ice, crack open for me. But as time passed, the numbers kept jumping. Dr. Su began to notice something amiss. 3 years. 5 years. 10 years. 50 years. 120 years. 200 years. No, that's impossible. Dr. Su grew increasingly alarmed as he watched. Ignoring everyone present, he pressed the instrument's switch. The number froze at the 300-year mark. There must be a malfunction in the equipment. I'll examine it carefully. The crowd in the hallway had also been startled by the fluctuating data. Seeing Dr. Su abruptly halt the process, their anger was palpable. Yet upon hearing Dr. Su suggest a possible equipment malfunction, they all found it plausible. After all, no industrial equipment had ever been known to function flawlessly for over a century without issues. Checking it out was a good idea. Otherwise, testing with a faulty device would be pointless. Damn it, the instrument is working perfectly. How is this possible? Dr. Su exclaimed in astonishment. Refusing to accept it, he turned the instrument back on and continued testing. The data continued to fluctuate wildly. Everyone's breathing grew increasingly ragged as the readings climbed higher. Half an hour later. Beep, beep. The data on the monitor finally stopped fluctuating. 999 years. That's the machine's limit, but not the reactor's. Holy, that's insane. Chapter 151, the modification only takes 3 days. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dr. Su sat down on the floor as if he'd lost his soul. Such data was simply beyond belief. Others build technology. What the hell are you building? The stones knew why used to mend the heavens? So incredibly durable. What is this even for? Dr. Su finally caught his breath and turned to look at Jiāng Chén standing in the corner, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. A tokamak device, a miniature nuclear reactor. To ensure he understood, Jiāng Chén deliberately reinserted the nuclear fuel. The entire nuclear energy lab instantly brightened. Dr. Su stared fixedly at the miniature nuclear reactor in Jiāng Chén's hands, his face trembling uncontrollably. He knew all too well what the object in Jiāng Chén's hands truly represented. This was technology that even the United States had spent decades trying to master without success. Dr. Su seemed to lose all sensation, numbly rising from the floor and shuffling toward the exit. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Shui immediately called out, "Su! You stay right there. Thinking of reporting this to the Eagle Nation? Don't think I don't know what you're up to." Wang Shui shout. The scientists instantly grew alert. Dr. Su paused, halting his steps as he turned to glare at Wang Shui. His face twisted with venom as he spat, "You little! How dare you look at my chat logs?" Perhaps the shock from Jiāng Chén's scientific breakthrough was too overwhelming. The words slipped out before he could stop himself, and only then did he realize his mistake. "No, Professor Wang, Professor Zhang, let me explain." However, old people are cunning creatures. Old Zhang wasn't about to listen to his explanation. He immediately barked orders at the soldiers in the hallway, "Stay here and interrogate him thoroughly." "Yes, sir." Several soldiers immediately stepped forward, surrounding Dr. Su and hauling him away. Dr. Su wailed loudly, "It's a frame-up, old Wang. I'm innocent. Save me." Old Wang snorted coldly. "Guilty or not, we'll get to the bottom of this. Go in peace. Rest assured, we won't convict an innocent man, nor will we let a guilty one escape." Hearing this, Dr. Su was utterly devastated. He had indeed, as Wang Shui had said, repeatedly disclosed Lunka Academy's scientific and technological information during their conversations, both openly and covertly. If a thorough investigation were launched, he would have no way to escape punishment. Completely broken, he erupted in curses, "You damned bastards, you old fools of Long Nation." With those words spoken, it was essentially a confession without prompting. The elders paused, not angered but amused. They'd seen fools before, but never one this foolish. Seal his mouth. Drag him away for thorough interrogation. Old Zhang waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a fly. Soldiers produced a roll of duct tape from somewhere. They immediately cut a piece and sealed Dr. Su's mouth shut tight. The shouts abruptly ceased. The entire corridor fell silent in an instant. Watching Dr. Su being dragged away, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Jiāng Chén emerged from the lab, he was immediately surrounded by a group of elderly men. "Young man, are you married yet? What kind of girl do you like? What do you think of my Xia Shui? My goodness, the new generation is pushing the old aside. So young, yet capable of creating revolutionary technology. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Jiāng Chén, would you be interested in joining me at the Beijing Dragon Academy? The resources there are superior, and the opportunities for growth are far greater. Hey, old Liu, have you no sense of decency? You can't just poach people like that right in front of them." Tokamak? Is that the correct term? How many years did you spend researching such a sophisticated device? 3 days? You're joking. Since our nation's founding, we've poured countless resources into this without finding a viable solution. You're telling me you did it in just 3 days? Jiāng Chén not only excels in research but also has top-notch comedic timing. What? 3 days? Old Wang, you can't just go around saying things like that. You know this is a very serious matter. Not only did old Wang say this, the dozen or so other scientists present also pounded their chests in affirmation. 3 days. Just 3 days. Every single one of the 4 elders stared at Jiāng Chén with wide eyes. It was like staring at a monster. Old Zhang's old ailment flared up again, leaving him gasping for breath. He hastily pulled a bottle of pills from his pocket, popped a few into his mouth, and swallowed them with a gulp of saliva. Old Xia's eyes instantly rolled back, startling Xia Shui into a shriek as she rushed to pinch his philtrum. The other 2 old men weren't faring much better, swaying unsteadily against the wall, their lips trembling. The other scientists scrambled to assist, patting their backs to ease their breathing. Some even pulled out acupuncture needles from their pockets. Each scientist represented the crystallization of Dragon Nation's wisdom. Beyond their research work, they also studied traditional Chinese medicine, first aid, and acupuncture in their spare time. Now, seeing several of their country's leading figures on the verge of losing consciousness, they immediately began deploying their respective skills. After a considerable time, the elderly men gradually stabilized.
Good, very good, it only took 3 days. Old Master Xia muttered again, struggling to catch his breath. Old Master Xia, please stop muttering. I can't keep up with the acupuncture needles. The scientist skilled in acupuncture beside him grew flustered. 3 days was indeed absurd. But if it costs you your life, it won't be worth it. Yes, Master Xia, take care of yourself. Live a few more years, and you might witness the great rise of the Dragon Nation. Old Liu seemed to have read Xia Lao's mind perfectly. Upon hearing this, old Xia paused slightly, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Alright, let's not speak of it anymore. He then tried to divert attention with another topic. He turned to Jiāng Chén and asked, Jiāng Chén, if we were to adapt this system for tanks or aircraft, how long would the retrofitting take? Jiāng Chén pondered briefly. The system's response was to create a universal engine module, using the mechanical arm of a LV2 inventor. 1 day should suffice. However, if Jiāng Chén were to do it himself, it would take 3 days. Considering future mass production needs for modifications, it's impractical to have him tinker with every single aircraft or tank individually. Thus, a compromise was reached. 3 days. If I do the manual modifications myself, it'll take 3 days. But if my machine tools handle it, it'll take just 1 day. But if you want to mass produce this across the entire Dragon Nation and build a production line, that would require a full reassessment based on the actual circumstances. Confidence. Confident. Professionalism. What? Just 3 days for a manual modification? The elderly gentlemen were stunned as if struck by lightning. Each of them was over 70 years old. They had weathered countless storms in their lives. Yet when Jiāng Chén's answer reached their ears, they were once again knocked off their feet. Their breathing grew ragged, their eyes rolled back. Old Jiāng, old Xia, what's wrong with you two? Master Liu, Master Su, don't scare me like this. Quick, someone help. Get the military doctor over here. Chapter 152, I'm not kidding, Jiāng Chén is seriously impressive. In full view of everyone, the elderly gentlemen suddenly began gasping for breath and rolling their eyes back. The scientists and soldiers nearby were terrified. Scientists who knew acupuncture weren't professionals in this field. They could handle minor issues. But when faced with a major incident, he was utterly helpless. 2 soldiers immediately flung open the corridor window and shouted hoarsely downstairs, Zhao Tianjia, hurry up here. Emergency. Several soldiers stood guard downstairs. One bore a red cross emblem on his shoulder. Zhao Tianjia froze for a moment, then clutched the medical kit under his arm tightly and began running for his life. As he ran, he shouted back, Roger that. Hang in there. He plunged into the building. He took the emergency exit. Thump, thump, thump. He scrambled up the stairs. Though he was a conscript. But endurance and explosive strength are demanded even more in peacetime. Because on the battlefield, a medic must protect themselves while also rescue multiple comrades. Just as he reached the 6th floor, he heard a comrade's urgent cry, hurry. They've lost consciousness, they're fading fast. Zhao Tianjia glanced over and was utterly stunned. Holy moly. 4 elderly people lay on the floor. Each one was a distinguished figure in the Dragon Nation. The loss of any one of them would warrant a month of national mourning. All 4 at once. What would the consequences be? Zhao Tianjia instinctively shuddered before snapping back to reality. He hurried over in quick strides, almost running. He retrieved the emergency medication from the first aid kit and distributed it among the others. 4 pills in total, 1 for each person. He pried open their mouths and placed the pills inside. Then he pulled out the portable oxygen tanks and distributed them to the group. Each little old man had a set of oxygen tubes shoved into his nostrils. Heavy panting sounds. One by one, the 4 elderly men regained consciousness. Old man Xia slowly opened his eyes, his mind dazed. Who am I? Where am I? In his haze, he wondered if he had fainted moments ago. Old Master Xia, are you all right? Don't scare me. Military Dr. Zhao Tianjia asked urgently from beside him. Old Master Xia weakly shook his head, indicating he was fine. With the soldier's support, he slowly pushed himself up from the ground. The other elderly individuals who had fallen also regained consciousness. Everyone wiped away the cold sweat. It had been a false alarm. Old Wang, you're in remarkable shape. Out of all us old bones here, you're the only one who's fine. Old Zhang glanced casually at his former comrade in arms, his pupils contracting slightly. To his astonishment, old Wang stood there as calm as could be, as if nothing had happened. The 4 little old men couldn't believe it for the life of them. Without special care. How could someone in their 70s? How could old Wang possess such formidable physical prowess? All 4 of them had collapsed to the ground. Only old Wang acted like nothing was wrong. This doesn't make sense. Come on, spill it. You must have some secret preservation technique. Don't even think about keeping it from us. Yeah, old Wang. We've never heard you mention it before, that's just not fair. Did the Dragon Academy secretly develop some kind of biological formula? Old Wang, you can't keep this to yourself. Old Wang, we've known each other for decades.
If you've got something this good, I suggest you share it sooner rather than later. Old Wang sighed. It's not that I'm healthier than you. Then what is it? Don't try to pull the wool over our eyes. Exactly. If you don't spill the beans today, you're not going anywhere. Ah, our bond has grown cold. Now you won't even share life-saving things with us. Seeing the four elders chatting away, Old Wang was forced into a series of wry smiles. He straightened up and declared, I truly haven't deceived you. You've completely misunderstood, okay? The reason I didn't faint from excitement like you did is simply because I'm used to it. His words were sincere and heartfelt, not seeming like a lie. The four elders exchanged glances, each seeing shock reflected in the other's eyes. You mean Jiāng Chén has been like this before? Old Wang nodded and replied with a smile, you finally figured it out. He looked at them as if they were fools. Throughout the entire Dragon Nation, only Old Wang possessed the authority and credentials to issue such a decree. If it were anyone else, they'd likely be hauled out and sent straight to the mental hospital to see if there was something wrong with their heads. Old Jiāng, having previously interacted with Jiāng Chén, wore a pensive expression. The other elders weren't having it. What? Used to it? How dare Old Wang start spouting such nonsense? How old is Jiāng Chén? He looks barely over 20. Developing controlled nuclear fusion is already astonishing enough. And you tell me you're used to it? So you mean he's already developed other equally mind-blowing technologies before? Even if Jiāng Chén himself were present, you still shouldn't be spouting nonsense. Professor Wang, we know Jiāng Chén is your pride and joy at the Dragon Academy. But no matter how precious he is, his brilliance doesn't warrant such exaggerated praise. Who'd have thought, Old Wang? Haven't seen you in years, and while I can't speak for other things, your talent for exaggeration sure has grown. Who are you trying to fool? Old Wang, we all recognize this young man's genius. But it's hardly as extraordinary as you make it out to be. Why not just claim he can fly to the heavens while you're at it? Exactly, Old Wang. Hyping someone's abilities should still be grounded in reality. If Jiāng Chén were our age, I wouldn't mind your claims. But he's barely in his 20s. Even if he started doing research in his mother's womb, it's hard to imagine him inventing any more groundbreaking technologies, right? Seeing the old men remained unconvinced, Old Wang rolled his eyes. Old Jiāng, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you know how to exaggerate? Xia Lao, Su Lao, and Lu Lao immediately turned to look at Zhang Lao. From their expressions, it was clear old Jiāng had no desire to refute old Wang. Old Xia couldn't hold back. Old Jiāng, surely what old Wang said isn't true. The other two elderly gentlemen glanced at Jiāng Chén, then back at Zhang Lao, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Old Jiāng smiled faintly. Space-based weapons and manned robots, just these two things alone. Compared to controlled nuclear fusion, they're no weaker, only stronger. Boom! The elderly gentlemen were stunned. Their scalps tingled. They had heard of both technologies. But due to the nation's strict secrecy protocols, the existence of the entity capable of developing such cutting-edge technology remained shrouded in the highest level of secrecy. Thus, they still had no idea who had developed these technologies. But now that the conversation had reached this point, if old Jiāng didn't clarify things now, he'd likely be grilled relentlessly by the elders. Moreover, given the contributions and standing of these elders within the Dragon Nation, they didn't entirely belong to the majority who were kept in the dark. What? Are you saying both technologies were developed under Jiāng Chén's leadership? Good heavens! I'd assumed they were developed by two separate scientific teams. Old Jiāng interrupted, I think you've got it wrong. The feedback I received from Old Wang indicates these technologies weren't developed collaboratively. Jiāng Chén accomplished them entirely on his own. Boom! Old Xia nearly toppled over again. Su Lao and Lu Lao looked ready to roll their eyes. Quick, come help him up. The military doctor swiftly stepped forward to support old Xia. But after all, one person only has two hands. Supporting one elderly man was already a struggle. The other two were helpless. Others nearby immediately rushed forward, preventing Elder Su and Elder Lu from nearly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 153, The Generous Old Master Xia. Fortunately, everyone was prepared this time. Old Master Xia and the others avoided fainting as they had before. I, Xia, have never paid anyone in my life. Jiāng Chén, you've got me beat. Is this what they call a gap in innate talent? Holy moly! After decades of research, I always thought I was the gifted one. Now it seems Jiāng Chén is the one with true extraordinary talent. Exactly. It's nothing short of a miracle. He'll propel the Dragon Nation forward by a century. If Jiāng Chén hadn't actually achieved these technological breakthroughs, I wouldn't even dare to imagine such things under normal circumstances. The crowd was stunned by the news. Old Xia stepped forward, grasped Jiāng Chén's hand, and wept with emotion. Jiāng Chén, thank you for your contributions to the Dragon Nation over the years. Elder Lu and the others gathered around. Each shook hands with Jiāng Chén in turn. They showered him with praise for his contributions. Even Xia Shui, who had been utterly dissatisfied with Jiāng Chén at first, approached him now. Her expression solemn, she bowed deeply to Jiāng Chén. I'm sorry I was too rash earlier. Will you accept my apology? Her face flushed slightly as she extended her hand, seeking his grasp. Of course. Jiāng Chén smiled cheerfully on the surface, but his eyes widened in astonishment. Xia Shui's hand was so soft, so white. It had to be said she was a natural beauty. Xia Shui immediately withdrew her hand, her face flushing crimson as she stepped aside. The elderly gentlemen, seasoned by years, were not so easily fooled. They could see the subtle tension in the air. They exchanged knowing smiles. Old Master Xia even asked bluntly, Jiāng Chén, are you married yet? Do you have a girlfriend? Jiāng Chén answered honestly, not yet. The little old men perked up at once. Power, resources, and honors the state would provide those for Jiāng Chén. What else could they offer? Matchmaking, of course. They were shrewd enough to know. The moment old Xia opened his mouth, they knew exactly what he was up to. Isn't it just about trying to push her granddaughter into the picture? The thought instantly fired him up. We have this stunning researcher at our institute who just applied for a business trip to Pengcheng's Lunka Academy. The paperwork's been sitting on my desk for over a month. Jiāng Chén, what do you say, should we approve it? Oh, Jiāng Chén, why don't you come work at my office? I'll personally assign 8 beautiful female scientists to assist you. You pick whatever research project you want. Jiāng Chén, I just can't stand seeing you all alone. Trust me, our institute has plenty of beauties. They're ready to come learn from Professor Jiāng anytime. Old Xia was displeased. Whenever he needed to get something done, these old buddies. They always seemed to deliberately get involved, trying to outdo him. Hey, you lot! Cut it out. This is the Dragon Academy, a place for scientific research. Why are you always going on about beautiful women? What kind of example is that setting? Old Xia's expression was stern, his words passionate. He didn't look like he was joking at all. The old men were instantly struck by his words. They felt ashamed of their earlier remarks. We're sorry, Elder Xia. We misunderstood you. Old Su spoke first. Mr. Liu followed with an equally apologetic tone. Old Xia, you really have a higher level of awareness. Only then did old Xia nod in satisfaction. He then turned to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén, I wonder if your company is still hiring. I'd like Xia Shui to intern there. It's summer break now, and she could use some hands-on experience. We wouldn't charge a penny in wages, we'd even pay tuition. Mr. Liu and Mr. Su paused, momentarily taken aback. They instantly caught on. Damn it, old Xia had been waiting for this moment. Mr. Jiang and Mr. Wang smiled without comment. After all, this was beneficial for Jiāng Chén, and he was happy to see it happen. Only Wang Shui, standing nearby, kept her head bowed, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt for quite some time. Couldn't these esteemed elders of the Dragon Nation find something more substantial to occupy themselves with? Why were they constantly scrambling to find beautiful women for Jiāng Chén? And old Xia, he'd practically offered up his own granddaughter. What was that about? But these were all Dragon Nation's top figures. Even if she felt uncomfortable, she had no right to speak up. Deep down, she hoped Jiāng Chén would refuse outright. Seeing the bigwigs all trying to set him up with girls, he couldn't help but chuckle. He'd previously asked classmates to set him up on blind dates. They were all ugly ducklings with all sorts of weird personalities. But now, with so many big shots eager to set him up, his heart surged with excitement. But outwardly, he remained serious. No need for tuition. My company is just me right now. If she comes, the work might be scattered and overwhelming. We'll have to see what Xia Shui thinks. Old man Xia raised an eyebrow. He was about to insist his granddaughter would go whether she wanted to or not. But Xia Shui spoke first. I'll go as long as teacher Jiāng doesn't mind my clumsiness. I'll do whatever you need. His granddaughter, who had always been pampered, had never done any heavy or strenuous work since childhood. At home, she had clothes brought to her and meals served to her. Plus, she had a quirky personality and was exceptionally proud. She constantly compared outsiders to her own grandfather. Yet she found no one worthy of her attention. This has always been a headache for old Xia. But the family's financial situation was simply that good. What Xia Shui said was all true. Add to that the bond between grandmother and granddaughter. So the whole family was powerless against her. And now, Xia Shui actually agreed to intern at Jiāng Chén's company. And her attitude was surprisingly sincere. A single thought flashed through old Xia's mind: daughters grow up and leave home. Back when his wife first met him, she'd had that same look in her eyes. But for a prodigy like Jiāng Chén, he was more than worthy of his granddaughter Xia Shui. It was no exaggeration to say, if he hesitated even a moment longer, it would have been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, gone forever. Since his granddaughter approved, there was no reason for him to refuse. Good. Very good. Xia Shui has little experience in the real world. Don't spare her just to save face, give her a thorough grounding. If she comes back unchanged from before joining your company, I'll hold you accountable. He could even put on a stern expression after saying that. Xiaoxue pouted playfully, "Grandpa, am I still your granddaughter? Anyone watching would think we're enemies. Who makes demands like that?" Grandpa Xia feigned sternness. "It's all my fault for spoiling you too much. You're always comparing others to your grandfather. Well, now you've met your match. A talent like this comes once in a lifetime. If you don't seize this opportunity, don't blame Grandpa for not helping you." Hearing this, Xiaoxue not only didn't get angry. Instead, she replied earnestly, "All right, Grandpa. I'll study diligently under Jiāng Chén." She then turned to Jiāng Chén. "Don't let my age fool you. I'm only 18, but I can handle finance, accounting, and administration. Feel free to put me to work, Teacher Jiang." Old Master Xia finally nodded in satisfaction. The other old men couldn't help but feel envious. Old Xia really was willing to go all out to secure Jiāng Chén. Chapter 154, Spy's suicide attempt fails. 3 days later, Pengcheng's Lonka Institute remained heavily guarded. It was sealed off like an iron cage. Not even a fly could escape. Passers-by observing from afar sensed something different about the academy compared to usual. They couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. Only a profound sense of security settled over their hearts. On the balconies of nearby residential buildings, a big and a small figure were doing their morning exercises. "Daddy, why hasn't anyone been going in or out of the Dragon Science Institute across the street for days?" A young child asked in a high-pitched voice, turning to the adult man beside her. The man called Daddy by the little girl was doing bicep curls facing the distant sunrise. 5, 6, 7. "Ha? The Dragon Science Institute? Daddy doesn't know. But there really are a lot fewer people coming and going than usual. 10, 11, 12. Ha!" Sun Wukong slammed down 2 30-kilogram dumbbells, panting heavily. Ding dong ding dong. A school bus pulled up below, its bell ringing from the front. "Sunshine Chang, your backpack is packed and ready. Hurry downstairs, don't keep your classmates waiting." "Got it, Dai Di." The little girl grabbed her backpack and dashed downstairs, boarding the school bus headed for kindergarten. The bus started up and disappeared from view. Sun Wukong held a cup of coffee, continuing to sit on the balcony, his eyes occasionally drifting toward the upstairs balcony. It was a fully enclosed balcony. The curtains were always drawn. But Sun Wukong had been observing it for quite some time. A head would occasionally peek through the curtain slits. Others might overlook it. But Sun Wukong certainly wouldn't. For a former reconnaissance soldier, failing to notice such a detail, it would be a waste of his years in the military. Typically, the likelihood of spotting such a head peeking through increased at night. 3 days ago, a large number of helicopters and armored vehicles suddenly appeared at the Dragon Research Institute. The curtains on the upstairs balcony suddenly stirred. The surveillance device extended from inside in broad daylight. It only retracted quietly once the Dragon Research Institute fell completely silent. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Sun Wukong's professional instincts told him. There was definitely something wrong here. Such a coincidence couldn't be possible. Just then, a helicopter suddenly took off from the direction of the Dragon Research Institute. Yes, you saw correctly. It was that kind of sudden, swift takeoff. No warning, no prelude. The entire process likely took less than a second. It felt more like a catapult launch than a takeoff. Based on Sun Wukong's experience, even the most advanced fighter jets couldn't achieve this. Could it be that the Dragon Academy has developed a new breakthrough? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Sun Wukong's interest was instantly piqued as he stared intently at the helicopter. It appeared to be Longgua's latest helicopter model, the Tao Tai. He'd seen it during the live broadcast of the Dragon Nation military exercises. Its performance is exceptional. Fast and stable. It could be said that among modern combat aircraft, it ranked among the top 10 globally. But, even so, it still falls far short of the Tao Tai helicopter's catapult launch. The combination of explosive power and stability concentrated in a single object seemed exceptionally bizarre. Could the Dragon Research Institute have developed something new again? One must admit, these scientists are truly remarkable. It is precisely because of them that the Dragon Nation has enjoyed such enduring and stable peace. At that moment, Sun Wukong's ears twitched involuntarily. A faint sound drifted down from the floor above. He turned his head. A head peered through the curtain's gap once more. Bathed in the morning sun's glimmer, it was impossible for Sun Wukong's eyes not to catch sight of it. Interesting. A faint smile curved around Sun Wukong's lips. According to Dragon Nation's security protocols, this could absolutely not be one of their own. The only question was what level of merit this constituted. No time to waste. He turned and returned to his room, pulling a pistol, bulletproof vest, and dagger from the drawer. Once fully equipped, he swiftly exited the room. He headed upstairs. His footsteps were light, almost inaudible. But his strides were long, and he ascended the stairs in just a few quick steps. Bang! 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 He pounded on the door with force. A voice answered from inside, "Who is it?" "Food delivery." Rustling sounds came from inside. As if someone was approaching. Pausing at the doorway. Sun Wukong knew someone was peering through the peephole. "Why aren't you wearing your delivery uniform?" the person at the door asked. "Forgot it at home," Sun Wukong replied, his face unflushed and heart unfluttered. The person inside seemed satisfied with this explanation and didn't keep Sun Wukong waiting long. Creak. The door creaked open, its hinges grinding with a sharp, grating sound. "Come in." A burly mixed-race man stepped back half a pace. The door faced the balcony. A high-end camera stood conspicuously on the balcony. "No, thanks." "What about the stuff?" "What stuff?" "The delivery? Didn't you say you were a delivery person?" "Oh, sorry. I forgot the food too." "Like hell, I believe you." No sooner had the words left his mouth. The mixed-race guy grabbed her. Fast and fierce. But unexpectedly, the delivery guy was as nimble as a monkey. He ducked out of the way in an instant. Stunned. Amazement. Do all delivery guys in Dragon Country know Kung Fu? This was the last thought that crossed the mixed-race man's mind before he lost consciousness. Then, everything went black. He crashed to the ground with a thud. Sun Wukong chuckled, blowing on his fists. "Kid, you think that's all you've got? You actually dared to pick a fight with me?" Recon soldiers from the Dragon Nation all started as special forces. Some were even elite soldiers. They had to be able to evade pursuit with minimal gear while possessing exceptional combat skills in critical moments. Otherwise, how could they deliver intelligence back? And Sun Wukong was among the elite of those special forces. Dealing with the half-breed male was practically a piece of cake for him. Scanning the room, he found no one else present. He walked to the balcony and removed the camera from its mount. He glanced casually at the images on the screen. Holy crap! All practical content. Cars, armored vehicles, helicopters. Clear enough to make license plates and faces perfectly distinct. It'd be hard to convince anyone this isn't espionage. Sun Wukong swiftly tied the mixed-race man to a chair. Then he fetched a bucket of water from the bathroom and poured it over the man's head. Huff! The mixed-race man instantly snapped out of his unconscious state. Name. Age. Occupation. Jiāng Chén, 28, photographer. Smack. A vicious slap. The mixed-race man reeled from the blow. 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on his face. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "This is your last chance." Sun Wukong, wearing an impatient expression, drew a pistol from his waistband and aimed it at the half-breed's temple. The half-breed man sneered coldly, glancing at Sun Wukong without speaking, as if chewing on something. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong slammed the butt of the gun against his lips. Then he plunged his fingers inside and began frantically digging. He dug relentlessly until the half-breed vomited. He opened his palm. A small black pill lay hidden among the broken teeth. Chapter 155, Test Flight, Modified and Upgraded Tao Tai. "Oh, no wonder you're so cocky, turns out you had this thing prepared." Sun Wukong slapped the half-breed's cheek and chuckled. He knew this thing all too well. It was a common suicide method used in the Little Days Kingdom. Issued to every assassin and spy. A deadly poison was concealed within the teeth. Often, interrogators would catch their guard down. Only to find the assassin had crushed their teeth to ingest the poison and die. "Alright, you're quite good. Very good. No need to answer any more questions now." After saying that, Sun Wukong fetched a tissue, removed the half-breed's sock and stuffed it into his mouth under his terrified gaze. Then, taking a deep breath, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Each blow landed precisely on a tender spot. The blows broke bones and tore tendons, yet remained non-fatal. Moments later, the half-breed's eyes shifted from resentment to sheer terror. This guy looked like a skinny young lad. His strikes were precise, ruthless, and deadly accurate. Thud, 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 each punch landed with such force that every part of his body trembled uncontrollably. If the beating continued, even if vital areas were spared, he would be beaten to death. A violent death wasn't the worst part. What was terrifying was the shadow of death slowly creeping over his heart. He panicked. He shook his head frantically, his eyes pleading. Sun Wukong was in the thick of the fight. Usually, he only had sandbags to hit. Now he'd finally found a live target. There was no way he'd let it go so easily. "Just bear with it, I'll be done soon." He continued to rain punches down on the half-breed's face as he spoke. Another minute passed. Finally, he stopped. Sun Wukong wrapped a corner of his sock in paper and flung it away in disgust. The half-breed immediately cried out, "I'll tell you everything. Just ask, I beg you, stop hitting me." Good attitude. But I don't want to know now. Go tell the soldiers outside." Sun Wukong hung the camera around the half-breed's neck, then helped him up from the chair and escorted him out. If he hadn't been afraid of the camera getting smashed and losing the evidence, he would have kicked the bastard straight off the building. Dragging the mixed-race man all the way to the sentry near the Dragon Science Institute. "Who goes there?" "Halt!
When they were still 100 meters away, several sentries raised their guns, aiming at them and halting Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately halted his advance, pulling out a prepared ID from his pocket and holding it up.
Friendly. Don't shoot.
The sentries hesitated slightly.
One stepped forward, glanced at the ID, and instantly relaxed. An old comrade in arms. What brings you here? Spy. He was secretly filming you. The evidence is in that camera on his chest. Sun Wukong pointed at the battered, bruised half-breed.
The sentries instantly surrounded them. One by one, smiles blossomed on their faces, as bright as New Year's celebrations.
Nice work, Sun Wukong, right? This is worth at least a second-class merit award. But you're already retired. What good is too much credit now? Sun Wukong could easily discern the underlying meaning.
His expression darkened.
Hey, brothers should keep accounts clear. Merit isn't measured by usefulness. This second-class merit medal? I can brag about it for the rest of my life.
The sentry who spoke gave an awkward chuckle.
All right, leave the gear and stay put. We've noted your credentials. We'll contact you when the time comes.
Seeing Sun Wukong still standing his ground, he added, "Don't worry, we won't screw you over." Only then did Sun Wukong chuckle and turn back the way he came. Watching his retreating figure, the sentry rubbed his nose and remarked sincerely, "This veteran is no ordinary soldier. A retired Special Forces first-class officer. Without weapons, he could take on all 5 of us here single-handedly."
"But there aren't just 5 of us, there are 10, another sentry retorted defiantly. The half-breed spoke in a buzzing voice, "Even if all 10 of you went at him, you'd probably end up like me, beaten to a pulp."
The sentries froze for a moment before erupting in fury.
"You spy! What right do you have to speak?" A flurry of punches and kicks followed, then he was thrown into the armored vehicle.
What awaited him was likely the most rigorous interrogation in the Dragon Nation. This wasn't merely about stealing a piece of technology. It was premeditated murder targeting multiple high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. If the charges were proven, he faced at least life imprisonment.
Any nation complicit in his actions would face severe sanctions from the Dragon Nation. Inside the Dragon Academy. Near the helipad.
The crowd looked up at the Taotai helicopters suspended in the sky, constantly adjusting their flight posture and performing various maneuvers.
Exclamations of astonishment filled the air. "Holy crap, it's like walking on flat ground. Never seen anything so smooth. That speed, that power. Holy crap, this is 1,000 times better than before the mods. Jiāng Chén, you didn't just tweak his powertrain, did you?"
Old Xia turned to the youth beside him and shouted loudly. The helicopter's rotor blades were so loud overhead that shouting was the only way to be heard.
Jiāng Chén nodded and shouted back, "Reinforce the rotor blades and the outer casing.
We're mainly worried the original materials won't hold up."
Good. 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 Jiāng Chén, you've given me so many surprises. On behalf of the Dragon Nation, I thank you. Xia Lao shouted. At that moment,
a fierce gust of wind swept through. The sky-high Taotai helicopter streaked past overhead like lightning. With a whoosh, it vanished into the distance.
The gust blew everyone's faces sideways.
From the aircraft's radio came the pilot's excited shout.
"Holy crap, that's awesome. That acceleration. That stability.
This is pure bliss.
Whoa. We're at Mach 1 now. Maximum is Mach 10? Wonder if the beast can handle it."
The pilot was itching to ask the ground control tower for their decision.
Instead, the response came, "Push the Taotai to its absolute limit as long as it doesn't endanger lives."
Gripping the control stick, he felt a surge of excitement. Such a high-performance Taotai helicopter.
Probably the only one of its kind on the entire Blue Star. How could he back down now?
All those high-ranking officials were watching below.
Accelerate. Mach 2. 3 Mach. 6 Mach. Sonic booms began reverberating across the sky. The continuous sonic booms reverberated, making the ears of those on the ground ache. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Soldiers at the ground communications platform repeatedly sent out alerts. The pilot finally eased off the throttle. Still reluctant to stop, he asked why the acceleration had to cease, insisting he could keep going.
The ground crew snapped back, "You might be fine, but if you keep accelerating, the people down here will be blown to bits."
The pilot wore his own headset, which posed no issue.
Moreover, at supersonic speeds, the aircraft itself wasn't affected by the noise.
But those below were suffering terribly.
If this continued, they'd all end up with ruptured eardrums.
The aircraft descended slowly.
Several elderly passengers, drenched in sweat, plopped straight down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Good heavens!
That noise nearly killed me. This isn't a helicopter, it's a rocket launch, for crying out loud. Thank goodness Jiāng Chén reinforced the fuselage, otherwise, we'd have crashed and burned.
That power was simply overwhelming.
Wonder what it'd be like mounted on an armored vehicle or fighter jet.
Chapter 156, not a penny less than 50,000.
The Taotai helicopter touched down and came to a steady halt. The pilot disembarked and was immediately surrounded by 2 military medics for a physical examination.
Blood pressure slightly elevated. Pulse rate too fast. Heart rate normal. Slight retinal congestion. The two military doctors jointly concluded everything is normal, just overexcitement.
It wasn't just the scientists at the Dragon Research Institute who were astonished. The soldiers nearby were also going wild with excitement. Just moments ago, everyone had been worried that the Taotai fighter's extreme speed might be too much for the pilot's body to handle.
Now it seemed completely unnecessary.
Possessing such a powerful helicopter with no adverse effects
holds immense significance for the military.
The soldiers were initially puzzled.
Why were these Dragon Nation bigwigs showering such adoration upon a young scientist?
Now, upon reflection, it was indeed well deserved.
At that moment,
an armored vehicle approached from the distance. Before it had even come to a complete stop, a soldier leaped out of the passenger seat.
He sprinted to old Jiāng and shouted, reporting, "A spy has been detected." A spy?
Old Jiāng furrowed his brow in confusion.
The entire Lanka Institute was already surrounded layer upon layer, tightly sealed off. How could there possibly be a spy?
Several old men nearby grew furious.
Where did this spy come from? Is it one of our own?
The soldier pointed behind him.
At that moment,
several soldiers disembarked from the armored vehicle, escorting a man beaten to a pulp. His hands were bound behind his back and he wore a black hood over his head.
That's him.
The soldier who had gone to report the incident yanked off the hood. A pig-like face was thus revealed before everyone's eyes.
"Wha, I'm going to report you for abusing prisoners of war,"
the mixed-race man whimpered. Upon seeing the crowd, he actually burst into tears of grievance. The crowd paused in surprise, their righteous indignation instantly halved.
Where was he found? Has he been interrogated?
Old Jiāng asked doubtfully. It was hard to believe he'd been beaten into such a state without prior interrogation.
Not yet.
He was brought in from the nearby residential buildings by a retired soldier. He already looked like a pig's head when delivered.
After he arrived, he wasn't cooperating, so we gave him a few extra hits. The sentry answered truthfully.
"Oh?
Did you record that soldier's information?"
Old Jiāng's eyes lit up.
"Yes, sir."
"Hand him over to me. I'll report this personally."
"Yes, sir."
After taking the note from the soldier, old Jiāng handed it to his secretary.
He instructed that after the prisoner's interrogation, the report must be submitted immediately in his name to the organization. He requested commendation for this retired soldier. He then ordered the soldiers to reinforce defenses.
Simultaneously, he called the Public Security Bureau to order a thorough search of all residential buildings in the vicinity, regardless of height.
This was to prevent a similar incident from occurring again. Once the soldiers escorting the prisoner departed, everyone's attention returned to the helicopter. The Taotai, one of the most formidable armed helicopters in the Dragon Nation's military arsenal. Its inherent performance and firepower were renowned across Blue Star.
It was the nightmare of ground forces, especially infantry. And now, the Taotai helicopter, manually modified by Jiāng Chén.
It instantly broadened everyone's perspective.
After disembarking, the pilot offered high praise.
It is no exaggeration to say,
the new Taotai, equipped with nuclear propulsion, under the control of an ace pilot, possesses the capability to annihilate an entire fighter wing.
The most crucial aspect is its virtually limitless power supply.
Imagine such a Taotai helicopter entering the battlefield. Enemies would realize they could never escape, no matter how far they fled. How utterly hopeless that would be.
Moreover, with sufficient fuel, it could hover on standby indefinitely. A helicopter is most vulnerable when parked on the tarmac. During takeoff, if it detects being locked on, it can even prepare evasive maneuvers in advance. Now, if it's not necessary, it doesn't even need to come down. Right?
Absolutely.
The new Taotai helicopter opens up greater strategic and tactical possibilities. For the entire Dragon Nation military, this represents a revolutionary advancement.
Jiāng Chén? I just want to ask, if we were to modify a helicopter like this, how long would it take?
Old Jiāng voiced the question on everyone's mind. A single Taotai couldn't alter the course of battle. But if every Taotai were upgraded, that would have profound implications. As old Jiāng posed the question,
all eyes turned toward him.
Ears pricked up in anticipation.
Jiāng Chén smiled faintly.
Master Jiāng, if we're talking about manual labor, that's hard to say. It varies from person to person. But if you're considering setting up an assembly line, I can provide an estimate.
After speaking, he waited for Zhang Lao's response. He began communicating with the system. If the goal was to implant the controlled nuclear fusion control unit into the Taotai and enhance its load-bearing capacity,
how long would it take for a production line to complete the modification of one unit? Half a day. Assembling the production line takes 1 week. Oh boy, buy one get one free.
The system even thoughtfully provided the time required for production line setup. Old Jiāng paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile.
I was too impatient and didn't consider that. A production line is indeed more suitable.
So how long does the production line take? And how long does it take for the production line to modify a single Taotai?
Half a day. The production line can complete the modification in just half a day.
However, setting up the production line itself takes a week, Jiāng Chén replied with certainty.
Upon hearing this,
Though somewhat surprised,
they were already becoming accustomed to Jiāng Chén's approach to estimating research timelines.
what might seem like a tall tale to others,
For Jiāng Chén, it was as simple as eating and drinking.
Old Xia hesitated slightly before asking, Jiāng Chén, I'd like to ask if we were to bundle your controllable nuclear fusion production line with the modified Taotai helicopter production line and purchase them together, what would the total cost be? The moment the question was asked,
the room instantly fell silent.
deep down, everyone was genuinely pleased about the massive fortune Jiāng Chén was about to receive. After all, he was earning it through his own abilities. After a moment's thought, Jiāng Chén seemed to make up his mind.
These things aren't worth much. I'll settle for 500,000. Boom!
The moment those words left his mouth, the big shots were stunned.
Was Jiāng Chén giving them away for free? Not worth much? 50,000? Two such technologies?
Take them to the US, and they'd fetch at least $1 billion minimum.
Jiāng Chén, are you serious? Old Xia asked in disbelief.
Yes,
500,000. Not a penny less. And on top of that, I want a 3% commission.
Jiāng Chén gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, using his clumsy acting to emphasize that this price was his absolute bottom line.
The bigwigs were instantly moved to tears.
Jiāng Chén must be trying to give it away for free to the state. But he was afraid the state wouldn't want it for free. That's why he came up with such a flimsy excuse.
Scientists in the Dragon Nation, even those affiliated with the Dragon Academy of Sciences,
would receive a 10% share after developing mass-producible technologies. Elder Xia and others were even moved to tears by this.
Chapter 157, The Scramble for Quotas.
The bigwigs were all moved to tears.
Everyone understood Jiāng Chén's intentions perfectly well.
Old Master Xia pulled several elders aside for a private discussion.
Good lad, they murmured.
He worried the Dragon Nation wouldn't take his technological achievements for free, so he came up with this excuse.
50,000? 3%? That's practically giving it away. Exactly. Such a clumsy ploy won't fool anyone.
I truly can't bear to see such a Dragon Nation genius get shortchanged, woe is me.
Enough, Old Xia.
We can't exactly drive up his price ourselves, that'd just give people ammunition.
Then let's just give him a bit more leniency on the terms. How much would be fair? You decide. Let's stick to the standard 10% commission. Fair and square. Alright, settled then. After the elders finished their discussion, they approached Jiāng Chén once more.
Jiāng Chén noticed tear stains still visible on the faces of Elder Xia and Elder Liu.
He couldn't help but wonder. Surely not? 50,000 shouldn't be considered expensive. They're actually crying. Let me tell you, tears don't mean a thing to me, Jiāng Chén.
I might knock off another 10 or 20,000 tops, but that's the absolute limit.
For the tip, 2.5% will do.
Jiāng Chén seemed to have made up his mind, his hands on his hips as he spoke with fierce determination.
Old Xia flinched slightly, tears welling up in his eyes once more. Old Liu fought back the urge to cry. Let me handle this. Jiāng Chén, we've agreed. We'll go with your price 500,000.
But the commission will be 10%. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén paused, clearly puzzled but nodded nonetheless.
Fine. Let's do it.
He couldn't fathom what these old men were thinking.
If you don't think it's expensive, then why are you crying? It's like they think I'm deliberately overcharging. But honestly, these two items only cost me less than 10 tech points combined.
For him, they were practically free. Besides, this kind of technology, he has nowhere else to apply it except for the Dragon Nation. After all, his old man had always taught him to study hard and serve his country. Before, when he couldn't help, it was one thing. Now that he possessed the capability, he would certainly lend a hand whenever possible. The agreement was signed swiftly.
Jiāng Chén didn't hesitate either.
He handed over the production blueprints for the miniature nuclear fusion reactor and the technical schematics for the Taotai enhancement modifications, all of them to Elder Xia and the others in one go.
The result?
The moment they received these blueprints, the little old men couldn't help but shed tears of emotion once more. This kid Jiāng Chén was truly too honest. Such advanced technology, given away so freely. But if they knew what Jiāng Chén was thinking, they'd probably be so furious they'd spit blood.
What? Secondary civilization technology? Free, low-grade technology? This is the kind of thing that could reshape the entire Dragon Nation, even the entire Blue Star. Not long after, Kuang Tianlei's faction simultaneously obtained the blueprints for controlled nuclear fusion technology.
The military-industrial complex immediately commenced research and development, swiftly initiating the construction of a second production line. After all, without fusion energy support, mass-producing Autobots remained an empty promise. After all, on Blue Star, there were currently insufficient materials to replicate the energy core used to build Optimus Prime. The key was achieving both goals. Cost-effectiveness must be maintained.
The Dragon Nation had far too many areas demanding funds. It has no choice but to live within its means. But secrets never stay hidden forever. Quang Tianlei's team had just assembled the first Autobot, installing the controllable fusion energy core. Before they could conduct any tests, calls poured in from the Eastern Theater Command, Southern Theater Command, and even the Pengcheng Garrison. The gist was this. Quang Tianlei possessed something valuable and should not keep it hidden. It must be prioritized for their units. Quang Tianlei could only smile bitterly. These were all forces he couldn't afford to offend. When resources are tilted to one side, the other side inevitably gets delayed in equipment. Back and forth, the disparity in military strength would become starkly evident. Then, after a few military exercises, oh boy, if one theater shines brightly, then, inevitably, resources will be poured into it, leaving other theaters to sit on the sidelines. This will only widen the gap further. For the lagging theater, this is indeed a disadvantage that cannot be ignored. Quang Tianlei was well aware of this critical issue. Therefore, he didn't want to offend either side. He could only explain. But he was merely the director of the military industry city. He had no authority over the supply and demand division. If you want priority deployment of Autobots to the troops, then submit a formal request to higher-ups and follow the proper procedures. Don't bother me, little mad. I'm just a production guy, Karami. I don't have the authority to give anyone priority or extra allocations. Even if you talked his ears off, he couldn't help you. But saying that out loud, even he doesn't believe it himself. As the director of a military-industrial city, he had no authority to decide on priority or extra allocations. But according to convention, he always had some leeway for discretionary adjustments. For instance, he had discretionary authority over a 5% allocation. In other words, after every 100 Autobots are deployed, he could decide the destination of 5 of them. Typically, the director of the military-industrial complex would use this authority to look out for old comrades. But this time, would Thunderclap dare? He dared not. Not even the slightest unnecessary move. If it led to troops in a certain theater being sidelined forever, he couldn't bear that blame. That would mean making enemies with the entire brothers of an entire theater. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Damn it, never imagined that even as the director of this military-industrial city, I'd face such a dilemma. Quang Tianlei couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, he had become the object of intense courting by the military. But in such circumstances, he dared not show favoritism to anyone. He had no choice but to treat them all equally. He might as well maintain a platonic relationship with all sides. I'm still young and want to live a few more years. He can push to increase production, working overtime if needed. But ask him to favor one side by prioritizing Autobots? Sorry, but no. He'll just have to pass it on to the supply and demand department. If any of you can secure sufficient resources through proper channels, come straight to me for pickup. I won't say a word. But if you want to pull strings through personal connections, that's breaking the rules. Then pay up. I, Quang Tianlei, won't take responsibility for that. To climb step by step from a lowly soldier to the director of the military-industrial city, especially someone with a simple mind? The far-reaching implications suddenly became clear. After receiving Quang Tianlei's response, initially remained skeptical. They suspected he'd be pulling some underhanded tricks behind the scenes. So they began calling each other to sound out the situation. The results they obtained were remarkably consistent. Quang Tianlei had become a law-abiding, honest man. The commanders shook their heads with wry smiles. The moment they hung up the phone, they immediately began applying for resources. Submitting the request just 1 minute earlier might have secured priority assembly rights for the Autobots. Chapter 158, Border Conflict. The Autobot production line was now capable of shipping 1 unit per month. So far, 2 units have been produced. Output was low, but stability was assured. Moreover, there is a consensus among all senior officials. That is, before such a formidable weapon system can be scaled up and integrated into military forces, the smallest unit must consist of at least 12 members. Until that point, absolute secrecy must be maintained. Consequently, despite several military district commanders submitting applications in succession, it remains unrealistic to expect actual implementation anytime soon. Regarding the modified Taotai helicopters, the supply and demand department indicated they could be supplied normally. Initially, commanders and officers from the Eastern and Southern Theater commands were reluctant. The Taotai helicopter? It is indeed the military's flagship helicopter at present. But no matter how you modify it, it's still a helicopter. Can it even compare to the Autobots? And once this plan is accepted, wouldn't it lower our priority in future Autobot allocations? No way. Little cutie. You're so talented. As the Pengcheng garrison was present at the scene, Zhao Weiguo was deeply impressed by the modified Taotai helicopter. Speed, endurance, stability. Every single metric was exceptionally impressive. As for whether it would later affect the Autobots' performance metrics, that was simply not his concern. It wasn't a frontline unit, after all. If they existed, they existed. If not, then not. But its priority would definitely be lower than other theaters. Quang Tianlei inquired with 2 units consecutively, receiving the same response, no need. But when he inquired with the Pengcheng Theater, the answer was affirmative. This caught Quang Tianlei off guard. Yet amidst his surprise, he also understood. How many do you need modified? Over 100 units. Our allocation of Taotai units isn't very generous. Zhao Weigui explained. It certainly couldn't compare to the main combat zones. Over 100 units represented the entire arsenal of his Pengcheng garrison. All right. We'll have them modified in half a month. Quang Tianlei patted his chest and promised. Anyway, no one was competing for priority on this right now. The production line was idle anyway, it was just a side task. Upon receiving Quang Tianlei's confirmation, Zhao Weigui's heart surged with elation. He'd seen a Taotai before. It was incredibly powerful. It nearly blinded him. What would a fleet of over 100 modified Taotai look like? Zhao Weigui dared not imagine it. He couldn't even begin to picture it. At this moment, all he knew was that he had to get all the Taotai helicopters needing modification to the military-industrial complex as quickly as possible. He barked at the soldier outside his office, relay my orders. Yes, sir. What are your orders? Have all Taotai fighters take off immediately and head to the Longhua military-industrial city. The soldier paused, clearly puzzled by Zhao Weigui's directive. But as a soldier, he knew obedience was the first rule. Yes, sir. A few minutes later. Pengcheng Suburban Air Base. Hundreds of Taotai helicopters were parked in orderly formation on the tarmac. Countless logistics vehicles rolled out, refueling and resupplying the Taotai. The control tower broadcast suddenly announced an emergency takeoff order. All pilots, take off immediately. All pilots, take off immediately. All pilots, take off immediately. After the third announcement, a shrill alarm blared. A large number of pilot soldiers rushed out of the barracks. All were dressed in identical pilot uniforms. They received their orders. All units, take off immediately for the military-industrial city of Kyoto. Calling the control tower. Warwolf is ready. Requesting takeoff. Calling tower. Dragon Eagle ready. Requesting takeoff. Call tower. Fire Phoenix ready. Request takeoff. Buzz. The deafening roar of rotor blades erupted over the airbase. One after another, the Taotai helicopters lifted off. Their swirling blades obscured the sky, dimming the sunlight. After adjusting their course, they flew off into the distance. Destination, Kyoto Military-Industrial City. Meanwhile, at the border of the White Elephant Kingdom, adjacent to the Dragon Nation, 2 groups of soldiers clashed violently. The White Elephant soldiers appeared far more prepared. Not only were they equipped with restricted knives, but armored vehicles provided backup from the rear. In contrast, the Dragon Nation soldiers were unarmed and outnumbered. The confrontation seemed poised to erupt at any moment. At that moment, a Dragon Nation soldier attempted to communicate in the White Elephant Kingdom's language. What gives you the right to move the border marker? Do you realize how serious the consequences of this are? Put it back where it belongs. Before these Dragon Nation soldiers had come out, they had agreed among themselves to avoid escalating the conflict if possible. It wasn't that they couldn't win. Rather, they knew disputes would drain resources and burden the people. Therefore, upon their arrival, they left their weapons behind at the barracks. This was done to demonstrate peace and goodwill. The company commander said, "Let's reason first. If that fails, we'll see." Upon hearing this, the soldiers from the White Elephant Kingdom immediately sneered, their noses practically pointing to the sky. Sushma was their leader. He glanced at his comrades beside him and snorted, "Look at this. This fool actually wants to reason with us. Oh my mother. Serious consequences? Ha ha ha. Bunch of utter trash. They didn't even bring weapons. Has the Dragon Nation sunk this low? Moving the border marker? Oh, which I saw me move it. Slandering others is hardly a commendable habit." Another wave of uproarious laughter erupted from the White Elephant Kingdom's people. Though the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers were renowned for their land forces' prowess, they might not win in one-on-one combat. But now their numbers were several times greater than the enemy's. And they had armored vehicles backing them up. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers dared not act recklessly. On the Dragon Nation side, Corporal Wang Dongyang was furious. This was clearly a stance of refusing to resolve the issue peacefully. They're pushing it too far. They never even considered talking properly. With that, he lunged forward as if ready to fight. Within the Dragon Nation's border defense forces, he was notorious for his fierceness. Outnumbered? Armored vehicles? If you dare to violate the sovereignty of my Dragon Nation, I couldn't care less about your numbers. Roll up your sleeves and come at me 2 solid punches. Beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Sergeant Chen Shuason, also holding the rank of corporal, grabbed Wang Dongyang from behind. Calm down. Peace is paramount. Diplomacy before force. Did you forget what the company commander told us before we left? Don't make things worse.
Wang Dongyang was as strong as an ox, his face flushed crimson.
Yet he still couldn't break free from Chen Shuason's grip.
His emotions became disjointed for a moment.
He turned to glare at Chen Shuasong and roared, "Let go!" Chen Shuasong just stared back at him silently. 2 seconds passed. Wang Dongyang nodded helplessly, his intensity instantly fading. He sighed impatiently, "Fine, fine. I won't go up, okay?" Only then did Chen Shuasong release his grip. "That's better. No need to be so impulsive. Didn't Sun Tzu's Art of War say it best? Conquer the enemy through strategy. The Art of War also says, subdue the enemy without fighting." Wang Dongyang was completely flummoxed.
Everyone had received 9 years of compulsory education.
"How come you know so much?" Chapter 159, The Fight. "Fine, you're the class monitor. You decide." After getting lectured, Wang Dongyang instantly lost his temper and had no choice but to concede. This wasn't a class monitor at all, he was clearly acting like a political instructor. He even suspected Chen Shuason was aiming for instructor-level advancement. Otherwise, why would he be so close to the company's political instructor on a daily basis? Several others standing nearby could understand the language of the White Elephant Kingdom. After hearing the enemy soldiers' taunts, they all itched for a fight. But seeing Wang Dongyang held back by Chen Shuasong, they all calmed down for the moment. "We weren't afraid of bloodshed or sacrifice in battle. But a soldier's first duty is to obey orders." Before leaving, the company commander had repeatedly emphasized this to everyone. Don't resort to fighting at the slightest disagreement. Maintaining restraint and peaceful communication is what demonstrates the dignity of a great nation. This group cannot simply act on their own emotions. They must also uphold the dignity of the Dragon Nation. After calming everyone down, Chen Shuasong stepped forward alone, forcing a seemingly friendly smile as he approached the White Elephant Nation's people. "Hello, everyone. I'm the negotiator representing the Dragon Nation. My name is Chen Shuasong. My rank is corporal." His voice was practically a shout. This made it impossible for the White Elephant Kingdom people to ignore him. All eyes from the White Elephant Kingdom turned toward him, fixed intently on Chen Shuasong. Sushma froze in surprise. The soldier before her looked to be only about 20 years old. He hadn't even grown a full beard yet. What gives him the right to negotiate with me? How ridiculous. Chen Shuasong? Never heard of him. Kid, send your elders out to talk. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The surrounding White Elephant Kingdom soldiers burst into uproarious laughter. The captain was truly humorous, showing no mercy to the opposing Dragon Nation soldiers. But the captain was right. This kid really did look far too young. Has the Dragon Kingdom run out of people? That they'd send a child like this to negotiate? However, Chen Shuasong didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. As long as you can understand what I'm saying and we can communicate normally with each other, that's all that matters." He was quite satisfied with his emotional control. Back in the day, hadn't trained alongside the company's political instructor? He would have exploded long ago. He would have been the first one to charge into a fight among this group. But now, he was different. His emotional control was top-notch. He always remembered what the political instructor had told him. Anger only diminishes one's wisdom. Sushma let out a hearty laugh. He intended to toy with Chen Shuasong. He wanted to see what tricks this young upstart could pull. He'd often heard tales of figures in Dragon Nation's history who could sway hearts and minds with mere words. Today, he would witness it firsthand. "Oh? Go on then, tell me." Seeing that the people of White Elephant Kingdom were willing to cooperate, Chen Shuasong felt a surge of quiet delight. It seemed the communication skills he'd learned from the instructor were proving useful. The boundary marker. "Our men just discovered you secretly dug it up and moved it 500 meters toward our side. To avoid unnecessary trouble, please move it back." "Oh ho! You little punk. Not much of a height, but you sure have some nerve. You think we'll just move it back because you say so? We moved it here with our own strength, why should we move it back? If you want it moved, you move it yourself." Sushma couldn't help but laugh at the sheer audacity of this hothead standing before her. Doesn't this little brat know fear? In front of all these soldiers from our White Elephant Kingdom, they actually made us move the boundary marker back ourselves. That's bold. If you're so bold, do it yourself. Chen Shuasong froze for a moment. He then waved behind him, summoning several assistants, and walked straight past the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers. He approached the boundary marker. He crouched down, ready to hoist the marker. Sushma's face darkened instantly. He hadn't expected this Dragon Nation soldier named Chen Shuasong to be so bold. He actually went ahead and tried to move the boundary marker. Damn it, couldn't he see all the people on the White Elephant Kingdom's side? Didn't you see the armored vehicles? Charge! Immediately, over a dozen White Elephant soldiers charged toward Chen Shuesong and his men. The Dragon Nation warriors who had stayed behind shouted urgently, "Watch your backs!" Yes. Without so much as a warning. They appeared directly behind Chen Shuesong and his group, landing punches without warning. But Chen Shuesong's back seemed to have eyes of its own. His hands, which had just been about to touch the boundary marker, instantly released their grip. He sidestepped swiftly. He narrowly evaded the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers' sneak attack. The two soldiers who had followed him narrowly avoided the White Elephant Kingdom's attacks as well. But the White Elephant soldiers were too numerous. Dozens more surrounded Chen Shuesong and his companions. Two fists can't fight four hands. Without room to maneuver, it wouldn't be long. Chen Shuesong would likely be struck down by the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers. Seeing their squad leader being bullied, Wang Dongyang and the others roared as they joined the fray. Damn it! First courtesy, then force. Now we can finally fight back. Damn bastards, daring to act like assholes on our Dragon Nation's territory. They started it. The squad leader can't blame us later. Beat M. Beat M to death. Beat M to death. These White Elephant bastards. No need for words with them. Just hit them from the start and be done with it. Bang bang bang. Fists met flesh. Chen Shuesong and Wang Dongyang were both top fighters in the squad. Facing the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers, they took them down one by one. Each punch landed squarely on vital points. Jaws, ribs, the philtrum. In the blink of an eye, they had taken down 5 or 6. But the White Elephant Kingdom's soldiers were simply too numerous. Moreover, once they realized the ferocity of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, they changed tactics. They had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Instead, they formed a human wall, encircling their opponents. As long as the formation was sufficiently dense, no matter how formidable the Dragon Nation soldiers' martial arts might be, would struggle to maneuver effectively. In the blink of an eye, another wave of White Elephant Kingdom soldiers fell. Sushma grew desperate. At this rate, even if they subdued these few Dragon Kingdom soldiers, they would still face punishment from their superiors upon returning. She barked the order, "Draw your weapons." By draw your weapons, Sushma meant the steel pipe she had strapped to her waist before the mission. Though he was ruthless, he understood the immense repercussions of drawing firearms. It was tantamount to declaring open warfare. Using steel pipes, however, amounted to little more than a skirmish, a brawl between armed soldiers. Upon hearing Sushma's command, a savage grin instantly spread across the White Elephant soldier's already grim face. After a brief pause, he drew a 1-meter-long steel pipe from his body. He slapped it against his hand. They immediately launched another attack against the Dragon Nation soldiers. At that moment, Chen Shuesong had been driven closer and closer by 5 or 6 White Elephant Kingdom soldiers. His stamina was rapidly depleting. These fools, unable to defeat him, resorted to human wave tactics. He found himself momentarily immobilized. Fortunately, with these 5 or 6 men surrounding him completely, the rest of the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers couldn't close in either. Therefore, as long as he controlled his attack rhythm, he could hold his ground for the time being. Boom! Chen Shuesong felt a tremendous impact, as if some blunt weapon had struck the back of his skull. Chapter 160, Chen's mother asks for courage. Dizziness, blurred vision, and a world gradually turning crimson. Chen Shuesong. Cries of grief and fury echoed from all directions. But Chen Shuesong felt only utter exhaustion, his legs giving way. He collapsed directly, submerged among the White Elephant soldiers. Squad leader Shuesong. More Dragon Nation soldiers witnessed this scene, their eyes bloodshot as they roared in fury. But the White Elephant soldiers didn't stop. Instead, they grew even more frenzied. They kicked and punched the fallen Chen Shuesong. By the time the Dragon Kingdom soldiers rushed in to retrieve him, his face was already beyond recognition. He was no longer breathing. The nature of the border clash with White Elephant Kingdom was extremely heinous. When news reached the Dragon Kingdom, it caused an uproar. Media coverage reached a fever pitch. The public's outcry of grief and indignation echoed in unison. News footage showed military officers visiting Chen Shuesong's home to offer condolences. At the compound gate, several soldiers approached the gate, hesitating to speak. Their chests were adorned with medals, their eyes reddened, faces etched with guilt. One of them held a deep red sandalwood box. Inside lay the urn containing Chen Shuesong's ashes. The atmosphere grew heavy. It was unclear whether informing his family of Chen Shuesong's sacrifice at this moment would it cause his family to grieve beyond endurance? A young man of just 20, in the prime of his life. His parents had raised him with all their love and care. He was the apple of his parents' eyes. And now he was gone. It was like a knife plunged into the heart of Chen Shuesong's family. What could they do? He'd been standing at the door for several minutes now. Should he go in or not? Liu Liang, why don't you knock? We're the same rank. Why aren't you knocking? Liu Liang and Jiāng He were both officers in the border army. They had come specifically to deliver Chang Xuesong's ashes to his family. It was only fitting for the fallen to return to their roots. But this door had become the most formidable obstacle before them. Who would knock? It felt as though whoever did so would be betraying the memory of Chang Xuesong's family. Creak! The heavy iron gate swung open from the inside. A frail, gray-haired woman in tattered clothes appeared before the camera. Her back slightly hunched, tear stains still visible on her face. She looked at the two officers and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Jiāng He nudged Liu Liang's elderly waist. Liu Liang clutched the sandalwood box, his eyes reddened as he fought back tears. "I'm sorry," he said to the old woman, "Chen Xuesong has been killed in action." The old woman visibly trembled, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. She forced a faint smile, glancing at the box in Liu Liang's hands. "I understand. These are my son's ashes, aren't they?" "Yes, Grandma. These are Chen Xuesong's ashes. You must keep them safe. Shall I help you take them inside?" Fearing the old woman might be too emotionally overwhelmed to hold the box, Liu Liang handed it to her, only to have it slip from her grasp and crash to the floor. The old woman shook her head, picked up the urn, her eyes brimming with deep affection. As if she were seeing her son Chen Xuesong himself. "My son, you're home now. You're finally home." Liu Liang and Jiāng He couldn't help but tear up, momentarily speechless and choked with emotion. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood. How profoundly heartbroken this mother must have been upon first learning of her son's passing. The old woman held the sandalwood urn tenderly, her expression filled with affection, silent for a long while. Suddenly, she lifted her head to look at Liu Liang and Jiāng He, smiling as she said, "Thank you both for coming all this way." "My son would thank you." Hearing the old woman's words, Liu Liang and Jiāng He instantly lost their composure. Tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. "It's the least we could do. We're the ones who owe your son an apology. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell us. We'll do everything we can to help. Oh, and the compensation will be deposited directly into your bank account soon. Please remember to check it." The old woman shook her head, her gaze suddenly turning sharp. "We don't want the compensation. I just want to ask you one question." Liu Liang paused slightly, exchanging a glance with Jiāng He. "Ask away. Anything I know that doesn't endanger national security, I'll tell you." The old woman paused, then asked earnestly, "We just want to know, was my son brave enough?" "Brave. Brave enough to lead the entire army." "Mrs. Chen, your son was the bravest son of our dragon nation." "Yes, I can vouch for it." Liu Liang's words are absolutely true. The two officers' eyes welled up with tears. They kept wiping away their tears, repeatedly assuring the old woman. Her son. Truly brave. Witnessing this scene, the Dragon Nation audience watching the broadcast could no longer hold back their emotions. Though I wasn't there myself, I can still vouch for Chen Xuesong. He must have been the most valiant soldier in all of Longwei at that moment. Yes. He fought like 100 men, fearless in the face of death, slaughtering every last one of those white elephant scum. Ah, I'm so furious. I wish I could have been there to tear those bastards apart myself. Those lizard-playing fools deserve to learn the might of our Dragon Nation. I wonder when our Dragon Nation will finally organize troops to teach them a lesson. An eye for an eye. Why aren't the higher-ups doing anything? This is infuriating. Get them for me. The higher-ups were furious. Old Zhang personally issued orders, authorizing border troops to retaliate at any time. Simultaneously. To make a deep impression on the White Elephant Kingdom. And anticipating that the Eagle might intervene to cause trouble if the Dragon Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom were to engage in war. Therefore, the attack must deliver an explosive strike. A swift victory. Leaving the White Elephant Kingdom utterly unable to react. He decided to reinforce the border garrison with the Pengcheng garrison, which possessed 100 modified Taotai units. This would also serve as a test of the new Taotia's combat effectiveness in a real-world scenario. At this time, the Taotai helicopter modifications at the military industry city were partially complete. Upon receiving old Zhang's orders, immediately issued orders. All modified Taotai helicopters were to proceed toward the border of the White Elephant Kingdom. The distance spanned 3,800 kilometers. Previously, it would have taken at least 13 hours. An intermediate refueling stop was mandatory. By the time they reached their destination, the fuel tanks would be empty again. But now it's different. Equipped with Jiāng Chén's nuclear-powered helicopter, its top speed reaches Mach 10. At full throttle, the journey takes merely 10 minutes. Dozens of Taotai helicopter pilots, upon receiving orders, after completing ground supply docking, they departed Kyoto overnight and raced at top speed to the border of the White Elephant Kingdom. Meanwhile, White Elephant Kingdom's soldiers were already locked in increasingly intense clashes with Dragon Kingdom's border troops. Although the Dragon Kingdom's equipment and troop quality surpassed their opponents, the White Elephant Kingdom appeared to have planned this in advance.
They deployed substantial forces, simultaneously crossing the boundary markers to construct watchtowers and bunkers overnight.
It appeared they had no intention of restoring the relocated boundary markers.
Border Commander Wu Delong ordered several rounds of artillery bombardment.
Yet the White Elephant Kingdom's troops clung like glue.
The moment the Dragon Kingdom launched an attack, they would retreat into cover.
The moment the Dragon Kingdom ceased fire, they resumed their activities.
Rumor had it that a White Elephant general had mastered the art of guerrilla warfare from the Dragon Kingdom. They fought fire with fire.
Chapter 161, The Great Counterattack.
For the time being,
a stalemate developed between the Dragon Nation's border troops and the White Elephant Kingdom's soldiers.
There was no way to resolve the boundary marker relocation issue through force alone.
Meanwhile,
the Eagle Nation stirred up international news coverage. They harshly condemned the Dragon Nation's border forces for recklessly shelling the White Elephant Kingdom, subjecting the border residents of the White Elephant Kingdom to the hardships of war.
Where is the justice? Where is the righteousness?
This is nothing short of fascist behavior.
A black sheep on Blue Star.
5-star General Douglas MacArthur glared into the camera as he denounced, "I warn the Dragon Nation.
Do not even think of launching a territorial invasion against the White Elephant Nation, or the Eagle will absolutely not stand idly by.
When necessary, the nearest military base will deploy armed forces to provide reinforcement. We urge the United Nations Assembly to maintain vigilance regarding the Dragon Nation's egregious actions. Simultaneously, we will intensify our support for White Elephant Nation's military expansion by supplying them with the most advanced F-117 stealth fighters. This will undoubtedly deliver a profound lesson to the Dragon Nation,
completely curbing that nation's ambitions to achieve hegemony." This video is being broadcast live. It shocked onlookers across all nations on Blue Star.
Upon release, it was immediately reposted across various media platforms for continuous playback.
Netizens across Blue Star flooded the comments with sharp remarks.
Little life netizen, hee, our ancestors were something else. The development strategies of powerful nations are all the same, it's all about taking what you want.
But my Eagle Daddy won't just stand by and watch. Korean netizen, oh my, I'm so scared. If they conquer the White Elephant Kingdom, they'll definitely attack us next. Eagle Daddy, please protect us.
Sun never sets netizen, who knew the Dragon Nation, always championing peace, would brazenly invade other countries.
Hypocritical and shameful.
We strongly condemn this.
Italian netizen, were you always like this, Dragon Nation? Acting just like we did back in the day.
Bear Nation netizen, you're all pig-headed fools.
How could Dragon Nation possibly invade White Elephant?
It's probably those lizard-like creatures causing trouble along the border, provoking Dragon Nation.
But the Bear Nation netizen's comment was deleted and blocked by YouTube admins shortly after posting.
Thus, across the entire Eagle-controlled global internet, public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided.
Upon learning this, Dragon Nation's leadership,
they initially intended to clarify the situation.
Damn it, people on our side are getting killed outright. What do you mean Dragon Nation is invading? We're not drinking from that overflowing basin.
Later, the think tank intervened.
Explaining wouldn't do any good. The eagle-eyed bastards clearly want to smear us on purpose.
The more they explained, the more trouble they'd stir up. It would only push some wavering onlooker nations toward the Eagle's side. On one side stood a powerful nation advocating reason, on the other, a righteous nation launching aggression against the White Elephant Kingdom.
Even a fool can see through this. Which side would these neutral nations ultimately choose? The higher-ups then posed the question. So how should we proceed? How can we properly resolve this issue?
The response was, strike swiftly and decisively. Use every means possible to crush the White Elephant Kingdom decisively and swiftly, rather than getting bogged down and letting public opinion continue to ferment.
White Elephant Kingdom border.
Sushma toyed with the border marker, casting a contemptuous glance at the Dragon Kingdom soldiers across the line. Her eyes brimmed with mockery.
Just moments ago,
Dragon Kingdom soldiers had discovered the White Elephant Kingdom constructing new sentry towers and bunkers. They attempted to intervene. Instead, they were surrounded by a large number of White Elephant soldiers and soundly beaten. Now they lay groaning on the ground.
One-on-one, they could take on 10 without a problem. But the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers often play dirty.
They resort to every dirty trick in the book. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers were instantly knocked down, their eyes filled with sorrow and resentment. Yet there was nothing they could do in that moment. Fortunately, before the clash erupted, he had sent a comrade back to alert the troops. They were confident the company commander would soon send reinforcements to eliminate the unfinished bunker.
You lot, do you understand the language of our White Elephant Kingdom? Tell me the truth about your unit and I'll spare your lives. Sushma looked down at the Dragon Nation soldiers lying on the ground, grinning maliciously from above.
Her tone was mocking and flippant. The White Elephant soldiers nearby burst into hysterical laughter.
Look at this bunch of arrogant Dragon Kingdom soldiers. So what if they excel in individual combat? So what if they're the best in land warfare? Now they've been thoroughly beaten by us, pinned to the ground and unable to rise? Pa! The Dragon Nation soldier lying on the ground spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, spraying it onto Sushma's face. The other Dragon Nation soldiers, mouths full of blood, burst into laughter. Sushma flew into a rage, immediately ordering the White Elephant soldiers to draw their weapons and prepare to strike fatally. Just then, a series of thunderous booms erupted, shaking the White Elephant soldiers' eardrums until they ached. Just as they were about to act, the ground began to shake violently. A moment's inattention could send them tumbling to the ground. From the distant mountain peak, a vast expanse of white light suddenly illuminated the area. Instantly, the entire sky was illuminated as bright as day. Nothing could be seen. The soldiers of the White Elephant Kingdom, bathed in the blinding light, were utterly transfixed. Immediately, someone cried out, "Oh, the divine beings have manifested! The divine beings have manifested!" Immediately, a large number of White Elephant Kingdom soldiers prostrated themselves on the ground, frantically kowtowing. Sushma froze momentarily, her concentration shattered by the soldiers' clamor. Had she not heard the roar of propellers? She might have believed it herself. She thought a divine being had truly appeared. Her legs went weak, and she was about to kneel and kowtow like the other soldiers. Helicopters, they're the Tautai helicopters from the Dragon Nation. Years of combat experience told Sushma. This was absolutely not the time to stand dumbstruck or pray. He must immediately organize the soldiers to mount a defense. Dragon Nation's Tautai helicopters were among the best on Blue Star. Against ground forces, they were like natural enemies. Under normal circumstances, encountering them would likely mean nothing but slaughter. But Sushma had long anticipated that the Dragon Nation would one day be unable to resist launching a large-scale military campaign. Among them, the Tautai helicopters were the Dragon Nation's armed forces that worried him the most. It was precisely because of this concern. Sushma prepared numerous RPG rockets before each sortie. Once the thermal imaging locked onto the target, he simply pulled the trigger. Even if the Tautai helicopters fled to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. You fools, get up! That's a Dragon Nation Tautai helicopter. Everyone grab your RPGs and prepare for battle. Every single one of you must shoot down a helicopter tonight. Sushma kicked the White Elephant soldiers sprawled on the ground as she bellowed. Hearing their leaders roar, the White Elephant soldiers snapped to attention. They scrambled to their feet and rushed toward the armory. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers on the ground watched in stunned disbelief. They clung desperately to passing White Elephant Kingdom soldiers, refusing to let them leave. Though they didn't understand why the White Elephant Kingdom had prepared RPGs in advance. As ground combat troops, they knew full well that such a weapon of mass destruction was a nightmare for helicopters. Chapter 162, The Great Defeat of the White Elephant Kingdom. Roar! As the Tautai helicopters closed in with blinding speed. Fire! Sushma let out a savage laugh as his raised right hand slammed down. Soldiers had already retrieved rocket launchers from the makeshift armory and stood behind him, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Upon hearing the captain's command, the soldiers immediately aimed at the target and pulled the triggers. Dozens of homing missiles streaked toward the helicopter. The sharp explosions ripped through the night sky. A smirk curved Sushma's lips as he felt certain of victory. These were rocket-propelled grenades imported from the Eagle. It was said that once locked onto a target, a single missile could take down a helicopter. He could even picture it. After dozens of helicopters were struck, how utterly desperate the Dragon Nation's forces would be. At that moment, the communication channels of the Dragon Nation's Tautai helicopters erupted with frantic alarm signals. Beep beep beep. Damn it! We're locked on by RPGs. So many rockets. No! We're ambushed. Quick, get out of the way. Damn it! Can't dodge it. From the moment we were locked on, the Tautai helicopters sensed it. Now, as a barrage of rockets approached, with the helicopter moving at high speed, the combined effects of both factors, the pilots had no time to react. A chill ran down their spines. This is it. Countless rockets screamed toward them, trailing bursting flames. There was no time to think. A series of explosions rang out beside their ears. The area where the helicopters were stationed. The sky instantly turned crimson. Witnessing this scene, Sushma burst into laughter. Fortunately, he had anticipated the Dragon Kingdom sending its air force. They had prepared ground-to-air weapons in advance. White Elephant soldiers danced with excitement as the rockets struck their targets. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers lying on the ground wailed in frustration, utterly helpless. In the darkness of night, panic set in. It was no wonder they failed to notice the Tautai fighters' speed differed from anything they'd seen before. The next second, Sushma's smile froze. Not only were the helicopters that had been hit not destroyed. Instead, they broke through the flames and raced toward them. The Dragon Nation soldiers' eyes lit up with wild excitement. Though they didn't understand what was happening. As long as the Dragon Nation's fighter jets remained intact, it was the best outcome they could hope for. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Some of them must be duds. Fire again.
Sushma barked the order again to the soldiers beside him, his voice filled with fury.
Bu. The soldiers reloaded and aimed once more. The rockets screeched through the air. Several more explosions echoed through the air. Sushma exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across her face.
He was certain that this follow-up strike would leave no survivors among the Taotai helicopters that had narrowly escaped earlier.
Don't stop. Keep taking down the remaining helicopters. The soldiers followed orders and did as commanded. However,
when they saw the helicopter hit twice, speeding toward them unscathed once more,
Sushma broke down.
A chill rose from the soles of her feet. Her legs began to shake uncontrollably. Her pants were soaked through with urine.
Her hands clenched into tight fists. Her chest heaved violently.
His breathing grew ragged. His pupils contracted slightly, his scalp tingled, and every hair on his head stood on end, like a fish out of water.
After a momentary lapse,
as the Manhwa helicopter drew ever closer, in desperation, Sushma snatched the rocket launcher from a nearby soldier.
Useless. I'll handle this.
He found an armor-piercing rocket and loaded it swiftly. This was a specially modified rocket from the Eagle Squad, specifically engineered to target heavy armored vehicles. The only drawback was the lack of homing capability. But at such close range, anyone with eyes could hit the target.
Especially since Sushma had received professional training. He aimed at the approaching Taotai fighter, firing in one fluid motion. He never believed it.
The Taotai helicopter could withstand 3 rocket rounds without crashing.
If this rocket couldn't destroy it either, he might as well die.
There was no escaping it, and it couldn't be destroyed.
The rocket hit instantly. Boom! Less than a kilometer away in the sky.
The exploding fire bloomed like a flower. Its destructive force surpassed that of the previous rocket.
Sushma snorted coldly, "Is that all? You dare challenge the White Elephant Kingdom for territory?"
White Elephant soldiers nearby rushed to congratulate their captain.
"Wow, Captain, you're amazing. Truly a warrior worthy of the White Elephant Kingdom. With such explosive flames, there's no way the Dragon Nation fighter survived. Glory to the White Elephant Kingdom. Glory to Captain Sushma.
Eagle's rockets are now targeting all kinds of Dragon Nation warplanes.
When we get back, our leader will reward us with tons of money and beautiful women. Yeah.
You won't have to grind sticks with your lizard wife anymore.
Oh, man, could you please stop exposing my secrets? You've revealed my only shred of privacy."
But this time, the Dragon Nation really got screwed.
Ha! Not only did they lose territory, but we kept ambushing and counterattacking them.
The Dragon Nation's army claims to be the best on land, but I think that's just an empty reputation.
Oh, no! Kazakhstan, the Dragon Nation's army is indeed formidable. After all, even the Eagle Chicken has certified it. But our White Elephant Nation is even stronger. Because we rely on wisdom. You're absolutely right. Captain Sushma is brilliant and far-sighted.
She foresaw that the Dragon Nation would send fighter jets in desperation, so she prepared hostile air-to-ground missiles in advance. At this pace, I dare say we'll reach Dragon Nation's capital, Kyoto, by this winter at the latest.
You're absolutely right. I feel it too. And it's all thanks to the divine intervention of our White Elephant Nation's deities. Just as everyone felt certain of victory.
Amidst the fiery chaos in the sky, an air-to-surface missile suddenly streaked forth. It streaked toward the White Elephant soldiers at breakneck speed.
Boom! In the blink of an eye, the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers were instantly thrown from their horses by the blast. Many lost consciousness instantly, collapsing unconscious.
Remarkably, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, who had remained lying on the ground, suffered little harm.
Sushma was knocked senseless by the blast, crashing face first into the mud. After a momentary daze,
a chill crept into her heart.
She couldn't help but shiver.
Seeing the numerous White Elephant Kingdom soldiers knocked down on the ground, she knew this was no place to linger.
Every extra second risked his life.
More importantly, he needed to report his battlefield observations to his superiors as quickly as possible. This would allow the leader to prepare accordingly. Perhaps this report could even offset his failure in battle, sparing him punishment. Fortunately, when the temporary command post was set up nearby, they had already connected the lines.
Making a call should be no problem. Sushma used the firelight to orient herself.
Then, scrambling and rolling, she plunged into the trench, crouching low as she made her way toward the temporary command post. Behind her came not only the light of flames and the sound of explosions, but also the shouts of Dragon Nation soldiers, "Don't let the White Elephant Nation officer escape." Sushma's heart skipped a beat and she instinctively quickened her pace.
Chapter 163, Defeat at every turn, reports up the chain. Fortunately, the temporary command post wasn't far.
Sushma rushed inside and quickly dialed her superior's number.
"Hello? Chief Mohad? I have urgent matters to report."
A voice on the other end chuckled, "Good work lately, Sushma.
Your battle reports have been solid. Rest assured, I'll definitely recommend you for commendation when you return. Sushma paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Yes. She'd been delivering good news to Chief Mohad all along. If she kept this up, perhaps the chieftain's position would be hers someday. But now, he must urgently report the bizarre encounter with the Dragon Nation fighter. My apologies, sir. The situation seems to have spiraled out of our control. Mohad paused, then asked with a smile, Sushma, do you have another surprise to share with me? His mental inertia made it hard to imagine what Sushma could possibly be facing at this moment. No, sir. We encountered Dragon Nation's Tautai helicopters. Mohad inquired, that must be quite interesting, right? Tell me, Sushma, how many did you take down? Don't worry, some casualties are inevitable. I understand. After all, the Tautai helicopters are Dragon Nation's ace military assets. They're quite a standout presence across the entire Blue Star. Suffering some losses isn't shameful, there's no need to pursue perfection at all costs. Sir, I'm afraid the situation is far worse than we imagined, Sushma said, her voice breaking. Oh? Is it a shortage of ammunition? Or heavy casualties among our white elephant soldiers? It seems the Dragon Nation is truly furious this time, deploying such a massive military force? Sir, it has little to do with the scale of their forces. We encountered monsters. Sushma, I must remind you this is a military communication line. Everything is being recorded. Watch your language. This is no time for jokes. Monsters? Where on earth would monsters appear on the battlefield? The Dragon Nation's Tautai helicopters can't be destroyed. We fired multiple rocket rounds at them. Are you certain they were all direct hits? They hit. I specifically used armor-piercing rounds. But they caused no damage whatsoever. We're nearly out of rockets, and we haven't taken down a single Tautai helicopter. Sushma, you must be under immense stress lately. Otherwise, I'd recommend a psychologist for you to see when you return. For now, I need you to keep pushing through. No, sir. I'm telling the truth. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving only static on the line. Sushma stared blankly at the phone. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Even he would have found it hard to believe what had just happened if he hadn't witnessed it himself. In all of Blue Star's modern combat history, there had never been a reported instance of a helicopter surviving a rocket-propelled grenade strike unscathed. Yet, this bizarre occurrence had just unfolded before his very eyes. What could he do? His superior didn't believe him. He was helpless. The immediate priority was to save his own skin. So he struggled to run out of the makeshift command post as fast as he could, desperate to escape. Boom! Another missile. It struck the command post directly. The massive blast wave leveled the entire command post. Sushma was also thrown out. Half her body was buried in dirt. Her face was covered in blood. She lost consciousness, her former arrogance and tyranny gone forever. The ravenous helicopter squadron crossed the border marker, swiftly eliminating all White Elephant Nation sentry towers and bunkers near the frontier. Mohad's office kept receiving reports of defeat. Only then did he begin to suspect that Sushma's earlier report might have been accurate. How else could it have been possible to destroy? The numerous offensives meticulously planned along the front lines had been utterly destroyed and crushed. He knew this time they had likely overplayed their hand. The Dragon Nation seemed to possess some mysterious technological power. Invincible? Are the Tautai helicopters immune to rocket-propelled grenades? Oh, heavens above. I must report this news to Eagle Daddy immediately. Let's see what they can do about it. The office phone kept ringing non-stop. Mohammed couldn't be bothered to answer anymore. He simply handed it over to his voluptuous secretary to handle. Anyway, he couldn't offer any substantial assistance right now. They were all invincible now. Was he supposed to keep sending reinforcements to their deaths? Until he got a viable plan from Eagle Daddy. He decided to adopt a stance of avoidance for the time being. The call to the Eagle's arms supplier connected. Hello, General Teaker? This is Mohad. How's the Eagle Dad supplied ordnance holding up? Trust me. Our weapons are the finest on Blue Star. Sorry, General. I called specifically to report a bizarre situation. On the other end, Tekel perked up at once. Oh? Go on. I'm all ears. Just how bizarre is it? After all, he had nothing better to do. The commander of the White Elephant Nation was willing to tell stories to amuse himself. That was a decent way to pass the time. After speaking, he crossed his legs, lifted the freshly brewed coffee he'd made for himself, and took a gentle sip. Freshly ground latte, delicious and uplifting. Forgive my bluntness, General. The rocket-propelled grenades you supplied couldn't even scratch the paint on a Dragon Nation's Tautai helicopter. Mohad stated plainly. Ha! Mohad, that's the funniest joke I've heard all year. But I advise you not to speak so carelessly. Your words have already damaged the credibility of our Eagle Nation. Since this is your first offense, I'll just give you a verbal warning. Next time, I'll report it up the chain. Let Eagle Nation demand an explanation from your White Elephant Kingdom. General, every word I said is true.
Just moments ago, along our border with the Dragon Nation, a large number of their Taotai helicopters appeared.
Our soldiers attacked them with rocket-propelled grenades supplied by the Eagle Nation. But it had absolutely no effect. Mohad insisted, gritting his teeth.
Tekle fell silent for a moment, his voice suddenly turning stern.
Mohad, are you certain your soldiers hit their targets? Did the rockets actually strike the Dragon Nation helicopters? As he asked the question, he already felt a twinge of doubt. Because Eagle's rockets were equipped with automatic tracking capabilities. Once the signal locks on, no manual aiming is required.
Even if the target fled to the ends of the earth,
it would still strike the target automatically. Either the Dragon Nation's Taotai helicopters were truly invincible, or Mohammed is lying.
Hit.
General, it's absolutely true. I'd stake my life on it. Mohad declared emphatically over the phone, pounding his chest.
Oomph. You better be telling the truth. If I find out you're using this as an excuse to scam the Eagle for a weapons discount, you're dead meat.
Chapter 164, Tiker's Despair. Mohad suffered his first defeat, incurring heavy losses.
What made it worse was that the defeat stemmed from the rocket-propelled grenades supplied by the Eagle Squad. He had long harbored deep resentment. Now Tekle actually suspected him of lying. If not for the fact that the White Elephant Nation still relied on the Eagle's support and couldn't defeat them, Mohad would have exploded in rage long ago. Moreover, the border incursions had been instigated by the Eagle Nation, which had promised to back them up. That's why the White Elephant Kingdom's leadership decided to seize the opportunity and expand their territory. Now that the battle is going badly, they hope the Eagle Nation can lend a hand.
Mr. Tekle, I've sent you several videos. Please check your inbox. He forced down his resentment and forwarded the videos from the front lines to Tekle via email.
Got it. Got it.
Mr. Mohad. Don't panic. I'll review them first.
With that, Tekle hung up, picked up his coffee, and walked to a corner of his office.
He turned on the vintage record player and began humming a tune.
This record player was the one he had managed to acquire at a steep price from an auction house last week. It wasn't that he was particularly fond of classical music.
Rather, dealing in antiques provided a better cover for laundering money. A professional team assisted him in handling professional tasks. But then again, the team took a 70-30 split. They took a full third.
It felt worse than having flesh cut from his body. But in the Eagle Nation, if you want to smuggle arms to other countries without the government finding out,
this might be one of the few ways to do it.
After all, the Eagle government strictly prohibits such smuggling activities. If caught, suspects would face the harshest penalties.
Confiscation of all property would be considered lenient.
More likely, they'd face the death penalty or life imprisonment.
Tekle really had no choice. His family's situation was simply too dire.
He had over 30 mistresses to support. Many of them had borne him children. He had both elderly parents and young children to support. Thus, he had no choice but to take desperate measures. Moreover, of that 70% in cash, he had to set aside 20% for bribes to avoid being reported or exposed. Fortunately, the Eagle Swan government's armory was already overflowing, so quietly taking a portion wouldn't raise any alarms. It was practically a zero-cost operation. This is precisely why his prices were lower than the government's direct procurement channels.
Mohad was the sucker who fell for this arms deal.
To find a suitable buyer, Tiker invited the hawkish leader of the White Elephant Nation to the Eagle Nation, where he was received with great hospitality. During the banquet, he spared no effort in flattering them to death.
Can two tigers share the same mountain? How could one tolerate others sleeping soundly beside one's bed? The White Elephant Kingdom is no longer what it once was. Why not consider expanding its territory? Now that the Dragon Kingdom is growing weaker, why not seize the moment when our enemy is vulnerable and make a bold move? Then a fair-haired, blue-eyed beauty appeared, offering him wine as she nestled into Mohad's embrace. How could he not be intoxicated? Even the Eagle Nation shows him utmost respect. The Dragon Kingdom is nothing. But despite the euphoria, he still had reservations about the military gap. After voicing this concern, Tekle and his assistants all wore faint smiles. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Right on target. He then informed Mohammed that his side could offer military supplies at prices 20% lower than the official channels of the Eagle. Moreover, they would provide further military assistance when necessary. Holding the beautiful woman and sipping fine wine, Mohad signed numerous arms purchase contracts on the spot, swayed by Tekle and his associates. Who would have thought? There would come a day when even Mohad would have both the Eagle and the Dragon Nation crawling at his feet. After signing the contracts, he carried the beauty into a room to begin their passionate encounter, leaving behind a group of old foxes raising their glasses in celebration. Ding! You have new mail. A crisp electronic tone emanated from the computer on the desk. It sounded jarringly out of place amidst the enchanting classical music. Tiker snapped out of his musical reverie and walked over to his desk. His mind was already calculating how best to spend the billions of Eagle coins he'd raked in from arms deals. He couldn't spend it all. He simply couldn't spend it all. Enough for a lifetime. He had no idea what kind of shenanigans Mohad was up to. If he wanted to buy more arms, he should just say so. As a long-time customer, we could even consider a discount. But you can't slander Eagle's weapon quality. Using that to drive down prices? I'll be the first to object. I'll make sure you learn your lesson the hard way. Clickety-clack. Double-click to open the email. It's an email from Mohad. He actually sent over a few videos. Watching the videos in the email on the screen, Tikar double-clicked to open them again.
The images in the video instantly captured his attention.
The footage showed
a swarm of helicopters filled the sky, their deafening rotor blades making one's heart tremble.
Moreover, their speed was exceptionally fast. It was nothing like the speed of the Dragon Nation's Taotai helicopters Tekl knew. He even suspected whether Mohad had intentionally sped up the video to exaggerate the effect. That's why they appeared significantly faster than normal. But when he saw the running speed of the White Elephant soldiers, he was stunned. In the same frame, it was impossible for half to be fast and half to be slow. Either everything was fast or everything was slow. This clearly wasn't what he had imagined. It was a video that had been post-processed. In other words, the Taotai helicopter's flight speed had been drastically increased. To an eerie degree. But Tikar shook his head. This didn't prove the helicopter was invincible. If it were truly as Mohad claimed, there'd be no need for this war. Just detonate a nuclear bomb and blow the earth to smithereens. Tekl chuckled at his own thought. He continued watching the footage on the screen. At that moment, White Elephant soldiers swiftly located rocket launchers and aimed them at the helicopters in the sky. Dozens of rockets, locked onto their target, spewed long trails of flame as they streaked toward their objective at breakneck speed. Boom! A deafening roar. The surround sound speakers on the desk amplified the explosion sounds from the computer. Tikar felt as if he were right there. Terrifying. An explosion of such magnitude could flatten an entire mountain peak. What chance did a tiny helicopter hovering in the sky stand? The Dragon Nation's pride and joy, the Taotai helicopter, met the Eagle's latest development, the auto-tracking rocket. They were finished. A cruel smile spread across Tikar's face. He seemed to already envision the scene of dozens of Taotai helicopters being destroyed and crashing to the ground. However, seconds later, on the video feed, amidst the screams of White Elephant soldiers, the Taotai helicopters in the sky not only avoided crashing but burst forth from the rolling flames, continuing its assault on the White Elephant Kingdom's positions. Tikar's heart skipped a beat. Could the Taotai fighter truly be immune to Eagle's rocket attacks? As if to confirm his suspicion, White Elephant soldiers reloaded their rocket launchers and aimed at the skyward soaring Taotai fighters. The result? After the blinding flash of explosion, the helicopter remained unscathed. The onslaught continued unabated. Then, several rockets streaked down from the sky. The video abruptly ended. Tekl slumped lifelessly in his chair, his eyes hollow and vacant. Despair. A profound sense of despair washed over him. Chapter 165, The Thief Cries Thief. At that moment, Tekr had completely succumbed to utter terror. Though he had instigated the war himself, even if the White Elephant Kingdom were annihilated, it wouldn't affect him much. His only concern was this. If the Dragon Nation truly possessed such a devastating weapon, then the Eagle Nation would likely lose its military advantage forever. Not only would his arms trade cease to generate profits for him and his clique, what was even more terrifying was that the entire Eagle Nation would face a tremendous threat. Once nations that rely on Eagle's military might learn of this, their first move would likely be to procure military equipment from the Dragon Nation to counter the Eagle Nation. After all, over the years, the Eagle Nation, leveraging its military superiority, has caused no small amount of harm to these nations. Through various financial, trade, and military means. The core strategy has been modern tribute extraction, continuously draining resources. Should these smaller nations succeed in destroying it, it would spell utter ruin for the Eagle Nation, a collapse met with universal condemnation. No, I must urgently spread the narrative of the Dragon Nation as an international threat, inciting hostility toward it among all nations. Tikar snorted coldly. He made up his mind. He must strike first. He would take these videos to the United Nations Assembly. He would accuse the Dragon Nation of launching an unprovoked invasion over the border dispute. Even if the Dragon Nation had grievances, there was no justification for targeting the Eagle. After all, Eagle is standing on the moral high ground. Even if Longwei is dissatisfied, they can't exactly deploy their monstrous helicopters to fight the Eagle, can they? Besides, quarrels are one thing. You've already taken on White Country, but you're not allowed to mess with us. Resolved. Tekl swiftly forwarded the email to Eagle's top brass, proposing an immediate UN Security Council session to hold Dragon Nation accountable. Dragon Nation might not be able to withstand the pressure. A sinister chuckle echoed through the office. The commotion drew the attention of the busy Eagle agents outside, who paused in surprise. Could Director Tikar be seriously ill? Soon, the White Elephant Kingdom's border defenses against the Dragon Nation were utterly crushed. Mohad knew the tide had turned against him. He had no choice but to surrender and submit, signing a century-long non-aggression treaty with the Dragon Kingdom. The territorial boundaries were reaffirmed once more. The Dragon Kingdom also reiterated to the White Elephant Kingdom. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom is sacred and inviolable. Under any circumstances, should it face provocation, the nation would retaliate with full force. Simultaneously, the event was broadcast live across major domestic news media. Upon seeing the television footage, Dragon Nation citizens celebrated with their families, some even setting off fireworks at their doorsteps, as if it were New Year's. That's the spirit. Our Dragon Nation has finally made a grand statement on Blue Star. Oh my, did you see the White Elephant Nation's leader on TV? That fawning, sycophantic grin? Utterly despicable. Yeah, they sure didn't act like that when they were attacking us. Ugh, they were so arrogant and full of themselves. White Elephant Nation suffered heavy losses this time. I hear they'll have to pay Dragon Nation a hefty indemnity. Serves them right. Invading our territory? That's like lighting a lamp in the toilet to look for. It's just a shame about that kid Chen Shuesong. Saw the news the other day about the officer visiting his family. Ugh, couldn't bear watching that scene. It made me cry my eyes out. Those bastards from White Elephant Kingdom deserved it. We hit them hard enough to teach them a lesson. Next time they think about provoking Dragon Kingdom, they'll think twice. Didn't we sign a 100-year non-aggression treaty? Surely they won't dare provoke us again? Ha, same old saying, political power grows from the barrel of a gun. If our Dragon Nation isn't strong enough, they'll rip up that treaty anytime. But if we are strong enough, that treaty becomes their lifeline. We should count ourselves lucky they didn't attack us. Who knows where they get the nerve? Help yourself to some food. This garlic pork stir-fry is pretty tasty, I made it myself. Ha, let's drink up. This is even better than New Year's. Dragon Nation's High Command also gave high praise for the combat performance. They also conducted a thorough review of the entire border army's combat operations. They concluded that the decisive factor was the upgraded Taotai helicopters. Long range. Nearly limitless endurance. Tough as nails. It survived multiple consecutive hits from long-range enemy anti-air rockets without a scratch. Blazing speed. Capable of reaching speeds up to Mach 10. This combination of capabilities dealt a devastating blow to the White Elephant Legion, stirring trouble along the border. It was nothing short of sweeping away obstacles like dry brush or breaking through bamboo. The mastermind behind it all was none other than Jiāng Chén, the national hero of the Dragon Nation. A young man barely in his early 20s. He deserves rewards and commendations. Heavy commendation. Every high-ranking official felt an unprecedented sense of glory. At that very moment, the United Nations Council sent a telegram. It demanded an urgent meeting be convened. It also outlined the meeting's agenda. The subject was Dragon Nation's excessive military response to the border dispute. This had triggered military panic among the nations of Blue Star. This is outrageous. The thief cries thief. The villain accuses first. We haven't even called out that eagle bastard for stirring the pot behind the scenes, yet he's the villain crying foul first, leaving us with no face. The Dragon Nation threat theory? What a load of crap. We'll meet force with force. Dragon Nation scientists and soldiers have done their part. Now it's time to show what we're made of. Upon seeing the telegram, the Dragon Nation's high command seethed with indignation. These foolish children. Don't they know China has always been a nation of courtesy since ancient times? We've always advocated subduing enemies without resorting to war. Verbal sparring is our specialty. How dare they sling mud at us? Well, we'll see about that. At that moment, at Tiker's initiative, the Eagles International News Agency simultaneously published reports on the injustices suffered by the White Elephant Nation. It was like a stone skipping across a pond, creating countless ripples. After reading the newspaper, took to the internet to condemn the Dragon Nation's actions. Aren't they supposed to be a nation of righteousness? What gives them the right to launch a military strike against White Elephant Nation? Oh my, look at this photo. White Elephant soldiers beaten bloody, their newly built defenses destroyed like that. If they can attack White Elephant Nation like this today, tomorrow they'll be tearing off our roofs. Targeting small countries like ours. No wonder the Eagle has been pushing the Dragon Nation threat theory all these years. I never imagined their military might was this formidable. Dragon Nation always claims to be a peace-loving developing country, but I'm not so sure. What developing nation possesses such overwhelming military might? After reviewing the public opinion reports compiled by his secretary, Koteler, he let out a sinister chuckle. In the battle for international public opinion, it seemed he had won. He had the Dragon Nation completely in his grasp. Soon enough, you'll be the enemy of all Blue Star. Chapter 166, Convening the UN Meeting. Under the deliberate provocation of the Eagle, public opinion on Blue Star was overwhelmingly one-sided. The UN Security Council meeting convened as scheduled. Over 200 nations sent their representatives as promised. Seated at the head table were two nations, none other than the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation. This UN meeting had effectively become a debate between the two nations. The hawkish nation, confident of victory, demanded the organizers broadcast the proceedings live globally so the entire Blue Star could witness the Dragon Nation's defeat. At this very moment, the official UN livestream had already attracted tens of millions of viewers. Comments in various languages filled the screen. Finally, the long-awaited United Nations General Assembly session officially commenced. Eagle Song stood at the podium on one side of the hall, representing Qatar, his head held high and chest puffed out with confidence. It seemed as though he had already secured victory in this battle without gunpowder. On the other side, the Dragon Nation's representative was Zhao Tianming, director of the War Propaganda Bureau's External Affairs Department, seated calmly and composed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all seen in Eagle's major media outlets these past few days. Eagle Nation's representative Kotler addressed the microphone. Recently, the Dragon Nation brazenly violated the International Peace Act by launching military operations against the peace-loving White Elephant Nation. They even deployed unconventional weapons, inflicting severe damage upon the White Elephant Nation. We, the Eagle Nation, express our profound sorrow and outrage. This blue planet belongs to all of us, not just one nation. It is truly hard to believe that in this era of stable peace, the Dragon Nation has developed individual combat weapons immune to missiles. Their intentions are sinister. If they can attack the White Elephant Kingdom today, tomorrow they could reduce other nations' people to ruin and destruction. Therefore, before the eyes of the global community, we demand the Dragon Nation's representatives explain their actions. Why such hegemonic behavior? Simultaneously, we order the destruction of all modified helicopters within the stipulated timeframe. Hand over all related technology for United Nations collection and research. Boom! Eagle Sen Qatar's statement triggered a nuclear-level reaction online. Dragon Nation netizens in the livestream went berserk with rage, fuming with fury. They furiously pounded their keyboards. The livestream's comments section was swiftly flooded with Dragon Nation netizens. What the hell kind of bullying is this? Who's been sowing instability on Blue Star all along? How is it China that's invading other countries' territories? Didn't the White Elephant Nation strike us first? Chen Shuasan's body isn't even cold yet, we haven't even passed the 7th day. Damn it, this bastard, he really has the nerve to lie through his teeth. So what if our Dragon Nation has a game-changing weapon? You Eagles can have all your high-tech gadgets, but we can't surpass you? Even if our upgraded helicopters can withstand missiles, so what? We're just exercising our right to military self-defense. Look at it this way, the Eagle Nation is using the pretext of upholding justice for the White Elephant Kingdom to get their hands on our Dragon Nation's black tech blueprints. Pure delusion. Now that you mention it, I think Eagle Nation is all bark and no bite. Otherwise, given their usual tactics, they wouldn't even give you a chance to argue, they'd just send troops right over. Since Dragon Nation has developed the improved Taotai helicopter that surpasses all Blue Star helicopters, it's only a matter of time before they create upgraded tanks, fighter jets, warships, and even aircraft carriers. I believe they'll soon surpass Eagle Nation's military might. No wonder the Eagle Nation is trembling with rage, jumping up and down to complain about us to the United Nations. They're just looking for an excuse to use international public opinion to suppress the development of our Dragon Nation. With our Dragon Nation's military scientists leading the way, public opinion alone won't hold us back. It's nothing but wishful thinking. The live stream chat exploded with heated debate. Meanwhile, the UN conference hall was a stark contrast. Dead silence hung in the air, the tension palpable. The eyes of over 200 delegates present and billions worldwide were fixed on the Dragon Nation's representative. Zhao Tianming. How would he respond? Would he acknowledge? Or deny? Apologize? Or refute? He represented the will of the entire Dragon Nation. What Zhao Tianming says next will directly reshape the entire landscape of Blue Star. You bastard! Answer my question. Why did your Dragon Nation brazenly invade the White Elephant Kingdom? Eagle-Eye Teaker pounded the podium, roaring madly. As if launching a final assault. He aimed to crush the seemingly stunned Dragon Nation representative with a single blow. This very moment's performance. He had rehearsed countless times in private with his secretary. He intended to leverage the Eagle's reputation, adopting an unyielding stance to force the Dragon Nation to bow its head in defeat before the entire world. But then, to everyone's utter astonishment, at this very moment, Zhao Tianming, the Dragon Nation's representative and director of the War Propaganda Bureau, remained as calm as still water, showing not a trace of panic. He remained composed and unruffled, calm and collected, smiling as he addressed Eagle Sauce's representative, Kotler. Representative Eagle, please refrain from making unfounded claims. What modified helicopter? I've never heard of such a thing. And regarding the invasion of White Elephant Nation's territory, we have video evidence. They moved the boundary markers first. How could any helicopter in the world withstand rocket fire? Don't try to fool me. Boom. The statement by Zhao Tianming, the Dragon Nation's representative, struck like a thunderbolt. The entire conference hall erupted in shock. Incredulity. Delegates from various nations immediately erupted in furious protests. My God! Did I hear that correctly? Dragon Nation? How dare they lie so brazenly? The internet is flooded with footage of Dragon Nation fighter jets appearing over White Elephant Nation territory, struck by missiles yet refusing to fall. Everyone saw it clearly that helicopter was unmistakably a Dragon Nation Taotai. Yeah. I recall the footage showed White Elephant soldiers firing 3 consecutive hostile air missiles. The Taotai helicopter didn't even get a scratch. This is absurd. Damn, I don't think this meeting can continue. One side is relentlessly aggressive, the other stubbornly denies everything. They won't actually start fighting, will they? Eagle Nation looks determined not to back down until they get what they want today. Kotler smiled coldly. He wasn't the least bit surprised by Zhao Tianming's response. Good. Very good. Since you refuse to admit it, then let's just watch the video. With that, Cotter pressed the button on the remote control he had prepared earlier, aimed at the central control screen in the venue. The screen began playing the video with billions of views. The footage opened with a swarm of Dragon Nation fighter jets filling the sky. Immediately after, the White Elephant Nation desperately retaliated with rocket fire. Only to discover, stunned, that Dragon Nation's helicopters remained completely unscathed. Another volley, another unscathed. Until the helicopter's missiles obliterated their defensive assault. The video abruptly ended. Kotel burst into maniacal laughter, glaring at Zhao Tianming with contempt as he declared. Come now, Mr. Pinocchio of Longhua. Open your eyes wide and watch this video. Tell me, is that helicopter in the video yours? Is it called the Taotai? Chapter 167, a slap in the face from the War Planning Bureau. In full view of everyone. Zhao Tianming remained as steady as an old dog, merely smiling faintly as he casually remarked. I believe everyone here has seen that the soil beneath the White Elephant soldiers' feet is black earth. Black earth is unique to the border region between our nation and the White Elephant Kingdom. How can this be called an invasion? Secondly, the helicopter in the video is indeed our Dragon Nation's Taotai. But in pitch darkness, how can you be certain the missile actually hit its target? You must understand, given the White Elephant Kingdom's military capabilities, subpar ammunition is entirely plausible. Put. Cotter spat a mouthful of blood onto the microphone. He staggered, nearly tumbling off the podium. He stared at Zhao Tianming in utter disbelief. Gripping his hair fiercely, his face contorted as he bellowed. You call this a miss? What do you call the massive sparks from that rocket explosion in the video? It's the White Elephant Nation Special Made Grand Salute. Zhao Tianming of the War Propaganda Bureau maintained his smile as he replied calmly. And this is a ceremonial cannon that looks exactly like a standard missile from Eagle Chicken Nation. I have to say, while White Elephant Nation's military industry may be lacking, its entertainment value gets full marks from me. Boom! The entire audience was stunned. The entire world never saw this coming. Zhao Tianming, the Dragon Nation's representative, actually gave such an answer. And he delivered it with a straight face, dead serious. At that moment, Dragon Nation netizens in the livestream chat went absolutely nuts laughing. Wahahaha. Holy crap, what a cannonball. That's our director from the War Propaganda Bureau for you. I was sweating bullets for him earlier, worried the eagle would corner him. But then, ha ha ha, what a genius. Zhao Tianming is truly a gem of our Dragon Nation. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard I'm going crazy. That eagle eye rep was acting all tough just now, but now he's been completely dumbfounded by director Zhao Tianming's words. He actually fell flat on his face. And this is a global live broadcast. Ah ha ha. He's clutching his chest, looking utterly miserable and grotesque. I think director Zhao Tianming is absolutely right. Ha 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 ha. From the video, it's clearly a ceremonial cannon. Celebrating our Dragon Nation sending helicopters over to celebrate their new year. It just looks intimidating. It looks exactly like Eagle Chan's rocket launcher. Director Zhao Tianming is spot on. What invincible monster helicopter? What invasion? This is clearly hosting guests on our own territory. Then the White Elephant soldiers got so overwhelmed with emotion they fired the White Elephant Special Made Grand Salute to celebrate. Ha 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 ha. Old Zhao is cracking me up. White Elephant Nation Special Made Ceremonial Cannon. That's spot on. It perfectly sums up White Elephant Nation's military-industrial capabilities. Whoosh. Huff. Eagle San Tamir clutched his chest, face flushed crimson, gasping for breath. He struggled to his feet, leaning tremulously against the podium. He and his secretary had rehearsed countless possible speeches privately before the meeting. For every conceivable scenario, they had crafted flawless responses. He was certain that at this UN conference, the Dragon Nation representative would find no room to exploit. But he hadn't anticipated. The other side refused to play by the rules.
The Dragon Nation delegation flatly denied that the Taotai helicopter had been hit by artillery fire. Instead, they bluntly declared the shell to be a defective product manufactured by White Elephant Nation itself. He stood his ground, insisting that what everyone witnessed as an explosion was likely nothing more than a White Elephant grand firework display. Eagle Nation's representative Tamir was so flustered he could barely breathe, stumbling over his words. I. This. He tried to counter the Dragon Nation representative's words, but found himself utterly at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, the video was filmed in pitch-black darkness. The video quality was already poor to begin with. Although it showed the enemy air-to-air missile exploding, it was impossible to prove the Dragon Nation representative's grand claims were false. Yet he was the one who sold the weapons to the White Elephant Nation. He was the one who fueled the military conflict. Could he possibly be unaware of the grand fireworks claim? But he couldn't say it. Admitting it would make it his own problem. Then it wouldn't just be about disgracing the Dragon Nation. The Eagle Nation would likely face bilateral military reparations. He himself would be hauled before a military tribunal. Rage surged through him. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Forgetting all about his image and his role as the Eagle Nation's representative, he went into full rage mode. FK. You piece of ST. How the FK dare you call this a grand fireworks display? Ha? Have you any military knowledge? What kind of grand fireworks have such destructive power? Do you think we're all little darlings here? Bah! However, Zhao Tianming remained as steady as a mountain, smiling as he spoke softly. Yes, it is a grand firework. Fireworks have been part of our Dragon Nation since ancient times. So we know grand fireworks like the back of our hands. Though the grand fireworks of the White Elephant Kingdom are a bit ostentatious, they still cannot escape my discerning eye. How could such grand fireworks possibly cause harm to military forces? I suspect White Elephant Nation, after moving our border markers, realized their mistake and launched these fireworks as a gesture of welcome. Put. Tamir's blood spurted wildly. He collapsed straight onto the ground. Seeing the Eagle ambassador's utterly defeated expression, Dragon Nation netizens in the livestream instantly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This isn't a UN meeting, it's a stand-up comedy show. Eagle's rep is absolutely furious with our director Zhao. No matter what you say, I'll stick to my guns, that White Elephant Nation thing is a giant firework. Hey, if you've got proof, bring it on. Yeah, they just refuse to admit it. Back when China wasn't powerful, these superpowers were constantly acting like bullies. What goes around comes around. Today I'm calling the shots. I'll drive you crazy, you bastard. But I think director Zhao Tianming's theory isn't impossible. The explosion in the video does look like a giant firework. If we insist on calling it a missile, it feels a bit forced. Ahem, White Elephant Nation's military tech level is well known across our blue star. If they'd really built such a powerful rocket, they'd have been jumping up and down to launch it into space by now. I laughed until my throat hurt. Look at Tamir staring at director Zhao Tianming. He looks like he swallowed a fly. But he can't produce solid evidence to refute it. It's like he hates director Zhao but can't touch him. Ha 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 ha. Whoa. Director Zhao is terrifyingly formidable. Today I finally grasped his true power. Looks like he's only been using 2/3 of his strength all alone. Heh, maybe director Zhao only used 3 layers today. Chapter 168, The Peace-Loving Developing Nation. The atmosphere mirrored the online mockery of the Eagle Eye representative. In the audience seats at the UN conference, many national representatives were laughing so hard they were doubled over. After all, the Eagle had been flexing its muscles under the guise of UN assemblies for years. This was the first time anyone had ever made them look foolish. In this scene, who wouldn't feel a sense of vindication? After a long pause, with the support of his secretary, the Eagle symbol representative Tamir regained his composure. His gaze fixed intently on director Zhao Tianming, the Dragon Nation's representative. Zhao Tianming, however, remained as composed as ever. Relaxed. At ease. Thus, Eagle Sauce, representing Tamir, fell into deep thought. Now, expecting the Dragon Nation representative to personally admit to aggression and the invincibility of the Taotia, that seemed unrealistic. Despite the video evidence. But it was pitch black, and the distance was so great. If they insisted it was a remote explosion, there was nothing he could do about it. Therefore, he decided to shift his approach. He must approach it from another angle, leaving the Dragon Nation representative utterly unable to deny it. Only then could he ultimately seize the moral high ground in the public discourse and deliver the final judgment on Dragon Nation before the eyes of the global online community. After composing himself, Eagle-san representative Tamir resumed his gentlemanly smile and reorganized his words before the assembled delegates. Very well. Since the Dragon Nation representative insists that the White Elephant Nation launched a giant fireworks display, then I must ask. How do you explain the helicopter's speed in the footage? I believe everyone has noticed it. Using White Elephant soldiers as reference points, the helicopter's speed appears excessively fast.
At least Mach 10, wouldn't you say? Still not admitting this is a superweapon? Which nation on Blue Star possesses helicopters capable of such speeds? This proves that Dragon Nation intends to use this conflict with White Elephant Nation as a testbed for its latest military technology, disrupting the global order to become the dominant power on Blue Star. The words spoken by the eagle emblem were forceful and resolute, as if 1,000 armies were poised to crush the Dragon Nation's delegation. These cutting remarks clung to the hearts of representatives from all nations present like maggots gnawing at bone. The livestream fell silent at that moment. No one spoke. Complete stillness. Everyone recognized the question as highly sensitive. It was a particularly difficult question for the Dragon Nation representative. After all, the Eagle Nation representative had a point. The video included white elephant soldiers as reference points, effectively ruling out the possibility of fabrication. What kind of helicopter can reach Mach 10? If this can be called a conventional weapon, then occasionally launching a few nuclear bombs wouldn't be a big deal either. Why would a helicopter need such an outrageous speed? At this thought, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but breathe heavily, sweat beading on their foreheads as anxiety set in. They were especially worried about Zhao Tianming, the director of the War Propaganda Bureau. We're screwed. I actually noticed this issue when the video was released earlier. I thought the eagle-eyed folks wouldn't nitpick over such details. But they brought it up anyway. This is genuinely hard to dodge or, incredibly difficult to explain. Yeah. How do we explain the helicopter's speed? Honestly, that insane speed is perfect for surprise attacks. For transport saving time like crazy. It even outpaces rockets. It feels completely unnecessary. Exactly. The video footage makes it crystal clear. Using the white elephant soldiers as a reference point, the helicopter's speed is undeniable. Holy moly, deploying this in any combat scenario would make military response times absolutely top-notch. We're screwed. What the hell do we do now? This is practically an unavoidable issue. Director Zhao Tianming will find it nearly impossible to deny this. The Eagle Nation will definitely seize on this, dig deeper, and use it to make a big deal about the Dragon Nation's Blue Star hegemony narrative. They'll pressure Dragon Nation and instill fear in the representatives from all the countries present. Damn it! What the hell do we do now? God damn it, Dragon Nation just finished modifying the Taotai and still needs tons of time to develop. If they target us and seize our blueprints, we'll lose all our technological edge. What excuse will Zhao Tianming come up with this time? All Dragon Nation netizens held their breath for Zhao Tianming. However, at that moment, Zhao Tianming remained as steady as an old dog, relaxed and at ease, wearing a calm smile. He couldn't even count how many times he'd faced situations like this every year. Moreover, he had already prepared his response before arriving. The speed of the glutton was part of it. The higher-ups had only one demand: as long as the Dragon Nation threat theory was eliminated, he could say whatever he wanted. Of course, Jiāng Chén's identity must not be exposed. Self-defense, developing nation. The explanation would lean toward the tragic. Zhao Tianming, director of the War Propaganda Bureau, smiled faintly and murmured, "Correct. The Taotai can indeed reach Mach 10. Though spoken softly, the words reached every ear with crystal clarity. It struck like a bolt from the blue. Zhao Tianming had actually admitted to the eagle-shaped emblem representative's accusation. It left all the Dragon Nation representatives utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Couldn't he at least make up a story? Why did he just admit it outright? How is this any different from handing over a victory? Upon hearing these words, the eagle-eye representative couldn't suppress the wild joy on his face. Tamir roared in fury. Ha 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 ha. You finally admitted it. Since that's the case. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Eagle-san, don't interrupt me. Tamir's interrupted flow of emotion became disjointed. Zhao Tianming, Dragon Nation's representative and director of the War Planning Bureau, smiled faintly and continued his address to the global audience. As everyone knows, the Taotai helicopter has always been our Dragon Nation's ace fighter. While conventional helicopters don't typically require such high speeds, let us not forget, if White Elephant Nation invades our Dragon Nation's territory this time, moving boundary markers to seize land, and we lack this rapid response capability, the dispute between both sides could very well become deadlocked. At that point, the escalating conflict might genuinely affect the other nations present here today. For self-defense purposes, our Dragon Nation has thus developed and enhanced the flight speed of the Taotai. Naturally, this technology has not yet been patented. The goal is to maintain military secrecy. But this absolutely does not constitute evidence that our Dragon Nation seeks to dominate Blue Star. So what you're saying is? Zhao Tianming stood up, smiling as he grabbed the microphone to conclude. Our Dragon Nation remains a developing country. It will take at least another century of development before we can even reach the level of a developed nation. We forever cherish peace, neither provoking nor fearing conflict. Friends are welcomed with wine, while enemies face blades and guns. Boom! A thunderous applause erupted. Chapter 169, Jiāng Chén, what's your take?
Delegates from various nations, especially those aligned with Dragon Nation such as Bear Nation and Bar Nation, were practically standing on their seats, clapping until their palms turned red. Even nations that had maintained neutrality were stirred by Zhao Tianming's speech, erupting into fervent applause. Only the representatives from the pro-eagle nations looked distinctly uncomfortable.
If everyone else was clapping, standing still seemed unsociable. But to clap would be like slapping Eagle Daddy's face right there. But
Eagle Nation's representative, Tamir, rolled his eyes back, spewed a mouthful of blood, went black in the eyes, and collapsed backward.
Tamir?
His secretary rushed over, her voice cracking with panic. Before she could catch him, Tamir's head slammed hard against the floor, drawing a gasp from her. Chaos erupted throughout the Federation Assembly. The live stream flooded with comments from Dragon Nation netizens.
Holy! Director Zhao is awesome. Director Zhao is badass.
Just like Zhuge Liang cursed Wan Lang to death in ancient times, today we saw Director Zhao talk the Eagle Nation representative into vomiting blood twice.
What else can I say? There are no words other than holy to describe how I feel right now. Ha 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 ha, grateful heart, thank you for being here. Director Zhao is absolutely incredible. MVP of the entire event. The undisputed champion. I respect no one but him. Hey, you guys. Didn't you see the Eagle Eye representative's secretary crying? Not a shred of sympathy. The Eagle Eye representative insisted on a global livestream, and now look, both the Eagle's face and the Eagle Eye representative's face are flushed down the drain. Wahahaha. Wasn't the Eagle-san rep acting all aggressive just now? Wasn't he supposed to be so tough? Keep it up, let's see how much more you can take. Our Director Zhao can totally break through your defenses. Why do I feel like, this time Eagle-chan didn't embarrass Dragon Nation in front of global netizens? Instead, she's advertising our military industry. Now everyone knows how awesome Dragon Nation's helicopters are fast speed, and they can even defend against White Elephant Nation's big cannons. Ha 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 ha. Just as the Dragon Nation netizens in the livestream chat were saying. Many Middle Eastern countries present had already privately approached the secretary of the Dragon Nation's delegation to inquire about arms procurement. The secretary's duty was to assist Zhao Tianming in winning this tough battle. Now that the opponent had fallen, she breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with the olive branches extended by numerous nations, she glanced up toward Zhao Tianming's direction. She saw Zhao Tianming calmly descend from the podium, give her a nod, then disappear around the corner with his thermos in hand. Was this his way of agreeing? The secretary was overjoyed. Middle Eastern countries were places where money flowed like oil. Money was truly just a number to them. Since they came knocking to hand over cash. Why on earth wouldn't we take it? Moreover, Zhao Weiguo had given his approval. That means the Dragon Nation's higher-ups are tacitly approving it. Hey, hello everyone. One at a time, please, no need to rush. Here's my business card. Call the number on it to reach us. The secretary communicated in fluent Middle Eastern dialect while pulling out a stack of business cards to distribute to the visiting national representatives. After a few words in Arabic, the Middle Easterners switched to speaking Longwa fluently. They expressed their long-held desire to visit Longwa and their deep interest in its culture. They explained that they had been diligently studying the Dragon country language with foreign tutors in their daily lives. The sheer delight was palpable. 500 billion. We have 500 billion Eagle dollar procurement needs. We've got 800 billion. Wonder how many of those Dragon country gluttons we can buy. The secretary was stunned. Are all our Middle Eastern brothers this extravagant? Some folks have mines at home. These guys have homes built on mines. They casually throw around figures starting at hundreds of billions. China's annual base budget barely scratches the surface. We're rich. We're rich. We're rolling in it now. This farce finally came to an end. The final outcome saw the Eagle-chan slink away from the Federation Conference. The Dragon Nation unexpectedly gained significant international prestige. Its image as a developing nation with military prowess was firmly established overnight. Old Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, "That's the spirit." Could it be that Eagle-chan came here specifically to advertise for the Dragon Nation? And to do so, they even sent their leader to spit out a mouthful of blood in front of the entire world. This is a bit too polite, don't you think? Just say what's on your mind. Anyway, those baseless accusations. We won't admit to them anyway. After this farce, White Elephant Kingdom panicked. Even though they'd signed a century-long peace and non-aggression treaty with the Dragon Kingdom, they still feared retribution from the Dragon Kingdom. Not because they feared a military invasion. Given their understanding of the Dragon Kingdom's people, its leadership still valued its reputation. What they truly feared were those nations friendly with the Dragon Kingdom, such as Bear Nation and Ba Nation. Might they intermittently come looking for trouble to curry favor with the Dragon Nation? Highly likely. Especially Pakistan, with its long-standing grievances. They maintain the closest ties with the Dragon Nation. It would be surprising if they didn't seize this opportunity to find an excuse to provoke the White Elephant Kingdom. Therefore,
The White Elephant Nation's leader contacted Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials the very next day.
They requested mutual visits to establish friendly neighborly relations.
They also welcomed the Dragon Nation's Belt and Road Initiative to be introduced into the White Elephant Kingdom. Price is negotiable, anything that helps mend the friendly ties between our two nations.
Money is no issue?
Old Jiāng's face nearly split open with a smile.
Dragon Nation is vast and populous.
Every industry requires development.
And all of that requires money.
To keep the nation running smoothly, the higher-ups have spared no effort.
Despite repeated promises of improved benefits for research institutions, scientists' compensation remains generally lower than in the United States.
Many overseas returnees came back after completing their studies, determined to serve their homeland. They endured meager living conditions, accompanying the nation through its most challenging times. But development knows no end. Hard-earned profits are often reinvested into expanding production and deepening research.
Ultimately, the salaries of researchers remain far from competitive.
Were it not for the patriotic dreams many hold dear, they would have long been poached by those bastards over there to work for their own research.
The higher-ups were overjoyed. Excellent.
With this free advertising from the eagle-eyed bastards, our Dragon Nation won't be short on funds for quite some time.
Ahahaha, what was that eagle chick representative's name again? Tamir.
If he weren't at odds with our Dragon Nation, I'd bring him 2 packs of braised beef to thank him.
He's done us an absolute favor. Who'd have thought our Dragon Nation could leap into becoming an arms supplier? Ah, what joyous news. Good times are coming.
I mean, we need to give those scientists who've made tremendous contributions to the Dragon Kingdom the social status and financial rewards they deserve.
Call and ask Jiāng Chén?
What's his take?
Chapter 170, Tank Project Approval? That's it? At that moment, Jiāng Chén was lounging on the villa's sofa watching TV.
He had already seen the video footage of the UN conference. He just hadn't expected that something done on a whim would cause such a huge stir.
Muah! Muah! Handsome, pick up the phone. The phone rang.
This was the latest ringtone Jiāng Chén had set on his phone. It was all about pleasing himself. He casually picked up the phone and pressed to answer.
Hello? Old Jiāng. What, another award ceremony?
Ah, no need, my house is already overflowing with medals and trophies. Jiāng Chén glanced at the display case overflowing with medals and trophies, crammed together like sardines. It wasn't that he was being pretentious. Honors others would kill for were as commonplace to him as daily meals. Unless it was something truly significant, there was no point bringing it home. Otherwise, he'd have to expand the display cabinet again. But who could have guessed that old Jiāng would offer not just honors, but also money and a flood of military contracts?
The moment money was mentioned, Jiāng Chén perked up instantly.
He jumped up from the sofa.
Wait, you absolutely have to keep that medal for me.
Yeah, I just love collecting medals.
After all, who in business doesn't love money?
In this regard, after dealing with Jiāng Chén multiple times, old Jiāng had long figured out his temperament. He washed up, changed clothes, and got fully dressed. Grasping the keys to his Wuling Hongguang, he clattered down the stairs and dashed into the courtyard. The 600-square-meter villa came with an additional 200 square meters, including the garage and courtyard. The courtyard alone covered over 80 square meters. Flowers and plants, rockeries and ponds, the chirping of insects and birds, it was a sight to behold and a delight to the senses. Honestly, most people living in such a nice villa would have traded in their Wuling Hongguang long ago.
Even if they wanted to stay low-key, wouldn't it be reasonable to upgrade to a BYD Han costing around 200,000 yuan?
But Jiāng Chén had no such thoughts. Because this minivan was one of the few things his father had left him.
This Wuling Hongguang wasn't just an ordinary minivan.
It carried Jiāng Chén's endless memories of his father. His father had built his business from the ground up with this very Wuling Hongguang. Later, when his company hit rock bottom, Jiāng Chén used it to pull the business back from the brink. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a veteran of 2 eras.
He inserted the key and started it with practiced ease. The engine roared to life. Jiāng Chén drove the Wuling Hongguang out of the garage and vanished at the entrance of Fuli Garden.
Listening to the magical heavenly road along the way, his spirits soared with excitement.
He arrived at the Lonka Institute in Pengcheng.
The gatekeeper glanced at the license plate and manually raised the barrier.
The compound kept records of all special vehicles. Jiāng Chén's vehicle was no exception. He drove straight through. He parked in the underground garage. He turned off the passionate music and pulled out the car key. He took the elevator up from the garage. Ding! 8th floor. This was the floor Mr. Jiāng had mentioned in their phone conversation. He himself was busy with matters in Kyoto. Therefore, he had arranged for Mr. Wang and Wang Shui to handle the details. They stepped out of the elevator and walked down the corridor. After several twists and turns, they arrived at conference room 886. Jiāng Chén looked up to confirm the door number. "Come in, you found the right place." A familiar female voice called out from inside the conference room. Jiāng Chén turned his head to peek inside. It was Wang Shui speaking. Also present were Elder Wang, Elder Chen, and several core members.
His gaze shifted to the meeting room screen.
The PowerPoint presentation was halfway through. A tank model was displayed on the screen. Ah, I'm not late, am I?
Jiāng Chén scratched his head sheepishly.
So many people waiting for just one person.
It had nothing to do with his status as a national hero.
Purely a guilty conscience.
Old Wang chuckled heartily and beckoned to Jiāng Chén.
Better late than never. This makes it easier to get to the point. Come sit down. Tanks? You wouldn't be thinking of modifying tanks, would you?
Jiāng Chén sat down beside Old Wang with ease. The massive model images on the PPT, if he couldn't figure this out, he might as well just go to bed.
But what exactly was there to study about a tank?
It can't fly, nor can it dive underwater.
Jiāng Chén, you're right, it is tank related. And it's an order from a Middle Eastern country, they want to see a prototype.
Old Wang nodded and explained. Seeing Jiāng Chén still looked puzzled.
So he proceeded to detail the recent surge in foreign military orders one by one. To summarize, large quantities, big money.
As long as the goods were top-notch, money was no issue.
Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up with excitement. With such massive order volumes, once they secured these contracts for the nation,
he'd certainly get his share. Who knows, maybe they'd even award him a Medal of Merit.
Both prestige and profit would be secured. Mr. Wang, if I understand correctly, the key is durability and high power, right?
Jiāng Chén summarized based on what Old Wang had described. Old Wang raised an eyebrow, his authority commanding respect without a word.
What do you mean, just that?
As if it were technically straightforward. The other scientists present all chuckled. A perfectly serious scientific project proposal meeting had stretched on for nearly an hour.
That's it? Jiāng Chén's question completely threw him off guard.
Wang Shui, however, remained unfazed. As long as Jiāng Chén made the call, she had developed the habit of trusting him without question.
Seeing no one else speak up, to prevent the awkward silence from lingering, she replied, yeah, that's exactly it.
Before you arrived, we were discussing feasible solutions. Achieving the strength of the previous Taotie is quite challenging for us. The moment Wang Shui finished speaking, the scientists present all turned to look at her. Due to confidentiality, they had heard about the modified Taotie helicopter's capabilities.
Endless endurance, rocket-resistant, blazing speed. One word, impressive.
They knew only that it was a technological marvel developed by some big shot at the Pengcheng Dragon Academy. But without Wang Shui revealing it, they would never know the specific individual. Old Wang's breathing grew ragged as fury erupted from him.
Wang Shui, you insolent fool! Did you sign that confidentiality agreement for nothing?
His roar echoed throughout the conference room. At over 70 years old, his face flushed crimson. The assembled scientists silently lowered their heads, unable to meet the old man's gaze. Wang Shui felt so wrong she was on the verge of tears, her eyes brimming with sorrow.
Jiāng Chén was utterly bewildered. Oh no, had he been exposed? What should he say now?
He was at a loss, unsure how to diffuse the awkwardness. Old Chen, however, remained silent for a moment before addressing Old Wang with a gentle smile.
Oh dear, at your age, still so quick to anger.
Though Old Wang knew he'd overreacted, he still shot Old Chen a glare and snorted coldly, if everyone does this, what use is our Dragon Nation's confidentiality agreement? Old Chen's eyes flashed as he explained, of course the confidentiality agreement must remain effective. If Wang Shui had made this mistake at any other time, I would definitely recommend severe punishment.
But now. Old Chen paused dramatically, leaving the sentence hanging. The conference room fell instantly silent.
Even Wang Shui stopped crying and looked at Old Chen in confusion. Old Wang, still fuming, tapped his knuckles impatiently on the conference table, signaling Chen Lao to get to the point.
Everyone here is involved in this project. We'll inevitably be responsible for the entire subsequent production line construction. Knowing about Jiāng Chén beforehand isn't a big deal. After all, this is an interconnected project. But I must say this, Wang Shui, be more careful next time. Such elementary mistakes cannot be repeated.
Hearing this, Wang Shui flushed crimson.
She glanced at Jiāng Chén.
It wasn't that she had forgotten the confidentiality agreement's contents. It was just that whenever that kid Jiāng Chén was around, her mind would drift off for some reason.
Chapter 171, Commencement. After thoroughly confirming the requirements, Jiāng Chén patted his chest.
He vowed to do his absolute best. Just moments ago, he'd queried the system.
How many tech points would it cost to build a similar tank?
Secondary civilization technology, 3 tech points required.
Jiāng Chén smiled knowingly.
Sure enough, it was another sub-civilization. Now, his tech points had been shocked by the global live broadcast.
It'll take me a while to spend it all.
3 tech points are peanuts to him.
He could easily afford it.
But to actually build the tank, he'll need to summon the inventor. To summon the inventor.
Jiāng Chén, how long will this tank take? Old Wang asked cautiously. Before Jiāng Chén could answer,
Wang Shui stared at Jiāng Chén with her big, sparkling eyes and asked, it won't take 3 days again, will it?
Jiāng Chén chuckled. Prepare the lab and materials for me. 2 days should be enough. Clatter, clatter. The sound of chairs scraping across the floor filled the conference room. Several people lost their balance and plopped straight onto the floor. Old Wang and Old Chen were fine. They were long accustomed to Jiāng Chén's style. Even if he talked for an entire day now, they wouldn't find it strange. But the other scientists, newly introduced to the project, they stared at Jiāng Chén as if he were some kind of monster. 2 days? Are you kidding me? The development timelines they'd just been discussing were measured in years. The two bigwigs present merely nodded calmly, offering no objections. This scene instantly shattered the worldview of every researcher present. Fine, 2 days it is. Compile a list of required materials and submit it to me. I'll get everything ready immediately. As for the lab, no problem, whatever you need, the Lonka Academy has it. If there's an exceptional case, we can build it for you on the spot. Old Wang patted his chest as he spoke. Just a large workshop will do. Jiāng Chén said with a smile. He then borrowed a notebook from Wang Shui, opened an electronic document, and swiftly typed in the required materials in front of everyone. Everyone crowded around. The more they watched, the more astonished they became. The kid's typing speed was astonishingly fast. It was as if he knew it all by heart. In less than a minute, he had typed out hundreds of lines of material for the checklist. To the uninitiated, it seemed as though he had built this tank before and was merely recreating it. Old Wang and Old Chen exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. But they merely pursed their lips, long since numb to Jiāng Chén's abilities. 5 minutes later, the 1,000-line material list was complete. Jiāng Chén exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze from the computer screen only to find the room crowded with people. He scratched his head awkwardly and turned to Old Wang. Alright, that's about all the materials we need. Almost? That's all? Old Wang's voice trembled slightly as he asked Jiāng Chén, how on earth did you remember all these materials? Even with decades of research experience, he couldn't match Jiāng Chén's memory, instantly writing down thousands of materials. The other scientists nearby couldn't help but feel envious. They exclaimed, what a talent! If only they possessed half of Jiāng Chén's memory. What could they achieve beyond today's accomplishments? All eyes turned to Jiāng Chén, eager to learn his secret. Perhaps they could apply it to their own research and make progress in their scientific work. Jiāng Chén answered earnestly, maybe it's just good memory. Thud. Everyone stumbled back in surprise. They'd imagined all sorts of answers. But who would have guessed it would be good memory? He was the first to utter those words in front of this group of researchers at the Dragon Science Institute. Jiāng Chén was the first to utter it. Everyone who made it into the Dragon Science Institute came from top-tier universities. Some had even pursued combined master's and doctoral programs, amassing substantial research achievements before graduation. Prodigies. Absolute prodigies. We've seen gifted geniuses before. But to witness genius of this magnitude? This is a first for everyone here. Heh, that's good. That's good. Old Wang chuckled awkwardly. Even though he was about to retire, he too wished to learn some methodology from Jiāng Chén. Little did he expect the answer would be something like having a good memory. After a pause, he addressed Jiāng Chén, just send the list to my email. As for the factory space you need, there are several available near our lab building, take your pick. With that, he immediately led everyone out of the conference room. They headed downstairs toward the factory buildings. Jiāng Chén would make the final decision. Continuing the discussion in the conference room was pointless. Better to cut through the chaos decisively and meet Jiāng Chén's demands. The group followed Old Wang out of the lab building, turning right and walking about 100 meters. Suddenly, rows of factory buildings came into view. Some were large, others small, arranged in a pleasingly staggered pattern. Most were typically used for grinding heavy machinery and equipment. A few served as warehouses for storing supplies. Little did they expect that one day, these spaces would be repurposed for tank manufacturing. Old Wang gestured toward the factory buildings. They're all here. Take your pick. Jiāng Chén nodded and continued walking alone. At each factory entrance, he peered inside through the doors. He moved with lightning speed, his pace relentless. The others couldn't keep up with Jiāng Chén, so they simply stared intently at his retreating figure. They watched to see which one he would ultimately choose. After circling the perimeter, Jiāng Chén pointed to one of them and looked at Old Wang, saying calmly, this one. Old Wang paused slightly before nodding. No problem. It's yours now. But I still want to ask, why did you choose this particular factory? Old Wang was slightly puzzled by Jiāng Chén's choice. He couldn't discern anything special about it compared to the others. It wasn't just Old Wang. Others shared the same confusion. Jiāng Chén, who could modify the Taodai fighter jet, surely wouldn't be acting without reason. His choice of the factory must have its reasons. If only I could know the reason. I might just learn a thing or two. Ha! There are many factory buildings here. I simply thought this one was closest to the exit, and the open space by the gate is large enough. When the tank rolls out later, it'll be much more convenient. Jiāng Chén blinked and murmured softly. Boom! Old Wang and the others instantly broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out Jiāng Chén had already considered what would happen after the tank was built. Meanwhile, they were still fussing over the factory itself and technical challenges. This move from Jiāng Chén was nothing short of mind-blowing, leaving everyone present trembling in awe, unable to help but admire him. Good, very good. Brilliant. Old Wang was so moved he could barely speak. He could never fathom the thought processes of this prodigious young man. Now he realized. Technically, there was no way he could keep up with Jiāng Chén's guidance. The only thing he could do was immediately fulfill the bill of materials Jiāng Chén had sent to his email. This would allow the prodigious young talent from the Dragon Nation to swiftly commence work and enter a productive state. With the full support of Old Wang. In less than a day, the materials were transported from all over the country to the Lonka Academy in Pengcheng. They were neatly arranged in the factory building Jiāng Chén had designated. Inventor, let's get to work. Jiāng Chén surveyed the warehouse filled to capacity with materials. Closing the door, he gave a low shout. Chapter 172, Completion of the Apocalypse Tank. At Jiāng Chén's command, immediately 7 or 8 spherical robots appeared, hovering in midair. The robots emitted brilliant blue laser beams, scanning the warehouse materials. Detected mixed gasoline, 20 tons. Detected nuclear fuel, 1 kilogram. Detected 20 rounds of various tank ammunition. Scan complete. Beginning technology readout. DD-88 tank technology read complete. Defensive armor data module loaded. Attack weapon module loaded. Power system module loaded. Information data omnidirectional enhancement system loaded. Nuclear kinetic module loaded. Hostile air missile module loaded. Long-range magnetic cannon module loaded. Sensor perception system loaded. 3 tech points consumed. Initiating manufacturing sequence. Remaining time, 48 hours. 8 orb-shaped robots instantly began rapid movement. They methodically transported materials to different sections of the factory floor, swiftly cutting and trimming. Each process was distinct yet seamlessly coordinated. 2 days later. DD-88 tank, manufacturing complete. Please name the tank, host. Jiāng Chén gazed at the visually striking tank, his blood boiling with excitement. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Apocalypse tank. Naming complete. According to the design blueprint specifications, the tank measures approximately 12 meters in length and 7 meters in width. Considering that the Dragon Nation currently utilizes small-scale controlled nuclear fusion for power. Therefore, this capability was incorporated into the design to facilitate future mass production on manufacturing lines. After covering it with dustproof and waterproof tarpaulin, Jiāng Chén decided to call it a day. After spending 2.5 days and nights accompanying the inventor here, he was utterly exhausted. He retrieved the spherical robot into the system. He climbed into his Wuling Hongguang minivan, drove out of the Dragon Science Institute, and sped onto the highway. He was heading back to his villa to rest properly and sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Old Wang was just about to step out of his office to check on the progress of each department. Ring ring. The phone rang. Good evening, Mr. Wang. Have you eaten yet? Hearing that voice, Old Wang's expression darkened instantly. This tank development project was the first time China was providing technical support to the Middle East. The higher-ups were paying special attention. Not only had the task been assigned to the Lonka Academy in Pengcheng, other Dragon Science Institutes had also received the same assignment. The higher-ups stated that whichever institute performed best in development would be entrusted with the production line's technology. Additionally, resources would be allocated accordingly. Based on Old Wang's understanding, this guy has undoubtedly made a major technological breakthrough. He called to brag, but also to sound out the situation. With a stern expression, he replied calmly. Old Su, what's up? Still want to treat me to a meal? Spit it out, I'm busy. Wahahaha. Hearing the slight edge in Old Wang's tone, Old Su burst into hearty laughter. Oh my, you're getting worked up. Isn't it time to submit our research findings? I just called to check in on you. See what breakthroughs you've made, so our institute can send people over to learn from you. You know how it is with our institute's researchers, their skills aren't up to par. Lately, they've only managed to cobble together some so-called Type 985 tank. Barely 100 mm caliber, 24-cylinder engine, 3,200 horsepower. Ugh, what a mess. We absolutely can't afford to make even the slightest breakthrough. You know how it is, fall behind and you get beaten. Ha ha ha. Listening to Old Su's backhanded compliments, Old Wang's face darkened by the second. Today was supposed to be the day Jiāng Chén's tank model was completed. But after hearing Old Su's specifications, all hope vanished instantly. Whether it was the powertrain or the shell caliber, the other party's research achievements far surpassed even the most advanced tanks currently in use in the Dragon Nation. No matter how hard Jiāng Chén pushed, it seemed impossible to surpass them. Damn it. His mood had been decent just moments ago, but now it had turned cold from head to toe. And you know what? Old Su's research team was downright insane. Old Su, could you please stop showing off in front of me? Oh my, Old Wang, are you complaining?
I'm just kindly discussing our technical achievements with you.
Old Su's smug voice crackled through the phone. How's the development going at your Pengcheng Lungka Institute? That barrel must be over 100 millimeters caliber now, right? How many cylinders in the engine? What's the horsepower? You guys must have made some new breakthroughs, right? Come on, Old Wang, don't be shy.
Tell me so I can push those lazy bums at our institute to step up their game. Old Wang pressed his forehead, sighing helplessly. You're impressive, your whole department is impressive.
We still haven't figured out our tank technology. That wasn't exactly a lie. He truly hadn't had time to review Jiāng Chén's research findings.
The reason he hadn't gone to check in the past 2 days
was because he placed absolute trust in Jiāng Chén. 2 days was a very short development cycle for the Dragon Academy.
On the other end of the line, Old Su chuckled again.
Oh, come on, Professor Wang. If you don't want to talk about it, just say so. No need to be so mysterious. Anyway, when it comes time for the final inspection, we'll show our cards. But I'm not the stingy type, Professor Wang. Listen to me. Our latest tank model, that streamlined design, that thick, massive barrel. Goodbye, goodbye. Old Wang was utterly exasperated.
Fuming, he slammed the phone down and repeatedly pressed the end call button.
Old Su was a great guy in every way, except he loved to show off. But what could you do? Their institute's scientific and technological capabilities were indeed quite strong. They had consistently outperformed Pengcheng Lungka Institute in every aspect. But even so, it was still pretty infuriating. I thought ignoring it would be best, but this guy keeps calling intermittently.
Under the guise of building rapport and exchanging technical insights.
Thinking about tomorrow's joint exhibition with Jiāng Chén's tank and Old Su. Old Wang looked like he'd swallowed a fly.
Jiāng Chén returned to Fuli Garden. After parking the Woling Hongwang in the garage, he pulled out the keys. First, he gave the flowers and plants in the yard a thorough watering, then scattered fish food into the pond. He hadn't been back for 2 days. Fortunately, these plants and animals possessed remarkable resilience. Otherwise, they would have wilted and died long ago. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a part-time helper. It was because Jiāng Chén harbored too many secrets. What if the cleaner turned out to be a spy and uncovered any clues within this villa? Then he'd be in serious trouble. So to avoid this risk, he decided it would be best to handle things personally. After handling all this, Jiāng Chén ate a light meal, freshened up. He turned off his phone, returned to his room, and prepared to enjoy a good night's sleep. Chapter 173, The Proud Little Princess, Elia. That evening, Old Wang went to inspect the factory where Jiāng Chén worked. There, a large oilcloth. This must be the tank Jiāng Chén had mentioned. Tomorrow it would be unveiled, competing head-to-head with other military research institutions across the Dragon Nation. A flicker of nervousness flickered in Old Wang's heart. But now that the moment had arrived, it was no longer feasible to rebuild another one. Moreover, Jiāng Chén's capabilities had always proven remarkably resilient. Therefore, he chose to trust Jiāng Chén. Alright, first find a transport truck. We'll get the tank to its destination and deal with it then. Old Wang made a call to logistics. Soon, a large truck and a crane were dispatched. Seeing the massive, tarpaulin-wrapped object, everyone wiped a cold sweat from their palms. It was so solidly built that lifting it would be impossible without some ingenuity. After several lifting ropes snapped, it was finally secured onto the truck. Old Wang then summoned security from the Lungka Institute to escort the truck as they raced toward their destination through the night. The next day. Early morning. Kyoto Army University. The morning sun rose, bathing the campus in birdsong and floral fragrance. Over a dozen tanks were arranged in an orderly fashion on the parade ground. A few tanks were covered in tarpaulins, their full forms concealed. The vast parade ground was teeming with people. Among them were members of the Dragon Academy, high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation, and students of the military academy itself. Everyone was discussing the army tank exhibition, speculating who would emerge victorious. They scrutinized the tanks, offering their opinions. In the distance, old Zhang walked with his secretary and the academy's leadership. Also present were Prince Muhammad and Princess Aya from the Middle East. Prince Muhammad appeared to be around 40, with a sharp and capable demeanor. Princess Alia wore a white floral dress, her blonde hair and blue eyes framing an oval face. She appeared tall and exquisitely refined. Even from a distance, she was clearly a stunning beauty. This arms procurement initiative was primarily launched by their family toward the Dragon Nation. That's why this tank showcase was organized. Princess Alia quickly scanned the tanks on display and muttered, "These tanks don't look very impressive at all. They're nowhere near as good as Eagle's tanks. Why go out of our way to buy tanks from Longwa when we have options closer to home?" Muhammad shook his head with a resigned smile. Alia had just graduated from one of Eagle's military academies. She was in the throes of blind admiration for Eagle's military might and technological prowess. So basically, anything not made by Eagle's sauce.
It was hard to catch her eye. We don't have to buy it right away. Let's take a look first. Alya nodded in satisfaction at the suggestion. Though their voices weren't loud, old Jiāng and the others nearby could still hear them. In the past, this would have left a bitter taste in their mouths, stirring some resentment. But now, Autobots, space-based weapons, the invincible Taotai helicopter. Each of these achievements was more than enough to fill them with pride. However, throughout the journey, the little girl kept disparaging the Dragon Nation while praising the Eagle Nation. This left the bigwigs present feeling quite uncomfortable. Whether you mean it or not, since you're on our turf, couldn't you at least tone it down a bit? Constantly slapping us in the face right in front of everyone. Who could put up with that? If this were their own child, even their own granddaughter, they'd give her a good scolding. Of course, old Jiāng and the others only vented their frustration inwardly. They wouldn't actually do such a thing. Otherwise, the arms procurement deal would have escalated into an international dispute. Under the protection of soldiers, the group advanced to the tank formation. Mr. Zhang's secretary stepped forward, nodded and smiled at Prince Muhammad, and began his introduction. Prince Muhammad, it is a pleasure to meet you. I will now introduce the tanks on display today. Most of the tanks you see here are already in active service with our Dragon Nation. Each one boasts exceptionally stable performance and rarely experiences malfunctions. In terms of both defensive capabilities and offensive firepower, they rank among the top tier on the entire Blue Star. Detailed specifications for each tank are stored on the tablet. If you wish to know the specifics of any particular tank, simply activate the camera and scan it. Additionally, before he could finish, Alya giggled, cutting the secretary off. All right. I just graduated this year from Eagle's Constantine Military Engineering University. Military weaponry is right up my alley. I've done my homework, you won't fool me. Your tanks are only mediocre at best. If you think they qualify as first tier, that's pure bluffing. Alya stepped forward, approaching an M330 tank. She scanned the tank with her tablet, pulled up the data, and stated, protection, firepower, mobility, all these specs fall way short of Eagle's C-12. How dare they call themselves first tier? What's this exhibition called again? King of Land Warfare? It's an absolute embarrassment. At these words, the Dragon Nation generals present all felt awkward. Embarrassing? It was like slapping themselves in the face. Those four light-hearted words cut like knives through the patriotic general's ears. That little brat. If you weren't the princess of some Middle Eastern country, I'd have jumped up and slapped you by now. A few days studying abroad in Eagle Chicken Nation, and now you think you can lecture us in Dragon Nation? Zhang Lao's secretary took a deep breath, forcing down his emotions. Today's primary goal was to get the Middle Eastern country to cough up the cash. Naturally, we can't afford to let petty grievances get in the way. Everyone, follow me this way. He led the group toward the corner of the tank formation. Several tanks were covered in tarpaulins. Judging solely by their silhouettes, they were noticeably larger than the other tanks. At that moment, Old Su's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Among these tanks were those developed by their Lonka Institute. He recalled the researchers at his unit mentioning that their tank was designed to be the largest in size. 10 meters long, 6 meters wide. But now it seemed there was more to it than that. He couldn't fathom which research institute's tank could possibly be larger than his own. Especially the barrel wrapped in canvas, it was like a giant, thick as a tree trunk. With such a large caliber, it would be difficult for the Dragon Nation to find suitable ammunition at present. This meant that every single shell for this colossal beast would require custom manufacturing. Or perhaps, could this tank be the one he had? Perhaps colleagues at the institute had temporarily modified it but hadn't yet notified me. After all, in military research and development, their institute has always been at the forefront. It has consistently led the entire military industry of the Dragon Nation. In the military-industrial complex on the outskirts of the capital, a significant portion of the deployed technologies originated from their work. As the crowd grew larger and larger, Old Su suppressed the urge to pull back the tarp. He could only wait patiently. He would only know the answer when the secretary explained and unveiled the tarpaulin. Chapter 174, Tanks? I think we'll pass. At that moment, as the exclusive media partner for this event, Jiaolang Media had been trailing behind Old Zhang and the others the entire time. Alya's earlier conversation had been broadcast live online. Countless netizens from the Dragon Nation were watching in real time. At this very moment, the comments section was flooded with messages. Holy crap, this little girl sure doesn't mince words. This delicate little thing? I could take on 8 of her. This has been dissing China and sucking up to the US since the video started. Then go back to Eagle Daddy's lap. So what if she's pretty? She's just full of powdered crap. Hey, I think you guys are overreacting. The girl's got a point. If she were my wife, I'd lock her up and beat the crap out of her. The M330 really can't hold a candle to Jiāng Chén C-12. Sure, the price might be a bit better, but the key is they've got deep pockets and don't care about the cost. So what if they're rich? Does that give them the right to come spout nonsense at our Dragon Nation's military exhibitions? Hey, bro upstairs, forgive my bluntness. Money really does make a difference. And she's not wrong about the most important part. Exactly. Customers naturally choose the best or what they like when buying stuff. Netizens debated heatedly. Viewpoints flooded the livestream in a barrage of comments. The livestream attracted a large audience. Several researchers from Pengchang Lunka Institute involved in tank development watched in the conference room. Professor Wang, Professor Chen, and Wang Shui were also present. When the camera panned to the tank covered in oilcloth, everyone perked up. There were 3 tanks in total. It seemed the final exhibition would focus primarily on these 3. One of them was manufactured by Jiāng Chén. Based on past experience, Jiāng Chén's products were highly likely to be top-notch. The only question is how it compares to Old Su's. Old Jiāng personally walked up to the first tank. He motioned for the soldiers to pull back the tarpaulin. "Commander!" The soldier saluted and ripped the tarp off the tank. A towering, imposing tank came into view. Its camouflage coating gleamed with a cold, streamlined sheen under the sunlight. The entire steel body appeared seamless, far superior in appearance to any tank they had seen before. Having spent years in politics, Old Jiāng had always kept a close eye on military research and development. He knew a great deal about various tank models. The tank before him gave him the distinct impression that this was no ordinary machine. A faint smile touched his lips. This should finally shut up the darned Princess Liú. With a hint of smugness in his voice, he addressed his secretary, "Come on, give our princess who traveled all the way to our Dragon Nation for this exhibition a proper explanation." The secretary adjusted his glasses, pulled up the tank's specifications, and addressed Liú with solemn seriousness. This tank was developed at Old Su's facility. Codenamed D900, it has a total weight of 50 tons and carries a crew of 6. It features a 100mm cannon, a 24-cylinder engine, and 3,200 horsepower. Its strongest feature is its defense, utilizing the latest titanium alloy armor. It can withstand most armor-piercing rounds currently available on Blue Star. It boasts rapid deployment, high maneuverability, precise firepower, and formidable defense. With that, the secretary tucked away the tablet and stood tall, stepping aside. Old Jiāng and the others were highly satisfied, breaking into applause. "Well done. This marks a significant breakthrough for our nation in tank development." Based solely on the specifications the secretary had just presented, this tank outperformed many of Dragon Nation's current tanks by several tiers. Hearing Old Jiāng's praise, Old Su scratched his head beside him. "It's nothing, really. Just a minor detail." It was an indirect reminder to everyone that this tank was produced by the Dragon Academy. "I think it's just average." A sudden voice cut through the air. Princess Liú sneered disdainfully. Had it not been for preserving royal dignity and out of courtesy not to interrupt the Dragon Nation's presentation, she would have lost patience long ago. "To be honest, your tanks are only marginally better than average across the entire Blue Star. They're still a long way from the top tier. The speed is passable, but the barrel caliber is seriously lacking. And that so-called titanium alloy armor of yours? That's been obsolete over in Eagle Land for ages. Let me tell you straight, before coming to Longwei for this exhibition, we already visited Eagle's military expo. Their tanks outperform yours in every single metric. Their shells are at least 1.5 times the caliber of yours. This might have had a market a few years back, but now, I'd say forget it." Liú waved her hand dismissively with utter disdain. As if swatting away a fly. Prince Muhammad's face flushed with embarrassment. Clearing his throat lightly, he quickly interjected. "Children speak without restraint, children speak without restraint, ha ha ha. The young lady doesn't know any better. She picked up a few things from the Eagle and now she's running her mouth." Old Jiāng could never truly be angered by a little girl's words. What truly stirred his heart was Liú's earlier claim that Eagle tank was vastly superior to Dragon Nation tanks. He believed this was no idle boast. But now, the tanks before him became a laughingstock. How could they possibly continue supplying military equipment to Middle Eastern nations? Liú's words struck like a bolt from the blue. It shattered Old Jiāng's fragile heart into pieces. And it was a repeated, relentless shattering. He, who had always prided himself on being the tech-savvy leader of the group, now looked utterly like a clown. Old Jiāng struggled to open his mouth and said, "Let's move on to the next one." As expected, the second one still couldn't get past Liú's scrutiny. The live-stream viewers were already in an uproar. Bullet comments were flying everywhere, filling the entire screen. "Liú's not only sweet-looking, but she's got a killer personality too. Princess, I'm rooting for you. I support you. Love you, love you. You sycophants. Does Liú belong to you? Acting like lunatics over here. Liú, go back to your eagle daddy. The dignity of the Dragon Nation must not be insulted." Wang Lao and the others in the livestream turned green with rage. The 2 tanks deployed up front were proving remarkably resilient. Even if the entire Pengchang Dragon Academy were deployed, they couldn't surpass this level. Yet Ilya remained unsatisfied. She even pointed out that they were at least a decade behind the Eagle Squad. Despite this little princess being quite young, having graduated from Eagle's Nest, and had specifically accompanied Mohammed here, she must play a decisive role in procurement matters. If Elena is dissatisfied, then this tank exhibition in the Dragon Kingdom would be reduced to nothing. The hearts of those present sank to the depths, holding no hope. Chapter 175, The Steel Colossus. On the parade ground, Old Su glanced at Zhang Lao, his face drained of color. He noticed old Zhang's face was equally grim. A wave of guilt washed over him, guilt toward the organization, guilt toward the trust of the Dragon Nation. The earlier sense of superiority vanished instantly. After Ilya's comparison, the tanks developed by their institute could only be considered passable within Dragon Nation. But if compared to the Eagles, they simply couldn't hold a candle. It didn't matter that Old Su became a laughingstock. Dragon Nation had hoped to use this opportunity to shine in Blue Star's arms market. But instead, this little girl slapped them in the face repeatedly, front and back, in every imaginable way. In the end, the sales order was likely to fall through. Over 100 people had gathered at the scene. Plus, the live stream had subtitles. Everyone could hear and see the conversation between Ilya and her uncle. Everyone felt an intense mix of anger and shame. If it weren't for the armed soldiers on site providing protection, some hot-blooded youths would have already rushed forward to attack them. After seeing these tanks, she completely lost interest in this military exhibition. Her face now brimming with impatience, she began urging her uncle, the prince, to end this farce quickly. What kind of junk is this? Any random tank from the Eagle Nation is better than these. How dare they even display this at an arms exhibition? Where do they even get the nerve? She paid no heed to the hostile stares around her. Instead, she grew even more contemptuous. Instead of wasting time annoying people, they should focus on advancing their technological capabilities. Meanwhile, over at old Zhang's side, the hearts of a group of Dragon Nation high-ranking officials instantly plummeted. The organization had pinned immense hopes on this military exhibition. Some departments had even submitted funding requests, hoping to revive projects previously shelved due to financial constraints. But as they gazed upon the final tank, its silhouette shrouded in canvas, old Zhang had lost all hope. Apart from being slightly larger in size, it appeared to have nothing particularly remarkable about it. Oh no! This military exhibition is a total disaster. The higher-ups will probably curse again when they find out. It's not that old Zhang didn't want to do a good job. Objective circumstances just didn't allow it. Like old Zhang, the other members of the leadership team were all feeling down. Just then, Alya's urgent voice reached their ears. This is the last one. Let's hurry up and finish viewing so we can head back. We need to catch the earliest flight this afternoon. Old Zhang paused slightly, then nodded in agreement. Though there was no outcome, the process still had to be completed. It was a matter of mutual respect. They approached the final tank. Old Zhang intended to operate it himself. He shook his head with a bitter smile, then yanked hard on the canvas knot. A camouflage tank, like a predatory beast waiting to strike. Under the sun's glare, it made its dazzling entrance. Its sharp contours and imposing design style instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Its overwhelming presence, as steady as a mountain, loomed across the sky, obscuring the sun. Breaths quickened among the crowd. A cold, almost tangible glow emanated from its armor, nearly blinding those present. The barrel was thick and long, its black muzzle sending a chill down the spine. Four rocket launchers flanked the tank on either side, their barrels pointing skyward at an aggressive angle. A single glance felt like hearing fighter jets crashing from the sky nearby. Two shivers ran down their spines, sending a chill through their scalps. Even Elia, who had been impatiently fidgeting nearby, fell silent without realizing it. Her eyes widened, her breath quickened, and her mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a grenade. The fierce aura emanating from this tank instantly consumed her entire being. It left her dazed and disoriented, her legs weakening beneath her. Thud! She collapsed. Her body went limp as if all her bones had vanished. Fortunately, the bodyguard nearby reacted swiftly, catching her before she fell. Prince Mohammed was equally stunned. His eyes were glued to the scene, unable to look away. His hair stood on end as if about to fly into outer space. His scalp tingled, acutely aware of the blood draining from his head. His facial control completely failed him, his mouth and nose squashed together in utter disarray. He had traveled to more countries than even Ilya. Countless tank models had passed before his eyes. Yet, a tank as visually striking as the one before him was something he had never encountered in his entire life. He began to doubt whether he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes hard. The tank remained unchanged. Had he fallen into a dream? It all felt too unreal. He pinched his thigh hard again. Ouch! A sharp pain shot through him. It wasn't a dream. His legs trembled, and he lost all bodily control. His body seemed ready to collapse at any moment.
The bodyguard nearby rushed over to support him.
But they grabbed thin air. The little old man crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The bodyguard was horrified. If anything happened to the prince,
they'd be thrown into a vat of oil and melted down upon returning. They rushed forward to administer first aid to the prince. The onlookers stood frozen in place as if playing a game of statue.
Silence.
As if time itself had frozen.
Inside the livestream,
the screen was instantly flooded with white bullet comments.
Holy crap! Aliens are invading Earth. Holy crap, this is insane. What the hell is going on? Has our dragon nation become this advanced and cutting edge? I'm gonna explode. Folks, this is insane.
The moment Wang Lao, the live streamer, saw the tanks, his pupils contracted slightly and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Old Chen jumped to his feet, standing on the conference table as the world spun around him.
This can't be the tank from our Pengcheng Dragon Academy, can it? And it even has anti-aircraft rockets. Holy crap! That barrel must be at least 20 millimeters, right? Professor Wang? Professor Wang, why aren't you saying anything, Professor Wang? Watching the footage on the screen, old Wang felt his breathing grow labored.
He fought desperately not to roll his eyes. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom how this tank had been designed.
But just because others couldn't, didn't mean Jiāng Chén couldn't. On sight,
old Jiang stood with his back to the tank. He noticed the crowd's expressions freeze into blank stares the moment they saw the tank.
His expression darkened instantly.
It seemed the final tank had a less than ideal effect.
Even Princess Elia and Prince Mohammed were so startled they nearly lost vital signs.
As the head of reception for this event,
felt profoundly remorseful. Failing the organization at a military exhibition was one thing, but to have international guests meet their end here?
That would be a grave offense indeed.
A man in his 70s, nearing retirement age.
To make such a grave mistake at this stage.
He's truly tarnished his reputation in his twilight years. Oh no, this is bad.
He forced himself to calm down and apologized.
My deepest apologies for wasting your time. It's our fault for not doing our job properly. On behalf of the organization, I apologize to everyone.
With that, he bowed deeply to the group, remaining bowed for a long moment.
Chapter 176, How over the top is the military-industrial complex in the Dragon Nation?
Old Su, who had been standing by in a daze. Old Zhang's words snapped him back to reality.
Speechless. The design is so advanced, and you still want to apologize? Then wouldn't every tank produced by my Dragon Academy deserve to be shot by firing squad? Usually, it's me being the one to make snarky remarks.
Never expected old Jiang to be even more self-deprecating than me. This thing doesn't even look like it's from Earth, and you're acting all apologetic about it. Even though you're the boss, old Jiang, you've made me feel sick to my stomach.
Now I finally understand how others felt every time I pulled off a Versailles moment. A tank this advanced? Even if I died trying, I could never design something like this in a lifetime. Right now, only one question occupies his mind. Who the hell designed this thing? It's just too advanced. After calming down a bit, he stepped forward to steady old Jiang. Old boss, this tank in my opinion isn't half bad. Why are you apologizing now?
I admit, our institute's tank this time was somewhat underwhelming. But there was no need to do this in front of so many people. Old Jiang stood up, his emotions disrupted by old Su's interruption. Although he bore primary responsibility for this tank exhibition, old Su also bore joint responsibility. In front of foreign guests from other countries. Not a shred of dignity was spared. How could he dare? At this thought, old Jiang's anger flared, and he growled. Old Su! There are foreign guests here. How dare you? Our tanks may be subpar, but we must maintain proper decorum. They came all this way and left empty-handed. Shouldn't we apologize? If you keep causing trouble, I'll have no choice but to suspect you're deliberately stirring up trouble to make matters worse. With that, he turned away from old Su. He turned away, his emotions tangled. He was actually curious to see for himself. Just how trashy was this tank that had everyone on the scene losing their composure, each reacting with such dramatic horror? A tank resembling a primordial beast clamped itself onto his gaze. His expression froze instantly. His pupils contracted slightly. His breathing grew increasingly ragged. It was as if he were playing a game of freeze tag. The tank's barrel was thick and massive, its caliber clearly formidable. The black muzzle resembled the gaping maw of a predatory beast ready to devour its prey. The rockets pointing skyward on either side gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Old Jiang stood silently beside the tank, absorbing the destructive aura emanating from the steel colossus. Huff! Puff! The sound of rapid breathing. He steadied his nerves and turned to look at old Su. This was manufactured at your institute? In Zhang Lao's understanding, when it came to tank manufacturing and development, old Su's team had always been at the forefront. At least within the entire Dragon Nation. Mr. Zhang, this tank isn't our institute's product. Old Su replied with a look of grievance.
He desperately wanted to say it was. But it was too hot to handle. You say this isn't your institute's tank? Then tell me, whose tank is it? Old Jiāng's eyes widened in disbelief. No, old Jiāng, I know exactly what our yard's tanks look like. I just checked, it's the first one. Old Su answered honestly. This was a matter of national importance. On this matter, he dared not be the slightest bit ambiguous. Seeing old Jiāng still look doubtful, he leaned closer to explain. This tank doesn't look like something our Lonka Institute could have developed. I suggest we review the surveillance footage, the vehicle records will confirm it. Every tank transported in must have a corresponding truck license plate. Once we have the license plate, we can coordinate with the local Dragon Research Institute to uncover the truth. After hearing old Su's suggestion, old Jiāng found it quite reasonable. He nodded in agreement and instructed his secretary to handle the matter. The secretary stood by and quickly retrieved the footage of tanks entering the campus over the past 2 days. Using fast-forward and location targeting modes, he swiftly identified a heavy-duty truck. Through the video feed, the license plate became clearly visible after zooming in. Old Jiāng, standing nearby, gasped, Pengcheng license plate? Pengcheng Lonka Academy? Old Su frowned. How could that be? Is it from Old Wan's research team? In his memory, Pengcheng Dragon Academy had always excelled in aerospace technology. Tank development had always been the weakest link among all the research institutes in the Dragon Nation. Moreover, Old Wan was his university classmate, having developed alongside him all these years. He knew exactly what the Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute was capable of. The secretary confirmed, it definitely came from the Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute. The license plate is clear and unmistakable. Should I contact the institute to inquire? Professor Jiāng waved his hand. No need. I'll call Professor Wang myself. He dialed quickly. Hello, is this Professor Wang? Yes, it's me. Nothing urgent. I just wanted to confirm, is this tank we're examining now developed by your Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute? What? Maybe? What's going on with you? You're not sure about your own tank? Listen, this is important. You need to give me a definite answer. Jiāng. Got it. I understand. The call ended. A faint smile touched the corner of old Jiāng's mouth. Based on past experience, Jiāng Chén's work had never failed to deliver. The room fell silent. After a long while, Alia snapped out of her dazed state. Her pale little face no longer bore the same panic as before. After composing herself, she approached the tank, extending her delicate little hand to feel its icy surface. Then she tapped the tank's armor with her hand. Crouching low, he listened intently with his ears. His expression grew increasingly grave. She couldn't make out a single word. It was a type of armor she had never seen before. Can I see the data for this tank? Alia turned to look at old Jiāng. The corners of old Jiāng's mouth twitched even more than AK's. He motioned for the secretary beside him to pull up the data for an explanation. The secretary pulled out a tablet, cleared her throat twice. This tank is called the Apocalypse Tank. Tian from Sky and Chi from Initiation. The entire structure utilizes carbon acetylene alloy with a comprehensive mechanical rating of 996. Its nuclear engine delivers 10,000 horsepower. Its armament consists entirely of miniaturized nuclear warheads with destructive power reaching. Elia couldn't hold back any longer. Enough. No need to continue the introduction. These specs were utterly absurd. Now she understood why this thing was so over the top. Because it was nothing but a showpiece. All this exaggeration was just for show, to intimidate people. After hearing the secretary's data presentation earlier, she became even more certain of this. The hardest material in the world is called carbonyl sulfide. Its mechanical rating is only 66. And now you're telling me your tank's mechanical rating reaches 996? Blowing smoke is one thing, but could you please be professional and stop insulting my intelligence? I may be young, but I'm no little cutie. Ah. Seeing no one respond, Elia raised her voice louder and louder, as if trying to reclaim the ground she'd lost in her earlier panic. If it really matches the mechanical rating you published, forget armor-piercing rounds, even a nuclear bomb wouldn't crack a dent in your tank. With that, she shot a mocking glance at the Dragon Nation's leaders present. She wasn't about to spare them any dignity. Chapter 177, All Show and No Substance. Alia thought to herself. It's true we have money. But we're not suckers. Precisely because we have money, we've seen far too many military exhibitions. Your Dragon Nation is so ostentatious. Acting like we've never seen anything before. What kind of bullying is this? Poof. This tank might just be a hollow shell with no substance. The secretary, interrupted by Elia, realized the data she'd just recited was utterly absurd. For a moment, she stood there awkwardly holding the tablet, unsure what to do. Her face flushed bright red. Seeing the secretary fall silent, Elia felt even more certain of her earlier suspicion. If the Dragon Nation intended to play games and treat them like little darlings,
Then don't blame her for not giving them face. She intended to use everything she'd learned over the years at Eagle Sauce to deliver a fatal blow to these Dragon Country fools.
I heard you mention this tank's mechanical hardness is 996, correct? Would it be unreasonable for me to request an on-site measurement with instruments? The secretary looked at old Jiāng with a hurt expression.
Old Jiāng sighed deeply. With the conversation having reached this point, he could only agree.
At that moment,
the secretary immediately signaled for soldiers to carry over a large box. They placed it beside the tank.
They opened the box.
Inside was a newly unboxed mechanical measuring instrument.
Alia's eyes lit up. She stepped forward and said, "I'm familiar with this. Let me give it a try."
She operated the testing device, first conducting a test on the tank next door.
The results matched the earlier data perfectly. This confirmed the instrument itself was functioning properly.
She then attached the device to the tank requiring inspection.
After deftly pressing a few buttons and setting the parameters, the device emitted a sound. Beep, beep. Initiating scan. Testing in progress. A progress bar instantly appeared on the instrument's display screen.
Old Jiāng, Old Su, and Prince Mohammed all gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on the images displayed on the screen. Old Jiāng's brow furrowed deeply, though he had great confidence in Jiāng Chén.
But he couldn't rule out the possibility of the kid making a mistake.
If Elia detected that the tank's actual physical mechanics were only in the teens,
it would be blatantly mocking the other side. Then this proud little princess would undoubtedly spread the story of Longgua's unreliable military industry throughout the entire Middle East. China's reputation would be utterly ruined.
From then on, Middle Eastern nations would never again approach the Dragon Nation for arms procurement. This would effectively sever a major revenue stream for the Dragon Nation.
Simultaneously, it would tarnish the nation's reputation. The losses faced would be far more than just losing the Elia deal.
The secretary seemed to discern old Jiāng's concerns.
To prevent the situation from escalating beyond control,
he directly signaled the soldiers to cut off the live broadcast from Jiulang.
The live stream suddenly went black, leaving online viewers utterly bewildered.
They had no idea what had transpired.
Meanwhile, at the Lanka Institute in Shenzhen, old Wang and the others immediately understood old Jiāng's concerns upon seeing the instrument readings.
Thus, they understood old Jiāng's actions.
In the testing field,
the progress bar on the testing equipment finally reached 100%. The scene fell instantly silent. As the progress bar concluded, everyone's breathing slowed and became more measured.
Alia wore an expression that clearly showed she was waiting to see the show.
She had already made up her mind. Once she returned to the Middle East, she would make sure everyone knew the truth about the Dragon Nation's exaggerated and unreliable nature.
She would make Middle Eastern nations fully aware of the Dragon Nation's deceitful practices. Why did you have to deceive me?
Why must you deceive me, a military scholar who studied abroad under the Eagle's wing? You're just out of luck. Since you're not being honest, don't blame me for losing my humanity. As the instrument's progress bar completed,
an electronic voice emanated from the device. Ding dong. Based on the instrument's spectral intelligent analysis, this armor alloy is an unknown alloy composition cannot be detected. Comprehensive mechanical properties 996.
For reference comparison, tungsten steel 42, diamond 66, graphene 25, carbonyl sulfide 77.
Alia's previously dismissive expression froze instantly.
Her delicate little face scrunched up. Her eyebrows twisted into a tight knot. Her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Impossible. Something's wrong. This is absolutely wrong.
Alia's eyes darted around in panic. For a moment, she lost her mind, her beliefs crumbling. Her eyes were filled with shattering fragments of her inner universe. She frantically grabbed at her long hair. She muttered incoherently like a madwoman.
996. Mechanics level 996. Tell me this isn't real. Slap me, tell me this is a dream.
The highest mechanics level in the world is only 666. How could it possibly be 996?
If this is true, then what about all the knowledge I've learned? Is it a joke? Seeing Elia suddenly lose her mind,
Prince Mohammed rushed over to comfort her.
Though Elia was only 16.
But in this instance, he was merely playing second fiddle.
The one with real authority was Princess Elia.
But now she was completely dazed.
How could she possibly decide what to do next?
This left him, as the prince, in a difficult position.
It wasn't just Elia who had broken down.
Old Jiāng and Old Su were equally bewildered. Old Jiāng thought he was seeing things. He rushed forward to verify, only to see the instrument display clearly showing the number 996. His brain nearly short-circuited. Old Su and the secretary standing behind him weren't faring much better. At first, they'd only been struck by the tank's visually striking exterior. But now, after the instrument's precise testing, the data had utterly stunned everyone present. Dean Liu, standing nearby, struggled to tear his eyes away from the dashboard and turned to Old Su.
Old Su, what on earth did your Lanka Institute go and do to cause such a commotion?
You discover such incredible material and don't give us a heads up beforehand.
Keeping this ace up your sleeve? That's not very brotherly of you, huh? At the very least, you old fox feasting on the meat, could you let us old buddies have a sip of the broth?
But no, you just keep it all bottled up, planning to go all out and leave us in the dust. Old Su was taken aback by their barrage of questions. But he genuinely had no idea what was going on with this tank before him. The tank from his own yard had already been tested earlier.
And hadn't they just confirmed it belonged to the Pengchang Dragon Academy? So why was it suddenly linked to his vehicle?
It seemed his past arrogance in tank development had created a mental inertia among everyone.
They'd completely overlooked the facts. Old Liu, calm down. If it were my tank, wouldn't I have told you in advance? Even before the mold was cast, I'd have called your office.
There's no way I'd hold it back this long, trust me. Dean Liu exploded in rage at Old Su's words.
Trust you? Like hell I would. Chapter 178, Counterfeit After All. Put. Who doesn't know what kind of person you are, Old Su?
I heard you talking on the phone about rocket launchers, super-sized artillery barrels, and unique exterior designs.
I thought you were just blowing smoke. Who knew this time you weren't exaggerating at all? Shoot down planes?
So it's just rocket-propelled grenades.
And what about those super-sized barrels? You call this super-sized?
The shells must be custom-made to even fit.
The engine a mini-nuclear reactor?
You bastard,
are you aiming for infinite range?
Old Su frantically grabbed his hair, furrowing his brow tightly, trying to force himself to calm down and think clearly. He was utterly bewildered, his mind a complete jumble. He'd always been full of himself, never expecting to end up shooting himself in the foot like this. After finally pulling herself out of her frenzy, Elia felt a complex mix of emotions. With great effort, she forced her frail body to muster every ounce of strength and ran the instrument through another test. The result remained unchanged. This proved beyond doubt. The data reported by the Dragon Nation Secretary was absolutely accurate. The tank before them truly possessed world-class mechanical properties. Prince Muhammad, standing nearby, clearly didn't grasp the intricacies of it all. His expression conveyed bewildered awe. He timidly inquired, Alia, what exactly do these numbers on the instrument mean? Alia took a deep breath and replied with a wry smile.
Uncle, these numbers represent its defense rating.
Currently, the strongest armor on the Eagle can only reach 66, capable of withstanding 2 anti-tank missiles. But this one here has a rating of 996. Let me put it this way, if this tank were hit by a hydrogen bomb, not a single hair would be singed. Tisk. Prince Muhammad broke out in a cold sweat.
His pupils contracted as he gasped for breath. Hydrogen bomb. A single hydrogen bomb could obliterate the entire Middle East. And yet it couldn't even scratch the tank before him?
This was unthinkable.
The onlookers gathered around heard Elia's description.
They all froze in stunned silence. Like the prince, they too had no understanding of what a mechanical grade signified. Now they all sucked in their breath in shock. Alia took the bottle of specially supplied water handed to her by her bodyguard. She gulped down several mouthfuls. Her mind cleared slightly. She turned toward old Zhang's secretary and said, Hello, could I see the manual for this tank? The secretary glanced at old Zhang. She doesn't have that kind of authority. Whether it could be viewed was a decision only old Zhang present could make. After all, the Dragon Nation's confidentiality regulations are no laughing matter. Old Zhang nodded in approval. The secretary then handed over the tablet. Once Elia had the tablet, she clutched it as if possessed, flipping through the pages at lightning speed. She scrutinized every piece of information, unable to resist reading aloud. 0 to 100 kilometers h in 1 second. Engine horsepower reaches 3,200. Quantum phased array radar with a range of 1,000 kilometers? Capable of simultaneously locking onto 1,000 targets? The armor's mechanical specifications alone were astonishing to Elia. But then she looked at the subsequent data. This was simply a century ahead of Blue Star's current technology. It was hard to comprehend how the Dragon Nation achieved such a monumental technological breakthrough. After all, any technology requires a process of development and iteration. And when she reached the final entry, Elia couldn't help but gasp. A compact armor-piercing nuclear bomb capable of tearing through target defenses, detonating from the inside out. Its blast radius extends over 100 kilometers. Alia's eyebrows knitted together in disbelief. This wasn't just a description. It was pure futuristic black tech. Anyone unaware might think we'd hijacked an alien and gained access to cross-civilization technological advancements. This couldn't possibly be an Earth-made technological product. She tried desperately to calm herself. She tried to banish these absurd data points from her mind, but it was utterly impossible. Old Zhang. The armor on this tank is indeed top-tier by Blue Star standards. But I absolutely refuse to believe the rest of the specs in that manual. Unless you let me take a look inside. Alia kept comparing it to the Eagle.
Now she repeatedly questioned the authenticity of the Dragon Nation's exhibition. The crowd nearby roared in anger. Let her see. Let her see for herself. Let her see how formidable our Dragon Nation is. Old Jiāng's mind was filled with exasperation. He turned to his secretary and asked, "Can this tank be opened?" "Sir, I'm not entirely sure. I'd need to consult the Dragon Academy experts." The secretary shook his head apologetically. But when old Jiāng shifted his gaze to the representatives of the Dragon Academy standing behind him, they merely exchanged glances, none stepping forward to claim responsibility or offer an answer. "Since no one's speaking up, I'll call on someone. Old Su, you're our nation's foremost expert on tanks. You take it." Old Su hesitated slightly before pulling a key from his pocket. The key was covered in sharp edges and corners. Previously, due to the numerous tank models developed within the compound, almost every tank had its own key. But as a senior leader at the institute, Old Su couldn't possibly carry around a bulging pouch of keys every day. Therefore, the institute's researchers specially developed this custom master key for him. They claimed it could open nearly every tank hatch. And indeed, it proved to be true. Since this key was forged, there hasn't been a single tank hatch it couldn't open. Old Su approached with the key in hand. Old Liu, seeing this, laughed in exasperation. "And you said you didn't make it? Well done, Old Su. You kept it well hidden. Even I, your brother, was kept in the dark." Old Su's stride faltered slightly. He was about to turn back and explain. "It wasn't me. I didn't." But there was something more important at hand. Old Jiāng and the foreign guests were still waiting for him. He could explain later, after finishing his task. Old Su shook his head with a wry smile, took the keys, and walked over to the tank. He climbed onto the tank's hatch and fumbled around for a long time. His heart sank. Nothing. There wasn't even a keyhole. How the hell was he supposed to open this thing? After a brief but intense internal struggle, Old Su decided to come clean with Commander Jiāng. "Sir, I can't open this tank." "Can't open it?" Old Jiāng's brow furrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. "It truly won't open. This tank isn't mine either. I only have a key to the yard, but even after trying it, it still won't work." Old Su answered truthfully. Alia stood nearby, overhearing their exchange. A faint smile curved her lips. It seemed exactly as she had suspected. This guy really was all show and no substance. "Can't open it? You're telling me your own tanks from Dragon Country can't open? You could fool a 3-year-old with that. I'm a top graduate from one of the top 10 military universities in the Eagle Nation. Do you really think I'd fall for your cheap tricks? What a joke." Chapter 179, Apocalypse Tank Cockpit. Old Jiāng had given up hope. It seemed this tank truly had some issues. "Princess Alia, I apologize for the delay. The tank's developers are not present at this time, so we are unable to open it for now." Princess Alia responded with a polite smile and nod. She saw no need to expose the old man's lie. After all, as nations engaged in diplomatic relations, maintaining basic decorum toward one another was essential. This was also part of her royal upbringing. But the tank exhibition ended there. The protective armor on this tank model was truly exceptional. But she had come to purchase complete military products, not raw materials. Therefore, there was no need to consider arms procurement with the Dragon Nation. Old Jiāng understood the issue and could only turn away dejectedly. He cast a disappointed glance at the tank before him, accidentally brushing against what felt like a sensor pod. Ding! Fingerprint recognition successful. Authorized to operate. An electronic voice chimed. Immediately afterward, the sound of mechanical opening and closing echoed. The tank's hatch abruptly swung open. Alia, Old Jiāng, Old Liu, Old Su, and the others all froze in place. Simultaneously, their gazes shifted toward the hatch on the tank's roof. Above the camouflage tank, a circular hatch had opened. The sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned. "Old Jiāng, the hatch is open. Can I go inside and take a look?" Old Jiāng was as cunning as a fox. He could easily see through what the young girl was thinking. She suspected the data was fabricated. She wanted to investigate inside to expose the tank as nothing but an empty shell. After all, even Old Jiāng himself found those readings hard to believe. And certainly not an outsider. But the onlookers weren't thinking that deeply. Their initial disappointment at the hatch being locked vanished when Elia suggested they explore the tank inside. Who wouldn't want to own an invincible, ultra-cool tank? Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted. Let Elia go inside. Only by going inside can Elia see how powerful the Dragon Nation truly is. This time, she'll be thoroughly convinced. As the person in charge, Old Jiāng saw this and gave a wry smile, unable to say much. He could only nod in agreement. Alia's face lit up with a look of triumph. As if afraid Zhang Lao might change his mind, she hurried over to the tank in quick strides, scrambling up the ladder. She soon reached the hatch, completely disregarding royal decorum. This was the princess of the Middle Eastern Camel Kingdom. If anything happened to her in the Dragon Kingdom, it wouldn't reflect well on the Dragon Kingdom.
Old Jiāng grew concerned and ordered the guard standing nearby.
Sun Weiguo, step forward. Present.
Sun Weiguo immediately stepped forward from the crowd, saluted old Jiāng, and declared in a voice like a bell.
The safety of Princess Liú is now in your hands.
Yes, sir.
Sun Weiguo was specifically assigned as the test driver for this tank exhibition.
As a seasoned tank driver, he possessed exceptional tank driving skills.
Seeing the commander call his name first, he couldn't help but flash a delighted smile.
He felt utterly delighted inside. He couldn't wait to brag about this to his comrades back at the base. Old Jiāng didn't call out to anyone else, he singled out Sun Weiguo first.
Upon receiving Zhang Lao's orders, he deftly climbed onto the tank's turret. Liú's eyes sparkled with excitement as she prepared to expose the lie.
Together with Sun Weiguo, they peered inside the tank.
Holy crap! Dazzling technological accessories, an advanced and luxurious driver's seat.
It bore almost no resemblance to the tank she knew.
This was far too luxurious, far too avant-garde.
Liú was struck dumb, her eyes fixed on the cockpit interior.
Motionless as a wooden statue.
Her lips murmured.
This must be a dream. This has to be a dream. How could a tank cockpit possibly look like this? Old Jiāng heard Liú's startled cry and felt his curiosity piqued. He hurriedly asked Sun Weiguo, "What did you see inside?"
Sun Weiguo seemed not to hear, his breathing labored. It took him a while to regain his composure.
And addressed old Jiāng. "Commander, this cockpit is unlike any I've ever seen. Luxurious. Avant-garde. It sounds like a tank cockpit.
More like a sci-fi inspired gaming suite that's both comfortable and futuristic. I suggest you come up and see it for yourself, sir." Liú Weiguo rattled off a string of comments. He had seen countless tanks in his time. This was the first time he'd ever been so flustered. Old Jiāng and old Su exchanged a glance before quickly climbing onto the tank's roof from the other side.
Peering into the cockpit, the futuristic, sci-fi scene gripped their eyes.
Their breathing grew unconsciously rapid. Liú's heart pounded wildly, she could no longer contain her excitement. She immediately asked old Jiāng,
"Master Jiāng, may I go inside and look around?
I promise I won't touch anything."
Seeing Liú's pleading expression, what else could old Jiāng say? After all, this tank exhibition was specifically arranged for Liú and her group to tour.
Since she'd asked, and it wouldn't cause any harm, he had to grant her wish.
"All right, but be extremely careful." He then added to Sun Weiguo, "Protect Liú."
"Yes, sir?"
Sun Weiguo replied in a solemn tone.
Liú descended the vertical ladder, with Sun Weiguo following closely behind.
Once they descended,
scanning the surroundings, he realized the cockpit environment was far more refined than it appeared from the outside.
Conventional tanks featured control levers and steering joysticks. But this tank before her eyes
featured a virtual 3D display floating in midair.
A faint blue glow emanated from the screen's edges.
The display showed the crowd gathered outside.
Liú waved her hand.
The view rotated and adjusted its perspective accordingly.
The speed is incredibly fast, with almost no delay. Damn, this is the pinnacle of human sci-fi technology.
As a tank driver, Sun Weiguo's eyes turned red upon witnessing the tank's unusual movements. His eyes turned red.
Tanks, the ultimate toy for real men.
It was precisely this mindset that drove him to enlist in the military years ago, eventually becoming a top-tier driver for the Dragon Nation.
He'd test-driven countless tanks. But a sci-fi tank like this? This was his first time seeing one.
If he didn't seize this chance to experience it properly,
that would be a real shame. He immediately plopped his butt into the driver's seat.
Liú quickly took her seat in the passenger seat. They picked up helmets from beside the seats and strapped them on.
They had initially thought the helmets would be bulky.
But once they put them on, they fit perfectly to the driver's head size. They were also exceptionally lightweight, offering almost no sense of bulk or pressure.
After putting on the helmets,
the previously blue transparent screen displaying only the external view suddenly filled with various data parameters. On the left was the data panel showing the tank's own status.
The right side displayed the tank's detection and data collection information. Gulp! Both men swallowed hard.
Chapter 180, Apocalypse Tank Activation.
Liú's exquisite face was etched with shock.
Her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
A holographic helmet. A technological marvel even the eagle-eyed hadn't managed to develop.
And the Dragon Nation had actually developed it.
And this helmet wasn't like ordinary ones.
It shrinks to perfectly fit the wearer's head size.
When worn, it feels weightless. Viewing the outside world through the helmet's perspective,
one could see the scene outside the tank with almost no blind spots.
Such technology could easily be called unique to Blue Star.
Who would have thought that over the past few years, Dragon Nation has quietly and produced such a groundbreaking scientific achievement?
It leaves the Eagle Nation and European countries far behind. Even if this tank can't actually be deployed and is merely a prototype, it remains utterly astonishing. With its carbon acetylene alloy, holographic helmet, and 3D display alone,
it stands head and shoulders above the competition. if the Dragon Nation is given sufficient time to develop further. Even the technology of the Eagle Nation might struggle to match its prowess in the future.
Meanwhile, Sun Weiguo also donned all the helmets.
Amazed, he immediately sought a visual sharing solution.
The perspective could be shared by sending an app to a phone. Zhang Lao's phone vibrated as he instantly received Sun Weiguo's app installation invitation.
The installation package was small, and the point-to-point transmission at close range was extremely fast.
The transfer completed in just a second or two. After installation, he saw the shared view through the app's interface. He was so astonished he nearly drooled. Dean Liu and Old Su also received app installation invitations. Upon seeing the same image, their astonishment was no less intense.
Alia privately observed through her holographic helmet. The 360-degree panoramic view outside the tank thrilled her immensely.
This helmet is simply amazing.
Her small hands instinctively caressed the helmet. Suddenly, she felt a button-like protrusion. Her face lit up with anticipation as she pressed it.
An electronic voice sounded. Apocalypse tank activated. Alia clapped her hands in delight. This tank exhibition hadn't been a waste of time.
Though it was merely a model, it was enough to let her envision the future. Sun Weiguo responded to the prompt and smiled as he removed his helmet. Old Zhang, upon hearing the startup sound, and his heart skipped a beat. Now, seeing the scene change, the weight on his heart finally lifted. It's over. Secretary General, later we'll take our foreign guests to the state guesthouse to sample the specialties of the Dragon Nation. Your Highness, you're in for a real treat today. The chefs at the guesthouse we're heading to are among the finest in our Dragon Kingdom.
The prince couldn't help but salivate at the thought. He also recalled that Princess Elia was quite the foodie.
She'd be joining us to savor the delights of Dragon Nation cuisine.
Liu Yuan and Old Su exchanged a knowing smile. Today's tank exhibition seemed to be going quite well.
Old Zhang was in high spirits.
The foreign guests were satisfied too.
They too would get to tag along and enjoy a fine meal.
Just as their anticipation was building,
a sudden change occurred.
Woo woo.
Two deep, booming blasts of the horn erupted from the Tianqi tank.
They exploded in everyone's ears. Countless people instinctively took a few steps back. Apocalypse tank activation imminent. Attention, the Apocalypse tank is about to activate. Tank activation. Please be advised. Attention. Tank activation. The onlookers froze in place. Alia and Sun Weiguo froze in their seats, exchanging a glance.
They both saw terror in each other's eyes. The tank locked onto Old Zhang and Old Su. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they leapt off the tank swiftly. If this tank truly came from the Lunka Institute in Pengcheng, then it must be connected to Jiāng Chén. The tank was highly likely genuine. The driver had likely activated the start switch. This tank, known as the Apocalypse, was truly about to activate. Quick, evacuate the crowd. Old Zhang shouted urgently to the crowd. The surrounding leadership team responded swiftly upon hearing his call.
Soldiers began escorting everyone to safety. Inside the cockpit, Alia's face turned deathly pale.
She suddenly realized that the button she had touched earlier might have been the tank's start button.
And this tank wasn't a model. It was a real tank.
Just as panic seized her,
the tank's engine roared to life.
The hatch above closed automatically at that very moment.
Click. The hatch locked into place. Outside the tank,
the crowd, guided by soldiers, had already been evacuated to a safe distance. Old Zhang was completely dumbfounded.
Princess Elia was still inside.
They just started it up like that.
It could pose a life-threatening danger to anyone in the cockpit. He immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare emergency measures.
If the tank malfunctioned, do everything possible to ensure a soft landing. Sun Weiguo, sitting in the driver's seat, was just as flustered.
Damn it, why did it start up?
The display on the 3D projection screen had already changed. Numerical data on every aspect of the tank was flashing wildly.
He'd thought he was just tagging along to give the princess a taste of the cockpit environment.
But the tank turned out to be real.
Power engine check complete. Armor integrity check complete. Phased array radar detector functioning normally. Automatic shell loading system checked and functioning. Nuclear power plant inspection complete. Apocalypse tank startup complete.
Immediately afterward, a seatbelt materialized from the driver's seat, extending over the right shoulder and swiftly securing both pilots in place.
Outside the tank, Zhang Lao, Liu Yuan, and the others were stunned speechless. The tank roared with a deafening roar. Dirt was violently churned up from the ground.
Everyone's hair stood on end as they scrambled further back. If this steel beast grazed them, it would mean certain death.
Prince Mohammed had been thinking about protecting Princess Elia,
worried for her safety.
Now he was so terrified he kept backing away.
Under the protection of his bodyguards, he retreated quite a distance along with the crowd.
Rumble. The tank moved. The dark muzzle at its head began to pivot and adjust its direction. Looking straight ahead, it seemed as though a massive shell could be fired from the barrel at any moment. Old Jiāng once again organized the soldiers to seal off the school. No one was to enter or leave. Puff, puff. Dean Liu glared at Old Su beside him, breathing heavily. Old Su's voice trembled with near tears. Dean Liu, you don't seriously think I built those tanks, do you? If I had a research team that good, I'd be bragging to the heavens by now, okay? Old Su felt more wrong than Doi herself. He had no idea about any of this. President Liu replied slowly, in our dragon nation, who else besides you could possibly build such an advanced tank? His voice grew louder. Finally, it bordered on a roar. Old Su's face twisted with such injustice that tears nearly welled up. Old Jiāng gazed toward the direction of the apocalypse tank, his expression serene as he declared, I already know the origin of this tank. His words were cut short. An even more urgent electronic tone sounded. Apocalypse tank acceleration countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. The commotion grew louder and louder. Old Jiāng stopped speaking and instinctively moved backward again. More people scattered like birds and beasts, frantically retreating backward. Chapter 181, Tank Accelerates, Elia in Peril. Everyone ran while staring fixedly back toward the direction of the apocalypse tank. 3, 2, 1. A deafening roar erupted. The steel colossus's tracks whirled frantically. A shockwave instantly swept across the surroundings, kicking up endless dust. The might of the apocalypse tank echoed in every ear. Under the gaze of all. From a slow crawl to a sudden burst of speed. Its tracks whirled frantically, gouging jagged furrows into the ground ahead. Old Jiāng quickly glanced down at his phone, focusing on the live feed within the app. It now displayed the perspective of Sun Weigua. Sun Weigua? Do you copy? Report your situation immediately. Is the tank out of control? Respond immediately. At this very moment. Sun Weigua had no clue what was happening. His face was etched with anxiety. Sir, this tank is completely different from the ones we're used to. I still haven't found the steering wheel or the throttle. Elia beside him was already scared out of her wits. Gone was her usual princess demeanor. Crouched in the passenger seat, she trembled uncontrollably. She looked just like an abandoned kitten. If not for the constant reminder deep within her to uphold royal dignity, she might have wet herself in terror. The sudden acceleration sent a jolt through her body, numbing her nerves. The tank's speed had instantly surpassed 100 kilometers per hour. Old Jiāng felt dizzy upon seeing the data on his phone screen. Fortunately, this military academy had anticipated various combat scenarios from the outset. Therefore, the facility was built on a large scale. In just a moment, the tank had already surged 4 or 5 kilometers away. That speed. It absolutely stunned him. Okay. Is that an artillery range in the distance? He instinctively glanced at the app screen on his phone. Current driving mode, autonomous. Engine status, idling. Airframe temperature, constant 25 C. Speed, 150 km/h. Panting. Rapid gasps. Old Jiāng stared at the screen, his breathing labored like a bellows. His hands trembled uncontrollably, as if afflicted with Parkinson's. If not for the phone clenched in his hands, he might have lost control entirely. This speed. Why is it so fast? Dean Liu's face contorted beyond recognition. His bloodshot eyes bulged as he roared wildly. You call this a tank? What kind of tank can go this fast? It's fast enough to rival a bullet train, you know. As if to prove his point, the data on the screen suddenly spiked, reaching 220 km/h in an instant. The speed shot even higher. Inside the cockpit, Alia's hair stood on end, her meticulously applied makeup already smudged from tears. Her eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably as she stared straight ahead, her hands gripping the sides of the steering wheel with all her strength. She kept murmuring, so fast. So fast. At this speed, deploying such a reckless driver on the battlefield, shells would struggle to keep up. Sun Weigua frantically fumbled with the tank's controls. He had to find the brakes quickly. At the very least, he needed to locate the steering wheel or whatever served as the actual means of control. Otherwise, if the tank collided, his own sacrifice wouldn't matter. Old Jiāng had explicitly instructed him to protect Princess Elia. Though he was merely an ace tank driver, he understood profoundly. Elia was crucial to bilateral trade between the two nations, and even more so to national security. If we wish to avoid antagonizing Middle Eastern nations, he must ensure her safety. He must successfully complete the mission entrusted to him by Old Jiāng. But just moments ago, he manipulated the holographic screen. The tank's speed increased instead of decreasing. This only intensified the anxiety within Sun Weigua's heart. The tank accelerated relentlessly. It could crash into a building or mountain at any moment. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. He had to figure something out fast. Meanwhile, Prince Muhammad, who was following Old Jiāng, felt his heart pounding wildly. He could see the screen of Old Jiāng's phone clearly. As the tank accelerated, he grew increasingly worried for Ilia's safety. But when he saw the little girl securely fastened in the driver's seat by her seatbelt on the screen, his heart finally settled a little. But continuing like this was not a solution. Sooner or later, something would go wrong. Commander Jiāng. Commander Jiāng. Please stop the tank immediately. Alia is our nation's princess. If anything happens to her, many people in our country will suffer.
Old Jiāng struggled to control his emotions, patting the prince's shoulder.
What could he possibly do?
This tank was indeed from the Dragon Nation. But now it was out of control. He was nervous as hell himself.
The importance of Princess Ilia needed no explanation from the prince. Having been in politics for years, how could he not understand? If this young girl were to perish in the Dragon Kingdom, then diplomatic relations between the two nations would likely be severed. The Dragon Kingdom would likely never again have the opportunity for bilateral trade in the Middle East. Moreover, in the evolving international landscape,
it would have gained an enemy for no apparent reason. While the Dragon Nation may not fear this,
it understands the principle that it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. To resolve this issue now, relying solely on Sunwegway in the cockpit might not suffice. After his round of reckless meddling, the tank would likely be in trouble long before then.
The one who tied the bell must untie it. At this moment, the most crucial contact might still be the tank's inventor Jiāng Chén. Old Jiāng quickly switched off the app. He opened his phone's contact list. He located Jiāng Chén's number. He dialed the number swiftly.
Meanwhile,
Jiāng Chén had just climbed out of bed.
After washing up,
he cooked himself a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Then he squatted by the pond in the villa's courtyard, eating while watching the fish swim.
And honestly,
the koi car personally selected for him by Mr. Liú Shīyǎ, the villa's owner, looked plump and healthy, utterly adorable. After finishing the noodles, he placed the bowl back in the dishwasher.
He picked up the spray bottle and began watering the flowers and plants in the yard. Every kind of plant imaginable.
Purely for aesthetic appeal, he drove his Wuling Hongguang to the flower and bird market and bought a whole bunch. He still remembered the shop owner's parting advice. These plants are delicate, water them diligently.
Otherwise, they'd wither easily. Jiāng Chén kept this in mind.
Whenever he had a moment, he'd grab his watering can and start wandering around.
Wonder how the Tianqi tank is doing. Jiāng Chén muttered to himself while watering. Should he give them a call to check?
After finishing the watering,
he went upstairs to the bedroom and reached for his phone, only to find it had been turned off. He turned it back on.
Immediately, a dozen missed call notifications popped up. All the numbers were from old Jiāng and old Wang.
There are a few unfamiliar numbers. Before he could think too much about it, a call came in.
It showed old Jiāng.
Jiāng Chén quickly answered. Hello? Commander Jiāng. Chapter 182, Lake Bottom Exploration. Seeing the call answered.
Old Jiāng had been bottling up immense frustration.
Bull.
But then he remembered that Ilia was in grave danger. Now this wasn't the time for complaining.
He quickly pressed on. John Guisher, let me confirm the Apocalypse tank was developed by your team, correct? Yeah, that's right. What's up? How's it working out?
Old Jiāng nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing Jiāng Chén's words.
It works. It's too good. Thick armor and luxurious, sci-fi like interior? That's one thing. It even comes with autonomous driving. But precisely because it was so damn good, it left people scratching their heads. Hurry up and say, the tank's on autopilot now, barreling through with people inside. There's a Middle Eastern princess inside. If this keeps up, we're in for big trouble. Is there any way to make it stop immediately? Hearing old Jiāng's anxious tone,
Jiāng Chén instantly grasped the gravity of the situation.
After a moment's thought, he quickly replied. The easiest way is voice control.
Have the driver speak directly into the center console, stop autonomous driving and switch to manual mode.
Got it. Don't hang up. Stay connected. Keep me updated if anything comes up. He set the phone aside. Zhang Lao didn't have time to dwell on it.
He glanced at the phone in Director Liu's hand.
His phone also had the app downloaded for video sharing, allowing him to see the tank driver's perspective. At that moment,
the footage on the screen nearly made old Jiāng's eyes pop out of his head.
Inside the cockpit, Sun Weiguai and Alia were both pale with fear. Not far ahead of them lay an enormous lake reservoir.
If the tank continued forward and sank to the bottom of the lake, there would be no chance of survival.
At that very moment,
the tank's speed had surged to 300 miles per hour as it charged forward.
In mere seconds, it would plunge headfirst into the lake. Alia screamed in terror. Never in her life had she been so terrified. Death loomed over her like a dark shadow. It's over. It's over. Xiaoming was going to meet his end here. No matter how advanced or high-tech this tank might be, it's still just a tank. Not a ship nor a submarine. Once it entered the lake, there's no other outcome besides being flooded and suffocating to death.
Even if the Dragon Nation tried to rescue and salvage it, time might simply run out.
Wah, I'm still so young, I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. My father is waiting for me to return and make dumplings for him. Father, your precious daughter will never see you again.
I still have so much money left to spend.
I refuse to accept this. Wah, I don't want to die. Someone save me. Ilia's tears and snot streamed down her face. Gone was her former arrogant and domineering demeanor.
She was nothing but a whimpering little brat. Sun Weiguo was now on the verge of losing his mind with anxiety. He tried every method he could think of. But the tank simply refused to obey his commands. Except for that sudden burst of acceleration earlier.
He hadn't gotten any response since. Whoever built this tank, its intelligence was borderline absurd.
In a few more seconds, he feared he would perish alongside this foreign princess.
Just as he was sinking into utter confusion and despair. Sun Weiguo, can you hear me?
Old Zhang's voice echoed through the cockpit.
Sun Weiguo snapped out of his daze instantly. Commander, I hear you. Use voice commands to disengage autopilot and slam on the brakes.
With the lake rapidly approaching, Sun Weiguo had no time to think. Old Zhang's words felt like a lifeline.
He blurted out, disengage autopilot. Autopilot disengaged successfully. He immediately located the brake pedal and slammed it down.
Squeal! The Apocalypse tank's emergency brakes engaged. A sharp screech of tires echoed. However, due to its previous high speed, the tank could not possibly halt instantly in such a short time.
A massive crater gouged into the ground, yet it still couldn't prevent the tank from plunging into the lake. Lake water instantly engulfed the entire tank. Bubbles gurgled and bubbled. Upon seeing the footage through his phone app, he instantly went limp.
He'd caused a disaster. He'd caused a major disaster. As the person in charge of this tank exhibition, he bore primary responsibility for everything that happened at the event.
And now, Princess Ilia and Sun Weiguo are undoubtedly gone. Dragon Nation is bound to pay the price for this incident.
Prince Mohammed was so enraged he was wailing and tearing out handfuls of his own hair.
To let Princess Ilia die in Dragon Nation.
For him, it would mean the end of his life.
If the king didn't execute him afterward, he'd be lucky to escape with his life.
But as the saying goes, the dead cannot be brought back to life, and the living must carry on. As the saying goes, if she's alive, we must see her. If she's dead, we must see her body.
Regardless of the current situation involving Ilia and Sun Weiguo, the most urgent task is to launch a rescue operation immediately.
Immediately summon the nearby guard and order him to swiftly mobilize the rescue team to enter the water and retrieve the person. Additionally, have the military doctor stand by at all times. Once the person is retrieved, administer emergency medical care immediately. Maximize the chances of saving the pilot's life. But he knew all this would be futile. Given the tank's weight, it would quickly sink to the lake bottom. Even if the tank remained airtight, the crew would suffocate from oxygen deprivation. It was nothing short of an iron coffin. The leadership team instantly plunged into profound despair.
It's over. The tank sunk to the bottom of the lake. Everyone wore mournful expressions, utterly distraught. At that moment,
President Liu, whose eyes had been glued to the screen, exclaimed,
"It's still moving. The tank seems to be moving."
On the screen, though the view was blurry, only murky lake water was visible. But Director Liu keenly observed.
The tank appeared to be functioning normally, its engines still running.
Even submerged at the lake bottom, it continued advancing steadily. Prince Mohammed stared at the screen, his voice trembling as he called out,
"Alia? Can Princess Alia hear me? Alia?" Though hope was faint, he refused to give up.
After all, his very life was at stake. Everyone's hopes rose with the prince's cries.
Thump! Thump!
The sound of frantic heartbeats filled the air. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently, afraid to miss a single detail.
Moments later,
the image on the phone suddenly sharpened.
Alia and Sun Weiguo appeared on the screen, both unharmed. Sun Weiguo remained calm under pressure, clicking on the tank's high beams. The murky lake bottom was instantly illuminated. Countless small fish appeared before their eyes not far away, scattering in terror.
Propellers suddenly emerged from both sides of the tank.
The mud and boulders on the lake bottom posed no obstacle to the Apocalypse tank.
It surged forward as if traversing level ground.
Chapter 183, Fun. So much fun. Searchlights? Propellers? Tank turned submarine? Old Zhang. Dean Liu. Prince Mohammed? Old Su. Countless people stumbled and fell to the ground.
Everyone who saw the phone screen was utterly dumbfounded.
In everyone's common sense, tanks were tanks.
They were the kings of the land. But they could never be effective in water.
And now, they actually saw a tank deploying a propeller.
Not only can it swim, but it can damn well dive.
Holy, I'm not dreaming, am I? Dean Liu was the first to exclaim in shock.
His Dragon Science Academy might not be the strongest in Dragon Nation when it came to tank research.
They still understood the fundamental principles of tanks.
And now he was witnessing a tank operating freely underwater like a submarine. And it was still moving at high speed.
Such a bold design.
Under normal circumstances, it would be unimaginable.
Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Everyone's attention was glued to their phones.
The silence was so profound you could hear the sounds coming from the phones.
Just as everyone strained their ears, waiting for any sound, Alia's clear voice suddenly rang out. Uncle Muhammad, I'm safe now. I've never felt better. The apocalypse tank is unlike any tank I've ever seen. We must do everything in our power to take him down.
Her words were decisive and brimming with authority.
Gone was the earlier panic.
It sounded nothing like the manner of a young lady.
It was pure royal bearing. Muhammad wept bitterly, nearly prostrating himself to kowtow to the phone.
Compared to Elia's life, his own life.
What's a little money?
The Middle East is a land of oil. Money is the last thing they lack. So he agreed without hesitation.
All right. As long as you come back alive, tell Uncle what you want to buy. Uncle will buy it all for you. We've got plenty of money. Money is the last thing we lack.
At that moment, Elia's emotions were beyond mere excitement. After making arrangements with her uncle, the prince, she was once again struck by awe at the apocalypse tank. Having studied abroad in Eagle Country, she had always believed it to be the most militarily powerful nation on Blue Star. Thus, she had arrived at the Dragon Nation's tank exhibition harboring significant preconceptions. But now, seeing it firsthand,
the technological sophistication of the Tianqi tank was undeniably ahead of its time. Her previous views were downright laughable.
Dragon Nation's comprehensive R&D capabilities in tank technology have surpassed the entire Blue Star's technological advancement by over a century, and that's no exaggeration. Take its underwater mobility alone. Is something no other tank can even begin to achieve? It can be stated with absolute certainty that, to date, no other nation on Earth possesses the capability to build such tanks.
Is none other than the Dragon Nation.
One can only imagine how quietly and discreetly the Dragon Nation has been advancing its technology all these years.
Given sufficient time, once the production of the apocalypse tank is significantly ramped up,
it can be said that Dragon Nation will be able to sweep across every nation on Blue Star. They say that once the Navy decides to retreat, the Army can only stand helplessly on the shore and watch. After all, oceans cover most of Blue Star.
But the apocalypse tank will teach you a lesson. It can instantly transform into a submarine and pursue its target.
So, if you can't defeat the apocalypse tank on land and try to escape,
only to discover you still can't defeat it at sea. You won't even be able to escape. As a warship, you can't even match the speed of a tank. Imagine a warship being relentlessly pursued by a tank right behind it. Doesn't that send a chill down your spine?
It can be said that the emergence of the apocalypse tank
will fundamentally reshape the landscape of warfare. Thankfully, the apocalypse tank cannot fly. Otherwise, the single capability alone would render all other military weapons obsolete for the rulers of sea, land, and air. Once I return this time, I must have a serious talk with Father.
Purchasing tanks is one matter,
but establishing sound diplomatic relations with the Dragon Nation beforehand is far more crucial. As a princess of a Middle Eastern nation,
though she was only 16 years old, she had already begun laying the groundwork for her nation's future development.
A powerful ally like the Dragon Nation must be embraced firmly and early on.
Otherwise, when the time comes, they might not even get a single drop of soup.
She even pondered why Pakistan remained so compliant toward China.
It seems they've long received substantial military aid from Dragon Nation. Her nation aspired to grow stronger and more powerful.
It absolutely couldn't afford to fall behind others. As Elia pondered these thoughts, Sun Weigua had already fully taken control of the Tianqi tank, switching from automatic to manual mode. With the guidance of the beginner tutorial,
he gradually became familiar with the driving controls.
The tank surfaced and drove ashore on the opposite side of the lake.
Sun Weigua maneuvered the tank around, taking a detour toward the tank exhibition. After all, he was an ace driver. Even with the apocalypse tank's technologically advanced features,
it should theoretically possess all the necessary functions. Following the tutorial, it wouldn't take too long to master.
Seeing this, old Jiang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whether they bought the tank or not no longer mattered.
Princess Elia must not come to harm.
Seeing the tank plunge into the lake earlier had truly terrified these old fellows. Old Jiang noticed his phone was still connected to Jiāng Chén.
He immediately inquired, "Do you have any suitable drivers to recommend? We might need a more professional operator here." Jiāng Chén thought for a moment before recommending Wang Shui from Pengcheng Dragon Academy would be suitable.
She's quite familiar with operating my technological creations.
Easy. Naturally. As if discussing the most ordinary matter in the world.
Upon hearing Su Fan's words, his eyebrows knitted together. He was completely thrown off balance.
Space-based weapons. Autobots. Apocalypse tanks.
Such advanced black technology. All created by this youth.
And now he's so calm about it. How could someone like him, a man in his 70s with decades of research experience, possibly stay calm? Forget it, forget it. Spending too much time talking with Jiāng Chén would shorten one's lifespan.
One day, unable to bear Jiāng Chén's provocation, he'd simply snap and kick the bucket. After all, the gap between a genius and an ordinary person is as vast as the heavens and the earth. He decisively hung up the phone. Old Zhang began dialing the Lunka Academy in Pengcheng. He reached Old Wang and demanded Wang Shui come immediately to the tank exhibition site. Upon receiving the order, without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out of the conference room, boarded the academy's helicopter, and took off, heading straight for Zhang Lao's location. With both Sun Weiguo and Wang Shui as professional pilots, Old Zhang gradually relaxed. He was confident that once they were in position, the unexpected incident involving the Tianqi tank would not be repeated. Roar! Sun Weiguo drove the tank toward them from the distance. Drenched and caked in mud. Like a freshly washed car, it was instantly covered in dust and dirt. It looked both new and old. As it neared the crowd, it gradually slowed down. Finally, it came to a steady halt right where it had started moving. Quick! The medic! Old Zhang shouted urgently. The medic nearby had already prepared the stretcher and medical kit. Upon hearing the command, he swiftly approached the tank. Although the two appeared unharmed in the video, there was no guarantee they wouldn't suffer stress reactions after the tank incident. Prince Mohammed followed closely behind, shadowing her every move. Alia's life was his life. It was the life of his entire family. How could he not be tense? Click! The hatch opened. Elia's delicate little face peeked out from the top of the tank. Her face was aglow with excitement. This is fun. So much fun. Chapter 184, Cow Cart, you're a bit slow. Alia climbed out of the tank's cockpit in front of everyone. Her makeup was already smudged from crying. She looked pitifully vulnerable. Yet her ecstatic expression gave off a slightly deranged vibe. It made one wonder if the princess had suffered such severe fright that her mental state had become unstable. Quick, treat the princess. Old Zhang, seeing this, immediately ordered the military doctor. Yes, sir. The medic received the order and rushed forward. Prince Mohammed was on the verge of tears. This little princess was the king's precious treasure. If something were to happen to me, once back in the Middle East, the king would surely find some way to punish me. Alia, are you okay? Come down now. His voice trembled even as he spoke. He raised his hands, ready to lift Elia out of the tank. The onlookers all gathered closer to watch. Holy crap! That scared the hell out of me. I thought Princess Elia was going to drown at the bottom of the lake. Shut up. You're such a jinx. Princess Elia is so adorable, and you dare curse her. My sweet Princess Elia, look, she still has tear stains on her face. She must have been crying just now. Facing life and death, what little girl wouldn't cry? Keeping her composure shows real bravery, okay? Exactly. I've decided Princess Elia is officially my idol from now on. Oh my, love-struck brain kicking in, huh? You're such a beauty-obsessed fool. Like you're any different, you were the one screaming the loudest just now. Ugh. When Princess Elia gets out of the tank, I'm totally gonna find a chance to ask for her autograph. However, in full view of everyone, Elia showed no intention of climbing down from the tank's turret. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the weather tank's speed firsthand. It could reach a top speed of 400 miles per hour. That speed was even faster than high-speed rail. And after submerging beneath the lake's surface, its speed remained remarkably swift. It was a godlike design. Protection, speed, and even amphibious capability. Princess Elia's curiosity was now completely piqued. She just wanted to know how many more highlights this tank held. Especially regarding its offensive capabilities. That gleaming, gaping barrel, those bright orange surface-to-air missiles, just how much firepower could they unleash? Logically speaking, the performance figures previously explained by the Dragon Nation's secretary were impossible to achieve. These attack specifications surpassed those of tanks from every nation on Earth. It was pure fantasy. Yet after witnessing the series of bizarre maneuvers just now, Elia had completely lost her rationality. Through a woman's intuition, she sensed the data was likely accurate to within a few percentage points. But the specifics still needed practical verification. With that thought, Alia not only had no intention of leaving the tank, but instead wanted to stay inside the tank to experience its offensive capabilities. Uncle, the tanks from the Dragon Nation are simply amazing. I can't get out just yet. Then, her face lit up with excitement as she turned to old Zhang. Can you arrange for me to fire a shot? I want to see the tank's offensive power. Prince Mohammed's face darkened at Princess Elia's words, his expression turning grim as if on the verge of tears. They had barely escaped danger, yet she was already risking her life again. Princess Elia was risking her life. And she was risking his life in the process. He looked to old Zhang for help. Old Zhang's expression stiffened. This girl really has some nerve. She nearly died in that tank earlier.
And now she wants to test the tank's firepower again? Crazy. Absolutely insane. I've never seen such a reckless girl. But Ilia's safety is tied to diplomatic relations between our nations. Whether the deal goes through is secondary. With no professional tank driver available, Sun Weiguo continues to control the tank for artillery fire. The entire situation is completely out of control. If Ilia suffers any harm, it would inevitably tarnish the Middle Eastern nation's perception of the Dragon Nation. Should she lose her life, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, he reluctantly stated, "Princess Ilia, it's not possible at this time. It's not that it can't be done, but we simply don't have a suitable pilot here. For safety's sake." Old Zhan was about to suggest waiting. A professional pilot would be arriving shortly from the Lonka Institute in Pengcheng. The distant sky echoed with the steady hum of propellers. It approached at breakneck speed. Then it swept overhead, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. Old Zhang's eyes lit up. "Princess Ilia, once the helicopter crew disembarks, you may be able to conduct the test." No sooner had the words left his mouth. The helicopter had already leveled off. Wang Shui arrived, dusty and weary from the journey. Dressed in army camouflage, she looked dashing and distinctive. Old Zhang and the others were all satisfied. Before Princess Ilia and Prince Mohammed, Wang Shui embodied the spirit and vitality of Chinese female soldiers. Moreover, according to Jiāng Chén's account, she had also participated in Jiāng Chén's previous vehicle operations. She possessed extensive experience. As soon as Wang Shui approached Old Zhang, she immediately noticed the olive drab Apocalypse tank. Massive and imposing. Its sheer presence made it hard to breathe. Holy cow! Brother Chen is so awesome. He's come up with another amazing creation. Following Old Zhang's instructions, he swiftly handed over duties to Sun Weiguo. He took his place in the main driver's seat of the Tianqi tank. The familiar 3D transparent display, the familiar feel of the seat. Compared to the Autobots, though, the core control system was similar to the Autobots, making operation much simpler. After donning the helmet, she effortlessly performed a series of familiar setup procedures. Princess Ilia sat beside him, watching intently, her face brimming with admiration as she chattered excitedly to Wang Shui. "Commander! Ready for action. Your orders, please." Wang Shui spoke through the holographic helmet's microphone. Old Zhang ordered, "Tank, proceed to the firing range. We'll be right behind you." "Yes, Commander." Wang Shui replied crisply. She waved her hands casually, swiping a few times across the transparent blue screen floating in the air. Rum! The roar of massive engines ignited. The olive drab tanks launched like arrows from a bowstring. A tremendous force pressed against Ilia's back. Her scalp tightened, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Her entire body felt as though it might be crushed into a pulp by the sheer force of inertia. Her eyes bulged as if they might burst, bloodshot and swollen to the point of rupture. Though the seatbelt held her firmly in place, her delicate face contorted into a hideous grimace. She forced her face to stay tense, otherwise it felt like the flesh would tear from her bones at any moment. Holy! The acceleration shot straight up to 500 miles per hour. "Lady, you're practically taking off here." "Mom, I need to get out. This tank is moving way too fast. Please, let me out." Alia's entire mental state had gone into a state of detachment. This female soldier seemed to be driving recklessly. She was already regretting her decision to request the test firing earlier. Through the translucent helmet, she looked at Wang Shui, wanting her to slow down. But then, Wang Shui muttered with a hint of annoyance, "Slowpoke, you're moving too slow." Though her voice was soft, it struck Ilia like a thunderclap. "We're already cruising at 500 miles per hour off the bat, what more do you want?" Chapter 185, Lock On. Fire. Slow? So you're implying there's something even faster? Sis, this is a tank with a starting speed of 500 miles per hour. And you're comparing it to an ox cart? Yet she didn't doubt for a moment that Wang Shui had driven vehicles far more advanced than this. Otherwise, there's no way they'd have assigned Wang Shui as the main driver. And she certainly wouldn't have been so skilled behind the wheel. Meanwhile, Old Zhang and his group had just boarded the bus. When they looked up, the Apocalypse tank had vanished in a flash. They couldn't help but marvel. This thing is amazing. Forget selling it to the Middle East. Even deploying them across the entire Dragon Nation's military would be excellent. If we could set up a production line for rapid mass production, that would be even better. He glanced at his phone. The speedometer in the bottom right corner had skyrocketed to 600 miles per hour. His eyes widened in shock. His right hand trembled. Clunk. The phone fell to the floor. He sucked in a sharp breath. He quickly picked up the phone from the floor. He roared into the phone. "Wang Shui. Wang Shui, can you hear me? Slow down, damn it. You've got a Middle Eastern princess sitting next to you. If anything happens to her, we can't afford the consequences." Wang Shui glanced at Ilia beside her, lost in thought. Hearing old Wang's words, she replied shyly. "My apologies, Commander. We've arrived." Squeak.
The sharp screech of tracks grinding against the ground echoed. The Tianqi tank slammed on its brakes, plowing a deep furrow into the earth.
The intense inertia nearly threw both occupants from the driver's seat. Thankfully, the seatbelts held them in place. Otherwise, they would have been flung out. Instead of anger, Elia felt a new peak of exhilaration. Wang Shui was barely in her 20s, looking only slightly older than her. Putting herself in Wang Shui's shoes, she instantly got hooked on her driving. Like a fan seeing their idol. Her eyes fluttered innocently as she gazed at Wang Shui, brimming with curiosity. The female soldier before her drove with even greater skill than the male soldier earlier. Especially after casually mentioning earlier that this tank moved as slow as an ox cart. She couldn't help but wonder how many more hidden capabilities Dragon Nation possessed. Sister Wang Shui, have you ever driven a vehicle faster than this tank? Only Autobots, I suppose. Their speed is hundreds of times faster than a tank. Wang Shui blurted out in response to Alia's question. But halfway through her sentence, Wang Shui immediately sensed something was off. Oh no, this little girl was actually trying to get information out of her. She'd signed the highest level confidentiality agreement regarding the Autobots. If this got out, who knew what kind of impact it would have on the Dragon Nation? 1,000 curses raced through his mind. She quickly changed the subject. Ah, what a pity. It's just in the simulation pod, you know, like a mech game? It feels just like the real thing. Ha ha ha. She lied without batting an eye. Wang Shui laughed loudly to cover her awkwardness. Alia, however, wore a look of utter disgust. Seriously, sis, you're talking with such exaggerated breaths. Are you serious? As if I, a royal princess, were that easy to fool. When it comes to gaming, she's a hardcore enthusiast. Especially when it comes to military simulations. The simulators in her Elia Palace are the most advanced and comprehensive available. But I've never heard of any mecha game. If it's not a game, then perhaps we could venture a bolder guess. Since Dragon Nation can build apocalypse tanks which Wang Shui likened to ox carts, could the mech she mentioned also be real? When Elia posed this question to herself, she was utterly baffled. If that were truly the case, Dragon Nation's capabilities would completely overwhelm Eagle Nation. After all, we're talking about mechs here. Mechs against conventional military equipment. It's like a father beating his own son. When the Dragon Nation finally draws its sword, even the Eagle Nation will likely have no choice but to kneel and cling to its leg. No way. We've got to get ahead of the eagle and grab onto the big leg first. Otherwise, there'll be too many countries scrambling for favors later. Why would the Dragon Nation even notice a small Middle Eastern country? And this matter must be kept strictly confidential for the Dragon Kingdom. The later other nations find out, the more advantageous it will be for us. By the time others catch wind of it, her nation would likely have advanced its technology by several tiers alongside the Dragon Nation. Even the so-called strongest nation on Blue Star, Eagle Nation, would be left in the dust by her. At this thought, Alia couldn't help but feel exhilarated by her own brilliance. Truly royal blood. Her mind worked at lightning speed. And now, by testing the offensive capabilities of the Apocalypse tank, she could extrapolate and deduce the approximate technological level of the Dragon Nation. If this proves true, she would urge her father to swiftly establish cooperation with the Dragon Nation. The Apocalypse tank had been waiting at the firing range for quite some time. Only then did Elder Jiāng and the others arrive by vehicle. They surveyed the Tianqi tank parked at the center of the field. After disembarking, they proceeded to the firing range monitoring center. The room was fully equipped. Whatever occurred at the range was projected onto the large screen in the room from the most direct perspective. At that moment, the range featured targets at varying distances, each equipped with a GPRS signal. The moment a shell hit a target, the sensor transmits the data directly to the monitoring room within a second. Old Jiāng studied the screen thoughtfully before making his decision. Xiao Shui, target DZ-110 take out that highest peak 105 kilometers away. Yes, sir. Wang Shui acknowledged the order and swiftly began operating the Tianqi tank. Phased array radar. She was quite familiar with this thing. The Autobots had been equipped with it before. With a smooth swipe of her finger, the DZ-110 target's image appeared on the 3D virtual blue map. A mountain rising 400 to 500 meters high came into view. At its solid, massive base, a red cross marked the target. Locked on. Elia watched Wang Shui's slick maneuver. Once again, she was stunned. Her eyes were glued to the scene Wang Shui had conjured. Not a single button pressed throughout almost entirely virtual controls. Such a sci-fi, futuristic control system. A heavy weight seemed to press down on Princess Elia's heart. Awe-inspiring. Absolutely breathtaking. Princess Alia, who had always admired the eagle's prowess. Now she felt like a provincial bumpkin who'd never seen the world. As if she had just evolved from the Stone Age. She even regrets having studied abroad in Eagle Land. If only she'd studied in the Dragon Kingdom back then. Her technological prowess might be uncertain. But her worldview certainly wouldn't be this narrow. Still, it wasn't too late to catch up now. The Dragon Nation's apocalypse tank had effectively opened a door to future technology for her. Wang Shui completed a series of intricate maneuvers. A series of cold mechanical tones echoed through the driving range. Barrel angle adjustment complete. Miniature nuclear cannon loaded. Phased array radar lock acquired. Launch. Whoosh. A piercing explosion echoed. Chapter 186, This Old Face is Worthless. Boom. The apocalypse tank jolted violently. The recoil shifted its entire steel frame half a body length. The concrete ground seemed unable to withstand the immense impact. Deep indentations appeared, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. A dark projectile shot from the long barrel. It streaked toward the distant target. Inside the monitoring room, Old Jiāng and the others watched the projectile streak through the air. Their hearts trembled. Old Jiāng clasped his elbows, his face trembling slightly, yet he could not suppress the fear within. The Tianqi tank weighed 2.5 times that of a standard tank. Moreover, its chassis height was slightly lower. Logically, this should have made it far more stable. Yet when it fired its shell, the apocalypse tank was actually pushed back half a body length. This clearly demonstrates its immense destructive power. If such a shell had struck the control room, its sheer impact alone would likely be enough to pierce through the entire defensive structure. All eyes were glued to the screen, many already drenched in cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, the dark shadow streaked past, almost impossible to track. It slammed directly into the mountainside. It veered completely off course from the target at the mountain's base. Old Jiāng frowned in displeasure. Wang Shui's aim was simply too poor. If it were someone from Langhua, we could turn a blind eye. After all, they're all our own people. If it doesn't hit, fire another shot. But the prince from the Middle Eastern country was present. Princess Elia was inside the tank too. The target was hit so off-center. Does this make one question the tank's accuracy, or the skill level of the Dragon Nation's soldiers? Ah, well, the young lady might not be quite familiar with the tank's controls yet. The aim was just a tad off. The secretary beside him quickly offered an explanation. The remark was directed at the prince. Prince Mohammed laughed somewhat perfunctorily. No worries. Safety first. Give it a few more tries, and you'll hit the target eventually. He was joking. Who knows if it's the tank's accuracy or the soldier's lack of familiarity? It's all up to your words. But telling me won't do any good. The decision ultimately rests with Princess Elia. Whether to buy or how much to buy, it's all up to her. If she thinks the tank's aim was off this time, there's nothing we can do about it. But Director Liu beside him explained. No, it wasn't a miss. Didn't you notice? After leaving the barrel, the shell travels in a straight line. When a normal tank fires a shell, due to Earth's gravity and the firing distance, it usually follows a parabolic trajectory. That's why Wang Shui adjusted the crosshairs upward based on common sense. Who could have anticipated that the apocalypse tank's firing power was so immense it defied conventional logic entirely? Old Jiāng suddenly understood. On open plains, this would significantly enhance its striking capability. In critical situations, it could even be angled to engage aircraft in the sky. But the drawbacks were equally clear. When firing downward, the tank's effectiveness was severely limited. It was a case of pros and cons, I suppose. Buzz. The windows began to shake violently. The monitoring room began to shake. The overhead lights flickered on and off. The surveillance screens started flickering too. Then, a flash of red light erupted from the target mountain, followed by the sudden bloom of a massive mushroom cloud. Boom! The entire mountain began to disintegrate and collapse. The mushroom cloud shot skyward, stretching across the heavens. Monitoring room. Nuclear. What immense power! Old Jiāng was completely frozen in shock. Though he had seen the specifications of tank shells, and knowing it was a nuclear shell, he had initially worried whether it might detonate upon launch, or that its yield might be too small to deliver sufficient destructive force. But now, a mountain towering over 500 meters high. In the blink of an eye, it crumbled to pieces before our eyes. Accuracy seemed utterly meaningless at that moment. For whether it misses by 10 meters, 100 meters, or 1,000 meters, everything would be obliterated anyway. Prince Mohammed beside him plopped down onto the ground. His mouth twisted, eyes crossed, utterly terrified. His soul was snatched away, his wits lost. As if his brain had been crushed into mush, his entire being seemed possessed. His mouth kept babbling, "Ah-ba-ah-ba-ah-ba-ah." The sheer power of the apocalypse tank had rendered him incapable of rational thought. If they could acquire this, they would instantly become the most formidable force. Just as Princess Alia had said earlier. Not only must they buy it, but they must buy it in large quantities. We must buy them all out. Even if other nations learned of the apocalypse tank's existence, they'd have no way to place orders. Of course, if possible, it would be best to keep it from other nations altogether. After all, he understood the wisdom of quietly amassing great wealth. In fact, Even if Princess Elia decided not to purchase them now, he would rather risk the charge of insubordination and speak directly to the king by phone. Even if the king refused, he would stake his life to guarantee the apocalypse tank. For he understood all too well the consequences of a nation being wealthy yet weak. The Iraq War stands as the most glaring example. But then again, the apocalypse tank is so formidable. Its production cost certainly wouldn't be cheap. The selling price is even more exorbitant. A single tank would likely cost over 100 million. But even so, they'd sell everything they own to buy one. Because the sooner you buy, the sooner you enjoy it. It's a steal. If funds are truly insufficient, then they'll buy a few tanks first and seize the chassis from Yisili. This way, their oil production would instantly double. As for old Su beside him, as the leading figure in Dragon Nation's tank manufacturing, he fully understood the importance of tanks to the army. Once the apocalypse tanks become widespread in the Dragon Nation's military, it would inevitably bring revolutionary strategic changes to the entire Dragon Nation army. The Dragon Nation army, hailed as the strongest ground force on Blue Star, will ascend from its already distinguished and formidable status to a new pinnacle of excellence. Once upon a time, with nothing more than rice and rifles, they could hold their own against the Eagle's air, land, and sea forces, and drew the 38th parallel in Korea. Later, as overall military capabilities advanced, their weaponry became on par with the Eagle Nation. Now, with the addition of the Apocalypse tank, the Eagle may soon witness a vast chasm in military prowess. The military bases the Eagle has established everywhere will become nothing more than paper tigers. What world police of Blue Star? What about the Eagle's elite battalions? Dare to come, and I'll break your legs. Meanwhile, my own nephew serves as chief of staff at the Pengcheng garrison. If I secure him resources for cutting-edge equipment first, wouldn't their legion commander promote my nephew like crazy? Though there were some private messages involved. But he couldn't be bothered with such concerns now. Old Su slung his arm over Zhang Lao's shoulder. He grinned cheekily and said, "Old Zhang, I'd like to discuss something with you. Once the Tianqi tank production line is set up, I want to prioritize assembling them for the Dragon Nation's Pengcheng garrison under my nephew's name." Old Zhang snorted coldly. On what grounds? Yeah, why the hell should he? By then, the Dragon Nation's military headquarters will surely be scrambling for it. The Pengcheng garrison isn't exactly a main force unit. If they go through normal channels for equipment procurement, it would take at least 5 or 6 years. Moreover, Middle Eastern nations are likely to place substantial orders as well. Given my years of service to the Dragon Nation and my personal relationship with you, Old Zhang, Old Su declared without a hint of embarrassment. For his nephew's sake, he'd gladly shed his dignity. Chapter 187, A Toast. You've no shame left, do you? I don't care. Old Su's resolute tone rang out loud and clear. He paid no heed to those around him. If my dignity could be traded for a Tianqi tank, it'd be worth every penny. Old Zhang couldn't help but twitch his eye at the remark. And this was merely a Tianqi tank. And Lao Su was already this wildly excited. If he ever found out about the Autobots or the Tao helicopters, he'd never let it go. He'd drive me absolutely crazy day after day. If it were just an ordinary person, I could simply shoo him away. But Old Su had mentioned his past merits. He had indeed served the Dragon Nation diligently for decades, making significant contributions. If he has any requests, it would be difficult to refuse outright. Seeing Old Su acting so shamelessly, a complete departure from his usual self-deprecating ways, Dean Lu couldn't help but join the fray. He decided to join the fray. Senior Zhang, our institute must certainly participate in learning and building the production line. You can't just favor Old Su. Old Zhang rubbed his forehead, a headache coming on. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit. Lock failed. Lock failed. Lock failure. Warning tones rang out incessantly. Wang Shui stared blankly at the floating 3D blue transparent screen. The target that had been locked on moments ago was now nothing but a blank space. Could it be they'd just flattened the entire mountain peak? Beside her, Elia's mouth gaped wide, eyes bulging. Her heart pounded wildly. Through the holographic helmet, the 3D blue screen displayed the scene. The mountain that had been locked onto had vanished. Completely vanished. If not for the last shred of her wits clinging to royal dignity, she would have wet herself in fear. There was no other explanation. The sheer power of that single shell was terrifying. When someone hits you, it might not even scratch the paint. But when you hit someone, and your entire army gets wiped out. This ing. Absolutely unstoppable. After a brief moment of terror, a wild gleam began to appear in Elia's eyes. An unprecedented thrill surged through her. Apocalypse tank? This thing should be called the king of the land. Buy it. Must buy. Fill up the parking lot outside my house. Sports cars? SUVs? They're all weak. Take them all away and scrap them as junk. From now on, we'll be driving this thing everywhere. Comfort-wise, it's every bit as good as a luxury sedan. Safety is top-notch. When you're bored, you can even take it for a spin in the ocean. If any foolhardy troublemaker crosses our path, just fire one shot and send them all back to the foundry. She was already dreaming. When she brings all these apocalypse tanks back to her homeland, after her father, the emperor, witnesses the sheer power of these tanks. Just imagine the look on his face. The task assigned by old Jiāng was now complete. Wang Shui deactivated the apocalypse tank's warning system and promptly reported back to her superiors. Reporting to the commander, mission accomplished. Awaiting further instructions. Well done. Wang Shui returned to the exhibition area. Yes, sir. Hearing Zhang Lao's words, Wang Shui responded with a crisp, authoritative tone. She was about to maneuver the tank to turn around and head back. Alia suddenly spoke up from the side. Commander Zhang. Since we're already here, could we also test the tank's air-to-air missiles? She waited eagerly for the reply from the other end of the communication line. In truth, up to this point, Alia was already quite satisfied with the Apocalypse tank. If the total score were out of 10, she would gladly give the Apocalypse tank a perfect 100. Even if old Jiāng refused to conduct further testing on the tank's final functions, she would find every possible way to procure it in bulk. However, since the Apocalypse tank possesses this capability, she also wanted to gain a clear understanding of it. After all, practice makes perfect, doesn't it? Perhaps the Apocalypse tank's anti-air missiles differ from ordinary missiles in some way. Old Jiāng paused slightly upon hearing this. Since the Apocalypse tank had already been driven to the experimental firing range, why not test it out then? Certainly. Thank you, Commander Zhang. After receiving the Dragon Nation leader's approval, Elia was as excited as a child. What would the anti-aircraft missiles be like? What kind of surprises would the ultimate beast, the Apocalypse tank, bring her? She was filled with anticipation. Upon hearing the order, her heart skipped a beat. She immediately halted her operation to control the Apocalypse tank back to base. She too wanted to witness it. Compared to Optimus Prime of the Autobots, what makes the final attack of this Apocalypse tank so extraordinary? Which is stronger? Only testing would reveal the answer. She began activating the Apocalypse tank's phased array radar to scan the skies. However, the search results left her speechless. It detected absolutely nothing. Upon reflection, she instantly understood. Although the firing range was near the mountains and forests, there should have been some birds around. But since artillery had just been fired at the nearby hillside, any birds that might have been there would have been scared off long ago. Beside her, Elia watched Wang Shui's fingers dance across the keyboard with bewildered awe. Her eyes sparkled as she stared intently at the changes on the 3D screen. She was afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Suddenly, Wang Shui frowned and paused her movements. Alia asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Wang Shui didn't answer, merely offering a polite smile before speaking through the communication channel. "Commander, I've encountered an issue." "Go ahead." "The final offensive tactic of the Apocalypse is anti-aircraft missiles." "I know that." "Get specific." "Yes, Commander. I now require a flying target drone." "Understood. I'll arrange it." Zhang Lao immediately picked up the phone and dialed the exhibition control center. He requested 2 target drones be launched to the firing range. 5 minutes later, a sudden buzzing sound echoed from the distant sky. Everyone in the monitoring room looked up toward the window. 2 Longwood drones approached at breakneck speed. Those are Eagles B-12 stealth combat drones? Muhammad was utterly stunned, unable to suppress his gasp. Having been active at international military exhibitions for years, he was no stranger to the military equipment of various nations. He recognized them instantly. "Your Highness has keen eyesight, but this isn't the Eagles B-12. It's our Dragon Nation's M2, a high-fidelity replica. Its performance is slightly inferior to the Eagle's unmanned combat aircraft." Old Jiāng explained with a faint smile. Slightly inferior was a modest understatement. The main purpose was to prevent this foreign guest from misunderstanding the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, should the Eagle Nation pursue the matter later and discover that the Dragon Nation had directly reverse-engineered and replicated their B-12, it would lead to yet another round of wrangling. "I don't see it as inferior at all. In fact, its speed is even a notch faster," Prince Muhammad remarked sincerely. Come on, he attended the Eagle's military exhibition just last month. How could he not know whether it was inferior or not? Seeing the prince getting worked up, his secretary immediately interrupted with a startled cry, "Look! The target fighter has arrived over the range." Everyone's attention was instantly drawn upward. Eyes fixed intently on the M2 in the sky. Chapter 188, the M2 Stealth Fighter. Damn it! The radar in the monitoring room can't even pick it up. Director Liu exclaimed in shock. The monitoring room had radar. Logically, any military unit on the test site should appear on the central control screen as a cursor. Even the mountain destroyed by the Apocalypse tank earlier transmitted GPRS signals. Yet the M2, visible to everyone's naked eye, remained undetected.
Old Jiāng frowned and instructed the orderly beside him, increase the radar signal strength.
Yes, sir.
The soldier beside him immediately began operating the controls as ordered. The signal strength was cranked up to maximum.
Only then did two faint green dots flicker into view on the screen. They represented the two M2s in the sky. Though the target drones were made in China. Equipped with radar evading capabilities, he should feel proud. But the M2 was a replica of the Eagle's B-12. This also implies that the Dragon Nation's standard military radars cannot detect the B-12. What consequences would arise if encountered in combat?
A chill crept up from the soles of their feet. Many Chinese leaders present broke out in cold sweat. Prince Mohammed, standing nearby, seemed to have caught on to this as well. Earlier, he had doubted that the M2 resembled the B-12 too closely, even surpassing it in certain aspects. Now, seeing that the radar couldn't lock onto it for a moment, he finally confirmed his suspicions were absolutely correct. Not only had the M2 replicated the B-12 100%, it had even implemented optimizations and improvements. The Dragon Nation's capabilities were truly terrifying. But this development meant the Apocalypse tanks on the training grounds were bound to make a fool of themselves. High firepower and strong attack capabilities are certainly desirable. But if the radar can't even lock onto targets, then no matter how powerful the firepower is, it's just a useless ornament. Ahem, can the Apocalypse tanks be customized and modified to our specifications? Of course, absolutely. Old Zhang's heart surged with excitement. Asking this question meant they were serious about buying.
The mission assigned by the organization might be successfully completed. All this effort by the entire team wouldn't have been in vain.
Old Jiāng paused, his smile as hard to suppress as an AK-47, and continued. You can modify it however you like, or you can share your ideas right now. Radar, he stated bluntly, your radar systems are hopelessly outdated.
They can't even detect the M2 in the sky. That's a major flaw.
Prince Mohammed stated bluntly. Hearing this, the bigwigs' faces instantly fell, turning grim. But reality was undeniable, the radar simply wasn't up to par. Since the buyer had issues, it was the exhibitor's duty to help resolve them. Old Jiāng took a deep breath and forced a smile.
No problem. If there's anything we can do about the radar. He was about to say something when, look, something's there.
At that moment, Director Liu's exclamation instantly captured everyone's attention. He pointed to the image on his phone, gesturing for everyone to look. Only then did they recall that the feed had remained connected to the Tianqi tank's camera.
At that moment,
through the phone's display, someone gasped in astonishment upon noticing two winged flying objects appearing on the Apocalypse tank's surveillance feed.
Upon closer inspection, it's clearly a scaled-down M2. Inside the cockpit, Wang Shui calmly operated the Apocalypse tank, testing some micro-maneuvers. Like executing a 180-degree turn on the spot. A 90-degree sharp turn. 360-degree rotation of the tank's main gun. Alia, meanwhile, watched Wang Shui with wide-eyed wonder, her face lit up like a starry sky. She kept squealing with delight and clapping her hands in excitement. Thrilling! Our country needs tanks this agile. Buy it! Buy it! Buy it! But if she knew what Uncle Mohammed saw in the monitoring room, I wonder if she'd still feel the same way. After all, radar is a tank's second set of eyes. Beep beep beep. A sudden alarm sounded inside the Apocalypse tank. Lights began flashing frantically nearby. The 3D blue display screen showed two flying objects approaching at extreme speed. Warning! Warning! Suspicious targets detected. Warning! Warning! Suspicious target detected. Warning! Warning! Suspicious target detected. Wang Shui raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on the objects on the screen, growing increasingly excited. Here they come. What's coming? Alia had been intently watching Wang Shui's operations. She was suddenly thrown off by Wang Shui's exclamation. Though she hadn't understood most of the previous maneuvers and hadn't memorized them, she could still figure out what was happening based on the tank's actual movements. But now, what was coming? What's coming? You better explain this clearly to this princess. Otherwise, when I bought your tank, I had no idea it had this feature. Though Wang Shui was busy with her own adjustments, she kept a watchful eye on Elia. Seeming to sense her confusion, she added again, look at the big screen. The target drones are here. 2 of them. Oh. She'd been focused on Wang Shui and hadn't paid much attention to the main screen. Now looking at the display, 2 additional target drones had indeed appeared. Radar detection of flying objects is a fundamental operation. Military forces in many countries are equipped with it. Nothing particularly remarkable. Alia nodded, suddenly finding it all rather dull. At that moment, Uncle Mohammed's excited shout came over the communication channel. Hey Alia? What is it, Uncle? Elia frowned. She had just been about to instruct Wang Shui to aim and fire. She knew that unless something truly urgent arose, Uncle Mohammed would never interrupt her at this moment. Alia, that target drone in the sky is a B-12 replica the M2. It has absolute stealth capabilities. Ordinary radar can't detect it at all. Just now, Uncle was worried about the Dragon Nation's apocalypse tanks. Oh my god. B-12? Are you sure, Uncle? Prince Mohammed suddenly started rambling on. Elia didn't have the patience to listen to the whole story and cut him off. B-12. That's the Eagle's ace fighter. How could the Dragon Nation possibly replicate it? It must be shoddy workmanship. After all, it's a military technology product the Eagle Nation spent over a decade developing. No matter how hard the Dragon Nation tries, they couldn't possibly replicate it completely. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily detected by the apocalypse tank. Yes, Elia, it's absolutely true. Prince Mohammed's excited shout came through the comlink. As if concerned Elia might not grasp the full significance, he paused before continuing. At the very least, it has perfectly replicated the B-12 stealth capabilities. The surveillance room's radar couldn't detect the target drone at all. So that means... Alia's pupils contracted slightly, her face contorting with shock. A storm of emotions surged within her. It was less accurate to say the aircraft flying overhead was Dragon Nation's M2 target drone. It was more like the Eagle's B-12 stealth fighter. Such military weapons, according to her understanding, cost at least tens of billions of Eagle currency. Once touted by the Eagle Nation as a devastating weapon on the battlefield. And indeed proved to be so. On the battlefields of Iraq, the Eagle's B-12 rapidly opened up gaps in the battlefield with its massive payload capacity, high-altitude flight speed, and stealth capabilities, securing significant strategic advantages. Its stealth capability proved the most critical factor. Without it, the aircraft would be easily detected by radar, locked onto by missiles, and denied the opportunity to deliver its payload. In other words, the M2 possesses the most critical capability of the Eagle's B-12 stealth. Yet even so, the Apocalypse tank managed to lock onto it swiftly. Doesn't that imply the Eagle's B-12? Elia felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 189, Launching Anti-Air Missiles. Wang Shui swiftly marked the incoming M2 as hostile and set the Apocalypse tank to lock onto the target. She then connected her headset and declared firmly, "Commander, the Apocalypse tank has locked onto the target. Awaiting your orders. Authorized to engage." Old Zhang's face glowed with excitement. This was an M2, after all. Back when the Dragon Academy stole the blueprints from the Eagle Nation, at least 8 undercover agents sacrificed their lives. After 2 years of relentless experimentation and countless sacrifices by Dragon Nation scientists, only then did the blueprints finally materialize into the M2. There was no other reason the Eagles B-12 posed an undeniably grave threat. Should the two nations go to war, Dragon Nation would find itself in a highly disadvantageous position. At that point, it wouldn't be merely a matter of how many soldiers perished. It could directly influence the outcome of the war. Facing an elusive, ghost-like presence, modern military radar is utterly incapable of detecting them. In such circumstances, there's truly no alternative but to endure passive attacks. Remember when the M2 was first produced? Old Zhang was so thrilled he couldn't sleep for several nights. Because radar couldn't detect the M2 either. Though it still couldn't detect the B-12's trail. But if you dare to use it, I'll counter with an M2 to steal your base. Carry Chairman Mao's base swapping tactics to their ultimate conclusion. Forget the home base, go ahead. But don't expect to keep yours either. Achieving the most direct military deterrence. But now, the Apocalypse tank can actually lock onto the M2 directly. If you try to steal mine again, Eagle, you'll be targeted from miles away. But when my M2 sneaks over to yours, it can unleash a barrage of firepower. Wouldn't the Eagle have to kneel and sing conquered? This ing. It's just so satisfying. A rare sense of technological superiority wells up inside me. Yes, sir. Wang Shui's voice rang out simultaneously from several phones. Immediately afterward, the missile launchers on both sides of the Apocalypse tank's top began to rise upward while rotating. The vivid red missile warheads created an illusion. These weren't missiles at all, but sunflowers tracking the sunlight. The warheads locked onto the M2's flight path with pinpoint accuracy. At that moment, the M2, which had been flying at a constant speed, suddenly changed course. No longer moving in a straight line as before. Instead, it constantly shifts angles and direction. It tried desperately to break free from the lock-on. It resembled a fish hooked by a fishing line, desperately struggling to break free from the fate of the fishing line. Inside the monitoring room, witnessing the sudden transformation of M2 in the sky, Mohammed gasped repeatedly, unbelievably fast. Unbelievably high frequency. Such high-frequency variable speed maneuvers would significantly increase the difficulty of guidance lock-on. If it misses its target, should we praise the Dragon Nation's M2 or the Apocalypse tank? Old Zhang couldn't help but applaud. They've got some real skill. Our aerospace research colleagues have worked hard. But deep down, a pang of unease struck him. I mean, we're in the middle of an army tank exhibition. Why are we staging this charade, making things hard for ourselves? Why the hell did we have to make a target that can dodge missiles? Isn't this just looking for trouble? If we miss, what could have sold for 10 million ends up fetching only 8. That's a huge loss. You don't know the cost of living until you're running the show. I'll find the person responsible and give them a good talking to. Inside the cockpit, Alia stared intently at the M2 fighter jet displayed on the large screen. Her pupils contracted slightly as her chest heaved violently. The M2 fighter was adjusting its flight angle at an eerily high frequency. It dived, climbed, and executed serpentine maneuvers in rapid succession. The anti-aircraft ports on the Apocalypse tanks were practically smoking from the constant shaking. This must be incredibly difficult to target, right? Is the Dragon Nation that confident in their Apocalypse tanks? She glanced at Wang Shui with a puzzled look, her expression tinged with regret. Longhua probably didn't even realize this behavior was exposing the Apocalypse tank's flaws and vulnerabilities. I was about to ask my family to send money over quickly. Fortunately, they requested verification of the final function. Air defense capability. It was overkill. But it was precisely this unnecessary feature that gave her leverage to drive down the price with the Dragon Nation's high command. If worse comes to worst, they could ship it back to the Middle East and dismantle the Apocalypse tank's air defense system. To avoid embarrassment, she cast a regretful glance at Wang Shui beside her. All that dramatic maneuvering? Just performance art. Better to embarrass ourselves sooner than later. Hurry up. At that moment, Wang Shui beside her swiftly drew her blade and pointed into the void. As if triggering some virtual button. Phased array radar overclock activated successfully. Enemy aircraft locked. Initial trajectory calculation complete. Missile tracking system verification complete. Precision guidance system verified. 10, 9, 8. The Apocalypse tank emitted a series of system beeps. Wang Shui frowned. She wasn't entirely satisfied with her own operation. Tisk, just a tad more complicated than the Optimus Prime mech. Wang Shui, what are you talking about? What mecha? This was the second time she'd mentioned mechs. Alia's eyes widened. She refused to believe it now. There was no such thing as mechs in the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, Wang Shui wouldn't have mentioned it so many times. Let's see how you wriggle out of this one. At the very least, given the dignity of the Elia royal family, if someone were to ask her that, she'd blush and stammer uncontrollably. Suddenly remembered the mecha in the game simulator, got a bit distracted there. Heh. It's just a simulation game. Wang Shui's eyebrow lifted slightly as she answered without a trace of embarrassment. As if stating an utterly trivial fact. Inside, her emotions were already churning like a stormy sea. Why is this little girl still asking about the mecha? I already said it's just a game. Could she possibly suspect Longhua has mechs? Don't be ridiculous. No way. Elia was utterly speechless. Never in her life had she met someone so shameless. If she had the chance, she'd love to pull out every single game from her palace collection and show them to Wang Shui. Countless game discs. All kinds of 3D cockpits. On Blue Star, what simulation game hasn't she played? She was a gaming enthusiast, after all. To keep trying to show off with me like this. She really underestimated me. Heh, I believe you. I absolutely believe you. Good, I'm glad you do. Wang Shui nodded earnestly. Just a 16-year-old kid after all. She'd believe anything. At 22, I'm definitely more mature. Inside the monitoring room. 5, 4, 3. The countdown to the Apocalypse tank's launch sounded from the phone. Old Zhang felt his mouth go dry. He swallowed repeatedly. His secretary quickly handed him a freshly opened bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water. Old Zhang snatched the bottle. He downed it in one gulp after another. At 70 years old, he managed to down more than half the bottle in one go. Old Su and Director Liu beside him weren't doing much better. They were both incredibly tense. So far, the Apocalypse tank's performance had been truly impressive. Without exaggeration, it surpassed every tank on Blue Star. Yet, no tank had ever demonstrated particularly strong anti-air capabilities. Especially when facing stealth fighters like the Eagle's B-12. Thump. Thump. Hearts pounded wildly as eyes darted between the shared screen and surveillance feeds. Chapter 190. Bye. 2. 1. Buzz. A sharp, explosive crack echoed. 4 hostile air missiles launched from the Apocalypse tank's launchers. Propelled by inertia, they reached midair. Before they could begin their descent, explosive tail flames erupted from the missile's rear, trailing thick white smoke. After a brief hover, thud, a sonic boom reverberated. The rocket-propelled grenade accelerated skyward at an extreme velocity, streaking toward the M2's position. Watching the rocket launch. Inside the cockpit, Wang Shui remained unfazed. Her expression remained remarkably calm. For her, this traditional launch method held no surprises. Whether it was space-based weapons or Autobots, any one of them possessed attack capabilities that were several tiers above anything else. But over on Ilia's side, at the moment the missile launched, she nearly leapt from her seat. Unfortunately, the seatbelt's quality was simply too good. She barely managed to push off with her hips before being swiftly snapped back. OMG! That acceleration! That speed! It's terrifying. No wonder Ilia was shocked. The missile accelerated to Mach 2 within a second. That's twice the speed of sound. What terrifying explosive power! And this was only the beginning. Its velocity continued to climb. The M2 in the sky was constantly adjusting its angle at high frequency, in an attempt to evade the Apocalypse tank's lock-on. But the moment the missile launched, the M2 catapulted upward like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It shot straight upward into the sky. Its speed quickly reached Mach 3. That is, 3 times the speed of sound. Ascending at an extreme velocity. In an instant, it pierced through the clouds. The autonomous AI system performed flawlessly. Monitoring room. Old Jiāng spat out 3 mouthfuls of tobacco juice, splattering it onto the glass window. He began coughing violently. Who programmed this? It's just a target drone, yet it nearly flew out of the range. What if it causes damage outside the range? How would we handle that? Criticism aside. By now, the M2 had vanished from sight. The likelihood of the Apocalypse tank's missiles hitting it was now extremely slim. Even Prince Mohammed beside him cleared his throat awkwardly. No worries. Missing is no big deal. Fortunately, Ilia was quick-witted. She had insisted on testing the Apocalypse tank's air defense capabilities early. Now it seemed quite necessary. However, the launched missile not only failed to lose its target. Instead, its speed surged sharply once more, chasing after the sky. Holy, Mach 6. The missile's speed has reached Mach 6. The M2's limit is only Mach 3. Mohammed couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A flash of crimson light erupted in the sky, followed by a vivid miniature mushroom cloud appearing high above. 2 thunderous explosions followed in quick succession. The windows of the monitoring room shook violently. The needles on the instruments suddenly began to jump wildly. It felt as though the entire monitoring room was shaking. Everyone was instantly drenched in sweat. Prince Mohammed kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His speech became incoherent. ABA. He desperately tried to say something, but no words came out. As if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. He stumbled. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. This ing. You call this an anti-aircraft missile? It's practically bullying him for his lack of knowledge. He's seen military exhibitions in Eagle Chicken Nation and Little Japan too. But a missile this overpowered? First time seeing one. No matter how the M2 squirms, it's like a fatal blow to the throat, right? Calling it an M2? With his expertise? How could he not recognize it as surpassing the Eagle Nation's B-12? What if it were pitted against the B-12? A chill shot up from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. Mom, I want to go home. This is terrifying. Even the B-12, the pride of the Eagle, couldn't hold its own. From now on, will the Apocalypse tank dominate the Blue Star? Today's tank exhibition in the Dragon Nation had left him utterly stunned. From defense to offense, it was non-stop action, though it made him pee his pants several times. If only he could equip his own army with these tanks. No matter the cost, it would be worth it. Inside the driving range, Wang Shui's pupils contracted slightly. Through the holographic helmet, she could see the images on the 3D screen. It clearly displayed everything unfolding high above. A mushroom cloud of fiery red mushroom cloud continued to bloom and expand in the sky. A small red speaker icon suddenly popped up on the screen. Wang Shui noticed it and tapped the air to open it. A warning prompt appeared. Warning, this explosion will trigger an electromagnetic storm. No aircraft may pass within a 100-kilometer radius for 1 week. Wang Shui's hand trembled as she sucked in a sharp breath. Panic surged within her. Simply launching 2 hostile air-to-air missiles had caused a week-long no-fly zone. And that's within 100 kilometers. Wouldn't this affect domestic flights? Alia beside her also noticed the alert. She couldn't help but gasp. Oh, this can't be possible. An electromagnetic storm has actually formed. A week-long no-fly zone? Within 100 kilometers? Alia screamed in disbelief. Her scalp tingled, her legs trembled. The sheer visual impact made her 16-year-old heart feel like it was exploding in her chest. She felt like a fish out of water, struggling to breathe. 2 seemingly simple missiles. Not only did they swiftly take down the M2, but ultimately established an air lockdown. This was no ordinary surface-to-air weapon. Just imagine. Simply launch them into the sky and detonate them. No matter how many enemy aircraft approach. What would it feel like to see them all plummet down in unison? Invincible. Elia was completely overwhelmed by dizziness.
The Apocalypse tank, a godlike existence.
This tank is a must-buy. Wang Shui drove the Apocalypse tank to the exhibition bus. She dropped off Elia, who was still clearly in awe. Then she sped off alone, driving the tank back to the exhibition warehouse. Old Jiāng and the others boarded the bus with Elia and Prince Mohammed for the return trip. Rying.
Old Jiāng glanced down to see it was a call from the organization. The moment he answered, a torrent of furious curses erupted.
Old Jiāng, what the hell is going on? Do you have any idea how many calls I got just now? My phone nearly blew up. Nuclear bombs. Electromagnetic storms. Are you trying to blow up our dragon nation? I told you to organize an exhibition, but you blew it out of proportion. Who's going to clean up this mess?
Old Jiāng was utterly bewildered. He truly hadn't anticipated the Apocalypse tank's firepower being this devastating.
If he'd known beforehand, well, he couldn't have helped it. The more powerful it is, the more attention it draws, right? After a moment's thought, Old Jiāng replied, a mess? Boss, I'm afraid only you can clean it up. He immediately covered the phone receiver. Sure enough, an even more explosive rage erupted on the other end. Only after 3 minutes did he bring the receiver back to his ear. Fine, I'll clean up this mess. But you must submit a report to me immediately. Yes, sir.
Old Jiāng had just hung up. Lu Yuan and Old Su's phones rang one after another beside him. The conversations were all similar. Now Zhang Lao felt much better. After the bus returned to the exhibition site, Princess Elia and Prince Mohammed both expressed interest in purchasing the Apocalypse tanks. They agreed to discuss the specifics at a later time. After returning, Old Jiāng and his team summarized 2 key directives from their superiors.
First, impose an information blackout.
Second, prepare for military sales.
Chapter 191, Negotiations on the Brink. Old Jiāng pondered briefly in accordance with the organization's requirements.
Maintaining secrecy within the Dragon Nation posed no significant challenge. The leadership present had all been personally cultivated by him. The real challenge lay in the foreign arms sales process.
Strict oversight was imperative. Relations with Longhua must remain rock solid, and technological embargoes must be enforced against nations like the Eagle Nation. The goal is to generate revenue while preventing reverse engineering by the Eagle Nation that could lead to the replication of the Apocalypse tank.
Old Jiāng wasn't particularly concerned about this. After all, what Jiāng Chén developed? Without detailed blueprints, it's not something ordinary people can figure out. Even if the Eagle Nation somehow obtained the Apocalypse tank and attempted reverse engineering, it would likely take them over 1,000 years.
An hour later, everyone returned to the exhibition office.
The primary task now was to finalize the tank sales arrangements.
There was still time before the meeting ended. Alia led Prince Mohammed into an empty side room. After a brief discussion,
Alia immediately picked up the phone and dialed her father's number. His own father, the emperor, the ruler of the nation. The phone connected, and a magnetic male voice spoke with affection.
Elia, haven't seen you in a few days. Did you miss your father?
Elia was already accustomed to this, but she knew that if she let the conversation continue, the emperor would never stop.
So she cut him off abruptly. Send money. Hurry up and send me money. What money?
On the other end of the line, Pusman's voice betrayed obvious confusion.
Elia, tell your father, have you been scammed? Father, how could I be scammed in Dragon Country? It's perfectly safe here. I just fell in love with a tank. A Dragon Country tank.
But before you left for Dragon Nation, I clearly gave your uncle Mohammed a bank card with 100 billion Eagle coin preloaded.
Father, Dragon Nation's newly developed tanks are centuries ahead of Eagle Nation's. 100 billion might not be enough. At least 200 billion more. What? Pusman sucked in a sharp breath. He was utterly shocked by Elia's claim. 200 billion?
For a nation like theirs, which had been producing oil for decades, it wasn't excessive. But tank prices were nearly transparent worldwide.
What kind of tank could possibly be that expensive? Oh dear, what exactly is this tank business you're talking about? You haven't been scammed, have you? Impossible. My daughter is already 16 this year. Who could possibly deceive me? Is it really that impressive? Amazing. The most incredible kind of amazing. I've never seen a tank this incredible in my entire life. Alia grew more and more excited as she spoke. Have you ever seen a tank that can swim underwater? Have you ever seen a tank that fires missiles into the sky, locking down airspace for a week? Its name is the Apocalypse tank. Compared to this tank, the Eagle is nothing. Don't believe me? Fine, fine. Let my uncle tell you.
Elia showed no sign of anger, instead handing the phone to Prince Mohammed with a smug expression. Hearing Alicia's words, anyone else would find it hard to believe. So there was no reason to be angry. Prince Mohammed took the phone, his voice brimming with excitement as he declared.
Brother! My own brother! We absolutely must buy this tank. Listen to me. Trust me. I saw it with my own eyes just now.
One shot, one kill, the entire mountain vanished.
Oh, and it can dive underwater stealth mode.
Fire missiles at the sky, it can take down American B-12s.
No, not the real B-12, it's a replica. Yeah, a 100% replica. Bro, let me tell you, with the Apocalypse tank, we'll rule the Middle East. Expanding our territory and unifying the entire Middle East wouldn't even be a problem.
Alia stood by, completely numb from listening.
Uncle sure had a way with words. He'd seamlessly linked the tank to the entire kingdom's future development.
Seems my perspective was too narrow after all.
After listening to Prince Mohammed's compelling pitch, he transferred another 200 billion eagle coins to the card. Meanwhile,
Wang Shui, at old Jiang's prompting, sought to first determine the manufacturing cost of this tank,
to avoid making a loss later. Wang Shui called Jiāng Chén. Brother Chen, now that we want to sell the tank to other countries, old Jiang asked me to inquire about the approximate cost, so we can quote a price here. Jiāng Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing Wang Shui's words. Looks like a big order is coming in. Money to be made. Selling overseas? Then the price definitely can't be cheap.
He paused to think for a moment.
Jiāng Chén said,
if we set up a production line to manufacture them, factoring in material costs, each unit would easily cost 1 million yuan.
Then there's the facility, labor, let's say another 200,000.
Utility bills and miscellaneous expenses add another 60,000.
Jiāng Chén carefully calculated on his fingers, afraid he might have missed a detail. 100 million yuan. Brother Chen, is 100 million per unit enough?
Wang Shui, hearing Jiāng Chén tallying bit by bit, had no idea when he'd finish, so she just blurted out a figure.
Jiāng Chén froze. 10, 100,000, 10,000. Ha? 10 digits? A cost of over 2 million, and you're selling it for 10 figures? Holy moly! What a business genius! Jiāng Chén was ecstatic. That's enough. Absolutely enough. Alright then. Wang Shui nodded.
Now the price was settled. Old Zhang, standing nearby, took the phone and discussed with Jiāng Chén the possibility of the technology being cracked. After all, the organization didn't want to see the Apocalypse tank reverse-engineered like the Eagle's B-12. Therefore, it was best to consult directly with the Apocalypse tank's technical developers. Ensuring all potential threats were nipped in the bud, Jiāng Chén insisted it was completely impossible. During the Apocalypse tank's development phase, he had prepared for every eventuality. The Apocalypse tank was equipped with positioning and facial recognition capabilities. The moment the tank entered Eagle Country territory, or if any Eagle Country nationals appeared nearby, it would immediately send a remote alert to the Lonka Academy in Pengcheng, Dragon Nation. The moment someone activates the detonation device, it would instantly detonate all its munitions, leveling everything within hundreds of kilometers. Simultaneously, Jiāng Chén also recommended Wang Shui as the primary negotiator for this meeting. After all, her boldness in immediately and decisively shouting out a price of 1 billion yuan per vehicle had deeply impressed him. As fellow researchers, he knew that even if he had 300 times the courage, he couldn't reach Wang Shui's level. 1 hour later, both parties involved in the arms deal had gathered in the conference room. Identical documents lay before each person. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense, like the calm before a fierce battle. As the representative for this arms deal, Elia sat in the buyer's seat of honor. Prince Mohammed accompanied her at her side. Representing the Dragon Nation was Wang Shui. Old Zhang and Old Su stood by their sides. Both sides harbored their own agendas, with negotiations poised to erupt at any moment. Chapter 192, Fierce Bargaining. Elia sacrifices herself for her country. Alia wore meticulous makeup, her face adorned with a royal smile. Outwardly, she appeared calm and composed. But inside, her emotions were already churning violently. As a member of the royal family, she had seen countless grand occasions. Yet now, her mind was consumed by the image of the Apocalypse tank. Rapid deployment, smooth maneuverability, and the ability to submerge. Whether striking targets on land or in the sky, it was an absolute force to be reckoned with. One could say possessing a single Apocalypse tank was like having a mobile fortress. Such military hardware is crucial for Pakistan. It could even determine the nation's trajectory for the next century. The only question is what kind of price Dragon Nation will offer. If priced at 200 billion per tank, that would be quite reasonable. But if we were to purchase 2 tanks, our funds would fall somewhat short. After all, Father Emperor had only just transferred 200 billion. Stay calm, stay composed. We must find the Dragon Nation negotiator's weakness. Alia's gaze sharpened, as if she had made up her mind. No matter what, she would use 300 billion Eagle coins to purchase 2 Apocalypse tanks. Because 2 meant they could take turns driving. If one malfunctioned, at least the other could hold the fort. This matter must be settled. As royalty from a Middle Eastern oil-rich nation, she had never haggled over prices when shopping. For her entire nation, haggling is a disgrace that would brand them for life.
But this purchase of the apocalypse tanks was too crucial for Pakistan. So be it, let them be branded with shame. She couldn't afford to dwell on such things. For Pakistan's sake, what did sacrificing herself matter? As long as those 2 apocalypse tanks could be transported back to Pakistan, any price was worth paying. Her gaze toward Wang Shui erupted with fierce royal authority. Wang Shui adjusted her collar, matching that intensity every inch of the way. Space-based weapons, Autobots, apocalypse tanks. She had followed Jiāng Chén's footsteps all the way here. She had witnessed the rise of Dragon Nation's technology firsthand. And she also served as Jiāng Chén's personal assistant. Therefore, she was absolutely determined to ensure Jiāng Chén's research paid off. Moreover, this also concerned Dragon Nation's fiscal revenue. The state had dispatched her to negotiate. This signified the organization's absolute trust in her. She must sell the Tianqi tanks for 1 billion yuan each, no matter what. Otherwise, she would betray both Jiāng Chén and the trust placed in her by the nation and the organization. Wang Shui clenched her fist so tightly her fingertips strained of color. The battle cries of her forebears echoed in her mind. At that moment, a corner of a red scarf seemed tied around her neck, bearing the crimson national flag as she charged at the very forefront of the ranks. In her ears, countless martyrs seemed to whisper softly, "Little girl, you're doing quite well looking the part. She seems to be fighting for the fate of the Dragon Nation. Then we must help her. Little one, don't be afraid. Hold tight and charge with your uncles." A fierce, commanding aura suddenly erupted from Wang Shui's body, steadily overpowering Elia's presence and growing stronger by the moment. Elia's breath caught sharply, her emotions momentarily disjointed. She had intended to maintain her composure and intimidate the Dragon Nation's representative. Now her emotions shattered completely. Breathing became difficult, and dizziness overwhelmed her. If this continued, she might lose consciousness and make a fool of herself before negotiations even began. "Sister Wang, let's cut to the chase. Our country is determined to acquire the Tianqi tanks. We must bring them back." Hearing Elia's outburst, Prince Muhammad's face instantly fell. He frantically shot glances at Princess Elia. When she showed no reaction, he tried poking her shoulder blades with his finger. "We're already stretched thin on funds. How could you haggle like this? You're laying all our cards on the table right off the bat." Instead, Elia swung her arm back, blocking Prince Muhammad's advance. Her expression turned stern as she fixed her gaze on Wang Shui. She needed to resolve this quickly. Compared to Wang Shui, his momentum was rapidly fading. My sister Wang is truly formidable. No wonder the Dragon Council sent her to negotiate. She's got some serious skills. Princess Elia, the Apocalypse tank boasts cutting-edge technology unmatched anywhere on Blue Star. Wang Shui said with a smile. I know, which is precisely why I want to buy it. Name your price, no offer, no deal. Princess Alia couldn't wait any longer. The anticipation was making her feel suffocated. This amount. Wang Shui held up 2 fingers. In her mind, she meant 20 billion. 10 billion was the lowball offer. You can haggle all you want, but you can't exactly cut it in half. Old Zhang beside her flinched visibly. He turned his head slightly, his pupils dilating in shock. Could it be they want 20 billion? With such a high starting price, would the Bar country even agree? Even if they're an oil-rich nation, that's a bit steep. But they can't be that foolish, can they? All eyes turned to Elia. They wanted to see how she would react. Alia's eyes flashed with a piercing intelligence. Her legs trembled uncontrollably beneath the conference table, her chest heaving violently. She abruptly stood up, towering over Wang Shui. She pressed down firmly on the knuckle of Wang Shui's middle finger. Wang Shui frowned. She didn't understand what this meant. Why are you breaking it in half? If you think it's too much, just say so. Why are you messing with me like this? As if she'd used up her last ounce of strength. Alia slammed her hand down on the table. That's the price. Deal. The entire room gasped in shock. Wang Shuiren was stunned. Her eyes bulged like popcorn kernels. Her mouth gaped wide enough to swallow several apocalypse tanks. Her heart pounded wildly, as if it might burst through her throat and shoot into outer space any second. She strained to control her voice, but her emotions ran too high. Her tone still carried a hint of sharpness. Princess Elia, is this deal done? Our offer was... I know. 150 billion eagle coins. That's it. Deal. Alia responded with practiced ease, as if she'd been lying in wait for Wang Shui to fall right into her trap. Wang Shui's eyes were once again blown wide open. She was utterly disoriented. Chaos reigned in her mind, as if she'd been bewitched. Her heart raced wildly within her chest, lost and disoriented, unable to find its way home. Her ribs shattered one by one, reduced to splinters. She even wanted to stand up and thank Elia. But her body had long since gone numb, lacking the strength to rise. Old Zhang and Old Su stood nearby, their mouths agape, eyes fixed on Elia. Deeply doubting whether their ears had played tricks on them. The intricate wrinkles on their faces now resembled blossoming flowers. Their breath seemed blocked in both nostrils, forcing them to breathe through their mouths. Elia saw the sudden shift in the Dragon Nation representative's demeanor. Her heart skipped a beat. If the Dragon Nation insisted on 200 billion per apocalypse tank, it wouldn't be unreasonable. But if she wanted to buy 2 now, the money she had on hand definitely wouldn't be enough. Chapter 193, The War Propaganda Bureau's Shady Maneuvers. She merely wanted 2 apocalypse tanks to alternate driving them. Only then could they ensure their nation maintained formidable deterrence around the clock. Who knows? Perhaps these 2 apocalypse tanks could even bulldoze their way through the Middle East. Elia steeled her resolve and stamped her foot. For the sake of Pakistan, she was willing to risk her reputation. Even if she faced a lifetime of mockery from the royal family for haggling over the price upon her return, she would accept it willingly. Sister Wang Shui, 200 billion is actually a pretty fair price, but we only brought 300 billion Eagle Sauce coins this time. If we sell it for 150 billion, we could buy 2. Please, Sister Wang. Your silence means you agree to my price. 3, 2, 1. Deal. No backing out. Elia had completely lost all sense of shame. Usually dignified and elegant, haughty and arrogant. Now she was resorting to the tactics of a little girl begging for candy. Prince Mohammed, standing nearby, was silently applauding her in his mind. Alia truly lived up to her royal heritage. She certainly lives up to the royal family's reputation. For the sake of national interests, she truly proved women are no less than men, even sacrificing her own dignity. If each tank truly sells for 150 billion, buying just 2 would. That would save Pakistan 100 billion Eagle dollar. Moreover, these are apocalypse tanks capable of dominating the entire planet. My niece is truly exceptional. Wang Shui and old Jiāng exchanged a glance and nodded without hesitation. Alia's smile was harder to contain than an AK-47. As if to prevent the Dragon Nation representative from backing out, she immediately sealed the deal. 2 apocalypse tanks, deal sealed. Wang Shui instantly became the epitome of bewilderment. Was this really so hasty? That's 300 billion Eagle coins total, Princess Elia. No problem. Give me the account details and I'll transfer it right away. Alia's eyes flashed with sharpness. She intended to press her advantage, transferring the funds before the Dragon Nation representative could react. By then, even if the Dragon Nation wanted to back out, they'd have to save face. She had to seize this chance, strike like lightning, faster than a thief ringing a bell, and close the deal swiftly. Prince Mohammed, standing nearby as her uncle, couldn't let his niece fight this battle alone. He chimed in. This is all the money we have in the account right now, every last penny we can muster. Then a look of anguish spread across his face. As if he'd lost the family dog from his aunt's husband's house. Wang Shui was stunned by the sheer intensity with which these 2 wealthy men were throwing money at her. She now deeply understood what it meant for Middle Eastern countries to treat money like dirt. 300 billion Eagle dollars handed over without hesitation, practically begging for her card number to transfer the funds. And judging by the expressions on the uncle and nephew's faces, they looked like they'd just scored a huge bargain. The contract was swiftly finalized. Following the transaction account specified in the contract, the 300 billion Eagle coins had already been deposited. Old Jiāng and the others wanted to host a dinner for Princess Elia and Prince Mohammed. But Elia declined. She needed to catch an early flight back to her country to deliver the news of the successful arms deal. To bring joy to her father, the king. Prince Mohammed also declined. So old Jiāng dispatched a special vehicle to transport both of them to the airport. The connecting flight to Pakistan departed before nightfall, leaving the Dragon Kingdom behind. Meanwhile, all attendees at the exhibition cheered with joy, ecstatic over the successful conclusion of this arms deal. That evening, old Jiāng opened his phone to browse the news. This was his daily habit. But today, he discovered that images of the apocalypse tank had surged to the top of the rankings. Its military green hull, the wild and imposing cannon barrel, and the anti-air missiles flanking both sides had netizens utterly captivated. They exclaimed, "The Dragon Nation is mighty and formidable." The official social media account of the National Strategic Security Bureau was instantly flooded with comments. War Propaganda Bureau. Wake up, wake up. We've got work to do. Hurry up and issue a formal statement condemning this. Defamation. I'm suing him for defamation. Someone's slandering our mighty nation with these outrageous tanks. Boss, some idiot is leaking our Dragon Nation's military secrets everywhere. Find and arrest him immediately. I've already drafted the statement, here goes. The video channel seemed to have received the enthusiastic response from netizens. The account immediately posted an update. Good evening, everyone. Dear netizens, passionate citizens of Dragon Nation, and our friends abroad. I sincerely thank everyone for promptly reporting the fraudulent practices and corrupt practices on the internet. We're all for having fun and messing around, but don't go spreading those 3D renderings around as if they were Dragon Nation military equipment. We can brag about our capabilities, but there should be limits. Tanks like the ones circulating online are far beyond the current technological capabilities of our Dragon Nation. Of course, I have full confidence in our Dragon Nation scientists. I believe we'll possess such military weapons in the not-too-distant future. Maybe 100 years. Maybe 200, but surely not too long. Just wait and see. But right now, Dragon Nation truly doesn't have such a thing. If we have it, we have it. If we don't, we don't. We can't claim to have something we don't possess that would mislead many nations. Therefore, I urge all netizens here, do not believe or spread rumors. Thank you all for watching. Get some rest early. Good night. The bureau chief looked as if he'd just been dragged out of bed. Dark circles ringed his eyes as he delivered an almost entirely unscripted speech. After watching the video, many netizens left comments under the video. Boss, your debunking this time feels a bit half-hearted. The director's right, we must neither believe nor spread rumors. Who knows which bastard keeps bragging about being so great. Now our director can't even get a good night's sleep. 100 years? 200 years? Stay tuned? Chief, you're pushing it. Who lives that long? Ah, whatever. It's great that the chief stepped up to debunk this. Believe it or not, this is pure nonsense. Utter nonsense. If anyone ever tries to hype up Dragon Nation's military like this again, I'll be their sworn enemy. The director of the War Propaganda Bureau broke out in a cold sweat. How many times has this happened? Lately, the pressure on the War Propaganda Bureau has been mounting. What the hell are the other departments doing? They always make him clean up their messes. The photos were crystal clear. Yet he still has to put on a brave face with his panda eyes and telltale tales. One day it's space-based weapons. The next it's Autobots. The day after that, it's a modified Tao Tai helicopter. Now he's pulling out an apocalypse tank. Damn it, is he trying to drive us all crazy? With him constantly stepping out to debunk rumors like this, forget whether netizens believe him or not. He'd be the first to doubt it 100%. If this keeps up, the War Propaganda Bureau might as well be a hollow shell. Just disband it altogether. Cut the cord once and for all, no more headaches. At that moment, the White House. Ariel stared at the tank images on the table, lost in thought. Chapter 194, after paying protection money, Pakistan aims for the skies. A series of images displayed a massive olive drab tank from various angles. It appeared to possess not only an oversized cannon barrel but also anti-air capabilities. The second set of images depicted a towering green mountain reduced to rubble by a mushroom cloud. Intelligence just relayed by the CIA. This stack of photos depicts the latest tank developed by the Dragon Nation, and the country under their control, Pakistan, has just placed an order worth $300 billion with the Dragon Nation. According to think tank projections, this order could very well be for Dragon Nation's tanks. Ariel held the photos in one hand, squinting thoughtfully, while clutching a cigar puffing white smoke in the other. He exhaled a deep smoke ring. Is Pakistan expanding its military arsenal? A country rich in oil resources, wasting money like that? Aren't they already protected by our Eagle Nation? Who on this blue star would dare bully them? With that spare cash, they'd be better off drilling a couple more wells to boost oil production. The secretary beside him asked, could it be that Pakistan wants to become independent, break free from our Eagle Nation's control? Ariel tapped his cigar repeatedly in the ashtray. He looked at the secretary as if she were a little darling. With just a few tanks? The authenticity of these images isn't even confirmed. What kind of tanks fire nuclear shells? Those CIA cuties, big and small, their judgment is getting worse by the day. They're feeding me all this crap. The secretary immediately retorted. What if the stuff in the photo is real? What if Pakistan really wants independence? Ariel froze for a moment. After a moment's thought, he replied sternly, unlikely. I trust they're not that brainless, but just to be safe, I'll fly over to Pakistan and take a look. Their production is too stable, looks like they've been stockpiling a lot. Ha ha! Ariel boarded the military aircraft bound for Pakistan that very night. Meanwhile, Middle East, Bar country, Princess Alia and Prince Mohammed rushed back overnight on a private jet. Shortly after arriving at the palace, before King Pusman could pull his daughter Elia close for a loving embrace, a stack of documents was thrust at him. Contracts, photographs, various specifications, and user manuals. Pusman had no intention of looking at them. His daughter had been away for so long, and she had finally returned. He should have treated her to a welcome feast and a good rest, but Elia insisted he look at the materials first. Pusman reluctantly nodded and began flipping through the documents spread out on the table. The contract itself posed no issues. A mere $300 billion if they wanted to buy it. So be it. But the tanks in the photos, and the massive mushroom cloud, left Pusman utterly speechless. He had initially wondered if Elia, being inexperienced, had been deceived. But it turned out that wasn't the case at all. Pictures speak louder than words. Facts speak louder than words. No-fly zone? Undercover? He had been skeptical at first. Now, seeing the photos, he believed completely. Rumors that Dragon Nation's technology has been advancing at breakneck speed all these years seem to be well-founded. Pusman was ecstatic.
His entire body began to tremble.
Finally, he couldn't help but burst into a loud laugh.
Good. Very good. I was actually worried you two might have been deceived. Now it seems you've pulled off something big. These $300 billion bought more than just 2 tanks. First, they've probed the true capabilities of the Dragon Nation's military industry. There must be even more formidable weapons hidden within. Second, through this military deal, Pakistan has effectively opened a new pathway to becoming a major power. As king, his strategic vision extends far beyond this single contract. But, might the Eagle Nation object to our arms purchase from the Dragon Nation? Alia voiced her concern. At that moment, Prince Muhammad, standing nearby, smiled. Alia, my dear niece, I thought you understood the intricacies of this matter. It seems you haven't grasped it either. Seeing Elia's utterly bewildered expression, Muhammad's smile grew even broader. Don't get it, do you? When we go to Dragon Nation to buy tanks, we're not just buying tanks. We're paying protection money to the Dragon Nation. The weapons and equipment the Dragon Nation can put up for sale are far from their strongest capabilities. Even though this gear already leaves the Eagle far behind, then their true strength must have reached terrifying heights. With such a powerful nation protecting us, what threat could the Eagle possibly pose? Muhammad laid out the stakes with measured words. Every word implicitly praised the Dragon Nation while disparaging the Eagle Nation. A stark reversal from his usual tone of fawning over the Eagle Nation. Every word was spoken with conviction, causing Pusman's eyes to light up with delight. Pakistan had long suffered under Eagle Nation's oppression. He made his decision on the spot. From this day forward, we will not only maintain arms sales relations with the Dragon Nation, we must also explore every avenue to invest in Dragon Nation, establishing factories and companies there. The Dragon Nation is rising. We absolutely cannot stand idly by and let this opportunity slip away. The king's commanding presence reverberated throughout the palace. Officials and ministers immediately began adjusting foreign policies. A new era was dawning in the Kingdom of Ba. The following morning, inside the conference room of the Tower Building in the Kingdom of Ba, Eagle's Foreign Affairs Counselor Ariel summoned Pusman for this meeting. This time, unlike usual, Ariel intended to apply pressure. He intended to apply intense pressure to gauge the Palestinian side's reaction, but he felt confident about this. Over the years, Pakistan had always been compliant. Otherwise, it would have long been eliminated by the Eagle under some pretext, just like Iraq. The reason for this move was purely to give those brainless hawkish politicians a reassuring pill. Both sides took their seats. They locked eyes. After swiftly skimming through the terms document provided by the Hawks, Pusman slammed it down on the table, crossed his legs on the conference table, and closed his eyes to rest, as if Ariel across from him didn't exist. Ariel's smile gradually froze on his face. They say a smile never disappears. It merely shifts. At that moment, Elia, who was also attending the meeting, giggled softly, quickly lifting her tea bowl to cover her oval-shaped face. Ariel was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Bagua had always been compliant. In the past, they'd have been groveling and speaking softly the moment they saw him, scrambling to curry favor. Today, it's like he's lost his mind or something. Or, is sulking the new trend in Pakistan? Ariel found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure what game Pusman was playing. He lifted the teacup beside him and took a few sips, hoping to ease the awkwardness and calm his nerves. But, unbearable to swallow, he spat it out in one gulp. Tastes like horse piss. Even as a complete novice when it came to tea, he could tell. This tea was undoubtedly the most inferior tea dregs. Tea like this probably isn't easy to come by in the oil-rich Middle East. Ha! Spit it out already. I'm busy. Pusman's fluent dragon tongue exploded in Ariel's ear. Ariel was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 195, 3 trillion in Eagle bond debt, will you buy? Seeing Ariel's puzzled expression, King Pusman finally realized. The other party probably didn't understand Dragonese at all. He switched back to Eagle tongue. Ha! You might want to learn dragon language sometime. Now I'll communicate with you in Eagle tongue. Spit it out already. Stop beating around the bush. Ariel instinctively rose to his feet, ready to roar. When did this country get such a lucrative deal? But then he remembered he was here on a mission. Business comes first. So he forced himself to calm down. We've been partners for nearly a decade. Now that Eagle Nation is facing an economic downturn, we need you to purchase 3 trillion in Eagle Nation bonds. Don't tell me you don't have the money. After all, our intelligence agency just uncovered that you spent 300 billion in Eagle Country to buy military weapons. If you're willing to buy Eagle Country bonds in bulk, you can help us revive our economy. We'll provide you with substantial quantities of decommissioned Eagle Nation military equipment. Of course, if you can butter up the Eagle Nation's top brass, getting some scattered pieces of their active duty gear might be possible too. After speaking, Ariel shot King Pusman a teasing glance. Piece of cake. I bet you won't be able to resist. I'll be waiting for you to cry your eyes out and beg for mercy.
Well, feeling tempted yet? While I'm in a good mood, now's your last chance to beg. Princess Alia sighed, her enthusiasm waning as she stood up and walked over to Pusman. This is boring. You two chat away. I'm off to play games. Go ahead. Seeing Pusman nod affectionately, she turned without a backward glance and walked straight out of the conference room. After Elia left, Pusman finally took a leisurely sip of the Dragon Country Gawan tea and let out a sigh of admiration. Ah, the people of the Dragon Kingdom truly know how to savor life. His gaze then sharpened as he turned to Ariel. What did you just say? We're purchasing 300 billion worth of military hardware from the Dragon Kingdom? You're spying on us? I've got money, I'll buy whatever the hell I want. What the hell is it to you? And your eagle-ass economy is tanking? What the hell do I care about that? Why don't you go rob the $3 trillion in U.S. Treasury bonds instead? And your junk equipment? Keep it for yourselves. Ahahaha. He finished with a defiant, maniacal laugh. Not at all like a king should behave. Ariel stared at Pusman, utterly dumbfounded. This little old man must have gotten a big head after his trip to the Dragon Kingdom. How dare he speak to me like this? Suppressing his anger, he mustered the last shred of patience within him to explain. The CIA monitors all nations, it's not specifically targeting Pakistan. I hope you understand that. Moreover, the U.S. Treasury doesn't let your country buy and consume our bonds for nothing. In return, we provide your nation with military security guarantees. With us standing guard, no nation on Blue Star will dare bully you. Ariel grew increasingly confident as he spoke, his voice rising higher and higher without him even noticing. Humph, this should finally remind you of your place, shouldn't it? You're the ones who are dumb and deep in debt. With that pig's brain, you think you deserve to rule over such a vast oil-rich nation? As long as you play nice, we'll turn a blind eye and let you pigs stay king, but dare to disobey once, and I'll have the Eagle government pressure the Middle Eastern nations, and replace your ass. National security? General Ariel, you must have your head stuck in a door. You lot are the most destabilizing force in the Middle East. Without you, would Iraq be in this tie state? And we're buying Eagle brand bonds to protect our security. You might as well just say it plainly. If we don't give you money, you'll send troops to attack us. What the hell are you talking about? Pusman fired off a barrage of remarks, suddenly feeling parched. He immediately picked up the lidded bowl of tea in his hand. He covered the leaves with the lid and downed the entire bowl in one gulp. Seeing the dregs in Ariel's cup, he couldn't help but sneer. To buy you this low-grade tea? I nearly ran myself ragged across the Middle East. And you still can't even drink this? You're like a wild boar chewing on fine bran. Watching Ariel's face grow paler by the second, Pusman grew more and more excited as he spoke. Not only will we not buy your government bonds, we'll be buying Dragon Nation's bonds instead. Furthermore, our nation has decided that from this day forward, all oil imports and exports will be settled exclusively in Dragon Nation currency. Clatter. He slammed his teacup down on the table. Ariel's face darkened, as if the cup had struck his very heart. His eyes flashed like a venomous snake striking, seething with the urge to bite the arrogant king of Ba to death. Fury chilled him for 3 seconds. He roared at Pusman. How dare you? I represent the Eagle Swan government. Do you not fear the day when the Eagle Nation sends troops to hold you accountable for speaking to me in such a manner? You're just the king of a little country like Pakistan. Can you really handle the consequences? Then it won't be as simple as 3 trillion. They could wipe your entire nation off the map. It's entirely possible. Now, immediately, this instant, kneel before me, kiss the tip of my left toe, lick every speck of dust clean. I can pretend I never heard a word you just said, treat it like a fart, and spare your nation a ba. The furious roar from Eagle Chicken Ariel reverberated throughout the entire conference room. The entire room hummed with the reverberations, like the roar of a demon from the depths of hell. In ordinary times, Pusman would never have dared to be so brazen. Before Ariel could even get angry, he would have been smiling apologetically and agreeing to every demand. But times had changed. Behind him stood the Dragon Nation, unfazed. Pusman calmly picked up the small golden teapot beside him and poured water into his own gaiwan. The long spout of the teapot emitted a fine stream of water. This was a pure gold replica of a Dragon Nation teapot, crafted in perfect proportion. Rumor had it that people from the Dragon Kingdom's Chuanchuan region loved drinking from it. It had only been purchased recently. The water line never quite aligned, causing some droplets to spill out. Gurgle, gurgle. The teapot filled to the brim. I picked up the lidded bowl again, unable to wait for the tea to steep, and took a quick sip. Ah, so delicious. After saying that, he shot a glance at Ariel, who was seething with anger, flashing a look that said, "It's delicious, but you're not getting any." Such gestures and expressions hardly befitting a king of a nation. Clearly, he was just a playful child. Ariel was utterly exasperated. At that moment,
Elia pushed open the conference room door again.
Dad, hurry up. When our 5-man team was fighting, some noob kept getting crushed. I've dropped from diamond to silver now. If you don't save your daughter, I won't get to king this season. Pusman nodded apologetically. Almost done. Almost done. Go ahead and play. Just one more game. I'll be right there. Ariel's emotions felt disjointed. The rage she'd painstakingly built up felt strangled by some unseen force. Bang! Alia stormed out, slamming the conference room door behind her. Ariel finally couldn't hold back any longer and erupted completely. Pusman, this is your last chance. Eagle's 3 trillion in national debt, are you buying it or not? Chapter 196, now. He belongs to you. Pusman rose slowly, pulled out his chair, and shot Ariel, the Eagle's representative, a disdainful glance. He spoke slowly, I won't buy them. Let whoever wants them buy them. What the hell kind of Eagle sauce bonds are these? Might as well just go rob someone. You'd be better off offering this last chance to other Middle Eastern countries. I've got things to do, I need to play video games with my daughter. You can go now. With that, he strolled out of the office without a second thought, paying no mind to Ariel's reaction. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. A few seconds later, Ariel's furious roar echoed from the conference room. It was basically cursing Brazil, telling them to just wait, how the Eagle would exact revenge. Before he could finish, several black-clad bodyguards stormed in, grabbed him, and flung him out of the palace. His shoes flew far away, his suit and shirt torn and mangled like a beggar's. Facing the burly black-clad bodyguards, Ariel, knowing better than to pick a fight he couldn't win, quickly retrieved his shoes, pulled them on, scrambled into a car, and sped away before finally letting out a string of curses. He must report this incident to the Eagle Nation. Not only was Pakistan refusing to comply, but it was highly likely they had sided with the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pusman had just stepped into Elia's gaming room. Immediately, the sounds of teammates coordinating their attack echoed through the room. First kill, triple kill, 5 kills, 8 kills, defeated. Alia began violently slamming her keyboard, then stood up and screamed curses, completely disregarding her princess persona. You bunch of losers. You ruined my chance at the highest rank this season. I believed your boasts about being pros who could carry me. Turns out you're all fakes. Trash. You dragged me from gold straight down to silver. Give me back my rank. Pay with your lives. With that, she grabbed her PC case, ready to smash it into her teammates beside her. The person next to him was so startled they fell off their seat. Pusman looked utterly shocked. Who knew this little girl? Usually just mischievous. Who knew she had such incredible strength? If he didn't step in to stop her now, someone might get seriously hurt over a lost game. Stop it, Elia. I'll take you to the top. Father. Alia's eyes lit up. With her father Pusman by her side, she'd be unstoppable. Her delicate oval face lit up with joy as she instructed the attendant beside her. Step aside and make room for father. The attendant stepped aside, clearing a spot for Pusman. The seating arrangement was immediately reorganized. As expected, he opened the game with a pentakill. This game is in the bag. Alia frowned as if recalling something. Father, how are the talks with Eagle Chan going? Since we didn't purchase their government bonds, it should be fine, right? Ha, it's fine. Their real rival is the Dragon Nation. But, Pusman pondered for a moment before silently rising and leaving. Alia called after him in confusion. What's wrong? Father? What do you mean but? Pusman turned back with a smile. I'll make a call. I'll be right back. With that, he pushed open the door and exited. Though confused, Elia chose to trust her father. After all, a ruler of a nation rarely has petty concerns. She trusted that whatever problem arose, her father would handle it well. You, continue, Elia commanded, pointing at the attendant beside her. Yes, Princess Elia. But I'm not skilled enough. You can learn. Stop dawdling. Get on while I'm in a good mood. Yes, Your Highness Princess Elia. Seeing Princess Elia's insistence, the attendant reluctantly sat back down. If he accidentally lost the match later, he'd likely face another round of scolding. It wasn't that they lacked skill. It was that Princess Alia was a complete novice with an insatiable appetite for victory, feeding kills with astonishing efficiency. Those present, having earned the honor of being her guests, naturally hadn't neglected their practice, but if one's skill level far surpassed hers, they'd likely be dismissed within days. Only King Pusman could maintain his composure and play normally despite his formidable skill. Soon, the match resumed. The feeding phase commenced. After Pusman pushed open the door and stepped outside, he didn't go far. He picked up his satellite phone and dialed old Jiāng in Longwa. Hello, Commander Jiāng? It's me, little Pusman from Pakistan. Pusman, Elia's father, the one who just bought tanks from you yesterday. Yes, the The Middle Eastern country of Ba. You have such a good memory. No, 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 we're not here to rush you. Just stick to the contract dates. A little earlier or later is fine. I wanted to report a situation. Here's the situation. Next. Pusman held the phone and delivered a work report in Future Outlook to old Jiāng that lasted over an hour. The main intent was to convey that all future oil imports and exports for the country would be settled in Dragon Nation currency. Simultaneously, they would purchase substantial amounts of Dragon Nation government bonds at an opportune time. He also requested permission from old Jiāng to invest in Dragon Nation's high-tech industries. At that moment, old Jiāng sat in his office sipping tea and reviewing documents. Upon hearing Pusman's report, he immediately perked up. Despite King Pusman's incessant rambling and ambiguous phrasing, it fully demonstrated the patience of the Dragon Nation's leadership. Excellent. Very good. No problem. Dragon Nation looks forward to cooperating with Bar Nation. Concerns about Pakistan's security? Rest assured, Pakistan is a friendly ally of the Dragon Nation. Its territorial integrity shall not be violated. Click. The call ended. Old Jiāng exhaled deeply. The smile on his face was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Just when he was about to sleep, someone delivered the pillow. You gotta hand it to the Eagle. What a divine assist. If it weren't for their oppression of Pakistan, Pusman wouldn't have rushed to declare his stance toward the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation has too many areas demanding funds: public welfare, infrastructure, military industry. Every single aspect requires massive amounts of money. But the Dragon Nation has always been a developing country seeking stability and peace. Naturally, it cannot act like the Eagle, bullying and picking fights around the world. The strategy formulated by its think tanks based on national conditions is the Belt and Road Initiative barter trade. It pursues a path of mutual benefit. The original plan was to gradually open up bilateral trade through arms sales. It was anticipated that achieving the level of integration described by Pusman would take at least a decade or more. Fortunately, the Eagle's last-minute intervention has accelerated the process. As for Pakistan's security, once genuine bilateral trade relations are established, Pakistan's security should naturally be supported by China. Any nation, including the Eagle, that dares to meddle in Pakistan's affairs will taste the might of the Dragon Nation's developing countries. But the real gratitude should go to Jiāng Chén. It was his apocalypse tank that broke the deadlock this time. Jiāng Chén? What's that kid up to now? Old Jiāng suddenly felt an urgent urge to contact Jiāng Chén immediately. After the arms deal closed, though they'd spoken by phone, he hadn't seen the man in ages and felt uneasy. He also wondered how things were progressing with establishing the production line near Pengcheng. At that moment, outskirts of Pengcheng, old Wang, accompanied by the leadership team of the Dragon Academy, had just stepped out of the car alongside Jiāng Chén. Pointing to the massive factory before them, old Wang turned to Jiāng Chén and said, "This was an abandoned munitions factory, previously used to manufacture tanks and armored vehicles. Now, it belongs to you." Chapter 197, Establishing an Assembly Line Military Factory. Beside an unremarkable Lonka Academy bus, 7 or 8 armored vehicles were parked nearby. Senior Wang, Senior Chén, and other leaders of the Pengcheng Lonka Institute stood in a circle, with Jiāng Chén at the center. They had accompanied Jiāng Chén to inspect the factory. Surrounding them was a long line of fully armed soldiers, forming a tight perimeter around the group. The factory before them resembled a massive prison. Towering concrete walls were covered in barbed wire. It was said that once energized, the voltage in the barbed wire could instantly electrocute a full-grown rhinoceros. The factory was vast, its perimeter walls stretching endlessly out of sight. A massive gate stood before them, constructed from 2 enormous alloy panels. Without proper authorization, even wielding a rocket launcher would make a violent breach nearly impossible. Looks promising. We need to get inside for a closer look. Jiāng Chén nodded after gathering some information. That's exactly what I had in mind. Come on, I'll take you inside. Old Wang didn't refuse. The entire group had come specifically to help Jiāng Chén finalize the factory location. Old Jiāng had already made arrangements. This time, the Pengcheng Lonka Institute must fully support Jiāng Chén. As long as it doesn't violate laws or regulations, any request must be met with immediate and full support. Word had spread that establishing the Tianqi tank production line required a military factory, and it was quite urgent. Rebuilding one would undoubtedly take a tremendous amount of time, at least a year or two. So old Wang searched the database and discovered there was actually an abandoned military factory in the outskirts of Pengcheng. He immediately summoned the leadership team of the Pengcheng Dragon Science Institute to accompany Jiāng Chén on a site visit. Of course, for safety's sake, security measures had to be arranged. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. After passing through facial recognition verification, old Wang led the group into the military factory. Looking up, they saw 4 massive factory buildings in the distance. Inside them were parked various models of Dragon Nation tanks. Jiāng Chén led the way.
The others followed closely behind. Today, Jiāng Chén was the center of attention. Old Wang served as his supporting cast, standing by his side and continuously explaining the details of the factory buildings.
There are 4 workshops in total. The smallest is about 1,000
square meters, while the largest spans over 4,000 square meters.
Mr. Zhang needed this urgently, so I thought of this military factory. Take a look first. If there's anything that needs adjusting, let me know.
I'll have people come immediately to make the modifications.
Jiāng Chén surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, wandering about and examining everything closely, saying nothing.
His previous workspace had never exceeded 500 square meters, a civilian warehouse he rented himself.
Now, the space had suddenly expanded so dramatically.
It felt like going from a bird gun to a cannon. He was actually a bit overwhelmed.
Not bad. This space is sufficient. You don't need to handle the modifications, I'll take care of it.
Yes,
both I and the organization have full confidence in you. Jiāng Chén, go ahead and do your thing with confidence. If you need anything, just let me know.
Got it.
Thanks, Old Wang.
Oh,
right. I almost forgot the most crucial point.
Old Wang hesitated, his words catching in his throat as he shot a glance at the people behind him. Everyone sensed the hint and turned to leave,
saying they wanted to look around. Jiāng Chén paused, puzzled. He asked, Master Wang, please speak your mind.
We're old friends now, no need for formalities between us.
Jiāng Chén, I'm embarrassed. It's not that I'm being pretentious, but this matter. Go ahead. If it's unreasonable, I won't agree. Just tell me.
Ha ha ha, that's refreshing.
Then I'll be blunt.
The blueprints for the Tianqi tank, see if you can name a price and sell them to us.
Hey, I thought it was something big.
Here, take it.
With that, Jiāng Chén handed Wan Lao a briefcase he'd prepared earlier.
He had come carrying a backpack today.
Inside the briefcase lay the design and manufacturing documents for the Tianqi tank.
Old Wang took the briefcase, his heart pounding wildly.
This was the Tianqi tank, worth hundreds of billions. He was just handing over the blueprints like that?
This was a bit surreal.
This young man, uninterested in fame or fortune,
simply handed over such crucial military technology without hesitation.
Even Old Wang felt ashamed by comparison. What remarkable dedication.
It's not that the technical documents are commonplace, it's that Jiāng Chén's patriotic heart is too precious. Tears welled up in his eyes. Old Wang clutched the document folder to his chest, as if afraid it might slip from his grasp.
What a fine comrade.
The secretary beside him also wiped away tears discreetly.
He quickly stepped forward, shielding Old Wang within his embrace, as if afraid more people would see the document bag. It appeared to be just an ordinary document bag, yet within it lay the ardent patriotic heart of a young national hero. It also carried the promise of another leap forward for the Dragon Nation's military industry. Old Wang turned to his secretary and said, "Make sure this document case is delivered to the museum to be framed." "Yes, sir." The secretary's eyes were red, his expression solemn as he answered with gravity. Jiāng Chén noticed the identical expressions on both Wan Lao and the secretary.
His mind was filled with confusion.
It's just a stack of technical documents, isn't it?
Why the tears?
And that folder?
It was just the most ordinary kind you'd find at any stationery store.
10 yuan for 3.
And this was the worn-out one he'd used for years.
If I'd known Mr. Wan liked it so much, I would have bought him a few more.
It shouldn't have come to this, making him cry in public while clutching a file folder.
Humiliating himself.
He must remember this matter and find time later to make up for Old Wang's regret.
At that moment, Old Wang spoke again. "Jiāng Chén, on behalf of the organization, I thank you.
But there's one more matter I won't beat around the bush about regarding the profit sharing from the Tianqi tanks."
"How much do you want?"
"Let me be clear, no need for formalities.
We're all serving the nation."
His words were pointed yet restrained. If Jiāng Chén offered too little, he couldn't very well stop him.
Could he? After speaking, he added,
"The customary practice in our Dragon Nation is roughly 10 to 30%.
If you have any concerns, I can still petition the higher-ups on your behalf."
He didn't want Jiāng Chén to get shortchanged. As the top dog at Pengcheng Dragon Academy, he'd already gone out on a limb with his offer. "Then let's go with 10%.
Is 10% enough? More than enough. After all, the venue, materials,
and business arrangements are all covered by the government.
I'm just contributing a bit of technical expertise." This response left Old Wang and the others standing nearby speechless. "What do you mean? Just a little technical expertise? This cutting-edge technology is centuries ahead of Blue Star. You know."
Old Wang felt as if a heavy stone had lodged in his chest.
It hurt. He wanted to cry. "Anyway, I've done my best to warn you. Kid, you insisted on 10 points, so there was nothing I could do. Perhaps this is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. To a genius, This technology is trivial, but then again, compared to space-based weapons or Autobots, the tech behind the Apocalypse tank really isn't all that impressive. Chapter 198, Nanobots. Soon, the location for the Apocalypse tank production line was finalized. After profit-sharing terms were finalized, Jiāng Chén took only 3 days to establish the first production line for the Apocalypse tank. Elder Zhang and Elder Wang both attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. This development holds significance for both the Chinese Army's military capabilities and international arms sales. It promised both financial gains and enhanced military strength. Following the ribbon cutting, soldiers and scientists were immediately deployed for maintenance. The production line entered operational status. The entire factory roared into action through the night. Perhaps in the near future, this Apocalypse tank military factory will bring great transformation to the Dragon Nation, and even the entire Blue Star. Morning. The sun had just peeked over the horizon. Golden light bathed the earth. In the park, insects chirped and birds sang as dewdrops slid from the branches. Many elderly men and women had already gathered in the open space, practicing Tai Chi to the rhythm of music. Jiāng Chén, clad in a white tracksuit, was panting heavily as he jogged through the park. He had only recently discovered that such a park existed near his villa, so he decided to come here for exercise in the mornings after work. However, the elderly who came here for morning exercises were all of considerable status. After all, property prices in the area were quite high, beyond the reach of ordinary people. If he hadn't been running his tech company and contributing significantly to the nation's technological infrastructure recently, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford a villa in Fuli Garden either. Jiāng Chén, you're out for a morning run too? A middle-aged man approached, greeting Jiāng Chén warmly upon seeing him. Jiāng Chén paused in surprise, recognizing the man as Liú Shīyǎ's father, Liú Shīyǎ. He recalled selling a pile of old junk to this man for 100 million Longwa currency. Looking back, he still felt a bit guilty about it. It was precisely this first pot of gold that had helped him quickly weather a storm. Jiāng Chén extended an invitation. Yeah, what a coincidence. Want to run together? Let's go. Liú Shīyǎ readily agreed. The two chose a direction and walked side by side at a steady pace. Liú Shīyǎ had built his enterprise to such scale precisely because of his knack for seizing every opportunity. Through connections at Pengcheng Longka Institute, he knew Jiāng Chén had recently made quite a splash. He was at the peak of his career. If he could obtain some useful technological insights, it might just be the key for this real estate tycoon to successfully pivot his business. After all, the property market in Dragon Nation had been sluggish lately. New developments in major cities were starting to pile up unsold. Many real estate companies were already experiencing cash flow disruptions. The thought kept him awake night after night. So while accompanying Jiāng Chén on his runs, he didn't miss a chance to probe subtly. And indeed, he managed to glean some useful insights about technological trends from the young man. But most of it pertained to military applications. If he tried to apply that knowledge to his own company, it would likely land him a life sentence. Liú Shīyǎ tentatively asked, Jiāng Chén, have you ever considered focusing on civilian technology development? Jiāng Chén inquired. Like what? Liú Shīyǎ looked at Jiāng Chén. Civilian needs, it's all about clothing, food, housing, transportation, healthcare, education, and elderly care. What do you think? Any good ideas for collaboration? Seeing Liú Shīyǎ's expectant gaze, Jiāng Chén fell deep in thought while jogging. That 100 million yuan deal meant he owed Mr. Liú a favor. He hadn't mentioned it, but he remembered. Later, when buying the villa, he'd given a significant discount. Besides, after all his tinkering with military tech, it was indeed time to consider civilian technology. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his cutting-edge tech system that was light years ahead of its time. Jiāng Chén suddenly blurted out, medical technology? What's the market outlook for that sector? You're the expert. Liú Shīyǎ immediately responded with a thumbs up. Seeing Jiāng Chén's puzzled expression, he quickly explained, for us entrepreneurs, before diving into any industry, we always research market demand first. Market conditions determine whether a company can succeed. After all, with limited resources, we bosses all prefer to achieve a positive return on investment as quickly as possible. Your chosen direction is excellent. Healthcare is closely tied to everyone's lives. The most critical healthcare needs right now are in oncology and cancer treatment. I actually own a private medical team specializing in that field. After over a decade of operation, the industry has matured, yet it still faces significant challenges. Treatment costs are high, patients suffer greatly, and recurrence rates remain elevated. If you're interested, I can send the materials to your phone for review. Jiāng Chén nodded. Alright, send it to my phone. I'll reach out after reviewing it. Alright, I've made enough rounds for today. I'll head out now. The two parted ways at the crossroads. Jiāng Chén kept running forward into the morning sun. Ding dong. His phone received a message. He lit up the screen to see it was from Liú Shīyǎ. He opened the message.
It contained detailed information about his private medical team.
System, analyze the information and propose a solution. After reviewing the message, Jiāng Chén mentally activated the system.
The system immediately began searching through its vast database of solutions,
retrieving matching solutions. Match found. Recommended solution, nanobots. Instantly, a flood of technological data poured into Jiāng Chén's mind. The applications of nanorobots became crystal clear to him. As the name suggests, nanorobots are only about 1 nanometer in size. They are invisible to the naked eye. However, through intelligent control, nanorobots can be directed into the human body.
They can eliminate tumors and cancer cells.
They can be reused multiple times, making them relatively inexpensive. This eliminates the need for patients to endure repeated full-body radiation and chemotherapy treatments. Good. Excellent. After grasping the above information, Jiāng Chén was ecstatic. With this technology,
the civilian-military tech collaboration Liú Shīyǎ mentioned earlier was almost certain to materialize.
With this thought, Jiāng Chén lost all motivation to continue running.
He hurriedly left the park and returned to his small villa.
After a quick shower, he immediately drove his Wuling Hongguang to the warehouse. That was his exclusive space for inventions.
Every conceivable material was readily available.
Upon arriving at the warehouse, he parked the car at the entrance.
He exchanged greetings with the old man at the entrance before stepping into his private domain alone.
To avoid interruptions, he deliberately pulled down the roller door and locked it from the inside.
The hole in the roof had long since been repaired. He switched on the overhead lights in the workshop.
Instantly, the space was flooded with light. Go, inventor! Jiāng Chén's command was concise. Immediately, over a dozen mechanical spheres shot out from his body. Nanorobot design blueprint loaded. Initiating nanorobot production. 1 hour and 35 minutes remaining until completion. Jiāng Chén paused in surprise.
He hadn't expected the nanobot manufacturing time to be so short.
Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well wait. The inventor hovered in midair,
moving swiftly as it continuously drew various materials from the shelves.
He gathered them all in the center of the workspace and began cutting and trimming. Such high-tech displays had long ceased to surprise Jiāng Chén. An hour and a half later, nanorobots complete.
Countless silvery white specks of light gradually coalesced together,
finally taking the form of a human figure standing before Jiāng Chén. Holy! A startled cry echoed throughout the entire factory floor. Jiāng Chén's pupils contracted slightly. His face filled with disbelief. Chapter 199, Dawn of the Shīyǎ Group.
The silver-white humanoid figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself.
Jiāng Chén froze in place. This thing is a nanobot? What happened to the promised nanoscale? This thing must be at least 1.8 meters tall.
After slightly stabilizing his fluctuating emotions and giving it a moment's thought,
he finally understood.
It turned out that billions of nanobots had formed the tiny silver figure before his eyes.
I reached out to touch it.
A chill spread through my entire body.
Then,
a sudden transformation occurred.
The little silver figure liquefied, flowing swiftly along Jiāng Chén's fingertips. The nanobots vanished into Jiāng Chén's skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stunned, Jiāng Chén casually flexed his arms and legs. He discovered not only was there no impediment, but his entire body felt lighter and more agile. According to the data in his mind, without a conventional energy source, the nanobots could lie dormant within the body, drawing power from biological energy. In times of crisis, they could also transform into armor to protect the host. Simultaneously, they could temporarily enhance the host's physical capabilities by stimulating muscles. Their medical capabilities were truly remarkable. Blood clots and tumors within the body can be cleared in minutes, and they even possess hemostatic capabilities. Meanwhile, Liú Shīyǎ was in a meeting room. A dozen board shareholders sat together. The atmosphere incredibly somber. Sales have plummeted by 5% month-over-month for 12 consecutive months. Do you understand what this means? It means our company is on the brink of collapse. How many times must I say it? Shīyǎ Group is at a critical juncture. Cut jobs where necessary. Save wherever possible. In business, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, the one that catches mice is the good one. Every month, everyone has excuses. We're here to run a company and make profits, not listen to your debates. Get it done if you can. If you can't, get out. Crack.
The shattering sound of glass echoed throughout the conference room. Liú Shīyǎ slammed the limited edition teacup his daughter had given him, worth 100,000 yuan, hard onto the floor. His face flushed crimson as he planted his hands on his hips, glaring at everyone present and stomping his feet in fury. Deep down, he knew this wasn't the fault of the board members present. The entire real estate market was in a slump. Their Shīyǎ Group had not been spared in such a harsh market environment, no matter how much cost-cutting and revenue boosting these people undertook. As long as Shīyǎ Group remained focused on real estate,
Bankruptcy was inevitable. And precisely because of this, the chance encounter with Jiāng Chén during his morning run occurred.
There's no such thing as coincidence in this world, he thought bitterly to himself. It was merely the intuition honed by years of business experience. Or perhaps it was simply desperation driving him to grasp at straws. Jiāng Group had a vast operation, with interests spanning all industries. It was also a sign that Liú Shīyǎ had kept his wits about him. He had secured an escape route early on. Should any single industry show significant promise, he'd pour resources into it without hesitation. Sun Lin worked silently, gathering the shards of broken glass with a broom and carefully storing them in a special nylon bag. Her inner monologue, this cup cost over 100,000 yuan, equivalent to several months of my salary. Maybe she could find someone to mend it later. She then fetched some burlap to scrub away the water stains and tea residue. These tasks should have been handled by the cleaning staff, but with the board meeting underway and Mr. Liu in a rage, it wouldn't be appropriate to call the cleaning staff in. As his secretary, Sun Lin knew better. She picked up the pieces and handled the situation herself. In the conference room, a dozen people sat under Liú Shīyǎ's imposing presence, forced to hold their breath. Each kept their eyes fixed on their noses on their hearts, staring silently at their laptops. Get out? Where would they go? Without Jiāng Group, they were nothing. It was only because they had followed Liú Shīyǎ through thick and thin over a decade ago, helping him build his empire, that they had achieved their current positions. If they were starting over now, any one of them probably couldn't even hold a candle to a lowly department manager, let alone serve on the board of directors. But with the group facing continuous losses, this situation can't go on forever. Everyone was burning with anxiety, yet powerless to act. Everyone had exhausted every possible solution. 12 months of consecutive declines, with no signs of improvement. Just then, the phone rang in the conference room. See the iron hooves clatter, traversing 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. I stand at the eye of the storm, gripping the spinning sun and moon. May the mortal world find peace and bliss. I truly wish to live another 500 years. All eyes turned to Liú Shīyǎ. Liú Shīyǎ looked down and realized it was his phone ringing. Still fuming, he had no desire to answer. He made a move to hang up, but his eyes caught the caller ID on the screen, Jiāng Chén. Liú Shīyǎ hesitated for a moment. With a deep sigh, he picked up the phone and stepped out of the conference room. Turning toward the assembled group at the doorway, he declared, "You have 10 minutes. Think hard. Where is the way out?" Without another glance, he closed the conference room door behind him, leaving behind a group of middle-aged men with grim expressions. The call connected. "Hello, Jiāng Chén. How's that matter we discussed this morning? Are you in or out?" Liú Shīyǎ stood by the corridor window, gazing into the distance. He composed himself and forced a smile. "It's settled. I need to go to your private hospital now to test the clinical results," Jiāng Chén replied uncertainly. After all, it was freshly developed. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any issues, but how it would perform in practice, no one could say for sure. So he felt a bit uneasy inside. "You mean, all right, where are you? I'll come pick you up right now." Liú Shīyǎ was so excited he was almost breathless, feeling as if fate had grabbed him by the throat, leaving him unable to speak. "No need to pick me up. Just give me the hospital address. I'll drive myself over." The address is. Liú Shīyǎ quickly rattled off the address, then sent it again via text message, afraid Jiāng Chén might mishear it. With the address in hand, Jiāng Chén immediately got into his Wuling Hongguang minivan and vanished from the warehouse entrance. After hanging up, Liú Shīyǎ was overcome with joy, sprinting back to the conference room like a madman. Meeting adjourned. Sun Lin, get me a driving instructor immediately. I need one within half an hour. Yes, Chairman Liu. Sun Lin's pupils contracted slightly, unsure what was happening, but she swiftly began carrying out Liú Shīyǎ's instructions. The others in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances, each searching the other's faces for answers, but all they saw was utter bewilderment. Yet everyone could see the look of pure joy and excitement on Liú Shīyǎ's face. The last time he'd worn such an expression was when Jiāng Group had achieved its monumental leap forward. Breathing grew increasingly rapid. At that moment, every heart began to beat anew. Could it be? Could Jiāng Group be turning a corner? Chapter 200, A Trial Run. Pengcheng Jiāng Cancer Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit. Dr. Lin, my father. Is there truly no room for maneuver? A middle-aged man in a suit looked utterly distressed, his voice tinged with desperation. Advanced liver cancer. We've exhausted every public and private hospital in Pengcheng. No one could help. Beyond shaking their heads and sighing, they could only advise the family to prepare for the inevitable and make the most of the time left. But Chen Hao refused to give up. Without his father's unwavering support, his business empire would never have been built. Just when he had tried every possible method and felt utterly helpless,
A friend recommended Jiāng Private Cancer Hospital. Here, they employed the finest doctors recruited from abroad. They also used medical equipment imported from the United States. His friend even boasted that if even Jiāng Oncology Hospital couldn't cure his old man, then Chen Hao could truly give up hope. Originally, he transferred here clinging to a sliver of hope. This morning, Dr. Lin Mo, the attending physician, actually told him it was time to pack up and go home. It was a bolt from the blue. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. I'm truly sorry about this. Please try to find peace, family. After saying this, he patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. Seeing the middle-aged man before him, on the verge of tears but unable to cry, he felt a pang of sorrow himself. Seeming to sense that Chen Hao still refused to give up, he added, "Don't waste your energy. Our hospital isn't inferior to those large military hospitals in the capital. What we can't cure, they can't either." Chen Hao fell silent. He understood the logic, but emotionally, he just couldn't accept it. Suddenly, voices arguing erupted from the doorway. "Let me in. I want to see Chairman Liu." "Put, like you can just see Chairman Liu whenever you want? Keep causing trouble and I'll have you arrested." A Wuling Hongguan pulled up outside the hospital entrance. Jiāng Chén had just stepped out of the car when security guards blocked his path. He had thought mentioning Liu Qihong's name would work. Upon hearing this, the security guard drew his baton and became even more aggressive. Jiāng Chén could only smile bitterly. He had intended to test the waters for a potential collaboration. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to call Liu Qihong over such a minor issue? No, he had to get into the hospital before Liu Qihong arrived. The critical care building happened to be right next to the back entrance. When the building was designed, due to the hospital's limited overall space and the need for quiet in the critical care wards, it was chosen to be built by the rear entrance. Lin Mo opened the window and shouted down at the security guard below in a low voice. "What's all the noise? This is the ICU." He just lost another patient under his care, and his mood was already sour. Hearing the guard shout, his frown deepened into a tight knot. Hearing Lin Mo's rebuke, the guard looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He turned around and apologized with a forced smile. "Someone's causing trouble at the entrance. I'll get rid of him right now." "I'm not causing trouble. I'm here to see Liu Qihong, President Liu." Jiāng Chén sighed in resignation. This security guard probably looked down on him for driving a Wuling Hongguan. Those who come to private hospitals are either wealthy or influential. Most people simply couldn't afford it. "You still won't give me." Just as the guard was about to push him further, Lin Mo glanced at the Wuling Hongguan behind Jiāng Chén and asked uncertainly, "Looking for Mr. Liu? Did you make an appointment with him beforehand? What business do you have with him?" Jiāng Chén exhaled deeply, relieved to finally encounter someone who understood. He straightened up and said earnestly, "I have an appointment with Mr. Liu. I'm here for a clinical trial." "Put." Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh at Jiāng Chén's words. As a chief physician, professional decorum usually kept him serious and reserved, unless something truly hilarious happened. And Jiāng Chén, who drove over in a Wuling Hongguan and declared he was here for clinical trials, that was exceptionally funny. Such a young, penniless greenhorn wanting to conduct clinical trials? This was probably the funniest joke he'd heard all year. He now shared the security guard's opinion. That young man at the back entrance was nothing but a complete fraud, probably trying to sneak in and commit a crime. So he didn't want to ask any more questions. He reminded the security guard, "Keep it down. Don't disturb the patients." With that, he closed the window and sauntered away from the opening. "Got it." The security guard bowed obsequiously toward the window. Turning back, his face darkened as he tapped his baton against his palm repeatedly. He barked at Jiāng Chén, "Kid, I'm counting to 3. Get out of my sight now, or else I'll kill you." Jiāng Chén frowned, a twisted sense of amusement rising within him. The data in his mind showed the nanorobot shield's protective capabilities were astonishing. He wondered if they could withstand the baton. 3, 2, the security guard began counting down. But when he saw Jiāng Chén not only refusing to leave but actually flashing an excited grin, his mind began to wrestle with doubt. Could this guy be mentally ill? I heard mentally ill people can kill without facing legal consequences. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Losing my life here wouldn't be worth it. But as a security guard, protecting people was part of his job. Plus, Qihong Group pays way too well. Leaving here, I'd probably never find better compensation. If he struck first and landed a few blows, it should be fine. If anything really happened, Qihong Group would take the fall regardless of life or death. Baoan's resolve hardened, and his courage swelled. Gripping his baton tightly, he charged toward Jiāng Chén. "Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is simply my duty. And now you've crossed the line." Thud, thud, thud. Neck, jaw, abdomen. A swift, precise, and ruthless triple strike. I must admit,
The security guard truly possesses professional combat skills,
Powerful and forceful, striking directly at vital points. After landing the blows,
the security guard's eyes froze in place. The teenager who should have been lying on the ground wailing in pain, was now standing there as if nothing had happened, tilting his head and grinning at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
"You're tough?" The guard's heart skipped a beat, and he let out a curse. He made a move to deliver 3 more blows.
Having grasped the principle behind the nanobot's protective barrier, Jiāng Chén resolved to stop taking blows passively. He wanted to test what activating combat mode felt like. With a flick of his thoughts, he felt a sudden rush of clarity wash over him. He sidestepped to the side. He had actually moved 5 meters in a single stride. The security guard's baton swung wide. The two stared at each other,
utterly stunned. "I'm old Liú. Even if I lose my life here today,
I'll serve Qihang Group to the end." The guard seemed to be trying to bolster his own courage.
After letting out a loud roar,
he charged at Jiāng Chén again,
baton raised. Jiāng Chén knew words were useless. If he didn't completely subdue the guard, today wouldn't end well.
So he mimicked the security guard's striking angle.
Punch, neck, jaw, abdomen. A silvery glow enveloped Jiāng Chén's entire body, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight like a war god.
Despite taking a solid blow from the security guard's club, the look on the guard's face made it clear that those 3 punches had landed with devastating effect.
Now look again.
The security guard was now clutching his stomach,
crouched on the ground, wailing in agony. Jiāng Chén stuck out his tongue. Thank goodness he'd been smart.
He'd held back most of his strength when throwing those punches, otherwise, he might have killed the man.
Chapter 201, It's just cancer, I'm absolutely certain. Just then, a black Maybach pulled up at the hospital's rear entrance. "Mr. Liú has arrived."
Driver Wang Qingshan parked the car smoothly before stepping out to open the door for his boss. A man and a woman stepped out of the car.
"Mr.
Liú nodded with a smile and walked toward the hospital. Sun Lin followed closely behind, clutching her briefcase. It was clear the boss was in a great mood today after that phone call.
Got that?
Before they even reached the back entrance, they spotted a security guard crouched on the ground venting his frustrations, while a young man stood beside him, hands on hips,
yelling angrily. Jiāng Chén? Liú Shīyǎ stared in utter shock.
His mind raced with confusion,
unsure what had transpired. Weren't they supposed to be coming for the clinical trial? Was the security guard sick? Maybe. Who knows? The security guard, who had been crouched on the ground vomiting violently, struggled to stand upright. Wiping his mouth, he cut off Jiāng Chén before he could speak, crying out urgently, "Mr. Liú, call the police. This guy's got some skills, he's trying to break in illegally. Even my baton couldn't faze him. But don't worry. Stand behind me. I'll hold him off." The security guard's frantic outburst instantly made Liú Shīyǎ realize
they must have mistaken Jiāng Chén for a criminal. He felt both exasperated and amused.
"This is Jiāng Chén. He's my friend. He's here to help me. If he wants it,
I'll give him this entire hospital,"
Liú Shīyǎ explained, flustered and exasperated.
The security guard was completely dumbfounded.
What kind of corporate boss's friend drives around in a Wuling Hongguang? Looks like he'd really stepped on a landmine today.
His face twisted in misery as he turned to Jiāng Chén.
"No, I'm so sorry. Do whatever you want, beat me, fine me, but could you please put in a good word for me with Mr. Liú? Don't let him fire me?"
The security guard's outburst caught everyone off guard.
Jiāng Chén chuckled. The security guard did his job well. If it were me, I'd give him a promotion and a raise.
From the security guard's perspective, he was just trying to make ends meet.
He'd just beaten someone up,
so this was his way of making amends.
Liú Shīyǎ's eyes twinkled with amusement as he feigned anger at the security guard. "Don't cause any more trouble next time. Go get yourself treated at the infirmary.
I'll have the security department promote you to deputy captain.
Tell them it's my order." "Thank you, Mr. Liú."
The security guard bowed deeply, his gratitude evident.
Liú Shīyǎ retorted, "Why thank me? Thank Jiāng Chén."
The security guard froze for a moment before turning to bow deeply toward Jiāng Chén.
"Mr. Jiāng is so generous. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Jiāng." Jiāng Chén waved his hand dismissively. "All right, go get your wound treated."
"Yes, sir."
Watching the security guard leave, Liú Shīyǎ patted Jiāng Chén's arm. "Let's go. We'll talk upstairs." The three made a detour and entered the intensive care building. The pungent smell of disinfectant permeated the entire building. The first floor housed the registration and admission area,
where numerous family members sat on chairs waiting to be called for registration. In the center of the space was a medical consultation service center,
where nurses in pink uniforms patiently answered questions from patients' families. "What kind of clinical trial are you interested in?" Liú Shīyǎ inquired. Despite its modest size,
this private hospital offered a surprisingly wide range of departments.
Typically,
Conditions like this are easier to treat in their early stages, but those who make it to the hospital have usually let it progress to the middle or late stages.
Finding a mild case for Jiāng Chén would be quite difficult, but no worries if all else fails.
We'll pull some strings to transfer one from another hospital,
Jiāng Chén declared. Cancer, tumors, whatever.
Bring me the most severe cases.
Damn, Liú Shīyǎ gave him a thumbs up. We actually have someone like that.
They were just transferred over from another hospital a few days ago. The group made their way to the 5th floor. They found the attending physician,
Lin Mo. After explaining their purpose, he was utterly shocked. Different fields are like different mountains. Mr. Liu, you need to be very careful about this. If handled poorly, it could easily escalate into a medical dispute. But Liú Shīyǎ was stubborn now, single-minded in his determination to fulfill Jiāng Chén's request.
He wouldn't listen to reason.
Just make the arrangements.
Lin Mo sighed helplessly and led the group to the cancer intensive care unit.
There, hooked up to a ventilator, lay an elderly man with snow-white hair.
His eyes were closed as he rested, his complexion dark and his face crisscrossed with deep wrinkles.
The nameplate at the bedside read Chen Chang.
A middle-aged man stood nearby, his face grim as he tidied the elderly man's personal belongings.
Chen Hao, there's a glimmer of hope now. Do you want to try? But there's no guarantee it'll work. Lin Mo, hands tucked into his pockets,
addressed the middle-aged man.
Chen Hao paused,
a flicker of light igniting in his previously lifeless eyes as his expression gradually brightened.
You mean it's real, Dr. Lin? Don't lie to me. I only said it's possible. The probability is very low. If you're willing to try, we'll make arrangements.
Lin Mo explained helplessly.
It's a relatively new clinical technique still in the experimental stage. Fine, as long as there's hope. Just tell me the cost. I'll go to the bank right now to deposit the money. As long as you can save my father, I'd give you my own life.
Watching Chen Hao's nearly frenzied gaze,
Lin Mo glanced at Liú Shīyǎ.
He didn't know how much to charge. This was all he could do. He hoped this kid brought by Mr. Liu wouldn't cause any major trouble. Otherwise, it could very well become the biggest blunder of his career.
No charge. For our initial clinical trials, we typically don't charge. But there are certain risks involved. Think it over. Liú Shīyǎ just wanted to see Jiāng Chén's experimental results as soon as possible.
Money was the least of his concerns.
Chen Hao was wealthy, but compared to the entire Shīyǎ group, there was still a gap. However,
this middle-aged man's heartfelt devotion to his father was truly impressive.
Therefore, obtaining his consent was essential before proceeding with the clinical trial.
If any disputes were to arise, and Chen Hao dug his heels in,
that would be a real headache. Chen Hao hesitated. If treatment isn't administered now,
his father might survive another 3 to 5 months.
But if they did take him for treatment, death could come at any moment. In business battles, he was always decisive and ruthless, never hesitating.
But this was his old father's life.
He had only this one father,
who had toiled his entire life. He had finally begun to enjoy a decent life.
Only two. Everyone gathered in a circle,
waiting quietly for Chen Hao's final decision.
No one pressed him. Everyone understood him. At that moment, Jiāng Chén couldn't help but speak up.
His voice calm.
The odds are very high.
When it comes to liver cancer specifically,
I'm 100% confident we can cure it.
All eyes in the room turned to the young man.
Liú Shīyǎ was stunned.
If not for knowing Jiāng Chén had developed so many high-tech innovations,
he'd have been tempted to kick this guy out immediately. Sun Lin was stunned.
This was the expert Mr.
Liu had invited? Lin Mo was stunned. Could this kid be some rich kid here to experience life and ruin the show? Chen Hao, already beyond reason, looked up at Jiāng Chén,
his eyes gleaming. Even the elderly man lying in the hospital bed narrowed his small eyes slightly.
Sizing up the young man named Jiāng Chén. Chapter 202, Medical Malpractice, Conclusion. Are you really sure about this, young man?
The old man in the hospital bed suddenly sat up, as if experiencing a final burst of energy.
Death clung to him like maggots on a bone. He wasn't afraid of death, but he wasn't ready for it yet. Chen Hao's career was thriving, yet he hadn't married. He wanted to see his son marry and have children, to experience the joys of family life.
Seeing his elderly father suddenly regain consciousness, Chen Hao was overcome with mixed emotions.
As if making a resolute decision, he clenched his jaw and looked at Jiāng Chén with unwavering determination. Friend, if you can save my father, everything the Chen family possesses is yours. Go ask around, find out how much clout the Chen group holds.
Hearing Chen Hao's words,
Liú Shīyǎ beside him was stunned,
his jaw nearly hitting the floor.
The Chen group was valued at 10 billion yuan. Just giving it away? That's outrageous.
It seemed this little old man suffering from liver cancer held special importance to Chen Hao.
Jiāng Chén, I believe in you. Go for it. Liú Shīyǎ trusted Jiāng Chén unconditionally, just like his own daughter did. Dr. Lin Mo. The attending physician standing nearby saw his boss had spoken and felt it was best not to say anything more. After all, if the sky fell, his boss would bear the weight. Young man, the boss has always had excellent judgment. Anyone Mr. Liu holds in high regard must be truly exceptional. It is my honor to witness you solve this medical miracle today. Lin Mo understood the principle of loving the house and its birds. Flattering Jiāng Chén was tantamount to flattering the boss. Sun Lin smiled and nodded in agreement, clenching her fist and lowering her elbow. Go for it, Jiāng Chén, I'm counting on you. Then let me handle this. Jiāng Chén pushed Chen Hao aside and stepped next to the elderly man.
Chen Hao stumbled back but didn't utter a word of complaint.
At this moment, Jiāng Chén was his only lifeline.
They'd been to countless hospitals, all saying there was no solution. Now that Jiāng Chén was stepping forward,
Chen Hao was overjoyed.
The youth before him suddenly loomed larger than life in his eyes.
Old man, I need to touch your skin.
Bear with it, it might feel a bit uncomfortable,
Jiāng Chén warned.
The little old man on the hospital bed smiled and nodded.
Go ahead, young man, I've endured enough suffering already. A little pain is nothing. Chen Hao, standing nearby, couldn't hold back his tears. All the various procedures, tubes inserted, radiation therapy, chemotherapy had put the old man through hell these past days. The once vibrant little old man had been reduced to barely clinging to life. And in the end, it still hadn't solved the problem. Go ahead, young man, it'll be fine, Chen Hao murmured reassuringly from behind Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén nodded and placed one hand on the old man's pulse. With a thought, countless silver-white light orbs flowed from Jiāng Chén's fingertips toward the old man like mercury spilling. Light, silver light, good heavens, what kind of technique is this? An upgraded version of the 4 diagnostic methods? I don't get it. Dr. Lin, you're so knowledgeable, do you know what Jiāng Chén is doing? Well, I'm not entirely sure either. Different strokes for different folks. I'm a Western medicine practitioner. Alright then, looks like treating illnesses still relies on traditional Chinese medicine. Look, that light sphere seems to be entering his body. Holy crap, what kind of move is that? Chinese Qigong? Jiāng Chén, you know magic too? Impressive. Shun, I only knew you did research, never imagined you could wield magic too. The big shots standing nearby stared at him like he was some kind of wonder baby, their eyes sparkling and their mouths chattering non-stop. But no matter how they looked or analyzed it, they couldn't make sense of Jiāng Chén's bizarre move at that very moment.
Jiāng Chén had no time to respond.
The nanobots had successfully entered the old man's body.
He needed to focus his entire mind on observing their movements. They entered his body through the pores of his arm. They permeated the subcutaneous tissue before entering the blood vessels. They raced through the blood vessels toward their target organ, the liver.
Ha! Ha!
The old man let out a faint groan.
It didn't look like an expression of pain. Rather, it seemed comfort.
Chen Hao had witnessed his father's agonizing struggles countless times, so he was intimately familiar with his father's subtle expressions.
Yes, it was definitely comfort. But why would he feel comfortable? Could it be working?
Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze toward Jiāng Chén changed completely. Dr. Lin Mo was equally stunned. Years of clinical practice had honed his ability to observe patients with meticulous detail. In his view, the old man's expression just now clearly indicated he was feeling physical comfort.
An improvement in his condition? How could that be?
Truthfully, he never believed Jiāng Chén could handle it,
but he'd been pressured by Liú Shīyǎ. That's why he'd adopted a hands-off approach, content to watch from the sidelines.
But the slap in the face came all too suddenly. This wasn't clinical medicine, it was pure magic.
Liú Shīyǎ and Sun Lin might not have the discernment of the first two.
They could tell from Chen Hao and Dr.
Li's reactions. Jiāng Chén's methods had likely taken effect. This is the power of science? Liú Shīyǎ was overjoyed. It seemed his plan for corporate transformation was finally taking shape. Jiāng Chén truly was his lucky star. He'd heard Jiang hadn't married yet, and his own daughter, Liú Shīyǎ, was also unmarried. Once things settled down, he'd bring the two together. Let Jiāng Chén become his son-in-law. With capital and talent combined, he'd make a fortune.
My daughter has finally found her lifelong home. Killing two birds with one stone, a win-win situation.
Sun Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement.
She had always thought Jiāng Chén was nothing but a fraud with flashy but useless skills.
Mr.
Sun must have been bewitched to trust him, especially after that last time when he swindled her boss out of 100 million with a shipment of toy goods. That only solidified her conviction. Yet after repeated interactions, she was astonished to discover Jiāng Chén actually had some real skills. And now, he had left her utterly stunned.
He was skilled in medicine too?
And not just any illnesses, the most complex and intractable ones.
Problems that others, even Dr. Lin, couldn't solve. And he, Jiāng Chén, could handle them? And at such a young age.
I may be in my early 30s, but I've got a great figure and know how to dress. Just wait until I slip into my Balenciaga, find an opportunity to get you drunk, and make it a done deal. I'll be damned if I can't have you. Huff, puff. The old man in the hospital bed sat bolt upright, his eyes blazing with intensity, and yanked out the oxygen tube, like a drowning man pulled from the water. Father, how are you feeling? Father? Chen Hao's eyes brimmed with concern as he hurried to the bedside. I feel absolutely fantastic now. I feel like I could live another few decades. These were the words of an octogenarian. The ward fell silent in shock, but the very next second, the old man's head lolled to one side, and he fell stiffly onto the hospital bed. Jiāng Chén scratched his head and said with a wry smile, "Sorry, it was extensive liver cancer. I just cleaned out his cancerous liver completely." Turns out, he didn't have a liver left. Chen Hao flew into a rage. In his panic, he grabbed a vase from the bedside table and swung it toward Jiāng Chén's head. Thud! The vase shattered. Since the nanomachines had already entered the old man's body, Jiāng Chén had no protection whatsoever. How could a scholar possibly block such a sudden ambush? Everything went black before his eyes as he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he discovered he had traveled to a fantasy world. Welcome to my next novel, ** everyone, the strongest chef even life skills can dominate. **